Today is the crucial moment for all students to step into the power awakening ceremony. With just a simple touch on the magic stone, each person's future path will be officially determined. Witnessing those who went up earlier only receive mundane chore skills, an arrogant blonde guy named Feng Yang smirked mockingly. Look at them. Just a bunch of trash. Watching them all this time, even awakening a support class would be less boring than this useless crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, the flattering entourage standing around immediately chimed in with praises. Absolutely, how can that trash compare to our brother Feng, who just touched the stone and immediately acquired the majestic combat profession of great sword warrior? With such a rare class, those menial laborers couldn't even carry your shoes. While floating on cloud 9 amidst the sweet talking, Feng Yang was suddenly bumped hard on the shoulder. Before he could even react, his lackeys bristled and yelled, "Which blind fool has the guts to bump into brother Feng?" "Excuse me, I'm just rushing to be on time." The young man looked back and dropped a single indifferent sentence, but the aura he exuded was strangely intimidating. That invisible pressure instantly sealed the mouths of the sycophants, rendering them mute. As for Feng Yang, the moment he recognized that face, he smirked maliciously and muttered to himself, "So it's this guy." His minions looked overtly curious, because that arrogant demeanor earlier made them mistakenly think he was some scion of a noble family. "Young master my foot," Feng Yang snapped irritably. "You guys remember the Lin family that was mysteriously wiped out a few years ago? That brat named Lin Han is the only useless trash left behind. And obviously, that boy labeled an orphan is none other than our main character." The moment he strode onto the magic platform, countless sarcastic whispers began to echo from the crowd. The most prominent was the loudmouth Feng Yang, truly pitiful. One of the school's 2 former top geniuses is now such a wretched wreck. How does he still have the face to drag himself here and demand a power awakening? Trash will always be trash. Stop having delusions of grandeur. Lin Han gave a slight half-smile, treating Feng Yang's incessant barking like a passing breeze. To him, this guy was no different from a bullfrog puffing up its belly to show off, striking it lucky with a rare profession and thinking he could embrace the whole sky. If that's the case, then let Lin Han personally open his eyes to what true, genuine talent is. He slowly placed his hand on the surface of the stone. Instantly, a brilliant, scorching golden light violently erupted. In midair, an illusion was suddenly cast, resembling a supreme deity descending to earth. That blinding halo forced the entire audience to shut their eyes tight because it was too glaring. Of course, this shocking spectacle was something they had never been honored to witness in their entire lives. Feng Yang was also scared pale, gritting his teeth in surging jealousy. He racked his brain, unable to understand why a piece of scum like Lin Han could create such an earth-shattering phenomenon. What if that brat actually changed his fate? Wouldn't his own rare label just become a joke for the public's amusement? A moment later, the result was clearly etched on the stone surface. Lin Han had successfully awakened a hidden path named Beast Tamer. The crowd witnessing this with their own eyes suddenly burst into mocking laughter. Getting a hidden profession but ending up with Beast Tamer is just terribly unlucky. Such a grandiose phenomenon, but it ultimately boils down to being an animal herder. Should he be called a prodigy or a cripple now? Just as Lin Han was about to step off the platform, hitting right in his eyes was the punchable face and tactless smile of Feng Yang. He arrogantly mocked in front of everyone, "Scum is still scum. Don't tell me you're still nursing the delusion of reaching the sky in a single bound. Wake up if the beast you bring out isn't strong enough. You're nothing but a piece of trash." Feng Yang looked utterly smug because he knew perfectly well that nurturing a decent combat beast required piling up a mountain of resources. Where would a penniless, clanless orphan like Lin Han find the money? The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he got, casually spreading his legs and arrogantly ordering the other party to crawl through. "If you obediently crawl through my legs, I'll show some mercy and give you a rabid dog as a substitute." Seeing the fly constantly buzzing in his ear, Lin Han lazily raised a hand to pick his ear. Indeed, swallowing insults wasn't his style. In this situation, not utilizing his sharp tongue would be doing himself a disservice. Well, isn't this little boy Feng Yang, a guy so utterly impoverished that he only has his profession to brag about to the world? "I wouldn't dare ask for money, because with you barking here, why would I waste money to bring another rabid dog home?" It took a few seconds of thinking for Feng Yang to digest that subtle insult, and immediately the blood rushed to his brain. He clenched his fists tightly, gnashed his teeth, and crazily swung his arm, charging straight ahead, intending to use this excuse to punch and disfigure Lin Han's hateful face. However, man proposes, but God disposes. Out of nowhere, a breathtakingly beautiful figure suddenly swooped past. Her feet were adorned with sharp stiletto heels, and without hesitation, she gifted Feng Yang a thunderous kick right to the head, causing the aggressive warrior to fall flat on his face, humiliatingly knocked out before everyone's eyes. Do you think you're the center of the universe to try and teach my precious student a lesson? Get out of my sight before I skin you alive. This great beauty is named by Bing, exuding a cold and proud aura. Her temper is explosive, but her actual strength is incredibly formidable. Just catching a glimpse of her figure, all the blood drained from Feng Yang's face. He frantically ran for his life, herding his minions to quickly flee the scene. Although Bai Bing only held the title of a teacher, the Bai family background behind her was something someone like him could never reach. Even though he hated Lin Han to the core, Feng Yang had to swallow his pride, telling himself to find another beautiful day to exact his revenge. Waiting until the remnants fled completely, Bai Bing finally turned to look at Lin Han. "You're quite something, kid," snatching a hidden profession right off the bat. "Ms. Bai, please spare me, don't mock me anymore." Lin Han raised a hand to scratch his head and laughed awkwardly. Bai Bing's expression instantly turned stern. She didn't bother with many words, reaching out to firmly put the teenager in a headlock. "You little brat, how many times have I told you to call me sister once we step out of the school gates? And you even dared to sneak here to participate in the ceremony by yourself. Have you grown some nerves of steel today?" It hurts, you'll break my neck." Lin Han cried out, suffocating, and frantically begged for mercy. "Beautiful and gorgeous Sister Bing, please go easy on me." Finding the word Sister Bing pleasing to the ear, she finally released his poor neck in satisfaction. After that, she generously whipped out a card and shoved it straight into Lin Han's hand. Following the path of a beast tamer is no different from throwing money into a furnace. Understanding this cruel reality, Bai Bing decided to sponsor a sum of capital so he could manage to buy a decent combat beast in time. At all costs, the top priority is to boost your own combat power. Have you engraved that in your mind? Lin Han didn't know the meaning of shyness, gleefully grabbing the card with a wide grin, only to immediately receive a knock on the head from Bai Bing. "I'm deeply grateful to Sister Bing. When I succeed in the future, I swear I'll repay you fairly." "You brat, watch your mouth, or I'll snap your neck right now." As the power awakening ceremony concluded along with a promotional gift of a few affectionate punches from Bai Bing, Lin Han trudged back home alone and locked the door tightly. Only then did he dare to relax his body, letting out a breath of relief. The corners of his lips slowly curled up into a sly smile. This moment is officially Lin Han's stage. The reason he acted so boldly and arrogantly at the plaza this morning was precisely because he had already possessed a treasure named System. And at this moment, with the ceremony complete, the power of the god-tier Beast Tamer system was fully awakened. To digress a bit about the past, Lin Han used to be the brilliant heir of the Lin family, a mighty force capable of calling the wind and rain in this city. Cruelly, 3 long years had passed since the monster wave wiped out his bloodline, leaving only him wandering aimlessly in this world. Well, no, to be precise, the survivor back then was the original owner Lin Han, but due to suffering such a massive mental shock, his heart broke and he passed away not long after. Coincidentally, a soul named Lin Han from a parallel universe reluctantly borrowed this body to be reborn, accompanied by an invisible novice gift, a dam system that required the power awakening to be completed before it would activate. Freeloading and waiting through 3 autumns, the moment to shine had finally arrived. He has now proudly stepped into the ranks of main characters, enjoying the omnipotent halo. Checking the information, his current profession is First Awakening Beast Tamer at level 1. The meager stats include strength at 70, speed at 50, spirit slightly better at 110, endurance at 60, and his inventory is completely empty. Attached are 3 starter skills: Life Contract level 1, Beast Taming Space level 1, and Summon Tamed Beast level 1. Just as it booted up, the system immediately spat out a novice quest with the fancy name Pay to Escape Bad Luck, spend money to change fate. The requirement is very pragmatic. Lin Han just has to offer exactly 10,000 Tian long coins to unlock a divine privilege feature, promising to bring a more muscular, more powerful, and much tougher body. Lin Han tightly gripped the bank card, soaked with Bai Bing's affection. Then he gritted his teeth and spat at the system. "I just scrounged a little bit from Sister Bing and you've already sniffed it out. Fine, take it. Let's see what kind of cheap trick you're going to pull." The moment he bit the bullet and handed over the money, the scenery before his eyes immediately shifted unpredictably, plunging Lin Han into a vast emptiness like the Milky Way. While he was still dazed and clueless about what was happening, the mechanical voice rang out. "Please applaud to commend the host for successfully completing the quest pay to escape bad luck." The spend money to change fate function officially unlocks the ultimate cheat feature, opening a treasury of unique spirit beasts. At this moment, a series of floating cards appeared before Lin Han's eyes, but their illustrations were obscured and hazy, leaving only a few dim shadowy outlines, but looking closely, all those curves bore the silhouettes of beautiful women. Lin Han scratched his head in confusion, while the virtual screen continued to bombard his face with notifications. Detecting that the host's current level is only at the first awakening threshold, the limit for possessing a spirit beast is 1. Do you wish to confirm the unlock? In theory, every 10 levels counts as one advancement, and at each of these stages Lin Han is only allowed to bind a single companion creature. Therefore, if this first choice of his life flops, his future combat prospects are practically ruined. The problem is the wallet pumped with blood by Bing had run dry, offered entirely to the quest just now. Where would he get more money to go to the market and buy a beast? Anyway, the goods distributed by the system probably wouldn't be too useless, so he closed his eyes and went all in for a round. As soon as his finger touched the card in front of him, the light brilliantly erupted once again. The time has come. Lin Han's very first warrior is about to be born. The electronic screen flashed with a text throwing confetti, congratulating him on scooping up one of the 10 primordial fiends. The legendary creature, bearing the title Heavenly Horned Ant. Lin Han was completely petrified, glaring at the tiny creature crawling clumsily on his index finger. "I burned a whole 10,000 tian long coins just to scoop up a tiny ant like this." He was absolutely speechless, his brain freezing in the face of this ironic situation. He was about to scream and ask customer service if there was a refund policy, when that damn machine coldly announced that the Heavenly Horned Ant had completed the life-binding procedure and was in the process of molting into its second form. What kind of rip-off business is this? As if I'd won a contract with an ant, Lin Han screamed out in frustration. But what's done is done. The transformation process ended in a flash, and the Heavenly Horned Ant immediately activated its combat state. The next moment, Lin Han's jaw practically dropped to the floor, because the little ant from earlier had evaporated, replaced by a smoking hot lady with dazzling platinum blonde hair. This unexpected plot twist totally broke the plan. Who could have foreseen that the system possessed such a magical transformation script? It seems for tomorrow's practical combat excursion, he's got victory firmly in the bag. A radiant dawn, right at the training ground in the Shadow Mountains, all the rookies had gathered for a full roll call, ready for their first hunting trip to hone their skills since their power awakening. The one in charge was supposed to be Bai Bing. Unfortunately, she was stuck with an urgent matter and had to be absent. Taking her place was instructor Cao Chong, a man famous for his ironclad principles, while he was droning on giving instructions to the students. Lin Han let his mind wander, his eyes glued to the ant girl sitting shrunk on his shoulder. What a blessing that spirit beasts can conceal their forms, otherwise carrying a female ant around to parade the streets today would make him want to dig a hole and hide. Suddenly, a gentle poke hit his arm. "Little Lin bought any pets yet? If not, just tag along with this young master. My combat class is Berserker, so freaking cool. This chubby boy is named Long Tian Jiao, Lin Han's childhood buddy." Before a refusal could even spill from his mouth, Feng Yang's arrogant tone pounded straight into his eardrums. "Oh my, if you're so desperate and haven't caught anything yet, let your big bro here tame a few spares for you. Lin Han, I advise you to practice barking a few times. Who knows, I might take pity and throw you some beasts. Sounds good to your ears." Lin Han was completely helpless, unable to digest why this blockhead was so obsessed with making him pretend to be a dog. "Who is the dog howling at?" Lin Han casually threw back a line. Feng Yang's brain was drowning in a delusion of power, so he fell into the trap effortlessly. He gleefully replied, "The dog is cursing at you, who else?" Finishing his sentence, his smile suddenly vanished as he realized he had just dug his own grave. "Damn it, you dare to trick me. Are you tired of living?" He aggressively rolled up his sleeves and lunged forward, This time his confidence hit the roof because he was certain Bai Bing wasn't present to act as Lin Han's protective charm. Who could have expected that storm-like attack was blocked by him as lightly as a feather? Lin Han swept a condescending gaze, examining Feng Yang from head to toe, then spoke in a deep voice, "Is this all you've got? Did you miss your dog food this morning so your limbs are weak?" Feng Yang was locked in shackles, gritting his teeth and struggling, but his arm felt like it was encased in concrete, completely immovable. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Damn it, this is too absurd. A guy holding an animal herding profession can actually overpower a melee fighter in a fistfight. He firmly believed in his mind that Bai Bing must have slipped this guy some sort of divine weapon yesterday. What a stroke of luck! Cao Chang's shout rang out and saved his life. "Lin Han, it's your turn. How long are you planning to stall? Hurry up and enter the teleportation portal to your training area." Hearing this, Long Tianjiao became anxious and restless, intending to tag along, but Lin Han waved his hand in polite refusal, claiming he was capable enough to handle it alone. Witnessing the scene of Lin Han rejecting his comrade's help, Feng Yang felt like he had struck gold, flashing a supremely malicious smile, because he had gone through the back door with Cao Chang, setting up a perfect scheme to ensure that Brat's corpse wouldn't return. In truth, Cao Chang had no free time to hold grudges against students, but because he was infatuated with Bai Bing, and she constantly doted on and defended this kid. A flame of jealousy clouded his reasoning, so he decided to join hands with Feng Yang in a plot to eliminate the obstacle. And the immediate consequence was, as soon as he stepped through the spatial circle, Lin Han discovered himself dropped straight into the den of a Gale wolf pack. This is a silver-tier area, strictly for veterans from level 11 to 20. A measly first awakening rookie would be risking his life coming in. He raised an eyebrow in astonishment, secretly wondering if that old geezer Cao Chang was senile or intentionally playing a trick on him. But before he could digest that mess, a spine-chilling string of barks and howls tore through the space from behind. The Gale wolves had caught the scent of fresh meat. And does this cunning breed ever travel alone? In the blink of an eye, Lin Han was swallowed in the encirclement of a starving wolf pack. If it were any other clueless first awakening rookie, their corpse probably wouldn't be intact right at this moment. But to send Lin Han to hell, Cao Chang's dirty little scheme is still far too green. He reached up and gently tapped the tiny ant's head, calling out leisurely, "Yi, time to wake up and work, we have guests over." Hearing her master's voice, the heavenly horned ant instantly awakened. The very next second, she explosively molted into her combat interface. This insect-type beauty, bestowed the name Yi by Lin Han, possessed flowing platinum blonde hair and captivating amber eyes. She stood proudly blocking the way to protect her master, casting a cold glance at the Gale wolf pack without the slightest tremble. "Master, I am fully prepared, as expected of one of the 10 primordial fiends." The heavenly horned ant currently hitting level 10 boasted terrifying stats: strength at 800, agility at 700, spirit at 600, stamina at 900. Accompanied by 2 innate skills: enhancement level 10, adding 30% to all attributes, and colossal strength level 10, boosting the strength stat by 50%. Go ahead, let's see just how formidable the power of the 10 primordial fiends really is. Lin Han crossed his arms and ordered. Coincidentally, the Sharp system automatically updated the opening quest, completely clear out 10 fierce beasts. The reward for this grass-clearing act is an easy 100 beast taming points in the bag. He just tiptoed into battle and already radiated a fierce god of war aura. Without even bothering to flaunt any skills, she merely threw a few basic punches and sent the hungry hounds straight to the hot pot in a split second, wiping out 7 Gale wolf lives while the clock hadn't even ticked past 60 seconds. Witnessing that brutal slaughter, Lin Han couldn't help but clap loudly in admiration. Indeed, the prestige of the 10 most brutal monsters in history is not just for show. Currently, the heavenly horned ant has only reached level 10. If this young lady successfully grows up, who knows to what extent she will destroy. The massive influx of experience pouring in from the wolves' corpses quickly propelled Lin Han straight to level 6. Although his brutal punching power wasn't as terrifying as a Yi's, this much was enough to smack the faces off those belonging to normal combat branches. "Master, the trash has been cleared." Yi quickly shed her god of war image, shrinking back into an innocent, harmless little ant. Carrying the bloodline of the top 10 vicious beasts from the primordial era, hardly any creatures of the same level are qualified to even carry her shoes. But looking at this adorable demeanor, racking one's brain couldn't connect it with the title of a fierce beast. Lin Han's hands itched and he gently ruffled her hair. Who would have thought a Yi would snatch his hand and press it straight against her firm, round chest? Master, rest assured. The sudden touch made Lin Han's heart skip a beat and his thin-skinned face roasted bright red. But amidst that ambiguous moment, he totally failed to sniff out the dark gaze from a group of hidden people in the distance. They whispered among themselves, "Old man Cao Chang tipped us off that it was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat, right? What crack did that wench crawl out of? Heaven knows, but crushing a pack of Gale wolves bare-handed means her skills are nothing ordinary. Not to mention that smoking hot figure, beauty of that caliber is truly a rare and hard-to-find masterpiece. Boss, this girl is way hotter than Bai Bing, how about we? Hee. The scumbags began to hatch dirty intentions. Cao Chang is truly a piece of trash with despicable schemes. Anticipating that the wolf pack couldn't bite Lin Han to death, he had dispatched a whole squad of assassins to stalk him, and now they are gathering to plot his demise. Seeing that a Yi was clearly a tough nut to crack, the ringleader finalized the plan. In a bit, all three of us will lunge at once to ambush her so she can't react in time, then take advantage of the chaos to finish off Lin Han. Little did they expect, as soon as the last word slipped past his lips. Turning his head, he saw a Yi looming behind him, blazing with murderous intent since God knows when. One of her hands was choking a lackey and lifting him into the sky, while the other sidekick had been slapped unconscious and was sprawled out on the ground. "You pathetic ants plan to stroke my master's tiger beard," a Yi dropped in a motionless, steady voice. That pressure squeezed the boss so hard he almost dropped his heart out of fear. He knew full well, someone who could silently take down his two capable henchmen must be at least above level 20. Going toe-to-toe with this monster, his chances of winning were absolutely zero. Without overthinking, he threw away all shame and sprinted wildly to escape. But retreating in one piece isn't that easy, for Lin Han had snapped his fingers, directing a Yi to grab him back by the neck. The ringleader scrambled over the edge while muttering curses, wondering just what kind of badass background that punk Lin Han had to mobilize such a high-level bodyguard for protection. Busy burying his head to flee from death behind him, he blindly ignored the cold, sharp claws with an open maw ambushing right in front of his eyes. Then boom, his body was agonizingly torn to shreds under those life-claiming claws. A Yi hit the brakes. Witnessing that creature reveal itself, Lin Han shouted in panic. A Yi immediately held her ground, conveniently stepping back to shield him right behind her. It seemed the girl had also sniffed out the scent of danger from the giant enemy that had just appeared. Because blocking their path was the Gale Wolf King, the leader of the wolf pack from earlier, bearing a towering level of 22. The power radiating from it was truly not something to be joked with. "Save me," a feeble cry echoed from between the Wolf King's claws. It turned out that scum of an assassin hadn't kicked the bucket yet, sadly as soon as the plea ended. The Gale Wolf King merely pressed its foot down slightly, an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, and then the space sank into dead silence. Obviously, that assassin had officially logged out of the earth forever. The monster bared its disgusting fangs, projecting a resentful and spiteful glare towards Lin Han and a Yi. The system instantly spat out a boss-slaying quest: snap the head off the Gale Wolf King, scoop up a full 200 beast taming points. But Lin Han assessed that the bones of this level 22 Wolf King weren't easy to chew on, so he compromised and whispered in a Yi's ear, urging her to sprint and retreat to preserve their forces first. Yi ignored her master's words, her legs planted like roots without budging, the corners of her mouth even curling up into a bloodthirsty, excited smile. Seeing this fight-to-the-bitter-end posture, Lin Han also scrapped the idea of running away. Looking at that burning expression, for sure this girl was itching for a fight and wouldn't let things slide without unleashing a battle. "Let's bleed it dry then, a Yi, break its neck for me." He had just finished his command, and a Yi tore through the wind, darting off like a rocket fired from its barrel. The Gale Wolf King opened its gigantic maw, roaring a bellow that shook both heaven and earth. Lin Han almost got his eardrums punctured, yet a Yi remained as unyielding as a rock, without a single ripple of panic. The slender figure still sliced through the air, charging straight towards the target. Tragically, when she attempted to use the old trick of knocking its head like before, the Wolf King brutally countered with its tyrannical strength. It flung a Yi high up into the sky, without bothering to give the victim a chance to land. The Gale Wolf King instantly unleashed its ultimate skill Gale Flash, tearing the wind as it launched itself after the figure. following up with a razor-sharp iron claw that crashed down ruthlessly. Yi took the full brunt of the smash, plummeting straight to the ground like a falling meteor. Her figure, which was already dwarfed compared to the monster, now looked even more tragic and frail after taking the hit. The vicious beast had no intention of letting go. It bared its blood-soaked claws, crazily pouncing on Yi for another strike. The rain of vengeful blows continuously hammered down onto the target just like that, forcing the girl into a position where she couldn't react in time, although both her hands still tensed up to defend. Lin Han stood on the outside, feeling clearly heartbroken seeing his warrior going through such hardship. The level gap is still a wall too thick. Rushing into a head-on clash like this, Yi is completely outmatched in pure force. The Wolf King went madder the more it tasted blood. Seizing that opportunity, a few scattered Gale wolves from a blind spot tried to play dirty and sneak attack Lin Han. This pack of dogs is truly blind to the rules of fair play, specializing in hiding in the bushes to bite from behind. Fortunately, his body's attributes had been significantly augmented. His current physique is more than enough to go toe-to-toe with warriors. Lin Han rolled up his sleeves, transforming into a god of war to pound the thieving hounds into a pulp. Dancing a few martial arts moves, he had already taken down 2 of them. Adding the 7 lives reaped by Yi earlier, the quest to clear 10 monsters was pretty much nearly complete. Lin Han was on a roll of excitement, reaching out with his burly arms to tightly squeeze the jaws of a Gale wolf. Then with a single twist, he violently tore its body into 2 bloody halves. And that's a wrap. The novice quest was perfectly completed, neatly pocketing 100 precious beast taming points. Right after scooping the prize, Lin Han hollered, instructing Yi to unleash her ultimate skill Frenzied Strike immediately. This is the exclusive active skill of the Heavenly Horned Ant, requiring a bite of 100 beast taming points to awaken. Its effect is blasting exactly 100% pure true damage directly into the enemy's face, with a cooldown of exactly 5 minutes. Hearing her master shout, Yi didn't hesitate to pump out a palm strike, activating the skill. The first step, she tore open space, turning invisible from the sight of the alpha wolf. The Gale Wolf King was bloodthirsty and holding the upper hand. Suddenly losing track of its prey, it became furious to the core, roaring in anger. It looked back and forth, searching until its eyes grew tired but still couldn't spot Yi hiding in any corner. Right at that moment of negligence, the platinum blonde figure loomed out for an assassination. The wind-tearing speed made it impossible for the opponent to react in time. When the Wolf King's skull was completely in the bullseye, Yi exploded with 100% of her arm strength and smashed down, punching right through its body, sending the boss to heaven and completing the leader quest. The boss Gale Wolf King officially evaporated from the map, tributing 200 beast taming points, along with 1,500 experience points that came rushing into Lin Han's pockets. Standing and staring at the giant corpse lying belly up in the middle of the road, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A formidable level 22 Wolf King, yet it perished with just 1 slap from Yi. The power of a vicious beast is truly nothing to joke about. Thank heavens she is standing on the same front line as Lin Han. If she were on the enemy faction's side, it would have been a real disaster. While Yi was still floating in the glory of victory, the system exploded with a new notification for Lin Han, announcing that a pile of weapons had dropped from the corpses of the Gale Wolves and the Wolf King, and were now lying obediently in the inventory. At this time, the wind-tearing frenzied state was also slowly lifted. Yi blinked, retracting her butcher interface, and returned to that well-behaved, fragile appearance. "Master, I've smashed those dogs to pieces." She gleefully showed off her achievement, then didn't hesitate to fly forward and bury her face into Lin Han's chest. "Hold on, tone it down a bit." Lin Han frantically raised his hands to catch her. That bouncy touch from that smoking hot chest rubbing against his chest made him turn completely red, truly shameful. But to be honest, he couldn't bear to push this fluff ball away either. Sadly, a few seconds later, Yi's energy seemed to have completely run dry. Her eyes started to droop sluggishly. "Master, I'm completely exhausted, so sleepy." Just as she finished whining, the young lady tumbled to the ground and snored soundly. Lin Han chuckled softly, affectionately stroking her messy hair. "You've worked hard. Get some rest to regain your strength." Yi instantly retracted her form into a tiny little ant. Being carefully placed securely on his shoulder by Lin Han hands free now, He finally started digging into his inventory to scrutinize. Unexpectedly killing monsters actually dropped such premium items. This damn software feels just like it's turning his life into an RPG game exactly like in his previous life. Lin Han was eager to inspect the exclusive drop from the Wolf King's mouth to see how it shaped up. It was the silver-grade Fang of Evil. Premium divine weapon that only drops from the Gale Wolf King, requiring the wielder to hit level 22. It adds a flat 50 points of strength, 80 points of agility, and maximum durability reaches 80. The attached perk is a rapid burst of frenzy. If the master is injured, all attributes will skyrocket by an additional 50%. Lin Han stared at the stats, and his eyes lit up like headlights. Having such good karma is truly heaven-defying. That's not all, even those scrub Gale wolves paid tribute with items. Picking up a bronze-grade ice staff, randomly dropped from minions, it just needs you to be level 10 to use. The stats are pretty decent, increasing magic power by 50 points, durability capping out at 50. The real moneymaker is that it's packed with a passive freezing skill, where each attack carries a 30% chance to turn the opponent into an ice statue in a split second. Although this thing has no chance competing against the Fang of Evil, throwing it into the market would probably fetch a fairly good amount of money. Lin Han rubbed his hands in satisfaction, calculating to wait until Yi gets enough sleep and recovers her energy. Then they'll drag each other out to grind more, leveling up while squeezing money out of the world. Doing a quick mental count, he pulled out the stat board to check his level. Completing 2 continuous quests, he had officially hit level 10. It's time to process the second awakening, otherwise he won't be able to budge up even a single level. Lin Han took a breath and smacked his lips. Well, didn't expect that munching on a Wolf King corpse would already blow the experience bar past its ceiling limit. Was planning to drag his butt out to grind a bit more to polish his strength and earn extra cash, but looking at this situation, it seems unnecessary now. However, before packing up and retreating, he had to swing by to interrogate those 2 dying assassins and rip it out of their throats to see who was pulling the strings from behind. Looks like the upcoming days will still be quite stormy, definitely won't be free and boring at all. The clock ticked past a few hours. Cao Chang and the medical team had lined up neatly, standing by in front of the spatial gate. Watching for the students returning from the trial, he ordered the whole team to prepare bandages and medicine for emergency resuscitation. But deep down in his dark mind, he was gloating, imagining that some unlucky bastards had definitely rotted to the bone with no way back. A typical example being that brat Lin Han. Cao Chang, a fierce shout pierced right into his ears. Turning around, his eyes met Bai Bing, whose face was overflowing with murderous intent. "Oh, Miss Bai, what ill wind blew you here? It's just welcoming the students back from their practical training. I can handle it all. Why did you bother coming all the way out here and tiring yourself out?" Seeing the beauty of his dreams, Cao Chang hurriedly put on a flattering face, acting completely innocent as if he had absolutely nothing to do with Lin Han being teleported to the wrong zone. But Bai Bing was not a 3-year-old child to be fooled. She fired straight at his face without hesitation. "Regarding Lin Han's trial ground, you owe me a proper explanation, don't you? Miss Bai, I know well enough that you favor the boy Lin Han, but as educators, we must treat all students fairly. In terms of pedagogical skills, I am more than capable of tutoring you. How about you and I find a quiet, secluded corner to discuss this more deeply?" Cao Chang dropped cheap, flirtatious words, and as a result, he successfully stepped on the tail of the tigress Bai Bing. Murderous intent surging, she unsheathed her dagger and pressed it right against his throat, coldly emphasizing every single word to repeat the exact same question. "Cao Chang, I repeat, what exactly is going on with the Lin Han incident?" Cao Chang knew very well that once this female leopard caught fire, she would slash and stab without mercy. Cold sweat broke out and drenched his forehead. He panicked and waved his hands, still stubbornly denying everything. "Miss Bai, what language are you speaking? I don't understand at all." Bai Bing snorted in contempt, tearing off his mask. "Lin Han has just barely awakened the Beast Tamer class, yet your old self dared to throw him into a silver-tier grinding zone. He can't even protect himself in there, let alone find a temporary guardian beast. You saw that the Lin family has fallen and no one is left, so you dragged that boy out to be cannon fodder, right?" Cao Chang trembled, gingerly using his finger to push the sharp blade away from his throat. "Miss Bai, I'm so wronged, you've misunderstood my good intentions. I made such arrangements with precise microcalculations. He holds the Beast Tamer class, If he isn't thrown into the roaring fire to be forged, when will he ever swim up to high levels? Besides, I didn't throw the kid into the jaws of death. I secretly dispatched 3 teaching assistants to invisibly stand by and protect him. This old Cao Chang really had a foul mouth and knew no shame. Sending 3 executioners straight out to take Lin Han's head, and now he whitewashed them into 3 guardian teaching assistants. Bai Bing indignantly sheathed her dagger. But her eyes still shot angry sparks, throwing down a final ultimatum that if Lin Han lost a single hair, she swore to skin him and pull out his tendons to settle the score. Fine, I know. Cao Chang stroked his throat and smiled awkwardly, but in his gut, he was cooking up another disgusting scheme. Keep acting all high and mighty with me. When you see the cold corpse of that little bastard, let's see how much longer you can be so arrogant and aloof. The scumbag smirked and screamed in his mind. Then his perverted brain began to draw up a scenario where Bai Bing obediently served and submitted beneath him, making him unable to hold back, a filthy, sleazy smile spreading across his face. Just then, a notification sound rang out, signaling that the students participating in the trial had started crowding back in. First figure to proudly step out of the spatial rift was Lang Langzu, the beauty bearing the rare power of the Storm Mage, arrogantly holding the illustrious title of one of the Yizhang twin prodigies. The moment her silhouette appeared, the entire stands erupted in envious gasps. Oh my god, it's Lang Langzu, the big sis really is the first one to clear the game. The title of Yizhang twin prodigies truly is top tier. Look at Lin Han, it's literally an abyss of difference compared to this angel. Following right behind Lang Langzu was Feng Yang. As soon as he poked his face out of the gate, he eagerly threw out flattering words. Truly amazing, living up to the title of the school's top student, appearing even earlier than me. Ignoring Lang Langzu's gradually darkening face, Feng Yang still shamelessly tailed her. He babbled on that they were both outstanding talents of Yizhang High School, and they definitely needed to be closer in the future. Even tried to reach out and put an arm around her shoulder, but there was no way Lang Langzu would give the time of day to this kind of clout chaser. She coldly dodged to the side, causing Feng Yang to grab an armful of air, leaving him bitterly disappointed and humiliated. If it were the former Lin Han, I might have considered it, but someone of your level is out of the question. Lang Langzu mercilessly dropped a harsh rejection. These knife-like words immediately infuriated Feng Yang. Right after that, Long Tianjiao was the 3rd person to step out from the teleportation gate. The moment this chubby guy showed his face, he scrambled to look around, frantically asking whether his blood brother had finished the test yet. However, what awaited him was a highly sarcastic smirk from Feng Yang. It's really hard to believe that a fatty like you didn't leave your corpse behind in this trial, truly the blessing of several lifetimes. But your golden buddy probably doesn't have that kind of luck. It's 100% certain that Lin Han has already surrendered his life in the secret realm. Hearing this, Long Tianjiao's blood boiled furiously. He only hated that he couldn't rush in and throw kicks at Feng Yang right on the spot. Even so, that guy didn't know the meaning of restraint. He brazenly taunted a few more sentences to poke at the other's anger. He only agreed to shut his mouth when Coach Cao Chang roared, "All of you shut your mouths for me. Long Tianjiao, is Lin Han your father or something that you care so much? Stop having so much free time to meddle in others' business and worry about yourself first." After speaking, he waved his hand to shoo him into a corner to make way for the other students to come out. Seeing that Cao Chang meant to defend him, Feng Yang became even more cocky and smug. As for Long Tianjiao, despite being poured cold water on, he still held an ironclad belief that Lin Han would definitely return safely. An hour passed, and the number of students stepping out of the teleportation gate kept increasing. The little gang dedicated to flattering Feng Yang also showed up. As soon as they were out, these lackeys crowded around to massage and fawn over their boss. On the contrary, Long Tianjiao increasingly felt like he was sitting on a pile of fire. Everyone else had fully come out, so why was Lin Han still missing in action? The chubby guy kept pacing back and forth restlessly, muttering in anxiety. Feng Yang's underlings heard him and immediately burst into mocking laughter. They competed with each other in loudly cursing that Lin Han had already ascended to heaven in the secret realm, because after all, a beginner-stage beast tamer was as fragile as paper. Without summoned beasts for protection, he would inevitably become breakfast for the monsters anyway. However, just as they finished speaking, with a swoosh, a huge, massive rock shot straight out from the direction of the teleportation gate. Thud, it knocked right on the forehead of the loudmouth cursing Lin Han, then bounced over and smacked heavily onto Feng Yang's head, causing both master and servant to clutch their heads and wail loudly. Long Tianjiao's eyes instantly lit up as bright as falling stars, because he knew full well that the owner of that rock was none other than his life-and-death brother. Just got caught up strolling around and forgot the time a bit. Since when did the school get so many dogs barking wildly like this? Lin Han leisurely strode out from the teleportation gate. He looked as relaxed as if he were taking a walk, without a single scratch on him, let alone losing his life. Seeing this, Long Tianjiao was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward. Bai Bing, who had been standing there all this time, finally let out a stealthy sigh of relief. Not seeing his figure for so long, to be honest, her heart had felt like it was on fire. Now the boulder in her heart was finally lifted. If some were overjoyed, then there must be those whose blood boiled seeing Lin Han still breathing. A prime example was Cao Chang. He gritted his teeth, recalling that he had dispatched fully 3 assassins to clean up this brat, yet he still dragged his intact body back. Lin Han, consider your luck to be huge this time, but don't even think I'll let you off the hook that easily, Cao Chang muttered a curse through gritted teeth. Feng Yang was naturally also extremely offended by the sight, but unlike someone who throws stones and hides his hands like Cao Chang, he directly showed his annoyance on his face, true to his usual provoking nature. What can a trash beast tamer with no battle beasts amount to? Probably just holed up in some corner, hiding out the whole time, huh? Lin Han hadn't even bothered to part his lips to speak yet. Long Tianjiao couldn't hold back and snapped back piercingly. Feng Yang, is there a problem with your head? You think everyone is the type who constantly needs someone backing them up like you. Whether I have someone backing me up or not, just bring it out and test it for a round, and your eyes will be opened immediately. But a useless beast tamer like Lin Han, hiding away in the shadowy mountains for so long before daring to crawl out, now that's what you call a genuine cowardly turtle. Feng Yang relentlessly continued to drop mocking remarks. Long Tianjiao was enraged to the core, intending to roll up his sleeves and fight to the death with that bastard, but Lin Han timely reached out to stop his friend. In broad daylight in front of so many eyes, he smirked and boldly declared that someone at Feng Yang's level didn't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for his beast. Just look at Lin Han's smile, overflowing with arrogance. Feng Yang was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, immediately roaring and demanding a duel. If you're so good, let's have a match to see who's superior. If you can beat me, 100,000 Tian Long coins will be yours. But if you lose, obediently kneel down, kowtow, and call me your grandpa. Lin Han blinked and nodded instantly. A sweet deal where he gets pocket money and gets to beat this little brat to pulp, who would be stupid enough to miss out. This time, he swore to make the guy taste Mother Earth. Seeing this, Long Tianjiao got all anxious, hurriedly advising, Lin Han, hold on a sec, the coach is still looming right over there. Coach Cao, this is our personal grudge. Please just stand and watch. Do not interfere. Lin Han directed his gaze and spoke up. Cao Chang naturally nodded in agreement without objection, because in his head he was absolutely certain that even if the brat Lin Han grew wings, he couldn't beat Feng Yang. He even put on a righteous facade, reminding them that a gentleman keeps his word. Once a bet is made, swallowing it back is forbidden, because prestige is a precious tradition of Yizhang High School. In reality, his gut was jumping for joy, only looking forward to the moment Lin Han would have to kowtow and cry, calling Feng Yang his grandpa. Bai Bing, standing not far away, took in all of Lin Han's unhurried and carefree demeanor, so she didn't bother to intervene. She knew full well that this laid-back, cunning attitude proved the kid already had the victory firmly in his hands. The bet officially took the stage under the witness of the whole school. The problem was that Long Tianjiao was still worried sick, so he boldly spoke up. Coach Cao, although I have no part in this bet, because I'm a life-and-death brother with Lin Han, please let me fight side by side with him in this match. The chubby guy was currently just lingering at a level 2 berserker, while Feng Yang was already a level 3 greatsword warrior, so the guy didn't pay him any mind at all. But neither side could have ever expected that the beast tamer Lin Han had already grinded to the threshold of preparing for his second-class advancement. When Feng Yang puffed out his chest and turned on his level information, the whole crowd erupted in noisy gasps of awe. Isn't that crazy, going straight to level 3 already? Bro Feng is absolutely lit, truly worthy of a rare class. Exactly as expected, the motley crew of underlings joined in to hype him up relentlessly. If just popping out a level 3 made this much noise, what if they saw Lin Han's real level? They'd probably drop dead and foam at the mouth. Speaking of Long Tianjiao, the chubby guy started sweating bullets. Feng Yang's class was already high-end to begin with, and pressing him down by a whole level, this kind of gap was indeed very tough to crack. Having finished showing off with his nose in the air, Feng Yang pointed his index finger straight at Lin Han's face, arrogantly crowing. "Lin Han, it's your turn. That fatty Long Tianjiao barely budged to level 2, how could a scrub like you possibly surpass him? I honestly advise you, the two of you should just consciously kneel down and call me your grandpa to make things quick and easy." Long Tianjiao was so angry he saw stars, but Lin Han still acted as light as a feather. "Fatty, just stay calm. That shrimp-level skill of his, I wouldn't even bother giving it a glance." Patting his brother's shoulder to reassure him, he abruptly turned to Feng Yang, smirking and firing back a savage retort. "Just a puny level 3, and you dare to brave the wind. Even if I dropped levels and grinded again, I'd still have more than enough power to leave you eating dust 8 streets away." Finishing his words, Lin Han nonchalantly popped open his own stats. Because he hadn't proceeded with class advancement yet, his current status was stuck at a level 10 Beast Tamer. Perfectly accurate, the very second Lin Han laid his cards on the table, the entire sea of people around him was scared into dropping their jaws, eyes rolling wide open. Feng Yang's face instantly turned as pale as a drowned corpse. And rightfully so, he always had it pinned in his head that beast tamers were a bunch of trash, so how could this guy break out with such terrifying grinding speed? Even a genius like Lang Zhu hadn't achieved this magical feat yet, so he became even more convinced that Lin Han must have used some dark arts or cheated. The mindset of thinking because you're trash, the whole world is trash. Have you ever heard the words hidden class before? Lin Han sneered with his chin up. This match was literally over before it even had time to begin. Let's be real, who wouldn't know the heaven and earth gap between level 3 and level 10? Lin Han lazily turned his body, not bothering to look any further, and pointed his spearhead at Cao Chang. "Coach Cao, the victory belongs to me now. Don't forget you stepped up to act as referee for this case, right? Please keep a close eye on Feng Yang, lest he tries to play the escape card." At this point, Lin Han seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Oh, speaking of which, me reaching this level 10 milestone is all thanks to the immense effort of those beloved teaching assistants. They poured their hearts and souls into escorting me. Coach, remember to send my deepest gratitude to them, okay?" Cao Chang, hearing this, his face became drained of blood. He couldn't possibly fathom that Lin Han was crystal clear about the conspiracy to send people to eliminate him, yet the brat was still alive and kicking here. Even more terrifyingly, Cao Chang started sweating, fearing that Lin Han had grabbed the lackeys by the scruff of their necks and was planning to use that as leverage to choke him out. But Cao Chang had poured blood, sweat, and tears just to reach this position. How could he watch helplessly as a snot-nosed kid overturned his rice bowl? So a vicious ambition suddenly flashed through this scumbag's mind. Today, at all costs, he had to permanently stuff a gag in Lin Han's mouth. Meanwhile, Lang Zhu, standing quietly in a corner, was constantly observing Lin Han attentively. Although her face remained as cold as a stone, her inner self was experiencing raging waves upon witnessing Lin Han hit the level 10 peak in just the blink of an eye. It seemed the once bright star of the academy had officially made his comeback to the martial world. However, Lang Zhu inherently had competitiveness running in her blood, so she swore in her heart that sooner or later she would crush him. Currently, her Storm Mage class had hit the level 5 mark. If placed on a scale with her peers, it was already a terrifying outclass. "Sister Bing, weren't you tied up with some crucial matters? Why would you run all the way out here to catch the wind?" Once all the trouble had been pacified, Lin Han finally strolled over to Bai Bing. "Handled it neatly, so I came over here. Ultimately, this is also my duty, how could I just ignore it?" Bai Bing shrugged and replied. Ong Tianjiao stood beside them visibly jubilant, his hand continuously slapping Lin Han's shoulder while his mouth blabbered on, bragging to Bai Bing about the very things she had just witnessed with her own eyes. The chubby guy boasted to the heavens that in just a few hours, his golden buddy had shot up to level 10, and by just piling on a little more time, the title of world champion would definitely rest snugly in the palm of his hand. However, in a sudden split second, Bai Bing's expression abruptly twisted in horror. Of course, she wasn't having a heart attack over Lin Han's godlike leveling speed. Rather, the cause was that Cao Chang was lunging in for a sneak attack from behind. His seething murderous intent was blatantly exposed. He truly wanted to take Lin Han's life right in broad daylight. With no time for deep thought, facing Cao Chang's punch carrying a destructive force, Bai Bing purely out of reflex shoved Lin Han and Long Tianjiao away to either side. Instantly, Bai Bing threw out her own iron-like fist to block the lethal blow. Cao Chang, what are you trying to pull? Daring to lay hands on a student is trampling all over the academy's rules. Bai Bing, stop pulling out that scrap paper heap of academy rules to threaten me. At this moment, an absolute frenzy had completely swallowed Cao Chang's last shred of reason. He had forged an iron resolve that today he must strike Lin Han's name off the mortal plane, even if the woman he secretly longed for tried her hardest to block the way. The bitter truth was, Bai Bing's combat ability was ultimately still a notch below Cao Chang's. She was struck by this bastard and sent flying face first into the dirt, but her will to resist didn't shatter in the slightest. As long as she still breathed here, no one should even dream of playing the thug and bullying Lin Han. In the other corner, Long Tianjiao was screaming himself hoarse to cheer her on, but Lin Han saw right through that Bai Bing was completely the underdog against Cao Chang. If this dragged out any longer, the one courting disaster would definitely be her. Just as predicted, every one of Bai Bing's attacks was effortlessly broken by Cao Chang. In fact, her fierce resistance only seemed to add fuel to the fire of his madness. Damn it, to think you'd fight to the death to protect that little brat. This master's bit of true affection might as well have been tossed to the dogs. Cao Chang gritted his teeth and cursed silently, taking advantage of the momentum to swing his arm out straight. He clamped down hard on Bai Bing's ankle, then used his strength to hoist her upside down into the air. His filthy hands started groping, intending to use this opportunity to cop a feel and eat the beauty's tofu. But the scumbag's despicable intent was strangled in the cradle, because right at the moment, 1,000 pounds hung by a hair, Lin Han dashed out to engage in battle. Because Cao Chang was pouring all his attention into the beauty in his hands, he was completely blind to the leg sweep grazing toward him from Lin Han. By the time he snapped out of it, heaven and earth were spinning. Lin Han's lightning-fast kick had launched him away so hard it deformed his entire face. By natural reflex, Cao Chang let his arm drop and released Bai Bing. She flailed, losing her balance, but thankfully Lin Han was quick-handed enough to scoop her neatly into his arms. "Sister Bing, are you still okay?" He softly raised his voice. Bai Bing let out a heavy breath, nodding to signal she was safe even though half her soul had flown away. Next, Lin Han turned his head to look down at Cao Chang, who was crawling pathetically on the ground, and dropped a taunt. "Coach Cao, how sweet and sour is the taste of taking a kick from a level 10. You suddenly pulled such a vicious sneak attack. If you can't squeeze out an excuse pleasing to the ear, I wouldn't mind letting you taste the flavor of a level 10 Beast Tamer's strength again." Cao Chang was enraged to the max, pointing a finger straight at Lin Han's face and roaring, "Lin Han, don't think I'm blind and don't know what kind of cheap trick you used to crawl up to level 10. I specifically dispatched 3 level 15 teaching assistants to tail you, yet now not a single one has dragged their body back. It's 100% sure you went crazy and murdered them, then sucked dry their blood and gore to farm experience points for yourself, isn't it?" Cao Chang was rotten to the core. He was clearly the one who schemed to do harm first, yet now he still had the thick face to falsely shift all the blame onto Lin Han's head. He screamed that a cold-blooded and heartless person like him was completely filthy and had no qualifications to step foot into Yizhang High School. That was why he borrowed the banner of carrying out justice for heaven to clean him up right on the spot. After barking, Cao Chang fiercely sprang to his feet again. But this time, before he could even swing a fist, a corpse crashed down heavily from the sky right in front of him. It was none other than the corpse of the ringleader, who had been torn to shreds by the Gale Wolf King. A ripple of panic flashed across Cao Chang's face, but then he immediately unfurled the flags of joy in his belly and started plotting. A how kicked the bucket. Then those 2 little bastards must have somehow gone down to the Yellow Springs to be buried with him. Excellent, dead men tell no tales. Let's see what this wet behind-the-ears punk pulls out to argue back with today. With that triumphant thought, Cao Chang began to pour down eloquent and forceful accusations onto Lin Han's head. Lin Han just maintained a dry, unbothered expression, recounting how he had accidentally stumbled upon a corpse in the Shadow Mountain range. Taking pity, he carried the guy out, not being as despicable as a certain someone, pushing underlings to bear the funeral in his place. Yet now someone still has the brazenness to brush off all responsibility. Ending his sentence, he inched a bit closer to that corpse, squatted down, and hypocritically whispered, "Brother, you're truly out of luck. Even dead, you're still seen by someone as a sacrificial pawn. If you hold any grievances down in the Yellow Springs, just go haunt him in the middle of the night. Don't come knocking on my door." Although Cao Chang's face was as thick as a cutting board, hearing Lin Han's few goading remarks still inevitably gave him the jitters. And as the way of the world goes, the guiltier a person is, the easier it is for them to act recklessly. So he clenched his fists and frantically lunged forward with the sinister intent to cripple all four of the boy's limbs, just to see if that mouth would still dare to flap its lips. Bai Bing and Long Tianjiao were scared out of their wits seeing this. They were more than capable of sniffing out Cao Chang's sky-high murderous intent, worrying that Lin Han was in for more disaster than luck this time. However, the main character caught in the crosshairs was as unhurried as if taking a stroll, even poking a few more holes in Cao Chang. Hee, guilty conscience making you afraid I'll peel off your mask, so you've resorted to biting wildly, huh? Makes sense. Who in this world would expect someone bearing the title of a teacher to plot the ruin of his very own student? Lin Han both chewed him out and gently danced around, neatly dodging the imposing punch from Cao Chang. Shut your mouth, I am striking to get justice back for a how, the guy opposite roared insanely. But whether it was truly for revenge or borrowing an excuse to murder and silence him, his inner self knew best. And naturally, Lin Han also clearly saw through the fact that Cao Chang wanted to eat him alive at this point. The catch was that after ascending to level 10, from his muscular strength down to his neural reflexes, everything had exploded in a quantum leap. Standing before Cao Chang's lethal blows, Lin Han still wove in and out like a swallow, dodging spectacularly. Feng Yang's side had completely ripped off their masks by now, standing outside yelling at the top of their lungs to cheer for Cao Chang to beat Lin Han to a pulp. Egged on by the crowd, his murderous intent burned even more fiercely, adding to the fact that Cao Chang had been swiping and clawing this whole time without even touching a single hair on Lin Han's head. His blood boiled even hotter, swinging fists repeatedly like a downpour. But alas, even with increased attack speed, Cao Chang was still just punching the air. He started to get suspicious. What the hell was a piece of trash like Lin Han using to defuse his combo attacks? Because even a level 20 combat powerhouse would be sweating bullets to pull this off. In the opposite direction, although he hadn't taken a hit yet, Lin Han understood himself that dragging this out was self-destruction. Cao Chang's level far exceeded his. If they kept playing this meaty close combat game, he was definitely holding a losing hand. However, Lin Han never had any intention of squaring off hand-to-hand with him, using these few scratch-cat martial arts moves anyway. Racking his brains for a moment, he immediately pulled out the brand-new ice staff he had just picked up from his inventory. This weapon required the user to hit the level 10 threshold before it could be equipped. And coincidentally enough, he fit that condition perfectly, tightly gripping the brand-new treasure in his hand. Lin Han immediately unleashed a move without the slightest mercy. And then, right as Cao Chang was aggressively lunging forward, one of his legs was abruptly frozen stiff by a blast of cold air. Seizing the exact moment his brain hadn't even processed the shift yet, Lin Han dashed forward like a gust of wind. Next, he channeled his full power and whipped out a god-tier punch. Kicking this scumbag's massive frame away so hard, he slammed into the rock wall behind. Luckily, after leveling up, Lin Han's strength stats had exploded quite a bit, plus the bunch of buffs from the items looted from those small fry monsters, which was why he could turn the tables and pressure Cao Chang back. Otherwise, even in his dreams, he wouldn't have been able to dig out his fatal weak point in the blink of an eye. Despite just landing a heaven-shaking blow, Lin Han still didn't want to pull his hands back, because a Yi inside had already fully charged her energy tank. Anyway, truth be told, his personal stats right now were still a chunk inferior to Cao Chang's, but if he let a Yi out, that old guy would have no choice but to lie still and take the bullets. Without further hesitation, Lin Han immediately summoned a Yi into battle. At this current moment, the little girl had hit the level 13 mark, and her base stats array had also soared past the 1,500-point threshold. Yi's due of innate skills had also just leveled up to 2. But the core thing was that right now, she was so livid her liver and guts were bruised purple, because Cao Chang had the sheer audacity to lay a hand on her master. Witnessing a Yi launching herself like a cannonball straight toward him, Cao Chang was so scared he sweated bullets. Because the distance between the two sides had been shortened to an alarming degree, he could only swallow his pride and use the worst-case tactic of deploying a defensive shield to block the lethal collision from a Yi as the two energy sources clashed. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, bringing with it both an eardrum-tearing sound and a blinding halo of light that left the entire surrounding audience dizzy and disoriented. The ending could be guessed with eyes closed. How could Cao Chang's flimsy barrier possibly withstand Yi's destructive firepower? After all, she carried the bloodline of one of the top 10 vicious beasts of the Primordial era. Long Tianjiao was ecstatic upon witnessing this comeback, gleefully raising a thumb in praise. Zio Lin, you're truly domineering, so you were secretly hiding such a formidable beauty all along. Bai Bing also didn't take her eyes off the situation of the match. Though her facial features were as placid as a lake's surface, the bottom of her heart was making waves with countless question marks regarding exactly what kind of background Yi had. On the contrary, Cao Chang's fan club, led by Feng Yang, wore ashen faces. Astonishment and shock mixed with extreme terror. Coach Cao got knocked flying. What kind of magical sorcery is this? They muttered, trembling. Midst the ruins, Yi suddenly tilted her face up to the sky, shrieking a resounding roar. Lin Han immediately smelled danger. It seemed she had entered a blood frenzy to the point of losing her reason, so he hastily shouted, Yi, stop your hands and come back right now. As soon as she caught her master's frequency, Yi snapped out of her madness, obediently pulling back her aura and trotting over to stand beside him. This little girl wore the label of an ancient vicious beast, an identity extremely prone to attracting trouble, and Lin Han didn't want to expose her too much at this time. The safest strategy was still to tuck her neatly away in his pocket. Master Yi listened. Is Yi a good girl? Just a moment ago she was a terrifying, berserk sky-horned ant, yet now Yi had transformed back into a soft, adorable little machi baby, constantly rubbing and acting spoiled against Lin Han's arm. Very good, but for now just shrink down into an ant first. Lin Han lowered his voice to coax her. Yi gave a crisp nod. And then in the blink of an eye, turned back into her tiny, bean-sized form. Taking a severe beating to the point of being dizzy and seeing stars. It took half a day before Cao Chang could drag his battered body up. Trembling uncontrollably, he pointed his spearhead at Lin Han, slandering that he not only murdered the school's teaching assistants, but also dared to collude with outside forces to rebel. He harshly proclaimed the sentence that this type of degenerate, undisciplined student deserved to be dragged out and executed for his crimes. Finishing his cursing, Cao Chang roared to the high heavens. His internal power suddenly seemed injected with fresh vitality, bursting into flames. But cruelly enough, before he could even carry that power to claim Lin Han's life, his hopes were extinguished by a resounding voice from above. Immediately after, a figure leisurely descended from midair and landed straight on Cao Chang's left shoulder, using sheer force to press him flat down to eat dirt. Coach Cao, the inside story is still up in the air. Don't be so foolish as to wrongfully accuse a student, that mysterious figure spoke up. Upon looking up and clearly seeing the portrait of the uninvited guest, Cao Chang looked as if his soul had flown away and scattered. Because the person stepping on his back was none other than the captain of Yizhang High School, Si Kong Cheng, a badass level 56 demon-slaying heavenly master. Seizing the chance of meeting the final boss, Cao Chang immediately threw a crying tantrum. Principal, it's this brat. He heartlessly took the lives of teaching assistants to grind levels. I only intended to grab his neck and bring him to justice, yet he dared to resist and tried to take my life. This brutal kind of person must be sentenced to the heaviest crime. Cao Chang even patted his chest to guarantee that the material evidence was crystal clear, with no way to deny it, stubbornly demanding that Si Kong Cheng step up and get justice back for him. But there was no way Lin Han would bend his back to carry this baseless criminal charge, so he shot back immediately. As for the habit of spitting blood to accuse others who couldn't squeeze out a few words, do you think I have too much free time bringing a corpse back just to play some whitewashing trick for myself? Si Kong Cheng slightly raised an eyebrow, then jutted his chin to signal Lin Han to freely present his side of the story. Lin Han nodded, calmly requesting the principal to personally examine the cause of death of the lackey A Hao. Si Kong Cheng immediately began inspecting, and then he quickly discovered that A Hao's entire ribcage system had been smashed into paste. His internal organs were also more than half crushed. A lethal blow this brutal was 100% the handiwork of some giant wild beast. Even so, Cao Chang still strained his neck to argue stubbornly. Even if the culprit that finished him off was a monster, this incident was definitely still linked to Lin Han. If he didn't have a guilty conscience, why would the kid have the free time to drag this corpse out? This thick-faced scumbag aggressively pointed the spearhead at his face and slandered him again. Mr. Cao, you really have quite the smooth talent for shoving words into other people's mouths. With this level of skill, not going to be a scriptwriter is a waste of a talented life. Lin Han burst out laughing. He only had the good heart to pick the corpse up, yet Cao Chang had bitten down hard on the claim that he was the murderer who silenced the guy. If you love making arbitrary guesses so much, why not just boldly confess that this person was planted by you to take my life, but because he was too trash, he ended up getting bitten back by the monster. Being stripped bare and exposed in the middle of the crowd, Cao Chang couldn't help but sweat bullets, but unfortunately, he still tried to punch above his weight and flatly denied it, swearing that as a dignified teacher, there was no way he would do those despicable tricks. Right at this moment, Bai Bing also jumped in to add fuel to the fire in front of Si Kong Cheng. She brought up the incident of Cao Chang deliberately luring Lin Han into a high-level monster zone to accuse him, pointing out that this was undoubtedly a plot to murder a student. What an injustice, Cao Chang cried out bitterly. Headmaster, please see clearly. I bear the title of an instructor. How could I have the heart to push my student to his death? This bunch has clearly conspired to smear me. Everything is just a baseless fabrication by Lin Han. Is there any evidence to prove it? Si Kong Cheng, who was always clear-headed, also nodded slightly at Cao Chang's argument. Pinning such a crime on an instructor was a grave matter. If Lin Han only had his words and couldn't present any ironclad evidence, this case would become a huge mess. Hearing the headmaster's judgment, Cao Chang felt elated inside. The perpetrator firmly believed that his two lackeys were long dead and buried. How could dead men jump up to be witnesses? Besides, even if they were still breathing, who would be stupid enough to turn against him just to protect a brat like Lin Han? But Cao Chang had calculated 1,000 times and never expected the scenario where his two underlings were still perfectly fine. Lin Han remained unbothered because he already had two living witnesses on standby, just waiting for the climax of the play to throw them onto the stage. As the two henchmen crawled out into the light, all the onlookers hanging around widened their eyes in shock. Accompanying that debut was the remains of half a Gale Wolf King. At that time, these three secretly tailed me, but as luck would have it, we ran straight into the Gale Wolf King. That guy Ahau unluckily lost his life on the spot, so out of desperation, I had to make a move to send that wolf to heaven, Lin Han narrated incredibly smoothly. Then he intentionally spoke in half-truths. As for the miraculous excuse that prompted Teacher Cao to send 3 whole people to stalk me, I'm sure these two brothers here will have the most accurate answer to clear up everyone's doubts. As he spoke, he casually landed a painful kick on one of their butts, making the two cowards jump out of their skin in sheer terror. Without needing Lin Han to feed them another word, the two cowards hastily cried and spilled everything. We'll confess everything. It was Teacher Cao who instructed us to follow Lin Han, promising that at the right time, he would arrange for him to die under the claws of a monster. All the dirty tricks were pulled by Teacher Cao's strings. Please spare us, we're really on the verge of a nervous breakdown. There is no shortage of ants in this world, and inherently they are a species that worships an extremely strict pack rule. Lin Han happened to be the boss of a top-tier ant from the Primordial era, so in the secret realm, he easily threatened them into confessing everything. Now that the living proof was clear as day, Lin Han leisurely turned to look at Cao Chang and questioned him. So, Teacher Cao, do you still have anything to defend yourself with? Cao Chang was paralyzed with shock. Even in his dreams, he couldn't have imagined the tables turning this fast. He could only bitterly curse those two useless henchmen. It was bad enough that their skills were so poor they got caught easily, but they were also cowards who spilled all the secrets. With the cards laid out like this, even if Cao Chang grew 100 mouths, there was no way he could deny it. Pushed into a corner, the scumbag hurriedly scrambled up and ran for his life, hoping to escape. Who would have thought that, after just a few strides, he was hit directly by a palm strike from Si Kong Cheng. Right in front of hundreds of students' eyes, the headmaster coldly delivered the verdict. Cao Chang, as a mentor of the academy, you actually harbored the wicked ambition to murder your own student. This behavior has trampled on the core rules of the school. Just sit obediently and wait for the day you receive your sentence. The play was considered over at this point, so Bai Bing grabbed Lin Han's arm, urging him to get in the car and go home. However, before they could leave, Lang Zhu jumped out from some corner to block their way. Lin Han, was that Gale Wolf King really taken down by your own hands? She asked curiously. Before Lin Han could open his mouth, Lang Zhu aggressively stepped forward, not caring about personal boundaries between men and women, bringing her face close to his, relentlessly interrogating him about how he managed to send that monster to the afterlife. Lin Han awkwardly backed away, yelping, "Hold on a second, classmate Leng, could you please keep a safe distance?" Lang Langzu clung to him like a leech, because her intuition told her this was too unreasonable. The nature of Lin Han's class wasn't as tanky as those close combat warriors. He was supposed to play a long-range attack role. Without someone to draw the aggro, him fighting one-on-one with the Gale Wolf King was nothing but a pipe dream. As she spoke, she casually grabbed Lin Han's hand to examine it carefully. After pouring out a tirade, she suddenly looked up, at an extremely close distance to Lin Han, and concluded, "The only answer to this is that you secretly formed a contract with a super-powerful beast." Not stopping there, Lang Langzu even shamelessly invited Lin Han to jump into a simulated battle right away, because she truly wanted to witness his real strength with her own eyes. But Lin Han thought it over, and still felt that this match wasn't reasonable at all. He really didn't expect that Lang Langzu's ice-pure beauty would come with such a childishly meddlesome personality. At that awkward moment, Bai Bing stepped in to bail him out. "Miss Leng, I deeply sympathize with your eager spirit to improve your strength. But right now, the top priority is for you students to summarize your experience from the recent training, not to gather here to compete." Having Bai Bing swat away the hand that was holding Lin Han, Lang Langzu clearly showed her displeasure. Without holding back, she snapped right back. "I just want to verify a Beastmaster's practical combat style, please understand." On the opposite extreme, Bai Bing firmly defended her stance that Lin Han was completely exhausted, and it was time to rest, outright rejecting that simulated sparring request. For a moment, the air temperature seemed to spike a few degrees, as the two beauties glared at each other with intense hostility. Lin Han had to hurriedly wedge himself between the crossfire to defuse the situation. "Teacher Bing, everyone is exhausted after the training today. How about we call it a day early?" Unfortunately, Lin Han's words carried no weight whatsoever. Being simultaneously glared at by both Lang Langzu and Bai Bing, he promptly zipped his mouth shut. Especially Bai Bing, her inner mood was terrible. Earlier, a little Aya popped out of nowhere, and now this Miss Lang Langzu showed up. She really couldn't understand since when the brat Lin Han, whom she always cared to protect, had become such a chick magnet. And she found it strange herself. Why was she caring so much about these trivial matters when she and Lin Han didn't even have a deep relationship? To avoid getting too dragged into the interference, Bai Bing had to swallow her anger, turning on her heel and leaving first in a huff. But before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a word of advice. "If all the troubles here have been settled, then I will take my leave. Have a safe trip home, kids." Bai Bing disappeared from sight, leaving Lin Han stranded with Lang Langzu and a sky full of questions. The girl's expression looked as if she wanted to eat him alive if she couldn't extract an answer. "I'm too drained today. Let's sit down and have a proper chat some other time when we're free." Lin Han hurriedly changed the subject. "HMPH, out of consideration for your fatigue, remember today's promise." Lang Langzu stomped her foot in frustration and turned away. Only now did Lin Han dare to breathe a sigh of relief. He began to ponder over Bai Bing's fury just now. Of course, how could a naive young man vaguely guess that the goddess was jealous, as he had never even dreamed of that scenario? Lin Han simply thought she was annoyed because she was worried about him risking his life in dangerous trials, so he didn't bother racking his brain over it anymore. After all, there was still a mountain of tasks waiting to be resolved. Without further hesitation, Lin Han headed straight to the trading post of Shadow Mountain. With 2 high-quality items in hand, if he could sell them for a good price, not only would he solve his livelihood problem, but he might also be able to clear his debt with Bai Bing. The manager of the trading post, Tian Bian, personally came out to welcome Lin Han. Upon hearing that the kid brought 2 pieces of equipment to sell, he immediately wanted to appraise their quality himself. Seeing this, Lin Han had no reason to refuse, decisively displaying the 2 treasures he had just hunted from the silver-tier farming zone on the mountain. Looking at the loot, Tian Bian froze for a few seconds. He only snapped out of his daze when Lin Han called out to him. "Manager Tian, is there a problem with the goods?" "Apologies for my lack of manners." Tian Bian waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes probing, taking the liberty to ask, "Are you Lin Han?" "That's right, have you heard of my name before, Manager Tian?" Hearing the confirmation, Tian Bian suddenly let out a hearty laugh. He nostalgically recounted the nearly 10-year friendship between himself and Lao Lin, the boy's father. In terms of seniority, he warmly told the boy to just call him Uncle Tian to be closer. Speaking of which, Tian Bian patted him heavily on the shoulder, his mouth incessantly praising, Good job, nephew, to think you've already conquered the silver zone of Shadow Mountain by yourself. With such young talent, the day the Lin family regains its reputation is definitely not far away. Feeling relieved by his words, then I'll leave these two items entirely in your hands, Uncle Tian. Lin Han pursed his lips to hide a calculating smile. He truly didn't expect to bump into his dad's old friend in a place like this. With such a golden opportunity, why not take the chance to bargain for a little more? However man proposes, God disposes. The other party was a seasoned merchant. Even if he was a close friend of Lao Lin, upon seeing that Lin Han was a total rookie, Tian Bian's merchant nature flared up, aiming to lowball the kid. Evenly matched, both were scheming to get the upper hand, and Tian Bian made the first move. The uncle offered the figure of 5 million Tian long dollars for both items. The smile on Lin Han's lips vanished instantly. He cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious. Uncle Tian, close is close, but business must be fair. These items dropped from a genuine Gale Wolf King. The lowest price should be 8 million. Tian Bian wasn't about to give up easily, using his slick tongue to pull the price up to 5.5 million, even using his past friendship with the boy's father as a shield. Lin Han also went with the flow, clinging tightly to this fragile uncle-nephew bond, pretending to compromise a tiny bit from the initial 8 million mark. Let's do it this way, kid. 6,666,000 for a flood of good luck, okay? Let's seal the deal right now. Tian Bian skillfully finalized. This time, Lin Han nodded in agreement right away, because in reality, this number had already far exceeded his initial expectations. Deal closed, happy cooperating uncle. Tian Bian smiled as bright as a flower, reaching out to shake his hand firmly, but in his heart, he kept having this nagging feeling that he had just been played by this little brat. The working style of the trading post was extremely neat and lightning fast. The staff quickly brought out 2 stiff cards for Lin Han. The money had been fully disbursed. One contained the over 6 million from selling the items. The other was a VIP customer card with a buy now pay later privilege of up to 3 million Tian long dollars. Next time you hunt some rare goods or need any support, just give your uncle a call. Tian Bian patted his shoulder enthusiastically again. Agreed, thank you so much, Uncle Tian. Holding the stack of crisp cards in his hand, Lin Han floated in the feeling of someone who had just escaped poverty. With his pockets jingling with money, the thought popped into his head to stroll around and see if there were any nice magic scrolls to buy. Wandering around for about 10 minutes, Lin Han finally walked out the door with a satisfied smile. Tian Bian stood looking at the teenager's back, secretly highly evaluating this child. Having just awakened and already possessing such formidable strength, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. With the eyes of a seasoned businessman, of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to let slip the chance to build a relationship with such a promising young seedling. Just as he strolled back to his front door, Lin Han saw a massive car parked conspicuously right in front of his house. His eyes swept over the middle-aged man standing next to the car, immediately recognizing him as Butler Liu of the Bai family. Ever since the Lin family declined, the two sides rarely interacted. Today, Butler Liu personally made the long trip here. He was dead sure that it was a matter of utmost importance. Butler Liu jerked his chin toward the car, explaining in a deep voice. It turned out that Bai Bing, wanting to help him, dared to bring people to storm into a diamond-tier secret realm just to capture a void beast. Because of this impulsive action, she was currently grounded by the family head, so she had to ask him to deliver this creature into Lin Han's hands. Lin Han froze for 5 seconds. He truly didn't expect Bai Bing to risk her life diving into that deadly dangerous area, a place that even Headmaster Si Kong Cheng had to be wary of. This silly girl had sacrificed too much for him. But the story didn't end there. Butler Liu began to relay the orders from the head of the Bai family. The master has spoken. The Bai family treating you this way is already fulfilling our obligations. Once you accept this void beast, from now on, we go our separate ways. Well, water does not interfere with river water. Mr. Liu's words were as sharp as a razor, carrying an extremely tough attitude. He emphasized the demand that from now on, Lin Han must absolutely not come near or bother the eldest miss of their family anymore. That patronizing tone was like pouring a bucket of cold water on Lin Han's soaring pride. His hand, which was about to touch the crate holding the void beast, immediately pulled back. He turned around, his sharp, cold eyes staring straight at the old man. Uncle Liu, oh wait, Butler Liu. I acknowledge the goodwill of you all, but I, Lin Han, and the Bai family have never had any binding relationship. The day my family fell, I didn't hold out my hand to beg you for a single dime, and it's the same today." Dropping a stone-cold sentence, Lin Han decisively turned his back and walked away. He bluntly demanded that the man carry that beast back to where it came from himself, and conveniently asked him to pass a message to the head of the Bai family that any charity from them, whether it be a wild beast or any favor, he, Lin Han, did not care to accept. Seeing the boy's stubborn attitude, Butler Liu smirked ominously. He muttered, "Young Master Lin talks tough, but in this world, what the Bai family doesn't give, no one is allowed to take, and what the Bai family stuffs into your hands, don't even think about refusing." Clearly, this tough old man intended to use the family's authority to force Lin Han to accept the item, thereby severing that entangling affection with Bai Bing once and for all. Seeing that reasoning wasn't working, old Liu decided to use force. He believed that if you want to refuse, you must first have the qualifications and the strength. Finishing his sentence, he dashed forward from behind with the speed of wind. But the following scene was truly abnormal. Lin Han didn't bother dodging, nor did he even take a defensive stance. He merely turned half his face back indifferently, glancing at the man with eyes as cold as a glacier. What was even more terrifying was that a battle-hardened expert like Butler Liu was actually frozen on the spot by that deadly gaze. Despite screaming in denial internally, his legs at this moment had betrayed him and were trembling uncontrollably. Old Liu was utterly horrified. Didn't the rumors say Lin Han was just a mediocre beastmaster? Then, where did this overwhelming murderous aura currently suppressing him come from? The old man gritted his teeth in resentment. His pride wouldn't allow him to submit to the power of a wet-behind-the-ears teenager. Right at that tense moment, Lin Han lightly flicked a bank card flying straight toward him. He stated flatly that it contained enough money to cover both the principal and interest that Bai Bing had lent him, and he was now settling the debt cleanly. "Please pass my thanks to Sister Bing for me, but my rule, Lin Han's rule, is to owe no one. From now on, don't ever lay a hand on me again. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless and casting aside all the old ties between the Lin family and the Bai family." Lin Han's voice was as sharp as a knife. The moment he finished speaking, he turned on his heel and walked straight into the house. Leaving Butler Liu standing there dumbfounded, tightly gripping the card, his mind still unable to catch up with the situation. He wondered if the person just now was really the kid Lin Han, a fallen young master with a bottom-tier class. Where did he get that aura that overwhelmingly suffocated others like that? Dragging his exhausted body into his room, Lin Han let out a long sigh. Letting himself free-fall onto the soft mattress, he had looked imposing on the outside just now, but to say his heart wasn't turbulent would be lying to himself. He understood his current status perfectly well. The Bai family wanting to draw a clear line was only natural. As for Bai Bing, though he had always taken the initiative to keep his distance to avoid bringing trouble to her. But the feeling of being forced directly to his face still made his chest ache in frustration. Thinking more about it only gave him a headache. Lin Han decided to toss this annoyance to the back of his mind. The most important thing right now was to get some sleep and recharge his energy. Tomorrow, he still had to go complete his class advancement quest. When his breathing became even, a Yi slowly appeared in the guise of a tiny ant. Looking highly amused, she rubbed her tiny head against Lin Han's cheeks. Feeling that wasn't enough, she then transformed back into her maiden form, gently wrapping her arms around her master as a way to soothe his wounds. "Good master, you've worked hard today." With the warmth of a beauty beside him, Lin Han fell into a sweet dream, sleeping soundly until morning. As soon as dawn broke, the first thing he did after getting out of bed was to head straight to the temple to receive his advancement quest. Along the way, his ears continuously caught countless whispers. "Heard any news? First high school just spawned a terrifying beastmaster." "Yeah, I heard, a clearly useless class, yet somehow he easily climbed to level 10 and even took down Cao Chong. It's really hard to believe. Do you guys think he'll come here today to take his class advancement?" Lin Han could only smile bitterly inside hearing that. The public's mouth was truly the fastest broadcasting station. Luckily, these people didn't know what he looked like yet. From now on, it was better to keep a low profile for safety, avoiding bringing trouble upon himself. Following the receptionist's instructions, Lin Han stepped up to the second floor of the main hall. What met his eyes was a giant crystal block placed right in the center. According to procedure, users just had to place their hand on the stone to view their advancement exam. Lin Han swallowed hard, feeling a bit nervous inside because this was his first time leveling up himself. But it's just a level 10 milestone quest. Surely it wouldn't be too torturous, right? Thinking so, he confidently placed his hand on the surface of the crystal. The information immediately popped up on the screen. Quest name, The Thunder Wrath of the Lost Kingdom. Difficulty, 5 stars. Requirements, kill the Lei Ming beast at the ancient ruins and collect 7 energy stones. The designated hunting ground was the Shattered Ruins Zone. The event of Lin Han drawing a 5-star difficulty exam was immediately broadcasted widely to the entire crowd present in the Grand Hall. The crowd erupted in shock because everyone knew that was a legendary death-defying difficulty level. At this stage, without a mercenary party for support, it was a guaranteed one-way trip. As for our unlucky young man, after reading the quest board, he was just left speechless. First time doing a class advancement and already rolling the skip-a-turn box with a 5-star level, his cursed hand was truly unmatched. The murmurs still didn't stop. Which unlucky bastard stepped on a nail? I wonder what class he is to be so highly skilled. Lin Han sneakily wiped away drops of sweat, telling himself it was a good thing the system only announced the exam prompt and didn't broadcast his name too, otherwise he would be buried in trouble. Since he already accepted the quest, he had to drag his body over to do it right away, no delays allowed. The scene transitioned to the desolate and deserted Shattered Ruins Zone. Loitering around a corner of the ruins were a few ragged tents, the headquarters of the mercenaries. "See ye a mercenary here?" yawned and complained. "Not even a ghost wants to come here for quests. Looks like we'll be drinking watery porridge to stay alive this month." Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Han's figure appearing in the distance. The people around also started whispering, "Looks pretty dapper, probably another rich kid coming out here to experience life. Our time has come, a plump fat sheep. Watch your mouth, what fat sheep, this is our cash-flowing boss." See, he puffed out his chest and stepped out to block the way. "Kid, here to do a quest, right? Do you need our mercenary team for protection? Guaranteed quality and prestige. Seeing that you're new, I'll give you a special 20% discount on the service fee." Lin Han replied curtly, "No need." The thick-skinned guy still cozied up. "Hold on, we can negotiate the price further. Or how about this time I'll do it for free, let's just consider it making friends." Lin Han tightened his grip on the wrist that was about to wrap around his neck. "I said no need. If you keep pestering me, consider losing this arm." Finishing his sentence, Lin Han forcefully threw the guy backward. He sneered inwardly, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Do you think I'm a fool? This mercenary group, if they aren't extorting money, they're running a scam to lure people to deserted spots to murder and rob them. They're up to no good." See ye, humiliated and furious, roared, "Bastard, I'm going to smash his bones to pieces." An accomplice spoke up to stop him. "Baldy, stop it." See, he was still fuming. "Boss, are we really just going to swallow this insult?" Lin Mei calmly replied, "There are security patrols around here. It's not convenient to make a move. We'll just stand still, no one can do anything. Let him walk out of the safe zone smugly, then we'll play with him later." Ignoring the petty thugs, Lin Han cast his eyes around. So this is the Shattered Ruins. The style here is definitely completely different from Shadow Mountain. "Come out, ye, it's time to head out." The little beauty excitedly rubbed closely against him. "Master, I'm ready." Lin Han patted her head and smiled dotingly. "Good girl, today I'll let you fight to your heart's content." Looking at the new notification that popped up, he was surprised. "Oh wow, I actually triggered a system quest too." The dazzling gold board displayed the text, "Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked a Lord-tier quest, Heart of Thunder. Content, hunt down the Thunder Emissary, collect the Heart of Thunder." Glancing at the rewards, Lin Han smiled brightly. A whole 300 Beastmaster points. Not bad at all, this reward is top quality. Little Aya's strength lately has relied entirely on this point mine. The problem was that the place to complete his advancement quest was looming right in front of him. While he had no idea where the Thunder Emissary was wandering, he'd probably have to buy some intel from Uncle Tian. He instructed Yi, "For now, let's just clear out the level-up quest, then I'll take you to farm Beastmaster points later." Advancing deeper inside, Lin Han encountered a pack of Lei Ming beasts, level 15 monsters that like to move in herds. Yi single-handedly defeated the monster squad with ease. Realizing things were going south, they swiftly turned their attacks toward him. Lin Han calmly pulled out a magic item, smirking, "Can't eat Yi, so you plan to shift targets to me." Rolling heat gathered into a giant fireball, "Then try a taste of this." Roasted Lei Ming beasts will probably smell delicious. The monster pack stared in terror. We're doomed this time, help. The magic scroll unfurled, and a barrage of fireballs tore through the wind, blasting straight into the Lei Ming beast formation. The system chimed continuously, successfully killed Lei Ming beast, and picked up an energy stone. Warning, you have reached the experience limit for your first-class advancement. You must complete the advancement quest, otherwise you cannot break through the limit. Before entering the second advancement, you cannot absorb any more experience. Lin Han dug out a bunch more magic treasures, fireball spell, heavenly fire spell, and even fire bullets. My quest isn't finished yet. Where do you guys think you're escaping to? My magic scrolls don't agree to let you go. Yi, hurry up, clean them up for me. Yes, sir. The pitiful monsters could only cry in agony amidst a raging sea of fire with no way to escape. Wrapping up the sweep, he tossed the energy stone in his hand, smiling broadly. Perfect. In the blink of an eye, I've collected enough energy stones. Magic scrolls may be expensive, but they sure get the job done fast. The item's status window popped up. Skyhorn Ant, descended from the 10 Primordial Fiends lineage. Level 15. Strength 2000, Agility 1800, Spirit 1700, Constitution 2100. Skills. Enhancement Level 2 increases all basic stats by 50%. Giant Strength Level 2 increases Strength attribute by 60%. Critical Punch Level 1 deals damage equal to 100% of own strength to the target. He clicked his tongue in regret because he hadn't finished advancing, so all that experience was flushed down the drain. But it was somewhat comforting because he jumped straight from 13 to 15. All things considered, today's trip was fruitful. Lin Han took his mobile phone out of his pocket. He guessed the trading post would already have information on the Thunder Emissary. The voice on the other end rang out. Little Lin, Uncle managed to find out the location of the Thunder Emissary. I'll send it over to you right away. However, that Thunder Emissary is extremely dangerous. If you haven't reached your second advancement and are below level 15, it's best you don't go alone. Hanging up the phone, Lin Han happily beckoned to Yi. Let's go, time to harvest Beastmaster points. She nodded, obeying Master's orders. Lin Mei hid in the shadows, trailing behind them. Even the cheapest magic scroll costs tens of thousands. Who knows how many that brat has thrown so far? This guy is definitely a wealthy player. If we bag this haul, we'll strike it rich. See, he was itching for action, boss. Can we rush in and butcher him now? She dismissed it. Take your time, let that brat pick up a few more energy stones to fill his pockets first. Besides, the little girl with him is no pushover either. Wait until they deplete some of their stamina before making a move. See, you gave a thumbs up. Boss is truly wise. Before long, Lin Han was facing the level 17 Thunder Emissary. Looking at its stats, he pursed his lips in disdain. Only level 17. Far inferior to the Gale Wolf King, fighting this has no challenge at all. Yi, finish it quickly so we can go home. She cheered and charged forward. Yes, brother. The Thunder Emissary immediately roared when it caught the scent of a stranger. But before it could react, a powerful punch from Yi smashed directly into its mouth, making it vomit blood on the spot. She immediately shrank back into her ant-true form. In a flash, she vanished out of sight beneath the sand layer, preparing for a deadly ambush. Right under the monster's heel, a small sand mound suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, Yi shot up, delivering an earth-shattering uppercut. Coordinating flawlessly, Lin Han also pulled out an ice magic scroll right away. The magic condensed into an ice block, pressing down right above the monster's head. He indifferently snapped his fingers to dispense death. Go see the King of Hell. The magic scroll turned into a giant, razor-sharp ice spike that pierced through the target. The system chimed, announcing the successful kill of the Thunder Emissary. Experience gained was 0. Yi sat heavily on the ground, panting and complaining she was tired, while Lin Han was focused on reading the notification. Completed the defeat of the Thunder Emissary, reward of 300 Beastmaster points has been transferred. He shook his head and complained, this thing's attack was weak, but its skin was so thick, I scraped until my hands were tired before it dropped. Taking care of this monster netted a full 300 points, so sweet. Points farmed must be spent immediately. First, let's awaken another skill for Yi. The prompt window popped open, confirming the injection of 300 points to unlock a 10 Primordial Fiends talent. A radiant surge of power enveloped her, and the system reported the successful unlocking of the Iron Bone skill, increasing defense by 20%. She gleefully jumped up and hugged Lin Han. Yi feels her body overflowing with power. Thank you, Master. He quickly reminded her, "Be careful, this is a wilderness area." The time was ripe. Lin Mei leisurely stepped out. "Kid, you're pretty good," dragging a team of mercenaries behind her back. "But what good is brute strength? Fighting outside relies on firepower and brains too." Lin Han mocked the bald guy. "Didn't you say you would protect me for free? Only showing your face after the monsters are cleared. Are you here to massage my legs?" He was furiously cursing. "You brat, you dared to refuse my mercenary team earlier. Now you must pay the price. Obediently spit out all the treasures on you, or don't even dream of leaving here alive." He leisurely stood up straight, keeping a straight face. "Daring to pull a robbery here, aren't you guys afraid of getting caught by the security patrol?" Lin Mei chuckled sinisterly. "Kid, do you know why these ruins are divided into safe and unsafe zones? The unsafe zone lies deep inside. The security guards maintaining order will never bother patrolling here. If you die here, even if the security team finds out, they'll just record it as being torn apart by wild beasts. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and messing with the wrong people. Just relax, Big Sister here will send you off painlessly." The thugs behind her were overwhelmed by greed. "Boss, then let us have some fun with that little girl later, okay?" Right after they spoke, they panicked upon seeing that the spot where Yi stood was now just empty space. Where did that little girl go? That petite silhouette was already flickering in and out of sight right behind Lin Mei's neck. She was startled and yelled, "Not good, watch your backs." But it was too late. Yi had already grabbed the wrists of a few guys nearby. She waved her hand, tossing the tall, burly guards up into the sky like throwing toys. The mercenaries were scared out of their wits. "Who is she? So terrifying, Mom save me." Even Lin Mei was thrown far away. The remaining grunts frantically fired their guns in panic. "This brat is evil. Shoot her down quickly." "What a pity, it's so hard to encounter such a top-tier beauty, but we have to keep our lives to enjoy it. Attack quickly." Thanks to the activated Iron Bone skill, plus a 20% defense boost, Aya's body was now like indestructible diamond against the bullets. Lin Mei scrambled to her feet, realizing that girl's strength was too overwhelming. "I was careless, retreat." But just as she turned her head, she panicked upon seeing a looming figure stepping up to block the way. Lin Han smiled amiably, rolling the magic scroll in his hand. "It's too late to run away now." Bolts of lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, incinerating the enemy formation amidst heart-wrenching, blood-curdling screams that echoed through the air. Only Yi and Lin Mei were left gasping for breath at the scene. He cried out in despair, "A monster, that girl is a monster, and that brat, how come his magic scrolls never run out?" She sharply spotted a weakness. "I think that little girl only listens to the brat. He's been spamming scrolls this whole time, his pockets must be empty by now. Rush in and capture the kid alive, then we can turn the tables." Yi regained his composure. "Exactly. Damn it, without magic scrolls, that brat is just a total noob. I'll risk my life to take him down." Lin Han sneered contemptuously. Well, trying to play the hero and counterattack at a dead end." Saying that, he poured out a glittering mountain of magic scrolls. "You've got guts, but a weak noob like me might lack everything except the endless money to buy power." The bandit duo trembled at the sight of the massive pile. Lin Han jutted his chin. "Now hand over all your equipment, energy stones, and skill books. Do as I say, and I might consider leaving you a way out. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the fact that all fear stems from a lack of firepower." Lin Mei gritted her teeth and retorted, "Who exactly is the robber here?" The scene shifted to the renowned class transition temple. The receptionists were gossiping. "I heard the young man named Lin Han who drew the 5-star quest this morning is quite handsome. Unfortunately, he has bad luck. With such a tough test, he might have to grind for half a month to finish it." Just as she finished speaking, the main character suddenly appeared, making her eyes widen in astonishment. Lin Han greeted, "Hello. I just cleared the class transition quest and came back to report." The receptionist couldn't believe her ears that fast. "The quest is done? Impossible, I must have misheard. It's a 5-star quest, not a bunch of vegetables at the market that you can just pick so quickly. Mr. Lin, you probably want to ask for some information to do the quest, right? Please wait a moment." Lin Han waved his hand in denial. "No, I have actually completed the quest and came here to confirm my class transition." The receptionist cried out in shock, "What? You already finished the quest?" The young man calmly nodded. "Yes, it was quite easy." The girl tried to pat her chest to stay calm. "Please wait while I arrange a room right away." Room 996 is currently empty. The process is exactly the same as when you accepted the quest. Before she could finish, Lin Han turned and walked away. All right, thank you. The girl watched his back, sweating bullets. He was only gone for a few hours and really cleared the quest completely. This guy isn't just bluffing, is he? On the public bulletin board, a line of text popped up. Congratulations on passing the class transition test and successfully reaching the second awakening. Upon hearing this, the receptionist turned completely to stone. Is it real? This incident sent the entire main hall into an uproar. Clearing a 5-star quest at this speed. Since when did such a terrifyingly powerful figure pop up here? Lin Han's personal interface displayed. Second Awakening Class Beast Taming Scholar, Subclass Branch Beast Tamer. He rubbed his hands in delight, so this is the Second Awakening class. Feels pretty cool. His profile immediately fully updated. Name Lin Han, Class Beast Taming Scholar. Second Awakening Hidden Class, Level 10. Strength 1000, Agility 900, Spirit 800, Constitution 730. Skills: Living Creature Contract Level 1, Beast Taming Space Level 1. Beast Summon Level 1. Successful level up unlocked special passives. Lightning Wings allowing mid-air flight for 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Skill copying all of the pet's ultimate moves for 5 minutes, cooldown 2 hours. Bloodline Purification helping to awaken the primal bloodline of tamed beasts. System continued to notify. Master has successfully advanced, activating the Second Awakening reward package. Please choose one of the following skills. 1 is Fusion, merging as one with the pet to skyrocket power. 2 is Telepathy, conversing with wild beasts to increase favorability and enhance the capture rate. 3 is Killing Intent Radar, scanning all hostile intentions nearby including both humans and beasts with 0 cooldown. Lin Han quickly skimmed through the list. So this is the bonus skill set after leveling up, right? There's even the Lightning Wings and copy skills. I have to test the power of the new stuff right away. With a swish, energy wings unfurled, lifting him to hover in midair. It's truly miraculous, I can actually fly. It should be known that flying skills are normally the kind of money-burning ultimate moves that are hard to learn. Unexpectedly, this hidden class branch generously gifted it for free upon reaching the Beast Tamer's Second Awakening. As for the copy skill, does it mean I can piggyback on all my pet's attacks? Although the duration is only 5 minutes, if used at the crucial moment, it is more than enough to decide the victory of a battle. Absolutely amazing. Next is finalizing the level up reward. The fusion skill sounds cool, and telepathy is also convenient for combat. But thinking it over, the most practically useful in real fights is still the Killing Intent Radar, exactly like a 24/7 alarm system. If only I had this divine eye earlier, I could have pulled those mercenaries out by their roots. They wouldn't have had a chance to run out and show off. The system spoke up to remind him. Do you want to select the Malicious Fluctuation skill? Lin Han nodded to finalize the choice. I'll pick this skill right away. Having finished the reviewing process, he stretched, making his joints crack and let out a long yawn. But before he could rest, a notification sound rang out again. Lin Han was stunned. Why is the new quest here so fast? But thinking about it, it makes sense. After leveling up, going out to catch a second pet is the standard procedure. It's a good opportunity to test out the Primal Bloodline Awakening feature too. The requirement board displayed. Breakthrough condition for Beast Taming Scholar Stage 3, personally subdue and establish a contract with a second pet. Reward, 500 Beast Taming points. Lin Han rubbed his chin in thought. Yi is very strong in single combat, but slightly lacking in area of effect damage. The lightning element is the absolute boss of AI spamming. If I can catch a lightning element pet, it will perfectly make up for that weakness. Looks like I'll have to swing by Uncle Tian's place for a trip. I can conveniently liquidate the loot while buying some more intelligence. In the familiar VIP room, old Tian gaped at the pile of treasures in front of him. Little Lin, did you just unearth some sort of treasure trove? Behind Lin Han was a mountain of dazzling items. He gave a wry smile. I just bumped into a bunch of kind-hearted people who forced me to accept this pile of gifts. I plan to sell all this stuff. Please take inventory for me. The old man hurriedly urged his staff. What are you just standing there for? Gather around, count the goods, and convert them to money quickly. Lin Han chuckled inwardly. Killing thunder beasts dropped a lot of loot, but how could it compare to the fortune of those mercenaries? Fortunately, that gang threw themselves into the jaws of death. Otherwise, how could I have hit such a jackpot? Tian Bian finalized the number. Little Lin, The total payout for this pile of goods is 13 million Tian Long coins. I will arrange to transfer it straight into your card right away. Lin Han nodded. Thank you, Uncle. By the way, I'm looking for a lightning element tamed beast. Do you have any suggestions, Uncle Tian? Taking the card, the old man muttered, lightning element, that's tough. Suddenly, Tian Bian slapped his thigh as he remembered, that's right. Recently, there are rumors going around that an extremely rare thunderbird has just appeared in the thunderstorm forest of Wuzhou City. Rumor has it that the thunderbird carries an ancient bloodline. Many people dragged themselves out there to catch it, only to trudge back empty-handed. The young boy's eyes lit up. An ancient element thunderbird. That perfectly matches my criteria. Do you have any more news about it? Tian Bian waved his hand to call a staff member to bring something out. The news has run dry, but we just bought a feather from that bird. This feather has a special feature. Once it gets within close range of the thunderbird, it will automatically glow. Lin Han closed the deal without blinking. Good stuff. I need it. The uncle immediately slammed the box shut. Little Lin, sentiment is one thing, but in business, buyers and sellers have to be fair and square, right? If you're determined to take it, I'll let this feather go for a friendly price, a cool 1 million. Lin Han broke into a sweat, cursing inwardly, 1 million for a torn bird feather. That amount of money is enough to buy a whole basket of magic scrolls. Why don't you just go rob someone? But unfortunately, this is the only clue to find the thunderbird. He agonized but gritted his teeth. 1 million it is, sell it. Old Tian smiled so wide his eyes turned into slits at scoring such a sweet deal. Thank you, valued customer. Lin Han stroked his bleeding heart. Well, let's just consider it an investment. If this feather helps me find the thunder beast, spending 1 million is totally worth it. Cutting to the thunderstorm forest, the habitat of the thunder panthers, an ideal leveling ground for the bronze and silver stages, from level 0 to 20. He racked his brain to recall old Tian's instructions. As long as you enter a 10-meter radius, the feather will glow on its own. 10 meters. But after walking his legs off, the feather remained pitch black. Lin Han frustratingly tossed the box around. Is this a scam? If I'm 10 meters away, why would I need a tracker? I could just see the thunder beast with my naked eyes. Complaints aside, he still bitterly picked it back up. It cost a fortune, not some pocket change. Whatever, I'll just stroll around the forest and figure out my own way. With just a Yi alone protecting me, I can easily stroll through a silver tier zone. If I subdue another disciple, I might just casually flatten a gold tier zone. Yi caught Lin Han's thought about wanting to find another pet and openly sulked. She manifested and gave him a punch. Terrible master. Am I not enough? Why are you insisting on bringing someone else home? Lin Han hastily stroked and coaxed her. All right now, don't be mad at me anymore. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar, tearing through the forest mist. A girl was being chased by a pack of wild beasts, running for her life while screaming, "Save me." The thing hot on her heels was a level 19 Thunder Panther. The fleeing target was Sun Nian Wei, level 10, tracking master. She bit her lip in despair. This is bad. At this rate, I'm going to lose my life to it. In a moment of panic, the tip of her shoe caught right onto a log on the ground. Nian Wei tumbled to the ground helplessly, screaming furiously in her mind. Right behind her, the Thunder Panther lunged forward, ready to pounce on its prey. She squeezed her eyes shut in sheer desperation. I'm really a goner this time. The flesh-tearing pain she anticipated didn't happen. Nian Wei peeked through half-open eyes and looked around. Haven't I gone to meet my ancestors yet? Where is this loud noise coming from? At the same time, Lin Han unleashed a series of ultimate skills, combining the restorative power of the sky-horned ant and a brutal strike punch to engage the Thunder Panther. Her jaw dropped because she couldn't make heads or tails of it. What the hell is going on here? Lin Han leisurely walked closer and spoke considerately. You aren't missing any pieces, are you? Nian Wei nodded and replied she was fine, but her brain was screaming. What kind of deity is this guy who sent a Thunder Panther flying with a single punch? Still spooked, she hurriedly warned, Thunder Panthers are no joke. We should use this chance to slip away quickly. The teenager kept a deadpan expression. Oh, are you talking about that big cat over there? Lin Han smiled reassuringly. Just calm down, someone is already cleaning it up for us. Yi transformed back into her original form, her body expanding into a giant ant ready to duke it out with the Thunder Panther. Her razor-sharp mandibles clamped down on the prey with a devastating bite. The Thunder Panther struggled and kicked frantically, but could only helplessly take the beating. Standing with crossed arms from a distance, Lin Han couldn't help but admire it. Who would have thought that, when Yi activated the iron bone mode of the sky-horned ant, she could expand like this? This appearance is truly that of a formidable vicious beast. Nian Wei cried out in pure terror, "Oh my God, where did another monster pop out from?" He held his hand out to the girl, smiling as he asked, "Are you sure you didn't get a scratch anywhere?" Lin Han showed gentlemanly manners, wanting to pull Nian Wei up. "Do you still have the strength to stand up on your own?" She hurriedly grabbed his hand, intending to run away. If that bizarre ant can block a thunder panther, it must be at least a level 20 or higher wild beast. "Hurry up your feet. While that monster hasn't set its eyes on us, running away is the best policy." Right at that moment, the massive corpse of the thunder panther crashed heavily onto the ground, blocking both of their paths. Yi spoke in a tone full of killing intent. "Who has the guts to kidnap my master?" Nian Wei mumbled, trembling violently, "Well, we're done for." Lin Han hastily cut her off. "Good job, Yi." He reached out and rubbed her huge head. "What a good girl. When we get home, I'll reward you handsomely." Her eyes bulged, unable to believe reality. How the hell did it turn out like this? Yi shrank back down. Only then did Lin Han clear his throat. "Let me introduce myself a bit. I'm Lin Han. I work as a beast tamer. This little one is my pet. You don't need to be afraid." Nian Wei searched her memory. I remember now. Lately, there have been massive rumors that a top-tier expert awakened the hidden class beast tamer in the neighboring city, so it turns out to be you. Lin Han scratched his head and laughed it off. "Oh, come on. The rumors are just exaggerating. I'm nowhere near being such a legend." She blinked curiously. "Wait, aren't beast tamers usually hiding behind their wild beasts? How are you so tanky that you can send a monster flying with your bare hands? And what species is that ant from earlier? What kind of teeth does it have to literally chew up a thunder panther?" Yi started throwing an attitude, being scrutinized so much by a stranger. She immediately used her ultimate iron headbutt, charging straight at Nian Wei's face. A huge lump instantly swelled up on her forehead, practically emitting smoke. Lin Han had to step in to mediate. "Come on, Yi, cool down, cool down." She still grumbled indignantly, strictly forbidding anyone who dares to get close to Master. He looked at the girl, thoroughly confused. "Seeing how incredibly weak you look, who lent you the guts to wander into such a perilous place?" She rubbed the lump on her head and explained, "My name is Sun Nian Wei. I trekked all the way here to grind my second awakening quest. Who knew my luck would be so rotten to pull a 4-star quest? What about you? What foul wind blew you here?" Lin Han didn't bother hiding it. "I heard rumors that there is a thunder beast in the thunderstorm forest. It is exactly my target here." The girl's eyes lit up. "Well, isn't this fate? You need to find a wild beast, right? You hit the jackpot. My profession is a tracking master. I'll lend you a hand as repayment for saving my life earlier." Lin Han was inwardly overjoyed. Tracking masters are a bit weak in combat, but their pathfinding skills are top-notch. "I've got some reliable help now." He nodded immediately, accepting the offer. "Then I'll have to rely on you for the search operation." Nian Wei patted her chest confidently. "Easy as pie, just leave it all to me. The only catch is my skill level is still a bit green. If only I had an item related to the Thunder Beast, the tracking would be accurate." Lin Han whipped out his loot right away. "I happen to have a feather here, see if you can use it." Nian Wei nearly dropped her jaw. "Oh my God, a feather from a Thunder Beast. I remember those black market merchants inflating the price of this item sky-high. This feather is still very fresh. Using it to track the Thunder Beast is absolutely fine. The only issue is, if I use my skill, there's a risk the feather will be destroyed. If you were planning to sell it for money, then." Lin Han swiftly waved his hand. "I couldn't care less about those few spare coins. To me, this thing is just trash. If it breaks, put it on my tab." Nian Wei let out a sigh of relief. "Then it's a deal." She closed her eyes, channeling her energy to cast her ultimate skill. Object-seeking trace open. Nian Wei's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, as if she could see through all obstacles. A blinding beam of light burst forth from the feather. She cheered joyfully. "I caught the signal. Just follow this trail of light and we'll nab the Thunder Beast in no time." Lin Han was elated. "Awesome, grab your gear and let's go." The two immediately followed the direction guided by the light trail. Suddenly, Lin Han spread his arms to stop her. "SHH, there's a whole nest of monsters ahead, and they are as numerous as a massive army." Nian Wei's face turned pale. "What?" The terrified girl immediately huddled behind Lin Han's back. "So what do we do now?" How about we take a detour? Yi, who was lounging on his shoulder, flashed a dangerous glint in her eyes, seeing that little girl's flesh constantly pressing against her beloved master. She instantly jumped down, intending to rush into battle. Lin Han hastily called her back. Let it go, Yi, there's no need. But Yi turned a deaf ear to all dissuasion, darting straight in to make mincemeat out of the pack of wild beasts. The system constantly rang with notifications of having wiped out thunder beasts, gaining a full 650 experience points. Lin Han chuckled. Wow, she's quite bloodthirsty today. He scratched his chin and muttered, no wonder Yi has been acting so nonchalant lately, yet still dominating everything. But why do I keep smelling an overwhelming killing intent from her today? This little girl's nature is wanting to clear all obstacles to claim credit. Seeing this scene, Master would definitely praise her profusely. Nian Wei's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A whole pack of huge monsters knocked flat on their backs just because of a tiny little ant. He replied indifferently, I told you, these little punks can be dealt with in a single note. He was thrilled inside. Excellent, I leveled up to 11. This feeling of shooting up in ranks is truly mind-blowingly refreshing. The system began to notify. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11. All attribute stats automatically increase by 160 points. You received a bonus gift pack of 120 free points. Feel free to distribute them. Yi sauntered back, casually giving a light shove that made Nian Wei tumble backward, legs in the air. He pinched Yi's nose and reminded her, you never drop this mischievous habit. Hurry up and change back. The ant girl nodded immediately. At your command, great master. Meanwhile, Nian Wei clumsily crawled up, looking bewildered. An earthquake? Or did some monster sneak attack us? Looking up and seeing Yi reveal her giant true form again, she was just left utterly speechless. Nian Wei bent down to dust the mud off her body, sweating profusely, so it was the little ant, scared the life out of me. Lin Han snapped his fingers. Yi, shrink your body down. Being this humongous makes moving around really clumsy. Along the way, she kept feeling a chill down her spine. How weird, why do I feel like this tiny ant keeps glaring as if she wants to eat me alive, or am I just being paranoid? Yi was inwardly sharpening her knives, muttering, that little wench dares to use a honey trap to lure my master. Let's see if I don't chew her head off. You just come closer, I promise I won't beat you completely to death. Nian Wei had to deceive herself. Yeah, I'm probably just worrying over nothing. How could such an adorable baby ant have a dark heart? She giggled and reached out to pet her. Oh, little ant, let big sister give you a cuddle. Yi coldly extended a razor-sharp claw. This human woman is so annoying. My hands are really itching to beat her up, but I'm afraid her fragile bones wouldn't withstand it. Master, please throw her away somewhere, save Yi. Reading her thoughts, Lin Han hastily intervened. That's enough, keep your hands to yourself. If you piss Yi off, I won't be able to stop her. There are still monsters ahead as crowded as a festival. Yi, dash forward and clear the way for us. And so tonight, he harvested experience points until his hands ached, mincing lightning-armored bugs, bagging 984 points, boiling striped electric bees, adding 1,284 points, roasting steel lightning boars, pocketing another 1,284 points. You have hit level 12, all stats soaring like a kite in the wind, received another 120 free distribution points. You have leveled up to 13. Leapfrogging to level 14, then shining bright at level 15, he teared up in bliss. Oh, this leveling speed, it really is too satisfying. The personal info board updated rapidly. Name Lin Han, Class 2nd Awakening Beast Taming Scholar, Hidden Class, Level 15. Strength, 1,820, Agility, 1,720, Spirit, 1,620, Constitution, 1,550, Equipment, none. Skill set, Living Creature Contract Level 1, Beast Taming Space Level 1, Beast Summon Level 1, Malicious Fluctuation Level 1, Lightning Wings Level 1, Skill Copy Level 1. Attribute Points, Pending Review. Lin Han stroked his chin smugly. We haven't even warmed up yet, and I've already rocketed to level 15. At this rate, the third awakening quest will surely come knocking soon. Yi was also pumped full of power. Skyhorned Ant, descendant of the immemorial 10 Beasts Bug Tribe. Level 18. Strength 2,700, Speed 2,300, Spirit 2,200, Constitution 3,000. He rubbed her head and praised, wow, Yi has worked hard grinding all the way here. Nian Wei mockingly pouted, acting as if she's the only one who worked hard. Looking at the mountain of monster corpses in front of her, she continued, half laughing and half crying, "I'm telling the truth. You two are about to completely level this thunderstorm forest. But well, thanks to that, we don't have to sneak past monsters anymore. We can just hunt the Thunderbird at breakneck speed. I've picked up its signal, it's precisely located in that direction over there." Hearing his pet squeak kai kai kai, Lin Han frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Yi? Is there a final boss ahead?" Yi is, after all, an ancient tier gang boss. What exactly is up ahead that even she has to retract her antennae and act so wary? Looking way up at the treetop, the prime goods he'd been craving this whole time was perching majestically. It was indeed the Thunderbird. Such a sweet level 13 Thunderbird. If I can sign a contract with it, I've hit the big time today. But the bird named Tiangu had caught the scent of the group of people below. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Oh crap, the prey is escaping. Nian Wei scratched her head and pulled her ears in regret. Our professions are so annoying, without knowing how to fly, there's no way in hell we can catch it. What a waste of time trekking over mountains and wading through streams just to watch the Thunderbird vanish into the distance. Lin Han smirked with sheer arrogance. A pair of giant wings suddenly burst out from his back. Who told you that I don't know how to fly? He flapped his lightning wings and chased after Tiangu's shadow, leaving Nian Wei standing on the ground with her jaw dropped. What on earth is happening? In midair, the distance between Lin Han and Tiangu steadily narrowed. He flew below, shouting and trying to coax it, "Hey you Thunderbird, stop right there. Do you want to be my tamed beast? I guarantee free food and housing, you won't ever starve." Hearing this, Tiangu replied with a highly skeptical chirp. It flapped its wings even more frantically to escape the fate of being a wage slave. Lin Han grimaced, "What's with the intensely drastic reaction? This wild beast has quite a stubborn temper. Since it's like that, I'll go all out with you. Nian Wei, be a good girl and wait there for me." The girl standing on the ground replied dejectedly, "All right, I'll plant my roots here and wait for you." He continued his song of temptation. "Come on, think it over carefully. Do you really not want to be my tamed beast? Following me will only bring you prosperity, you'll never suffer any loss." Lin Han made a grab, but completely missed its wing. He became irritated and grumpy. "How unlucky, I let it slip away again." Tiangu circled around to find a good angle in the air, gathered a lightning sphere, and blasted it straight at Lin Han's face. He gave a faint smile and praised, "Oh, knowing you can't escape, you decided to play the life-risking card. Commendable courage." The blast of lightning exploded and spread across the space, but Lin Han didn't even blink. "Very well, today I will beat you into complete submission." He immediately threw his Kopid punch, slamming the brutal strike skill right into the bird's beak. Riding the momentum, Lin Han planted the seal right onto Tiangu's neck. Thus, the contract signing procedure was complete. Data board jumped with text again. Thunderbird, descendant of the Cyan Thunder Frenzy Bird, level 13. Strength 523, Agility 768, Spirit 622, Constitution 502. He pouted and heavily criticized it. A level 13 Thunderbird with such sluggish stats isn't even worthy to carry the sky-horned ant's shoes. System popped a notification. "Contract successfully signed. Do you wish to upgrade the target with Primal Awakening?" Lin Han slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot. With the system backing me up, getting stronger is as easy as flipping my hand. Awaken the primal bloodline right now while it's hot." Tiangu transformed into a human shape. The primal awakening process was a resounding success, preparing to enter the second form, Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, descendant of the immemorial 10 palaces. Level 18. Strength 1900, Speed 3000, Spirit 2400, Constitution 2600. Skills: Thunderstorm Level 1, within a 1 kilometer radius, lightning strikes down chaotically. Godspeed Level 1, increases agility by 40%. Lin Han nodded in praise, as expected of a lightning element wild beast, jumping 5 levels in one go. That thunderstorm move is truly a weapon of mass destructive sweeping. The bare feet of the newly evolved girl touched the ground, and she strode closer to him. She respectfully dropped to one knee and spoke, "Your servant greets you, master." Lin Han's jaw dropped at her scorching hot figure. Well, truly living up to the reputation. This figure is even more hardcore than a Yiz. The ant perching on his shoulder heard that sentence, and her blood boiled with rage. Yi immediately inflated her size to intimidate the new rival. The two glared at each other, sparks flying. Where did that stinky bird crawl out from trying to steal my favor? Don't even think about it. A puny little ant daring to monopolize master. I just need one bite to swallow you whole. Sweating bullets, Lin Han stepped up to quell the riot. All right, from now on we are one family, stop tearing at each other. You transformed first. As the older sister, you should be generous and yield to your junior. Tiangu stepped forward and whispered softly, Master, could you bestow a name upon me? He rested his chin in thought, let's see. You are a lightning element bird. In the past, I read a poem saying as the ancient primeval beginnings, yin and yang balance to form thunder, its roar surpassing the ancient drums of heaven and earth. Then let's name you Tiangu. The girl smiled till her eyes were slits in satisfaction. Tiangu, this name is wonderful. Tiangu thanks the master. He secretly thought to himself, wow, she looks like such a gentle and refined lady, yet she holds an overly violent skill like thunder storm. If only I could witness her power firsthand, that would be amazing. Right now is the golden opportunity for the Thunderbird to showcase her full prowess. Meanwhile, Nian Wei was still sitting huddled in a corner, feeling as if the whole world had forgotten her. Where did Lin Han disappear to? How long does he plan to make me wait here? By this time, she had groped her way all the way to the Manji tribe's camp. Nian Wei turned and asked Lin Han cautiously, are you really planning to help me clear this 4-star quest? But the objective is to eliminate the chieftain here. It's very tough. How about we just skip it? He shrugged and replied, you contributed by pointing out the Thunderbird, so helping you pass the second awakening is the least I can do. Besides, my hands are itching to test the Thunderbird's firepower. Go for it, Tiangu. Show me just how terrifying your destructive power is. She flapped her lightning wings and soared up to the 9th cloud heaven. The girl in her human form pierced straight through the dense, pitch-black clouds. Tiangu let out a resounding roar, summoning lightning to crash thunderously down to the earth. A colossal lightning tornado gathered in the dreary gray sky. The level 7 and 8 Manji soldiers, along with their level 9 chieftain, dropped their jaws in fear, staring blankly up at the anomaly. He stood below and clicked his tongue. How boring, the monsters here are so low-leveled. If Tiangu smashes down a thunderstorm, I'll have to get on my knees and beg them not to die too quickly. Lin Han hurriedly instructed Tiangu, just spam your moves enthusiastically, but hold back enough to spare the life of the Manji chieftain. Nian Wei strained her eyes searching. With lightning flashing so violently, which corner did that bird hide in? Why can't my eyes see clearly? The highly bloodthirsty Thunderbird girl was incredibly excited. Yes, boss. Heavenly lightning from high above struck straight into the center of the tribe. Riding the momentum, Tiangu also dove down to the ground. The chieftain drew his bow, taking careful aim at the intruder, intending to fire back. But Tiangu used a horrifying speed to press right up into his face. Dragging along with her was a bolt of heavenly lightning that slammed directly into the unfortunate guy's body. Nian Wei was on pins and needles. The Thunderbird just charged into battle. They are as numerous as ants. How long will this fight take? Shouldn't we rush in to help? But just as she poked her head out to snoop, she was so terrified her jaw dropped. Because Nian Wei saw Tiangu stepping on the body of the chieftain. Oh my god, this is the boss of the barbarians. In just the blink of an eye, the Thunderbird fetched him back like grabbing a chicken. Lin Han gave a thumbs up. Outstanding work, Tiangu. He handed a dagger to Nian Wei. Just add one more stab to send him off, and your quest will be considered complete. Her clumsy hands gripped the handle of the knife, trembling violently. I understand. Sun Nian Wei assassinated the barbarian chieftain, sealing the quest's brilliant success. She turned and thanked Lin Han profusely. I am so grateful to you. If you hadn't stepped in, how could I have survived this ordeal? My house is around here, and the big task is done anyway. Do you have any interest in strolling around Wuzhou City with me to look around? He turned his back, ready to leave. No need to be so polite. You also helped me catch the Thunderbird. The world is vast. If we are destined, we will definitely meet again. Nian Wei clasped her hands and silently prayed, hoping that God would arrange a chance for her to reunite with Lin Han. He rubbed his hands, satisfied with today's loot. Taking a stroll for half a day and picking up a second wild beast, my luck is really red-hot. The next urgent task is to map out a leveling route. Suddenly, a phone ringtone blared loudly. Lin Han raised his eyebrows when he saw the caller's name. What is Long Zai calling me for at this hour? Is there some intense drama? He picked up. Hello, Long Zai, what's up? If you're calling me out for a drink, I'll run over right now. Tianjiao brushed it off and waved his hand. What drinking? I have some important news to report to you. Hey little Linzai, have you ever heard of the Phantom Void Realm? That is a simulated dimension created by the Imperial military. It's super high-end, capable of simulating all sorts of fierce battlefields. Not to mention, it can even spawn a whole bunch of assorted wild beasts for awakened ones to freely brawl with as combat practice. Although grinding there doesn't yield experience points, it is an extremely effective furnace for cultivating skills and mechanics. When they met up in a private room, Tianjiao kept blabbering on, "Do you know how people are banging their heads against the wall fighting over this ticket? I already told my dad to save a spot for you." Lin Han was calculating in his head. Tiangu and Yi's independent combat power was undeniably top tier, but their teamwork was a total disaster. Throwing them into the illusory void realm to discipline them was the perfect golden opportunity. He imagined a scenario where the two good girls obediently supported each other. "Sister, we must take good care of Master. Sister, we must serve him carefully." Lin Han's nosebleed shot out like a fountain. Once they coordinated seamlessly, it would be pure bliss. Tianjiao reminded him, "Zio Linzai, I just sent the location to your phone. Whenever you're free, just bring yourself over and give it a try." He smiled awkwardly, "Freeloading off your family again. Your family has been carrying me quite a bit all these years." His best friend waved it off. "We're blood brothers, why keep score? Just don't forget this, buddy, when you make it big later." Lin Han smiled brightly. "Okay, it's a deal." He returned to his beloved room and took a nap to recharge his energy. The moment he opened his eyes, Yi cozied up to him affectionately. "Good morning, Master. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Han jumped as her rolling hills crashed straight into his line of sight. Good heavens, getting this stimulated so early in the morning. Tiangu slithered over from the other corner and threw her arms around him. "It's still early, Master, just sleep a little longer." Lin Han was about to suffocate. This sweetness was a bit too breathless. Yi pushed her away hard. "Is this stinky bird trying to assassinate the boss? How is he supposed to breathe being hugged like that?" Tiangu retorted haughtily. "If it were you, Master would definitely breathe much easier, because you're as flat as a toad." The two girls immediately switched to war mode. "Who says I'm small? Master already decided I'm the big sister. Your brain is as tiny as a pea." Two girls lunged at each other, pulling hair and slapping faces wildly. Lin Han propped his head on his hand and sighed helplessly. What a waste of their absolute beauty, they acted exactly like little kids. Sending them to a teamwork boot camp had to go to the top of the priority list right now. Arriving at the Illusory Void Realm Experience Center, the receptionist warmly invited him in. "Mr. Lin, your identity has been confirmed. Please lie down in the hibernation pod to begin your virtual journey. The system will recommend a dungeon with a difficulty level based on your rank. If you break the previous record, you will receive a reward to take home." He nodded. Since this was sponsored by the military, the gifts probably wouldn't be too shabby, right? Once Lin Han was settled in the pod, the girl smiled, "Wishing you an exciting experience." The electronic screen flashed, checking user, identification successful. Name, Lin Han class, second transition Beast Taming Scholar, hidden class. Level 15. System recommendation, silver tier dungeon. "Do you want to enter the silver dungeon?" He poked the confirm button. Yi, Tiangu, grab your weapons, let's go." The two girls let out a spirited roar, ready for battle. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully selected the silver dungeon. Loading data." The progress bar zoomed to 100%. Notification, map loaded successfully. Have a pleasant journey. The Illusory Void Realm Death Arena officially began its countdown. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Han ran into two ferocious wolves. Glancing at the three level 13 beasts, he smirked, "Hello, old friends." Yi, itching for a fight, charged forward. "Stinky bird, get out of the way. Let me open your eyes to see who truly deserves to stand by Master's side." The alpha wolf howled and lunged straight at her. But Yi only needed to throw a single punch to send all three of them flying way back. She tilted her chin up and turned to provoke Tiangu. The lightning bird didn't even flinch, but the aura she exuded sent the wolf pack scrambling for their lives. "Showing off over such trivial things? You little ant, you're far too naive." Bolts of lightning flashed continuously across Tiangu's hand. "Open your eyes wide and watch this." This was what true superiority looked like. The pitiful wolf pack was swallowed whole by a sea of lightning, leaving not even a single hair behind. Lin Han, smelling the heavy scent of gunpowder, rushed out to make peace. "Oh, come on, we're a family. Harmony is key, just love each other." Yi pouted sulkily. "Master, asking me to cuddle this stinky bird? I'd rather die." The other girl was just as feisty, cross-species allergy. "Just looking at your face makes me, Tiangu, feel sick." He had to fend off the snarling wolf pack charging at him all by himself. These two definitely had way too much personality. Frustrated, he vented his anger by unleashing a flurry of punches on the beasts. "So you guys also rely on numbers to bully the weak, huh?" Only then did the two girls stop their verbal war and rush over to fawn over him. "Oh, master, are you okay? Tiangu is deeply at fault for neglecting to protect you." Both guiltily reflected on themselves. Damn it, just because of their petty jealousy, they almost put master in danger. From this moment on, they had to take the battle seriously. The second wave of monsters jumped to level 20. The alarm wailed. The third wave of vicious beasts is preparing to land. System warning: this machine does not cause physical scars in the real world, but the pain sensation is real at a 1-to-1 ratio. If it becomes too much, players are advised to immediately forfeit the training. Lin Han smirked in delight. With this grueling difficulty, even mainstream combat classes might not be able to carry it, but it suited his intentions perfectly. The fatal weakness of beast tamers was their appallingly poor individual combat ability. So the ultimate goal of diving into this illusory void realm was to cover up that deadly weakness. Lin Han landed a critical punch right on a wolf's snout. The monster flew into the air like a ball, howling miserably. His two pets watched with heart-shaped eyes. "Oh, our master is just too cool." He clapped his hands proudly. "Not bad at all. It really wasn't a waste dumping all my free stat points into strength." As the wolves howled to call for reinforcements, Lin Han knew the real life-and-death moment had begun. Yi activated her enhancement skill, while Tiangu triggered her speed boost. The two temporarily called a truce and charged forward. "Even though I can't stand your face, this is Master's order." "Same here, I absolutely won't be a dead weight dragging Master down." The young man clasped his hands behind his back and waited leisurely. "Let me see if this pack of Gale Wolf Kings can match Yi's strength or outrun Tiangu's speed." Yi dashed straight into the middle of their formation for close combat. "You little animals, obediently hand over your lives." In the waiting lounge of the illusory void realm area in the real world, the lackeys were flattering the young master endlessly. Brother Feng's greatsword only needed one swing to lay the monsters out flat, so majestic and imposing. "It's truly a pity that our friend Su Ting missed the performance just now. Next time friend Su wants to join a party, just give me a call. I'm more than willing to be your protector." Su Ting flatly refused with a stone-cold face. "Sorry, I prefer fighting alone." Feng Yang's desire to conquer flared up inside him. This snowdrop was exactly as arrogant as the rumors said. "Let's see what methods this young master will use to pluck you." When he accidentally glanced at the electronic leaderboard, he yelled out, "Holy crap, is this room's data glitched? What kind of fighting style has this terrifying speed? Are they trying to break the record?" The screen scrolled, ranked dungeon, current progress final stage, duration 8 minutes and 59 seconds, participant Lin Han. The entire lounge buzzed with gossip. Good lord, reaching the final stage in under 10 minutes, are they really going to smash the old record? Who is this Lin Han master? Some elite prodigy from a wealthy family secretly cultivating. Su Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Han, the beast tamer from her school? Feng Yang pursed his lips in disdain. How could that broke loser ever step foot into the illusory void realm? Quit joking, it's definitely just someone with the same name. The Hall of Fame board flashed another notification. Dungeon cleared. New record established, 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Record holder, Lin Han. The crowd froze for 5 seconds. Oh my god, the record was actually broken, so Lin Han is actually this overpowered. Back in the virtual arena, the entire wolf pack had been turned into experience points. He panted, drenched in sweat. Phew, finally took care of them. The screen displayed the reward. Congratulations on obtaining the Toxic Thorn skill. Description: summons a cluster of venom-soaked vines from underground within a 100-meter radius, tightly binding any target deemed an enemy. Includes an additional toxic effect that causes full-body paralysis. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 20 minutes. The system prepared to extract the player's consciousness back to reality. See you next time, dear guest. Lin Han gleefully accepted the gift. Who would have thought that clearing a dungeon would drop a skill book? This illusory void realm was pretty lucrative. Whenever he had free time, he should jump in and grind a gold-tier dungeon to see how it went. Lin Han climbed out of the hibernation pod in the research room. He leisurely walked out to the outer hall. The moment he showed his face, he was mobbed by a crowd. Absolute peak performance completely shattered the old record and cut the time in half too. This rookie is a literal monster. Does anyone know the great master Lin Han? Please give me his info. He pulled his hat down low, trying to hide. What kind of information security makes someone's full name public on the leaderboard like this? Where did all the privacy rights go? Su Ting recognized him at a single glance. There was no mistake, it was definitely him. Feng Yang's face darkened as he gnashed his teeth. This little brat stole the spotlight again, damn it. At the military headquarters, managing the illusory void realm. The security personnel reported frantically, "Commander, there's an anomaly in the data. A kid who's a second transition beast taming scholar just smashed the silver rank record. His solo clear speed is unbelievable, boss. Every wave of monsters was wiped out in less than 3 minutes. At this speed, even third transition class holders might not be able to keep up." Tai Ching rubbed his chin in thought. No matter how overpowered this kid's beasts were, achieving this at the second transition stage meant he was undeniably a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. They had to recruit him into their team at all costs. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Go dig up this kid's entire background for me. Tomorrow morning, I want his complete file on my desk." Next morning in class, Tian Jiao was endlessly bragging about his best friend's exploits. Lightning crashed and lit up the whole sky. By the time the alpha wolf opened its eyes, its comrades' corpses were piled up like a mountain at Lin Han's feet. It was so terrified it kowtowed 100 times begging for its life. Su Ting listened and marveled. Lin Han is truly on another level. Feng Yang kicked the door aggressively and stormed into the classroom. He pointed his finger and roared, "Lin Han, show your face if you have the guts." Tian Jiao stood up and mocked, "Well, if it isn't Feng Yang, what kind of stunt are you pulling here? Haven't learned your lesson from getting your face swollen by Xiao Lin?" He jerked his chin up and yelled back, "Stop barking, call Lin Han out here to confront me." Feng Yang harbored resentment in his heart. "You must have gotten incredibly lucky yesterday to break that record. My old man piled so much money on me just so I could crawl to the second transition. What right do you have to steal my spotlight? Just wait until I catch you, I'll beat you to a pulp." Tian Jiao waved his hand dismissively, "Go play somewhere else. My boy Xiao Lin is currently camping on the Shadow Mountains grinding levels for his third transition. He has no time to entertain the likes of you." Feng Yang's lackeys gaped in shock. Third transition? Isn't his leveling speed way too terrifying? Could it be that breaking the record yesterday wasn't just luck? You guys actually believe his nonsense? You really have no brains. Tian Jiao continued to provoke him. A Nepo baby like you had to rely on family wealth just to reach the second transition. How could you possibly understand the world of a genius? Just wait for Xiao Lin to make his grand return and then kneel down to hug his legs. Feng Yang pointed straight at his face and cursed furiously, "You fatso, you just wait." He turned on his heel and stormed off indignantly. "Once that Lin Han brings his body back, I'll clean up both of you pieces of trash at the same time." On the Shadow Mountains, lightning struck down from the sky endlessly without pause. The horde of monsters was electrocuted, tumbling and flying in all directions. Lin Han yawned continuously in admiration. Good lord, dragging these two experience harvesting machines along to grind makes the third transition threshold as easy as reaching into a pocket. The system notifications popped up continuously, successfully defeated a Gale Wolf, gained 500 experience, annihilated a Thunderbolt Leopard, pocketed 1,000 points, roasted a Roaring Thunder Beast, harvested another 1,000 experience points. He trotted over and hugged his leg affectionately. "Master, you killed the most monsters, isn't that super impressive?" Lin Han rubbed her head. Yeah, you've worked hard, Yi." Tiangu hovered over to claim credit. Reporting to Master, Tiangu counted carefully, "I secured 2 more kills than my big sister." He coaxed her as well. "Tiangu is very good too." Yi bristled like a hedgehog and cursed out loud. "You stinky bird, I counted it 3 times over, there's no way I'm wrong. You're lying." Tiangu sarcastically shot back. "Kiddo, a brain like yours messes up basic counting. What gives you the right to count monsters?" Lin Han's head ached as he quickly intervened. "Please, you two, stop arguing." He put his hand to his forehead in thought. Yi and Tiangu were getting more and more overpowered. All the monsters in this silver zone combined weren't enough to fill the gaps in their teeth for a warm-up. let alone help them enhance their strength. Lin Han waved his hand invitingly. How about our group heads over to the gold leveling zone for a change of pace? So the trio set off together, heading straight for the gold farming spot. Hiding behind a bush and peeking at a pack of level 21 venomous striped lizards, he clicked his tongue. We just got here and already ran into a nest of poison monsters. It really is a tough bone to chew. But that was good too. Might as well use them as a grinding stone to improve their skills. Lin Han started deploying his troops. Yi, charge forward and tank the frontal damage, while Thunder Emperor activates her speed boost and strikes from the sky. Little Yi was burning with fighting spirit, swinging her arms in determination that this time she absolutely had to bag more monster heads than Sister Tiangu. The lizard hissed, instantly spitting a glob of venom straight at her. The slimy muck hit her right in the face, making Yi grimace pitifully. Her legs stumbled awkwardly as she staggered back a few steps. Yi's whole body trembled as she whimpered, "Master, Yi is so tired." The system immediately triggered an alarm. Heavenly Horned Ant has lost 80 physique points, afflicted with a paralysis effect and continuous bleeding for 60 seconds. He broke into a cold sweat. Crap, that venom is draining Yi's health bar like a waterfall. Seeing this, Tiangu immediately summoned a barrage of lightning to clear the battlefield. Pillars of lightning storms bombarded directly into the reptiles' gathering spot. Ironically, those lizards remained completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Lin Han clicked his tongue in assessment. Tiangu's lightning drops are way too random. The hit rate is terrible. These venomous striped lizards are tiny too. We definitely need to find a way to bind them to have a chance. Aha, he remembered. The skill book he picked up when clearing the illusory void realm. He quickly scanned the stat panel. Toxic Thorns mid-tier skill book. Effect: summons thorny roots from underground within a 100-meter radius to tightly bind enemies, gifting them with a paralyzing shock effect. Duration lasts 5 minutes, 20-minute cooldown. Status: unlearned. Lin Han knew perfectly well that Tiangu's moves had a hard time catching nimble little targets. Tossing in a crowd control attack would guarantee her hit rate would skyrocket immediately. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands to activate it, downloading the book straight into his brain. A ping sounded, signaling the successful learning of the Toxic Thorns skill. Lin Han smirked. "You little reptiles better stand still obediently. Your days of prancing around have come to an end." Instantly casting the Toxic Thorns down into the ground, he cheered loudly. "Yi, Tiangu, charge in and sweep the battlefield clean for me." The thorny vines constricted tightly around every inch of the lizard pack. Tiangu nodded sharply. "Understood, master." Then she unleashed a roaring barrage of lightning strikes. The loot report came in. Sent a venomous striped lizard to the void, slurped up a full 1,789 experience points times 3. On the other front, Yi also swung her fists to wreck the enemy formation, happily yelling. Yi is also smashing monsters to help master. The system chimed again. Eliminated a venomous striped lizard, pocketed 1,789 experience points times 3. Lin Han clapped his hands in endless praise. "Well done, you two. You jumped 4 levels in the blink of an eye. And that thunder just now even summoned 2 level 22 saber-toothed tigers crawling over to offer up their lives." The status panel chimed. Leveled up to 19, stats increased evenly, pocketed an extra 140 free attribute points to distribute freely. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. The 2 girls had hit level 20. Once they cleared this wave, he would probably touch the level 20 milestone to round it out too. Lin Han waved his hand and directed, "Yi, Tiangu, make mincemeat out of that big cat nice and quick for me." After taking down the monster, both girls leveled up simultaneously. Heavenly Horned Ant reached level 20. Level 20 Thunder Emperor successfully crossed out the saber-toothed tiger, scooping up 2,666 experience points. You have crawled up to level 20, all stats have surged, instantly receiving 140 free attribute points to save. Warning, hit the second transition level cap. Please pick up the class advancement quest, otherwise you'll be stuck here forever. Before advancing to the third transition, any experience points farmed will be thrown down the drain. Lin Han scratched his chin and muttered, "Level 20 already? Then any more fighting is just wasted effort. I better pack up and head back to complete the third transition test to be safe." Refreshing the stat panel. Name: Lin Han. Class: Second Transition Beast Taming Scholar. Hidden Class: Level 20. Strength: 3,290 agility, 2,570 spirit, 2,470 physique, 2,000 equipment, bare-handed skills. Tier 2 Soul Contract, Tier 2 Beast Enclosure, Tier 2 Summon Minion, Tier 1 Malice Wave, Tier 1 Thunder Wings, Tier 1 Skill Copy, Tier 1 Toxic Thorns, free attribute points, 700. Wandering back to the class advancement temple, standing in front of the familiar crystal pillar, Lin Han clicked his tongue, didn't expect to be back here so soon. He gingerly placed his hand on the stone surface, muttering under his breath, "Please don't tell me I drew another 5-star quest. The last one already left me battered and bruised." Sure enough, the loudspeaker blared across the hall. A 5-star difficulty quest has just been unlocked. The surrounding crowd gaped in an uproar. Good Lord, another 5 stars? It was just a few days ago. Are there that many freaks of nature being born lately? The receptionist could guess even with her eyes closed. It was 100% that Lin Han kid. Maybe this guy was an evil god reincarnated just to do boosting services. Lin Han glanced at the text, then tore at his hair, grumbling in frustration. What the hell is this? Now it's forcing me to go scavenge for junk. Is the system trying to push me too far? File name, The Moan of the Ghost Ship. Difficulty, absolute 5 stars. Requirement 1, board the ship and wipe out every single wraith. Requirement 2, collect all 3 items, Dragon's Flame, Grass Essence, and Eye of the Wind. Coordinates, Ghost Ship and Scarlet Blaze Forest. At dusk, Lin Han gloomily dragged himself out to the ghost ship pier by the coast. He let out a depressed sigh. I plan to go back and get a good night's sleep to recharge before grinding, but now the whole plan is completely ruined. His 2 beast tamer girls immediately appeared to comfort him. Yi patted her chest. Rest assured, master, you will punch through these petty tasks in one go. Tiangu also added gently, I will also protect you so you remain safe and sound. Lin Han glanced at the countdown clock and nodded. Of course, I believe you too. Time's almost up, let's prep our gear, the prey is about to show up. At exactly 7 p.m. sharp, the looming silhouette of the ghost ship parted the waves and drifted in. Lin Han searched his memory. Previously, Sister Bai Bing had told him ghost stories about this place. Rumor had it that this was a super popular dungeon, everyone was clamoring to experience it. But out of 10 people who went in, 9.5 would run away dropping their shoes in terror. No one ever got a clear look at what the hell was hidden inside. Just as his train of thought ended, a dry skeleton popped its face out and startled him into jumping. Good Lord, ghosts powered by rice are actually real. Lin Han's blood boiled. He pulled his fist back and punched it square in the face. But his fist slipped right through thin air. Looking at the ghost's smirking demeanor, his guts churned with anger. Oh really, this invisible thing dares to stand there and mock me. You think I can't touch your invisible shell? Lin Han instantly spread his lightning wings and shot up into the air. Floating is all fine and dandy. Let's see how I saltroast you today. Just as he sent the wraith to the afterlife, the screen popped up a notification. Successfully eliminated a ghost, slurped up 0 experience points. Gentle reminder, level has hit the 2nd transition cap. Please turn in the class advancement test, otherwise all points farmed right now will be considered tossed aside before completing the 3rd transition. Lin Han smiled triumphantly. Sister Bai Bing's judgment was spot on. Lightning was indeed the natural enemy of psychic-type mobs. Ghosts counted as this type too. Eating 1 bolt of lightning meant kicking the bucket. The only downside was that fighting them right now didn't drop a single drop of experience. What a total waste. Oh well, he just had to force himself to grind through this task quickly. Dragging it out here and wasting time was too agonizing to bear. From the cracks of the ship, a whole horde of wraiths surged out massively like a broken nest. He jerked his chin and called Tiangu up to perform a purification ritual for the whole lot. She nodded obediently. I understand, master. An electric net crashed straight down from the high sky, electrocuting them violently and sending the entire ghost family to the underworld. A string of notifications danced continuously. Ghost eliminated successfully, exp increased by a big fat 0. He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. These small fries weren't even enough to scratch Tiangu's itch. At best, they'd get a 4-star label. How could this be pushed up to a 5-star quest? Suddenly, a spine-chilling wail echoed from the ship's cabin. The mass of resentful energy began twisting and sticking tightly together. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and teased, Huh, you guys haven't been stabbed yet, and you already know how to play jigsaw puzzles. In the blink of an eye, that tangled mess gathered into a massive level 25 ghost captain. He clapped his hands in excitement, instantly sweeping away his drowsiness. Dragging this boogeyman out finally adds a little spice to the battle. Lin Han immediately dealt the roles. Yi handle the frontline sweep. Tiangu fly around and drop blinders to disrupt his vision, cover for Yi. The two girls eagerly chimed in unison, understood. Yi tore through the wind and darted past the oppressive aura, closing in right on the old captain. On the aerial front, Tiangu started raining blinding streaks of lightning down on his head. With a whoosh, the musket in his hand was snatched away. Yi hammered a heaven-shaking punch right in the middle of his chest, forcing the captain to hack out a pained yelp. Tiangu glided past and offered a rare word of praise. The little ant did pretty well. Yi grinned broadly in delight. Your lightning just now was super sharp too. Seeing the two acting out a comedy routine, he massaged his temples and gently reminded them, all right, just team up and clean that guy up quickly for me. Both immediately snapped to attention. Yes, master. And so the two silhouettes, one above and one below, simultaneously dove toward the target. Yi channeled all her power, instantly unleashing her berserk strike ultimate directly downward. The heavy smash sent the old captain flying way backward. Tiangu caught the exact rhythm, immediately gathering a massive lightning orb and dropping it down as well. The electrical current poured down like a torrential flood, sweeping clean the entire area where the captain had just landed. Lin Han stood on the sidelines watching and had to click his tongue. You two are overdoing it. System notification. Resolved the ghost captain, finalizing the tally at 0 exp. The old reminder repeated. Second transition level has hit the cap. Please submit your class advancement test to unlock the limit, otherwise all contributions at this point before the third transition are pointless. Yi stood precariously on the ship's deck, waving her hands and calling out, Master, look. Yi sent the old man packing. Yi is #1 cool. He nodded in acknowledgement. It was their first time joining forces, yet they were surprisingly in sync. When ancient vicious beasts teamed up, their destructive power went far beyond a simple 1+1 equation. With the fighting aspect on the ghost ship settled, it was time to grab a basket and go scavenge for those three materials. Quest log refreshed. The moan of the ghost ship 5-star difficulty. Step 1, wipe out the wraiths on the ship green tick. Step 2, gather the dragon's flame, grass essence, and eye of the wind. Next map, ghost ship sails to the Scarlet Blaze Forest. The entire Scarlet Blaze Forest appeared, burning a fiery red color like a brick kiln. Inside was the boarding house of the level 22 Gale Lizards. Lin Han squeezed his eyes shut, using his manual radar to detect their coordinates. He popped his eyes open and boasted gleefully, how lucky, I can already smell the rare items here. Tiangu's eyes were extremely sharp. Look over there, master, that flower bud must be the eye of the wind. Shall I use the old trick, glide past and snatch the goods? Lin Han waved his hand to stop her. No can do, the branches and leaves are tightly woven over there. If you spread your wings in there, you'll get tangled immediately. The ant girl standing nearby immediately raised her hand to volunteer. Leave it to me, sir. You can contract this job. But in the end, the first item was snatched away by Tiangu. 10 minutes later, people saw the bird girl gripping a glowing grass essence, trailing a whole mob of level 22 Gale Lizards running for their lives behind her. Landing safely, she offered the treasure. Sir, I have plucked the grass essence here. Lin Han nodded in praise. Well done, Tiangu. Seeing this, Yi's eyes turned red with envy. I want to charge in too. Yi also wants master to rub her head and call her a good girl. He chuckled and waved his hand in agreement. All right then, young lady. Yi, go ahead and show off your skills. Instantly, Yi curled up and dove headfirst, digging and spinning furiously into the ground. Tiangu broke a sweat seeing that scene. What kind of stunt is this kid trying to pull? Lin Han remained unbothered. Well duh, her origin is an ant, what's so strange about that? For Yi, these petty tricks of digging dirt and carving out holes weren't even considered ultimate skills. They were in her blood, deeply ingrained instincts. In a flash, she had bored a tunnel leading straight into the very center of the reptile pack's lair. Lin Han rubbed his chin in anticipation as he saw Yi's silhouette stealthily crawling along the tree trunk. This ant kid really knows how to get things done. This time the eye of the wind is definitely in the bag. But he still didn't forget to warn, don't crow too early. Until the rice is cooked into a meal, you still have to keep your eyes wide open and stay alert. The exact moment Yi's hand grabbed the flower base to pluck its roots, Lin Han suddenly jumped and yelled loudly, We're doomed, bad omen. The branch snapped with a crack. Yi's entire tiny body slipped right through and plummeted to the ground with a thud, screaming in panic. The massive commotion caused the entire lizard pack below to simultaneously crane their necks to look up. Scrambling up from the dirt, the little girl whimpered, "This damn gust of wind, it totally exposed Yi." Even surrounded by dozens of pairs of lizard eyes glaring daggers at her, she still tilted her chin up in defiance. "Bring it on if you've got the guts. Yi here isn't scared of anyone." Lin Han frowned and commanded, "The Gale lizard pack is too huge. Charging in for hand-to-hand combat means Yi will be eating dirt. Tiangu, fly over and snatch the kid back quickly." Like an arrow tearing through the wind, Tiangu flapped her wings and shot straight forward. She instantly activated her familiar divine speed boost skill. Grabbed by the waist and lifted into the sky, Yi was startled, screaming and grumbling. "What kind of trick is this stinky bird pulling?" Tiangu muttered as she spread her wings to glide back. "Shut up, master ordered me to come fish you out." Dropping the little girl with a thud in front of their master, she reported, "Sir, I've dragged Yi back here." Lin Han sighed in relief. "Great job." Now Lin Han had to prepare to perform the final act, which was to run for his life. He yelled, "Let's bounce quickly, guys, the whole pack is chasing us." The two girls chirped a chorus of yes and bolted headfirst. The once quiet, fiery red scarlet blaze forest suddenly became as noisy as a broken market due to the intense chase. Lin Han scolded as he ran, "You stubborn creeps, I just plucked a single flower and you guys plan to chase us to the ends of the earth." As he ran, he skimmed through his status panel again. Class 2nd Transition Beast Taming Scholar, Level 20. Strength 3,290, Agility 2,570, Spirit 2,470, Physique 2,000, Free Attribute Points 700. He gritted his teeth. This footwork wasn't enough to shake off those stubborn reptiles. Might as well burn all 700 free attribute points into the agility stat to be done with it. Thanks to that, his agility leaped to the number 3,270. Yi, running beside him, dropped her jaw. "Whoa, our boss suddenly floored the gas pedal so hard." He turned his head and urged, "Just try to hike up your skirts and run a bit further, Yi, Tiangu. Once we pass that bend, we'll be in the clear." The two girls looked at each other in confusion. What on earth was up ahead that made him so confident? The trio crashed straight into the core of the Scarlet Blaze forest, where the temperature was sweltering hot and the flames licked the sky. At this point, the pack of Gale lizards slammed on their brakes, loitering around the outer edge, strictly not daring to step a foot deeper. After glaring for a while, the whole gang had to turn their tails and leave, acting entirely spooked, as if terrified of some monster lying in wait inside. Tiangu's eyes lit up as she calculated, "Sir, that massive reptile pack has slipped away. Master purposely herded them to this spot, didn't you?" Lin Han snapped his fingers sharply. "Spot on. The fire lizard's lair is located right in the core of the forest. They are the big bosses of this area. I bet even if the Gale lizards invited the grass lizards over to gang up on them, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, the last item we need to hunt is the dragon's flame, and that thing grows smack in the middle of those fire lizards' bed. Let's boldly venture into this frying pan. We're about to step on their nest. Once we close this deal, our crew can safely head back and sleep soundly under the covers." Deep in the bowels of the forest, a pack of level 22 fire lizards was exposing their bellies and sleeping lazily. Yi swung herself on the cliff, peered down and whispered, "Boss, boss, a whole pile of chubby lizards is soaking in the magma pool." Lin Han narrowed his eyes and scanned the entire area to locate the last material item. Sweeping his gaze around, he smiled triumphantly. "Gotcha, Dragon's Flame. This place has a spacious and airy field, extremely suitable for Tiangu to start her airplane mode and snatch the goods." The system chimed perfectly on cue. "Congratulations on triggering a random event. Event name, Alarm Clock. Requirement, wake up the fire lizard chieftain and send it to heaven. Reward, pocketing 1,000 beast taming points." He widened his eyes and blinked. "Holy crap, I'm running on a deadline and you're still stuffing a minigame down my throat." "Fire lizard boss, huh? Looks like there's another chubby big boss lounging at the bottom of the lake. That 1,000-point reward is undeniably fat, but if we accidentally get ganged up on and bitten by the whole pack, not even our bones will be left." Lin Han quickly made the call. "Let's just lock in the promotion quest first, we'll figure out how to jump the boss later. Tiangu, fly down and fetch that dragon flame for me." Seeing Tiangu swoop down and bring back the loot, Yi cheered joyfully. "Wow, Big Bird got the dragon flame." She respectfully offered it with both hands, "My lord, I have completed the task." Lin Han grabbed the dragon flame flower and smirked. "This grind seems pretty chill, nothing too crazy." "Easy peasy, now I just need to brainstorm a way to lure that lizard boss out and make mincemeat out of it." Suddenly, the corner of Lin Han's eye twitched. He quickly glanced at a dark corner, fully on guard. His sharp intuition warning him, he took a slight step back, neatly dodging a dangerous surge of energy sneaking up from behind. A sour, mocking voice rang out, "Kid, you've got some pretty good luck." A group of fierce-looking thugs stepped out, pointing their chins arrogantly. "If you know what's good for you, toss that dragon flame flower over here. I promise to bury you quick and clean, it'll save you some pain." Lin Han frowned and retorted, "Which hole did you guys crawl out of? Trying to rob my stuff the moment you show up, what gives you the right?" The leader smugly fired back. "The title of a Mage Association member, that's what. Do you think a small fry like you can compare to my bright future? I am Lei Dong, an 18-level lightning mage kid." Lin Han searched his memory. Mage Association? Rumor has it this organization specializes in gathering idle awakened folks to extort honest people. They carry the name of an association, but in reality, they are just one of the most notorious thug dens in this land. Lei Dong stroked his chin, threatening, "Obediently hand over the dragon flame and I'll spare you." His lackey named Tian Huo standing behind him suddenly whispered, "Boss, wait, look closely at those two babes standing behind the brat." Their breathtaking beauty and smoking hot bodies instantly glued the thug's eyes to them, and the leader gulped, "Holy shit, those are top-tier goods. I changed my mind. Hand over those two long-legged babes for the brothers to have a little fun." Lin Han sneered with utter contempt. Truly a bunch of uneducated scum. And garbage shouldn't be thrown around on the streets, it needs to be burned clean to maintain urban aesthetics. Lei Dong still hadn't processed that he was messing with the Grim Reaper, his eyes widening as he barked. "What the hell are you babbling about, brat? If he's tired of living, brothers, just break his arms and legs and throw him to the lizards down there to chew on his bones." The lackeys roared, "Yes, boss." Tian Huo led the pack of hounds forward, smirking. "Kid, brother Lei here is willing to use your stuff. That's 3 lifetimes of blessing for your family. You dare to talk back, then we won't just stop at crippling your limbs." Lin Han remained rooted to the spot, calmly standing with his hands behind his back in the center of it all. Yi and Tian Gu instantly dashed forward to shield him, hissing coldly, "Dare to touch a single hair of his, you must be tired of living." In the blink of an eye, the henchmen were beaten and sent flying right back to the starting line. Lei Dong's eyes bulged. What the hell is going on? His face turned ashen, sweat pouring down. What do these two brats eat to be this insanely strong? The boy flashed a spine-chilling smile. Let this young master do a little self-pride intro. I am a level 20 beast tamer scholar, and these two muses are my tamed beasts. These girls are both ancient savage beast bosses. Tearing you into 4 pieces is like tearing scrap paper. Lei Dong was scared speechless. Tamed beasts that can turn into humans? What kind of mind-bending hack is this? His eyes darted around, calculating. Rumor had it that tamed beasts stick to their masters like glue. It'd be better to risk it and launch a fatal strike at the brat than make a run for it while they scramble to save their owner. Putting thought into action, he poured all his capital into generating a bolt of lightning and hurled it straight at Lin Han's face. But Tian Gu merely waved her hand and shattered the attack. With me standing here, not even a mosquito can fly near him. Seizing the opportunity, Yi darted in front of Lei Dong as fast as the wind. A simple punch landed on his stomach, making him cough up blood. Got the guts to play dirty with my boss? Yi will chop you to pieces. Punching and kicking, she gifted him a continuous combo. I'll stomp this thug habit out of you. Lin Han hurriedly called out. Yi, hold back and keep him alive, I still have a use for them. The whole gang was tied up like rice cakes, yet Lei Dong stubbornly kept barking. What are you trying to pull? Be smart and untie me now. If you touch a hair on my head, the Mage Association will level your house. The boy waved his hand, smiling innocently and harmlessly. Oh my, we don't have any grudges, why would I harm you guys? It's just that I'm stuck on a quest and need to borrow your battered bodies for a tiny bit. Seeing Lin Han's smile suddenly turn demonic, the guy's courage shrank. What kind of sick trick are you planning? Tragic howls pierced the sky, successfully drawing the attention of the reptiles in the lake below. 4 young men were left hanging upside down in midair, screaming for mercy until their throats tore. Tian Gu held the end of the rope tight, dangling them towards the magma lake, coldly scolding. Didn't you eat breakfast or something? Roar louder for me. The thugs cried out in terror. "Big sister, have mercy, whatever you do, don't loosen your grip. We know we messed up, we were blind, please be magnanimous and spare these little dogs." The rope slipped down another notch, hovering right above the lake. The whole gang curled up in fear of the lizards opening their mouths and snapping them up. Lin Han stood on the shore, nodding in praise. Tiangu's distance control is spot on, that hovering height is perfect. Yi peeked over curiously. "Master, why are you using them to play on a swing?" He shrugged and explained, "Our goal is to drag the lizard boss up, right? When you go fishing, of course you have to prepare some sharp bait. Now we have to force these pieces of bait to make a huge fuss to force the big fish to surface." The rope went slack, and the whole group dropped with a thud onto a protruding rock in the middle of the boiling magma. Two bright red lizards had already caught the scent of meat and were scrambling up the rock, smacking their lips. Lei Dong panicked, waving his hands and shooting lightning wildly to drive them away. "Screw off, don't you dare come near me." Unfortunately, those weak lightning bolts hitting their scales were no different from a mere itch. They remained as unmoving as rocks. "Tian Hu," cried a river, "Brother Lei, what kind of lightning are you throwing? They aren't even flinching." Another lackey clasped his hands, begging, "Save me, I don't even have a wife yet, I don't want to be beast food." When a monster opened its jaw full of razor-sharp teeth and lunged, the group could only close their eyes and scream for their mothers in despair. Lin Han pouted in disdain, "Truly useless trash. Tiangu, cover them a bit, it won't be fun if they die too early." The calm girl replied, "Understood, my lord." A massive bolt of lightning streaked across and slammed straight down, clearing the path and saving the cowardly bunch from the brink of death. The pack of lizards was shocked stiff, spasming. The boy rubbed his hands triumphantly. "Nice, keep up this rhythm, tear this lake apart for me." Immediately, the magma surface bubbled furiously, and rolling waves appeared. The lava parted to both sides, rising up majestically like a miniature volcano. The level 28 fire lizard chieftain officially entered the stage, and Lin Han snapped his fingers. "The shark has taken the bait, guys." Tiangu immediately opened fire, landing a giant streak of lightning with a deafening crack onto its rugged back. Seeing the monster snap its head around and growl, he shouted, "Textbook move, we've drawn its aggro. Lure the prey ashore." Tiangu glided swiftly backward. "I understand." He pointed down and asked, "Master, what about those 4 punching bags? Do we just leave them there?" Lin Han waved his hand coldly. "Let them be, with their puny limbs, they'll become snacks for the little lizards sooner or later anyway. One look at their faces, and you know they're hardcore gangsters. Since they rob and kill so smoothly, keeping them alive is just a waste of space. If those reptiles don't swallow them, I'll personally send them on their way. Now focus all our power on smashing the boss first, brush the irrelevant stuff aside." Yi clenched her fists. "I'm ready, master." The little girl braced herself, continuing to feed the beast her signature move, the Berserk Ultimate Strike. A powerful palm strike slammed into the Lizard King's side. Lin Han clapped. "Well done, Yi, just pin it down and test how tanky it is." Following up with a kick to the monster's head, he yelled, "Tiangu, stuff the damage in, don't give it time to breathe." Lightning sparked everywhere, drilling straight into the fresh gouge on its skin. She shouted, obeying the master's command. Lin Han watched and calculated. Even though this boss was on a much higher level, sandwiched between a Yi and Tiangu, it would eventually be served on a platter. Even an iron block wears down if you grind it slowly. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sonic wave shrieked out, making him clutch both ears tightly. Holy crap, what now? The monster unleashed an earth-shattering roar, blowing both girls backward. Behind the roar was a giant fireball spat straight at them. Lin Han turned pale and yelled, "We're screwed." Yi Tiangu dodged quickly. In that life-or-death moment, Tiangu threw herself out, using her own body as a shield to protect Yi. The fierce explosion of fire swept past, blowing both of them out of the safe zone. Tiangu stumbled as she landed, her legs buckling from the exhaustion. Seeing the bird girl swaying and almost falling, Lin Han dashed over to catch her. "Tiangu, are you all right?" Yi also crowded around anxiously. Looked painfully at the blood seeping from her shoulder, feeling a twinge of guilt. The two of them had just barely hit level 20, going head-to-head with a monster 8 levels higher was truly a bruising ordeal. No matter how important this grind was, if anything happened to them, they'd all be doomed. Maybe I should. Brushing away her weakness, she gritted her teeth and stood up straight. "Rest assured, my lord, I haven't fallen yet. You went through so much trouble to come here, it must be for a great cause, how can we give up so easily?" Besides, if we turn our tails and run now, that reptile will drag us all to our graves anyway. Yi chimed in with absolute certainty. Big Bird Sister is totally right. Your business is my business. I will definitely help you lock in this order. The two girls wiped away the blood and charged straight back at the boss. Master, just stand there and watch our performance. We'll finish this quick and clean. That's right, Yi and Big Bird Sister are going all out this round. Lin Han's eyes welled up with touched tears. His pampering of these two wasn't in vain. True loyalty shows in times of hardship. Since that's the case, as the boss, I must rack my brains to map out the most top-tier strategy, so my darlings don't have to suffer another scratch. This Lizard King is too thick-skinned, its armor is too tanky, their punches are like scratching an itch, doing 0 damage. Smashing it head-on is a bad math problem. We have to find a way to slip through the back door. A flash of brilliance crossed his mind, and he accidentally spotted the monster's fatal flaw in this unbalanced chess game. His eyes locked onto the spot where the scales were peeled off, oozing bloody red, the old crack that Yi had just clawed open earlier. He screamed until his throat was raw, directing the way. Yi Tiangu, keep the same rhythm. Aim to rip open that open wound right on the Lizard King's neck. With a clear target, the two girls charged like moths to a flame. They didn't know what trick their boss was plotting, but the boss's orders were absolute. Seizing the moment, Yi dug her hand right into the wound. Lin Han slapped his thigh with a smack. That's right, Yi, dig deep, tear that hole wide open. When it was Tiangu's turn to shove more damage into the sweet spot, the girl smirked. I understand your intention perfectly, my lord. A stream of lightning spiraled straight into the bottomless pit on the massive beast's neck. Taking a critical hit, the giant slab of meat crashed down into the bubbling magma pool below. The thick smoke and dust gradually faded, and the two girls stood on the shore, straining their eyes to wait for the result. But when they saw the massive shadow gasping and standing back up, both deflated. We've been beating the crap out of its throat this whole time, and it's still as solid as a rock. Lin Han surged forward, cutting in. It's not enough, your meager strength is only enough to give it a scrape massage. Saying that, he built up momentum and bolted toward the monster. He charged as the vanguard, because this trump card could only be used when he engaged in close-quarter solo combat, muttering to himself to borrow the Thunder Emperor's lightning wings and speed boost. Lin Han awakened with the ultimate ace in his hand. I get to use all my disciples' moves for free. Skill shuffling, Heavenly Horned Ant Berserk mode on, continuing the copy, Heavenly Horned Ant's super arm strength. Successfully borrowing the Berserk ultimate strike, he smirked sinisterly. This time, it's going to be an armor-piercing shot straight to the stomach. Using his mortal body as a lightning rod to absorb the damage, he muttered non-stop. Borrow move Unleash Lightning. Borrow move Heavenly Horned Ant Steel Frame. Taste this 1 billion volt battery, you stinky lizard. Straddling right on its head and raining down punches, he roared. Today, I won't stop until I've roasted you to ashes. After the decisive blow, the lizard boss collapsed and breathed its last. The machine immediately dinged with good news, completed the alarm quest, and killed the fire lizard boss, successfully pocketing a neat 1,000 beast taming points. The two girls celebrated wildly. Boss, thanks to leeching the exp, we both leveled up. Awesome, Yi is invincible now. The system panel also hung lanterns and flowers to congratulate the level jump. Lin Han spread his blood-stained hands and let out a long, heavy sigh. Good lord, it's finally over. A fulfilled smile bloomed on his lips, the phantom wings behind his back flickering with a blinding light. With his mana bar completely drained, he staggered and fell backward. The two girls scrambled over to catch him. Master, he weakly waved his hand. Stay calm, I'm not dead yet, just ran out of battery from overusing my moves. That bunch of trash from the Mage Association is probably still struggling to stay alive. The lizard pack will be swarming over to chew their bones any second now. Let's retreat quickly, find a place to rest for the night, and tomorrow we'll drag our butts to submit the promotion quest. As the sun peeked out, the three of them dragged each other to the class transfer hall. Glancing at the floating text on the crystal slab, he read it loud and clear. Submission successful, officially unlocked the third transfer, received the title of Elite Beast Tamer. Leaping into the third transfer, he picked up the ultimate skill Eagle Eye, buff supervision and movement tracking, keen ears, hears through walls. Refreshed profile, Lin Han Profession Elite Beast Tamer third transfer, hidden profession, level 20. Raw strength, 3,290 agility, 3,000 brain power, 2,470 toughness, 2270. Active skills: Life Contract Tier 3, Beast Pen Tier 3, Summon Minion Tier 3, Malicious Wave Tier 2, Lightning Wings Tier 2, Copy Skill Tier 2, Poison Sting Tier 1. Spare points, wiped clean. He clicked his tongue in praise. Wow, this third transfer trial was tough as nails, but in return it dropped 2 premium talents, totally worth the grind. Looking up at the global leaderboard, it flashed a message. The 5-star quest Phantom Ship Grudge has been cleared. The surrounding crowd dropped their jaws. Holy crap, wasn't that bounty just posted the other day? How did they plow through it so fast? Who the hell grinds like they have a motor shoved up their ass? Is this godlike speed even humanly possible? The receptionist lady casually tapped her foot, looking at the crowd like a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Ever since she witnessed Mr. Lin's god-tier level grinding stunt, if someone told her the sun rises in the west, she'd probably believe it blindly. Lin Han turned on his heel to check on his 2 core disciples. Yi, Tiangu, how far has your tankiness gone up now? Yi thumped her chest to report. Boss, I feel like I've gotten incredibly swole. My muscles are bulging enough to smash a mountain. Stat board updated. Heavenly Horned Ant, Insect Family, Ancient Savage Beast, level 21. Punching Force 3640, Dodge 3210, Willpower 2954, Sturdiness 4100. Ultimate Skills, Berserk level 20 buffs 50% of base stats, Super Arm Strength level 20 buffs 60% Punching Force, Steel Frame level 10 buffs 20% Sturdiness. Tiangu gracefully tucked her hair behind her ear and shared. The power jump feels quite solid as well, my lord. Especially this time's promotion, the Thunder Emperor got a brand new combat shell as a bonus. Stats scrolled by. Insect Family, Ancient Savage Beast, level 21. Physical Attack 2800, Wingspan 4280, Brainpower 3420, Endurance 3100. Active Skills: Thunderstorm level 10, drops random lightning within a 1000-meter radius. Speed Boost level 10, buffs 40% agility. Lin Han sat down on the ground, holding his head and crying internally. Tears falling, Yi and Tiangu are literally running on an auto-grinding bot. But he quickly slapped his face to regain his spirit. Just a 1-level difference, and the stats are a mile apart. Whatever, they are my tamed beasts. The more overpowered they are, the more I can just sit back and reap the rewards. System reminder: dump 1000 beast taming points to upgrade skills. Heavenly Horned Ant Steel Frame jumped to level 20, buffs 40% sturdiness. Thunder Emperor Thunderstorm jumped to level 20, hurls random lightning within a 2000-meter radius. Thunder Emperor Speed Boost jumped to level 20, buffs 50% agility. Spare points in the bag, a big fat 0. Lin Han rubbed his chin, calculating. I still have an unopened 3rd transfer gift box. My hands were too tired from picking up loot earlier to check it closely. This skill lineup looks pretty sweet. Which one should I pick now? System panel popped up. Congratulations on passing the 3rd transfer. Please lock in your gift. A fusion allows merging with 1 or more tamed beasts, multiplying base power by several times. B. Telepathic chat. Talk directly with wild beasts, increase friendliness, raise the success rate of binding cards. C. Absolute invisibility. As long as you are out of sight, erase all traces of aura, absolute invisibility from both human and beast eyes, especially with no cooldown. He waved his hand and made the final call right away. Dump all my beast taming points into beefing up the skills for my 2 muses. The 2 girls stared at the skill board, blinking curiously. Boss, what's that fusion thing about? Sharing a body with you must feel totally awesome. Lock in fusion right now, boss. Just the name alone sounds totally badass. Lin Han rubbed his chin smugly, thinking to himself that needing the raw strength of the Heavenly Horned Ant together with the lightning-fast agility of the Thunder Emperor would surely be infinitely more overpowered than the usual copy-and-paste trick. If I pick the fusion route, the next time I run into some big-shot monster like the Fire King, this bro will have more than enough juice to stand tall and talk trash. No need to cower anymore. He then spoke up. Are you 2 little ones seriously tempting me? Anyway, once we hit the 4th transfer milestone, a bunch of brand new moves will automatically unlock. For this trip, let's just aim for whatever is clean and powerful. Hearing this, the 2 girls beamed with joy, cheering frantically. The master is number 1, thank you so much, sir. After locking in the skills, Lin Han's hands and feet itched to find a spot to test the goods immediately. Tiangu sharply noticed something odd. Looks like the master just received a new job. The young man stared wide-eyed at the notification. What the heck? Why is it so fast? The system announced that since the host had passed the 3rd transfer, a new quest to find the 3rd tamed beast was now triggered, and completing it would pocket a neat 1,500 points. Seeing this windfall drop from the sky, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Just securing a third tamed beast meant bagging a full 1,500 points. Yi stood nearby, her eyes welling up with tears, feeling wronged. This kind of job is a highly profitable deal. The master doesn't lose a single thing. Seeing this, Tiangu reached out and stroked the girl's hair to comfort her. She softly reassured the little crybaby, "Hush now, even if the master brings someone new home, he would never abandon us sisters." But the smile on Tiangu's lips suddenly turned as freezing as an iceberg. "Am I right, master?" The guy sweated profusely and laughed awkwardly. "Absolutely correct. Our #1 priority right now is still grinding levels. Besides, I have a shocking mission to handle soon." The two girls looked at each other in confusion. What shocking mission? Few days later, at the crucial promotion exam festival of Wuzhou First High School, Principal Si Kong Cheng stood solemnly on the high podium and boldly announced to all the students, "Today is the golden moment for prestigious universities to send their scouts to our grounds to hunt for talents." Lin Han peeked out from the sea of people, clapping along half-heartedly, telling himself that he had been so buried in level grinding lately that he almost forgot about this crucial exam. Luckily, his brain rebooted in time. Otherwise, if he failed, Sister Bai Bing would probably shave his head and paint it with lime. While he was lost in thought, Yi suddenly screamed, giving him a heart attack, "Master, I don't want to stay in this crappy place." From deep within the Tier 3 beast space, the girl threw a tantrum and wailed, "Where did you run off to, master?" causing Tiangu to scramble to comfort her. "All right, hush, be a good girl and stop crying." Lin Han could only smile bitterly and rub his nose. The problem was that today was a formal occasion. Dragging Yi and Tiangu out to show off would be a bit too extra. However, stuffing the two of them into that spatial storage room that used to hold trash was truly a harsh mental torture. Boss Si Kong Cheng stood high up, waving his arms passionately. "Students, go all out. Give the loudest round of applause to welcome the big bosses from various academies gathering here today. I am honored to call out the name of Head Teacher Tu Yi from North Heaven Academy, and Head Teacher Liu Tianyi from Qing Sheng Academy." Long Tianjiao's eyes crinkled with excitement at the sight of the big shots. Oh my god, the top brass from the two #1 training camps of the Dragon Empire actually lowered their status to come all the way here. They usually only recruit a handful every year, let alone bother looking at our rundown village school. "Hey little Lin, are you eyeing Qing Sheng or planning to drift over to North Heaven?" Lin Han glanced sideways, weighing against these two heavyweights. "I'm more curious to know which camp that representative sitting up there so imposingly comes from." Just then the principal raised his voice. "Let me introduce a key figure from the military academy, Boss Yi Tai Ching. Please give him a resounding round of applause." Mr. Tai Ching spoke up steadily. "Good morning, all students." Tianjiao's eyes widened in admiration. Top tier, the military academy's reputation easily eclipses both Qing Sheng and North Heaven. This uncle right here is the real hidden monster. "Hey little Lin, what level are you at right now? Have you managed to get a tamed beast yet? I've already hit the level 15 ceiling. Later, when we have free time, let's team up for a sweeping raid to satisfy our craving." Lin Han nodded and smiled in reply. "Approved, Brother Long, looks like you've been grinding pretty hard lately." The boy quickly waved his hand modestly. "Who am I to compare with you? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were about to plunge into the third transfer trial?" Suddenly from behind, a sharp, sarcastic voice rang out, "Blowing your horn to the sky without even blushing." It turned out to be that guy Feng Yang. He sneered, "Third transfer? Only a rubber-brained idiot like Long Tianjiao would believe that scam. Hey Lin Han, if your skills are trash, just be bold and admit you're useless. Why do you have to be so thick-skinned and brag just to sound cool?" Tianjiao got heated and fired up. "This Feng Yang guy, why do I see your moldy face everywhere I go? If you want a clash, bring it on." Lin Han hurriedly reached out to stop his friend, smiling faintly. "Oh, so it's young master Feng Yang. It's a small world indeed, didn't expect to run into the young master in this corner." Lin Han casually brought up the old matter. "Hey, that bet where you lost a clean 10,000 heavenly dragon coins to me is still unsettled, you know. Meeting here is destiny. How about you cough up the money and pay off your debt right now?" He pointed his finger straight at his face in fury, snapping, "Lin Han, don't get cocky. Today you are nowhere near qualified to be my rival." Lin Han shrugged lightly. "Oh, is that so?" His voice suddenly turned cold. "Then I'm afraid I'll have to pour a bucket of cold water to wake you from your dream." Right at this moment, Si Kong Cheng held the mic and shouted, "The promotion exam is about to begin. The format this time will be clearly divided into two stages, level scanning and armed live combat. The first stage measures your rank and isn't decisive for the final result, but it serves as a scale for you to know yourselves and your peers, making it easier to form a solid team for the hunting phase later. Moving to the second stage on the battlefield, the judges will keep a close eye on your situational adaptability and teamwork synergy. The three top-ranked teams on the leaderboard will take home a massive resource chest issued directly by the Academy, along with the privilege of choosing their future destination first. However, to counter the invisible freeloading tactics of deadweights, the final recruitment decision will be locked based on two factors: individual collection points and a comprehensive overall score. Now I officially declare, the promotion battle has fired its starting shot. I wish all of you go all out, win every battle you fight, and proudly step into your dream hall of learning. The level scanning phase begins. Please line up class by class. Keep in mind that this test orb can only scan levels from 10 to 20. Anyone thinking of playing dirty can drop that thought right now. Tian Kun Class 1, Chicken Farmer Profession Level 10. Kai Duo Class 1, Blacksmith Major Level 11. Bai Bing stood biting her nails anxiously. She had no idea how that kid Little Han had managed to gather his tamed beasts. This trial was his bread and butter, deciding his entire future, no joke. She suddenly frowned, sulking. Who has the free time to care for that stubborn brat? Even when I went through the trouble of hunting a void beast and served it right to his mouth, he still dared to shake his head. Truly hard-headed. Feng Yang crawled out from nowhere and interrupted. Teacher Bai Bing, even if you want to protect your little ducklings, you should at least look at the goods first. You mention Lin Han every time you open your mouth. I really can't digest what dazzling points that useless kid has for you to favor him so much. She glared at him and scolded. If you're here to test, then get up there and make it quick. If your mouth dares to curse my favorite student one more time, don't blame me for tearing you apart. Who knows what he ate to have such sky-high confidence? Even if I shut my mouth, my skills are more than enough to crush that kid Lin Han by a mile. Today, this young master will wash your eyes and show you the exact definition of someone blessed by the heavens. The crystal orb started calculating wildly, and Bai Bing read the result, completely irritated. Class 4 Feng Yang, Elite Giant Gorilla Tamer, Level 16. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Young Master Feng broke the highest record right off the bat. Looks like there's no hope for an upset now. With such a dazzling achievement, the big bosses from the top schools will surely fight to scoop him up. Feng Yang puffed out his chest, walked up to the boy and lifted his chin arrogantly. Lin Han, open your eyes wide and look at the gap in our strength. Right at this moment, I am the true overlord of this school. The young man just let out a sneer. You might not be the overlord for sure, because your record was just smoothly kicked out of the top spot. Only then did the idiot panic and turn his head to look. The screen showed the name of Class 5, Lang Zhu, Storm Grandmaster Level 17, making the crowd's eyes pop out as they screamed. Oh my god, there's always a bigger fish. No wonder she sits at the same table as the dual geniuses of First High. Si Kong Cheng proudly advertised her. Bosses, this student Lang Zhu is the darling of our First High. Not only are her grades flawlessly smooth, but her innate talent is also top tier. Two teachers glued their eyes to the screen, whispering, both the level and the profession are spot on. As long as her combat sense can keep up, she'll easily pass into our North Heaven. This Lang Zhu is a definite premium pick. Our Qing Sheng is desperately starving for elites of this caliber. Boss Tai Ching turned to ask Si Kong Cheng, I heard rumors that you have a beast tamer kid named Lin Han, who shares the title of dual genius alongside this Lang Zhu. Is that kid participating today? Hearing this, the teacher hurriedly grabbed the list and shouted, next candidate on the chopping block, Class 6 Lin Han. The boss immediately fixed his eyes on the kid Lin Han. Oh, so this is the kid who smashed the illusionary Void Realms record a few days ago. Let's see what magic trick this little guy plans to perform today. Feng Yang giggled sarcastically. With the crystal orb as a witness, no matter how much of a monster you are, your rat tail will be exposed. Hey Lin Han, I've prepared my beautiful soul to watch you play the clown on stage. Bai Bing was incredibly annoyed by that trash-talking mouth. If this little punk doesn't get slapped until his teeth fall out, he'll never tuck his tail between his legs. Lin Han hurriedly smoothed out her anger. Sister Bing, calm down. The specific cure for clowns who like to act wild is to slap their faces with actual strength. There wasn't a hint of fear on the boy's face. He smiled and said, "I'm itching to get on stage and party right now." Bai Bing caught her breath, then waved her hand and urged, "Hurry up and get your butt up there." He pressed his hand against the orb, calculating in his head based on what the big boss had said. This bubble can only measure those lagging below level 20. Now that I've dragged myself to the third transfer, who knows what kind of peekaboo number the system will pop out. The crystal block shuddered, initiating the process of scanning Lin Han's level. But waiting until his neck grew long, it remained dead silent, making him scratch his head in confusion. Is it a feature or a bug that the machine is glitching like this? Bai Bing's face also froze as she said, "This is my first time seeing this too." Suddenly, countless spiderweb cracks spread across the surface of the orb. Shattered glass flew everywhere into Lin Han's face, scaring the crap out of him. Oh my god, it was perfectly fine. Why did it just explode? Tian Jiao dropped his jaw in panic. Holy shit, what just blew up, guys? Bai Bing frantically pulled Lin Han aside to check on him. Did you lose any skin, kid? He waved his hand. I'm perfectly intact. She frowned in confusion. Why would the scanner suddenly explode? Did we buy some expired, low-quality goods? That's absurd. The school always does strict checks before the exam. Lin Han broke out in a cold sweat, keeping quiet and thinking to himself. Don't tell me it overloaded because my level is too insanely high. It can't be that ridiculously magical, right? Feng Yang caught the beat and immediately opened his mouth to insult. It's because a useless piece of trash like you polluted the equipment's eyes that it self-destructed, Lin Han. If I were this humiliated, I would have packed my bags and left the school voluntarily. Someone chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Yeah, that's right. You can't even take a test properly, and yet you destroyed the school's only measuring machine, you ungrateful vandal. Lin Han widened his eyes at the guy who just spoke. The dean promised to discipline Cao Chang, so why the hell is he still hanging around here today? It seems his backing is no joke. Bai Bing read his mind and whispered in his ear, that guy is Cao Xiang, Cao Chang's twin brother and also the head proctor today. He holds a deep grudge against you for snitching on his little brother, so you'd better watch your back. The guy immediately turned to snitch to the school board, dear dean and leaders. Lin Han destroyed public property and failed the level scan round. I strongly suggest revoking this guy's right to step onto the battlefield altogether. Lin Han glared at him and retorted, as a teacher, don't bring your petty personal grudges into your work. Cao Chang smirked wickedly. Lin Han, you're beyond saving, so stop trying to fight a losing battle. Old Liu Tian Yi also chimed in. A trash beast tamer like this isn't worth wasting the precious time of us big bosses. His level is so garbage that even the scanner rejected him, plus he's cursed with the beast tamer class. Even if he drags his ass into the combat round, he'll just be a punching bag. Tu Yi nodded in agreement. If your family doesn't have a gold mine to burn, dragging a beast tamer's level up is truly harder than ascending to heaven. Si Kong frowned and looked down. Lin Han, you heard the verdict of the two big bosses clearly, right? The teacher's face at this moment was extremely cold and badass. Feng Yang and Cao Xiang clearly gloated. Failing the rank promotion means Lin Han's path to university is completely ruined from here on out. Suddenly, Yi Tai Ching tapped the table and spoke up. Ultimately, shouldn't a person's true strength be clearly seen by throwing them into actual combat? This level measuring trick is just a rough draft for reference. The fierce combat phase later is the main meat of the banquet. If you guys do things so hastily like putting the cart before the horse, how can you ever find a diamond in the rough? The other two old men chickened out and didn't dare to make a peep. Boss Yi's single sentence has enlightened the blind. Let's just throw this kid straight into the second round to see how he performs. We might just get a good show to watch. The representative turned to finalize it with Si Kong. I propose this. Does the dean find it acceptable? Even if offered candy, the teacher wouldn't dare to argue. Approved immediately, sir. Thank you very much, bosses, for generously leaving student Lin Han a way out. Lin Han secretly gave this military department boss a 10 out of 10, a high-ranking official with such sharp thinking. Bai Bing whispered in his ear, rumors say this old man is strict and as straight as an arrow. Who would have thought he'd back you up today? Zio Han, you can't buy this second chance with money. Later when you dive in there, remember to give it your all and slap the jaws off that trash who dared to look down on you earlier for me. The kid jumped at his teacher's bloodlust. Yes, I'll remember. Feng Yang bitterly threw back a sarcastic remark. A blind cat finds a dead mouse. Huh, Lin Han. But what's the use of dragging your corpse into the arena? Even if you put a piece of trash in a golden bin, it'll still stink by nature. After being so ruthless, he tilted his head back and laughed maniacally in an extremely punchable way. Lin Han glared daggers at him and fired back. Do you think you're the center of the universe? You just got a tiny bit of spotlight and you already think you're a god. Keep the noise down. The guy froze, grinding his teeth and growling. I wouldn't mind personally logging you out during this exam. The boy, of course, feared no one. If you have the guts, bring your face into the match and then talk trash. Feng Yang sealed the deal. Fine, when we get there, I'll let you taste what it feels like to be crushed. Si Kong took over the mic and shouted, up next is the bloody actual combat phase. Students, pair up on your own, maximum 3 lives per team. Today's entire game will be broadcast live in full view. The big bosses will be staring and scrutinizing your every move. Long Tianjiao didn't hesitate to rush over and throw an arm around his good friend's neck. Zio Lin Zai, join my team. Your big bro will carry you flying through every obstacle. Lin Han clasped his hands in feigned gratitude. Then this little life will be entrusted to you, Fatty Long. His friend puffed up his chest. Piece of cake, a trivial matter. Su Ting, with her cheeks blushing red, shyly walked over and waved her hand. Classmate Lin Han. I'm Su Ting from Class 3. I was wondering if I could ask for a spot in your team. Long Tianjiao nudged him with his elbow and smiled slyly. Oh my, Zio Lin Zai's peach blossoms are blooming wildly today, huh? To the point where the beauty of Class 3 has to drag herself all the way here to seek refuge. Lin Han just looked clueless. His goldfish brain didn't retain a single piece of data about this girl named Su Ting. The young man was anxious that if he just randomly picked someone for the team, the act of summoning a Yi, Tiangu, or his third awakening label might be exposed, which would be deadly. So Lin Han dropped a ruthless rejection. Sorry, classmate Su, my team is already full. Please take the trouble to wander over to some other teams that are way cooler than ours. Long Tianjiao whispered and grumbled, hey Lin Zai, our trough still has an empty spot, right? Hunting monsters without a beautiful girl really kills the mood. He immediately snapped back, in which lifetime will you ever quit this simp behavior? Su Ting still clung on and pleaded, no way, sweeping around this yard, I guarantee there is no team more badass than yours, Lin Han. I know full well you're the one who smashed the record in the illusory realm the other day. Only by clinging to you will I have a chance to grab the championship cup. Please have mercy and let me in. Although I'm just a measly level 15 elite knight, I swear on my life that I won't become a burden holding you back. Lin Han rubbed his chin and analyzed. This girl speaks honestly, and she doesn't seem to have the heart of a snake. Pulling her into the battlefield probably won't result in her backstabbing me. His childhood friend also added a few words. Hey Lin Zai, she's already lowered herself to beg this much. Just nod and take her in. Long Tianjiao clung to his arm, whining and throwing a fit. Come on Lin Zai, let her in Lin Zai, I'm begging you Lin Zai. Eventually, Lin Han's ears went deaf from the noise, and he had to surrender. All right, she's in the team, happy now. Hearing this, Su Ting's eyes lit up like car headlights. Oh my god, what a sweet deal. He waddled over to submit the form to Bai Bing. Sis Bing, here is the paper finalizing our team roster. The teacher glanced over the final name. Why did you drag this Su Ting girl from Class 3 in here? Lin Han hurriedly corrected. Her expertise matches our team's formation quite well, so I decided to pull her into the team. She smacked her lips in regret. Originally, I planned to stuff Lang Lang Zhu into a team with you. That way the odds of swallowing the championship cup whole would be a bit easier. But she got snatched away by that annoying Feng Yang. I don't know what kind of empty promises he painted to lure that girl Lang Lang Zhu into following him. Lin Han patted his chest with a thud and swore, Big Sis Bing, you just rest assured. We'll bring this round's throne back and put it on display for you to see. Bai Bing felt tickled and took a step back. Who cares about you? I was just worried about you being left all alone and not finding anyone to team up with, thereby bringing shame to our Class 6. The boy knew it all along, but was too lazy to expose her. Yes, spot on. No matter what, I absolutely won't let Big Sis Bai Bing have to face the wall in shame. But she still couldn't suppress her anxiety and reminded him, promise me, if any unforeseen event strikes, above all else, put your life first. Bai Bing's hands intertwined tightly, secretly telling herself to try and stay calm. She used all her life's strength to lunge forward and hug Lin Han tightly, warning, if it gets too tough, Immediately send a distress signal to me right away. You are forbidden to grit your teeth and endure it, got it? His two teammates waiting right at the edge of the black hole waved their hands and hollered, "Let's go, Linzai." He hurriedly shouted, coming right away, while muttering in his head the faces from Sis Bing, Fatty Long to Su Ting, realizing that behind him there was a whole bunch of people laying bricks waiting to see his achievements. It looks like during this battlefield brawl, I can't play the game of hiding my cards and saving my strength anymore. Upon landing at the Forbidden Wasteland, Si Kong's voice echoed everywhere. "Oh, student citizens, this hunting map is divided into 3 zones, bronze, silver, and gold. The fancier the zone you huddle into, the more profitable the points converted from monster corpses. Besides, use the point calculating bracelet the school just distributed carefully." Lin Han staggered and looked around, asking himself, "Oh wow, so this is the arena for this round's slaughter." Boss Si Kong was still busy explaining. "This wristband has features to scroll the chat box and catch up on news, assisting you in going undercover to peek at your opponent's ranks, as well as pressing the SOS button when you're about to lose your life. Anyway, say less and understand more. Please feel free to pick a map that fits your abilities and swim out to grind points." Feng Yang's team had just dived in and was already slaughtering monsters like crazy. This bunch were truly just tiny shrimps, not even enough to fill the gaps in one's teeth. The system kept ringing. Feng Yang's team just skewered 2 level 8 fire lizards, wallet bursting with a pop, plus 80 points. Right at the moment, the reptile pack was about to snap at Leng Langzhu. The girl smirked, her finger lightly snapping with a soft click. A blizzard surged out, and the entire pack of lizards turned into cool shaved ice statues. A second later, they vanished into thin air. The system rang again. Feng Yang's team just wiped out a whole nest of 4 level 8 fire lizards. The home team got topped up with 160 fresh points. The entire stabbing and slashing scene in the dungeon was broadcast live for the audience sitting outside to watch. The 2 teachers stroked their beards in awe. That girl Leng Langzhu is fiercely sharp. The whistle only blew 10 minutes ago, and she's already carried the team to the top of the leaderboard. Her genes are already strong, and teaming up with all VIPs, it seems the gold cup this time will hardly slip out of their hands. The screen continuously updated the team's stats. Only Lin Han's frame was still lying lazily with a 0, as round as a goose egg. Cao Xiang fished in troubled waters and mocked. People are gulping down points wildly, yet Lin Han's team has been starving on bricks this whole time, truly smearing ash and mud on First High's signboard. The 2 teachers next to him clicked their tongues in agreement. That beast tamer kid from earlier, huh? Well, no need to waste effort laying down mats to wait on that trash team. Bai Bing alone still placed an absolute bet, secretly cursing these frogs at the bottom of the well. Just wait. Zio Han's hidden strength will definitely slap you all into flipping your faces. When the camera panned to his team's position, the machine was already flashing a glaring red alarm light. The watch immediately buzzed to report, ding ding, detected that the group has crossed the line and planted a flag in the silver grinding zone. This land harbors monsters ranging from 10 to 20, you know. Long Tian Jiao howled with his mouth shaped like an O and eyes like an A. "This is surreal, Zio Linzai. Are you crazy leading your bros, bodies into this silver zone? Good heavens." Lin Han sneakily rubbed his chin and secretly died laughing. If Fatty Long knew clearly that this silver zone was exactly where his big bro did his warm-up exercises recently, his brain would probably explode from shock. Phone popped a notification. It was an abusive message sent by Feng Yang. "Right now your daddy is the school's grinding god, son. Your pathetic bug-like self couldn't catch up to me even if you carried my shoes. This young master has plucked the monsters clean around the bronze zone. If you're thirsting for points, drag your corpse over to the silver side and hand over your life." After reading it, he just burst into laughter, truly a newly sprouted kid whose nose isn't even wiped clean. Long Tian Jiao peeked at it and cursed bitterly. This little punk, leeching off a girl's strength and still boldly talking dirty trash, disgusting. "You aren't familiar with that guy's bastard habits, are you?" Su Ting sighed and followed up. "Back then he even tried to harass me, so I'm all too familiar with his rotten nature." Right at that moment, Lin Han's system exploded with a startling beep. The notification flashed. "Congratulations to the host for unboxing a brand new hunting mission. Requirement: carry your machete and slaughter a standard gold tier beast. Progress: 0%. Commission: 1,000 beast tamer points." He rubbed his hands in delight. Can this system read my mind or what? I was just thirsty for blood and wanted to borrow some gold monster to test my newly loaded 3rd awakening skill. Lin Han patted his 2 friends' shoulders to comfort them. "Relax, Even if those brute cows licked the bronze map clean, they still couldn't pressure our side. After all, the raw cash over there combined is only worth a fraction of the silver monster points here. Long Tianjiao was still terrified, but with just our 3 measly nails, can we chew through these silver monsters? If we play dumb and become a tasty snack for them to pick their teeth with, we're screwed. Su Ting anxiously chimed in, not to mention the monsters in this zone have evolved their brains to play pack tactics. Touch one, and it calls its whole family out to bite us. Getting ganged up on like that, how could we even breathe? Lin Han leisurely explained the tactics. Whenever you two see a monster, just throw your legs over your shoulders, grab your shoes and run, leave the cleanup phase to yours truly. Once we've gathered enough numbers as capital, we'll bend the rules and swim straight to the gold zone. Hearing this, the other two froze for 5 seconds. Say what? You want to swim? Swim over to that damn gold map. He raised an eyebrow and nodded firmly. Exactly, the monsters in the gold zone spit out the most points. Your mouths claim to want the championship cup, but you can't even process that simple logic. Loitering around for a few steps, they immediately bumped into the opening monster, a level 18 stinky soul dog, standard silver rank. Long Tianjiao was still rambling and hadn't noticed the danger in front of him. In theory, yes, but my far-fetched worry isn't about this point-splitting business. Lin Han completely ignored his friend, his 2 hands clenched tight, cracking loudly, getting into a posture ready to pound meat. The young man crouched down, landing a heaven-shaking punch straight into that stinky dog's snout. Only then did Long Tianjiao see a whole gang of dogs rushing over sniffing their kind's scent. He yelled in panic, "Lin Zai, watch your back." The guy didn't even bother to dodge, all by himself rotating and punching down their entire choir. The app notification immediately exploded with dings. Lin Han's team just cleared a nest of 5 level 18 stinky soul dogs, the point wallet immediately bouncing up by 450. The 2 reserves stood petrified, unable to believe their eyes. A level 18 monster got punched balls deep by Lin like swatting a brat. Oh mother, in this lifetime we really hit the jackpot finding a super huge giant thigh to hug. Lin Han clapped his hands loudly to summon the souls of those 2 back. What are you spacing out for? Are you planning to trail after me to the gold zone or not? The system continuously spat out notifications, successfully scavenged stinky soul dog corpse, exp increased by 2,700. The 2 members nodded furiously, go go go, of course we have to stick to your heels. The broadcast speaker blared an alarm loudly, warning that the team of Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting has stuck their feet into the silver death zone. Ms. Li from the next class had her blood pressure spike and fiercely scolded Bai Bing. Ms. Bai, is that kid Lin Han from your class missing his fear nerve? Why on earth did he drag my girl Su Ting into that silver bomb crater? If my precious student loses even a single hair, I'll fight that kid to the death. Bai Bing took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, Ms. Li, please take a deep breath. My boy Lin Han never plays the blind suicide game. Cao Xiang poked his snout into mock. From my perspective, the kid probably sniffed the scent of failing to get the cup, so he's dragging the team to die together to save face. Who would have thought that Lin Han kid's character was so torn and bastardly? She threw a death glare over. Hey Proctor Cao, why do you always like to disparage our own students? Where did you throw your professional moral conscience? The guy slyly defended himself. I'm just worried that some toxic seeds will smear the school's reputation. The Silver Zone is a death trap. Rookies are banned from entering to feed their lives. If a murder case happens, it'll be extremely troublesome. Old Liu Tian pumped in more venom. Poor 2 kids on the same team. Their classes are clearly top tier, yet they were sabotaged by that Lin Han. It's too unjust. Tu Yi, who was scrutinizing the leaderboard, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Hey, hold on. Why is Lin Han's team's scoreboard skyrocketing like a rocket? The giant screen lit up, announcing Lin Han's team just scooped up a whole nest of 5 silver-tier stinky soul dogs, instantly adding 450 points to the fund. Boss Yi Tai Ching also looked up, captivated. Is the kid Lin Han starting to dance? The team's points continued to gallop up without breaking. Ms. Li slapped her thigh and exclaimed, oh my goodness, the points are jumping again. Bai Bing immediately waved her hand to order the technical team, bro, glue the camera tightly to Lin Han's formation for me. The guy nodded frantically, yes, I'll adjust it right away. On the screen, the image immediately flashed of a Yi carrying her Ant-Man form, dashing left and right among the monster pack. In the upper corner, there was also Tiangu flapping his wings wildly in the sky, scattering thunder and lightning to scorch the beasts black. Ms. Lee went cross-eyed in awe. Too damn cool. Don't tell me these beasts belong to Lin Han. Tuya stroked his chin and marveled. One look, and you know these two monsters are VIP goods. This is surely the trump card that student Lin Han has been hiding all this time. It seems the situation isn't as disastrous as old Cao's judgment, huh? Cao Xiang still gritted his teeth and stubbornly argued back. So what if he got lucky and drew good beasts? That doesn't mean Lin Han is qualified to tear up the silver zone. Monsters breed like flies in there. How many can those two measly beasts sweep away to be worth bragging about? The loudspeaker buzzed and bombarded again. Update: Lin Han's team just neatly slaughtered 3 level 15 snowming beasts. The team's points stuffed with another 225. Lin Han's team completely wiped out 6 level 12 storm wolves, lightly picking up 360 points. Another 4 level 17 snow leopards sent to see the King of Hell. The team deliciously gulped down another 340 points. Ms. Lee gaped and concluded, "Oh wow, Lin Han's 2 minions are truly mobile point excavators. They've flattened the entire silver map." Cao Xiang gritted his teeth, angry enough to cough blood, thinking to himself, damn it, with such godly grinding speed, the top 1 seat might just fall into the hands of these brats. Bai Bing smirked and threw a jab. "How is it, my sister? Are you still going to scream that my Lin Han led Su Ting to hand over her life?" The other woman stiffened and scratched her head to hide her embarrassment. "No, not at all. I was just acting foolish and joking a bit earlier. Ms. Bai, please let it go and don't take it to heart." At this point, Bai Bing finally realized the truth. No wonder the boy completely ignored his void beast. Turns out he already prepared something 10,000 times more terrifying. From the stands came a shriek. Oh my, their rank jumped into the top 10. Wait, no, they flew straight into the top 7, guys. Outside in the map, Lin Han was also dancing wildly, no less than his 2 female disciples, finishing off with a punch that slammed the monster onto its back on the ground with a thud. The system called his name again. Lin Han's team just punched a level 19 Thunder Beast into oblivion, charging another 95 points into the account. The 2 youths tagging along behind only knew how to act as backup dancers. Oh my god, we climbed to top 5, so hardcore. I'll wait a second. It shot right up to top 3, bros. Lin Han dusted off his hands, turned his head and jerked his chin. The monsters in this zone are completely extinct. Let's move to another mine to continue smashing. Ong Tianjiao began to doubt the existence of the universe. Grandpa Lin Zai, are you sure you're from the same batch of awakened as us? Little Lang Lang Zhu's rank climbing was ridiculous enough. You're on a demonic level even higher than hers. Su Ting swallowed her saliva and cut in, stuck at the 2nd awakening mark, yet bursting out such blazing combat power. There's probably no second person in the world who could pull this off. The young man shrugged and snapped his fingers. Huh, who made up the lie to you guys that I'm pegged at the 2nd awakening? The other 2 were shocked to their cores and roared in unison. Huh, if not 2nd awakening, don't tell us you god have already dragged yourself all the way up to the 3rd awakening. His friend tried to reach out and rub Lin Han's head to pet him. Good Lord Zai, oh Lin Zai, it's only been how many moons and you've already sprinted up to the 3rd awakening. Did you cheat or what? Lin Han irritably slapped that pig trotter away. If you have a mouth, just speak. You're forbidden from getting touchy-feely. Lin Han waved his hand, signaling to lead the way. This silver mine is bland and completely wrung dry. Let's move our feet quickly. Your big bro will pave the way to take you guys to the gold zone. Long Tianjiao cheered enthusiastically. Whatever Boss Lin dictates, we shall follow. This time we bros have made up our minds to cling tightly to the tycoon's tail. Hearing the kids plotting to slip away, Ms. Lee gaped in panic and screamed. What the heck? Is that guy tired of living that he wants to carry his team over to the gold map to commit suicide? Bai Bing also began to break out in a cold sweat. This stunt is going a bit too far. I wonder if little Zio Han has enough skills to carry these dead weights through this ordeal. Cao Xiang caught a tasty bait and immediately mocked. What an arrogant ignoramus. Does he think swatting a few toads in the silver zone makes him qualified to rule the world? She shot an icy glare and cursed right at his face. Has Proctor Cao lost his mind? Why is your knowledge full of holes? Are you blind that you can't see Lin Han's pair of beasts having more than enough power to chop up bottom-tier gold monsters? Instead of standing in this corner cursing and backstabbing, you should worry about lighting incense and putting faith in the students. That's what a true educator should be diving headfirst into doing. He resentfully reached in and pulled out his beloved phone. If it weren't for that brat Lin Han stirring the pot, my big bro wouldn't be counting ants in prison. This trip, even if it costs my life, I must take care of this little punk nicely. Looks like it's time to set up a dirty deal with Feng Yang. Right at the boundary line of the bronze and silver maps, bloody monster corpses piled up chaotically. Feng Yang laughed triumphantly and bragged, "Just keep up this heat. Our team's points will break through like a strong wind. That piece of trash Lin Han will only smell my smoke even if he straps a motor to his legs." He suddenly saw his phone pop, a notification sent by Cao Xiang. The secret message reported clearly, "Lin Han is tailing right behind the top two. Looks like they're planning to bulldoze straight into the gold map. You better speed up point grinding. If you get stuck, crawl over to the silver zone to farm. I've attached the coordinates of a silver monster nest right here." Lang Langzu turned to remind him, "Just focus on cleaning up the monsters here. Don't fool around and venture too deep. If we accidentally run into those fierce beasts in the silver zone, it'll be a huge hassle." Right after finishing her sentence, she turned around and saw nobody. Where did he disappear to? Lang Langzu immediately activated defense mode. Did some monster just dash past here? Suddenly Feng Yang led back a super giant level 20 gorilla, yelling, "Lang Langzu, be quick. Let's pool our firepower to smash this demon ape to pieces." He smiled cunningly to himself. "Luckily old cow pumped me this monster drop map. As long as we can scrape the corpse of this demon ape, the throne is basically in the bag." However, Feng Yang's face turned pale and he broke into a sweat when the ape lunged right at his face. Good heavens, this demon glides way too damn fast. From a dirt mound in the distance, a thick block of ice began to precipitate. Sharp, razor-like ice flowers tore through the wind and plunged straight into the demon ape's chest. The muscles on the beast's chest were frozen and locked tight by a thick layer of glacial ice. Lang Langzu cursed furiously, "I forbade you from touching the bunch in the silver zone, you vandal." Feng Yang ran for his life while shouting, "Put away that nagging mouth of yours, Grandma, gather your strength to boil it quickly and we'll settle the score later." He pleaded, "Try to join forces with me to finish this thing off. That storm staff that both the Cao and Feng families promised to bribe you with, I'll pay you in full later." Lang Langzu bitterly swallowed her regret, eating a bitter fruit this trip because of Feng Yang. "If I had known, I would have packed my shoes and tagged along with his team for a smooth ride." The demon ape roared in a frenzy, flexing its muscles to shatter the ice and snow clinging to its chest into tiny fragments. Lang Langzu unleashed a second wave of ice flowers that tore through the wind straight at it. But the moment those freezing hidden weapons touched the monster's tough skin, they immediately smashed to pieces like an egg striking a rock. The girl was heavily shocked. "What the hell is this? It doesn't even bother to notice my attacks." It glared at her fiercely, swinging a heaven-shaking slap aimed straight at its target. The giant silhouette of the pitch-black demon ape hovered, preparing to land a devastating blow right where Lang Langzu stood. Her heart dropped out, bursting into a sweat. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. However, unluckily for it, a Yi flew out from out of nowhere and delivered a piercing strike that made the ape spew blood wildly. Waiting forever and not feeling the expected pain hit, Lang Langzu slowly opened her wide, round eyes to look up and see. Startled by the footsteps following behind, the girl turned around and widened her eyes in astonishment. Lin Han. The guy was no less stunned. How did I bump into you guys in this place?" Yi dashed in and followed up with brutal strikes straight into the demon ape's hideous body. From up in the air, Tiangu rained down a raging thunderstorm to provide backup. The beast's entire body was instantly buried under a glowing, tangled web of electricity. A puddle of dark red blood poured profusely from the demon ape's shredded back. Lang Langzu mumbled in shock in her head. A level 20 Tongbei demon ape kicked the bucket this easily. Just how terrifying are Lin Han's summoned beasts? Lin Han frowned, angrily asking, "What's wrong with you two? Your talents are limited, yet you dare to pull the tiger's whiskers and tease a level 20 monster. Who on earth pumped you with guts as big as the sky?" His eyes happened to sweep over the miserable state of Feng Yang right nearby. He secretly thought, earlier the Malice radar reported a monster devouring students. I was wondering who could be so unlucky. If I had known it was Feng Yang, I would have held back a bit earlier to enjoy the show. The guy sneakily rubbed his hand in the foul pool of blood beneath the demon ape's corpse. Feng Yang's face turned pitch black, and he let out a harsh, grumpy snort. He aggressively rushed over, grabbed him tightly by the collar, and roared, "Lin Han, who asked you to meddle in others' business? You dare snatch my prey, I swear I'll tear you to pieces." Feng Yang's fingers gripped his collar so tightly that blue veins bulged out. Lang Zhu hurriedly swung her hand to stop this madness. Feng Yang, did that gorilla smash your brain to mush? If Lin Han hadn't stepped in to save us just now, you'd have been turned into minced meat already. Feng Yang argued until his neck veins popped. Save my ass. I know full well he just lusted over those points. Could it be that two genius brains like us would lose to this scrub Tongbei demon ape? She didn't hold back, dealing him a heaven-shaking, agonizing slap right to the face. Holding his cheek tightly, he cried out in frustration, Lang Zhu, did you eat a tiger's gall to dare slap me? She replied nonchalantly, is there anything in this world this lady wouldn't dare to do? Let me engrave this into your brain. The explicit agreement at the start was that I'd assist you to climb to top 1. In exchange, your family hands me a level 20 rare equipment. Ultimately, there's only a transactional relationship between us. Don't even dream of catching an attitude with me. Once you act blindly and ungratefully, the one left eating the bitter fruit in the end will be you alone. Feng Yang choked and stared blankly. You. Lin Han decisively turned his back and walked away. This comedy play of yours is quite funny, but my time is precious. I don't have the luxury to stand here watching any longer. My teammates are eagerly waiting for me over there. The guy smirked ominously. Oh, Lin Han, you can just stick your nose up to the sky right now. Later, when you step into the gold zone, you'll get to taste the flavor of a massive, giant gift that I took the effort to prepare specifically for you. Right at the edge of the gold grinding zone, Long Tianjiao looked around nervously. Where did that guy Lin dive to that he's gone without a trace? He should have brought his face back by now. He called out loudly, Su Ting, the whole group is still intact, right? Upon seeing his friend's figure appear, the guy was overjoyed. Zio Lin, Daddy Lin, Grandpa Lin, what corner did you just evaporate to? This place is the gold nest. If a monster suddenly pops out to chew our heads off, who are we supposed to call for help? Before the whining sound even faded, a barrage of beastly footsteps stampeded toward them. It was a level 28 nether wolf bearing fangs and brandishing claws right behind them. While he was still calmly coaxing, all right, I'm standing right here, aren't I? Lin Han keenly sensed the deadly killing intent closing in. Without saying much, he swung a powerful punch straight into the nether wolf's snout. The monster's entire body was sent flying far away, lying completely helpless in one spot. The system dinged to notify, defeated nether wolf, experience points increased by 2,136. Unlocked mission, slaughter 10 gold tier monsters, progress 1/10. The two companions stuttered, nether wolf. This type of level 28 monster always lives in packs, in other words. Lin Han nodded calmly, spot on, we're surrounded by a wolf pack. Long Tianjiao cried silently, a whole pack of level 28 monsters. This time our graves will really grow green grass. In his heart, however, he was ecstatic. It's really lucky that we harvested a bunch of monsters earlier, so a Yi and Tiangu have both leveled up. This scrawny wolf pack is probably only fit for the two of them to stretch their muscles. Lin Han boldly commanded, a Yi, Tiangu, no need to hold back. I give you 10 minutes, turn this entire pack into my experience bar. Yi immediately switched on berserk mode, whipped them to a pulp. The little girl happily responded, yes sir, Yi will clean up these big puppies for master. The sweeping operation occurred like a storm, making the scores dance wildly. Notification, exterminated nether wolf, experience points added 2,136. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 26. All stats upgraded, rewarded with 200 free points to distribute freely. Orange Sky Ant, race, immemorial 10 perils, level 26, strength 6,230, agility 5,120, spirit 5,130, stamina 7,000, skills, berserk level 20 buffs all base stats by 50%, giant god's power level 20 pushes strength up by 60%, iron bone level 20 reinforces stamina by another 40%. Thunder Emperor, race, immemorial 10 perils, level 26, strength 5,540, agility 7,520, spirit 6,020, stamina 5,011. Skills, Thunderpath level 20 randomly releases lightning wiping clean 2 kilometers. Sprint level 20 enhances movement speed by 50%. Notification, sent nether wolf to heaven, experience points added 2,136. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to level 27, all stats leveled up, receiving another 200 free points to mold freely. All over the ground now lay only the scattered corpses of the nether wolf pack. System update. completed the goal of butchering 10 gold-tier monsters. The reward of 1,000 Beast Tamer points has dinged into your pocket. Name: Lin Han class, 3rd Awakening Elite Beast Tamer, Hidden Profession, Level 27, Strength 4,760, Agility 4,470, Spirit 3,940, Stamina 3,740. Skills include Life Contract Level 3, Beast Tamer Space Level 3, Summon Beast Level 3, Malice Radar Level 2, Lightning Wings Level 2, Skill Copy Level 2, Eagle Eye Level 1, Listen Level 1, Fusion Level 1, Poison Spine Level 1. Lin Han frowned as he noticed something fishy. Farming a pack of fat mobs and leveling up this fast felt incredibly satisfying, but bumping into this pack of ferocious wolves the moment he stepped into the gold zone felt a bit too unreal. Notification: Host has just spent 1,400 free points to upgrade strength. Current strength stat, 6,160. Lin Han clicked his tongue, not knowing what kind of trap was waiting ahead. It was best to pump up his strength a bit more just to be safe. Yi happily ran toward him to claim credit. She threw herself straight into Lin Han's arms and called out coquettishly, "Master." The little girl proudly raised her chin. "Master, I just logged that giant dog out of the world." Lin Han staggered, almost falling to the ground. "Yi, good job, but first, spare these old bones and step down to the ground." She kept sniffing him nonstop. "The scent on your body is so fragrant, I just want to pin you down." "Wait a minute, where did these bloodstains come from?" Tiangu screamed in a frenzy, "You short ant. We agreed not to secretly hug the master all by yourself." Lin Han's sweat dropped and intervened. "All right, you two little ladies, tone it down a bit. We still have to clean up that pile of monsters." Su Ting stammered, patting his teammate's shoulder. "Tian Jiao, our brother Han fights like a god and even uses monsters as his maids. The image of a fragile beast tamer in my head has completely collapsed." Tian Jiao smiled bitterly and replied, "Just try to get used to it, man." He turned around and reminded them, "Oh right, you two must be tired from following me all this time. You can't just go back empty-handed. I'll let you guys have these two battered wolves, clean them up and soak up some exp for the fun of it." The two boys' eyes lit up like hungry tigers spotting prey. "Yes, sir. Thank you, Daddy Lin." Lin Han urged, "Hurry it up, clean them out so we can meet our monster hunting deadline." Tian Jiao scratched his head curiously. "We've reaped so many monster heads by now. I wonder where our team is sitting on the leaderboard." Glancing at the results, his jaw almost dropped. "Oh my god, since when did our squad parachute to rank 1? Su Ting replied nonchalantly, "Probably around 30 minutes ago." The duo huddled together, marveling. This crazy score is truly terrifying. I swear the judges' eyes will pop out when they see it. But then again, grabbing this mountain of points is all thanks to Lin Han carrying the team. Liu Tianya stroked his beard, evaluating him with sparkling eyes. "This brat Lin Han, our Qing Sheng has locked him in." Tuya pouted, openly showing his disdain. "You guys are too thick-skinned. Where does Qing Sheng get the experience to train beast tamers? It's crystal clear that this seedling was born to belong to our Bei Tian." The old man frowned and retorted, "Oh, so just because you guys got lucky and produced a few master beast tamers, you think you have the right to boast? Do you really think your resource vault is better than ours?" He challenged aggressively. "Bei Tian is obviously superior to Qing Sheng. If you're annoyed, let's step outside and solo to see who's tougher." Si Kongcheng grinned proudly. "Oh wow, even Qing Sheng and Bei Tian have to roll up their sleeves to fight over a student. And it's even a kid from our school. How badass." Bai Bing blinked in disbelief. Our little Lin, could he really be hiding such earth-shattering talent? The two teachers flared up, "Throwing away all dignity. If you've got the guts, let's throw hands. Whoever stands last gets to take Lin Han home. Let's fight. A little brat like you better not play dirty if you lose." While they were fired up, both of them suddenly froze and slowly turned their necks to look behind. Itai Ching casually strode over. "You two are quite enthusiastic, but it seems you've forgotten the most crucial character here." The two men dropped their jaws and spoke in unison. "Director Yi, you also have your eyes on Lin Han in their hearts. Both shared the same sorrow. Though Qing Sheng and Bei Tian were top-tier academies in the empire, how the hell could they compete with the power of the military academy?" He replied bluntly, "I do indeed find Lin Han very pleasing to the eye, but everyone has their own path. Which academy this kid steps into depends entirely on his personal wishes. So just stay put for now. If you want to bicker, wait until Lin Han comes out, then we can dissect this further." The two generals immediately muted themselves, not daring to utter another word, and just muttered, "Yes, sir." Si Kong Cheng was moved to tears. Not only Qing Sheng and Bei Tian, but now even the military academy is thirsting for our star pupil. The golden age of this school has officially begun. Bai Bing gently patted the principal's shoulder. Principal, take a deep breath to suppress your emotions first. I must admit that little Lin is too dazzling. Today's glory is an absolutely well-deserved reward for his efforts. Cao Xiang stood lurking in the back, his eyes burning with jealousy, wondering bitterly, why did that brat Lin Han suddenly unleash such terrifying power? He's clearly just a piece of trash, right? Feng Yang, oh Feng Yang, please rise up and salvage my dignity, crush Lin Han right here and now. Far away at the edge of the silver farming zone, Feng Yang just checked the golden board, and the blood rushed to his head. Lin Han's trashy squad is sitting comfortably at rank 1. How can a piece of garbage step on my head? He turned and snapped at Lang Zhu, hurry up, we haven't lost yet. At all costs, we must catch up in points and snatch the champion's seat back from that brat Lin Han. She sneered contemptuously, snatch back rank 1. Is your brain waterlogged, or are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Feng Yang roared, his face flushing red. Lang Zhu, what the hell are you babbling about? Are you planning to just throw away that level 20 weapon? Lang Zhu shrugged and dusted off her hands. I'm completely exhausted. My bones can't drag on for another round. If you're so capable, drag your own body out there and farm points by yourself. Feng Yang turned pale and backed down. Damn bitch. He swallowed his anger. Whatever, Lin Han is about to be torn to pieces by monsters anyway. Letting him gloat for the last few minutes of his life is fine. In the blink of an eye, the exam concluded. Si Kong Cheng stood with open arms in front of the spatial gate to welcome the students, joyfully greeting his precious pupils returning safely. Summing up this round, Feng Yang and Lang Zhu's team had to bitterly settle for the runner-up spot. The teacher nodded in praise. Feng Yang and Lang Zhu coordinated extremely smoothly throughout the trip. Round of applause for Lang Zhu. Her moves were sharp, and she knew exactly when to strike to finish off the elite monsters. As for Feng Yang, his performance was pretty decent too, but his reckless greed for points brought disaster upon himself when he provoked the Tong Bai demon ape. He almost logged out of the earth. These two kids are definitely outstanding seedlings that the Academy has racked its brains to mold. However, the two guests didn't even bother to look. Their eyes darted around frantically, searching. Not bad, but where did that kid Lin Han disappear to? Why hasn't he come out yet? Feng Yang chuckled inwardly. Oh Lin Han, earlier I sneaked some of the Tong Bai demon ape's foul-smelling blood onto your shirt. The pungent scent of the demon ape's blood will summon hordes of high-level beasts to surround you. There's no way you won't be torn into hundreds of pieces, right? However, upon hearing the news that Lin Han's squad had just materialized outside, he jolted and whipped his head around to check. The golden board updated. Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting's team firmly secured rank 1. Tianjiao yelled, this is completely surreal, we actually brought home the championship trophy. Feng Yang's jaw dropped, his face turning pale. Lin Han is somehow still breathing. Impossible, this script is all wrong. They obviously went into the gold monster nest, right? Why haven't they ascended to heaven? Did that blood-smearing trick expire or something? Tuya sprang up like a coiled spring and rushed over. Oh, my student Lin Han. The two men started fighting over him. Student Lin Han, our Qing Sheng rolls out the red carpet for you. I promise to dig up all the top-tier server benefits and treasures for you. Hey, student Lin Han, as long as you nod and become a member of Bei Tian, we'll cover an all-inclusive package for your pet contract. I hope you'll take some time to consider. Lin Han turned to stone on the spot. Did these two Academy big shots take the wrong medicine today to swarm and pull at him like this? The two teachers kept screaming into his ears, Student Lin Han, quickly confirm your order with Qing Sheng for me. Nonsense, nonsense, our Bei Tian is your true love. The three-man squad sweat dropped, wondering in their heads, are these really the core instructors of Bei Tian and Qing Sheng? They look exactly like desperate multi-level marketing scammers trying to grab people on the street. Yitai Qing parted the crowd and stepped in. You too. Which school Lin Han chooses can be set aside for later. Can I have a few minutes for a private chat with the kid? Kid Lin Han, do you mind publicly sharing a bit about your current level? If my eyes aren't blind, I'm pretty sure you've already hit the 3rd advancement, right? This bombshell was dropped, making the entire crowd's hearts stop and jaws hit the floor. No one could digest this shock. Third advancement. The two teachers shouted, if this is true, we've struck pure gold. Miss Lee nudged the person next to her. Miss Bai, you were hiding your cards and knew Lin Han reached the third advancement ages ago, didn't you? Why didn't you leak a word to me? If I knew the kid was this op, why the hell would I run my legs off worrying earlier? Bai Bing flashed a corporate smile, but inside she was furious. I swear I was completely in the dark too, do you believe me? That little demon, daring to keep it from me too, just wait and see how I'll skin you later. Feng Yang bit his lip in frustration, muttering, third advancement. How could a scrub like Lin Han have the right to climb to the third advancement? He couldn't even carry my shoes on a normal day. How the hell is he at the third advancement? He yelled and threw a tantrum. It's a scam. This Lin Han definitely used a hack tool. He just awakened his power a few days ago. Where would he get a third advancement level? Teachers, please don't let this brat fool you. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the screaming guy. Tusk, we almost forgot about your life there. Right after, they paused and looked at each other, accidentally tuning into the same frequency. Itai Ching raised his hand to signal yielding the stage. Lin Han secretly guessed. Supervisor, ye must have seen right through Feng Yang's rock-throwing hide-hand trick and is rolling out the red carpet for me to expose him. Since the water has already risen to my feet, I absolutely cannot miss this chance to feed him dirt. Lin Han aggressively presented the evidence. Hey Feng Yang, this young master hasn't even bothered knocking on your head, and you already dragged yourself here to deliver your life. Open your dog eyes and see what number my level actually is. Surrounding crowd froze at that terrifying leveling speed level 27. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Lin Han was always known as trash, and suddenly he shot up to this peak. That kid only awakened his power a few measly days ago, right? Lang Zhu hasn't even crawled to level 20. How did that brat swallow up level 27 so easily? Lin Han tilted his chin and pointed directly at the bloodstain on his chest. You really swore my life would be ruined to that extent. Based on what? The pool of demon ape blood you deliberately smeared on my shirt. The guy turned pale, sweating like a pig. What the hell are you barking about? I don't understand what you're babbling about at all. Bai Bing slowly walked over to back up her precious student. She declared loudly, arguing is useless. All of your filthy movements during the monster hunt were recorded in high definition by the system. I bet that if we play the tape, the needle in the haystack will be exposed. Feng Yang suddenly curled his lips into a sneer, completely shedding the trembling demeanor from a moment ago. Lin Han immediately frowned. Something's wrong. This smells like a scam. The guy called out arrogantly, Examiner Cao, please turn on my action camera to wash these people's eyes. Lin Han sweated bullets, thinking to himself, what the hell, when did Feng Yang smuggle the device to Cao Xiang? This is totally screwed. Cao Xiang coughed dryly and spoke up. Earlier, when Feng Yang dragged himself out of the gate, he handed the camera over to me. But the only catch is that the device was smashed to pieces during combat. Consider it a dud. We can't review any footage at all. Bai Bing flew into a rage and rushed forward to snatch it. This is utterly absurd. Hand it over for me to check. The old man cursed inwardly, these cows. You'd have to be crazy to leave the evidence of Feng Yang setting up Lin Han. I already tampered and destroyed it right when he came out of the dungeon. With the machine completely trashed like this, even if the whole world guesses we played dirty with Lin Han, where will they get the evidence to interrogate us? Right at that moment, a bland voice rang out, the gear is broken. Over here, I extracted the area's surveillance cameras. I wonder if they can be used instead. Cao Xiang stood as stiff as a statue. What the heck? Itai Ching had already prepared for all scenarios, to closely monitor every move of the brats. The military had secretly scattered cameras in every corner of the forest. He calmly activated the projector. Originally, these tricks were only for fair grading, who knew they would now turn into glaring evidence of a crime. The replayed footage completely exposed the guy's petty nature. It was clear that Feng Yang was sneaking around smearing the demon ape's blood. Oh my god, that guy really splashed gorilla blood on Lin Han. Itai Ching coldly exposed him. The Tong Bai demon ape might only bear a silver tag, but the scent of its blood is a potent aphrodisiac for high-level monsters. Your scheme was clearly to lure gold-tier monsters over, forcing Lin Han's three-man squad to die in the deep forest. You are lucky for 7 generations that you're not a soldier under my command, and the consequences weren't too brutal yet. Otherwise, for a backstabbing, ungrateful traitor like you, I swear I would turn you into a living rag wishing for death, holding on to regret for the rest of your life. Feng Yang was left speechless, unable to squeeze out a single word of justification. Si Kong Cheng angrily scolded him. Feng Yang, I misjudged you. This filthy behavior is smearing ashes and mud on the academy's face. You no longer have the right to sit at the same table with this school. Pack your bags and accept your expulsion papers. Lin Han smirked and whispered to the principal. Feng Yang is actually just a puppet having his strings pulled by someone else. How could a wet behind-the-ears brat like him have the skill to know the toxicity of the demon ape's blood? And coincidentally, the camera died right at the last minute. Examiner Cao, your older brother Cao Chang picked fights with me multiple times before, and now the camera dies right in your hands. This script is arranged far too well, isn't it? The way I see it, you're the hidden final boss pulling the strings behind the curtain, right? Cao Xiang hastily washed his sins away. Nonsense, what does this have to do with me? As an examiner, how could I stoop to such despicable tricks? Besides, a scumbag like Feng Yang, I'd rather slap my own face than back him up. Feng Yang was furious and spilled everything. Uncle Xiang, don't burn the bridge after crossing it like that. From the beginning, I only intended to snatch the points from the Tong by Demon Ape. It's glaringly obvious that you shot me a text, giving me the tip to use the Demon Ape's blood, and instigated me to smear it on Lin Han's shirt. Cao Xiang panicked and delivered a flying kick, sending Feng Yang flying. Shut your muzzle. When did I ever come up with that trick, huh? The kid tumbled backward, his face contorting from excruciating pain. Bai Bing bent down to fish up Feng Yang's phone that had just been thrown out. She casually scrolled through the message history on the device. Bai Bing held the phone up high as evidence. Feng Yang isn't lying. It's explicitly clear in here that Cao Xiang's messages were smuggled in. Cao Xiang rushed forward in a panic to grab it. You're making things up. Give me that phone. Si Kongcheng shook his head in disappointment. Cao Xiang, oh Cao Xiang, I really didn't expect you to be exactly the same kind of scum as your biological brother. He ordered decisively, a shameless person like you must receive a fitting punishment. Tie Cao Xiang up and throw him to the military to handle. Tai Ching coldly pronounced the sentence. You used your authority for personal gain and threw a wrench in a student's wheels, throwing professional ethics to the dogs. I firmly promise that in the very next second, you will taste a kind of torment that you won't forget even in death. The other two old teachers gloated and mocked, immediate karma. As for that torn-up brat Feng Yang, my Qing Sheng takes a pass. We will never sit at the same table. Beitian Academy also boycotts him. Feng Yang and his entire bloodline can keep dreaming if they think they'll ever step through our school gates. Would have thought Feng Yang and Cao Xiang colluded to play dirty. What ruthless tactics now. Not only did they get a slap to the face, but their futures are also turned to dust. Feng Yang slumped to the ground in shock, muttering like a fool, it's ruined, everything is completely ruined. Lin Han clearly understood in his heart. If it wasn't for Yi going crazy over the scent of the demon ape's blood, he wouldn't have exposed Feng Yang's cowardly play this early. He quietly sparked a thought. Supervisor Yi really has sharp eyes, grasping everything in the blink of an eye, truly the aura of a military top brass. The military academy route seems pretty solid, actually. The soldier called out to Lin Han, and he immediately replied with a yes. Tai Ching extended an olive branch. Your silk dancing performance in the forest was truly blinding. The doors of the military academy are always wide open waiting to welcome you. But let's be clear up front so there are no hard feelings later. The military side doesn't promise smooth sailing perks. Diving in there, you'll have to bite the bullet and crawl through countless exhausting training loops. The choice is in your hands. Take your time and think it over carefully. The two generals behind him rushed over to massage his spirit. Little brother Lin Han, calm down and don't nod too fast. Think carefully. That's right, Beitian's high-quality teaching staff covers this entire Tianlong Empire. Lin Han replied calmly, I will put my hand on my forehead and calculate this carefully. Si Kongcheng stroked his beard and rubbed his chin, feeling nostalgic, living to this age. This was the first time he had seen such a fierce battle over a star pupil between the top two training grounds and the military faction. Thinking it over, he's still a seedling of number 1 high school after all. I have to push the boat and support this kid. He cleared his throat and declared, students, the sparring session has officially concluded. Now is the time for the hot prize giveaway. The leaderboard called out the names one by one. Top 3 calls the team of Du Hao Nan, Tian Kun, Yuan Bei. Top 2, Feng Yang and Lang Zhu. The reigning top 1 honors Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting. Hey Lin Han, matching your brilliant combat achievements, here is an attached gift. A prime villa in the heart of the city, plus a top-tier martial arts manual, Heaven-Reaching Fist. Accompanied by a divine gold-tier necklace, Wearing it instantly buffs all stats by 20% for 3 minutes, but it's a trial item, so it can only be used exactly 3 times. Lin Han replied modestly, bringing home this huge pile of blessings today is all thanks to the principal's guidance, the school's training grace, and especially the shelter of Wuzhou City. In his heart, he was waving flags and screaming in joy. Who knew sitting at the top table would net a whole villa? What a big play! This way, won't I get to sleep blissfully holding a Yi and Tiangu every night? Si Kongcheng smiled subtly and advised, save those empty words for after you achieve greatness and fame, then it won't be too late to repay the school. Let Miss Bai Bing personally escort you over to inspect the villa. The car rolled out, taking the boy straight to his brand new mansion. Bai Bing gently probed, have you targeted which academy you want for the future? Lin Han scratched his head, I'm still very confused. I was planning to ask for senior sister's guidance. She dissected it slowly. If you want to settle for being a spoiled child, flying straight into Qing Bay is the sweetest deal. But if you enjoy tasting gall and lying on brushwood to temper your bones and want to embrace grander dreams, then the military academy door is always the perfect crucible. He calculated in his head, assuming I didn't have the system's golden finger, sneaking into Qing Bay to swallow up their resource vault really wouldn't be a bad move. The problem is I've got the system strapped to my side now, and I'm also fed this game-hacking atavism skill. I don't lack resources, but my beast taming points are rock bottom. If I want them, I have to drag myself out to the battlefield and grind. Lin Han was decisive, no need to hesitate anymore, I'll lock in the military academy. Bai Bing smiled, you really always know how to drop surprise bombs. Later on, if you get stuck with anything on the military side, just holler and I'll fly over to help. He blinked, thinking to himself, no matter how much the Bai family can hold up the sky, it'd be hard for them to reach deep into the military, right? Sister Bing probably just said that to boost my morale so I don't feel suffocated, right? Come to think of it, I'm not intimidated at all. Carrying a Yi in my left arm and holding Tiangu in my right, I'd have to be crazy to feel pressure. He painted a mental picture of the two girls burning with determination. Sister, we must serve our master to the fullest. Lin Han hurriedly turned off his fantasy radio. Wait a minute, this pressure is incredibly huge, no joke. The driver suddenly jerked the steering wheel, making the whole car swerve. The vehicle abruptly took a sharp death curve. His whole body lost its balance and was thrown into chaos. As a result, Lin Han faceplanted right onto Bai Bing's lap. She suggested, it seems you still have an empty summon slot. Have you got your eyes on any beast so I can roll up my sleeves and catch one for you to use temporarily? He nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I wanted. Does Sister Bing know any places hiding some badass fire-type monsters? Bai Bing pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. Let me think. Next to Shuangqi City, there's a blazing flaming forest. Rumor has it there's a platinum-tier blazing bird hidden inside, which is quite a perfect fit for your current physique. Bringing that back as capital when diving into the military would be pretty solid. Looking closely, the kid is also hovering near the 4th advancement threshold. We might as well farm that dungeon to grind the rest and level up completely. Wait, little brat, how long are you going to lay there throwing a tantrum before you get up? Lin Han jolted, springing up like he had springs attached. Yes, I've had enough. Her cheeks slightly flushed pink, she spoke up, then let's gallop straight to the flaming forest while it's hot. Striking their eyes was the entire forest engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Bai Bing valiantly cleared the path. Hopefully the rumors aren't fake. If that blazing bird has moved out, I'll find you an equally premium one to compensate. For now, just grind levels to pave the way for your 4th advancement. Lin Han chuckled, thank you, Sister Bing. Catching the scent of strangers, the monster pack let out an ear-piercing howl. A whole flock dragged their feet closer toward the two of them. Bai Bing waved her hand badassery, if you're too scared, just step back and hide behind me. The fire lions didn't talk much, opening their maws and charging rapidly toward them. She gently waved her hand, and thousands of freezing ice arrows were shot out. The razor-sharp ice arrows pierced through the lions like paper. He stood there dumbfounded. Is Sister Bing really this overpowered? Clashing with fire types, which are the natural enemies of the ice type, yet she dared to completely suppress their attributes. Not to mention, she even knew how to calibrate it to keep the monsters gasping on the verge of death. Now, all he needed was a light puff of air, and they'd vanish instantly. Lin Han swallowed his saliva in extreme curiosity. Sister Bing, has your skill level pierced the heavens yet? As the lions turned into gasping icebergs, she urged, "Military secret, I'll declare it later. For now, go run and collect your loot. You're about to reach the 4th advancement. This whole pile is more than enough to grind exp right." He trotted over to pick up the loot. Coming right now." Lin Han patted his belly and laughed inwardly. Sucking up levels this fast is truly idle hands making light work. The system booted up, jumped to Mark 28, base stats buffed by 210 points, attaching 240 free points in the pocket. Soared to level 29, adding 210 base attribute points, with a bonus of 250 selectable points to spend freely. Smacked a blazing fox to death, slurped up 2,258 X points. Exploded to level 30, stats farmed an extra 300 points, scooping up a full nest of 300 freely distributable points. Sent a blazing fox to meet its ancestors, received nothing, 0 X points. Red alert, the X tank for the 3rd advancement is overflowing. Please accept the job advancement questline immediately, otherwise, you'll just be stuck in this corner forever. Until you pass the 4th advancement trial, don't even dream of stuffing in another drop of exp. Bai Bing looked over eagerly. "How is it, kid? Full of exp yet?" Lin Han grinned widely and confirmed, "My belly's completely stuffed. I've hit the absolute cap, sister." She grabbed his wrist tightly and darted forward like flying. Bai Bing said enthusiastically, "Then let's gallop. The blazing bird's base is still way over there." Right in the navel of the flaming forest, perched majestically on a gigantic dead branch, was a blazing bird. Bai Bing nodded. The rumors were spot on. This fire bird is indeed hiding here. The kid rubbed his hands to warm up. "It's showtime today. Let's see this Superman show off his skills." From Lin Han's shoulders, a pair of blinding energy wings suddenly spread wide. He leaped into the air, charging straight like an arrow toward the blazing bird. She stood tilting her head up from below in confusion. In which past life did this little demon learn the secret technique of gliding? Lin Han did a lion dance in his heart. "Finally, I have a chance to flex my muscles and show off to senior sister." He swung his arm and threw out a sphere, summoning a Yi to the battlefield to fight. In the blink of an eye, she closed in right on the blazing bird. Yi didn't bother being polite, swinging an earth-shattering strike straight into the fire bird's skull. The poor beast was bashed so hard it plummeted to the ground with a thud, the impact echoing loudly and cracking the cliff face. Lin Han seized the golden opportunity and threw the contract, binding the beast tightly. The info panel loaded, blazing bird, species, Cayenne fireburst bird, level 35, biting power 2,966, speed 2,564, internal power 2,100, tankiness 2,350. He frowned in slight disappointment. These stats are cheap, the level is clearly high, but all the points combined aren't even half of his toe. Looks like I have to stir-fry it again using atavism. Bai Bing clapped in praise. "You look the part of a master too. Kid, this way, I can peacefully shake off my coat and leave." Lin Han blinked in confusion. Is Sister Bing planning to leave? Because the work deadline is rushing you, or is there an emergency? She turned and stepped lightly. "In about a few days, I have to pack up and leave this Wuzhou. The day of our reunion in the future is probably very far away. You'll have to drag yourself on your own 2 feet on the road ahead. I'm betting on you, your reach will definitely extend much further than this corner." Bai Bing's footsteps subconsciously halted for a split second. She turned her head back and whispered, "I'll sit at home and wait for you to find me. When that time comes, you have to make my eyes pop." Lin Han patted his chest and promised, "Guaranteed, I will definitely come find you." The car revved its engine, blew out smoke, and vanished without a trace from the desolate forest edge. He cracked his knuckles and shouted, "All right, time to turn on evolution mode." The firebird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. "Let's roll." The form of its divine molting was gradually revealed. Ding ding, the blazing bird underwent a perfect atavism molting. True Phoenix, monster type, 10 immemorial Fiends, level 35, damage 45,860, evasion 78,690, spirit 74,520, tankiness 59,620. Skills, Phoenix Flame level 10, summons a rain of fire to wipe out a square kilometer. Earth Vein level 10, digs up fire from a kilometer deep in the Earth's core to roast the enemy. The blazing bird was now clinging to Lin Han, rubbing its feathers against him affectionately. "Master, please hug me." He waved his hand, urging, "Oh my God, I produced another 10 immemorial Fiends, how badass. Hurry up, let's go pick up the advancement quest. He trotted straight back to the familiar place, the job advancement hall. The quest board rolled out, turtle population control. Quest difficulty, 3 to 5 stars. Script requirement, wring the necks of 50 turtles to salvage the decaying ecosystem. Combat coordinates, Kushui Swamp. Lin Han let out a tired sigh, landed on another 5-star quest again. But no problem, I'm no longer as weak as I used to be. Right in the main hall, the notification board just displayed the info for a 5-star advancement quest. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. What's going on? Another 5-star quest. This world has really gone crazy. Why are a bunch of tough quests popping up at the same time? Could all these quests be triggered by the same person? The young man led his lineup of tamed beasts and strode out of the grand hall. Their overwhelming aura quickly became the center of attention for everyone around. Lin Han spoke up. The next goal is precisely to complete the 4th job advancement. Straight to the Kushui Swamp we go. The Kushui Swamp was covered by a gloomy and dreary layer of fog. He cast his eyes at the bubbling, swirling water. So this is the Kushui Swamp. At first glance, the surface doesn't give off much of a deadly vibe. Lurking beneath the water were the silhouettes of slithering snakes. They weren't traveling alone, but gathering in swarms. The appearance of these creatures exuded a ferocious and highly dangerous vibe. Lin Han gave his orders, Xiao Zhen, please clean up those wriggling snakes. The girl immediately obeyed, please rest assured, sir, I will definitely satisfy master. Xiao Zhen instantly erupted in blazing flames. You useless trash, evaporate from this world right now. The swimming snakes were immediately swallowed and incinerated by the eternal flames. They writhed in agony amidst the crimson sea of fire. Lin Han sat lazily in a corner enjoying his dinner. Why are there only snakes around here? I've been searching forever but haven't seen a single turtle. Xiao Zhen sharply pointed her finger. Master, I've spotted the turtles. They are right ahead. He generously gave a thumbs up in praise. Excellent job, Xiao Zhen. Time is money, let's move out right now. The entire swamp area was gradually swallowed by pitch-black darkness. Seeing the swarm of turtles crawling densely under the water, Lin Han couldn't help but get goosebumps. Oh my God, where did all these turtles come from? It's as crowded as a festival. My fear of crowds is acting up again. But on second thought, this is actually good. With them gathered up like this, it saves me the trouble of running around looking for them. Yi Tiangu, I'll leave that swarm of turtles for you two to clean up. The 2 girls immediately leaped down. Please rest assured and leave this to us, master. Xiao Zhen eagerly asked, Sir, then what is my task? He leisurely replied, You just stay here by my side. Let's take this chance to let the 2 of them level up. Yi charged into close combat. With every punch she threw, rows of turtles collapsed. Meanwhile, Tiangu hovered in the air, raining down bolts of lightning that completely paralyzed the turtles. Lin Han leisurely enjoyed Xiao Zhen's attentive care. Getting things done without lifting a finger felt absolutely fantastic. The system announced the successful defeat of 75 turtles, bringing the quest progress to 60%. Suddenly, the water on the opposite side began to churn violently. Merging along with a massive water column was the level 49 Turtle King. Lin Han jolted in surprise. Wow, how the hell is it that gigantic? However, he quickly regained his calm demeanor. An ordinary person would definitely run for their life upon seeing a level 49 Jai Gui Wang. But I am completely different. I have the system backing me up. The system chimed a reminder. Current objective, eliminate Jai Gui Wang. Reward, 1,500 Beastmaster points. Lin Han declared triumphantly, If I send all 3 of my beast girls to attack at once, the outcome of this battle won't be so easily decided. He ordered Yi to activate her muscular strength. She dashed forward and delivered an earth-shattering punch, causing multiple cracks to appear on the sturdy turtle shell. Following up the attack, Tiangu summoned a thunderstorm that struck directly at Jai Gui Wang's body. And the one who dealt the finishing blow was none other than Xiao Zhen, with her surging, destructive flames. Jai Gui Wang roared in agony as it was roasted alive in the crimson flames. The giant creature gasped for its last breath before collapsing onto the water surface. He stroked his chin and remarked, tanking the full-force combo of all 3 ferocious beasts and still clinging to life. As expected, a level 49 monster cannot be underestimated. But the fun ends here. I'll be taking this generous reward from the system now. At that crucial moment, another mysterious creature suddenly snapped its jaws around Jaigui Wang. Lin Han was furious at having his prey stolen. "Oh, come on, my 1,500 Beastmaster points just vanished into thin air." The system updated its status. Mission to defeat Jaigui Wang failed, shifting to new objective, defeat Hai Shui Mang Wang. Reward, 2,000 Beastmaster points. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Very well, you have the guts to snatch my meal. Let's see how I butcher you to get back both my principal and interest. I was just needing a punching bag to test my new move. Take this, level 1 fusion." Lin Han began to fuse with a Yi's unparalleled strength. Right after that, Tiangu's energy also merged with him. The final piece was Xiao Zhen. Her silhouette gradually faded and assimilated into his body. Lin Han unified the power of all three and shouted commandingly, "Everything obeys my command." A blinding light reflected on his determined face. Lin Han transformed into a ferocious beast warrior, clad in an impenetrable set of sturdy armor. He was now the embodiment of three ultimate powers, a perfect harmony of fire, lightning, and a Yi's overwhelming might. Updated stats: Lin Han in fusion form. Race, human, level 30. Strength, 91,364. Speed, 85,350. Spirit, 90,800. Constitution, 83,000. His eyes widened in shock. These stats absolutely break all the rules. Hai Shui began to retract its arrogance, staring at Lin Han with a highly wary gaze. A swarm of level 39 Hai Shui pythons slithered straight toward him. A Yi hastily warned, "Master, please be careful of them." Conversely, Lin Han looked extremely smug. "This little annoyance is nothing. You can just sit back and relax." Bright flames surged around his powerful arms. Dozens of energy spheres rained down like a meteor shower, right onto the pythons' heads. System notified. Successfully crushed the Hai Shui pythons. Experience points gained, 0. Note: you have currently reached the maximum power threshold of the third advancement stage. You must accept a class advancement quest, otherwise you cannot break through the bottleneck. Before advancing to the fourth stage, all acquired experience points will be meaningless. Lin Han smirked provocatively. "The minions are cleared out. You are the final main course." Mang Wang roared madly to show off its might in front of the enemy, who was overwhelming it. Lin Han immediately unleashed a chain of critical hit skills, combined with blazing imperial flames. A massive aura of pressure crashed straight down onto the monster's head. With just one powerful punch, the Serpent King's body was instantly snapped in half. His beasts couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, our master is so incredibly badass." Lin Han frowned in surprise. "So tenacious, you took a fatal blow and still haven't gone down." The remains of Mang Wang suddenly began to twitch abnormally. The severed body started fusing into a mutated form. Rare mutated beast detected. The true lord of the Ku Shui swamp has revealed itself. Level 49 Ku Shui Xuanwu. This event immediately triggered the sirens at the central hub. Emergency alert. An abnormal energy level is recorded in the Ku Shui swamp instance. High probability of the rare super beast Xuanwu's awakening. The receptionist exclaimed in panic, "Isn't the Ku Shui swamp where Mr. Lin is doing his quest? Did the rare beast Xuanwu actually appear?" Lin Han's jaw dropped. "What the hell is going on? Where did a Xuanwu pop out from?" His perceptive beast chimed in to explain, "Sir, I can tell that this thing doesn't carry the true bloodline of a Xuanwu at all. It's just a patched-up mess mimicking the form to scare people." He nodded, understanding the situation. "So it's a fake. But how did they manage to mutate into a giant creature of this size?" The girl was puzzled. "Please forgive me, Master. I also cannot explain this phenomenon, but please don't let your guard down." At that exact moment, Xuanwu suddenly lunged forward in a sneak attack. Lin Han was startled. "Whoa, what the heck?" Lin Han's anger truly exploded. "This young master planned to go easy and capture you alive as a specimen, yet you dare play dirty and sneak attack me. With the system backing me up, I have more than enough power to tie down 10 great vicious beasts. A mere counterfeit like you is nothing." Without a second thought, he charged straight ahead. "Get lost!" Phoenix Flame Lightning burst. The punch, carrying the power of lightning, tore through the wind and smashed directly into Xuanwu. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, dyeing the entire swamp area red with the blinding light of the flames. Lin Han stood with his arms crossed, waiting to see what the loot from this battle would be. The system immediately sent a notification. "You have successfully eliminated Ku Shui Xuanwu reward, a platinum tier item named Xuanwu Shield." Xuan Wu Shield stats. If the opponent is of equal level, critical damage taken is reduced by 50%. In the case of higher-level enemies, the damage block chance reaches 80%. Additionally, this equipment improves luck and extends the lifespan of its master. Lin Han smiled in satisfaction. It was a struggle, but it's done, and the reward isn't bad at all. Now it's time to haul my ass to the class advancement temple, right? However, his body suddenly felt completely drained, exhausted of all strength after the battle. The system advised, due to the overuse of the ultimate fusion skill, you are suffering from a weakened state. Your body will recover in 3 hours. Lin Han nodded. So this skill is way too draining. I guess I should only use it as a trump card from now on. Upon returning to the main hall, the system panel flashed. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. You have now officially ascended to the 4th advancement stage with the title Beastmaster Warlord. Simultaneously, an exclusive innate talent has been unlocked. Stealth skill grants 2 minutes of invisibility but doesn't conceal your breath. Cooldown is 2 hours. The transposition skill allows instantaneous teleportation of 10 meters. Cooldown is 30 minutes. Lin Han stroked his chin. These abilities are pretty overpowered, aren't they? Invisibility is something everyone dreams of, and it's absolutely perfect for saving my life in critical moments. The system continued issuing rewards. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the 4th advancement trial. Activating exclusive reward package. You have the right to choose one of 3 skills. A borrowing share vision with your beasts for 30 minutes, 1 hour cooldown. B. Telepathy understand monsters' minds, increasing successful taming rates. C. Perception veil as long as you remain undetected, you can turn invisible and completely erase your body scent, avoiding detection by vicious beasts. This skill has no cooldown. Lin Han calculated in his head, the stealth skill is great, but its weakness is exposing the sound of my breath. If combined with the perception veil, it would perfectly cover that flaw. Therefore, I choose perception veil. The system reported the successful integration of the new skill into your body. Personal profile, Lin Han class, hidden 4th advancement Beastmaster Warlord level 30, strength 6,880, speed 5,980, intelligence 4,660, stamina 4,460, equipment Xuan Wu Shield Bloodstone Necklace. Current skills: Life Contract Level 4, Beast Dimension Level 4, Summon Level 4, Killing Intent Perception Level 3, Lightning Wings Level 3, Skill Mimicry Level 3, God's Eye Level 2, Enhanced Hearing Level 2, Fusion Level 2, Poison Dart Level 1, Stealth Level 1, Flash Level 1, Perception Veil Level 1. Heaven-Defying Authority, locked. He had already laid out his plan. The urgent matter right now was heading to the military academy to report in. Lin Han used teleportation to land right at the school campus. Looking at little Yi clinging to his shoulder, he pondered, Xiao Zhen and Tiangu's appearances are too flashy. If they stick around me in such a crowded place, it'll cause huge trouble. Suddenly, someone called out the name Lin Zai from behind. Lin Han turned around with a curious look. Oh hey, Long Zai Su Ting, what wind brought you two here? His buddy laughed happily. Lin Zai, didn't we pinky promise the other day that we'd apply to the same school? Su Ting chimed in. I told you already, from now on, I'll be relying entirely on you for better or worse. Tian Jiao threw an arm around his neck affectionately. I wanted to wait until enrollment to give you a surprise, but who knew it's a small world and we'd bump into each other this early? What a coincidence. Lin Han laughed out loud, approved. From now on, us brothers will be fighting side by side again. Night fell at a hotel in the city. He scratched his head in frustration, stuffing pillows tightly into his ears, but to no avail. He couldn't believe this chubby friend of his could snore as loud as thunder. Tomorrow morning, we still have to cross the Yunying forest to report for enrollment. How am I supposed to have the energy to go if I stay up all night like this? His beast girls winked confidently. Don't worry, master, we have a solution. The 3 girls closed their eyes simultaneously and began channeling their magic. Protective barrier was instantly erected. Lin Han's eyes lit up. I didn't expect your energy to be so advanced that it could create an absolute soundproof barrier like this. This is just too thoughtful. Xiao Zhen nudged Tiangu slightly and complained. Move to the corner, this is my spot to hug master. Yi hastily claimed her spot. I also want to snuggle comfortably into your arms, master. Lin Han sweated profusely. Slow down, line up, everyone gets a turn. Tiangu, you switch to the spot above. The turf war started breaking out. No way, he is mine alone. What did you just say? If it weren't out of respect for Master, I wouldn't even bother yielding to you. Don't push it. Oh really? Bring it on, I'm not letting Master go. And so the three ladies lunged into a chaotic brawl. Take this, today I must discipline you on Master's behalf. Lin Han had no choice but to open his arms and embrace all three of them to intervene. Come on, we are all family, why are you always getting physical over every little thing? I have an idea, let's just divide the time. Each person gets to hug me for 3 hours in turn. We are family, after all, we can't let our bonds get damaged. Hearing this, all three obediently softened their voices. We will obey your words, Master. The next morning, in the suburban area near the academy campus, right at the edge of the Yunying forest, Tian Jiao asked caringly, Su Ting, you look exhausted, didn't you sleep well last night? She complained irritably. Sleep well, my foot. Last night someone was snoring as loud as thunder, keeping me awake the whole night. Feeling guilty, he hastily changed the subject. Oh right, I almost forgot, we still have to cross the Yunying forest to complete the enrollment procedures. Let's hurry up or we'll be late. The naive trio had no idea that on the tree branch above, someone was secretly observing them. Yan Tong softly clicked his communication device. The bait is in the net. 3 freshmen are entering the Yunying forest. The Hangdao team is ambushing nearby, ready to act at any moment. At that exact moment, Lin Han's system immediately triggered an alarm. Malicious intent fluctuation activated. He decisively yanked his 2 teammates backward. A blinding fireball suddenly grazed, passed right in front of them. Followed by a thud, sounding like a creature with sharp claws had just landed on the ground. It was a level 40 flame black panther. Lin Han shouted loudly, everyone prepare for battle. The other 2 turned pale and murmured, I can't believe they threw out a level 40 monster. This is only the outskirts of the military academy. I heard rumors before that freshman would face an extremely strict entrance test. It turns out to be true. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. You guys just focus on protecting yourselves, I'll handle this playground. The Black Panther began to reveal its agility skills. In a flash, the creature used instantaneous teleportation to dart behind them. Lin Han raised an eyebrow in surprise, using teleportation moves too, huh? Tian Jiao yelled loudly upon seeing the black shadow darting over. Su Ting, watch out. Lin Han immediately used his transposition skill, and in a flash, stood tall as a meat shield for his friend. He smirked coldly at it. Did you think you were the only one with a flash trick? Lin Han commanded a Yi to unleash her immense strength. She charged forward, delivering a direct close combat strike against the Black Panther. The beast was punched flying into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Han pouted, this is what they call an enrollment exam, it's way too weak. Su Ting looked at him with admiring eyes. Brother Han, you're truly top tier. You helped us pass the military academy's trial so effortlessly. He replied smugly, that's a given, just follow me and I guarantee you'll never regret it. The system suddenly announced that malicious intent fluctuation was activated again, detecting a large number of killing intent units in the surroundings. Lin Han glared, what the hell is this now? The test still isn't over yet. He hurriedly pushed Tian Jiao backward to dodge the attack, careful. With godlike reflexes, his fingers tightly clamped onto a hidden weapon needle. He broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god, what kind of needle is this long? The group immediately switched to high alert. He warned, there's something wrong with this trial, you two be careful. Tian Jiao frowned, there's definitely an enemy hiding around here. Lin Han was deep in thought. My malicious intent perception can't pinpoint the exact target. Could the enemy have the ability to conceal their aura? Hiding securely in the tree canopy, Yan Tong's eyes widened in surprise. Catching a hidden weapon bare-handed. It must be just dumb luck, right? Because if it isn't luck, then this freshman's strength is far too terrifying. However, in terms of trickery, he's still too green compared to me. He started to move from his hiding spot on the high branch. Yan Tong unleashed a barrage of needles downwards. Let's see how you taste this rain. Forced into a passive position, the trio became targets for the pouring rain of needles. Lin Han roared, watch out. He had to pull out his shield to block. A direct confrontation is easy, but getting stabbed in the back like this is really hard to defend against. This situation isn't good at all. Tian Jiao snapped angrily, damn it, is this really supposed to be a training trial? Fortunately, those sharp needles couldn't pierce through his solid shield armor. The more he threw, the more fired up Yan Tong became, shooting at a stationary target. This game seems fun. But unfortunately, all his efforts were futile against that perfect defensive wall. Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I have this shield to block them. We're safe for now. You two continue acting as bait to attract his attention here. I'll circle around and ambush him. His two friends nodded. Got it, Lin Zai. Brother Han, stay safe. Yan Tong gritted his teeth. This broken turtle shell is seriously tough. My hidden weapons can't pierce it no matter how many times I hit it. Suddenly a voice rang out right next to his ear. How about trying a little fire? Yan Tong instinctively refused. No way, doing that would kill someone. Lin Han clapped his hands in applause. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually have a conscience. The ambusher backed away in panic upon realizing he had closed in on him. Lin Han grabbed his wrist just as he was about to swing. What's wrong? Still want to make a move? Lin Han clenched his fist, ready to deliver an unforgettable lesson to the sneak attacker. Yan Tong was obviously no match for him and could only close his eyes to brace for the beating. Lin Han growled, "So you're passionate about playing scheming trap games, huh?" He casually tossed his opponent, sending him falling flat on his back onto the hard ground. Then he coldly placed a foot squarely on the man's chest. He glared threateningly, "Honestly confess your motives. If you remain stubborn, I'll send you straight to the afterlife, understood?" Yan Tong hurriedly waved his hands in surrender. "Little brother, don't be impulsive, we are all family here." Lin Han frowned. "Who is family with you? Explain yourself clearly." He tearfully confessed, "Little brother, I'm a third-year student at the military academy, your direct senior. I'm Li Yan Tong. But look, the two of us being in this position is a bit unseemly. How about you let me stand up and we continue our heart-to-heart talk?" Lin Han shrugged and pulled his foot back, while the senior scrambled to his feet. He crossed his arms over his chest with a highly scrutinizing look. "Since we are from the same school, why did you pull a sneak attack on me?" Yan Tong defended himself. "Little brother, you've wronged me. Those needles are actually just coated with anesthetics. If you get hit, you just take a nap, that's all. This is inherently a tradition of the military academy. The rule of the game is like this. Senior students are dispatched to test the freshmen. Every new recruit entering the school is given 100 reward points as starting capital. If caught, the freshmen will be stripped of 80 points to give to their seniors." Lin Han was dumbfounded, turning to look at Tian Jiao and asked, "What the heck are reward points?" Yan Tong quickly acted as the explainer. "These points are equivalent to the internal currency circulated within the school. 1 point exchanges for 1,000 Tian Long dollars. Oh, and furthermore, if a freshman manages to slip past the veteran students and successfully reports in, the school will reward them an extra 300 points. As for any unlucky guy who gets caught less than 100 meters from the entrance gate, they're guaranteed to be forced to drop out." Tian Jiao irritably grabbed Yan Tong by the collar. "What a ridiculous rule. So it turns out the school only allows seniors to rob points from the freshmen." Yan Tong shook his head vigorously. "Not at all, the school is very fair. If the rookies have enough strength, they can absolutely turn the tables and hunt down the seniors instead. Catching a senior and confiscating their student ID card will earn a freshman 500 points. Lin Han blinked, realizing the issue. No wonder the malicious intent perception has been going off continuously. So it turns out these guys are out here farming points. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If rookies are allowed to hunt down seniors, then. "Fatty Su Ting, are you too interested in playing hunter for once?" "Senior, you are currently captured by me. According to the rules, you've already been deducted 500 points. Yan Tong broke a sweat with a bad premonition. "Little brother, what exactly are you planning?" He smiled slyly. 500 points equals 500,000 Tian Long dollars. This amount is definitely not a small sum for you, right? Yan Tong's face turned pale. 500,000 was his entire savings. But if he played along with these freshmen to ambush the third-year group, how could he live in peace once he returned to school? Lin Han added an irresistible deal. "I won't force you to suffer a loss. As long as you act as bait to lure your accomplices out here for me to deal with, I'll give you a 50-point commission for each person. How about it?" His eyes widened in bewilderment. 50 points. Meaning I just have to call them over and don't even have to lift a finger. He nodded in confirmation. "Spot on. Of course, if you want to chip in and help, you are very welcome, but I won't pay extra for the labor." Su Ting timidly asked, "Wait a minute, what if we manage to knock out the seniors? What do we use as proof to claim the credit with the school?" Yan Tong dusted off his clothes and explained, "That's easy, everyone carries an ID card. You just use that card to exchange for points." He rubbed his chin smugly. So that's how it is an id card, huh? Senior, let's get down to business. Yan Tong obediently handed his student id card to her. He pulled out his phone and started scrolling to find the first unfortunate prey, silently apologizing in his heart. Old Wang, I was forced to do this. I hope you can understand. Target Wang Lichang is currently 50 meters away from this location. Wang Lichang, a prominent officer of the third-year student council, holds the power to nominate the scholarship list. This guy had just sneaked over to the exact spot Li Yan Tong had tipped him off about. He sneered, truly a bunch of newbies, completely off guard. Today, your senior will open your eyes to the cruelty of combat. Spotting Tian Jiao and Su Ting resting under a tree, he lunged forward like a starving tiger without a second thought. I'll be gladly taking these sweet 160 points. Unfortunately, as soon as Li Chang's foot stepped down, it hit a trap pit. His face turned pale upon realizing he had fallen into a trap. His entire body fell freely into the deep pit below. Lin Han gave a thumbs up in praise. Well done, senior, keep up the good work. Yan Tong chuckled flatteringly. I wouldn't dare take the credit. It's all thanks to your brilliant strategy, finishing it in one move. Li Chang screamed miserably from the deep pit. You son of a bitch, Yan Tong, you've got some nerve tricking me. I'm crossing your name off the scholarship list this year. Hearing this, Yan Tong was furious and scolded back. Shut your mouth. Haven't you skimmed enough off me normally? Every year my scholarship money is taken by you to go flirt with girls. Lin Han raised his eyebrow in concern. Senior, hasn't the anesthetic you injected taken effect yet? Yan Tong smiled awkwardly and explained, this bastard has a body reinforcement technique, so the drug takes effect a bit slower. For the unlucky guys coming next, I'll just increase the dosage. He nodded in agreement. All right, then let's speed up the process of dealing with the next one. Down in the deep pit, Li Chang's body finally began to weaken. Before passing out, he could still faintly hear Yan Tong's voice continuing to lure another prey. Old Tian, 3 freshmen are drifting toward the southeast. This haul is too big for me to swallow alone. Let's split it, you take 2, I'll take 1. A sweet deal like this, I had to tip you off first for our years of brotherhood after all. The second target quickly fell. Yan Tong rubbed his hands in delight, took down another prey. Just like that, the third and fourth persons fell into the trap one after another. Yan Tong exclaimed excitedly, we are truly the most perfectly synchronized duo. His eyes shone brightly as he continued scrolling through his contacts. Hold on, let me call a few more people over to throw their lives away. In a deep and silent hidden corner of the dense forest, Tian Nan, a member, ran over to report to the captain. Several groups have reported losing contact with their teammates. A lot of people have suddenly gone missing, and some squads have even lost contact with their entire team. Chi Tian stroked his chin and guessed immediately. It seems a true monster has appeared in this year's batch of freshmen. Returning to Yan Tong's team in the quiet forest, his hypocritical voice rang out on the phone again. Old Chen, I notified you first the moment there was a trace of the freshmen. Later, when it's done, don't forget to give me my share. The other guy answered casually, relax. If this gig goes smoothly, I'll split half of the credit points with you. Yan Tong pointed at the 2 decoys putting on a play. It's them. One is a berserker class, the other one I'm not sure yet. Old Chen lifted his chin confidently. That's nothing. I just need to snap my fingers for one move and they'll faint instantly. But right at that moment, Captain Chi Tian's announcement echoed through the comm channel. All squads attention, a special situation has appeared in the southeast direction. It might be a red target. Everyone, prepare to strike for real. Old Chen was stunned. A red target? You've got to be kidding. Is there someone in this batch of freshmen capable enough to hunt down seniors? Wait a minute, the southeast direction. Isn't that where I am standing right now? Yan Tong broke out in a sweat and tried to cover it up. Could there be some mistake? How could a freshman defeat a senior? Old Chen switched to high alert. Whatever, the boss gave the order. Let's just fall back and regroup to be safe. Lin Han darted straight down from the treetop, unleashing a kick that knocked the guy down. Just stay here and play with us. He turned around to ask, why did he suddenly go on high alert? Did you accidentally slip up and reveal something? Yan Tong grimaced in denial. It wasn't me, it's because the captain just issued a red target order. We're in huge trouble now. The red target is an incentive policy of the school for the veterans. Whenever a specific area has too many seniors getting ambushed, the school allows the senior alliance to join forces and sweep out the freshmen in that direction. I admit your strength is tyrannical, but once the seniors team up, it won't be something you can carry alone. Lin Han deduced, so that's it. No wonder they sniffed out the abnormality so quickly. Our identities haven't been exposed yet. Senior, lead the two of them to find a good hiding spot. I'll go scout the surrounding situation. Oh, and remember to give this senior another shot just to be sure. Yan Tong hoisted the victim onto his shoulder. Leave this place to me. You be careful out there. Among the seniors participating this time, there is no shortage of top-tier experts. Lin Han spread his wings and soared away. I'll take a quick walk around and be right back. Nian Wei, in another corner of the forest, was running for her life. Father clearly said this freshman interception exam was just for show, right? Why did such a massive crowd of people appear? The mob of veterans behind her was still in hot pursuit. Just obediently stop, little girl. You're surrounded by pursuers on all sides. Where can you run? She retorted resentfully. Do you think I'm an easy-to-fool idiot? If I let you guys catch me, I won't have the chance to report for enrollment anymore. A senior sister with a gun in hand chuckled faintly. Struggling is useless. Intercepting a red target comes with a reward of up to 1,000 credit points. The bullet tore through the wind and grazed Nian Wei's shoulder. You can only blame your terrible luck. I'll happily pocket your points now. Nian Wei dove to the ground to dodge that dangerous bullet trajectory. Losing her balance, her body rolled over and hit the ground with a thud. Nian Wei gritted her teeth and forced herself up, her eyes flashing with stubborn resolve. Pushing me too far, are you? Today, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely peel off a layer of your skin to vent my anger. Suddenly, a giant net crashed down from the sky. You're pretty tough, but I think you should just obediently go to sleep. At that exact moment, a shocking explosion rang out, cutting the iron net apart. The group of seniors was startled. Who has the guts to do this? Lin Han arrived just in time like a descending god to break the siege. Nian Wei, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this. He swept his eyes to assess the situation, realizing her beast Senza had been knocked out by anesthetics. A Yi hiding inside whined out of jealousy. Master, you're too biased. Please rub my head too. One veteran spoke up in astonishment, taking our full attack without a single scratch. Are you a freshman? Wait a minute, don't tell me it's... Lin Han didn't bother to reply, directly channeling lightning into his palms. He might as well end the fight quickly. A thunderburst struck right in the middle of the seniors' formation. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. Since his location was exposed anyway, he might as well take the initiative to strike first. After finishing them off, he carried Nian Wei back to their hiding spot and introduced her to his friends. This is an old acquaintance of mine, also an incoming freshman. Tian Jiao's jaw dropped. Lin Zai's luck with women is truly no joke, running into beauties wherever he goes. Nian Wei rubbed her eyes, stood up and looked at Lin Han, asking, Why are you here? Did you save me again? He casually explained, We are also freshmen on our way to the academy. We just happened to pass by and saw an injustice, so we lent a hand. Nian Wei was extremely confused, but I remember being surrounded and hunted by senior students. Besides, the last time I saw you, you were only at the second transition level. How did you become this overpowered? He shrugged and casually dropped a bombshell. Are you wondering about my strength? To be honest, I just hit the fourth transition milestone. Nian Wei screamed in astonishment. What? Thousands of question marks flew around in her head. He actually upgraded to the fourth transition already. Tian Jiao swelled with pride and exclaimed, That's my brother for you. Su Ting looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if looking at a solid launching pad for her future. Yan Tong stood petrified on the spot. Oh my god, so this is the level of a true genius. Lin Han began to brief them on a new tactic. Instead of playing hide and seek, why don't we turn the tables and hunt them down? We can vent our anger and collect a bunch of student id cards for points, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. He turned to make an offer, so, are you interested in joining us for a big play? Nian Wei was stunned. What? You mean we're going to herd those third-year students? She thought to herself, ever since stepping into Yunying Forest, I've only been using my tracking ability to find escape routes. Now the script is flipped, and we become the hunters hunting the seniors. This is too surreal. After thinking for a moment, Nian Wei suddenly flared with killing intent. Let's do it. I've been sick of these arrogant seniors for a long time anyway. Lin Han nodded. Deal. Let me introduce my teammates. This is the warrior Long Tianjiao, and this friend is the knight Su Ting. He outlined the new combat strategy. With Nyan Wei's radar tracking ability, we can actively lock onto the target's locations. Your mission is to act as bait, leave the backstabbing to me. Of course, we can't miss the part of bothering the seniors to collect internal information. It'll be a piece of cake. Lin Han snapped his fingers and declared, the plan to overthrow the seniors officially begins. Meanwhile, Tian Nan urgently reported to the commander, Captain, the radar has picked up the location signal of the brothers who lost contact. Chi Tian immediately ordered, send the recon squad to sweep that area and find them quickly. A scout accidentally searched past the pit where Li Chang was unconscious and hurriedly announced, we found the missing victim. After a checkup, the medical team concluded, the victim was hit with sleeping pills and a mild electric shock. His body is unharmed. But strangely, his student ID card has vanished into thin air. Chi Tian scratched his head in frustration. Is this new lightning element student deliberately farming points? But how the hell did they manage to grasp the exact locations of the senior students? Just as he opened his eyes and woke up, Li Chang was surrounded and interrogated by the crowd. Report the situation when you were ambushed. He tearfully confessed, Captain, there's a spy. A senior student teamed up with the freshman to set a trap and ambush our brothers. That scumbag's name is Yan Tong. Chi Tian nodded, grasping the issue. I understand. Drag yourself back to school and heal up, leave the rest to me. Tian Nan boiled with anger, to think there's a traitor who bites the hand that feeds them. Captain, should we broadcast this on the school's media network to expose him? Chi Tian waved his hand to refuse. That's not necessary. If the freshmen have gone through the trouble of setting a trap to wait for reinforcements, then as a predecessor, I am very willing to give them a lesson called tasting their own medicine. Secretly monitor Yan Tong and simultaneously call all the brothers from all directions to converge on this location. Just say that the golden opportunity to torture the rookies has arrived. The other guy smiled cunningly. Yes, Captain. Inside Yi Tai Ching's office, a flurry of hurried knocks rang out before he gave permission for the person outside to enter. Ching Hai rushed into the room with a panicked face. Supervisor Yi, the hunting event has taken a massive turn. He raised an eyebrow and replied, were the seniors so ruthless that they swept the rookies clean from hundreds of meters away? Ching Hai shook his head vigorously. Supervisor Yi, the problem is that the seniors aren't hunting at all. They are the ones being hunted to the ends of the earth. Tai Ching looked visibly excited. Well, that's interesting. After waiting for so long, someone who dares to go against the current has finally appeared. What great news. The other person hesitated. Supervisor Yi, if only things were as simple as you think, unfortunately. That rookie is making the seniors run for their lives. At least 24 people have suffered already. And what's fiercer is that an entire squad has just been completely wiped out. Tai Ching fell back in his chair from the shock. What did you just say? Who is so audacious? Ching Hai swallowed hard and told the truth. No one unfamiliar, it's the very seed you personally invited. The Beastmaster Lin Han from Wuzhou City. Calculating roughly, the amount of accumulated points Lin Han has hoarded today, if converted into heavenly dragon currency, definitely wouldn't be less than millions. He fell into deep thought, Lin Han making such rapid progress. Ching Hai nervously asked for instructions. Supervisor Yi, should the school intervene to control the situation? Tai Ching calmly threw the talent file onto the desk. Why panic? Have you lost your mind and forgotten who is holding the captain's seat of that group? Lin Han isn't the only precious gem shining here. Our mission is to roll out the red carpet and create a stage for these prodigies to unleash themselves, and then just pump them with supplies so they can go all out. Deep within the dense canopy, Lin Han's group was cheering to celebrate their achievement of taking down another senior. Our combined teamwork is awesome. This massive amount of points is enough for us to reach the clouds in a single bound. The system's numbers jumped, announcing the successful collection of 500 points multiplied by 30, bringing in a total of 15,000 points. Yan Tong was on cloud 9. If this pile was converted into heavenly dragon currency, my hands would get tired from counting. As expected, my eye for people is top tier. Clinging to this solid support guarantees a prosperous life. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on the device's screen. The attached content stated clearly, because an arrogant freshman has continuously ambushed senior students in order to heat up the competitive atmosphere, we officially issue a wanted order. Anyone who captures this target will pocket a hot 10,000 bonus points. Yan Tong broke into a cold sweat and announced, Guys, we're doomed. Your whereabouts have been completely exposed. He still smiled nonchalantly. These trivial matters are nothing. Our exact coordinates are far from leaking out. If the seniors have started to sniff out the danger around here, then there's definitely a whole basket of people waiting ahead to ambush us. The next plan is to make a quick turn and bring out the guerrilla warfare tactics to play to the end. The space around the forest sank back into its usual eerie silence. The soft footsteps of a team member stepped onto the rough bark. By now, the entire team had climbed up to the dense ancient tree canopy to hide. He signaled, "Nyan Wei, use your ability to scout that direction. I bet there are senior students camping there." The system chimed, signaling that the malicious intent detection skill had been activated. She quickly cast her tracking skill, narrowing down the prey's hiding range. Instantly, Nyan Wei locked onto the coordinates, got the signal. 1, 2, 10, 15, 26, 30. Lin Han, just go straight ahead. There are roughly 100 people lying in ambush right in front. He curiously probed, skim through and see if there are any familiar faces we beat up yesterday. Nyan Wei shook her head. Not at all. The auras from these 50 people are brand new, nothing like the group we ambushed the other day. Lin Han rubbed his chin and deduced. It seems that once they lose their id cards, the seniors also lose their right to participate in this rookie hunting game. Senior, what if the ringleader commanding this search gets kicked out of the game? Will the operation be shut down? Yan Tong scratched his head and explained. According to the rules, it would definitely end, but the problem is that since the dawn of the military academy, there has never been such a humiliating precedent. Lin Han's eyes lit up with a new scheme. Perfect. In that case, let's go all out and tear the roof off. At the quiet patch of forest where the seniors' faction was stationed, a guy using a detector reported, "Just spotted a clueless rookie. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be the red target." The leader's voice on the other end coldly ordered, "Clean him up." That guy didn't hesitate, immediately leaping down from the treetop to the ground. The freshman's face went completely pale when he saw the senior looming over him. The opponent smirked. "Classmate, bear with taking a nap here. When you open your eyes, you'll find yourself lying in the military academy." Seeing the figure aggressively charging at him, the terrified rookie screamed out, "Step back right now. Don't take another step." At that exact moment, Lin Han slipped out from behind like a ghost, delivering a clean blow that knocked the senior out cold. They also simultaneously leaped down and gathered around his position. The trembling freshman stammered, "Just what kind of divine beings are you guys?" Lin Han gave a friendly wave and greeted, "Calm down, we're just a group of freshmen passing by." He chattered endlessly, brainwashing Su Yi for quite a while. He widened his eyes in utter shock. "Are you crazy? You guys are planning to flip the script and hunt the senior students?" Lin Han baited him. "If you lend a hand in this gig, a 10% commission will go into your pocket." Su Yi nodded instantly, approved. "I'll help you guys, but forget about the profit sharing. You just saved my life." He didn't bother refusing either. "Sweet, then let's act according to the script." A grumpy voice suddenly crackled from the walkie-talkie. "What the hell is taking so long? Does it take that much time to deal with a measly freshman?" He picked up the earpiece, held it close to his mouth, and joked. "Hello there, senior, this is Lin Han. Your precious friend is currently snoring away. Don't waste your breath calling him." Tiannan growled threateningly. "Your hideout has been completely blocked off by us. Be smart and cough up your cards, and I'll consider leaving you a way out." He sarcastically retorted, "Senior, we're all adults with brains here. Don't you feel embarrassed spouting such lines?" Tiannan tried to save face. "What makes it so unbelievable? Toss your coordinates over here, and we brothers will meet up and talk it out properly." Lin Han teasingly advised, "Take your time, senior. We'll bump into each other eventually. Just remember to carefully pack your id card and bring it along." The guy on the other end boiled with rage upon hearing that. "Lin Han, you dare." Chi Tian interrupted with a sharp, cold voice. "Have you pinned down that brat's coordinates yet?" Tian Yin hurriedly reported, "Relying on the earpiece's GPS, we've grabbed Lin Han's location. However, he's fully aware that doing so is giving himself away. Do you think he's baiting us into a trap?" He brushed it off. "It doesn't matter, leak this news on the forum right now." No matter what dirty tricks and schemes he's harboring, in the face of absolute power, it's all useless. Lin Han tossed the communication device right next to the knocked-out senior. He conveniently swiped the id card pinned to his shirt. Yan Tong accidentally scrolled past the newsfeed and cried out in panic, "Oh my god, you guys have blown up on the internet." The news sat right at the top one trending topic. Freshman Lin Han netizens flooded in, typing furiously, Wait, wasn't there a bounty for hunting freshmen? Why are the third-year students getting plucked instead? What a humiliating disgrace for the third years. I'm a second-year student and my hands are itching to jump in. From this moment on, we share a common goal, capturing Lin Han alive. Tian Jiao and Su Ting stared in admiration. Does this mean our Lin Zai has already become a notorious big shot before even warming the benches at school, living up to the name Brother Han? Lin Han smirked and patted his chest. If they want to play, then I am fully willing to oblige them to the end. This basket of senior id cards, I'll snatch the whole nest without missing a single one. Tai Ching clapped loudly at his bold move. Absolutely brilliant, facing enemies 10 times his number, yet Lin Han dares to strike first to flip the board and gain the upper hand. He didn't spare his praises, truly a formidable younger generation. Qinghai glued his eyes to the satellite map and commented. However, looking closely at the location, the freshmen's green dots have already been locked tightly in an encirclement by the seniors' swarm of red dots. Another orange signal flashed. Supervisor Yi, it seems the senior captain Qi Tian is lurking right next to Lin Han. Tai Ching was brimming with expectations towards Lin Han. All right, let me see just how terrifying your true strength really is. At the hideout in the canopy of the ancient forest tree, Nian Wei closed her eyes to scan. I can sense a horde of seniors swarming closely around here. He intently glanced at the notification line. Malicious wave is activating strongly, sensing a massive amount of malice in the host's area. Lin Han smirked. The big fish has taken the bait. Now we just wait to see the performance of Su Ting's group. She was anxious and uneasy. Will this be okay? What if the trap fails to cage the seniors? He patted his chest confidently. Just rest assured, as long as they stall long enough, I'm more than capable of locking down the third-year commander and putting an end to this hunt. The system popped up a report that the stealth skill was activating. Casting his gaze toward a few seniors milling about in the distance, Lin Han whispered, "The tasty bait is here." Tian Jiao whistled and teased, "Hello, seniors, have you dug out your id cards to offer as a tribute yet?" Su Yi, who was in the disguise of Lin Han, muttered in his mind. Who would have thought Senior Lei kept such a high-tier appearance-changing prop? Since the brothers trusted me with the heavy role of playing Lin Han, I absolutely cannot be a deadweight holding the team back. The two seniors nodded in confirmation. No mistake about it, compared to Li Chang's sketch, the brat standing on the right is definitely Lin Han. Then let us brothers go test his mettle and teach him a course on polite communication with seniors. Yan Tong sparked the notice. Juniors, those two are the commander and the intel officer of this operation. Watching the opponents charging headfirst, Lin Han patiently counted the rhythm. Perfect, just gotta wait a little bit longer. Immediately, he erupted with the giant strength skill. The unlucky seniors instantly fell right into the trap that had been set. Yi cheered in delight. I'll leave the rest of the cleanup for Tiangu to perform. Remember the master's instructions by heart. She stood from above and unleashed an enhanced version of the thunderburst down into the pit. Dozens of thunderbursts relentlessly rained down below. The seniors screamed in agony as they were electrocuted numb by the currents. Rolling her eyes at the three trembling figures, Tiangu let out a cold snort of disdain. Yi nimbly jumped down and gathered up all their id cards. The system chimed with a jingling balance, 500 points multiplied by 48, bagging a total of 24,000 points. Yi jumped up happily. Hitting the jackpot with such a massive batch of accumulated points, Master will definitely be as happy as a clam. Hiding in the bushes far away, Tian Nan gritted his teeth and angrily blurted out, "We've fallen into their trap." They were completely blind to the fact that Lin Han was perched, hiding in the treetop right above their heads. He thought smugly, "Sweet, the golden opportunity is right now." He dropped himself and shot straight down like an arrow, planning for a one-hit kill to thoroughly finish off these two guys. The stealth skill was pushed to the maximum, Berserk was activated, and Spirit Listener was also initiated. Thanks to his ears being enhanced by 200%, Tian Nan was startled and shouted, "Captain, watch out, there's an enemy flanking from above behind you." The Rock Ice Fist was instantly activated. Qi Tian swung a heavy punch straight toward Lin Han. He was dizzy from this terrifying power, which was not inferior in the slightest to the Black Python King back when it was at the fourth transition threshold. The shockwave caused Lin Han's entire body to rebound violently backward. He was curious, how did you guys read my sneak attack so well? Theoretically speaking, I shouldn't have left any loopholes at all. Tian chuckled mockingly. Junior, you need to go home and practice more. Although I couldn't sniff out your aura, the problem is that every time you squirm and make the air move, you can't escape my spirit listener ears. Tian added on, quite gutsy of you, daring to show your face to provoke a fifth transition like me. Your strength isn't bad, but you're still very green. Your plan has fallen apart, be smart and hand over your id card. Lin Han frowned and retorted, what nonsense are you guys talking about? The battle hasn't even been decided yet. They interrupted and gestured with their chins, then open your eyes wide and look at your teammates. Lin Han was deeply shocked to see 3 of his teammates turned into stone statues. What? Since when was Ice Seal activated? All the good brothers had fallen, starting from Tianjiao. To the girl Su Ting, neither could escape the encirclement. Su Yi, wearing the disguise of Lin Han, was also petrified stiff on the spot. Even Nian Wei and Yan Tong fell into the exact same predicament. Only then did Lin Han realize he had capsized his boat in a ditch. The whole group had actually fallen into the pit one after another. Tian stuck up his nose and smugly declared, now you're all alone, make a choice. Abandon your teammates and turn tail to run, or... His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold, fight me one-on-one. The system panel popped up a notification, detected that the host is entangled in a challenge from a strong opponent. If victorious, you can pocket a fancy, mysterious reward. He shrugged and locked in the deal, then let's step up and see. He clapped his hands and gave a faint smile of praise, not running away, but actually taking the initiative to challenge me. How truly interesting. The cameras on the school forum immediately started recording, broadcasting this entire scene live. Tian cracked his knuckles and boldly declared, then let this senior give you your first introductory lesson at the military academy for free. Lin Han pouted and cut him off, spare the long-winded speech. He immediately activated the Ice Burst Divine Palm. Later, when you take a beating, remember to keep your mouth shut and don't cry. Watching his opponent rushing headlong at him, he was amazed. Gliding as fast as a tornado, is this the strength of the 5th transition rank? The 2 steel fists collided fiercely, tearing through space. The system reminded, your agility attribute has temporarily evaporated by 300 points. Lin Han stared wide-eyed at his arm that was radiating a layer of freezing mist. No good, these ice crystals are pulling a trick to slow down my speed. Tian smirked and spoke coldly, smelling the trouble now, aren't you? Spot on, whenever my ice crystals stick to a target, they reduce its speed. But my strength isn't that poor. Spirit Gather Burst has been activated. If your level is lower than mine, a random skill will be unconditionally boxed up, along with a massive amount of lethal damage. And if you're lucky enough that your level is higher than the caster's, your overall stats will still be shaved off by 30%. Lin Han's face turned ashen when reading the notification. Are you kidding me? The spirit contract skill has been grounded. Suddenly, one of his legs was covered by a thick layer of ice. As the ice block gradually spread and crawled all the way up to his chest, Lin Han bitterly muttered a curse. Damn it. Tian nudged him timidly. Captain, using your signature move Spirit Gather Burst on a rookie is a bit undignified, isn't it? If you accidentally smash him into the nursing hospital for 10 days or half a month, it'll be a hassle. Tian snapped back. He dared to climb on our heads and provoke the tiger to slap our faces. If we don't extinguish this flame today, then in the future the pack of freshmen will follow his example and disrespect their superiors. But if he's willing to lower himself, kneel down, and apologize in public, along with a 1-year package of cleaning the teaching building, then I can generously remove that skill and let him go. Come on, open your mouth and apologize to the juniors in front of the camera. Otherwise, being known as a beastmaster yet having your beast summoning skill disabled, how are you going to make a living? Qinghai peeked at the live broadcast screen and hurriedly concluded, it seems the comedy has reached its curtain call here. Tian has flipped over his final trump card to play. Tai Ching raised an eyebrow and asked bluntly, are you that certain? He scratched his head in wonder. Supervisor Yi, could there be another plot twist in the movie? Tian has already climbed to the 5th transition, while the kid Lin Han is at most peaking at the 3rd transition, even if he flexes his hardest. If Tian feels like it, he has more than enough power to bury him alive with a single palm strike instantly. He revealed, glancing through the admission documents, Lin Han just broke through the 4th transition threshold not long ago. His 3rd beast has a fire attribute, completely beating Tian's ice system in terms of elemental countering. Qinghai dropped his jaw in astonishment. Are you kidding me? How old is the kid to have already blasted his way up to the fourth transition? Tai Ching's eyes lit up with spirit. He rubbed his hands and laughed. The theater is only officially lighting up right now. At this moment, Qi Tian was also startled to realize that Lin Han's arm was condensing raging firepower. What kind of devilry is this? Immediately, before his ice-breaking flaming fist could smash into his face, he managed to jump and dodge into the air just in time. He broke into a cold sweat, extremely panicked, thinking to himself, impossible. Qi Tian landed safely on the opposite side. He couldn't help but yell out his interrogation. Just what the hell happened? How on earth did you break my spirit gather burst move? The system chimed, signaling the activation of skill copy. Borrowing power from Xiao Zhen, who shapeshifted behind him, Lin Han replied sharply, "Senior, there are still plenty of impossible things in this world." A brightly glowing fireball swirled and gathered in the center of his palm. "Next, it's my turn to put on a show for you." The copied skill royal flame erupted. A billowing blaze shot straight toward the opponent. Qi Tian hurriedly erected a sturdy ice wall to block the attack. But unluckily, Crow's feet cracks rapidly appeared on that thick layer of ice. He grimaced in tension and blurted out, "The ice wall is shattered." The position where he was just standing was blown away by the explosion in an instant. Qi Tian somersaulted to escape from the fire pit and uttered, "Things have no chance of ending yet." He closed in on him at a dizzying speed and unleashed a diamond ice fist. However, Lin Han's body was incredibly flexible, lightly weaving and dodging the attack smoothly. Qi Tian continuously threw punches, but only punched the air, screaming in frustration, "Why can't I land a single hit after attacking so much?" Right then, a furious flame enveloped his fist. Lin Han, with an overwhelming aura, delivered a blazing royal flame strike straight at his opponent. The brutal fist imprinted itself right onto the face of that highly arrogant senior. His body flew like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the ground. Lin Han didn't hesitate to lift his foot and stomp right onto the opponent's chest. He arrogantly declared, "This match's chessboard belongs to me now." The seniors standing behind widened their eyes in panic at this crazy scenario. Lin Han whipped his head back and asked, "Well, is there anyone else who wants to challenge and taste my punches?" They all shook their heads vigorously in refusal. "No, no, we wouldn't dare even think about it, Junior. You've taken the victory cup for this hunt. This whole basket of id cards is all yours. Please just let our captain go." Lin Han shrugged, bent down, and hoisted Qi Tian up by the collar. He conveniently tossed him back, sending him flying toward Tian Nan. "Catch this cargo." He frantically caught the unconscious captain, begrudgingly tossing back a remark, "Brat, the road of life is long, we'll meet again later. Let's retreat, brothers." Lin Han stretched and smiled brightly. Phew, everything ended smoothly after all. Outside in the real world, Qinghai was truly in deep shock, scared out of his wits. Lin Han's solo hand-to-hand combat strength alone is already too terrifying. Doesn't a Beastmaster's strength rely entirely on their beasts? At this rate, his beast system is definitely a freakish anomaly, not simple at all. He pointed at the screen displaying Xiao Zhen. Especially this beast, its appearance is a spitting image of the legendary phoenix. Tai Ching also nodded in surprise. It's undeniable that Lin Han's capability is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid that even if we pick the entire roster of top students in our academy, barely anyone can rival his level. Qinghai flattered and added, "Your farsighted vision is still sharp. Scooping up such a premium seed, I bet he will evolve into the greatest ace of our school. Just you wait and see." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. For all these years, our Heavenly Dragon Empire has never produced such a badass Beastmaster. Could this kid be the succeeding superstar? Qinghai leaned in to whisper a question. "Are you planning to put Lin Han straight onto that death roster?" Tai Ching nodded in approval. "Just go ahead and group him together with the other candidates, then start observing." The next morning, at the registration room area, for freshmen located right at the main gate of the military academy. The system popped up a report activating cognitive interference. Currently surrounding Lin Han were 3 coquettish beasts fighting to act spoiled. "Master pet me, Master hold me, move aside to make some room for your big sister." Because they were on stealth mode, he remained completely relaxed. Well, this feature is pretty useful, isn't it? The public is not only blind to their portraits, but also deaf to their voices. Thinking back to the day he went all out and beat the seniors to a pulp, he eagerly waited to see what reward the system would pump out. The system chimed, and reported detecting that the host had completed the mission, currently providing the host with 2 rewards to choose one from. Option 1 is cognitive disruption. Once bound, it will unleash an aura field that interferes with perception, enveloping the bound user so they can freely ramble with their beasts in fierce beast state without fear of being spied on. No worries about the content being eavesdropped. Option 2 is an experience growth package, pocketing a breezy 1 experience point per day for the host. Lin Han rubbed his chin to evaluate. Looks like both are pretty sweet. With this growth package, I get to snag a free experience point every single day. A mosquito might be small, but it's still meat when plucked. However, if I slurp up that cognitive disruption filter, then from now on these girls won't have to sneak around and hide anymore. He called out softly to ask, "Hey boss system, how far does the effective range of cognitive disruption expand?" The system answered coldly. The operating range covers a full 100 meters from where the host is standing, kicking away all spying tricks or reconnaissance levels. Lin Han locked in his choice in a flash. Decided then, I'll scoop up this cognitive disruption package. Currently, Yan Tong jogged over and patted his shoulder. "Junior, the registration procedures are all done. If you run into any hitches in the future, just holler and look for me." Lin Han smiled and patted his back in return. "You've worked hard, senior. Once the points bounce into my account, I'll transfer the commission to you right away." The surrounding crowd started whispering, recognizing him. Holy crap, is he the legendary male god Lin Han, the freak who beat up and destroyed the third-year students? Please let me take a good look to see how many heads and arms he grew to be that terrifying. If the third-year faction are trash, then leave it to our second-year faction to step up. I must slap him awake from his dream and let him know the formidable power of a senior. Yan Tong broke into a cold sweat, afraid that his extreme prominence would invite disaster. "Junior, hurry up and glide back to the dorms. If they swarm you in a bit, you won't be able to escape." Lin Han nodded in agreement. "Out of the 36 stratagems, greasing my feet and running is the best policy. I'll heed your advice, senior." Lin Zai let slip away quickly. Tian Jiao carried his fat and ran clumsily after him. "Wait for me, little Lin Zai." When the sunset glow faded away, the entire dormitory area began to light up brightly. Dragging his body all the way into the room, Lin Han finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were seniors taking the bullets for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to squeeze into this room even in the next life. Tian Jiao curiously peeked around. "Hey, we haven't checked out what faction or background our roommate belongs to yet, right?" As soon as they stepped inside, all 3 guys competed to introduce themselves. "I'm Lin Han, holding the class title of Beastmaster." "I'm Suya Healer class. I'm Tian Jiao, belonging to the Archer-Warrior system." The friend on the other side also happily waved back. "Hello, brothers. I'm Sun Tianqi, a gunner class specializing in unleashing bullets." Tianqi suddenly widened his eyes, recognizing Lin Han's face. "Wait, it's you. You're that god of fighting Lin Han who's been making a storm." Lin Han rubbed his head in surprise. "You follow my gossips too." He excitedly poked at his phone screen. "Obviously. Your huge face has been sitting right on the school forum's trending page since the afternoon, isn't the post? #1 freshman flips the board on the third-year hunting competition. Shocking enough. It's not that the seniors are too weak, but that the man punches too hard. Just how terrifying is Lin Han?" Lin Han completely froze upon reading that clickbait-smelling title. Tian Jiao stood behind, laughing. "Little Lin, with looks like this, it would be a waste not to be a celebrity." Lin Han slapped his forehead in distress. "Oh my god, being famous is as annoying as a fat pig being slaughtered. Later, if I sneak into any activity in the academy, they might just drag me out and sacrifice me live." The dormitory sank deep into the silent night, the whole room filled with pitch-black darkness. The fat guy Tian Jiao lay sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly in a deep sleep. Lin Han painfully stuffed rags into his ears. "I swear, if the system gives me a self-selected reward next time, I must grab a device to block this hearing." The beautiful beast masters rushed out again to compete for favor. Zhao Zhen whined softly. "HMPH master, I finally get to touch you. Zhao Zhen missed you so much I could faint. Give me a hug, no letting go." He pouted and counted crabs in the hole. "It has been exactly 9 hours and 48 seconds since I last smelled master." He nervously coaxed the supermodels. Okay, I'm sorry 1,000 times. I had to keep you hidden because of outsiders this afternoon. From now on I promise to take you all out for walks and relaxation more often." Tiangu wrapped her arms tightly around him. "Oh master, being 1 step away from you makes my energy core jump around wildly." I'm so jealous. Those women keep staying stable, sitting and counting days waiting for you to come back, while I can't handle this at all. Yi shot a glare and pouted in disgust, clumsy acting and fake. Xiao Zhen stood in front of Lin Han showing off. Master, obviously I'm the most obedient and cute, making you the most at ease. I swear I will never scratch or argue with those older sisters again. He wrapped his arms around the three darlings. Enough, I beg you, stop bickering, all three of you are my precious treasures. Listening to the symphony of Tian Jiao's snoring, Lin Han sighed regretfully. What a pity. I wish the space were a little quieter so I could hold you all properly. Xiao Zhen cleverly suggested, why not use the old trick again? We can combine our strength to create an enclosed, soundproof space. They quickly opened a barrier. He sobbed with tears of emotion. Having you girls by my side is truly a blessing. Finally, I can escape the torture of that fatty's snoring. The system tinged with a notification that cognitive interference was being activated. A new day dawned at the freshman square of the military academy. Yandong looked at him and asked Junior, familiar with the place yet. Lin Han smiled, kind of, the weather here is a bit more scorching than you, Joe, but I can still adapt like a tough ox. He nudged him and whispered, you newbies probably haven't grasped this area yet. Let me, your senior, give you some knowledge. Unlike those mediocre schools like Qingbei, this military academy is directly managed by the top brass of the military. The education ministry has no say here. The teaching style here is based on a 4-person team system. From competitions, activities, classes to final exams, everything is grouped into a single team unit, including even the small tests. So when you step into the military academy, forming a team is the most important thing in life. Once the team is set, the school will prioritize placing all members in the same class. The entire package of specific rewards will also be directly allocated to the team leader for distribution. You'll understand these things as you go along. I see you 4 are just enough to form a team, so you don't need to bother choosing teammates anymore. 9 Roman 6 lowered her head apologetically and said, teaming up. With such poor combat strength, I'm afraid I'll just hold everyone back. Lin Han waved his hand reassuringly. Nonsense, your tracking and detection skills are top-notch. I was actually worried you wouldn't join the team. Without you, the 4-person squad won't be complete. Now I formally invite you to join our team. She perked up after hearing that. 4 hands clapped together, okay? I promise I'll work hard to keep up with you guys. Yandong tapped his notebook and reminded, once that's settled, let's go register the team. Try to come up with a name for the team. After class assignments are done, it's time for the freshman assembly. This freshman assembly is only for the freshmen to fight. The rule is that each class sends 1 team to compete, going through 2 rounds of life-and-death combat. The first round will eliminate 2 classes, and the team that makes it to the finals will take the prize home. Lin Han rubbed his hands decisively. Great, then we'll aim straight for the championship in the freshman assembly. I've already thought of the team name. Let's call it the Night Watchman Squad, carrying the majestic responsibility of protecting the countless lights of every home. All 3 teammates nodded in agreement. Su Ting sweetly coquettish, then I hope you'll take good care of me in the days ahead, team leader. He herded the ducks, okay? Let's go submit the team registration quickly. The long dragon of people queuing in the military academy hall was as dense as ants. Tianjiao scratched his butt nervously. Lin, there are so many people queuing. What if someone ahead snatches the name Night Watchman? Lin Han patted his chest. No problem, I can come up with a few backup names. Just then Qing Hai came over and patted his shoulder. Hello, student Lin Han, I'm Qing Hai, a teacher at this military academy. He was stunned. Oh, so your teacher, Qing, what wind blew you here to see me? He leaned in and pointed in a direction. Manager Yi Tai Qing wants to have a word with you. Would you mind coming with me for a bit? Lin Han knew perfectly well that Manager Yi calling him was probably about the hunting competition. Could it be that he's calling me in to give out a huge reward? He nodded happily. Yes, sir, let's go. On the way, Qing Hai asked Lin Han, you're currently at the 4th-tier Beast Master level, right? Lin Han shrugged lightly. Yes, I just broke through not long ago. He stared in surprise, reaching 4th tier in less than half a month since awakening. Even the elites of those noble families can't keep up. Truly young and talented. He smoothed his hair modestly. Teacher Qing, you're flattering me too much. Qing Hai smiled. No need to hide your talent. The other day you even went beyond your level to defeat Qi Tian, a 3rd-year leader. Your beasts must have something special. Can you let me in on it? He pushed his glasses and activated his third-level information reconnaissance skill. Just as Qing Hai was busy checking, Lin Han quickly pressed the button to activate the cognitive interference mode. Lin Han's heart was racing. If it gets out that I have 3 ancient supreme beasts that are extinct, I'm in big trouble. Lin Han grinned and brushed it off. My beasts are really ordinary, nothing special. His glasses flickered with a notification. Information reconnaissance, unable to judge, skill activation failed. Qing Hai was shocked and froze. The skill failed. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen something so bizarre. He was certain Lin Han had a huge secret. He still tried to pry, hard to believe. Ordinary beasts could be that strong. Can you show me? My instinct tells me your beast might have mutated. Lin Han immediately sensed danger. Teacher Qing was already suspicious. No matter how good the cognitive interference filter was, if he kept probing, it would eventually be exposed. He had to use rhetoric to dodge the issue. Yitai Qing happened to push the door open and wave. What are you two doing standing out here? Lin Han, get in here. I have something to tell you. As soon as he stepped into the room, Yitai Qing blurted out, your beasts are strange. But as long as they don't threaten the Empire's interests, the military won't interfere with your beast raising. Forget the small talk, let's get to the point. How many senior students did you catch in the hunting competition? Lin Han rubbed his chin, roughly 88. Tai Qing slapped his thigh, exactly 88 senior students. You know you can exchange their identity cards for points, right? Lin Han nodded with bright eyes, just as I expected. He called me in to settle this. He coaxed gently, that huge pile of over 20,000 points. What do you plan to use it for? He scratched his head honestly. I was thinking of saving it first, decide later. But his mind was already calculating, with such a fat pile of points, the first thing to do is to buy top-tier equipment to beef up the girls at home. Tai Qing coughed and got straight to the point. To be honest, this academy is poor. We can't afford to pay that many points at once. I know it's internal currency, but printing that much would cause inflation. He was stunned. What the hell is this? You're going back on your word so blatantly. He kept talking. Today I'm here on behalf of the academy to apologize. As for compensation, if you have your eye on any items, just say the word. I'll order them at market price and deduct it from the points owed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since the school is in a bind, I'll go along, but nothing catches my eye at first glance. Inside he was calculating, with the health buffs from the girls, these strength-boosting items are pretty useless. Tai Qing took the initiative to offer, you're now at 4th tier, you're probably missing a beast to fill your slots, right? As long as it's within my power, you can choose any beast level and I'll cover it. Also, your tuition and living expenses for the 4 years of university are on me, and I'll even cover the feed for your beasts deal. Lin Han was speechless. A fish on the chopping board had no choice but to nod and go along. But his wallet was bleeding. Luckily, the storage space for his beasts was also empty, especially a Yi. That bottomless pit of an eater could bankrupt anyone. He kept reassuring, don't be too discouraged. I'll work hard to pay back every bit of the points. When you have time, take Kan Hai to gather more training materials to prepare for the upcoming freshman assembly. That's it, get back to your room, or you'll miss the golden time for team registration. Lin Han waved goodbye. Okay boss, I'm out. Tai Qing thought to himself, this mistake was the academy's fault. I must find a way to compensate Lin Han in the future, and definitely not give Qing Bei any reason to mock us. As soon as the boy disappeared, Kan Hai walked straight to Manager Yi's office. He knocked gently and spoke, Manager Yi, I have something to discuss. A steady voice came from inside, the door's not locked, what is it? He straightforwardly proposed, I wish to take on the role of head teacher for Lin Han. The other person looked surprised. You've been in seclusion and haven't taken new students for a long time. What made you change your mind? Kan Hai calmly replied, hiding half the truth, an outstanding talent like Lin Han, I'm confident that under my guidance, he will go even further. Tai Qing nodded in agreement, done. From now on Lin Han's freshman class will be under your charge. He softly thanked Manager Yi and quickly left. The teacher silently made up his mind, Lin Han, I will keep my eyes on you day and night until I uncover the secret of those beasts. Lin Han returned to the assembly point just as the team received their certification badge. Tian Jiao excitedly showed off the spoils. Lin, check out the hot goods. We've officially got the team badge now. I just joined the class group chat. I'm really curious about what our instructor looks like and what kind of personality they have. Nyan Roman 6 gently reminded, Lin Han, Everyone has to introduce themselves on the public channel, don't forget. Obediently typed his first message into the group. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Han, team leader of the Night Watchman Squad, a beast master. The chat immediately exploded. Everyone look, a real beast master. Tian Jiao stood beside him crying inside. Oh my god Lin, girls are swarming to friend you, why is my profile so dead? The girls responded eagerly, wow it's really Lin Han in the flesh, we get to study with our idol. Handsome, are you missing a girlfriend? Do I catch your eye? Yi sat in the space boiling with jealousy, wishing she could jump out. Where did that vixen come from? I'll tear her apart. Tiangu quickly pulled her back. Yi calm down, that's just Master's display screen, you can't scratch it. Kan Hai sent a notification to the group chat. Hello everyone, I'm Kan Hai, your head teacher. In exactly 10 minutes, everyone gather at Virtue Square for the opening battle to elect the class monitor. The military academy's rules are strict. Anyone late will learn what a celebration means on the first day. Lin Han was dumbfounded. How did my new head teacher end up being teacher Kan Hai? At Virtue Square in the military academy, the freshmen had all gathered. He sighed and accepted the harsh reality. What a small world, teacher Kan Hai is in charge of my class. I'll have to be more careful from now on. He stood tall on the platform and gave orders. You have 5 seconds, each row line up with 2 teams, form a neat formation. 1 second late, and you'll be running 10 kilometers. The students turned pale with fear. 5 seconds, oh my god. Seeing the sheep obediently line up, Kan Hai nodded and got to the point. I've gathered you here today to choose a class monitor. Every little thing in the class, the monitor must report to me and act as my right hand. The election is simple, just use your fists. Whoever stands last becomes the monitor of Class 4. Tian Jiao puffed his chest confidently. Lin, with your skills, this job is a piece of cake. Lin Han shook his head. Not necessarily. There are plenty of hidden masters in the academy, plus I'm not interested in these class leader titles. He raised an hourglass and declared, time starts now. If the sand runs out and you haven't picked a monitor, everyone does 500 push-ups. Oh, and the class monitor gets an extra 100 points each month. This fat bait immediately made the students' eyes light up. Wow, 100 points converted to dragon coins is a huge amount. I'm drooling over the monitor position, but thinking about it, who can stop Lin Han? He could take on the whole school alone. Lin Han was crying inside. As the elders said, a tall tree catches the wind, being too famous isn't always good. Because at this moment, dozens of eyes were fixed on him like hungry wolves eyeing a piece of fat meat. His 3 teammates quickly formed a combat formation behind him, ready to support him. A calculating voice rang out, as long as Lin Han is standing there, we have no chance. Brothers, let's team up and take out Lin Han first, then we can fight for the monitor position fairly. He immediately raised his shield to block the rain of attacks. Fatty, you guys fall back, let me handle this mess. The other side nodded decisively. Okay Lin, be careful. 2 other students charged in shouting, everyone attack, don't let him breathe. No matter how strong he is, he's alone. Overwhelm him with numbers and exhaust him. In that instant, 2 fierce forces struck simultaneously. Try my water ball technique and ice spear. 2 devastating attacks slammed into Lin Han's shield, threatening to tear through his defense. Seeing the 2 vanguards sent flying back, the crowd was stunned. What the hell, he didn't even lose a hair, how is that possible? He calmly gathered a bolt of lightning in his hand, smiling, are you done showing off? If so, step aside and let me have the stage. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Watching the frontliners dance from the electric shock, the ones behind were terrified, not daring to make a sound. Oh my god, he's playing for real, I surrender, joining this fight is suicide. Kan Hai's plan to exhaust the students was shattered in an instant. The kid hadn't even summoned his beasts and had already taken down the whole class. He cleared his throat and announced, this round goes to your team, so have you decided who will be the class monitor? Tian Jiao waved his hand and laughed, the 3 of us step aside, if Lin is the monitor, I support it with both hands and feet. He shrugged, since everyone's so kind, I'll accept. Kan Hai smirked and reminded, being the monitor isn't just for sitting around. The freshman assembly is coming up. Lin Han calmly replied, just get to the point, what do you need me to do? The heavy requirement was delivered lightly. Simple, you just need to carry Class 4 to the championship in the upcoming competition. Lin Han confidently sealed the deal, easy as pie, leave it to me. Kan Hai squinted at the damaged battlefield and added, and the repair bill. You've wrecked half the stage, so you'll have to pay for the maintenance. He waved his hand dismissively, No problem, I've got plenty of points, just deduct it, money's not an issue. Kan Hai turned and walked away, leaving behind a meaningful remark. Lin Han, you're great at one-on-one, but the real battlefield isn't a stage for lone wolves. He thought to himself, let's see how he stirs things up in the upcoming assembly. The camera now shifted to the training grounds of the military academy. Tian Jiao had heart-shaped eyes. With this crowd, if I win first place, I'll definitely get a bunch of girls' numbers right. Su Ting pouted sharply, then this year's assembly, you can go solo. Yi peeked out from the space and timidly asked, Master, can we come out for some fresh air? Lin Han nodded, go ahead, we already have the cognitive interference layer on. As soon as the system activated the interference layer, the pets who appeared started clamoring, Master, we're itching to fight. He coaxed them, all right, you'll get your chance soon. Suddenly he sensed a wave of malicious intent directed at him. Strange, where did this grudge come from? Are some third-year students just bored? Tian Jiao stared at the group swaggering over. Who are these guys? They look so arrogant. Lin Han wondered, they're freshmen like us, what did I do to make them hate me? The leader tilted his head up to the sky and sneered, are you Lin Han, the one being hyped up online? Do you know who I am? He crossed his arms and mocked, whether I'm hyped or not, I've never heard of your name. Are you some big star? The guy puffed out his chest proudly, listen up, I'm from the famous Zhao family. Lin Han snorted, Zhao family? Never heard of it, but your arrogance is impressive. Did your family build this academy? He smirked inwardly, with the system backing me, if I let this brat spit in my face, I might as well smash my head on a tofu block. Zhao Feng's face darkened and he growled, let me make this clear, at this assembly, the championship cup will definitely belong to our class 3. He retorted sarcastically, oh, so nowadays you become a champion just by talking big. He continued arrogantly, I heard you caused a stir in the hunting competition, you're a beast master, and I'm a tamer, sooner or later we'll have to fight and see who's better. Lin Han frowned and pondered, tamers are those who live with their beasts from childhood, right? They might be stronger than beast masters at first, but no matter how buffed they are, how can they compare to me? Is this clown acting? Seeing him lost in thought. Zhao Feng pressed on, what scared? If you don't dare to accept my challenge, then get lost, you useless piece of trash. The Class 4 students were fired up. How dare you insult Lin? Looking for trouble? Our Class 4 isn't afraid of you. Can anyone from your class match our class monitor's achievements? Zhao Zhen and Yi were also furious. Today I'll break that bastard's neck. Master, can I burn this trash to crisp? Tiangu desperately held them back. Calm down. Fighting now will only bring trouble to Master. Lin Han whispered, Yi, Zhao Zhen, stay put, let me deal with him. He smirked and nodded, deal, I accept your challenge. So what's the bet? He spat out a childish rule. Bet on who sits on the championship throne. The loser kneels and kowtows 3 times, calling the winner Grandpa 3 times. Lin Han turned to walk away, leaving a mocking remark, if you have a hobby of gaining relatives, I'll oblige. His mind raced, provoke him to take the bait, use that to test his skill. The guy easily got provoked, who are you calling a grandchild? He angrily threw a punch, you brat, daring to mock me, you're tired of living. Lin Han celebrated internally, what an idiot, he took the bait. Tai Ching, standing far away, suddenly stopped, sensing a burst of skill energy, what's going on? Let's go check. Zhao Feng was determined to teach Lin Han a lesson today. But before his punch could land, Tai Ching grabbed it, everyone stop, are you trying to start a free-for-all? Lin Han quietly withdrew the skill energy he was about to release. He raised his hands in mock innocence, okay, I'm disarmed, but inside he sighed with regret, what a pity I got caught. Zhao Feng glanced at the lightning dancing in the air and broke out in cold sweat. Strange, when did he activate his skill? The supervisor sternly warned the teachers, control your students, absolutely no troublemaking. Kan Hai walked over and knocked his student's head. It's over, wipe that dazed look off your face and get back to Class 4's formation. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth in hatred, I'll let you off today, Lin Han. When you lose miserably at the assembly, I'll trample you underfoot and make you lose everything. Glancing at the system's red alert detecting strong malicious intent, advising the host to stay vigilant, he easily guessed the culprit was Zhao Feng. He smirked, truly, heaven has a path you don't take, hell has no door but you insist on breaking in. Kan Hai was sweating internally. If Manager Yi hadn't intervened in time, Lin Han's attack could have caused unpredictable consequences. That kid really hides his depth. The loudspeaker crackled, Attention all instructors, in exactly 30 minutes, the freshman assembly officially begins. Kanhai sat proudly on the viewing platform, explaining the rules. This year's assembly will use completely different rules from previous years. This is a simulated combat training specially approved by the Academy, called the Barrier Challenge. This competition will not follow the original team units. Everyone will be scrambled and reorganized. The sole purpose is to force you to quickly learn how to build trust with strangers, assign tasks clearly, communicate effectively, and work together to win. This is a crucial survival skill for you when faced with unexpected situations on the battlefield, such as teammate casualties or having to form temporary teams. Lin Han rubbed his chin with interest. The military style is indeed different. Even the examination methods are surprising and interesting. A spatial gate suddenly appeared, carrying a vortex of dark blue energy. He reached into the spatial rift to retrieve items. Next, I'll break down the rules in detail for everyone. Each of the 4 classes will send out 3 teams, each team consisting of 4 people, randomly shuffled and matched by drawing lots. The 2 competing teams will engage in individual matches on the arena. The winner will have the right to continue fighting the next opponent until a team has all 4 members defeated. One person can only hold the stage for a maximum of 2 rounds. In conclusion, the team that eliminates all members of the opposing team first is declared the winner. He silently analyzed, this test is to examine the ability to deploy tactics between teams. It seems the order of combat is also crucial. Kanhai added, after the assembly, there will be a selection for an MVP. This title will be judged based on performance throughout the entire assembly, voted on by the Academy's leadership, and the winner can request a reasonable reward from the Academy. Looking at our class's strength, the only real obstacle is Class 3 led by Zhao Feng. I have full confidence in you all. Get ready to divide into groups, don't let me down. Tian Jiao happily slapped his friend's shoulder. Lin, it must be fate that we're in the same group again. He squinted curiously, let me see who the other teammates are. Lin Han nodded approvingly. The 2 new teammates drawn look pretty good. The 2 new teammates ran over to greet him, class monitor. 1Q cheerfully stepped forward. I can't believe we're on the same team. I'll be relying on you, big shot. The person next to me is Zhang Zhen. Half an hour later, the freshman assembly officially began. Tian Jiao excitedly pointed at the viewing platform. Lin, look, they're drawing lots now. Tai Ching announced the results with a mic. Class 1 versus Class 4, Class 2 versus Class 3. Fate cruelly placed Class 1 against Class 4. A student was shocked. What? I have to fight Lin Han? Are you kidding? Hong Pao nudged Zhao Feng and asked, what do you think? He clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity I don't get to eliminate him directly, but those 2 classes will meet sooner or later anyway. He schemed internally. No matter how strong Lin Han is, the rules clearly limit him to 2 appearances. Class 3 is full of main combat classes, his teammates can't compare. Plus, with the mandatory contract item my family gave me, his beasts will eventually be mine. Tai Ching infused his voice with power and announced, I now declare the freshman assembly officially open. Dozens of spotlights simultaneously shone down on the competition stage. The dignified referee stood high and invited, the first match of the first round, Class 1 versus Class 4. Please invite the first contestant from Team 1 to step onto the stage. The contestant with bulging muscles stepped forward and declared, I'm Zhang Yang, a 3rd-tier elite berserker. He volunteered, let me win the opening match and show Class 1 our threat. But Tian Jiao quickly stopped him. Lin, wait, let me test the opponent's strength first. Trust me completely. Lin Han patted his shoulder encouragingly. Okay, go for it. He strolled onto the stage, calmly facing the muscular giant. Then he boldly declared, Long Tian Jiao, 3rd-tier berserker. I advise you, you're no match for me. It's still not too late to raise the white flag. The referee waved his hand, slicing through the air, and the match officially began. Zhang Yang swung his massive mace fiercely at him. Take a hit from my mace. Tian Jiao twisted his body to dodge swiftly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Dodge this. Lin Han stood below, observing the battle and understanding it clearly. Both of their professions were warriors, but in terms of strength, Zhang Yang had the advantage. Fatty had to be careful. He leapt into the air and slashed downward. Take a slash from my blade. He didn't flinch at all, swinging his fire-wrapped mace upward to block it. The mace and the blade clashed, creating an ear-piercing, deafening sound. Tian Jiao was pushed far back by the aftershock, silently cursing, damn it, Is his strength really that terrifying? I was almost exhausted. He rolled his eyes and quickly decided, if fighting head-on doesn't work, I'll change my tactics. Instantly, 3 wind-tearing blasts of power shot straight toward Zhang Yang's position. He struggled to twist his body to dodge, swearing, damn it. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. If it keeps dragging on like this, Fatty will easily drain the opponent's stamina to turn the tables, but the other side definitely realizes that too. Wait, he hasn't used any skills yet. Just as expected, he activated the skill Iron Chain Entanglement, and the chain in his hand immediately glowed with a fiery red light. The chain shot out like a python, wrapping around the opponent's body. His heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Tian Jiao's entire body was tied up tightly, lifted midair. His teammates cried out in panic, "We're doomed." In close combat, how can a berserker compete with an elite barbarian fighter? The gap in their attribute strength is too huge. Lin Han calmly calculated, no, Fatty still has a trump card hidden. Zhang Yang's fist came crashing down. It smashed straight into his chest, making him writhe in agony. His body went flying, crashing heavily into the barrier of the arena. He was so severely injured that he coughed up blood. 1Q turned pale and screamed, "Pause the match, referee. If this continues, his life will be in danger." The referee coldly replied, "The contestant on the field hasn't lost his ability to move. Do you want to concede?" He staggered, holding onto the wall to stand up, panting weakly, "I won't concede, I can still fight. Lin Zai, trust me." Lin Han frowned, thinking to himself, growing up together, this is the first time I've seen Fatty so serious about something. Even if he fails, I can handle the rest. He cleared his throat and shouted, "I'm betting on Fatty, we won't concede." Zhang Yang sneered with contempt, "You talked so big when you stepped up earlier. I thought you were actually capable." "If I were you, I would have surrendered immediately. Getting beaten to a pulp in front of so many people is a total loss of face." 1Q was still restless. "Class monitor, please persuade Long Tian Jiao to step down. I'm so worried if he keeps fighting." He waved his hand to interrupt. "Don't worry, I know what Fatty is planning to do. He is about to use that skill." Sure enough, the firepower around Tian Jiao's body flared up wildly. "Taste this move, Heart of the Berserker." Heart of the Berserker was officially activated. It continuously drained stamina to boost strength and speed to the absolute maximum. The heavier the injuries, the greater the boost. Once the stamina is depleted, the skill will automatically turn off. A fire-wrap punch from him slammed straight into Zhang Yang's face. He was sent flying far back by that terrifying force. Zhang Yang lay sprawled out, his entire body aching, unable to believe it. How can it be this magical? 1Q stood below, stunned and dumbfounded. "What kind of horror story just happened?" He smirked and explained. "That's Fatty's trump card. The heavier the injuries, the more it triggers his explosive potential, increasing his speed and strength in the blink of an eye. So he intentionally took the hits to push himself to death's door." Tian Jiao staggered to pick up the blade from the ground, chuckling and asking, "Did it feel good punching me just now?" Under the state of heart of the berserker, seeing the opponent charging fiercely at him, Zhang Yang broke into a cold sweat. This is bad. He gained momentum and swung the blade down. Now it's my turn to dance. He could only close his eyes and accept his fate, unable to do anything else. However, the expected flesh-tearing pain never came. Zhang Yang slightly opened his eyes in surprise, seeing the blade stop dead. "Why did you stop? Why didn't you keep attacking?" Tian Jiao smiled faintly and replied, "There's no need. In the end, it's already clear who wins and who loses, right?" The entire atmosphere on the arena seemed to freeze. Zhang Yang lowered his head in shame and blurted out, "I concede." Tian Jiao also retracted his blade, nodding and saying, "Knowing how to admit it is good." The referee's whistle tore through the silence. In the first match of the first round, Class 4 successfully takes the victory. In a corner of the stands, Hong Pao's eyes practically popped out. "Holy crap, that fat idiot actually bagged this round." Zhao Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring down at the field unwillingly. "Just dumb luck." In the Class 4 area, Lin Han nodded slightly, his eyes showing clear satisfaction. Playing that recklessly was a bit harsh, but in return he won this round beautifully. 1Q was overjoyed, jumping up and down screaming, "That was brilliant." Zhang Zhen also cheered until his voice was hoarse. "Long Tian Jiao is on fire, brothers." Our hero had now turned off his skill, holding his chest and panting exhaustedly. "Oh my god, I'm completely out of breath." Zhang Yang dragged his battered body and awkwardly said, "Next time I seek revenge, I definitely won't make such a stupid mistake again. Tian Chen pushed through the crowd and stepped onto the stage, patting his shoulder to comfort him. All right, Zhang Yang, just leave the next performance to me. The young man put both hands in his pockets, casually striking a pose on the arena, smiling confidently and announcing his name. Class Monitor of Class 1, Zhao Tian Chen, Profession Fire Mage, please advise. Without resting for a single minute, Tian Jiao immediately lifted his spirits, his eyes burning with battle spirit. Bring it on, let me teach you a lesson. Below the stage, Lin Han crossed his arms and frowned with deep concern. He knew very well that the Fire Mage class had skills specifically tailored to counter melee fighters. Fatty was definitely in trouble this time. The referee didn't hesitate, waving his hand and loudly declaring, "The match continues to begin." As soon as the signal was given, Tian Jiao immediately reactivated the heart of the berserker state, his whole body catching fire as he charged like a mad bull towards Tian Chen. In his head, he knew, my stamina bar is almost empty, I have to play a blitzkrieg tactic. But Tian Chen still stood there like a stone statue, lightly waving his hand. A blinding ring of fire instantly enveloped his body, resisting fire ring. Tian Jiao rushed over but hit an invisible wall of fire, and all of his attacks were instantly blocked. A terrifying shockwave echoed back from the fire ring, blowing him far away. Lin Han stood below, burning with anxiety. It's really over. Facing a hard counter skill like this, how is he supposed to get close? The hidden throwing knives in Fatty's pockets are probably all used up too. Tian Jiao fell flat on his back, cursing, what kind of demonic skill is so unreasonably absurd? Tian Chen shrugged, mocking him without changing his expression. Give up, kid. You aren't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Stubbornness was in his blood. He wiped his mouth and retorted, call me grandpa, and then I'll consider conceding. His ego flaring up, the guy swung his magic staff and charged forward to attack. You're about to die and still acting tough. Tian Chen fired a barrage of fireballs, and Tian Jiao spun his blade wildly like a windmill to deflect the fiery projectiles. Lin Han kept an internal stopwatch to monitor the battle, sighing softly, Fatty's stamina bar must be hitting the bottom limit soon. If he turns off Heart of the Berserker, he definitely won't be able to dodge the fireballs, but keeping it on drains stamina extremely severely. He's trying to grit his teeth and hold on a bit longer. Even if he fails, at least he can drain some of the opponent's HP and mana to make it easier for the teammates behind him. Seeing the opponent as stubborn as an ox, he roared and gathered a supermassive fire bomb, its blazing heat scorching the entire arena, and threatened menacingly. Still won't kneel down and beg for mercy. Not bothering to wait for Tian Jiao to open his mouth, Tian Chen threw the blazing fireball straight at his opponent. Then taste this. Tian Jiao bit his lip until it bled, his two hands gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, squeezing out his last bit of strength to face the incoming fury. But the terrifying heat wave from the fireball suffocated his breathing. Damn it, the power of this move is way beyond my understanding. In the audience seats, a grunt from Class 1 swallowed hard and exclaimed, taking this bomb head-on, Lin Han's buddy will probably have to check into the intensive care unit for a long time. Zhao Feng clapped his hands smugly and laughed maniacally. At the very least, he'll be bedridden for half a month. Who told that stupid fat pig to be so blindly stubborn and refused to surrender? Even the referee couldn't stop it in time. 1Q was crying out of fear, screaming her lungs out, Fatty, just fall, hurry up and concede. However, she didn't realize at all that Lin Han's figure beside her had disappeared who knows when. Boom, an explosion shook the entire arena. Lin Han seemed to pop up from underground, standing tall in front of Tian Jiao, raising a sturdy steel shield to take the full brunt of Tian Chen's destructive fire bomb. Fatty panted heavily, his voice distorted, Lin Zai, did I drag you down again? Before his friend could finish his sentence, Lin Han brushed it off, his warm voice calm, you did excellently, Fatty, leave the rest to me. Lin Han leisurely put away the steel shield, his voice cold. Class Monitor of Class 4, Lin Han, 4th Tier Beastmaster Warlord, please make your move. Tian Chen paused slightly at his appearance, then smirked. Lin Han, right? I've studied the video of your hunting tournament to death. I know your moves like the back of my hand. Lin Han yawned, interrupting his narcissistic speech, his voice flat. Just dance quickly, I'm in a hurry. Seeing the opponent unarmed, Tian Chen sneered and pulled out his fancy staff. So arrogant, putting away your shield too? Lin Han, today you will pay a heavy price for acting smart. His magic staff was named Phoenix Feather, rumored to be made from authentic phoenix feathers, capable of buffing 30% of base stats and 20% of skill power for the user. Seeing the guy showing off his toy, Lin Han laughed disdainfully, hooking his finger in provocation. Then bring it on, let's see if you actually have what it takes first. Infuriated, he immediately chanted an incantation and unleashed a water ball spell. Ong Pao, watching from below the stage, began to get excited again. The skill set of Class 1's monitor seems to be well-rounded in both offense and defense. At this rate, Lin Han might get directly eliminated. Zhao Feng rubbed his chin, laughing maniacally as if he'd hit the jackpot. Perfect, running into Class 1's monitor is definitely a tough break. I vaguely remember Lin Han doesn't have an ice-type pet. This is going to be a good show. At this moment, Tian Chen compressed his mana and threw out a compact but incredibly fast bullet of fire, its power completely overwhelming the sporadic attacks from earlier. Lin Han remained rooted to the spot, calmly extending his bare fist to intercept the fire bullet. The system's voice chimed, "Update successful," copied the skill Iron Bone from the Sky Horn Ant. Lin Han dusted off his sleeve, glancing at the guy with sharp, cold eyes, his voice dripping with sarcastic challenge. "Is this all you've got with your little parlor tricks?" Tian Chen stood frozen on the spot, so shocked that his jaw dropped and wouldn't close. Terror surged in his brain, so surreal to think he could block my magic damage with his bare hands and physical body. The entire stadium erupted like a riot with a series of shocked voices. "Oh my god, what kind of ridiculous beastmaster is this? Is it a fake? How is he tankier than professional warriors?" Zhao Feng stood biting his nails angrily. "Keep acting cocky, go ahead and laugh while you can. Wait until I steal your pet, let's see what you'll use to brag then." Tian Chen shook his head frantically, refusing to believe the fact that Lin Han blocked it barehanded. He fired fireballs like a machine gun. "I refuse to believe you can block all of this barehanded." Below the stage, Wan Qiu anxiously twisted the hem of her shirt. "The skills are so powerful. Is the class monitor's life in danger?" Tian Jiao patted his chest confidently. "Worrying over nothing, my Lin Zai is immortal. Just believe in him." Amidst the blinding firestorm, Lin Han activated Eagle Eye, his footwork like a ghost gliding in a zigzag pattern, smoothly dodging every fire bomb by a hair's breadth. Dancing this slowly, you couldn't even hit a mosquito, buddy. Lin Han had backed away into a safe corner, maintaining a golden distance from the mage. He lowered his center of gravity, his sharp eyes locking onto the target. "Taste my new trick," the system signaled. "The skill sprint has been activated." An explosive force erupted beneath the heels of his shoes, propelling Lin Han forward like an artillery shell tearing through the wind, closing in on Tian Chen at breakneck speed. Tian Chen turned pale, frantically erecting his defensive fire ring again. Resisting fire ring reappears. He smugly reassured himself, "Even if you fly as fast as a rocket, touching my wall of fire will still blast you to pieces, kid." Hong Pao broke into a cold sweat watching the events unfold. If the monitor of Class 1 bags this round, our side will be in trouble too, because our side's attack skills are purely melee. Lin Han crashed into it, completely ignoring the blazing wall of fire. He had used the Iron Bone buff to boldly pierce straight through the defensive layer. Smashing through the physical shield, Lin Han smirked mockingly. "Your toy is quite interesting, but it can't stop my footsteps." Tian Chen was utterly terrified. "This is insane. How could you neutralize even my backlash shockwave?" The system in Lin Han's head chimed crisply again. "Copy complete. The skill giant strength has been activated." "Out of backup tricks, right? Then I'm charging in." The guy panicked and jumped back, blindly throwing a fireball at point-blank range. "Stop acting so high and mighty. The rice isn't cooked yet. It's not clear who wins and who loses." An earth-shattering explosion blew away a corner of the arena, blinding fire and smoke rising thick, obscuring everything. The smoke gradually cleared, but Lin Han's figure had evaporated without a trace. Tian Chen spun around in confusion, searching. Where did he go? Or did he get blown out of the arena by my bomb? Suddenly, a chilling gust of dark energy blew past the back of his neck, and a hair-raising whisper echoed right next to his ear. "Where are you looking?" He jolted in fright, spinning around in terror, holding his magic staff in a defensive stance. Lin Han's lightning wings had spread wide, emitting crackling electric sparks. He channeled his power into the final punch, casting a pitying look at Tian Chen. "It's over." He screamed in panic. "What?" Before his consciousness could fade out, the only thing he saw was a fist as big as a soup bowl just a few millimeters away from the bridge of his nose. A sonic boom carrying destructive power swept across his face, plowing through the space behind him, accompanied by a earth-shaking explosion. The storm passed, Lin Han retracted his fist, dusted off his clothes, and indifferently concluded, "The winner is decided. If you don't want to lose any more face, obediently bark out your surrender." The background behind Tian Chen was now a scene of devastation, bricks and stones shattered after the 1,000-pound punch. Tian Chen was so scared that sweat poured down like a waterfall. The entire audience's jaws dropped collectively. What kind of monster is this? That strength is truly terrifying. His legs turned to jelly, unable to stand steady anymore. He collapsed heavily, kneeling on the cold floor. Tian Chen bit his lips to the point of tearing out of frustration, bowing his head to the ground and forcing out every word, "I concede, you win." The referee didn't hesitate, speaking into the mic loudly, "The match is over. Lin Han of Class 4 wins a great victory. Class 1, please send out your next contestant." The whole stadium seemed to explode with the excited screams of the students. While the group was cheering and celebrating, Hong Pao stood clutching his heart, swallowing hard in worry. Is that brat's true strength really this terrifying? What the hell do we have left to claim victory against him now? Zhao Feng kept his mouth shut, but his narrow eyes flashed with venomous malice. Lin Han is just a beastmaster. That overpowered strength is definitely buffed from his pet. Even if it costs my entire fortune, I must seize that monster and make it mine. As if smelling the dead rat stench of malice, Lin Han glanced sideways toward the stands, coldly snorting in contempt. Then he swept his razor-sharp gaze across the entire audience area, his voice low and challenging. "Well, is there anyone else itching for a beating who wants to step up?" The grunts were dead silent, mute as clams, not a single one daring to make a peep or drag their bodies up to offer their lives. Only the murky, sinister gaze of Zhao Feng remained pinned firmly on him. Lin Han frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what kind of dirty, underhanded scheme is that shady Zhao Feng brewing up now? Midst the tension stretched as tight as a bowstring, a nobody from Class 1 hoisted his weapon and leaped onto the stage, breaking the silence. He pointed his sword straight at Lin Han's face and yelled, "Lin Han, stop trash-talking. Our captain fell, but I'm still here to hold up the sky. Today I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Lin Han was too lazy to waste words, indifferently dropping a sentence, "Stop wasting time, you cannon fodder, sweetheart." As he spoke, his hand was already raised high, streams of lightning roaring deafeningly, officially activating the Kopid skill, Thunderblast. The opponent, completely blind to the danger lying in wait, just charged forward with his weapon, his mouth still shouting, "What the heck were you just mumbling, kid?" As Lin Han's arm dropped, a bolt of lightning struck straight down. "I said, you should pack up and get out of the arena now, buddy." Boom, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck right onto the floor, turning the guy's legs to jelly. He hastily threw away his weapon and screamed, "Oh, I surrender, I surrender." However, Lin Han didn't even bother retracting his move. The power of Thunderblast bombarded the entire arena and then overflowed right into the audience area. The crowd standing near the edge of the arena turned pale with fright, everyone sprinting away as fast as they could. "Run for your lives, folks." Only the two young men, Zhao Feng and Hong Pao, stood frozen like statues. "Wait, what's going on?" Zap, an unforgiving bolt of electricity struck right on top of their heads, shocking the two guys until they trembled violently, their hair standing on end like rooster combs. Sporting a scorched, gravity-defying hairdo, Hong Pao angrily tried to jump onto the field but was immediately stopped. He strained his neck and yelled, "Referee, that Lin Han intentionally injured the audience. I strongly demand you kick him out of the tournament." On the contrary, Lin Han leisurely picked his ear, his indifferent expression treating the accusation like a mosquito buzzing by. He replied slowly, "This move of mine is an area of effect attack based on luck. If you two got hit, it's either because you have terrible luck or you did something stupid and got punished by the heavens." Seeing the chaotic situation, the referee had to release his authoritative pressure to suppress Zhao Feng and Hong Pao's tantrum. He loudly declared, "This incident is due to the organizers' negligence. No one expected a freshman to pierce through the arena's shield. The winner of this match is Lin Han." Immediately following that, the referee raised his voice to the entire audience. "The tournament will take a short break for a few minutes. We need to patch up the field and add another protective layer." Carrying a massive grudge after being roasted alive in front of everyone, how could Zhao Feng swallow the fact that Lin Han took the cup? He sprang to his feet, pointing directly at the referee and shouting, "I object, this match definitely reeks of cheating." The referee wasn't gentle either, snapping back instantly, You can take this matter to the judging panel, but if you dare cause a scene here, I'll strip you of your tournament qualifications right now." Since it directly affected his interests, he had to swallow his anger, his eyes glaring viciously at Lin Han's back as he casually strolled off the stage, swimming into the enthusiastic, cheering embrace of the Class 4 bros. Deep down, Zhao Feng harbored a deep grudge. "Just wait, brat. The humiliation today, I will pay it back fairly and squarely many times over." The arena had just been refurbished, and the referee signaled for the tournament to continue. At the Class 4 waiting area, Lin Han was gathering the team to plot. According to the rules, each member can only go up a maximum of 2 times. So, who wants to take the stage for the next round? 1Q smartly stood up, rubbing her chin and analyzing. "Class 1 only has UA left, and that girl belongs to the support class just like me. Let me handle this match. Monitor, make sure you cheer loudly for me." Lin Han nodded slightly, waving his hand to urge her on. "Get on the stage, miss." Having grinded through 2 rounds and panting heavily, Tian Jiao yawned, the corners of his mouth stretching as he watched the 2 beauties step up. Oh man, 2 supports fighting each other. At this rate, they'll be fighting until the cows come home. Lin Han just smiled, teasingly saying, "You never know, sometimes when the ladies strike, it's a lot more bitter than us guys." As soon as the whistle blew, the 2 elegant girls showed no mercy, violently lunging to pull each other's hair. Yue felt the pain and shrieked sharply, "Let go of my hair right now." How could 1Q back down? She stubbornly retorted, "In your dreams, honey." In the audience seats below, Tian Jiao winced and muttered, "You even predicted this scenario correctly, Lin Zai." Lin Han shrugged, answering nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a small matter." After struggling for a while, Yue proactively let go of 1Q's hair, jumping back to maintain a safe distance. She suddenly sat down on the floor, her face as tense as a bowstring, focusing her entire mind on channeling her skills. Boots of Gale increased speed by 30%, Grasp of the Green Demon raised attack by 30%, Eye of the Old Eagle enhanced perception by another 30%. Once the accumulation was complete, Yue shouted full of spirit, "I'm the only one left to carry Class 1, I won't go home without a win today." Right after she spoke, she shot off like an arrow released from a bow thanks to her maxed-out speed buff, swinging a punch full of power straight at 1Q's face. "Taste this lady's punch and see." The punch, loaded with far too many stat boosts, carried a terrifying, destructive force. Even though 1Q braced herself to block the hit, she was still knocked backward by a full meter. The residual shockwave from that seemingly mosquito bite-like attack injured her all the way to her lungs, forcing a mouthful of blood out from the corner of her lips. Below the stage, Tian Jiao's eyes bulged, his round face unable to hide his utter bewilderment. "Are you kidding me? Is this how support girls fight? At this rate, our side might actually flip the car." But Lin Han remained as calm as a lake, patting Tian Jiao's shoulder to comfort him with a look of absolute trust. "Relax, Yue's stamina is exhausted, while our 1Q still has her trump card hidden." After unleashing her all-in attack, Yue was completely drained, her 2 hands resting on her knees as she panted heavily right on the floor. She let out a heavy breath while secretly gritting her teeth. "An attack that strong, and that girl still hasn't fallen, and I'm already completely out of energy." Determined not to let her opponent catch her breath, she gritted her teeth and scraped up the last of her strength, planning to end it quickly. As she lunged forward, she shouted loudly, "Just surrender so we can get this over with." But in that exact split second, a green magic circle lit up brightly beneath 1Q's heels. The system's cold voice announced the activation of the healing spell, Healing Injuries, the amount of HP recovered scales with the spirit stat. 1Q grinned triumphantly, throwing back a provocation. "You're the one who needs to surrender to be exact." Right as Yue's now powerless fist swung over, 1Q simply did a light dance move to dodge it effortlessly. She nimbly grabbed her opponent's arm, her entire vitality now fully restored thanks to the healing spell just now. 1Q giggled and mocked her, "Dumping your whole set of skills into that punch just now, you're out of breath now, aren't you?" After saying that, she casually delivered a beautifully executed chop to the back of Yue's neck, leaving the girl dazed and unable to react before blurting out, "Huh, what happened?" That brutal sneak attack sent Yue tumbling to the floor, falling into a deep sleep. The referee immediately waved the flag, signaling that 1Q of Class 4 Team 1 was the final winner. In the seats below, Tian Jiao dropped his jaw at this surreal script. "You can win fighting like that." At that moment, the trio of Su Ting, Nian Wei, and Suye came rushing over, their faces beaming like flowers as they showed off their achievements to Lin Han. "Monitor, our Brother Han's squad just completely wiped out their nest over there." Nyan Wei smiled, her eyes crinkling, and added, "It's all thanks to Brother Han's blessing. All the heavy hitters of Class 1 were dragged over to your side, the rest were just small fry, sent flying with one hit." Lin Han smiled, nodding in praise. "You guys did excellently." Standing in the middle of the field, the referee blew his whistle to finalize things. "Here are the results of the freshman tournament qualifiers. A warm congratulations to Class 4 for defeating Class 1 to secure a ticket to the next round. Since Class 2 has already raised the white flag and surrendered, the final match will be a competition between Class 3 and Class 4. The finals will take place tomorrow, hoping the students go rest and recharge their energy." As for himself, he was eagerly looking forward to this clash. In just 24 hours, the championship would have an owner. Finding the site an eyesore, Hong Pao quickly tried to throw a wrench in the works with Zhao Feng. "They're planning to pack up and leave. Young Master Zhao, are you really just going to swallow this anger?" He rolled up his sleeves furiously and cursed, "Swallow it, my ass. I absolutely won't let those guys retreat peacefully." Both of them stomped over angrily to block Lin Han's group's retreat. Tianjiao frowned, tilting his chin to signal, "What is that idiot charging over here for? Don't tell me he's salty about getting his hair burned and wants a duel." Lin Han remained unbothered. "Let him put on whatever show he wants. We'll just stand here and handle it." Blocking right in front of them, Zhao Feng strained his neck and yelled, "Lin Han, you messed up my hair like this. Don't expect me to let it go." Lin Han retorted indifferently, "I'll say it one more time, that was just an accidental mishap. The referee has already settled it. If you have a problem with it, go find the referee and complain." Suddenly, an icy blue aura radiated across the courtyard as a level 49 frost wolf proudly appeared. The young master roared in annoyance, not holding back at all. "I don't give a damn about what the referee says. You humiliated me in front of the whole school. If you don't cough up an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." The silver wolf, with its muscular physique, looked extremely ferocious. Zhang Zhen cried out in panic, "Good heavens, it's a frost wolf again, and this one is level 49. Lin Han furrowed his brows slightly in calculation, so this is his hidden trump card. Zhao Feng pressed his advantage, tilting his chin in challenge. "Don't say I'm heartless, Lin Han. If you know what's good for you, obediently kowtow and apologize to me, then shave your head bald yourself." Hong Pao stood beside him, chiming in, "Kneel down and apologize to young Master Zhao quickly, or else don't blame us." Anger rushing to his brain, Tian Jiao stepped up and scolded this abusive behavior relying on power. "The military academy has rules strictly forbidding private fights between students. Aren't you afraid of the school's punishment for acting so outrageously?" He smirked contemptuously, throwing the rules to the back of his mind. "Punishment? Since I was in my mother's womb, I've never known what fear is. Open your eyes wide and look. Backing me up is the entire Zhao family." Without another word, he drew his blade to face the battle, roaring, "Zhao family or Li family, bring it on. If you want to touch a single hair on Lin Zai's head, you have to step over this fatty's dead body first." Seeing his chubby friend about to risk his life, Lin Han quickly reached out to stop him. "Calm down, fatty. No need to get so tense yet." Seeing that scene, he immediately tilted his head back and laughed mockingly. "Just carrying a crippled third-tier body, and you want to fight against my level 49 beast? Ridiculous." Took another step forward, his eyes as steady as a rock as he comforted Tian Jiao. "It's fine, fatty. This brainless idiot doesn't have what it takes to make things difficult for me. Just step aside and enjoy the show." Tian Jiao reluctantly stepped back, but his mouth still muttered a warning, "Be careful, Lin Zai. This guy's face is up to no good." Having trapped Lin Han into a one-on-one duel, Zhao Feng pointed to signal the wolf, his voice filled with hatred as he shouted, "Today I must definitely teach you a lesson to see who is truly the boss of these freshmen." Right at the tense moment, the system panel suddenly announced that the listening skill was turned on. He glanced back, catching the rhythm of hasty footsteps running over. These footsteps sound familiar. Could it be Teacher Qing Hai? Sure enough, Teacher Qing Hai rushed over to stop them. "Stop right now. Don't you students know the academy's strict rules prohibiting fighting?" Closely following right behind him was Jin Bai, the advisor of Class 3. He also hurriedly stepped in. "Zhao Feng, Hong Pao, what are you two gathering around and making a mess for? Put your beasts away immediately." Zhao Feng obediently waved his hand to recall his beast, returning the quiet atmosphere to the scene. But Hong Pao flipped the script as quick as lightning, whining and calling out names. "Oh, Teacher Wei, thank goodness you arrived. That Lin Han faked an accident on the field to harm us, and now he brought his gang to surround and gang up on us. You must save us, teacher." Lin Han's entire crew was completely dumbfounded, frozen at his blatant, fabricated accusation. He could only helplessly think to himself, living 20 years in this world, I've never seen anyone with a face thick enough to be this shameless. The only problem was that the cameras around here had just been broken by him and hadn't been repaired yet. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no cameras for evidence, Zhao Feng put on a pitiful face, crying and adding fuel to the fire. It's true, teacher. A little longer and you would have only been able to see me in the hospital. Please stand up and protect me in this matter, teacher. If this gets out, it will be hard to explain to both the Zhao family and the Magic Association. Without bothering to verify, Jin Bai immediately believed his student implicitly. He turned to threaten Qing Hai. Teacher Qing, Zhao Feng comes from a prestigious family with strict upbringing. He is a student with excellent moral character. I have decided to report this matter to Manager Yi to get to the bottom of it. After speaking, he poked his finger straight at Lin Han's face and declared decisively, a delinquent student like Lin Han must be expelled. The calm teacher reached out to protect his student, retorting forcefully, excellent moral character. According to what you said, Lin Han is also the valedictorian of the freshman hunt. You want to kick my student out based on just a few words from yours. I absolutely refuse to agree to such an absurd thing. Seeing his qualifications being brought up for doubt, Zhao Feng threw a fit of rage. Teacher Wei, I refuse to accept this. How can he get special treatment just because he's the top ranker? Even the referee was biased towards him. He pointed his hand straight at Lin Han, clearly revealing his sinister intentions. I earnestly request a fair duel with Lin Han, and the final match venue cannot be here. It must be moved directly to the Hui Feng Plateau. Tianjiao heard this and flew into a rage, cursing back, spouting nonsense and confusing black and white in broad daylight like this. Do you think Class 4 is made of mud and easy to bully? Lin Han's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. A cheap provocation, but Hui Feng Plateau? That place is mostly inhabited by highland wolves and wind-blade bats. This idiot suddenly insisting on changing the competition venue definitely has some scheme in mind. A sly smile bloomed on Zhao Feng's lips as he calculated in his head. Since childhood, this young master has trained ice wolves, so I understand their habits quite well, which guarantees the wolf pack on Hui Feng Plateau won't dare to attack me. Wait until the chaos ensues, I will use an item to steal Lin Han's beast. Suddenly, Tai Ching walked over and questioned them. What are you all gathering here for? Jin Bai hurriedly ran out to report Manager Yi, you came at the perfect time. A student from teacher Qing Hai's class just intentionally harmed Zhao Feng from my class. Zhao Feng also chimed in, exactly, it was Lin Han who schemed to harm me. Tian Jiao jumped up to explain to Manager Yi, he's talking nonsense. It's obvious that he came to provoke us first. My whole class was present to witness it. Tai Ching didn't take any sides. He looked towards old Qing Hai and asked coldly in short, what happened? Inwardly, he sighed silently, it's this guy Jin Bai again, he just has to find trouble and make things difficult for Qing Hai every single day. He stepped forward, presenting the whole situation from beginning to end to his superior. The matter goes like this. Having heard the whole story, he nodded, I get the general idea. Both sides have their own reasons in this matter, but young people are hot-blooded. A few petty conflicts are quite normal. Tai Ching approved the proposal from Zhao Feng, competition breeds progress. I agree to move the final venue to Hui Feng Plateau. At the same time, the competition rules will also be adjusted to a 2-round format. First round requires the class monitors to lead their teams to the location themselves. Any student who dawdles and fails to arrive within half a day will be considered eliminated and banned from the second round. Hearing the new rules, Zhao Feng revealed a sinister smile. He calculated in his mind, a golden opportunity. I have more than enough power to ambush and take down that Lin Han right in the first round. Tai Ching continued to announce, the second round will keep the old rules, using the arena format to determine the winning class. Lin Han thoughtfully observed Zhao Feng's expression. He must be concocting some evil plans again. Perhaps I should heighten my vigilance a bit. Finally, he announced that the competition would proceed as usual after one day. The crowd dispersed. Lin Han quickly gathered all his brothers of the first-year Class 4 and headed straight to the training ground. Tianjiao asked in confusion, Lin Zai, why did you drag the whole team out to the training ground? Instead of answering directly, Lin Han threw out a provocation. All the brothers sitting here are the elites of Class 4. If we stumble against Class 3 in the finals, I don't think anyone would willingly swallow this anger, right? That stimulant immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the whole team. Zhang Zhen clenched his fists grumpily. Of course, losing to those thugs is an endless humiliation. Nian Wei also exclaimed in annoyance, we don't want to admit defeat either. Seeing everyone's burning morale, Lin Han smiled in satisfaction and proposed, then let's have a practice match. Tian Jiao was stunned. Practice. He snapped his fingers to summon little Yi into his palm and began to explain, exactly, pressure training. Your core problem is the lack of coordinated attack skills. If you run into high-level fierce beasts in the future, you will suffer a massive disadvantage. The little creature jumped off Lin Han's hand as he continued to share his method. As long as you guys can withstand the combined attacks of me and a Yi, your strength is guaranteed to soar to a whole new level. With a deafening crash, the tiny Yi from just a moment ago suddenly transformed into a giant ant and descended into the middle of the training ground, scaring the whole group to the core. Tian Jiao and Nian Wei pointed fingers at themselves in bewilderment, with question marks clearly visible above their heads. They stammered to confirm what they just heard. We have to endure the attacks from you and a Yi. Lin Han put his hands on his hips and continued to press them. What, the 7 of you teaming up to fight and still have no confidence? Despite swallowing the provocation, their morale seemed to have weakened a bit. Tian Jiao was a little intimidated and forced an awkward reply of course not. Zhang Zhen still tried to maintain a tense composure, speaking loudly, it's just coordination, we can do it right. Finishing his words, Zhang Zhen immediately pulled out his wooden shield and weapon, quickly taking a defensive stance. He warned Lin Han, class monitor, I'm going to fight for real and won't hold back, be careful. In the opposite corner, Lin Han was also in position with a calm and steady stance. Since you're so fired up, let's start the fight. Right after that, he gained the upper hand by making the first move, shouting loudly, I will attack now. Skill copying activated, giant strength, iron bones. In a flash, Lin Han's body sprang powerfully into the air, rapidly closing the distance to approach his opponent. The opening punch smashed directly into the shield, making Zhang Zhen grit his teeth and channel all his strength to stand his ground, roaring, Holy Mother, what terrifying power. He was pushed back quite a distance by the shockwave, but right at that moment, 3 teammates behind him quickly rushed forward to support. Class monitor, take this. The whole group rushed in to hack at him simultaneously, but only hit empty air, because Lin Han had gently bounced into the sky to perfectly evade them. He smiled, pretty good at seizing opportunities. But you still need to pay attention to aiming accurately. Hearing this, Tian Jiao bristled and argued back, that's just because your speed, Lin Zai, is way too fast. Right in midair, Lin Han curled his fingers tightly, compressing all his vitality into his fists. And he smashed them down onto the ground, creating a fierce hurricane that sent the whole group flying and rolling in different directions. At this moment, Tian Jiao truly felt the helplessness of those who had to face him directly, finally realizing what kind of despair Lin Zai's opponents had to go through. Wan Qiu hurriedly ran over to Zhang Zhen, placed her hand on his shoulder and softly chanted a healing spell, emitting a gentle soothing light. As his health bar refilled, his face brightened up significantly, and he turned to give the girl a thumbs up. Thank you, I've recovered a lot. At the same time, Tian Qi in the backline decided to go all out, revving the engine of his aggressive tank and charging straight ahead. Cover me. I will charge up my strongest attack and blast the class monitor right in the face. Suddenly, Zhang Zhen noticed a Yi had already closed in right in front of them, so he panicked and lunged forward, shouting a warning, be careful. He raised his shield straight up, immediately deployed a protective barrier and roared, stop right there. Light's blessing, self-defense increased by 50%. Having successfully braced the shield, he turned his head and shouted to his brothers, I blocked it, I leave the rest to you. In contrast to the frantic atmosphere on this side, a Yi appeared quite calm, thinking to herself, Master told me not to use full strength, so I'll hit a little gently. But unfortunately, just as the little ant gave a light tap, the opponent was sent flying dozens of meters away, making her stare in astonishment. I really only used super light force. Losing the defensive line that absorbed the damage, Tian Qi panicked, his face turning pale as he yelled, damn it, with such a massive distance, how am I supposed to shoot the class monitor? Seeing the dark shadow of a Yi looming and rushing towards him, he sat motionless, frozen in fear, only having enough time to utter, I'm doomed. Luckily, Suya's hands reacted faster than his brain, immediately casting a teleportation portal. Tian Qi glanced over at his friend, his heart dropping back into his chest as he sighed in relief, I owe you this life, old Liu." In the blink of an eye, the two evaporated without a trace, leaving Yi standing bewildered in the middle of the training ground with a giant question mark hanging over her head. Far away in the other corner of the field, Tian Jiao was sparring one-on-one with Lin Han when he was startled to see those two guys pop up from the ground right next to him. Reading the terrible situation about to unfold, he ran for his life as fast as his legs could carry him, stepped back quickly. Lin Han frowned and turned his head to look, and what immediately caught his eye was Tian Chi's energy cannon fully loaded and ready. "Sorry, class monitor." Boom, an earth-shattering explosion tore through their eardrums, swirling up a blinding cloud of dust. Thinking this was a guaranteed win, the whole team jumped up and cheered simultaneously. "Lin Zai, you finally have this day." However, when the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Lin Han was still standing tall there, holding a shield, the corners of his mouth curling into an appreciative smile. Wow, to think that Su Yi, a dignified healer, could use spatial teleportation skills, pairing up with Tian Chi to form a mobile fortress. I really underestimated their abilities. That scene crushed the hopes of the whole group, their jaws dropping as they stared at him standing leisurely without a single scratch on him. What the hell? Yi furiously chased after them to attack. "How bold, you dare to fire a cannon at my master." On this side, Tian Chi threw away all shame and ran for his dear life, screaming frantically, "Damn it, class monitor, spare my life." Seeing that his brothers had exhausted their energy and performed quite well, Lin Han voiced his command to withdraw. "Yi, come back." The little girl grumbled and stood still with her arms crossed, her facial muscles still tight with lingering anger. Then he turned around, flashing an appreciative smile. "Your teamwork isn't bad at all. It actually gave me a bit of a hard time. Today's special training session concludes here." The whole group felt like drowning people catching a lifebuoy, cheering joyfully in unison, their laughter echoing across the training ground. Absolutely fantastic. After the match, Lin Han waved Su Yi over to a corner to chat, conveniently sneaking on his cognitive interference feature to prevent information leakage. "During that torture session just now, you had the most outstanding performance, but you branched into a support class. Where did you suddenly pull such a magical spatial teleportation skill from?" So Yi laughed sheepishly, scratching his head as he confessed, "This is an Earth Escape talisman I just bought. This toy allows normal classes to use teleportation skills too. In times of desperate need, it will unleash unexpected effects, just like the one earlier. The only catch is that this item is ridiculously expensive, otherwise, I would have bought a dozen wholesale to keep in my pocket." Lin Han stroked his chin, evaluating it with admiration. "Understood. This item is quite formidable." Meanwhile, Yi stood glaring at the talisman with hostile eyes, her expression looking very displeased. "It's all because of this trashy skill that Master got ganged up on and blasted with a cannon." After the physical torture session, Tian Jiao's group actually appeared incredibly spirited. "Gotta admit, after going through this special beating course, I feel like my control over my power has completely transformed." Nian Wei also nodded repeatedly in agreement. "True, I also feel my movements have noticeably become sharper and stronger." From a dark corner, Qing Hai had been standing quietly observing, his eyes deep and profound. Easily tearing through Zhang Zhen's shield with a single strike, this ant-shaped beast of that kid Lin Han is truly not simple at all. In a flash, it was the second day. Lin Han stood tall, occupying the center of the stage, drawing endless streams of whispers and discussions from the crowd below. Standing behind Teacher Wei and Teacher Qing Hai, could they be those two rookies who have been trending wildly these past few days? Another whispering voice chimed in, "Heard the gossip yet, guys? This year's freshman tournament is absolutely wild. Rumor has it that the freshman who crushed a junior student recently is now feuding with the young master of the Zhao family." I know the freshmen's online forums have been blowing up over this event for days. You see their names being called out and discussed everywhere you go. Many eyes met in sheer astonishment. What the hell? The landing spot is actually Hui Feng Plateau. Those snow wolves and wind blade bats up there are all vicious creatures that are not easy to deal with. On the high podium, Zhao Feng glanced over and dropped a freezing cold warning. "Lin Han, it's still not too late to kneel down and repent now. But once you drag your body up to Hui Feng Plateau, don't blame me for showing no mercy." However, he remained nonchalant and mocked back. "If you have free time, worry about your own life, or are you addicted to getting electrocuted into a broomhead again?" Hitting right at his sore spot, the guy was furiously grinding his teeth, his face turning visibly dark and irritable. "You bastard. Right at the moment of their bickering, Tai Ching held the microphone and shouted loudly to interrupt everyone's silence. Now I would like to fire the opening shot for the finals of this year's freshman tournament. Right after that, he laid out the rules clearly. The first round requires the class monitors to lead their teams on foot to the battlefield. Any student who dawdles and fails to drag themselves there within half a day will be considered eliminated and banned from participating in the second round. As soon as the bell rang, Lin Han turned around and waved his hand to lead his squad marching ahead. Anchors away, let's head straight for Huifeng Plateau. Tian Jiao grinned broadly, excitedly replying, let's go. Groups of straggling people followed one another, trekking towards Huifeng Plateau, where drifting mist entangled and embraced the vast land. The peaceful scenery made Tian Jiao relax his guard a bit, joking as he walked. So this is the legendary Huifeng Plateau? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen a single beast hair. This area is pretty safe, huh? Nian Wei, walking beside him, also gently chimed in. Being this quiet, won't we reach the competition point soon? However, Lin Han didn't think things would be that smooth. He raised his hand and decisively reminded them, if the academy threw us up here for the first test, this path definitely won't be paved with roses. Brothers, be careful and keep your eyes peeled. 1 second of negligence and you won't have time to regret it. Tian Jiao put away his smile and answered briefly, copy that, boss. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a bleak and hoarse roar from a pack of level 45 Highland wolves echoed from the distant horizon. Lin Han immediately took a vigilant stance. Highland wolves have appeared. High up on the hillside, Jin Bai, the teacher closely following the formation, stood with his hands behind his back scrutinizing closely. Just a bunch of small fry wolves. It doesn't warrant us teachers stepping in. Qing Hai, standing next to him, also nodded. Let's leave this to these kids to survive or perish on their own. Consider it a lesson to train their mental resilience. Down in the valley, Tian Jiao, pumped with adrenaline, psyched himself up. Lin Zai stepped back. Let us handle this dish. Zhang Zhen also quickly swung his wooden shield into a combat stance. Exactly, let's use these beasts as punching bags to test our special training. Lin Han simply stuffed his hands into his pockets and calmly replied, all right, you guys be careful, remember to watch the clock. Whenever you feel overwhelmed and need support, just shout for me. In a flash, the entire pack of furious wolves tore through the wind and pounced with terrifying speed, their deafening roars blending with the clashing sounds of weapons, screeching and tearing apart the atmosphere on the mountainside. The monster wave hit so suddenly that Class 3's squad panicked and trampled over each other, completely shattering their formation. A student screamed until his voice cracked. Oh crap, the wolf pack has charged in, class monitor, what should we do? Hong Pao, with quick reflexes, immediately summoned his combat beast to block the attacks, shouting loudly to reassure everyone. Where did that class monitor vanish to? Brothers, don't panic. Gather the formation and hold a tight defense for me first. Hiding on another hilltop, Zhao Feng was stroking his pet wolf, smiling smugly. Just as expected, these fierce beasts don't dare to touch me. The treasure my family gave me is top-notch. The bone lure wolf has the function of deceiving the brains of nearby wolf-type creatures, making them mistake me for their own kind and eliminating their killing intent. Note that it's ineffective against bosses. He had also secretly prepared a binding scroll, a treasure that helps the user forcefully coerce a beast into signing a contract with them. Zhao Feng slightly smirked, his eyes glinting with a cunning calculation. The next step is just to sleep soundly and wait for Lin Han to be torn to pieces by the wolf pack. Then this young master will jump out and throw chains to forcefully take his beast as my own. Down below, Tian Jiao wielded his blade like a hurricane, every decisive slash landing with a continuous resounding impact. Taste Master Fatty's goods. Zhang Zhen followed the rhythm, rushing up and raising his shield to block the fiery attacks, the two of them pairing up seamlessly, retreating and advancing smoothly. Clearing the first wave, Zhang Zhen patted his shield and laughed heartily. Thanks to Lin Zai's brainwashing course, our brothers didn't break formation like those Class 3 guys. Lin Han stood with his arms crossed, calmly replying, this is all the fruit of your own hard work. Looking over at Class 3's grassy area, it was a complete disaster. The chaos was so severe that some kids fell flat in the mud. All the color drained from their faces, wailing miserably, save me, please don't eat me. Right at that life and death moment, Jaime nimbly drew her bow from the backline, pulling back an arrow brimming with spiritual energy. With a swoosh, the girl leapt into the air and released the bowstring, burying the arrow right through the monster's head, making that student tear up as if catching a lifeline. Sister Jaime. The freshman of Class 3, belonging to the archer class, Jaime landed gracefully and asked in a cold voice, If your legs aren't broken, get up yourself. Tian Jiao stood idling in the breeze, watching this rescue scene with his mouth unable to close in surprise. Good heavens, where did Class 3 produce this monster from? This little girl's damage output might easily crush even the monitor of Class 2. Lin Han remained completely silent, fixing his eyes on that pink silhouette, his brain silently calculating and evaluating. With combat power of that caliber, she must at least have reached the peak of the third job advancement. Suddenly, a roar that tore through the sky made Zhao Feng's heart skip a beat, sending him falling on his butt onto the ground. Sensing a major crisis, Lin Han shouted out a warning command. The Wolf King has appeared, brothers fall back quickly. The atmosphere sank into a deadly silence as the level 50 Highland Wolf King majestically stepped out, its cold, sharp eyes radiating killing intent as it locked onto the tender prey ahead. The echo of the Overlord's roar immediately dispelled the spell, awakening the wolf pack. Zhao Feng scooted back on his butt in complete panic. I'm screwed. The boss's coercion completely snapped the effect of the bone lure wolf. In just a split second, the entire wolf pack furiously bared their fangs and claws to give chase. The young master ran for his life as fast as he could toward his classmates, opening his mouth to wail, "Save me." Seeing the situation was completely on fire, Jaime triggered her teleportation right next to Zhao Feng, shouting a signal, class monitor, blocked their path for a moment. This skill of mine requires charging time to accumulate mana before it can be unleashed. Unexpectedly, the despicable guy shoved her away to be a meat shield and ran away desperately. Those are Highland wolves for crying out loud. Do I block them with faith? I'm leaving them to you. Jaime stood dumbfounded, speechless at his trashy nature, you bastard. Just as she turned her head, the Wolf King's silhouette had already cast a shadow covering the sky as it pounced down, leaving her no time to react other than screaming out in despair. With a human life hanging by a thread, Jinbai watching from the hill broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. These freshmen are too inexperienced in actual combat. Qinghai next to him also hissed anxiously. If we don't intervene right now, we won't even be in time to collect her corpse. But luckier than lucky, Lin Han's silhouette appeared just in time like a god, carefully activating the system's signal, skill copying, thunder explosion, and giant strength turned to maximum output. A brilliantly glowing aura of lightning wrapped around his mighty fist as he rode the wind to deliver a devastating punch straight into the beast's face. Get out of the way, all of you. Bang, an eardrum-shattering explosion rang out. The arrogant boss from just a moment ago crashed to the ground, meeting its maker with just one strike. Jaime still hadn't escaped her state of shock, stammering to ask, Class 3 and Class 4 have hated each other for a long time. Why did you interfere to save my life? Lin Han turned his back, his eyes calm and ripple-less. The grudge between me and that scumbag class monitor of yours has nothing to do with outsiders. At the end of the day, everyone is a student. What damn reason do I need to save your life? Witnessing their overlord crushed like a cockroach, the small fry wolves subconsciously tucked their tails between their legs and backed away. Then, in the blink of an eye, the pack of beasts all frantically ran for their lives, disappearing without a trace. Glancing over the battlefield, he leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets and casually tossed out a sentence, a snake without a head. It's natural for the remnants of this nest to disband. Jaime timidly stepped forward, whispering her confession, Lin Han, thank you. He waved his hand dismissively, it's no big deal. When the tournament is over, remember to drag yourself to the school doctor to check your body and see if you're missing any pieces of meat. The girl stared blankly at his gradually disappearing back, replying softly, understood. Hiding far away, Zhao Feng dug his fingernails in and gritted his teeth as he watched that scene, his heart filled with bitter resentment. How the hell is she relying on that guy Lin Han, this damn brat Jaime? High on the hilltop, Jinbai was still fixing his eyes on the valley, suspicion brewing in his gut that brat Lin Han was previously acting aggressively, pretending to be harmed by Zhao Feng, and now he has the free time to play the hero saving the beauty. Humph, this seat will definitely not fall for your confusing tricks. Just as Lin Han was about to walk away, the system screen suddenly chimed, signaling that he had picked up the silver-tier item, Bone Lure Wolf. Its function is to hypnotize nearby monsters with wolf genes into mistakenly taking him as an ally, entirely shutting down their killing intent. Note that it's useless against bosses. He walked over and poked the item to check it out, his brain immediately making the connection. If I remember correctly, this toy belongs to Zhao Feng. No wonder he adamantly insisted on changing the setting to Hui Feng Plateau at all costs. Right at that moment, Tianjiao hurriedly came over and asked caringly, Lin Zai, are you all right? Lin Han hastily concealed his expression, raising his hand to scratch his head with an awkward smile. Safe and sound, we've escaped the wolves' territory, get ready to move on. Hearing this, the other party nodded, agreed. At that very second, a dangerous flash of anger streaked across the bottom of his eyes. For a bit of personal gain, heartlessly stomping teammates into the mud, this kind of person is truly despicable to the extreme. It seems it's time to open that guy Zhao Feng's eyes. Next, the whole team followed one after another, heading straight into the core area of Huifeng Plateau, which overlooked the competition zone. Tai Ching had already been waiting there early on, his hands leisurely behind his back, speaking out loudly, excellent, to think that Class 3 and Class 4 could safely overcome the opening obstacle. Lin Han's group brightened up considerably, everyone's faces radiating with glowing pride. On the contrary, Zhao Feng's faction was incredibly miserable, some frowning in dejection, others seething with anger. Tai Ching immediately spoke up to break the gloomy atmosphere, loudly announcing the rules. The format in this second arena round remains unchanged. 4 members form a single squad for individual combat. Each person is allowed to hold the ring for a maximum of 2 turns. If all 4 members of the group fall, they are considered eliminated. Each class possesses 3 formations. Whichever side snatches 2 match victories will naturally take the final championship. Round 2 begins. Which brave hero wants to volunteer to open the show? Tianjiao eagerly waved his hand, asking to get on stage. Lin Zai, just let me be the vanguard. Lin Han instructed calmly but firmly, approved, but don't risk your life. Even if you take a beating, it won't matter. I will clean up the mess. Finishing his sentence, Tianjiao swaggered, carrying his greatsword and leaping onto the arena, shouting loudly, you are forbidden to look down on this young master. Open your eyes wide and admire me bringing the opening victory back to Class 4. On the opposite side of the field, Jaime was also itching to taste the battlefield. Just leave the first round to me. However, Zhao Feng ruthlessly rejected it. Drop it, leave the stage for Tang Ming to draw first blood. The girl widened her eyes in grievance. For what reason? If we slip up right in the opening match, the situation for our side will be incredibly disastrous. With my skill level, I have more than enough capability to bring home the first victory for Class 3. Zhao Feng's face darkened, dropping a sharp and sarcastic remark. I know very well you are planning to put on a show of pretending to lose to Lin Han to repay his favor, aren't you? Don't think this young master is blind. That time you were fighting the Highland Wolf King, you were already secretly making eyes at Lin Han. Aimee was so angry that even her ears turned completely red, immediately retorting. Don't you dare spit blood on people. It was clear that you lured the Wolf King over. Lin Han just conveniently saved me. Furthermore, this matter concerns the honor and disgrace of the whole class. I, Jaime, would never play around with personal feelings. Even so, Zhao Feng stubbornly forced the issue. God knows what you have in mind. I hold the position of class monitor. I have the right to decide. Tang Ming, you step up. Tang Ming casually walked out carrying his sword, nodding leisurely, understood. Right after that, both sides met on the high platform and sequentially announced their names. Class 3's heavy swordsman Tang Ming clashing with Class 4's hero Tianjiao. As soon as the social pleasantries ended, Tianjiao aggressively charged forward, locking onto his target and swinging down a heaven-shattering slash with all his might. Try tasting this move. Tang Ming was a bit flustered by the sneak attack, but still had more than enough strength to block it. Who would have thought a chubby guy like you would have such nimble feet? Before his opponent could even wipe his face, Tianjiao leaped into the air, channeling all his internal energy into the greatsword, grinding his teeth as he threatened. The things that will make your jaw drop are still lining up behind. On the ground, Tang Ming had already set up his stance, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword that reeked of a deadly aura. In a flash, he performed a skillful somersault to execute his ultimate technique, Blade Storm, the giant sword spinning wildly and trailing a massive tornado of sword light. Tianjiao, hovering in midair, was stunned by the vicious attack, unable to react in time, and thus took the full brunt of the damage. What the hell? The boy's body was blown away onto the floor, rolling around several times covered in dirt. Tianjiao lay knocked out, puffing to catch his breath, his whole body scraped up miserably, giving the audience a scare as they screamed in horror, Tianjiao. Zhao Feng took it all in and smirked triumphantly. You bedbugs are only good at showing off to those small fries in Class 1. 1Q shifted restlessly and asked, Class Monitor, what do we do now? Lin Han, standing nearby, maintained an indifferent attitude, coaxing in a low voice, calm down. Master Fatty's actual combat experience completely surpasses Tang Ming's. I bet Master Fatty will turn the tables. On the martial arts stage, taking advantage of having the upper hand, Tang Ming swaggered over carrying his sword. In the face of overwhelming power, your few cheap tricks and petty speed are completely useless. Obediently raise the white flag. But how could Tian Jiao ever submit so easily? He propped himself up with one hand, picked up his weapon, and in a flash, he recovered his proud demeanor. Didn't your teacher ever enlighten you that before the outcome is decided, it is absolutely forbidden to act leisurely and underestimate the enemy? Immediately, Tian Jiao swung his arm and threw out a handful of glowing red flying daggers. Taste this master's hidden weapons. The wind-tearing strike was so fast that Tang Ming panicked and couldn't block in time. What? He struggled to swing his sword, parrying away every blade flying toward him. Although he gritted his teeth in resistance, Tang Ming unluckily let two blades slip through the net and plunge into his legs, forcing him to fall to his knees, his weapon slipping from his hand and dropping with a clatter. The bright red blades seemed to have the ability to drain life force, causing his face to turn deadly pale before completely collapsing onto the ground, his martial arts entirely crippled. The match was decided. Tai Ching waved his hand and loudly ruled, "Tang Ming has exhausted his stamina. Jin Bai, quickly carry your disciple down for first aid. Class 4, prepare to welcome the next warrior." Tian Jiao on the platform was relieved of his burden, turning back to the seating area and shouting loudly, "I won, what do you think, Lin Zai?" Lin Han then gave a thumbs up, smiling in praise, pretty decent. The battle shifting off course made Zhao Feng grit his teeth in resentment. Damn it, to salvage our honor, the only way is to send Hai Mei into battle, but I have to scheme to force her to strictly obey my orders. She absolutely cannot go easy on Lin Han. Backed into a corner, he jutted his chin and ordered, "Hai Mei, you are up this round, wipe out that fat belly guy for me." Hai Mei firmly brushed him off. "Earlier when I asked to fight for the big picture, you slandered me as a two-faced traitor. Now that you're losing miserably, you're pushing me out to take the bullets. Sorry, but this lady doesn't have the free time to serve you." Hearing those words, Zhao Feng immediately resorted to a deeply sinister, threatening tone. "Whether you go up to the stage or not is no longer up to you to decide. Your precious younger brother is still warming the benches at middle school, right? Our Zhao family just needs to flick a fingernail, and we have more than enough power to kick him to the curb." Hai Mei was petrified, never expecting this guy to be this dirty. Ultimately, she had to swallow her pride. "Zhao Feng, you are forbidden from laying a finger on my brother. If I step onto the stage this round, it's settled, right?" Long Tian Jiao kept waving his hands, dropping a teasing remark, "Oh my, are you the beauty whose life was saved by Lin Zai? Give me your info so we can be friends." Hai Mei, standing on the opposite side, didn't even bother to care, coldly and loudly declaring, "Class 3 Archer Hai Mei, please advise." Situation was tense as a bowstring, making Lin Wan Qiu turn around restlessly to ask, "Class Monitor, who do you think will win this bet?" Lin Han on this side also frowned in analysis. "It's tense. I smell that Hai Mei's skill is higher than our Master Fatty, but one uses ranged attacks, the other likes close combat. Assuming Master Fatty finds a loophole to close in, it's still unknown who will come out on top." A variable suddenly arrived. Hai Mei abruptly launched a shadow-chasing arrow, releasing a tracking arrow that locked onto its target. The further it flew, the more terrifying its damage. She growled menacingly, "Taste my arrow." Seeing the arrow tearing through the wind toward him, Long Tian Jiao panicked and screamed out loud, "Oh my God! We just started, and you're already planning to take a person's life." Despite that, the young man still extremely quickly regained his form, raising his greatsword high up into the sky, smacking his lips in smug satisfaction. It completely missed. Is it because the handsome and striking looks of this young master made you so smitten that your eyes got blurry? Witnessing the tragedy, Lin Han drew a painful lesson. With this attitude, if we ever clash with a group of girls in the future, it is strictly forbidden to let Master Fatty loose. This guy is only looking to play the clown and flirt. Su Ting in the front broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly, "You fat pig, quickly look behind your back." Hearing the commotion, Long Tian Jiao looked back in bewilderment. Watch out for what? Facing the wind-tearing stream of arrows rushing at him, he stared wide-eyed in wonder. How strange, this arrow even has a steering function. The situation was getting stranger by the second. Tian Jiao lost his grip and dropped his weapon, letting it fall straight onto the stone floor. He stared intently at his hands and gasped, "Such disgusting power. It seems like the gaps between my fingers are shaking uncontrollably from the recoil." Jaime, on the other end of the front line, had absolutely no intention of holding back, as streams of cyan light from her spiritual energy continuously poured out like heavy rain. Dozens of killer strikes aimed directly at Tian Jiao's spot and hammered down, forcing him to grimace in agony. Jaime's eyes were filled with pride as she coldly delivered her judgment. It's time to end this. That bench guy Zhao Feng was still barking orders nonstop, crossing paths with such low-class trash, yet he remained so smug. It took a lot of peeling and scraping to wear down Lin Han's spirit, so absolutely no mercy should be shown to this damn fat bastard. Riding on that momentum, he shouted his command, "Jaime, don't kick him off just yet. Torture this fat bastard until he learns his lesson." Hearing the order from afar, the girl frowned and explained, "But he is already completely paralyzed." Zhao Feng furrowed his brow darkly, gritting his teeth in a warning, "Or have you thrown all my threats out the window?" Sensing the impending danger, Jaime's face gradually turned pale with panic. She bit her lip tightly, swallowing her anger to endure the coercion. Then her arm helplessly raised, and a brilliant green light began to gather and radiate in all directions. Jaime drew her bow, aiming straight ahead, her lips whispering a word of regret. "I am truly forced into a corner." However, Long Tianjiao would never swallow this bitter pill so easily. Right at this moment, the berserker's heart lit up. The boy erupted with fury toward his enemy. It was a waste for little Lin to save your life back then. What a backstabber. This young master doesn't need your pity. Tianjiao boiled with passion, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred as he charged forward blindly. Just as he closed in on Jaime's area, he roared along with a plunging slash, "Block my blade." Lin Han, watching eagerly from the sidelines, cheered excitedly. Class Rep Fatty finally used his move, and he even broke through successfully, sticking right to the target. He definitely has this in the bag. Conversely, Lin Han poured a bucket of cold water on the reality with extreme calmness. Don't celebrate too early. Earlier the chance of a comeback was 50-50, but now it has dropped to less than 30%. 1Q widened her eyes in total confusion. Based on Lin Han's analysis, even though Fatty's ultimate move buffed a ton of his overall power stats, when facing Fatty's wrath, Jaime still effortlessly deflected it. This crucial point revealed that her combat level still had many hidden tricks up its sleeve. Jaime was indeed a fiercely matched rival. Her demeanor in actual combat was full of dominance and arrogance. A lightning-fast slash grazed past Tian Jiao's face, followed by a piercing scream, "It's really over." His entire body was riddled with flaws, crimson blood gushing out and soaking his shirt. Having successfully fed her enemy a bitter defeat, Jaime instantly retreated far to the rear. Seeing his battered comrade, Lin Han's expression immediately tensed up, and he hurriedly shouted, "Fatty." In contrast to Lin Han's anxiety, that guy Zhao Feng jumped up and instigated, "Keep up that pace and continuously rain arrows on him, turn him into a porcupine." Jaime gritted her teeth and obeyed Zhao Feng's order. Before releasing the bowstring, she didn't forget to mutter words of remorse. Though her mouth expressed pity, every killer move she unleashed left Long Tianjiao covered in blood. Lin Han closed her eyes in heartbreak, stretching her neck to advise, "Fatty, don't stubbornly take a beating anymore, just surrender quickly." Lin Han immediately countered, "It's over, the poison is running through his body. Even if Fatty wants to open his mouth right now, it's hopeless." At this hair-raising moment, Commander Yi descended majestically. His authoritative voice echoed, "Long Tianjiao is completely paralyzed. Class 3 takes this round." Su Ting's blood boiled witnessing her teammate's tragic defeat, and she boldly demanded her right. "Leave the second round to me. Fatty got bullied. I have to settle this debt." But Lin Han swiftly intervened and advised, "I'll handle this. Your skill level isn't high enough to play with her yet." Su Ting obediently stepped back to act as support. "Let's settle it then. Everything depends on Brother Han." Lin Han swaggered forward, throwing out an arrogant challenge. Class 3's monitor, Beast Taming Warlord Lin Han hopes to broaden his horizons. Responding to Lin Han's prelude, the girl on the other side also shouted, "Class 3, Jaime, hurry up and finish this situation." But Lin Han didn't have the leisure to let the script end so quickly. His enraged fierce beast was instantly summoned. The moment it landed, it created an intimidating scene, its snout sniffing around furiously as if thirsting for prey. That brutal pressure forced Jaime to break into a cold sweat. What a terrifying beast! Could this be his secret weapon? Matching the tempo, 1Q and Su Ting couldn't hide their contempt, ganging up to curse. Our class rep saving your life back then was truly feeding an ungrateful wolf, you backstabber. Where do you get the shamelessness to question these things? Lin Han casually threw out the bait. Whether it's a trump card or not, just dive in and take a bite, then you'll know clearly, right? Jaime didn't waste a single second, instantly firing a shadow-piercing arrow straight at the target. Yi brushed off the attack as lightly as a feather, mocking, "You really have the delusion of taking my master's life with this petty trick." Lin Han stayed close and gently advised, "Yi, this young lady can't bear your iron fist, just leave the rest of the work for me to handle." Finishing his words, he stepped forward to close in on the target, taking a highly agile stance to cast a net for an ambush. A series of maneuvers were triggered consecutively. Skill copying, colossal might, and the ultimate transposition all went online simultaneously. Jaime was overwhelmed by Lin Han's mountain-moving power, helplessly screaming in her subconscious, "He's here in the blink of an eye." In her heart, she raised the white flag, silently understanding that taking this punch would definitely shatter everything right. But just as Lin Han's fist wind grazed the tip of her nose, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Jaime blankly half-opened her eyes to peek. She was completely clueless as to why Lin Han had shown her mercy, the mess in her head becoming more and more tangled. He suddenly yelled out to test Commander Yi's attitude. "If I land this punch, this young lady will go from dead to crippled. I assume the school board isn't free enough to clean up this aftermath, right? Might as well directly declare me the winner of this round." Commander Yi simply grunted in agreement, "Makes sense." Scooping up the approval, Lin Han swiftly retracted the iron fist, threatening Jaime, "It's a deal." However, his magnanimity made Jaime uneasily interrogate him. "Hold on, why did that move suddenly stop? You clearly saw me beat up your comrade earlier." Rewinding to the previous context, Tianjiao had whispered into little Lin's ear that the bunch of arrows Jaime shot at me didn't have any toxicity at all. They really hurt at first, but essentially they just sealed my acupoints, plus they were all superficial flesh wounds. Hearing this, Lin Han half believed it and questioned, "You mean she turned a blind eye and let you off easy?" Thanks to the secret intel from Fatty's mouth, Lin Han confidently exposed Jaime, "Are you sure you acted ruthlessly towards Fatty? What he told me is the exact opposite." Being spared by the enemy left Jaime's conscience restless. "To be honest, I never wanted things to get this bad." But Lin Han gently soothed her spirit. "I know, I bet you have some unspeakable hidden troubles. Like being held at knife point by that annoying class rep of your grade, is that right?" Hearing her secret exposed by Lin Han, Jaime became tongue-tied, unable to argue a single word. The flames of war hadn't died down yet. Recently, Lin Han had truly flown into a raging fury. He turned his head and spat out a sarcastic remark. "If that's the case, the one who deserves to eat this punch is absolutely not you, but the guy who uses his teammates as meat shields. What a waste of the title Class 3 monitor, when you're just passionate about playing the thug and forcing your classmates to risk their lives for you. If you have the guts, come fight me to the death." On the other side of the field, the Class 3 students also began to mutter and dissect the situation. How ridiculous, the class rep actually threatened Jaime. No wonder Jaime struggled so hard in the arena just now. The Class 4 side has called him out by name for a duel. He won't use us as cannon fodder, will he? Zhao Feng fully understood he couldn't hide like a turtle in this situation. His legs resentfully stepped out, his mouth yelling loudly, "If it's a fight, let's fight. This young master doesn't believe he can't skin this little brat Lin Han." Even glanced around and proposed to Commander Yi and the two teachers, "I have a request. My Frostbone Wolf and Hong Pao belong to the same batch. They must fight side by side to unleash 100% of their potential. Furthermore, Lin Han's level crushes ours. A 2-on-1 is basically compensation. There's nothing absurd about it, right?" His Class 3 friends wished they could dig a hole and hide, clamoring to dissuade him. "Are you joking? This kind of demand is too much of an eyesore. Tone it down. Zhao Feng, how long do you plan to humiliate yourself before you're satisfied?" Lin Wanqiu completely tossed aside any politeness, slapping Zhao Feng right in the face with her words, "Using numbers to bully others, did you throw your dignity to the dogs? If you know you can't match up, just withdraw and save face." Jinbai, wearing the title of Class 3 advisor, brazenly pleaded with Commander Yi. Hong Pao and Zhao Feng are both clothed as divine beast masters. Since birth, they've been bound by a unique symbiotic contract, alongside binding the pack of Frostbone wolves. Such an operation helps maximize the extraction of the fierce beast's mana. Therefore, I believe Zhao Feng's demand is completely justified. Commander Yi needed to consult another perspective. He turned to question Old Qing. What do you think? Old Qing decisively threw cold water on it. What a nonsense demand, but I am curious to see what countermeasures Lin Han has. Commander Yi then authoritatively concluded, Zhao Feng, the rule here is a solo match. Your jungle logic blatantly violates it. Lin Han is more than capable of rejecting this proposition. Ironically, Lin Han smirked slyly and casually replied, being able to smash both of them at the same time, why would I be foolish enough to miss such a tasty bait? The arena atmosphere gradually heated up. Lin Han stood tall with the backing of a Yi close by, throwing out a heavily mocking provocation. Both of you trash can jump in together. Guy Zhao Feng still hadn't smelled Mother Earth calling his name, tilting his chin up proudly. Lin Han, didn't expect you to have such guts. Open your eyes and look at my level 49 dual-tamed beasts, crushing you in terms of class. What gives you the right to demand a duel? Hong Pao beside him also joined in the biting. Precisely, if you're smart, get on your knees and beg young Master Zhao, maybe I'll soften up and give you a way out. The fiery duel between Zhao Feng and Lin Han began, their eyes sparking with hatred and surging killing intent. Riding the pressure of the arena, Wei Jinbai sarcastically belittled Qing Hai, why don't you advise your Lin Han to apologize to Zhao Feng? This pair of frostbone wolves is ruthless. Later, when they tear Lin Han's tamed beast apart, he'll only be able to cry rivers. Old Qing indifferently shot back immediately, Lin Han hasn't broken the law, on what grounds should my student bow his head? Old Jinbai still brought out his blunt philosophy to force the issue. Qing Hai, use your brain to calculate. Even if Lin Han can chew through this match, he won't be left in peace. Frankly speaking, the Zhao family backing Zhao Feng has deep roots with the Mage Association. If Lin Han knows what's good for him, he should avoid the elephant so his face won't look bad. Ignoring those empty threats, Qing Hai remained as solid as a rock in vouching for his student. Carrying the title of an educator, yet urging a student to tuck his tail when seeing power, what qualification do you have to stand at the podium? How the hell can you train talents? Different paths lead to different schemes. This indirect curse made Jinbai spit blood, fuming with anger and only managing to squeeze out the word, you. The bomb hadn't even gone off yet, but that guy Zhao Feng kept running his mouth to pressure Lin Han, kowtow, and offer your tamed beast to me right now, and I'll consider tossing you a path to survival. Facing the enemy's petty tricks, Lin Han narrowed his eyes and laughed inwardly. So you crave my fierce beast? Unfortunately for you, without the system's buff, I'm just afraid you might have the life to take it home, but no fortune to actually use it. Yi flared up, throwing out words of disdain. A nobody like this actually has such delusions. Tiangu's hands and feet were also itching, burning with desire as she asked, Master, please let me enter the battle. I must slap his mouth off to teach him some manners. Xiao Zhen also added fuel to the fire with her overwhelming aura. I will use the phoenix flame to roast him. Smelling the murderous intent of his female trio, Lin Han immediately pacified them. Calm down first, why waste energy getting angry at this kind of trash, let's just settle it. Carrying the reputation of using numbers to bully others, yet still running your mouth so arrogantly. Anyone who doesn't know the truth might actually think you're overpowered. On the opposite front line, Zhao Feng deployed his troops to charge, shouting loudly, Li Wei, crush him together. Hong Pao instantly chimed in with bloodlust, agreed. In a blink of an eye, the pair of majestic frostbone wolves descended, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to show off their might. Lin Han still remained leisurely and relaxed. He closed his eyes as if calculating a world-shaking plan. Seeing that indifferent attitude, Zhao Feng delusionally laughed out loud. What's wrong? Got so scared by my frostbone wolves that your legs turned to jelly and you don't dare jump in. It was completely blind to the truth that the alliance of a Yi, Tiangu, and Xiao Zhen was forming a solid block, waiting for the moment to tear the enemy apart. The demeanor of the three girls when clashing with the pair of wolf beasts was cold and untouched by a single ounce of flinching. The depths of their eyes burned with a killing intent that strictly forbade any leniency. The pair of frostbone wolves suddenly lowered their heads, their attitude shifting to a playful and casual one, completely different from before. Hong Pao caught a whiff of something burning and panicked, screaming, We're screwed, young Master Zhao. Our tamed beasts are being crushed. Hurry up and hide them. Zhao Feng scowled, his face darkening. He retorted, Why? Or do you want me to kneel and raise the white flag to Lin Han? Hong Pao tried desperately to persuade him, drop the fake pride. If we lose our tamed beasts, the two of us are guaranteed to end up crippled and ruined. Taking advantage of the internal discord on the other side, Lin Han boldly waved the flag, execute them. Yi tore through the wind, flying straight towards the pair of wolf beasts. The colossal might ultimate erupted, plowing through the targets and leaving them in absolute misery. Riding on the victory, Tiangu and Zhao Zhen poured all their strength into pounding them with a continuous chain of phoenix flame, lightning storm damage. The aura of victory tilted heavily towards Lin Han's side, as the pair of wolf beasts completely evaporated under the furious rain of bombs and bullets. Sun Nian Wei stared wide-eyed at the situation in astonishment. Brother Han is too fierce. Tian Jiao clasped his hands and bowed, laughing happily. Gotta say, that was really satisfying to watch. Old Jinbai finally threw a tantrum and bit back. Teacher Qing, Lin Han's actions are way too brutal. Qing Hai indifferently replied, making a slip of the hand in the arena is common sense. Wasn't Zhao Feng also extremely aggressive just now? I think everything is perfectly normal. Jinbai rolled his eyes fiercely and roared, this pair of beasts is the overwhelming lifeblood that the Zhao family poured money and resources into molding. Now that they've been wiped clean by Lin Han, the Zhao family will absolutely not leave him in peace. Qing Hai ignored the cheap threats, striking back firmly, this is an arena endorsed by the military. Zhao Feng's incompetence brought disaster upon himself. Suppose the Zhao family uses this as an excuse to cause trouble. How is that any different from kicking down the academy's military orders and slapping the military zone's face? I dare them to try. Zhao Feng gasped weakly, stuttering, You're so damn bold. Hong Pao beside him already had weak knees, his mouth babbling like a madman, impossible. Lin Han, leading his tyrant harem, leisurely pouted in disdain, is this your trump card? I don't understand where you get the confidence to be so arrogant. Going totally bankrupt caused Zhao Feng to go crazy and shriek, Lin Han, you buried my spirit beasts, I'll fight you to the death. He whipped his head around, screaming and ordering the entire Class 3 to swarm and tear this little brat to pieces. But who would care about the barking of a grieving dog? The whole Class 3 team shook their heads vigorously. Knock it off, you played dirty 2-on-1 and still got beaten to a pulp, so just shut your mouth. Now you're planning to drag the whole pack in to suffer the humiliation together. Exactly, I'm out too. Where would I hide my face from this shame? Zhao Feng stood frozen by his classmates' U-turn attitude, his mouth hissing in anger, you bastards. This ironically funny script unintentionally provided more ammo for Lin Han's sarcasm. Wow, nobody wants to take you in. You're just like a donkey making a fool of itself. Poked right in his weak spot, Zhao Feng went on a rampage cursing again. Lin Han, stop raising your tail. Once I pull out my item, it'll be more than enough to shave your head. He quickly pulled out a treasure named the confinement scroll. Seeing the gadget in the opponent's hand, Lin Han broke a slight sweat, muttering in his mouth. So this is the protective talisman that gave Zhao Feng the delusion that he could rob my tamed beast. Qing Hai, watching the drama from the high platform, also broke into a cold sweat. Terrifying, it's actually the confinement scroll stamped by the Mage Association. What depraved trick is Zhao Feng planning to pull? There was no way Lin Han would sit still and take the beating. He accelerated like an arrow, charging straight at the target. Simultaneously, the transposition ultimate was activated. The colossal might copying ability went into standby mode, and a face-smashing punch forced Zhao Feng to vomit out the expensive treasure. Lin Han quickly picked up the confinement scroll loot and stuffed it into his bag. The server network immediately announced the identification of the confinement magic scroll. Lin Han calculated inwardly that this treasure would be quite useful. I'll temporarily stuff it into my inventory and dissect it later. On this side, Zhao Feng's fury hit the roof. You have the guts to punch me, Lin Han. I swear I will chop you into pieces and leave you without a burial spot. Commander Yi instantly intervened. Quell the chaos, Zhao Feng. You are the one stirring up trouble. Tone down that arrogant attitude. Right at that moment, a horrifying incident struck. Lin Han's eyes widened as he blurted out, what the hell is that? The surrounding space suddenly shook violently, and thick dust clouds engulfed them in darkness. Trapped in a dire situation, the system sounded an alarm, scanning a giant flock of windblade bats, requesting the host to be on high alert. Commander Yi broke into a cold sweat, stepping forward to block and protect the juniors. This is a bad omen. It's a storm of marching windblade bats. Load your weapons, everyone. In the heat of the moment, Jinbai joined hands to resolve the situation, shouting at Class 3 to quickly drag Zhao Feng by the collar somewhere else. The students obediently replied, understood, sir. The scene grew more chaotic by the minute. Qing Hai pointed his finger and yelled, Commander Yi, look over there. An illusory silhouette gradually revealed itself. a boss-level entity bearing the title of the Dark Queen dragged along a sea of windblade bats that darkened the entire sky. Commander Yi quickly diagnosed the situation. Bizarre, could it be the Dark Queen? Qing Hai panicked and chimed in, the Dark Queen. This is a legendary king-tier wild beast, super rare. Out of 10,000 bats you'd be lucky if one molted into it. Even though Commander Yi had pulled out his phone to send SOS coordinates, his face was still as pale as a banana leaf. If it really is the Dark Queen, I'm afraid I'll become her breakfast too. After frantically swiping and tapping, Commander Yi finally managed to throw the lifeline out. Once the signal was broadcasted, Yi Tai Ching turned around to instruct Jin Bai and Qing Hai. Wearing the mantle of the military and educators, it's a taboo for us to abandon these kids and run for our lives. The rescue signal has been fired. Using the school's 3 talents barrier, we must stall for time at all costs until reinforcements land. Qing Hai and Jin Bai nodded in unison. Let's deploy it. The rookies huddled together to fend off the windblade bat disaster. Tian Jiao still didn't forget to mock Zhao Feng. You worn-out broom bringing disaster to everyone. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have dragged ourselves to the Ashwin Plateau, much less courted this unexpected calamity. Sun Nyan Wei anxiously ran interference. Keep your mouth shut. On the other end, Lin Han channeled his inner strength to pack it into the shield, bending his back to carry the massive shield and drag it to his teammates. He yelled loudly, hide well behind my back, fatty, hold tight to the black tortoise shield to protect the girls. You hear me? Tian Jiao took the vanguard seal and shouted, understood. In the distance, Commander Yi combined forces with the 2 teachers, channeling energy to cast the 3 talents heaven shielding array. Jin Bai was usually grumpy and difficult, but in the heat of the moment, he also sacrificed himself to activate the Earth node. The final puzzle piece of the magic array, Qing Hai focused his essence to dot the eye of the human node. Just like that, the 3 talents defensive array rapidly lit up, transforming into an adamantine shield to shelter the safety of all the freshmen. Commander Yi swept his eyes around and secretly smirked, challenging the enemy, come at me, all of you. The atmosphere was in complete turmoil. The flock of windblade bats dove like a torrential storm, desperately ramming their heads into the magic barrier. The beast's frantic instincts exploded. A few of them slipped through the net and squeezed inside, directly eyeing the students' lives. Qing Hai sweated profusely and shouted to Lin Han, we're stuck maintaining the magic array to fence the outside. Handle the few pesky bats that slip through the fence yourselves. Keep the brothers in the grade alive. Lin Han's alliance of 3 female war gods smelled the aura of death and instantly popped up to protect the king. Carrying the lives of the whole team on his shoulders, the flame of a deathmatch burned fiercely within him as he nodded to Qing Hai, leave it to me. Lin Han roared to boost everyone's morale, pick up your weapons. Nobody is allowed to die flat on their backs here. Su Ting's eyes shined like stars, holding her cold weapon and firmly stating, stop looking down on us, these flying mice are much easier than the endurance testing internship. On the edge of the front line, Tian Jiao slashed his blade, smashing the ground and scaring the bats half to death. Then he roared Su Ting. Su Ting caught the frequency. She tore through the wind and lunged upward, embedding her sword with the aura of an assassin and shouting, coming right up. Every swing of her sword sliced off the vitality of the windblade bats, blood and flesh splattering across the sky. On this side, Sun Nyan Wei and Zhang Zhen fought shoulder to shoulder. I swear I won't be a useless flower vase. Just toss whatever's behind you to me to clean up. Tian Qi would never miss this bloody banquet, continuously unleashing firepower. The boy loudly reported, let me spray bullets to satisfy my cravings. Seeing the surging solidarity of his friends, Lin Han rejoiced internally. This synergy is no joke. At this rate they'll pluck all these bats clean before I even need to lift a finger. The chessboard suddenly increased in difficulty with the debut of a level 50 elite windblade bat. A light flap of this monstrous bird's wings blew the juniors away. The whole gang panicked and screamed, the storm is too terrifying. Right in the heat of the moment, the system tossed out an elite quest, exterminate the elite windblade bat and instantly bag 3,000 taming points. Lin Han momentarily dropped his jaw. How the hell did I luck out with such a sweet elite quest? He quickly mapped out a plan and set the formation. Zhao Zhen, Tiangu, I'm relying on you 2 ladies. The dynamic duo nodded enthusiastically. Thy will be done. Zhao Zhen and Tiangu shot straight up to the 9th heaven, raising their hands to charge mana and execute their grand ultimate, Phoenix Flame Lightning Storm. The moment the ultimate skill was deployed, The entire sky was instantly swallowed by blinding light and a swirling vortex of destructive power. In just the blink of an eye, the system popped up a notification of clearing the elite quest to exterminate 10 elite windblade bats, completion rate hitting 100%. The loot of 3,000 taming points was smoothly pocketed. May widened her eyes in curiosity, asking Lin Han, was all this mess cleaned up single-handedly by you? Wan Q, despite panting heavily, still managed to give a thumbs up and flatter. The class rep is truly majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing this scene, Coach Ching Hai was entirely petrified. Those ultimate skills were clearly the exclusive goods of the true Phoenix and the lightning bird from the 10 immemorial Fiends. Could Lin Han's tamed beasts be antiques from the Primordial era? The surrounding space suddenly blurred, and the demon bats carrying wind blades, along with that mysterious woman, simply evaporated into the void. Ching Hai looked around in bewilderment. Did the Dark Queen go for a walk somewhere else? Commander Yi sighed in relief and replied, probably the Queen found us too boring and didn't bother looking. The kids being safe is a blessing from heaven. Lin Han carefully reminded his gang, it's still unclear how the storm outside is doing. Camping here forever isn't a good idea. Let's just obediently wait for the school's rescue team to pick us up and slip away quickly. Ching Hai started breaking into a cold sweat, leaning into Commander Yi's ear and whispering, I just analyzed Beast Tamer Lin Han's skills. If my eyes aren't crossed, then. Before he could finish, Commander Yi screamed in horror, what? He cleared his throat and ordered, Lin Han, follow me to this corner for a little chat. Everyone else is forbidden to move. Lin Han trotted over to Commander Yi with an innocent face. What do you need me for, sir? Yi Tai Ching asked in a deep voice. Lin Han, spit it out. Which loophole did those big babies of yours crawl out from? The kid racked his brains for a scheme, originally planning to hide the matter of the 10 immemorial fiends, but the cat was already out of the bag just now. He'd have to talk his way out of it. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. They are all just wild beasts I accidentally picked up in the bushes. Commander Yi gave him a side-eye and growled, Lin Han, I haven't caught old age dementia yet. I've seen plenty of fierce beasts who would believe that your pack of beasts was picked up on the street. They reek of ancient bloodlines like. Reaching the climax, Yi Tai Ching leaned in close and whispered to avoid the walls having ears, the 10 immemorial fiends. The 4 words 10 immemorial fiends struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Lin Han to break into a cold sweat, his stomach tying in knots. How the hell did this uncle see right through it? This is really bad, do I just confess? Fortunately, a hilariously bizarre incident came to the rescue. A strange aura was surging up from the ground. Commander Yi sharply sensed the danger. This is wrong, the air around here smells like trouble. Ching Hai panicked like a headless chicken, his mouth babbling, Commander Yi, what's happening, brother? Yi Tai Ching strained his neck and roared to calm the formation. Suspected enemy ambush, no running around, everyone bunch up together quickly. Even Lin Han, looking around, was clueless, cursing internally, what kind of cat-and-mouse game is this again? Ching Hai got goosebumps all over his body from the eerie atmosphere, yelling loudly to raise the alarm, we're screwed guys, is this layer of fog sick or something? It's too trippy. Zhao Feng crawled in the smoke, his mouth smacking in resentment, my arms and legs are completely jelly, I don't want to meet my ancestors yet, this is all that sinister Lin Han's fault. When the breath of death licked right at Lin Han's heels, the trio of guardian deities instantly appeared to block it, frantically reminding, Master, be careful not to take a hit. Despite that, sweat poured down Lin Han's forehead like a shower, and his 5 senses gradually went on strike. His eyelids felt heavy and slammed shut, the picturesque scenery in front of him shattered into blurry fragments. Then, as if catching a sleep bug, the 3 beauties in front of Lin Han also swayed, slowly closing their eyes and sinking into a dream state. Helplessly giving up, he was sucked straight into another dimension. Waking up from the dream, he looked around with a bewildered face. What kind of universe did I wander into? The magical thing was that in the middle of nowhere, the 3 ladies were still following closely. They gathered around to ask, Master, are you still in one piece? Are you missing any parts? Lin Han regained his composure, waving his hand, I'm perfectly fine. Whispering buzzed like a broken beehive as the Class 3 students pointed their fingers at Zhao Feng. It's all Zhao Feng's fault. What was he thinking dragging us to the Ashwin Plateau for nothing? Exactly, during the close combat with the bat earlier, he shrunk back like a good little boy. If I hadn't stepped up to take the hit, he would have probably peed his pants. Zhao Feng sprawled on the ground, a lump of anger choking his throat. The frostbone wolves were gone, and now he was banished to this godforsaken place too. Tian Jiao looked around as if strolling through a market, turning to grab Commander Yi's lapel and asking curiously, "So what garbage dump is this anyway, sir? Is the way back to our hometown blocked?" Commander Yi tapped a beat to demand silence. "Stop whining, don't scare yourselves. It's highly likely we've hit the jackpot and fallen into an immemorial ruin." The crowd dropped their jaws in disbelief. An immemorial ruin. I thought that crap only existed to make textbooks longer. Lin Han completely ignored the nonsensical noise, resting his chin on his hand to string the events together. Rumor has it that in the Primordial era, naive humans didn't know how to use skills. Meeting a fierce beast meant you just had to cover your head and take the beating. It wasn't until later that these ruins dropped from spatial rifts, and each zone spawned its own bizarre set of rules. Anyone lucky enough to survive the trials would score a ton of experience points and treasure chests, allowing humanity to finally lift its head and fight fierce beasts hand to hand. Yi Tai-ching nodded and announced, "A quick glance is enough to know we just got a one-way ticket into a ruin." Qing Hai chimed in, "Even trainers like us only hear these stories late at night. Who would have thought we'd witness the real deal today?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bizarre creature popped up like a mushroom, greeting them loudly. "A warm welcome to you kids entering the ruin arena." A cute little spirit popped out, spouting a string of rules: number of stages, 3, participation limit, only 1 life age requirement, brats under 20. Gifts and punishments: win and take home a mystery prize, lose and everyone bites the dust, turning into undead spirits to sweep the floors here forever. Commander Yi's eyes lit up, muttering, "Is this the infamous rule spirit? This is a once-in-a-millennium sweet deal. The only bitter part is that I accidentally aged past the limit and lost my turn. Now we can only pray to the heavens and Buddhas, hoping a hero pops out of this bunch of students to carry the team through the stages." After racking his brain, Yi Tai-ching announced loudly, "Did you all hear that clearly? Lose once, and the whole gang roots themselves here forever. Therefore, drag out the most beefy one among you to take this bet." A dozen pairs of eyes immediately swept like radar, locking onto Lin Han's position, calling out in unison, "Bro, can you carry us?" The familiar ting-ting sound of the system rang out, announcing an epic-tier quest. The script is to completely clean up the ruined battlefield. The wage is 5,000 taming points. The attached gift is a secret treasure chest containing a passive skill and an evolutionary form for the fierce beast. This massive bargain made Lin Han's blood boil. He patted his chest immediately. "You guys can sleep soundly on your pillows, even if it's just for my own skin. I'll fight to the bitter end this time." He puffed out his chest and stepped up like on a catwalk. "I am Lin Han, please allow me to clear this immemorial ruin." Instantly, a super-villainous voice echoed, "Oh, puny mortal-smelling ant, welcome to throwing your life away in the syrup-drenched Asura arena, the Hall of Death." A completely brand-new background hit his eyes, making Lin Han frown like a little old man. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he slowly widened his eyes to see what kind of drama was waiting ahead. The scene before him left him dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Did I just get teleported to the middle of the arena in the blink of an eye? This ruin is pretty sick, since when was the banquet already set?" In the corner of the stands, Tian Jiao and Su Ting excitedly waved their hands to cheer. "Burn it up, Lin. Brother Han is invincible." The rule spirit also joined the yapping committee. "Challenger bro, this land is full of gold and jewels, but the catch is you gotta stay alive to enjoy it. Do your best, unless you wanna become a hungry ghost wandering in this hall of death." The rule spirit perfectly played the receptionist role, hovering around and reminding Lin Han, "Brace yourself, the pain in the ass of the first stage is about to pop up." In the blink of an eye, the arena shook violently like an earthquake, and a forest of sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground. This stage's boss possessed a super-massive body, with a profile declaring it as a level 51-eyed giant, originating from the Diamond System. Chiefy stroked his chin and analyzed this matchup, throwing a one-eyed giant right at the entrance. The reputation of this ruin is truly no joke. The difficulty of the later stages is gonna be chilling. Qing Hai, standing by like a loyal guard, dropped his jaw. Among fierce beasts, the more human-like they are, the more their IQ and muscle mass scale proportionally. The one-eyed giant is a top-tier boss. Tough luck for Lin Han to catch this heavy weight. Zhao Feng clutched his stomach in frustration, maliciously cursing in his head. That one-eyed freak better be smart and punch Lin Han straight to heaven. The table was set, the rule spirit blew the opening whistle. Round 1 of serving pain begin. As soon as the whistle stopped, Lin Han shouted Yi's name. The girl immediately caught the signal. Orders received, master. Just in time, this lady just leveled up, and my hands and feet are itching for a punching bag. The system obediently reported, loading the skill cognitive interference. The boss's biometrics were revealed. Heavenly Horned Ant, descendant of the immemorial 10 Fiends. Level 33. Muscle 32,236, Agility 24,875, IQ 21,967, Endurance 45,967. Ultimate Skill Berserk level 20 buffs firepower by 50%, Giant Strength level 20 pumps 60% arm power, Iron Bone level 20 adds a concrete 50% defense, Instant Burst level 10 stacks an extra 30% crit rate. Even though Yi aggressively rushed in for blood, she was sent flying backwards like a toy by the Heavenly Horned Ant using giant strength. Neither side was willing to let each other go. Lightning-fast sword strikes tore through the wind and crashed down. Wherever they clashed, red syrup splattered everywhere. Yi stared up with a mocking look. "Oh my, I didn't expect your fatty body to be quite so beefy." The bloodthirsty Heavenly Horned Ant refused to stay down. It bit its lip and squeezed out a surge of power, lurking to unleash a sure-kill strike. Unfortunately, its heavy body had to pay a heavy price. Yi shot forward like a missile to slice its belly open, her mouth shouting, "Have a taste of this lady's can of woo-pass." Taking the full brunt of the heaven-shaking collision, the Heavenly Horned Ant got dizzy. Its body staggered before falling flat on its back like a frog. The system sharply dinged with good news for Lin Han. Smoothly cleared Stage 1 at the Ruin Arena, pocketed 500 Beast Taming points, boss. He glanced at the notification and pouted, twisting his lips. "Huh, is that it? Getting paid every stage, is there really such a sweet deal?" The aura of victory radiated everywhere. Tian Jiao screamed in pure joy, "Lin is so badass. You are the true love of my life." Even Chief Yi stroked his beard smugly. "Wow, as expected of our golden boy Lin Han, throw anyone else in here, and they would be eating dirt right at the first stage." Going against the tide of emotions, Jin Bai gritted his teeth in jealousy. He evaporated a one-eyed giant with just 2 swings. "Forget about our last brawl, this guy Lin Han didn't even bother to empty his mana pool. I'm gonna cough up blood from anger." The Rule Spirit sniffed Lin Han's scent of victory. It fluttered its wings and smiled brightly. "Congrats on clearing Stage 1, please enjoy Stage 2. From beneath the dark cave, a trembling nuisance crawled out. Every step pounding on the floor sent out bone-chilling sounds. The opponent this time possessed a pair of gigantic claws. A light scratch on the wall was enough to cause an earthquake. Witnessing the face of this stage, the crowd sweat bullets and shouted in, "Lin, don't do anything stupid." The boss merely flicked its hand, kicking up a suffocating cloud of dust, making Lin chicken out and take a few steps back to preserve his handsome face. The little monster's resume was exposed. Level 51 Blood Zombie, Diamond System. However, Lin Han pouted and mocked. "This sneaky backstabbing trick is so outdated, its style is even more trash than that one-eyed giant from before." Chief Yi squinted to scrutinize the boss's appearance, then panicked. The nightmare called Blood Zombie. Their muscles might pale in comparison to the one-eyed giant, but corner it, and it will dirty buff itself to evolve into some op strength. Praying to God this thing doesn't turn on hacks mid-fight. On this side of the battlefield, after a few seconds of mental calculation, Lin Han waved his hand and gave the order. "Yi, put it on the chopping block and make a salad out of it for me." Hearing the order, Yi popped a wheelie and charged in with blazing momentum, a giant strength strike tearing through the wind and smashing straight into the floor. One human and one beast brawled relentlessly. Yi moved her hands as fast as lightning, but the monster's reflexes were also on some speed hack level, not losing out at all. After a bout of intense skirmishing, Yi slammed on the brakes, panting heavily and cursed in frustration. "Damn it, does this bastard have a jet engine attached or something? Why is it so fast?" Seeing her old tricks were useless, Yi quickly shifted gears to turn the tables. "Let's see how you like my new dish." The system urgently reported, still maintaining the cognitive interference Wi-Fi broadcasting. Dozens of skills relentlessly rained down on the level 51 Blood Zombie's head, with both speed and damage multiplied by 2, multiplied by 3. The boss couldn't bear it even through gritted teeth. Its entire body was instantly boiled alive in a hellish inferno. Its buff body was now in pieces, arms in one place, legs in another. Yi dusted off her hands and grinned widely, trash taken out. Lin Han walked over, patted his pet's head, and bestowed his golden words, "Good job, baby." Hearing this, Yi's face bloomed like a flower. "Thank you for the grace, master." This PDA made Xiao Zhen and Tiangu see stars out of jealousy. "Master is biased. Our hands are itching to cause some chaos too." Suddenly, the atmosphere turned freezing cold. Chief Yi roared a warning, "Smells like a wipeout." The blood zombie turned on its evolution hacks. "Lin Han, get into a defensive stance now." Lin Han's eyes swept across the battlefield like a radar, obviously having already drafted a script in his head. Lin Han frowned and looked at the enemy side. The blood zombie plunged a massive sword into the floor, and a blood-red halo exploded outwards. It just swapped into a brand new skin, undead armor, as the blood zombie advanced straight to level 53. Tai Ching clicked his tongue. It's even using a fusion trick with the undead armor. This case is tough now. Qing Hai grimaced. Fierce beasts that know how to fuse are rare commodities. Lin Han is about to eat a mouthful of dirt this time. He stroked his chin and dissected the issue. Fusing fierce beasts, exactly like the anchor script back at the bitter water swamp. Later, when I slip out, I'll have to drag it back to the lab to dissect its secrets. The system's lights blinked, turning on the cognitive disorder mod. Lin Han winked at Yi to lead the vanguard and initiate combat. In short, just beat the crap out of it first, and we'll figure out the rest later. In less than a beat, the girl's steel fist had already delivered a formal invitation right into the blood zombie's face. A deafening explosion rang out, vibrating through the entire space. Yi skipped merrily back to show off her spoils. "Just a petty mob, master. Get ready to pamper me some more." Who would have thought the boss was as stubborn as a leech? It remained unfazed, leaning on its sword to force itself up. The blood zombie swung its sword in a flash-like slash towards her. Thank the ancestors for 7 generations that Yi was flexible enough to roll and dodge just in time. She used her bare hands to block the blade that was inches away from shaving her face, cursing inwardly. "So damn resilient, I keep hitting it, but it just won't close its eyes." Then, using the momentum, she swung her fist and countered with a palm strike. The blood zombie bared its teeth in a faint sneer, looming forward and making Yi's blood boil. "You hellish phantom, how is your face still intact after eating a bomb?" The rage around her body burned intensely. "This lady is pissed off now. Today I swear to debone you." Lin Han racked his brain weighing the options. Using fists seems like just scratching its itch, How about throwing Xiao Zhen out to grill it like a kebab? No sooner said than done. He immediately summoned Xiao Zhen to spark a fire and help Yi take out the trash. The little girl materialized in a flash. "Reporting for duty, boss. I've been itching to do my job for ages. It's all because this rusty pile of scrap is acting like a third wheel, ruining the romantic atmosphere between me and my master." The billowing phoenix flames flew straight into the opponent's face. Yi, who was busy locking horns in close combat, quickly tucked her legs and jumped back, cursing aloud. "You damn phoenix, if you're gonna drop a bomb, at least give a holler so people can dodge." Seeing the blood zombie turn into roast pork in the sea of fire, Lin Han finally rubbed his chest in relief. Game over for the boss. Yi jumped up and cheered, "Boss, we won again." Xiao Zhen pouted and cut in, "Master, I'm the real MVP who carried the team." Yi just opened her mouth waiting for a free meal. He burst out laughing and pacified the 2 ticking time bombs. All right, please spare me, ladies. You are all the MVPs of my heart." Suddenly, a piercingly shrill sound wave forced Lin Han to cover his ears and grimace. Xiao Zhen also grimaced and covered her ears from this torturous noise. Tai Ching widened his eyes and dropped his jaw. "What the hell is going on?" Yi stood frozen and pointed, "Boss, that vampire is getting back up again." The blood zombie fully recharged its HP bar, looming as it stood up straight, as if it had never tasted a lethal blow. He frowned and glared at the boss. "Wow, the show isn't over yet. What kind of material is this annoying crap even made of?" Now the blood zombie had hacked its way up to a level 55 Ghost Fire King form, originating from the Radiant Starbright system. Tai Ching scratched his head in frustration. "Don't tell me this is some evil ghost type, a Ghost Fire King." Qing Hai's face drained of all color. "Why would the ruin harbor this kind of species? I thought they went extinct ages ago." He screamed out a warning on his behalf. "Lin Han, be careful. The Ghost Fire King has physical immunity shields. Its ultimate move is mental brain hacking. Hurry up and pump some mana to defend your brain." A scheme immediately popped into his head. Physical immunity. Yi, Xiao Zhen, go check the goods and see how hard this monster really is. The two girls obediently listened. Leave the goods to us. Both of them pulled out all the stops and dumped it straight onto the blood zombie's head. Phoenix flames and giant strength launched simultaneously. The monster's body swelled up again, evolving powerfully up another notch. The phoenix flames pierced right through its body like a ghost, not even managing to scratch an itch. Even a steel fist punched straight into an invisible cotton bag. He froze. Oh my god, it turns out it actually is immune to damage. Suddenly, the blood zombie let out a terrifying howl. Wrapping around its body was a dense, evil aura strong enough to make a normal person's brain dance the lambada. Tai Ching got jittery. This is terrible. Lin Han's brain is completely bare, without a mental shield. Taking this brainwave is gonna snap his nerves. He cursed internally. This damn mental skill, how the hell is it making my limbs go limp and disobey my commands? A chaotic mess of memories started spamming inside Lin Han's head. He gritted his teeth and slapped himself. Yi is about to run out of breath. Gotta remove this debuff fast. System, you got any moves to save my ass right now? The system whispered softly, detecting that once the pet Tiangu breaks out of her cocoon, she will unlock the super skill Thunderclap, enough to wash away the Ghost Fire King's evil magic. Does boss want to pump coins to evolve her? Lin Han shouted to seal the deal. All in. Drain the Beast Taming points fund and pump it all into Tiangu right here, right now. The system accepted the deal. Roger that, boss. A brilliant aura poured straight into her body. Qinghai was twisting in panic. Chief Yi, Lin Han is going to fetch the scriptures early this time. Give him a hint or something. He sighed. Only God can break the rules of the ruin. Now we can only light some incense and hope Lin Han can improvise his way out. Zhao Feng was secretly popping champagne in his head. Feng Shui rotates. If that bastard Lin Han gets wiped out, that pile of top-tier pets will fall into my hands. Xiao Zhen grimaced. We're doomed. Our moves hit it like salt in the ocean. How do we lift this curse now? Yi was gritting her teeth and carrying the dead weight. Bastard, I swear I'll smash your zombie corpse to pieces to avenge my master. Right in the boiling hot moment of crisis, a blinding halo flashed above Xiao Zhen's head. She stared wide-eyed. Tiangu, what toxic wind blew you out here? In Tiangu's soft embrace was Lin Han, gasping for air like a beached fish. She tenderly whispered, Thanks for pumping me with gear, boss. Thanks to that I'm skilled enough to jam the Ghost Fire King's evil magic wave. He smiled weakly. Worked hard for you, baby. Round 2 begins. Tiangu played the role of the lightning-striking assassin to break the Ghost Fire King's stealth mode, while Xiao Zhen and Yi provided cover fire. My whole old life is entrusted to you 3 beauties. The blood zombie squeezed its mana pool dry, spurting out a jet-black stream of energy. The blast force collided head-on with Tiangu's thunderclap storm. The system broadcasted live, mental buff, borrowing thunder and lightning to cleanse the darkness, crushing the dark forces with thunderclap. Summoning thunderclouds to crash onto the target's head, handing out a paralyzing shock effect to any poor souls caught in the crossfire. She had pinned this grudge to her marrow. You got the guts to hack my master's brain. Watch how I roast you to a crisp. Ignoring the roaring thunder and lightning, it casually pushed the button to turn on intangibility. However, the intangibility hit a bug right away, and the blood zombie's body was instantly electrocuted into sparks. Yi's eyes lit up in awe. You stinky bird, you're pretty badass. Tiangu flipped her hair arrogantly. Duh, it's all thanks to Master buffing my gear and topping up my VIP status. Flex status board just updated. Thunder Emperor, descendant of the immemorial 10 Fiends. Level 33. Muscle 18,869, Agility 45,685, IQ 30,655, Tankiness 25,687. Skill Pool, Thunderstorm level 10 throws blind lightning in a 2-kilometer radius, Sprint level 10 buffs agility by 50%, Thunderclouds level 10 summons clouds to electrocute targets, Thunderclap level 10 fires mental artillery. Lin Han seized the opportunity and pointed. The Ghost Fire King's stealth trick is a dud now. The golden hour has arrived. Xiao Zhen dropped the beat. The little girl immediately unloaded a firebomb. Orders received, Phoenix flames deployed. Yi on the other side of the bridge also revved her engine and rushed in. Eat a punch from yours truly. The blood zombie had no way back, swallowing its pride to take a full-on punch. Yi struck a badass pose, her eyes sharp as daggers glaring straight ahead. The system chimed merrily again. cleared stage 2 spotlessly, get ready to smash the next stage. The beast taming harem happily clung to Lin Han. Boss, you punched the boss out. Did you lose any teeth, boss? He rubbed their heads and praised, perfect, you guys are the best. Ching Hai breathed a sigh of relief as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted. Thank goodness Lin Han knows how to expertly juggle beast taming to catch the enemy's weakness. That was a truly eye-pleasing comeback. The blood zombie sneezed to show off again. Brat, in this ruin world, the immemorial ruin is the most authentic top-tier goods. I really didn't expect a noob like you to drag yourself all the way to the finals. Xiao Zhen frowned at the aura reeking of a final boss. Boss, step back, seems like a super huge pain in the ass is about to pop up. An arrogant female silhouette glided out from the mist. Such colossal nerve, this seat is the head security guard of this ruin. Making a big deal out of a few petty one-eyed giants and blood zombies. Do you think the ruin's rewards are charity goods to be snatched up so easily, honey? Tai Ching turned pale, recognizing an acquaintance. It's her, the Dark Knight Queen. Lin Han is completely outmatched this time, not good, I have to dive in and save him. Yi was the most hot-blooded one to charge in. Boss, let me take down this old witch's tower. He panicked and yelled after her. Yi, don't be so reckless, be careful. Just entering the fray, she was instantly fed a beating by the Dark Knight clone. She stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Lin Han secretly bit his nails. Yi's punch missed. Don't tell me the Dark Knight Queen is also using a stealth tool like the Ghost Fire King. The system buzzed loudly. Radar detects a burning trail of killer intent. The Dark Knight clone had pressed right up behind his ass out of nowhere. She stretched out her long claws to poke him. Brat, didn't anyone teach you that king-tier fierce beasts know how to use killer intent deodorant spray? Tai Ching and Ching Hai, watching from the outside, felt their hearts drop out of their pants. It's really over, Lin Han, watch your neck. The system flashed its lights, instant teleportation skill activated. He screamed and pointed, the time has come, Xiao Zhen Tiangu, smoke her. The Dark Knight clone was still holding her frog-catching pose, looking as bewildered as a cow wearing a hat. Lin Han's dynamic duo caught the signal super fast, simultaneously pumping their mana bars full for thunder, storm, and phoenix flames. And that entire super massive block of explosives was hovering right at the back of her neck. The combination of fire and lightning poured down like a torrential flood, straight onto the Dark Knight clone's head. The earth-shattering explosion splattered everywhere. He sneered mockingly, my condolences, Dark Knight Queen, sis was too busy talking trash and left herself completely wide open. However, she remained unscathed without losing a single hair. You little punk, it's true I underestimated the enemy, but relying on these cheap parlor tricks to eat me up. Dream on. The Dark Knight chain bloomed into swarming coils of pitch-black chains. In a flash, they tightly coiled around Tiangu and Xiao Zhen's arms. Lin Han widened his eyes in shock. Holy crap, she was hiding her hand. He struggled to channel his energy. What kind of bullshit skill is this? The button to recall Xiao Zhen and Tiangu to their pens is completely paralyzed. The Dark Knight clone rode the momentum, launching a shadow ambush strike. The two unlucky girls in the back were also dragged away like a couple of balloons. He frantically threw up the black tortoise shield to take the hit. A shockwave plowed completely through the floor. Thank God Lin Han managed to preserve the lifelines for the two beauties. This chick is pretty fierce, can't chew through her. The Dark Knight clone even had to clap in praise. The brat's luck is pretty decent, but sadly for you, honey, that toy is a fake good, use it once and it goes in the trash bin. He racked his brain to turn the tables. Boss level hits different, just a shadow is already peeling off my scales. All right, no more hiding my skills, let's get down to business. The system lit up, button pressed to activate the Divine Fusion skill. Hearing the password, all three pets replied in unison, lined up and ready, boss. 3 streams of vitality, intertwined to form a super massive giant reactor. Lin Han stepped out looking badass in a sparkling mecha armor. Tian Jiao dropped his jaw and drooled. Mommy, Lin has turned on slaughter mode today. Ching Hai slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. I can't even scan Lin Han's combat power radar right now. He might even be able to bonk the Dark Knight Queen on the head. Tai Ching was still twisting his guts. The catch is the Dark Knight Queen's shadow belongs to the 6th transition tier. Can Lin Han actually roast her alive? The Dark Knight clone tilted her chin and talked trash. I can smell your sweat burning pretty hot, but humans will always just be humans. The calendar says today is your death anniversary, honey. He took a stance as solid as a rock, ready to face the battle. She immediately unleashed a swarm of starving bats, sending the guest on his way using soul guard art. The swarming pitch-black bats crashed headlong into Lin Han. He pouted and mocked, "A majestic king-tier boss, and you throw out these scratch-and-itch moves." The palm of Lin Han's hand gathered an energy black hole. "Have a taste of this local specialty, old auntie." Phoenix flames and thunder storm coiled together into a tempest rushing straight forward. Seeing the gigantic mass of energy sweeping in, the Dark Knight clone rolled her eyes back. What is this little twerp trying to do? Her entire body immediately sank into the mixed cauldron of fire and lightning. The Dark Knight clone had to clutch her chest and cough violently because she was choked by the smoke. She stubbornly stood there scratching her itch, staring wide-eyed and asking, "Where did you pull out such an magical power from, kiddo?" He pushed the button to spam the berserk skill, "Stubborn as a leech, huh? Then let your grandpa here send you to see the King of Hell via the express train." The bitter Dark Knight clone popped her ultimate, 10,000 evils not. "You brat, forcing me to use this trump card means you're done for." She gritted her teeth loudly, swearing to the mountains and seas that she would chew his bones today. The system's public loudspeaker blared, "Attribute buff pumped successfully, maxed out to 50%. Lin Han rolled 2 energy spheres in his hands with a sly smile. "Perfect timing to borrow your corpse, auntie, to test out how max ping this fusion item really is." The upgraded version of Thunderstorm Phoenix Flames unloaded with suffocating pressure. The Dark Knight clone screamed miserably as she was pushed to overload, while the young man just leisurely pumped more fuel into the gun barrel. The entire stand shook violently again, the aftershocks tossing the peanut gallery outside onto their backs. Clinging to each other unsteadily, they shrieked, "These magic moves are insane." Lin Han's coordinates were currently covered by a thick, dense cloud of dust. The Dark Knight Queen screamed, echoing back, "A little punk daring to break one of my shadows, Lin Han, I'll pin this grudge forever. One day I'll come back for you, honey." He smirked, "Yeah, and your grandpa here will carve your name into a tombstone." The pet squad scrambled around him to throw a party. Phew, finally smashed that ogre witch flat. The feeling of eating at the same table with Master is truly euphoric to the max. "Boss, you got bruised up so badly earlier." He comforted them. All right, you guys worked hard, now retreat, take a bath and go to bed early." The system closed the books and reported, confirmed the send-off of the Dark Knight Queen's clone. Smash Stage 3 of the Ruin Battlefield. The challenge is closed. The entire crowd of cheerleaders jumped up and hollered, "So fire, bro." "Lin, you are definitely the savior." Only that guy Zhao Feng had a face as black as the bottom of a pot, seething with anger until he saw stars. Qing Hai laughed brightly and stroked his beard, scooping up the entire ruin this trip. "Millions of thanks to Lin Han. Our school has to break the piggy bank to reward him." Tai Ching patted his chest in agreement. "Piece of cake. A true sprout of the military academy. As soon as I get home, I'm filing a funding request for Lin Han right away." System screen popped up the payday notification. Reward for clearing the final stage of the Ruin Battlefield. Looted 2,000 Beast Taming points. Battlefield clear scenario complete. Ding ding, an extra 5,000 Beast Taming points. Passing the final stage, pulled the lucky draw to win a treasure chest containing a breakthrough card. He flipped the scrap paper-like card around, pouting, "Who cares about these trashy cards? A stage clear reward this ghetto." The magic door swung wide open, a halo encompassing the entire squad. "Oh mommy, we've been returned to the manufacturer at Huifeng Plateau. Finally dragged our corpses back home. I thought we were gonna be covered in mats inside that mausoleum forever. This grudge was started by that guy Zhao Feng pulling us out here for nothing." Tai Ching grabbed Lin Han's shirt and asked repeatedly, "Did you snag the treasure chest, bro?" He let out a long yawn and replied, "Swiped it, yeah, but the catch is I opened it to find nothing but rags and a crippled card." He turned purple with rage, just wanting to pound him. "Crippled card my ass. Do you know this is a breakthrough card, a super magical prop recorded in the history books? This card is the versatile type. Shove it to any faction and it works smoothly, feed it to a pet to chew, and they'll leap a whole tier up the family tree. And if a normal person swallows it, their genes mutate, potential points jump ×2. Long story short, every time you level up, your stats bloom double, crushing your peers." Lin Han slapped his forehead, "So it's a limited edition goodie. A sky-piercing treasure like this is best stuffed deep into my pants pocket for safety." Zhao Feng ground his teeth. "Damn it, What talent does that bastard Lin Han have to swallow all the good stuff? A divine artifact of that caliber should belong to me. Tian Jiao, stubborn as a leech, brought up the rotten bet with Zhao Feng. If you play, you gotta pay, son, time to settle your debts. He played innocent. What debt? I didn't promise anyone anything. Lin Han smirked and jogged his memory. Oh, goldfish brain, let Grandpa remind you. Who was the bigmouth who said if they lose they would kneel and beg to call someone Grandpa? He calculated the debts. If Zhao Feng hadn't sabotaged us this round, the whole gang would be tucked under blankets sleeping warmly, not almost losing our lives at Hui Feng Plateau and that demonic ruin. Today we gotta drain the water and teach him a lesson to cure his habit of barking nonsense. He ground his teeth until they nearly chipped. Hey now, what are you guys trying to do? I've got teacher protection here, you know. Zhao Feng threw a puppy dog look to beg for the teacher's help. Tai Ching turned his face away and brushed his hands off. The school prohibits interfering in the students' gangland grudges. Qing Hai stabbed an extra knife in. That's right, kiddo Zhao Feng, a man who digs a hole with his mouth has to fill it himself. Even Jin Bai tucked his tail and played deaf. Lin Han just slapped the Dark Knight Queen's mouth off. His aura is blindingly bright. I'd be an idiot to stick my face out to take a bullet for him. The 500 brothers around them took turns throwing stones. It's because you were acting up that we almost became grass food. Spot on, looking at his face has made my hands itch for a beating for a long time. Zhao Feng's face was swollen and sullen as he growled. Damn it, do I really have to fold my hands and take the humiliation? His 2 knees went limp and heavily flopped onto the ground. He closed his eyes and forced it out, squeezing 2 ear-piercing words from his mouth, Grandpa. Lin Han clapped his hands in pardon. Being that obedient makes you my true grandson. Just a casual reminder, next time you want to go out in the wind, put on a jacket, don't talk dirty trash or the god of thunder will bonk your head. Tian Jiao tossed a critical hit before turning the car around. Good boy, grandson. Grandpas are going home now. You just feel free to keep kneeling and admiring the moon. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn you, Lin Han, daring to make me crawl between your legs in front of everyone. The Zhao family pins this grudge. One day I will peel your skin and pull your tendons. Tai Ching loudly reported the safe news, and at the same time announced that the unfinished match would be resumed. Please invite the representatives of the 2 teams to step into the ring. The representatives of the 2 classes appeared one after another. Su Ting from Class 4 and Lu Renjia from Class 3. The showdown broke out in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Renjia was instantly knocked out with just a single strike. The moderator boldly announced Class 4 as the overall winner, marking the entire Class 3 team's official elimination from the game. Wan Qiu and Tian Jiao hugged each other and jumped up in joy. We're the champions, Su Ting fought so well. At this time, the entire team was fully present at the gate of the military academy. Tai Ching stood opposite Lin Han's group, smiling as he announced, the trial results are clear. Class 4 is the champion team. Every member will pocket 500 points. As for Lin Han, thanks to his godlike performance at the ruin, he will be awarded an extra 1,000 bonus points. Tomorrow the rewards will be handed to you in person. Now dismiss and go rest. The whole gang cheered in extreme ecstasy. Long live the class rep. Absolutely fantastic. We have to throw a celebration party tonight. Meanwhile, Lin Han noticed Tai Ching's moody expression. Chiefy's face looked so tense. Back at the ruin, because I wanted to win fast, I let Yi's squad completely let loose. I'm sure he saw right through it. He might just call me to the station to drink tea and interrogate me about the fierce beasts. Suddenly, a voice calling Lin Han's name rang out from behind, giving him goosebumps. This chilling tone, don't tell me. Bai Bing reached out and twisted his ear, gritting her teeth and scolding. You've got some real nerve, you brat. Now that your wings are fully grown, you dare go behind my back and crawl to a deadly place like Hui Feng Plateau, right? If Director Sikong hadn't accidentally praised your rapid leveling, your sister here would still be kept in the dark. Lin Han yelped loudly. Oh sis Bing, my ear is gonna fall off. Witnessing this scene, Su Ting and Nian Wei stared in surprise. Who is this sis? She looks so close to Brother Han. The class rep calls the wind and summons the rain, yet why is he acting as obedient as a puppy now? Tian Jiao whispered in explanation. You two don't get it. Even a badass like Lin has to power down in front of this soul kryptonite. Bai Bing glared over. Tian Jiao, shut your mouth. At this time, the victim was still trying his best to beg. Sis Bing, have mercy, please let go. You're gonna tear my eardrum now. She ignored him, gripping his ear tightly and dragging him away effortlessly. So you know how to scream too? You had the massive guts to walk into a death trap. Just wait and see how I peel your skin off later. Lin Han grimaced and pleaded, Sis Bing, there's a lot of people here, save me a little face. Tai Ching stood watching and found it funny. It's true that there's someone in this world who can cure this kid. He originally planned to pull Lin Han to a quiet corner for a brief chat, but given this situation, he decided to just let it go until tomorrow's awards ceremony. Once he was dragged to a hidden corner, he timidly spoke up, Sis Bing, you already know everything, right? Bai Bing put her hands on her hips and interrogated. I put you in here to train, suddenly you go making random bets, and then drag your corpse to a godforsaken place like Hui Feng Plateau for what? He scratched his head and justified himself. Sis Bing, I didn't know that plateau was so dangerous, but look, I'm still standing here completely intact and radiant. Not to mention I even picked up a top-tier breakthrough card in the ruin. Take a look, Sis Bing. She stared in wide-eyed surprise. What? A breakthrough card? Bai Bing frowned and warned, if you have good stuff, keep your mouth shut. You are strictly forbidden from showing it off everywhere. The value of this card is sky high. Watch out for petty people backstabbing you. Lin Han nodded like pounding garlic. Yes, Sis Bing, rest assured, I'm grown up. I'm not some immature kid anymore. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Bai Bing's soft hand. Then smiled and steered the conversation. Let's just skip that issue. How have you been living lately? I really missed you so much. Bai Bing gently lowered her eyes and softly replied, I missed you a lot too. Lin Han suddenly felt his cheeks burn hot, inwardly panicking. Something's wrong. Did the sun rise in the west today? Why is Sis Bing so gentle and sweet? Seeing his big sister suddenly acting so cheesy, he stood frozen stiff. His brain couldn't process it fast enough, not knowing what to bullshit next. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms tightly around him, and gently scolded with love. You silly fool, you're all grown up but haven't changed a bit. All right then, I was just passing by, so I dropped in to check on your situation. Seeing that you're safe puts my mind at ease. You completely understand the saying that precious jade invites trouble to its owner, so hide that breakthrough card really well, you hear me. Bai Bing blinked mischievously, dropping a meaningful sentence before leaving, and don't forget to miss me. Right after that, he strode toward Tai Ching's office area. As soon as he sat down, the other party cut to the chase. Lin Han, you must have pocketed the reward points for the freshman tournament champion, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, the points were credited to my account early this morning. Tai Ching carefully placed a wooden box on the desk. Your performance in the recent relic expedition was outstanding. After a meeting, the school board decided to exclusively reward you with a level 40 fierce beast. Lin Han stared in astonishment. A level 40 beast. Thanked the academy for its immense favor. Qing Hai, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. Sweet, the military academy should have been this generous ages ago. However, when the box was opened, there was only a single, shriveled piece of dead wood inside. Qing Hai's disappointment was obvious. What the hell is this? Giving a withered branch as a reward. On the contrary, Lin Han keenly analyzed. Chief Yi is not a stingy person. This piece of dead wood must definitely contain some hidden mystery. At that moment, the dry wood suddenly twisted and twitched violently. Qing Hai quickly recognized the issue, a plant exterior but emitting the killing intent of a fierce beast inside. No doubt about it, this is the twin-leaf cordyceps. Tai Ching smiled and nodded, absolutely correct. The twin-leaf cordyceps looks underwhelming, but it carries a super rare ancient bloodline that vanished from the world long ago. Qing Hai still frowned and nitpicked. Rare is rare, but with such trashy combat power, how is Lin Han supposed to use it? Chief Yi, oh Chief Yi, you are too stingy. Can we change it for another reward? Tai Ching narrowed his eyes with a profound smile. Stingy? I bet this is a gift born specifically for Lin Han. Actually, he had calculated carefully in his mind, since this kid's pet lineup is entirely made of prehistoric monsters. He awkwardly tried to explain, Chief Yi, about my beast taming. Tai Ching raised his hand to signal a stop. Lin Han, you haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? Your talent is invaluable. As long as you don't rebel and harm the Empire, the military academy doesn't care what kind of beasts you use. The heavy stone in his heart dropped, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. But in his mind, Lin Han secretly calculated, so Chief Yi has already seen right through me, yet he chooses to turn a blind eye. Leaving Qing Hai alone scratching his head, unable to catch their drift. Are you two speaking an alien language? In the back mountain area of the academy, the space sank into dead silence. Looking at the twin-leaf cordyceps branch in his hand, Lin Han silently appreciated Chief Yi's wonderful gift. Now he just needed to extract a little blood to activate atavism and conveniently tame this fourth beast. The status panel immediately popped up. Twin-leaf cordyceps, ancient insectid lineage, level 39. Strength rating 1986, speed 1564, mental strength 1100, physical toughness 3350. System warning, do you want to activate the atavism bloodline? He did not hesitate to click agree. The scene at the clearing remained dead silent. But instantly, a blinding jade-green aura erupted from the box. A terrifying shockwave blasted Lin Han backwards. New form officially revealed itself along with an insane stat panel. Jiu Yi Sword Grass, belonging to the immemorial 10 vicious insectid lineage, level 39. Strength 650,370, speed 48,090, spirit 43,120, physique reaching 70,620. Zess is the level 10 grass character sword art, one of the three great ancient sword techniques. A swing of the sword generates a hurricane, tearing through space and crushing the universe. The level 10 sword aura shield creates an ultimate defensive barrier for master and servant, not to mention the level 10 form transformation allowing it to morph into the Jiu Yi sword, a weapon of mass destruction that helps the Beast Tamer level everything. Lin Han gulped heavily. Oh my god, level 39 right off the bat, this starting point is too terrifying. A cold, sharp female voice rang out, "Are you the one who summoned me?" He muttered his assessment. This new beast girl gives off an iceberg vibe, which is actually quite interesting. Lin Han dusted off his clothes and stood up straight. That's me. I'll be in your care for the journey ahead. She nodded decisively. Understood, Jiu Yi will risk her life to protect Master's safety. Immediately, the Jiu Yi sword grass illusion shifted into another form. Lin Han stood frozen before a flawlessly beautiful divine sword floating in front of him. He gasped in admiration. Wow, this weapon mode looks brutally awesome. Gripping the hilt tightly, Lin Han tested it out. Let's see how sharp you really are. A flash of light streaked past, and the entire row of ancient trees ahead was sliced cleanly in half. His jaw dropped. Just a casual swing and the power is this soul-shattering. Hard to believe a beast has this magical weapon transformation trick. My combat arsenal just got an upgrade again. If only a Yi's group could break through as fast as Jiu Yi, that would be perfect. Alright, I still have that evolution buff reward from clearing the relics stored in my inventory, unused. The system screen popped up again, activating passive evolution based on the beast's level. Success rate is 30%. If successful, all stats will be amplified by another 30%. Congratulations, your beasts have undergone a perfect metamorphosis. Jiu Yi jumped for joy and reverted to human form. Master, my spiritual energy is overflowing again. New data updated. Jiu Yi Sword Grass, Immemorial 10 Vicious Insectoid, level 39. Strength boosted to 80,370, speed 68,090, spirit 63,120, physique hitting 90,620. Lei Dai tilted her head back and sighed in awe. It's been a long time since I tasted such surging spiritual energy. Her profile also popped up. Lei Dai, Immemorial 10 Vicious, level 33, strength 24,869, speed 59,685, spirit 38,655, physique 29,687. Xiao Zhen also excitedly joined the joy. The flames inside me are boiling hotter than ever. Zhen Huang, Immemorial 10 Vicious, level 36. Strength 54,860, agility 89,690, spirit 86,520, endurance 71,620. Not forgetting a Yi, Master, I've been blessed too. Skyhorn Ant, Immemorial 10 Vicious, level 33, strength stat 45,236, speed 31,875, spirit 28,697, physique 59,967. Lin Han opened his arms wide and pulled all the girls into a tight hug, smiling from ear to ear. Good girls, you are all my war gods. He was thrilled inside. The Immemorial 10 Vicious stats were already world-breaking, but with a 30% buff, they were truly capable of annihilating the heavens. The ringing of the phone tore through the atmosphere. On the other end of the line was Tian Jiao's frantic voice. Lin Han, we're doomed. That fat-faced Zhao Feng brought a 5th transition mage to settle the score with you. They are turning the whole school upside down hunting for you. Yi immediately flared up upon hearing this. Are they tired of living, daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers? Let a Yi go snap the necks of those small fries. Jiu Yi raised an eyebrow coldly. That brat named Zhao Feng really wants to go against master. Lin Han quickly soothed the girls. Calm down, they're just a few ants, don't get worked up. We'll use this chance to treat them as punching bags to test how strong a Yi's team is right now. At the same time, on the Class 4 training ground of the military academy, a group of students were sweating profusely from practice. Zhao Feng's arrogant roar echoed across the field. Lin Han, get your face out here and bow down to your grandpa right now. His older sister Zhao Yuan, standing next to him, also glared fiercely. You were so good at bullying the Zhao family's people, but now you shrink your neck into your shell like a turtle. Tian Jiao irritably pointed right at their faces. What kind of nonsense are you spouting here? Zhao Feng, haven't you learned your lesson from the beating the other day? Or are you itching for another one and want to call us grandpa again? Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's blood rushed to her brain, turning purple with rage. She showed no mercy, immediately waving her hand to unleash a blizzard. Insolent scum, daring to run your mouth in front of this lady, today I will send you to meet the Grim Reaper. In just the blink of an eye, Tian Jiao's lower half was completely locked in a block of ice, terrifying him. What the hell is this? Nian Wei, standing nearby, panicked. Fatty. She turned and shouted loudly, are you crazy? Daring to attack a student right inside the military academy, aren't you afraid the school will punish you? She sneered, pointing the spearhead directly at her. Shut your mouth. A bone-chilling gust of cold air rushed straight over, and Nian Wei frantically squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. With a boom, roaring flames erupted, burning the entire blizzard to ashes in a split second. Lin Han stepped out proudly, smirking in contempt. Relying on power to bully the innocent, your character is truly rotten to the core. Tian Jiao broke a sweat and cried out, Lin Han, watch out for this witch, she's a high-tier mage. He waved his hand to reassure him, just relax, fatty, I've got this under control. Lin Han mockingly looked at the opponents. Childish kids losing a fight and running to their parents crying, you picked the wrong civilization to mess with today. A Yi standing behind him was already radiating killing intent. Just give the order, master, and a Yi will chop this trash into pieces. Zhao Yuan tilted her chin up to scrutinize him. So you're Lin Han, daring to trample on my little brother's dignity and even destroying a high-end combat gun, this Zhao family will definitely not let you off. But rumors say you just scavenged a breakthrough card at the Hui Feng Plateau. Obediently spit that card out, and I will be magnanimous enough to spare your life. Lin Han burst into disdainful laughter. I thought a sister came to seek justice for her brother, turns out you're just a bandit thirsting for other people's things. To put it bluntly, even if the head of the Zhao family kneeled and begged, I wouldn't even let him take a peek. If you're smart, get lost and keep the water clear. She roared furiously, arrogant little brat. Zhao Yuan feigned coldness and snapped her fingers with a sharp crack. She cast a piercing ice element magic seal. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll kill you and carve that breakthrough card out myself. Freezing tornado carrying countless ice arrows shot straight at Lin Han. Yi snorted coldly, truly a bunch of ignorant fools who love to play with death. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened when her signature move was easily neutralized. Unbelievable, she actually blocked my attack. Zhao Feng, didn't you say this guy was a useless piece of trash? Why didn't you mention this overpowered pet? Yi still stood there like a mountain, without even a single scratch. Zhao Feng trembled and made excuses. Sis, he just has some basic fourth transition cat-scratching skills. You are invincible, you can definitely smack his teeth out. She gritted her teeth and muttered, damn it, I need to unleash a knockout move to end this quickly. Without hesitating, Zhao Yuan summoned her magic weapon and began gathering power to cast a mid-tier ultimate spell. From the tip of her staff, a wave of frost condensed into a massive seal that smashed directly into a Yi. With a Yi's legs bound tightly by solid ice, she frowned slightly. Oh no, it's so stiff I can't move. She smugly lifted her chin. Without your pets, you beast tamers are just cripples, kneel down and worship me. Lin Han calmly summoned Jiu Yi to transform into the divine sword and swung it. Who injected the thought into your head that beast tamers only know how to stand and watch their pets fight? Her pupils shrank violently when she saw the opponent had teleported right into her face. As the position-swapping skill was deployed, Zhao Yuan shrieked in panic. Wait, what kind of spell is this? She hastily raised her staff to block the fatal slash. However, the gleaming blade simply cleaved the staff in half like slicing through mud. Zhao Yuan's limbs went weak as she flopped onto the ground, her precious weapon severed into 2 pieces. Seeing this, Zhao Feng was scared witless and rushed over screaming, "Sis, let me save you." Yi blocked his path as quick as lightning, not letting him advance another half-step. Powerful punch slammed squarely into Zhao Feng's face. At the same time, Lin Han's cold sword tip was pressed tightly against Zhao Yuan's throat. Her face turned pale green, bringing up her background to threaten him. "You wouldn't dare kill me. Behind me stands the entire Zhao family and the Magic Association. Can a mere college student like you withstand the wrath of those 2 powers?" Lin Han lowered his voice sharply. "So what if I just feel like taking your life today? Let's see if that Zhao family and the Magic Association have the free time to fall out with a genius beast tamer like me over 2 pieces of trash." He raised the blade high, ready to claim the enemy's life. Zhao Yuan was frightened out of her wits, squeezing her eyes shut and screaming hysterically. Tai Ching suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Stop right there. What are you kids gathering around and causing a ruckus for?" Lin Han chuckled inwardly, waiting forever for the teacher to finally show his face. "If you hadn't come, I really wouldn't know how to clean up this trash peacefully." He glared and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Seeing his savior, Zhao Feng immediately wailed and played the victim. "Chief Yi, please save us. Lin Han was about to massacre the 2 of us." Tian Jiao immediately stepped up to explain, "Chief Yi, it was Zhao Feng who came looking for trouble. He hired an outsider into the school to attack Lin Han. A bunch of students here witnessed it, everyone can testify to it." The crowd of students also clamored to defend him. "That's right, sir. Lin Han is very peaceful. He was forced into a corner so he had to defend himself." Zhao Yuan dusted off her clothes and stood up, bitterly crying foul, "A bunch of false accusations. I felt sorry for my brother being bullied at school, so I came to talk sense. Who knew Lin Han would act tough on his home turf, beating me up without a word and even chopping my premium magic staff in half? How could a weak and fragile girl like me resist? If the school leaders hadn't arrived in time today, I probably would have been chopped into 100 pieces by Lin Han." Tian Jiao curled his lips in disgust. "Oh my God, so weak indeed. If Lin Han had been 1 second late earlier, I would have been frozen into a popsicle by you." Lin Han clapped his hands mockingly. "Truly the spawn of the Zhao family, that 2-faced treacherous behavior is an exact replica of your brother, not missing a single beat." Tai Ching turned to look at him. "Lin Han, what exactly is the whole story here?" She calculated smugly in her head. Zhao Feng whispered that there's no camera here anyway. If I just insist that Lin Han attacked first, with the label of the Zhao family and the Magic Association, the school will definitely have to appease me, and that brat will be eating dirt. However, he nonchalantly pulled out a treasure. "Chief Yi, arguing is pointless. Why don't you just watch the footage in my memory crystal, then everything will be clear." Lin Han felt smug inside. Being overprepared is never a waste. Knowing this training ground had no cameras, I bought this gadget to record secretly. Who knew it would come in handy so fast? The item status panel appeared. Memory crystal allows the owner to record all events within a 10-meter radius, compact and convenient, but the downside is that it is quite fragile. Seeing the recording toy, the blood drained from the Zhao siblings' faces. "We're in trouble, we must destroy this evidence immediately." She hastily snapped her fingers, launching a rapid ice arrow. The fragile sphere took the brunt of the attack, shattering into 100 pieces. Tai Ching exploded in anger and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Destroying evidence right in front of me." Zhao Yuan pretended to be innocent. "Chief Yi, please calm down. I just don't trust Lin Han. What if he tampered with the footage in there?" Lin Han coolly pulled out an identical one. "No worries, I bought these premium goods in bulk. If one breaks, we just use another." Chief Yi laughed inwardly. "This brat is pretty crafty." Zhao Yuan was rendered speechless, her insides twisting with anger as she could only stutter a single word. "You." Lin Han flicked his wrist to let the crystal float, replaying the entire incident. "All the good drama from earlier is packed right in here. You guys can figure out the truth yourselves." The video evidence was projected as clear as day. The sister and brother duo were truly panicking now, sweating profusely because there was no way to deny it. Qing Hai stepped forward to finalize things. "The truth is obvious. You two clearly came to the school to cause trouble and then played the victim to frame Lin Han. Try arguing with that now." She still stubbornly argued back. "Let's just say that's true, but is Lin Han completely innocent? If he hadn't put on such an arrogant superior attitude, why would I have attacked him? Everyone look, he doesn't have a single scratch on him, while my diamond-tier magic staff is smashed to pieces. He has to pay me back for it today. Chief Yi, please expel this guy immediately. Otherwise, the Zhao family and the Magic Association will get to the bottom of this. The threat made Tai Ching's face darken. Ridiculous, since when did the military academy become the backyard for the Zhao family to manipulate? Even if you drag your grandfather here, he wouldn't dare act so high and mighty on this territory. Tai Ching growled, not to mention Lin Han is completely in the right here. As a student of the military academy, if you let someone walk all over you and don't dare fight back, then you'd better pack your bags and go home. Lin Han looked surprised. Chief Yi was fiercely defending him this time. She gritted her teeth and threatened further. You disrespect the Zhao family, but what about my status in the Magic Association? Does Chief Yi plan to completely disregard the association? Tai Ching tossed his head in contempt, trying to use the association to scare me. Let me tell you, their chairman is my childhood buddy. You use the association's name to run wild, bullying the weak and staining the organization's reputation, and now you've come all the way to the academy to throw your weight around. I will call the chairman directly and see how he disciplines his subordinates. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan was in utter panic. What? The association's strict rule forbids members from causing trouble outside. If this reaches the chairman's ears, my membership card will definitely be revoked. Tai Ching pointed the spearhead at the younger brother. As for you, Zhao Feng, you had the guts to bring outsiders into the school to cause chaos. I'm stripping you of your Class 3 monitor position immediately and suspending you pending disciplinary action. Zhao Feng fell to his knees, crying and begging, Sir, please sir, spare me. She also stood rooted to the ground like a statue. It's over, I'm completely doomed this time. He asserted firmly, no matter what kind of deity you are, if you cause trouble in the academy, the outcome is the same. You two siblings get out of my sight right now. The gossiping crowd should disperse too, go back to where you belong. Tianzhao clapped his hands loudly, marveling. Oh mother Lin Han, Teacher Yi is so incredibly badass today. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chief Yi is a highly respectable senior. When lunchtime arrived, Lin Han's stomach growled constantly. Tianzhao urged, Hurry up Lin Han, the canteen has braised pork today, if you're slow you'll starve. He replied sluggishly, Heard you. Suddenly a scuffle in the corner of the cafeteria caught their eyes. Tianzhao gossiped, Intense, looks like a fight is brewing. But it's weird, why are a bunch of guys ganging up on girls over there? What's the drama about? At the dining table area, two groups were glaring at each other, ready to pounce. Tianzhao stared wide-eyed and pointed. Look Lin Han, it's Su Ting and Nian Wei. Why are those two hanging out with that girl Hai Mei from Class 3? Hai Mei spoke up in frustration. Little overlord, watch your mouth. This recruitment area was officially approved by the school for the Female Heroes Club. Why are you guys from the Hao Jai Club acting like thugs trying to rob it? The arrogant guy retorted, Because our Hao Jai Club has hundreds of members, this prime seating area naturally belongs to us. Hai Mei sneered, the Academy's rule has always been about strength. Your Hao Jai Club just recruits a bunch of trash cast out from other departments. What's the use of having numbers? You're just a pack of useless bums. This insult made Chen Fan's blood boil. You little brat, tired of breathing and seeking death today, huh? Hai Mei's eyes turned cold. Wanna get physical? Are you sure you can beat this lady that you're barking so loudly? Tianzhao muttered, annoyed. What cowardly scum's bullying women? If they want to fight, let me go handle him. Lin Han pulled his friend back. Calm down, just observe for now. It seems those girls can handle themselves. Lin Han praised her internally. Just provoking them to strike first means all the blame for the brawl will fall on their heads. This Hai Mei girl is pretty sharp. But what's weird is, since when did Nian Wei and Su Ting get involved with her? Chen Fan cursed, damn it, I'll let you taste suffering today. His underlings quickly held him back and advised, calm down little overlord, don't be impulsive here. He growled a challenge, Hai Mei, if you're so confident in your Female Heroes Club, then let's have a team deathmatch in the arena. The losing side has to cough up half of their school reward points, and if the Female Heroes Club loses, you have to pack up and leave this recruitment area entirely. Dare to play. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, quite the schemer. It seems this Hao Jai Club isn't just a bunch of idiots, but with such a high-stakes bet, Hai Mei probably wouldn't bother entertaining it. Unexpectedly, Hai Mei boldly locked in the bet. You're on, the Female Heroes Club accepts the Hao Jai Club's challenge. Hearing this, Lin Han almost fell backward at how daring the girl was. Chen Fan sneered and threw back a sentence. Great, it's a date at 6 o'clock tonight in the arena. Jaime, get your tissues ready to wipe your tears. Su Ting and Nian Wei anxiously pulled her sleeve. Jaime, you're playing too recklessly. Our side only has a few people. How can we balance against the Hao Jai Club? If we lose half our reward points, where will the club get its funding to survive? Jaime confidently consoled them. Don't worry, thanks to you two for trusting me to establish this female heroes club together. The match hasn't even started, why raise the white flag so soon? Nian Wei grimaced, but the female heroes club is too short-staffed, only you and Su Ting have combat power. At this rate, we have to urgently seek help from a master. She rolled her eyes and stammered a suggestion, like. Catching the gaze of the three girls locking onto him, Lin Han felt a guilty conscience. This is a bad omen. I'm about to be drafted as free labor. Running away is the best policy. Seeing his friend stepping back, Tian Jiao asked, Hey Lin Han, where are you going? Su Ting and Nian Wei rushed over and clung to him. Brother Han, you overheard everything just now, right? That Hao Jai Club is so detestable. Brother Han, be a hero and save us. If we lose this match, the club is doomed. He awkwardly found an excuse to dodge. It's an internal affair of the Female Heroes Club. How can an outsider like me interfere? Besides, you two joined the club without telling me a word. Nian Wei blushed and explained, because we were too embarrassed and didn't know how to say it. Basically, Jaime used to follow Zhao Feng's faction, but after the tournament, she broke away from them and came to sincerely apologize to us. Su Ting nodded in agreement. Exactly, Brother Han, Jaime is very righteous. She created the Female Heroes Club so the sisters would have a place to rely on. We really liked that ideal, so we joined. Brother Han, we swear we didn't hide it from you on purpose. The two girls clasped their hands pleadingly. Now the club is in danger, Brother Han. Please step in and save us mortals. For old time's sake, please help us. He still firmly shook his head. The problem is my name isn't on the Female Heroes Club roster. If I randomly fight in the arena and the school board catches me for breaking the rules, what then? Jaime quickly came up with a solution. The situation is urgent. We have to be flexible. As long as you agree to fight, I'll bend the rules and recruit you as an honorary member of the Female Heroes Club immediately. Lin Han cried tears of blood inside. Oh Mom, turns out the trap was already set. Jaime added awkwardly, Sorry, I'm forcing you too much. Our team really is at a disadvantage and can't beat the Hao Jai Club. But the Female Heroes Club was just born. If we bow down and admit defeat, those bastards will tear apart our resources and even take over the club completely. Lin Han, I'm begging you to save the Female Heroes Club from this disaster. If we win the bet from now on, I, Jaime, am willing to work like a horse and follow your every command. Tian Jiao also chimed in. Lin Han, how can a real man stand by with folded arms and watch a pack of wolves bully the beauties? You stepping in is the perfect move. He glared at his friend. Are you crazy, suddenly feeling heroic, or are you blinded by pretty girls? But thinking it over, Nian Wei and Su Ting have already joined the Female Heroes Club. If I ignore this, those two will definitely get crushed in the arena. How could I swallow my anger when my teammates get trampled on? So, I'll carry the team for this squad exchange match. The two girls jumped up in celebration. Brother Han is the best. Jaime also teared up. Our savior is here. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Academy's sports complex, Lin Han's side strolled into the arena with a nonchalant attitude, like taking a walk in the park. On the opposite side, Chen Fan and his pack had been planted there forever, rubbing their hands and growling, ready to devour their opponents. Tai Ching happened to parachute into the stadium, smacking his lips. Oh my, these kids are full of energy, already ganging up for another spar. He glanced at him and teased, Lin Han, do you have too much free time on your hands? Wherever there's trouble, you are bound to be there. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. So embarrassing, I have to bother Chief Yi to be the referee again. Suddenly, a condescending voice cut in. So you're Lin Han, the freshly hatched freshman who goes around making enemies everywhere. Lin Han looked back. It turned out to be Hao Jai and his two lackeys Wang Bing and Wang Ba strutting over aggressively. The guy continued to boast. A rookie trying to show off in front of experts will beat you to your senses later. That little Jaime from the Female Heroes Club must be out of her mind, grabbing a few ragged members and daring to beat her chest challenging the Hao Jai Club. Lin Han shrugged coldly. What's the point of fighting with words and drying your throat? Once we're in the ring eating punches, everything will be clear. He turned to ask Jaime, we're still missing one person for the final lineup, why isn't there a trace of her yet? She replied softly, that senior is named Tyran, she's running here at full speed. Her magic power is very profound, but unfortunately her mentality is a bit weak, so her performance fluctuates. Just as she finished speaking, Tyran waddled over, panting heavily. "Sorry everyone, I'm late." Jaime's eyes lit up. "Tyran is here." Jaime hurriedly introduced her, speak of the devil, presenting to everyone the final puzzle piece of the team. "This is Tyran, a sophomore senior, a mage specializing in fire element." Tyran patted her chest and nodded. "Hello everyone, I will do my best to support this life-and-death battle." Lin Han evaluated in his mind. A fire mage is pretty fierce. As long as she doesn't throw the game, the damage output will be massive. Seeing that both sides had enough members, Tai Ching raised his hand and ordered, "The lineups for both sides are set, now listen to the rules." He declared loudly, "The format is a 5 versus 5 team battle, a single deciding match. Whichever team is completely knocked out of the ring or entirely rendered unconscious will be declared the loser. Is that clear to everyone?" Hao Jai smugly replied, "Perfectly clear. Today this Hao Jai club will crush that mob." Lin Han curled his lips and retorted, "The movie isn't over yet, don't rush to praise it. Crowing too early gets you nothing, be careful or you'll be hiding your face in a hole later." Suddenly Lin Han noticed that Tyran was trembling, so he asked, "Tyran, are you okay?" Tyran scratched her head anxiously. "My skills are really trash. I'm afraid I'll become a burden and drag the whole team down into the mud later." He laughed and teased, "You worry too much, or do you think Jaime has bad eyesight and just picked someone at random for the team?" Tyran awkwardly explained, "Nonsense, Jaime is the coolest female war god in my eyes." Lin Han patted her shoulder comfortingly, "Then that settles it. Jaime herself said you are very strong, I trust her judgment, and I also trust you. Drop the pressure, just go all out and unleash your skills in the ring later." Tyran seemed to be recharged with power, clenching her fists resolutely. "All right, I will fight to the death in this match." As soon as the words fell, Tai Ching's whistle tore through the air. The grand battle between the Female Heroes Club and the Hao Jai Club begins. Lin Han immediately distributed the roles. Su Ting, stick to the front line, lock down the enemy's firepower. Nian Wei, flank them and cause disruption. Jaime and Tyran, step back and deal long-range damage, leave the cleanup to me. The whole team, with skyrocketing morale, shouted in unison, "Understood." On the other side, Hao Jai pointed aggressively. "You guys go pluck the feathers off those little girls, leave that Lin Han to me, I'll skin him alive." The pack of lackeys laughed disgustingly in agreement. "Approved, boss." Wang Ba kicked off the match with a high-speed dash, aiming straight for Jaime. "With me here, I bet you can't even shoot down a single hair." She drew her bow in response. "Come and get it if you think you're good enough." Wang Bing also charged, like a mad bull toward Su Ting. He threw out a teasing remark, "Pretty little sister, your partner is here." Su Ting, without saying a word, took a step back and thrust her spear, piercing the air as she charged, but the guy reacted quickly and managed to block it. Without stopping there, Tai ran from behind had already formed a seal for support. Su Ting, fall back, eat my fireball. Wang Bing wasn't weak either, immediately deploying an ice barrier to defend himself. Ice and fire collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire arena, serving as the starting signal for a fierce melee. Lin Han stood watching, nodding in praise. For rookies fighting together for the first time, this smooth coordination is already top-notch. But Hao Jai's roar pulled him back to reality. "Lin Han, your life belongs to me." He charged forward carrying a heavy sword. "Let me see just how tough your pets really are." He smiled coldly, summoning his divine weapon to meet the attack, Jiu Yi's sword into battle. Hao Jai hurled a barrage of sarcastic remarks. "What's wrong? Don't dare to summon your beasts. Are you looking down on me?" Lin Han replied leisurely, "Strange, isn't it? Or are you too chicken to keep fighting?" The guy, currently fired up, snapped back. "It's actually the exact opposite." The two clashed fiercely and then backed off. Hao Jai roared, "Whatever your reason for hiding your strongest beast, it's definitely the biggest mistake of your life." Lin Han confidently shot back right away. "Pissing me off is your most pathetic downfall." Hao Jai rushed forward like a madman, "Hand over your life." Their weapons clashed, creating a shockwave that shook the entire space. Jiu Yi suddenly appeared thanks to the active effect of strange cognitive disturbance, reporting to Master, "This guy's sword technique is as flimsy as noodles. Let me expose his weaknesses for you." Lin Han nodded in deep appreciation, approved. She didn't bother wasting words, immediately launching a strike that deflected his blade and pushed the opponent back. In a split second, Hao Jai's weapon almost flew out of his hands. He widened his eyes in shock. Xing Gang's sword was a diamond-grade weapon, renowned throughout the school as a divine blade. How the hell was it almost swatted away by a brat like Lin Han? He growled like a wild beast. Damn it. Today I will chop your sword into 100 pieces. Lin Han stood there rubbing his chin in triumph. Jiu Yi's sword is truly useful. I should take this chance to practice my skills while at it. Hao Jai lunged forward, channeling all his magic power to prepare a lethal strike. In another corner, the clash between Hai Mei and Wang Ba was equally fiery. However, Hai Mei was visibly distracted. Why doesn't Lin Han just release his beasts to fight? His beasts are so outstanding, there's no way that Ren Hao Jai stands a chance. Nian Wei quickly came to the rescue, taking the chance to reassure her teammate. Brother Han is probably just using that guy as a punching bag for practice. Su Ting stepped back to stand by their side. Exactly, just give it your all. Brother Han will take care of the hard part. Hai Mei regained her spirit, agreed, we have to go all out. We can't keep relying on Lin Han forever. The other two chimed in unison. Wang Ba interrupted their little chat, facing my magic power, you girls have no way out. The game ends here. He gathered his energy to cast a large-scale ultimate skill called Violent Snowstorm. The three female warriors couldn't help but panic. We're doomed. The storm is so strong we can barely stand. How can we even attack in this howling wind? Thank goodness Tai Ran unleashed a rescue skill just in time, Ring of Blazing Fire. With just a wave of her hand, she blew away the freezing air, and the group burst into joy. The snow stopped falling. Hai Mei gave a thumbs up in praise. Tai Ran, you did excellent. Who would have thought Wang Ba seized the opportunity, appearing behind Tai Ran in a flash? I've been eyeing you this whole time. She was startled. What? He immediately followed up with a powerful blow that sent Tai Ran flying. Shatter for me. The group screamed in panic. Tai Ran. Before the girls could recover from the shock, Chen Fan charged forward aggressively. Got too much free time worrying about others, huh? Worry about yourselves first. He roared and launched an attack, giant shield bash. Thankfully, Su Ting got into a defensive stance to block it. Over my dead body before you touch my friend, Knight's Oath. Although the damage was blocked, the aftershock still blew away the surrounding dirt and rocks. The group of boys suddenly swarmed up like a broken beehive. Let's see how long you girls can hold out, brothers, round them all up for me. And so the whole pack roared wildly, charge, charge. Back at the arena, Hao Jai threw a mocking remark. No matter how tough you are, it's useless, your teammates are about to hit the floor. Lin Han shrugged and replied with a hidden meaning. Well, it seems that's their limit, time for me to get serious then. He dropped his jaw, what did you just say? Then muttered to himself in panic, don't tell me he hasn't gone all out this whole time. Jiu Yi immediately whispered, Master, grass word sword art possesses the power to move mountains and fill seas. It's more than enough to help you wipe out the battlefield with a single suppressing strike. Lin Han looked visibly pleased. Great, then let's bring this move out for a test drive. He shouted brightly, grass word sword art. In an instant, a glowing jade-green giant sword descended from the sky. Witnessing the colossal sword, Hao Jai was stunned silent. Are you kidding me? How do you possess such a terrifying sword skill? He confidently patted his chest. In the hands of this Lin Han, nothing is impossible. Without hesitation, Lin Han swung the sword down forcefully. Hao Jai at this moment could only scream in despair. The sword aura split the ground in half, creating a scene of blinding smoke. Tai Ching and the audience in the stands all gasped in amazement. What terrifying destructive power. Chen Fan and his underlings froze. Boss, did our boss just lose? As the dust settled, Hao Jai was still standing there unharmed, but his mind was in a state of panic. How did it come to this? Lin Han clicked his tongue calculatingly. I'm not stupid enough to overdo it and get disciplined by the school board. This is just perfect. The group of female students cheered in absolute joy. Brother Han is too awesome. Tai Ran exclaimed radiantly, Brother Han is on another level, truly unmatched power. Hai Mei also nodded in agreement. Without Lin Han, we would have been in deep trouble this round. Hao Jai couldn't swallow his anger and roared, damn it. I refuse to believe I lost to a first-year brat. Brothers, no need to hide our trump cards anymore, gang up on him for me. Before he even finished his sentence, he whipped out a mysterious bottle of liquid from who knows where. That thing was the Berserk Potion, a forbidden drug in the military academy that forces the body into overdrive, boosting combat limits by up to 50%. Lin Han unconsciously frowned upon seeing that sight. That thing is. At that very moment, the dark energy inside Hao Jai exploded. Jaime blinked in confusion. What's going on? Why did their power suddenly explode? Lin Han quickly ran over to warn them. There's a high chance they used a forbidden drug. Everyone stay on high alert. Tai Ching mumbled while observing from the outside. This crazed look. Don't tell me Hao Jai society has the guts to use a strengthening potion. His intuition telling him something was wrong, he immediately ordered the match to be halted. Both sides stop right now. The guy was now growling like an unchained beast. The drug has seeped into my cells. How am I supposed to stop now? Brothers, charge. Hao Jai pointed his finger and ordered, slaughter that weak girl first. Chen Fan strained his neck and replied, understood. Tai Ran panicked and cast a shield. Stay away from me, ring of blazing fire. At the same time, Wang Ba dashed over like a deity, 3 feet of freezing ice. The two elements of ice and fire collided, creating an earth-shattering impact. A few seconds later, the point of intersection erupted wildly, releasing a thick curtain of fog. A barrage of razor-sharp ice darts tore through the fire barrier, hurtling towards the little girl. Tai Ran realized the Grim Reaper was calling her name and screamed in terror. Lin Han frantically issued a command, Yi, go rescue her right now. The female bodyguard darted out like a flash of lightning, reporting to Master, I'm coming. Yi leaped to take the hit for Tai Ran. At the same time, the system notification chimed, signaling that instant explosion had been activated. She threw a mighty punch that smashed the entire block of ice in front of her to pieces. After clearing the obstacle, Yi pouted and sneered, making a fuss over nothing. I can finish these mosquito bites with a snap of my fingers. Next, she also triggered her berserk state and charged straight at the opponent's face. Yi glared fiercely and scolded in anger, you scums who are only good at bullying the weak, get out of my sight. Tai Ran patted her chest and let out a long breath that was heart-stopping. I was almost riddled with holes. Thank you, Lin Han, he replied casually, no big deal. The next moment, Lin Han declared loudly, since they've defied the rules and used forbidden drugs, there's no need for us to hold back. Just bring out every move you have and hit them with it all. Jaime responded enthusiastically. All right then, I've been itching to beat these guys for a while, armor-piercing arrow. Chen Fan hurriedly put up a shield to defend, block shield. But the blocking shield didn't last long before it was shattered, damn it. Su Ting and Nian Wei appeared like ghosts right behind the group's heads, caught your blind spots. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and cried out, we're screwed, watch out behind you. His accomplice also gaped in shock, where did these two pop out from? Su Ting and Nian Wei didn't show any mercy, charging in and beating the group to pulp. Looking at the battlefield devoid of enemies, she smiled in satisfaction, all cleaned up nicely. Hao Jai panicked watching his underlings fall like autumn leaves, hurriedly going over to Xiao Ba Wang, Xiao Guang too. He complained resentfully, this is so frustrating. Without that thorn Lin Han, how could those girls from Jin Gyu society ever have a chance to defeat my Hao Jai society? Saying that, he aggressively charged forward to initiate an attack. Lin Han, I will make you pay a heavy price. Hearing that, Lin Han gave a faint smile. You lose a match and don't even reflect on yourself. Why are you shifting the blame onto me? He immediately activated Grass Word Sword Art. Well, it looks like I won't be able to let this go without teaching you a lesson today. Lin Han dashed forward to deliver a counterattack. Take this. Hao Jai was stunned and frowned. What is this? While the opponent was still in a daze, he generously gifted him a fatal sword strike. The shockwave quickly blew away the barrier of the stands. The audience panicked and gasped. Just a casual wave of his hand, and it packs such terrifying power. Lin Han's level truly goes against common sense. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Han. Tai Ching announced loudly, I declare Jin Gyu Society as the winner of this match. As agreed, half of the contribution points and territory of Hao Jai Society this year will be transferred directly to Jin Gyu Society's account. The crowd was extremely hyped. The members of Jin Gyu Society are truly peerless. An eye-opening battle for the spectators. Tai Ran and Nian Wei hugged each other and jumped up and down. That's amazing, we finally won. The group of beauties didn't forget to add, turning the tables in this match is largely thanks to Lin Han's great contribution. Hao Jai struggled to his feet, cursing the world for his humiliating defeat. It's all because of Lin Han. I might as well seize the chance while he's off guard to launch an attack. But before he could pull his dirty trick, he was scared out of his wits by his gaze. Hao Jai scrambled to turn around and flee, hurriedly waving at his underlings, "Let's retreat. Those beasts are too terrifying." Chen Fan turned pale and called out, "Boss, wait for us." Suddenly Tai Ching blocked their escape route. Your Hao Jai society had the guts to use strengthening potions in the arena, almost causing a catastrophic accident. The school board will hand you a proper punishment according to the rules. Delivered the verdict in a stern voice. As of today, Hao Jai society is officially disbanded. All members are banned from joining other clubs for a whole year. As for the head honcho Ren Hao Jai, for the charges of being bloodthirsty, overly aggressive, and using deceitful tactics, the punishment is expulsion from the academy. The punishment fell like a sledgehammer hitting the top of his head, leaving him dumbfounded. "What, I'm ruined? All my efforts have gone down the drain." Lin Han stood watching with his arms crossed and gave a slight smirk. After this match, the reputation of Jingyu society will surely soar, and in no time they'll sit in the same ranks as the top clubs in the school. He pondered deeply, but this is merely the prelude to his journey at the military academy. Countless hardships are still waiting ahead. Suddenly Jaime tightly grabbed his hand. "Lin Han, I'm beyond grateful. If it weren't for you holding the fort, how could Jingyu society have achieved this glorious victory?" She enthusiastically suggested, "To celebrate Jingyu society crushing our opponents, let's gather for a grand feast." Nian Wei's eyes lit up, approved. "Anything involving food is my favorite." Tai Ran suddenly teased, "Jaime, you're just craving alcohol again, aren't you?" Lin Han laughed off, "Seems like everyone is hyped. How could I bear to ruin everyone's joyful mood?" Exactly 2 hours later, she was completely drunk and slurred. "Today's arena match was really captivating. I bet from now on, no one will dare look down on our Jingyu society anymore." Lin Han had only walked a few paces when a sudden chill ran down his spine, realizing something was wrong. He turned his head and instructed, "You guys take her back first. I want to take a walk and get some fresh air alone." Nian Wei obediently nodded, "Yes, Brother Han." Walking briskly for a distance, he entered a desolate and silent forest. Lin Han didn't hesitate to put his cards on the table, "Tailing me all this time? What are you scheming? If you don't show yourself quickly, once I head back to the academy, you'll lose your chance." Right on cue, as his words fell, an assassin suddenly appeared right behind him. He spoke in a gloomy voice, "I commend you for your sharp senses, kid. I was planning to wait until you were right at the school gates, completely dropping your guard before making my move." Lin Han unconsciously frowned. "I don't recall offending you, or are you just a pawn taking someone else's money?" The man of few words just swung his weapon and lunged forward. "A dying man has no right to know. Hand over your life." Lin Han frantically called out, "Yi." She quickly activated her power state and furiously screamed, "You have some serious nerves daring to assassinate my master. Open your eyes and watch." Yi didn't hesitate to hack away at the opponent, but unfortunately, the guy dodged gracefully. Seeing her attack miss the target, she paused. "Such elusive footwork. You even dodge my iron fist, master, watch out." He sneered in contempt. "You think bringing out a few magical beasts is enough to stop a professional assassin like me, kid? Consider your life forfeit today." Sensing danger, Lin Han immediately unleashed the power of his lightning wings. The assassin widened his eyes at the sight, thinking he was hallucinating. "You can even fly. Aren't you a beast tamer?" Lin Han glanced down and smiled. "Who made the rule that beast tamers can't pick up a few self-defense moves? Yi, capture him for me." She eagerly carried out the sentence, but life is not a dream. She was still half a beat slower than the enemy. "Understood, taste a punch from this lady." He pulled out the diamond-grade treasure crimson binding dragon, specifically used to bind targets, and mocked, "Not bad, kid. I commend you for having enough skill to force me to use the crimson binding dragon." The assassin's ultimate move, Crimson Binding Dragon, caught up with Lin Han's speed in the blink of an eye. He glanced down and saw a dead end calling, "This is bad." A tick later, the chain tightly wrapped around Lin Han's legs like a snake constricting its prey. He was yanked forcefully straight down to the ground as fast as lightning. "Damn it." Yi panicked and rushed over to bear the burden for her master. "I'm here to help." Before she could even finish her sentence, she was sealed by a burst of dark energy. Lin Han looked at the scene in front of him in horror. "Yi, how did it come to this?" The assassin sneered wickedly. "The terrifying thing about Crimson Binding Dragon is that it not only locks the target, but also seals away all surrounding power. No matter how talented you are, once you're hit, you become a cripple. Just obediently hand over your life, kid." He decisively yanked Lin Han hard from high up in the sky, smashing him straight into the ground and shattering the boulders. Lin Han coughed violently a few times, then gritted his teeth and dragged himself to sit up. He questioned, "Hold on, if you're going to send me to the King of Hell, you at least have to tell me the reason. Who exactly did I cross?" His eyes were murky and cold. People in our business have a rule of confidentiality. Consider this a free piece of advice before you close your eyes. In your next life, don't be foolish enough to mess with a woman. Hearing the word woman, Lin Han couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered. He racked his brains. The women he had offended recently could be counted on one hand, the prime suspect being the precious daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuan. Figuring it out, Lin Han instantly pulled Tiangu out. A pillar of fierce lightning erupted violently, making the assassin step back in panic. "What is this?" She stood blocking him like a mountain in front of him, speaking boldly, "If you want to touch my master, you'll have to step over Tiangu's dead body first." Yi frantically praised her master for being too smart, while Lin Han just smirked. "My beast belongs to the 10 immemorial vicious beasts. How could your mediocre props possibly stop it?" He muttered in his head, "What the hell? So earlier his beast turned invisible just to beat me at my own game and set a trap for me." Tiangu roared, "Daring to assassinate my master, you deserve to be punished." Yi added, "Earlier I held back. Did you think I was weak? Hand over your life." Beads of sweat trickled down the assassin's face. "At this rate, I'm really going to meet the Grim Reaper." Unexpectedly, he unleashed a surging blast of lightning. "Lin Han, taste this heart lightning strike." Suddenly the familiar voice of Tai Ran echoed, "Brother Han, watch out." He was stunned watching her throw herself in to block the critical hit for him. Tai Ran. The assassin saw it was a bad omen and muttered, "Consider yourself lucky this time. We will meet again." Taking advantage of his distraction, Yi swung her arm and smacked him in the back of the neck with a heaven-shaking blow, daring to sneak attack from behind her. "Go to heaven." Tiangu threw in a violent kick for good measure. "I didn't expect you to use cheating props." A moment later, Jaime ran over frantically to support Tai Ran. "What happened to her?" "Tai Ran, open your eyes, don't scare me." Lin Han was confused. "Why are you guys here?" She sobbed halfway there. Tai Ran said she was tired and afraid of ruining our mood. She snuck back to her room first. We felt too anxious, so we ran after her to check. Who would have thought we'd run into this horrifying scene? "Lin Han, are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Han said anxiously, "I'm completely fine, but Tai Ran used her body to block an attack for me." The little girl whispered weakly, "Brother Han, I'm very well, it's nothing." Jaime snapped, "Tai Ran, stop trying to act tough. Let me carry you to the medic right this instant." She coughed dryly, "I'm really fine, thanks to this item blocking it." She was dumbfounded. "What is this thing?" Tai Ran chuckled and explained, "It's the family heirloom 10,000-year stone left behind by my ancestors. It has the ability to block any fatal blow from any element. It's just a pity it can only be used once." Lin Han was filled with endless remorse. "Because of me, your family's treasure was blown to dust. Just trust me, Tai Ran, for this debt. I will knock some sense into the mastermind and make them compensate you adequately." Moment later, he, along with Tai Ching, aggressively stormed into Zhaoan's lair, causing the assistant to frantically report, "Clan head, we have a big emergency. The military has brought their troops to arrest the eldest young miss." He waved his hand and shouted, "Enough nonsense, step aside." The old man scowled in confusion. "Manager Yi, what is the matter for you to mobilize a whole army to turn my house upside down like this?" Tai Ching cleared his throat to assert dominance. "This is an internal affair of the military academy. Clan head Zhao, it's best you don't stick your nose into it. Zhao Yuan, you hired an assassin to take the life of my student Lin Han. I will bring you to the military court to face punishment." She threw a tantrum and completely denied it. "I didn't hire anyone. You people should stop spitting blood on others." Zhaoan took a sip of tea and arrogantly said, "Manager Yi, my granddaughter may be a bit stubborn, but the Zhao family is a prestigious clan. We don't bother using lowly tricks to suppress a nobody." Only then did Lin Han mock. "And here I thought the Zhao family was so grand and mighty. Who knew that from the old to the young? You are all equally shameless and despicable." The old man was infuriated upon hearing that. "What the hell are you? Do you think it's your turn to flap your gums and act wildly on Zhao family's territory?" Zhaoan furiously called for security. "This old man has lost all interest in arguing with a greenhorn like you. Guards, throw the guest out." Right at that moment, Tai Ching firmly warned him, "Zhaoan, are you trying to resist someone enforcing military law?" He sneered nonchalantly. The military indeed has towering authority, but this Zhao family is no small fry for others to walk all over. If you arrest someone without evidence, even if you drag this to a military court, I, Zhao, am not afraid. Hearing that, he snorted in contempt. You want concrete evidence, right? Here's a living witness. In a flash, the assassin loomed over the crowded area, taking everyone by surprise. Even he himself felt incredibly awkward at this moment of debut. Lin Han lowered his voice with a dark expression. I'm giving you one last chance to survive. Spit it out. Who poured money to hire you to snipe me? He lowered his voice to threaten. Lie even half a word, and you'll go into a cage to be a punching bag for my pets to massage for the rest of your life. The assassin hastily begged, please don't, I will confess everything. He quickly pointed the finger. It's this woman. She brought money to the organization to hire me to send Lin Han to the Yellow Springs. I've been reduced to this state all because of you. Zhao Yuan was stunned and skipped a heartbeat because of her partner's brutal betrayal. Tai Ching tilted his chin in sarcasm. You've run out of excuses now. Zhao Yuan, just obediently wait for a summons from the military court. Zhaoan panicked and shot up from his chair. Wait a minute. She hurriedly clung to his coattail and wailed, Grandpa, save me, I don't want to go to the military court. Lin Han calculated in his head, with that old geezer Zhao and shielding his granddaughter to the very end like that, he'll definitely have to bite the bullet and step up. He suddenly flew into a rage. You unfilial child, dragging the Zhao family's name into such despicable affairs outside, kneel down right now. She stammered, Grandpa, Zhaoan sharply cut her off. Shut up, kneel down and apologize to Lin Han immediately. Zhao Yuan dropped her knees to the floor. Yes, hiring thugs to take you out was my fault. Lin Han, please be magnanimous, don't hold a grudge against this lowly person. The old man smoothed things over to mediate, Brother Yi. Zhao Yuan has realized her mistakes. For the sake of my old face, I ask you to be lenient. Let's turn this big matter into a small one. Zhao covered his bases. If we throw this brat into court, even if I begrudgingly agree, the Zhao family will feel humiliated. If in the future they harbor resentment and vent it all out on little friend Lin Han here, it would be a loss for both sides. He frowned and pouted. This old fox is truly cunning, dropping sugar-coated words while hiding a knife inside, tossing all the pressure right back into my court. If I force the military to arrest Zhao Yuan and put her behind bars, the whole Zhao family will hate me to the bone. Lin Han smiled coldly. Turning the military court upside down would be mentally exhausting and a waste of time. I might as well use this excuse to fleece the Zhao family a bit. His brain working fast, he clicked his tongue. To be honest, I also don't want the Zhao family to lose face. Lin Han put on a sorrowful face and sighed. The tragedy is that my friend Tai Ran, in order to block a strike for me, sacrificed her priceless defensive family heirloom. Right after that, he emphasized every word. No matter what happens, a debt of gratitude is something I have to find a way to repay her. Zhaoan caught the signal immediately. Compensation is easy. Just tear up the draft for my granddaughter, and the Zhao family will step up to cover all the bills. Lin Han lightly threw out a biting taunt. Their family's treasure is a priceless, unique item. I'm afraid a family of the Zhao family's caliber wouldn't be able to pay it off in a lifetime, right? Zhao Yuan bristled and jumped up. Are you talking in your sleep? The treasures of my Zhao family are piled up like mountains. What is there that we can't afford to compensate? The old man turned pale and yelled loudly, shut up. Zhao cursed inwardly. Giving this brat Lin Han free rein to step into our vault will cost us a whole heap of precious items. No joke. Why did the Zhao family bloodline produce such a destructive brat? He, on the other hand, was rejoicing in his heart. Hit the jackpot this time, oh boy. Lin Han suppressed a smile and replied, then take me to the Zhao family's treasure vault for a little tour. Tai Ching added, all right, I will escort you there. Clan head Zhao surely has words worth 1,000 in gold and won't go back on them, right? He forced a distorted smile, of course. Please follow me this way. After bustling about for a while, Lin Han looked at the pile of treasures stuffed in his bag and inhaled in delight. I didn't expect to flee such a massive haul of loot from the Zhao family. I've struck it rich this time. Tai Ching scratched his head in curiosity. Lin Han, what are you hoarding so much gold, silver, and jewelry for, planning to open a pawn shop? Lin Han grinned slyly. Who told me to bear the label of a poor student overcoming hardships? Just breathing out on the streets costs money, bro. He thought to himself, but mostly it's because I have to feed 4 mouths of the gold-swallowing beast at home. To upgrade them, I burn through heavenly dragon coins and resources like water. He eagerly advised, if you're so broke, why don't you swing by the Mercenary Guild to hunt for bounties? Lin Han blinked, Mercenary Guild. Before long, he dragged himself to the mercenary square, glancing around, quite bustling. Is this the gathering place for mercenaries? Lin Han suddenly recalled Tai Ching's instructions. The Mercenary Guild is a place that rolls out a ton of money-making missions. Just register as a mercenary, grind through the jobs, and bag the corresponding rewards. He pondered, according to Manager Yi's judgment, this place is truly an excellent gold mine for grinding. While Lin Han's mind was still wandering, a snarky voice suddenly rang out. What kind of rule forbids freshmen like us from registering as mercenaries, looking down on people, huh? Lin Na fiercely retorted. The guild has established this rule for 10 generations to prevent rookies with extremely poor skills from being unable to complete missions and ending up as tasty prey for monsters to devour. She added, if you're so eager to be a mercenary, drag yourself up to sophomore year and then come back. The other party angrily turned away, a trashy dump creating such garbage rules. I wouldn't bother diving into this crap either. A second later, Lin Na's face hardened and turned grim. He strolled over and spoke up, hello miss, I'm Lin Han, a freshman from the military academy here to register. She frowned in annoyance, are you deaf or did you just not understand a single thing I just said? Freshmen are barred from entry. Lin Han waved his hand to stop her. Take it easy with the temper, just take a look at this recommendation letter first. Lin Na pushed up her glasses in suspicion, looking at the letter and grumbling, what is this thing? Her jaw dropped as she exclaimed, the signature of the military academy manager, Yi Tai Ching. Lin Na's attitude took a complete 180, wait here a bit, I'll process your paperwork right away. He smiled casually, approved, luckily I got this protective charm from Manager Yi, otherwise I would have walked until my legs went numb today just to end up with nothing. Lin Han was standing there calculating when Tian Jiao's clear voice rang out. Lin kid, he turned his head and asked in surprise, oh, what wind blew you guys over here? His friend flashed a wide smile, asking the obvious, coming out to register as mercenaries in the same boat as you so we can fight shoulder to shoulder, of course. Nian Wei added, in the same team, we stick together wherever we go. If we encounter danger, we can even carry each other and run. Tian Jiao nodded, spot on, being a mercenary lets you grind practical combat points while scraping up a bunch of rewards. Who would have the heart to pass up such a sweet deal? Su Ting, who had been quiet the whole time, suddenly reached her hand out to the center, in short. The trio shouted their slogan in unison, the Night Watchers squad is forever the best, absolutely no leaving a good friend behind, never giving up. Seeing his teammates burning with such passion, Lin Han could only offer a resigned smile, you guys are really something. Lin Han also put his hand in to join the rhythm, Night Watchers, no leaving behind, no giving up. Lin Na pouted and snorted, you greenhorns don't know your own limits. Do you think the mercenary seat is that easy to sit on? This place doesn't harbor clueless rookies coming here to play backup dancers. Tian Jiao bristled and fired back, what's wrong with being freshmen? Strength is never limited by age. With the actual capabilities of our Night Watchers squad, we have more than enough power to chew through these missions from the Mercenary Guild. The young man added a bold statement, you old hag, stop looking down on people. The woman flared up and yelled loudly, then raised her hand intending to slap Tian Jiao right in the face. You uneducated brat, who are you calling an old hag? Your skin is itching for a beating, isn't it? Unfortunately, before Lin Na's claws could touch his friend's face, they were swiftly caught by Lin Han. He glared at her with piercing eyes, trying to beat someone to a pulp just over a form of address. Your temper is really quite obnoxious, isn't it? Lin Na rubbed her reddened wrist. You actually blocked my strike. Your strength surpasses normal rookies by quite a bit. If you want to squeeze your way into the Mercenary Guild, I'll give you a chance to prove your mettle. She raised her voice to challenge, get on the arena for an exchange match. If you beat me, I'll pave the way for your whole squad to join the Mercenary Guild. Lin Na pointed her finger straight at Lin Han's face. But if you lose, Tian Jiao chimed in hastily, if we lose, we eat dirt. She laid it all out bluntly, if you bite the dust, just voluntarily pack up and scram out of here to save me the trouble, and trash that bribed paperwork of yours while you're at it. Lin Han blinked and nodded firmly, approved. The Night Watchers gang accepts this bet entirely. Moment later at the mercenary arena, students gathered noisily whispering, hey, why is there suddenly a challenge match? Heard that a bunch of gutsy rookies want to spar with the registration staff Lin Na at the main hall. That demoness is no joke. who has so much free time to go tweak a tiger's whiskers, I wonder. Lin Han tilted her chin to the sky, acting arrogant, making an allowance for you kids being newbies. All four of you come at me at once. I'd hate for rumors to spread that I'm bullying minors. Tian Jiao couldn't swallow the insult and fired back. Clearly you are looking down on our Night Watchers gang. He put the brakes on his friend. Hold it back, bro. 4 ganging up on 1, even if we win, bragging about it won't sound too glorious. Lin Han stepped up with sky-high confidence. I'll take it all. I alone am enough to send you packing. She instantly laid out a magic array. You little brat who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me show you firsthand what the power of a summoner looks like. Lin Han smirked mockingly and roared, drag yourselves out here, my legion of half-orcs. A pack of towering monsters emerged in the middle of the ring, competing to let out deafening roars. He suddenly felt his hot blood boiling. Pretty interesting, accidentally bumped into a summoner here. Rumor has it this profession is similar to a beast tamer, using summoned minions to fight on their behalf. Today let me witness with my own eyes exactly what level it is at. She widened her eyes and scowled. A beast tamer is practically an infant compared to us. Just a bunch of folks specializing in luring vicious beasts. Us summoners can drag out a whole brigade with just a wave of a flag, but to crush a puny bug like you, these 5 half-orcs are more than enough. Done talking big, Lin Han spun around and gave the order to her half-orcs, slap that brat's teeth out for me. Lin Han snapped his fingers to quickly summon a Yi to the field, casually making the call, clean up this mess of half-orcs for me, will you? She obediently clasped her hands, yes sir, master. Yi danced around, throwing a barrage of punches and kicks at them, so incredibly weak, beating them doesn't even count as scratching an itch for my bones and muscles. Just a blink of an eye later, the pack of half-orcs were knocked out flat on the arena. The monsters' corpses subsequently disintegrated slowly, leaving no trace behind. Lin Han scratched her head, unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed in horror, "This is absurd. What kind of background does your magical beast have to crush my half-orcs as easily as eating candy?" Tian Jiao shouted at the top of his lungs from outside the fence. "Lin Zai gets 10 points, that's top tier. Summoner my foot, you were so full of yourself and now karma just slapped you in the face, huh?" Hit right in the weak spot, the girl bristled with fury. "How dare you look down on me?" Lin Han let out a disdainful sneer. "You think my stuff is garbage? This time I'll broaden your horizons." She shrieked a command, "Tear his pet into 100 pieces for me." Lin Han immediately summoned Tian Gu and Xiao Zhen to appear. "Since you're being so generous, I won't politely decline anymore." He jerked his chin, instructing his subordinates to wipe out these summoned creatures completely. The whole team echoed in unison, obeying their master. He dashed forward and delivered a lightning punch. "Let's see if your skulls are thin or if my iron fist is harder." Tian Gu snorted derisively. "Loitering in front of my lightning and still daring to act arrogant, you really have a death wish." Xiao Zhen spewed a blast of hellfire. "Let this flame purify filthy monsters like you." Seeing the inevitable defeat, Lin Han finally shrieked in panic, "My half-orcs." To wrap things up, Lin Han casually drew his sword to make an appearance. He leisurely placed the sharp steel blade right against her throat, turning his opponent pale with fear. Lin Han tilted his chin and asked lightly, "How is it, big sis? Are you ready to submit to my beast taming skills now?" Lin Han's limbs went weak as she slumped onto the arena. "What the hell is going on? Where does a freshman get such terrifying power? I surrender." The bunch of half-orcs out, they're also dissolved into sea foam. Tian Jiao rushed over happily, grinning from ear to ear. "See, I wasn't wrong. Even though we're rookies, our strength is no joke. Now, can you help us complete the mercenary registration procedures, pretty lady?" Lin Han smiled and nodded in agreement. "Fine, however, the tasks currently distributed by the association are all boring beginner levels, and the pay is incredibly meager." She winked and suggested further, "But based on your group's talents, I know an absolutely ideal place to hunt for much better missions." Meanwhile, at the mercenary tavern, the atmosphere was bustling with all sorts of chaotic noises. "Where's the boss lady? I've been calling for a while. If you don't serve the booze, I'll level this place." Last trip to the Death Swamp, the whole team was wiped out. Only I managed to drag myself back. With that skill level and you still want high-tier missions, do you have a death wish? Well, our profession is basically playing with death anyway. Amidst that chaotic noise, Lin Han's group leisurely pushed the door open and walked in. The teenager spoke clearly, asking casually, "Excuse me, do you accept mercenary commissions here?" The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly quieted down, and dozens of eyes immediately shifted toward the door with extreme wariness. Tianjiao sidled up to Lin Han, whispering with heavy doubt, "Hey Linzai, is a place as complicated as this broken market really where we get premium missions? That sis Lin Na didn't trick us into a trap, did she?" Ali suddenly interrupted. "You kids are still in school, aren't you? What are you doing wandering into a tavern? This place isn't for children to play jokes around." Lin Han replied calmly, "We just officially got our mercenary tags from the association. Rumor has it that there are a lot of lucrative deals here, so we dropped by to check it out." The tavern owner smiled brightly. "Ah, I see. Just call me Ma Li, the one running this tavern. You look so young and yet you've already stepped onto this dangerous path, truly young and talented." Ma Li smacked her lips and advised, "However, the stuff I have here is like hot potatoes. Absolute rookies will get their hands burned if they touch them. You kids should just find some odd jobs to practice your skills first." Lin Han hurriedly replied, "Sis Ma Li, we—" But a gruff voice interrupted, "What's with all this noise? You snot-nosed brats, just grabbing a random piece of paper here is enough to send you all to the graveyard. Get out of my sight right now." Li Ti stumbled, resting his hand on the table, and unsteadily stood up, completely drunk. He slurred as he approached Ma Li. "Hey little sister, why waste your breath arguing with these brats? Come here and have a few drinks with me. Wouldn't it be more fun for us to have an adult chat later?" Ma Li immediately backed away, frowning. "Li Ti, you've drunk too much. Get back to your hole and stop acting like an uneducated brute here." Li Ti shamelessly pressed forward. "Why play hard to get? I've thrown God knows how much money bringing my brothers here to support this tavern. Shouldn't you let me taste a bit of sweetness?" Ma Li shouted angrily right in his face. "Get the hell out of here." In the blink of an eye, Lin Han darted forward, swinging his arm to tightly grip the drunkard's wrist. He glared, his voice turning cold and stern. "Hey old man, watch how you speak to sis Ma Li." Li Ti furiously swung his arm to shake Lin Han off, growling, "You suicidal brat, you dare interfere with my fun." Without waiting any longer, he turned his head and yelled, "Brothers, get up and teach this brat an unforgettable lesson for me." Seeing that the situation was about to turn into a chaotic mess, Ma Li hurriedly slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Everyone stay right there, no sudden moves." Her face darkened as she pointed straight at him. "Li Ti, put your weapons away right now. These kids are my guests. If you keep acting up, you'll be blacklisted from this tavern from now on, and don't even think about getting any more jobs." He ground his teeth audibly, muttering resentfully, "This bitch." Li Ti had to swallow his pride, jerking his chin and spitting on the floor before turning away. "Brat, you dared to pull the tiger's whiskers. Don't blame your bad luck later. Just wait, I've got my eyes on you." Waiting until the thugs were out of sight, Ma Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "I'm sorry you guys accidentally got dragged into trouble because of me." Lin Han laughed it off lightly. "Just a little clash, we're used to it. Sis Ma Li, hurry up and bring out that premium mission list for us to see." She nodded briskly. "All right, whatever you kids want." The words fell into the ears of the person hiding outside the door, making his anger swell even more. Tianjiao's eyes caught the enemy's sneaky behavior, and he thought to himself, "This Li Ti looks extremely shady. He must be brewing some dirty scheme. I need to make sure to warn Lin Zai to be careful." Not long after, the group of friends set foot in the silent wasteland of the Death Swamp. Renwei trembled, rubbing her arms, and commented with a shudder, "This swamp truly gives me the creeps." Tianjiao suddenly remembered and hurriedly called out, "Hey Lin Zai, earlier at the tavern, I noticed that old man Li Ti eavesdropping on our commission details. Do you think he'll play dirty behind our backs?" Lin Han waved his hand, his voice extremely calm. "Nothing to worry about. How could that drunkard have the skills to make things difficult for us? The real target in this swamp is the thorny one." As soon as he finished speaking, the mushy mud beneath their feet suddenly gurgled, shaking more and more frantically. From within the mud, a massive, hideous monster emerged and towered right in front of Lin Han. Natural reflexes kicking in, he immediately shouted to warn the whole group, "Watch out, fall back now." A horde of grotesque monsters began to surface everywhere, their mouths groaning haunting sounds. "I'm so hungry." Tianjiao pinched his nose and grimaced. "Are these the legendary abominations? Oh my god, the smell is truly horrifying." Lin Han urged, "The info card states that the miasma from these guys easily clings to people. We need to deal with them quickly." The fatty swung his blade straight at one of them, but it was as hard as a rock. He clicked his tongue. "Wow, these demons are tough as nails. Their skin and flesh are like cold steel. They won't be easy to chew." Su Ting didn't flinch at all, carrying his spear and charging forward confidently. Before my spearhead, they are just a bunch of smelly bags, a light poke and they'll be full of holes. Nian Wei stood back, quickly waving her hand to transmit energy. Everyone charge, let me boost your attack speed. Lin Han shouted loudly to summon. Yi, come out. The young girl instantly appeared, her voice clear and crisp. Yi is here, master, just leave it to me. With lightning-fast strikes, the girl quickly cleared out the monsters, grimacing in disgust as she fought. What a revolting smell, you filthy creatures, turn back to dust. The massive creatures kept collapsing one by one, sinking into the pitch-black mud. Tianjiao hurriedly wiped the dripping sweat from his forehead and exhaled heavily. Done, finally cleared the battlefield. The guy looked pityingly at the tool in his hand, lamenting. These guys are seriously tough. I only slashed a few times and it already chipped my blade. Lin Han stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, Banzai. Wait until we collect the reward later. I guarantee I'll find you a much more spectacular precious sword. Having said that, Lin Han cautiously swept his gaze around the area, secretly wondering, why is that old Li Ti still nowhere to be seen, or is he hiding in some dark corner waiting for a chance to backstab us? In that moment of negligence, from far away, a pitch-black gun barrel was silently aimed straight at him. Li Ti squinted to take aim, the flames of hatred burning fiercely. You dare rub my face in the dirt, I'll send you straight to hell. But before he could pull the trigger, Li Ti was startled by terrifying screams echoing from behind him. His henchmen were running for their lives, crying miserably, Save us, Boss Li Ti, pull me along, don't leave us behind, please boss. He stammered, his face completely drained of blood. What kind of demonic thing just spawned here? The scene became incredibly chaotic, as the Jin Mu tree began swinging lethal blows. Bodies were swatted away by branches like ragdolls, smashing against large tree trunks, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The stats panel immediately flashed bright red text, Jin Mu Tree God, level 45. Li Ti turned tail and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. He calculated in a panic, talk about terrible luck, what kind of monster is this wooden freak? No way, I need to lure it toward those brats so we can go down together. On the opposite side, Lin Han's group frowned when they heard a voice cracking in a scream, Save me, echoing in their eardrums. What on earth is that noise? The Jin Mu tree seemed to go berserk upon smelling the scent of living creatures. So much prey, slaughter them all. Lin Han frowned and analyzed. The aura of resentment radiating from this tree is overwhelmingly terrifying. It glared with bloodshot, fiery eyes, furiously raining down blows to wipe out these insignificant lives. Lin Han leaped into the air, shouting loudly to warn the team. Dodge quickly, watch out for the lethal strike. Ren Wei frowned nervously, exclaiming in astonishment, Look, it's a Jin Mu tree god. Li Ti stood peeking from a hidden corner far away, cowardly watching the battle unfold. Lin Han, completely clueless, asked, What tree god? His female friend hastily shared her knowledge. It's a monster that has existed since ancient times, extremely rare because they possess their own consciousness. They originally only hid in deep, shaded forests, and their numbers are dwindling. Due to humans destroying nature, this species had vanished for hundreds of years. Who would have thought one would pop up in this corner? The Jin Mu tree growled with immense resentment. You human scum, how dare you trespass on my sacred land? Today, I will use your flesh and blood as nutrients to nourish the tree. Its massive roots twisted and lunged straight toward the group at terrifying speed. He screamed until his throat was hoarse. Everyone spread out, dodge quickly. Nian Wei muttered while panting. Ancient books clearly state that they are a gentle, peace-loving species. Why is this tree radiating a surging murderous intent like a demon? He quickly deduced, look at its peeling, rotting bark. I bet it's been brainwashed by this swamp's miasma, just like those monsters earlier. Absolutely do not let your guard down, everyone. Suddenly, the system panel lit up with an urgent notification. Life or death mission, defeat the corrupted Jin Mu tree god. Loot, 500 beast taming points. Lin Han rejoiced internally. Good heavens, a whole 500 points. Finishing this off will let a Yi and the pets easily level up. He immediately ordered firmly, Banzai, you guys retreat to the back lines and find a place to hide right now. Leave this giant tree trunk to me. Tianjiao nodded instantly. Go for it, Linzai, but don't push yourself to death. If it's too tough, we'll just run for it. He urgently called out his companion, smiling confidently. Relax, I already have a Yi to protect me. The young girl eagerly dashed forward to besiege the monster. "Master, just stand there and watch, leave this block of wood to a Yi." But in that split second, the Jin Mu tree god suddenly spewed out a thick cloud of poisonous mist. She snorted angrily. "Do you think bringing out these measly roots can tie me up? In your dreams, darling." The monster frantically swung its branches down, forcing a Yi to clumsily jump back. She clicked her tongue in frustration. "These tangled vines are so annoying, there's basically no opening to charge in." Observing from the outside, Lin Han analyzed the situation. A Yi leans towards close-quarters combat. Even though the monster tree hasn't caught her yet, with those vines, her excess strength has no room to shine, she is completely suppressed. Standing outside the combat zone, Renwei bit her lip anxiously. "If they keep stalling like this, will Han Bro be in danger?" Tian Jiao gritted his teeth and made a decision. "If Lin Zai loses the upper hand, our whole team will risk our lives against that demon tree." Su Ting gripped his spear tightly. "Exactly, let's go all out." But before the words could cool, eerie vines slithered over, tightly binding all three of them and lifting them into the air. They screamed in panic. "We're doomed, it's too tight, we can't break free, save us, Han Bro." Tian Jiao looked pitifully at his weapon clattering to the ground. "Oh God, my precious blade." Lin Han spun around and cried out in panic, "Banzai, is everyone all right?" Without a second of hesitation, Lin Han snapped his fingers to summon Ju Yi Sword Grass into battle. Tian Jiao howled, "Lin Zai, save us." A Yi growled bitterly, "You hateful thing." The monster laughed even more maniacally. "I will squeeze you all into liquid fertilizer for my roots." Sharp sword trails tore through the wind, slicing cleanly through a series of cumbersome branches. The tree monster shrieked eerie sounds, writhing in agony. "My roots are severed, it hurts to death." Su Ting widened his eyes in astonishment. That sword strike just now was so domineering. Tian Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. "A narrow escape from death," Nian Wei hurriedly urged. "Stop the flattery, guys, this place is still stuck in a dead zone, let's run for our lives." Lin Han pointed the tip of his sword straight at the monster, boldly declaring war. "You rotten piece of wood, daring to lay a finger on my teammates, I'll strip off all your leaves and saw off your branches to use as firewood." The fatty looked at his friend with a worshipful gaze. "Lin Zai is amazing, I knew you'd get us out of trouble." The two girls also clasped their hands in admiration, saying in unison, "At the moment of life and death, Han Bro is still our #1 pillar of support." The Jin Mu tree god went truly insane, roaring furiously. "You bastards dare to snatch my delicious prey, I will chop all humans into pieces and crush you bugs that tear apart nature." An ear-piercing roar tore through their eardrums, creating an aftershock that shook everything around. Nian Wei covered her ears tightly, groaning in agony. What kind of brain-piercing sound is this? Lin Han gritted his teeth to endure the aftershock, his mind racing quickly. That mental attack is truly terrifying. Dragging this out any longer will cause trouble. I must finish this immediately. The tree monster roared triumphantly, ready to unleash a vicious attack. "Monster tree, stand there and taste my ultimate skill." The system panel immediately lit up with a notification. "Copy skill activated, berserk state, position swap technique ready, activating Cao Zai sword art." From behind, Renwei panicked and grabbed her friend's shirt to pull him back, frantic. "Stay away. Taking this full hit will either cripple you or leave you severely injured." Lin Han channeled all his power into the sword, concluding coldly, "The fun ends here." A brutal storm-like burst of sword aura crashed straight down onto the Jin Mu tree's head. As the aftershock passed, the scene was now just a chaotic mess of blinding dust and sand. The rough tree trunk suddenly underwent a strange reaction, transforming continuously. The Jin Mu tree muttered in bewilderment. "What is happening to my body? Why do I feel like I just woke up from a lingering nightmare that lasted for centuries?" Lin Han frowned in confusion. "What the hell is this? The monster tree?" Oh wait, the Jin Mu tree god was just purified and regained its consciousness. He then spoke up to explain, "Tree god, your mind was just corroded by this swamp's miasma." The Jin Mu tree was stunned for a moment before remembering. "Corroded? Right, my memories are flooding back." The ancient tree coughed a few times, slowly and thoughtfully recounting. "More than 4 centuries ago, I retreated to this desolate swamp to escape the world. Who would have thought I'd get infected by this damn poisonous gas, leaving me drifting in endless illusions all these years? Thankfully, you all gave your best to neutralize it, allowing my spiritual mind to awaken and escape from this muddy bog." The Jin Mu tree choked up and concluded, "The tragic part is, the source of life inside me has dried up to the last drop, my spark of life is about to wither away." Lin Han gasped, How could that be? An old branch reached out and gently rubbed the teenager's shoulder to comfort him. Do not fret, young man, it is time for me to reunite with my ancestors in the afterlife. This life-saving grace must be properly repaid. The purest core of mine, when I dissipate, will belong to you all. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. The massive figure of the Jin Mu tree gradually faded into sparkling dots of light. Farewell, little friends. As soon as it finished speaking, a brilliantly glowing divine weapon suddenly hovered amidst the mist. The system screen reported the details. Equipment, Jin Mu Blade. Attribute, Unlimited Evolution. Ultimate Skill, Jin Mu Blade /. Lin Han received the sword with both hands, stunned in amazement. Wow, this weapon. Tian Jiao's eyes lit up like headlights as he howled. It's an item bestowed by the ancient tree god. Lin Zai, your luck is seriously top-notch. The guy shook his head and refused lightly. I'm used to using Jiu Yi sword grass. Holding on to this would just be redundant. Banzai, your tool was chipped just now, right? I'll give this premium item to you. His chubby friend scratched his head shyly. Such a massive reward, how can I have the face to accept it? Lin Han scanned the surroundings again, thinking to himself, where did that bastard Li Ti disappear to? He probably smelled trouble and tucked his tail between his legs to sneak away, right? Lin Han clicked his tongue and urged, come on, Banzai, take your time fondling the new gear later. It's getting dark, let's head back to the tavern and wrap up the mission. Tian Jiao joyfully hoisted the blade onto his shoulder, smiling brightly. So awesome, incredibly cool. Hiding in the bushes, Li Ti ground his teeth and cursed. Damn it! I thought they'd become fertilizer for the tree, who knew they not only had such stubborn lives but also snagged some top-tier loot. Just wait until this news spreads through the underworld, that precious blade will be your grave. Returning to the bustling tavern, Lin Han approached the counter and greeted, Sisma Li, we've returned victorious. The commission to kill 20 abominations out in the swamp is all done. I even took their signature claws and put them in my spatial bag as proof. Ma Li widened her eyes in admiration. Good heavens, such a terrifyingly difficult mission, and you kids cleared it out completely. I really can't believe my eyes. Tian Jiao puffed out his chest and boasted proudly to the heavens. Piece of cake, we even beat the crap out of the poison Jin Mu tree god, and casually picked up the divine weapon Jin Mu blade too. Our Lin Zai is top-notch, carrying the team and clearing the chaos flawlessly. Lin Han quickly nudged him with his elbow to warn him. Stop showing off, man. Walls have ears here. If you slip your tongue, everyone will be eyeing us to tear us apart. Suddenly, a sour, sarcastic voice rang out from behind. Not much real strength, just got lucky and hit the jackpot on a few petty missions, and now you're crowing so loudly. Truly a bunch of country bumpkins who haven't experienced the real world. Lin Han furrowed his brows slightly. The surrounding crowd immediately parted, everyone recognizing that the gang stepping forward was none other than the Kai Jia demon hunting group. Wang Kai swaggered closer, his lips curled in contempt. A few wet-behind-the-ears rookies get lucky and complete a bothersome gold-tier request, and you already think you're the center of the universe. Ali leaned into Lin Han's ear and whispered, Ignore them, that's the Kai Jia group, the strongest faction in this area. They rely on their power, so they're used to being arrogant and unreasonable. Lin Han frowned in thought. How strange, we don't know each other at all, yet they suddenly come to provoke us. They clearly have a purpose targeting us. The young master secretly recalled the drunkard's secret report. How could that brat Lin Han have the strength to chew up a gold-tier mission? I saw with my own eyes a demon tree emerge and wipe out the abominations. Then that wooden monster dropped dead because its lifespan ended, leaving behind the premium Jin Mu blade intact. Oh. Wang Kai thought triumphantly to himself. Listening to Li Ti's description, these small fries are paper-thin, they have no real skills. Snatching everything this time will be too easy. He pointed his finger arrogantly. A divine weapon like the Jin Mu blade being held by you trash is truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Our Kai Jia demon hunting group wants to throw down the gauntlet and challenge you. If you've got the guts, step up and accept the duel. Lin Han widened his eyes in surprise and asked back, what kind of rule allows such abrupt duel challenges? Ali explained kindly, that's the unspoken rule in the mercenary world. When there's a dispute, both sides can use force on the arena to resolve it. The one who initiates it must fork out 100,000 Tianlong coins as a fee. Whichever side gets knocked out has to pay 5 times that in compensation, along with having to grit their teeth and obey one unconditional command from the winner. Lin Han gently rubbed his chin and chuckled lightly. Wow, 100,000 Tianlong currency just to buy a ticket to the arena, Bro, swiping money without batting an eye like this. Looks like your pockets are quite deep, huh? Wang Kai stuck his nose up to the sky, laughing smugly. Of course, greenhorn rookies like you wouldn't even touch that wad of cash if you grinded your whole lives. If you're scared, just obediently hand over the Jin Mu blade to settle this. Ali hurriedly grabbed Lin Han's arm to dissuade him. Absolutely do not act impulsively. Wang Kai is insolent, but his strength is formidable. Behind him are 4 hardcore female bodyguards, not to mention the invulnerable armor he's wearing. You can hit it forever and it won't pierce. The teenager winked, smiling mischievously. Thanks for the reminder, Sis Molly, I have my own plans. Molly nodded. Yeah, it's good that you know to listen to advice. But in the very next second, Lin Han firmly concluded, all right, I accept your dual challenge. Ma Li and Tian Jiao both dropped their jaws at the same time, exclaiming in horror, Wah, what? Outside the arena, the crowd whispered and gossiped. Wow, it's been quiet lately, now there's finally a good show to watch. Wait, isn't that young Master Wang Kai from the Kai Jia group, with that divine armor who could punch through it? Who's bold enough to go one-on-one with him? Huh, his face looks completely unfamiliar, a rookie. Not keeping the crowd waiting for long, Lin Han's group poisedly stepped straight onto the fighting arena. Wang Kai sneered with full arrogance. Having the guts to step up here to take a beating, I'll make you lose all your face. You 4, go handle this bunch of ignorant punks who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth for this young master. The subordinates behind shouted in unison. Understood. The female head bodyguard swung her weapon and charged forward, shouting loudly, Sisters, make mincemeat out of them. The group behind roared in response. Orders received. Tianjiao curled his lips in disdain. What a coward, hiding behind your teammates so they can act as human shields for you. Lin Zai, hold off on making a move this time. Let me test the power of this Jin Mu blade. Lin Han crossed his arms and smiled. Okay, I'll yield the stage to you. Go wild, let them know how formidable the Night Watchers are. Wang Kai's bodyguards chuckled faintly in challenge. HMPH, keep your eyes open and watch us send you darlings to your graves. Tian Jiao smirked. Let's see if your shells are sturdy or if my precious blade is sharper. Ren Wei stood in the back, angrily scolding. Daring to look down on Night Watchers like us, prepare to pay the price. 2 female bodyguards coordinated smoothly, splitting into 2 paths and swinging their weapons as they charged straight toward Tian Jiao. But with just one swift blade strike, Tian Jiao blasted away all obstacles blocking his path. The henchwomen's formation immediately fell into chaos, crying out in panic, We're in big trouble. Banzai laughed in sheer delight. The Jin Mu blade is truly invincible in this world, incredibly handy. Riding the momentum, Tian Jiao gathered his strength, preparing to deliver a fatal slash to the opponents. Right after that, the entire arena space was filled only with frantic screams. Eldest sister, watch out. Second sister, dodge quickly. Su Ting carried his spear and lunged into the battle, reminding one of the women. Where are you looking? Your opponent is right here, you damn fool. From behind, Nian Wei launched a mind control spell, smirking. Stepping into the martial arena with a panicked mind is a big taboo. The bodyguards immediately tumbled onto the floor. Wang Kai stood on the outside, yelling furiously, You useless trash, get up and keep fighting for me. The girls could only hold their shoulders and groan, Oh God, what happened to my shoulder? Tian Jiao casually strolled forward with his blade over his shoulder, smirking mockingly. The young master's team of nannies has all collapsed, now it's your turn on the chopping block. Wang Kai maintained his arrogant attitude, tilting his head up and snorting, HMPH. Banzai channeled his strength into a slash, but the blade bounced back, startling him. What the hell, impossible? Wang Kai burst into triumphant laughter. Naive, you think your Jin Mu blade is the only treasure? My family's heirloom armor isn't made of papier-mâché. Wang Kai growled in contempt. You fatso, you don't deserve to hold that precious blade. Su Ting turned pale and shouted, Banzai, fall back. Nian Wei pressed her forehead in dismay. This is tense. If even the Jin Mu blade is ineffective against that turtle armor, what do we do now? Wang Kai laughed maniacally, pointing his weapon to pronounce the sentence. Close your eyes and accept your death. Tian Jiao gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. Bastard. Sensing the disadvantageous situation, Lin Han immediately snapped his fingers, calling out Ju Yi sword grass into battle. In just the blink of an eye, he instantly teleported right next to the target, shouting loudly, Taste my sword. Wang Kai clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably with full contempt. The Jin Mu blade couldn't even pierce my armor. You think your measly sword is going to scratch my paint? But the moment the sword tip touched, an ear-piercing crack rang out, and the sturdy armor began to fracture into pieces. The smile on Wang Kai's lips vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic. Wah, what? Right after that, an invisible repulsive force blasted Wang Kai flying far away, tumbling onto the arena floor. He lay dragging himself on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with indignation as he screamed, "My family's heirloom armor is torn apart. The treasure I had to beg and plead until my tongue fell out for my family to let me bring out." The humiliation drove Wang Kai insane. He roared savagely, "I will kill you." Watching his opponent frantically rushing over with messy punches, Lin Han coldly analyzed. This attack has absolutely no technique. Stripped of his protective shell and his backup, he is fundamentally just a harmless, ordinary guy. He pointed his sword tip, apathetically pronouncing the sentence, "Today, I will shatter your title of invincibility." A lightning-fast sword strike swept past, tearing through the wind and lightly grazing the arrogant fool's body. Wang Kai was shocked to his core by that move, standing completely frozen in place. His limbs went weak, and his mouth stammered soundlessly. What kind of terrifying sword strike is this?" Ma Li's jaw dropped as she stood frozen. Could this be Lin Han's true capability? He hides his cards so well, truly deep and unfathomable. Tian Jiao nodded in agreement. "Exactly, sis. A lot of times I don't even know where Lin Zai's power ceiling is." Nian Wei proudly chimed in. "As long as we have Han Bro backing us up, our team won't fear any enemy." Wang Kai cowardly dropped to his knees, whining and pleading, "Don't kill me, I beg you. If you have to kill that bunch of trash over there. As long as you spare my life, I'll call my mom to bring a mountain of money to compensate you." Lin Han just blandly grunted, Tian Jiao clutched his stomach, laughing wildly. "Good lord, turns out he's just a mama's boy. Starting tomorrow, your Kai Jia team should change its name to the Mama's Boy Gang. Consider that the punishment for the loser." The surrounding audience gasped in awe, clapping and cheering. The Night Watchers are invincible, truly the rising stars of the Mercenary Association this year. Ma Li smiled in praise. "Lin Han, it looks like the association's prejudice against rookies is about to be smashed to pieces by you guys." The scene shifted back to the peaceful atmosphere at the military academy's campus. Xiao Zhen swooped into Lin Han's embrace, nuzzling affectionately. Being favored to keep the master company today, Xiao Zhen was incredibly happy. He nodded with a soft secretly calculating in his mind. All this time, he had been dragging the whole team to grind missions continuously, and all of Ma Li's backlogged commissions had been completely cleared. Yi's Beast team had grinded so much that they were exhausted, collapsing into deep sleep every day. Lin Han silently finalized his goal. "In this situation, I need to find another method to continue upgrading the Night Watcher's strength." While he was deep in thought, Tian Jiao ran over from afar as fast as his legs could carry him, calling out abruptly, "Lin Zai!" He was startled, looking confused. Lin Han looked at his friend in confusion. "Ban Zai, were you chased by a ghost or something? Why are you sweating buckets?" Tian Jiao panted, chuckling. "Jaime told me to run out here and tell you some earth-shattering news." A moment later, Jaime met up with them and got straight to the point. "Lin Han, I just caught some absolutely massive news." She excitedly blurted out a whole string of words. The military faction is about to unlock the intermediate Huan Su realm. This time, the playground is mainly for academies to nominate their elites for actual combat. Lin Han nodded in response. The Huan Su realm is a virtual training ground model invented by the military, helping to grind massive combat experience without worrying about dying. "I've tasted the trials there once before," Banzai hurriedly corrected. "Hey, last time you went was just a beginner's ticket. This intermediate zone is a really hot potato. Rumor has it that it hasn't lit up in 10 years. If our team can score tickets to train in there, I guarantee our strength will skyrocket to infinity." Jaime's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am also planning to ask for a backup ticket. Missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would break my heart." He made a quick decision. "How can I refuse such a sweet deal? Let's go. I will head over to Manager Yi Tai Ching's office and ask how to secure a spot." The scene shifted to Yi Tai Ching's office. Lin Han gently pushed the door and peeked in. "Is Teacher Yi not here?" In that split second, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed a terrifying murderous aura. The system alarm rang out. Malicious intent detected. A potential enemy is approaching the host. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Han caught a glimpse of a dark shadow darting in from his blind spot. He skillfully dodged and shouted, "Who goes there?" With lightning-fast reflexes, Lin Han grabbed the attacker's wrist. He strictly interrogated, "How bold, daring to sneak into the military academy for an assassination? Which assassin organization are you working for?" Chen Fenghua ignored his words, continuously unleashing a flurry of vicious punches and kicks at the target. Lin Han had to jump backward to maintain a safe distance. He scanned the figure in front of him, secretly praising, "What sharp and agile movement skills." The mysterious girl was like a tornado, continuing to close in and pressure Lin Han. Unable to just stand and watch, he immediately summoned Yi sword grass to intercept. The two weapons clashed harshly, sparking brilliant electrical flashes. He parried while analyzing. A true professional assassin, her strikes are both lightning fast and cunning. On the other side, Fenghua also frowned. "This kid's defense is too tight, I can't find a single blind spot." The shockwave from the heavy collision pushed both of them flying back to opposite corners of the room. Lin Han channeled his power into the sword, activating the grass sword art. Fenghua was not one to be outdone, instantly countering with the deadly bone-shifting blade. Right at the tense moment, Yi Tai-ching kicked the door open and shouted, "Both of you stop right now." He frowned sternly. "Chen Fenghua, you should also restrain yourself, that is enough joking around." Lin Han stared in surprise. "Teacher Yi, do you know this female assassin?" Yi Tai-ching sighed and nodded. "Yeah, this is a senior student of our academy, Chen Fenghua, majoring in the assassin class." Lin Han gasped, stuttering, "Senior sister." The girl casually took off her mask, smirking in praise. "Your skills are pretty good, kid. I officially approve you joining the team, becoming the 5th member to hold a ticket to the Huan Su realm." He still couldn't process the information in time. "Wait, what do you mean by the 5th person?" Yi Tai-ching stepped in to explain. "The thing is, the military has recently restored the mid-tier Huan Su realm, and each school is only granted exactly 5 invitation slots." He continued explaining the situation. "I have finalized the plan to assign the heavy responsibility of this trial to Fenghua's 4-person squad, and as for the last slot." Fenghua quickly cut in. "Teacher Yi favored a first-year sprout like you for it. My purpose for coming here was to test if you have what it takes to fight side by side with us through life and death in there." The senior sister smiled friendlily and reached out her hand. "Your performance just now was very good. Welcome to my squad." Yi Tai-ching clapped his hands in conclusion. "Since you have acknowledged Lin Han's strength, let's lock it in. You guys will depart tomorrow morning." But right at the crucial moment, Lin Han poured cold water on them. "Hold on a second, teacher. When did I ever say I wanted to join senior sister's team?" Fenghua's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" Yi Tai-ching hurriedly reminded. "Lin Han, the mid-tier Huan Su realm is not a place where anyone can just walk in." Fenghua was stunned. "Lin Han, are you going to pass up such a sweet deal served right on a silver platter?" He smiled with determination. "Precisely because the reward is too good, I want to take the whole package and bring my own teammates in to join as well." The girl's face hardened as she fiercely retorted, "Then there is no way I am giving up this golden opportunity and letting my teammates suffer either. My squad has those tickets on lock." Saying that, Fenghua drew her weapon and took a stance again. "If both sides want to secure the tickets for their own team, then let's decide this with martial prowess. Winner takes all." Lin Han smirked with delight. "Perfectly reasonable, I have been waiting for this." The girl's eyes flashed with an ice-cold glare. "The rules are set, so let's get started." Fenghua secretly calculated in her head. "This kid is not simple, I must suppress him right from the first minute." Lin Han's toes lightly touched the floor before he leaped, with incredibly graceful posture. He chuckled and suggested, "This room is too small, I'm afraid my skills will smash the furniture. Senior sister, how about we take this outside to an open field for a comfortable spar?" Hearing that, Fenghua nodded immediately. "Outside it is, I will take on whatever you throw at me." In the blink of an eye, Lin Han dashed out and landed neatly in the middle of a wide grassy field. He pointed his sword forward, gently reminding, "Be careful, senior sister, I don't know the meaning of holding back." Lin Han immediately activated his copied skill Yellow Flame, roaring, "Taste this heat." A brilliant flame carrying terrifying destructive power erupted, scorching a whole section of space. Yi Tai-ching stood watching from the sidelines, his eyes wide in shock at that terrifying power. Fenghua glanced at the rolling sea of fire, calmly raising her blade to block. "These little fire tricks are useless against me, kid." Yi Tai-ching patted his chest and muttered to himself, This Lin Han kid's attacks are truly ruthless, not yielding to his senior sister even a little bit. He praised with amusement, worthy of the assassin class, moving so fast that you even leave afterimages. If physical attacks can't catch up to your pace, I will have to use this trump card. The system announced the activation, copied Skill Thunder Blast. Feng Hua turned pale. Huh, what? Her brain started racing. His file says he studies the Beast Taming System, right? Why is he summoning lightning out of nowhere? The girl then unleashed her power, sneering. Do you think a few petty tricks can stop my advance? Utilizing her signature skill Phantom Kill, she dashed forward while taunting. No matter how versatile your skills are, they can't match the number of my clones. Lin Han observed the battlefield, secretly admiring her in his heart. Truly a top-tier assassin, her skills are no joke. Since it's like this, I will have to go all out against you. Not giving the opponent a chance to seize control, Lin Han continuously spammed the copied Skill Thunder Blast. Feng Hua was immediately backed into a corner, struggling to defend. Block it. The young man switched elements again, following up with another yellow flame. Lin Han smirked and clapped his hands in applause. Great ultimate skill, this trick of mixing the real with the fake is truly confusing. Finding an opening, Feng Hua unleashed her specialty 7 steps 1 kill and rushed in to counterattack. He refused to step back, swinging the grass sword art to meet her head-on. The battleground turned into a chaotic mess of thick smoke and dust, with both sides trading fierce blows. Lin Han blinked and looked around, his brain slightly lagging. Huh, am I surrounded by illusions and clones? Seizing the moment, Feng Hua appeared out of nowhere, smiling triumphantly. You looked at the wrong target, Junior. But he only smiled and spun around, finally lured your main body out. Feng Hua paused, clicking her tongue in praise. Well done, Junior, your reflexes are very sharp. The girl sneered, pouring all her strength into her knife strike. Let's see what you will use to cover this gap this time. But Lin Han's figure in front of the knife suddenly blurred and evaporated completely. Feng Hua froze in place. Huh, what is this? She was utterly confused. You can also use clone techniques. Lin Han calmly spoke up. You are mistaken, that wasn't a clone at all, just an afterimage left behind from my positional swap skill. The girl began to lose her cool, gritting her teeth and charging forward. Wipe that smug look off your face, this match is not over yet. But before she could strike, Feng Hua took a flawless counterattack head-on, exclaiming in horror. What? Lin Han's sharp sword stopped just an inch away from the girl's neck. Feng Hua let out a sigh and dropped her arms in surrender. Sigh, okay, I lost this round. Lin Han sheathed his sword and laughed it off. To be honest, our speeds are evenly matched. It's just that my sword is a bit longer than your weapon, so I got lucky and seized the chance. The girl waved her hand and walked away in frustration. Just drop the false modesty. A loss is a loss. Besides, you were holding back your beast summons the whole time, you didn't even go all out. Lin Han covered his mouth and chuckled inwardly. Actually, Jiu Yi sword grass is my pet. It's just that its outward appearance looks exactly like a weapon, so everyone got fooled. Suddenly Yi Tai Ching interjected. Wait, your night watchman squad only has 4 people, leaving exactly 1 slot open. Fitting Feng Hua in would make it perfect. The girl shook her head decisively. I don't play that way, I only want to advance or retreat with my own comrades. Teacher Yi scratched his head in frustration. Even if we stuff your entire squad into the Huan Su realm, there is still 1 blank trial ticket left. Lin Han, you have really thrown me a difficult problem. He chuckled to ease the tension. I have already found the perfect candidate for this 5th slot, don't worry, teacher. Some time later, a bumpy bus ride crossed the golden, dusty desert. Lin Han stretched and let out a long yawn. Sitting in the car for 7 or 8 hours, we are finally here. Long Tianjiao looked around with deep suspicion. Weird, why is the mid-tier Huan Su realm built in this middle of nowhere? Just then, an announcement echoed. All students from various schools are requested to line up neatly and follow order while moving into the training base. The chubby guy nudged his friend, curiously asking, Hey Lin, didn't you secure the 5th Huan Su realm slot? Besides the 4 of us brothers, who gets that special privilege? Suddenly, a familiar, sharp voice called out from afar. Brother Han. Jaime stood waving her arms frantically from a distance. Brother Han, I have been looking until my eyes turned red. Lin Han pointed at her, smiling as he finalized. There, the mysterious 5th member has made her appearance. Su Nian Wei happily rushed over and hugged her best friend tightly. Jaime, this is awesome, you got a ticket here too. The girl smiled brightly, returning the hug. Hee hee, it's all thanks to Brother Han generously granting me this golden slot, right in that corner. Su Ting smiled radiantly and spoke up. I knew the fifth person to finalize the list would definitely be you. Wasn't just the girls, Tianjiao also grinned widely and gave Lin Han a thumbs up, praising his extremely accurate decision. He then calmly explained that the information about the Huan Su realm was originally brought by Hai Mei, not to mention her combat abilities were fully deserving of this participation slot. Just as the group was chatting enthusiastically, an urgent voice interrupted, "You students over there, stop gossiping and quickly move inside." A moment later, inside a room filled with the most state-of-the-art and advanced equipment. Tianjiao looked around, constantly marveling, this place is definitely the military's world-renowned technology room, the birthplace of the Huan Su realm, it's full of peak technology. Right at that moment, Wu Lei greeted them enthusiastically, welcome students to the mid-tier Huan Su realm trial. This test will be divided into 3 main stages. As he explained, to kick things off, each person will be surrounded by a horde of monsters. The first stage is an individual challenge. You must rely on yourselves to fight in the simulated environment. Next, those who survive Stage 1 will enter the knockout matchmaking phase in Stage 2. The system will randomly select 2 people to enter the arena. The last one standing will advance until only 3 faces remain. In the final stretch, the 3 most outstanding individuals will clash in a deathmatch, and the one who claims the throne will be the absolute champion. Wu Lei immediately pointed to the side door. Now, the first individual instance stage officially begins. Everyone, choose a teleportation pod to enter the virtual dimensions and charge into battle. Lin Han stepped forward, pumping his fist with burning determination to encourage them. All brothers must do your best to clear the stage. Remember that our Night Watchman squad is carrying the honor of the military academy on our shoulders. The stat board displayed Lin Han profession, Tier 4 Beast Taming Warlord Hidden Class Skills, Lifeblood Contract, Spatial Beast Taming, Summon Beast, Malicious Intent Detection, Wings of Lightning. Copied Skills, Eagle Eye, Listen, Merge, Venomous Sting, Stealth, Transpose, Perceptual Barrier. Following him was Tianjiao. The guy smirked arrogantly in response, sweet. Just watch as this young master clears this instance the fastest. Data reported Long Tianjiao profession, Tier 3 Elite Berserker Skills, Golden Eyes, Blade Slash. Right after, Su Ting also spoke up with a blazing will, I will definitely bring home the victory. The system announced Su Ting profession, Tier 3 Elite Knight Skills, Blood Rage Strike, Berserk Knight, Whirlwind Slash, Backthrust Spear, sweeping the thousands. Su Nianwei was not to be outdone, immediately chiming in, I will also give it my all, I won't hold back a single ounce of strength. The screen instantly displayed text Su Nianwei profession, Tier 3 Elite Tracking Master Skills, Beast Tracking, Object-Based Person Search, Speed Boost, Spirit Turtle Technique, Fusion Technique. Hai Mei carried a steely gaze, boldly declaring, I absolutely will not let this opportunity go down the drain. Data confirmed Hai Mei profession, Tier 3 Elite Archer Skills, Precision, Rapid Fire, Long Shot, Frost Arrow, Sun Shooting, Divine Arrow, Limit Break Skill. After a few brief words of advice, the 5-person squad immediately dispersed, proudly stepping into their own battlefields. The Night Watchman squad officially marched out. A few short minutes passed, and Lin Han smoothly set foot in the illusion zone. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears, Contestant Lin Han has entered the match, currently generating a gold-tier instance for you. Hearing the difficulty level, the young man immediately pouted in disdain. This gold level is too easy, isn't there anything harder? The blue control panel instantly responded, you are authorized to challenge the diamond tier instance. Please note, the difficulty of the instance and the strength of the monsters in the Huan Su realm far exceed normal missions. Players are advised to consider carefully. Making a final decision, Lin Han raised an arm decisively. I choose to go big with the diamond instance. He also thought to himself, I went through so much trouble to get a spot here, it would be foolish not to enjoy the ultimate challenge. A blinding light enveloped his body, and the simulated scenery all around shifted dizzily. An inorganic voice rang out, confirming the unlock of the diamond instance. The opponents are the Ice Flame Demon Lions, wishing the player a safe clearance. Midst the bone-chilling white snow, a pack of Ice Flame Demon Lions suddenly emerged, their stats clearly showing level 51. Lin Han didn't hesitate and immediately summoned his lineup of pets, a Yi, Tiangu, Zhao Zhen, show your faces and get to work. As soon as Tiangu appeared, she spoke in a sweet voice, at your command, master. Yi was already swinging her limbs to warm up. I've been itching for a fight. I was almost suffocating to death from boredom. On the other side of the battlefield, the pack of ice flame demon lions roared, charging forward like a storm. His beasts also charged forward with burning fervor. Xiao Zhen fiercely roared, "Your grandma is here to pluck your fur." Right after, Tiangu also coldly reminded, "Clean them up neatly, don't hesitate. Don't make master anxious." A Yi, who was overly excited, threw out a taunt, "Hey little kittens, stick your snouts up and eat your sister's punches." She decisively unleashed a continuous barrage of punches, easily sending an ice flame demon lion to the afterlife. A notification popped up, "Received 7,289 experience points, get out of my sight." In another corner, Tiangu waved her hand, "Raining down lightning, open your mouths and catch my thunderbolts," and the system chimed again with 7,289 experience points. As for Xiao Zhen, she incinerated the monster pack with a rolling sea of fire. "How can you petty brats withstand the heat of my flames?" Lin Han stood leisurely watching the continuous stream of report texts popping up, evaluating in his mind. "You have just leveled up to 36, 37, then 38, all stats have skyrocketed. The thrill of the mid-tier Huan Su realm is that slaughtering virtual monsters still earns real experience. At this rate, the day I break through to tier 5 is not far off." A moment later, Yi smiled with immense satisfaction. "Beating these guys up feels so good." Tiangu elegantly tucked a messy strand of hair, casually dropping a remark, "These insignificant fries aren't qualified to be our punching bags." Xiao Zhen, on the other hand, turned around and acted spoiled towards Lin Han. "Master, was Xiao Zhen's performance just now to your liking?" He smiled gently and coaxed her, "Very pleased, absolutely excellent." Lin Han leisurely walked closer to the monster corpses, muttering, "But this is way too easy, isn't the diamond label a bit exaggerated?" Right at that moment, the system alarm suddenly blared a warning, preparing to enter the finale of the test. "The danger level in the final stage is extremely terrifying. Non-combat professions, please protect your lives." He immediately braced himself and took a stance. "I knew it, there's no way it would be this smooth sailing." As if waiting for that exact moment, the gigantic figure of the Ice Flame Demon Lion King loomed right before his eyes. Ice Flame Demon Lion King level 61, rare high-tier ferocious beast species. As soon as they clashed, Lin Han's fighting spirit boiled, truly worthy of being the final boss of the Diamond stage. Just looking at its interface gives off pressure. "Leave this Demon Lion King to me, you guys handle the remnants around us." The three beauties Yi, Xiao Zhen, and Tiangu immediately answered in unison, "Understood, master." After dividing the formation, he gripped his sword tightly and darted forward like an arrow, Ju Yi sword grass. Midst the swarming horde, the boss Demon Lion King suddenly sprang up into the air. In less than a blink of an eye, it closed in on Lin Han, smashing its sharp claws straight down at the top of his head. Lin Han tilted his body to dodge, secretly praising in his heart, "Pretty good boss, just the aura alone surpasses those little kittens from earlier." The Ice Flame Demon Lion King continued to unleash a barrage of magic, dual extreme of ice and fire. This greeting is quite intense. At this time, Xiao Zhen, standing with the sisterhood, hurriedly asked, "We finally cleared our side. Do we need to run over and give Master a hand?" Yi immediately glared and replied with absolute certainty, "He has never known the word defeat." Tiangu frowned and assessed, "That boss looks tough, but it absolutely doesn't have the skills to beat Master." On the main front, Lin Han pointed the sword straight up, and a green light enveloped his body. "Try blocking this slash." At this moment, the Ice Flame Demon Lion King also frantically opened its jaws, inhaling a massive amount of spiritual energy. Just a blink later, a terrifying wave of energy was spat directly at Lin Han. Facing the mountain-moving and sea-filling power of the boss, he gathered his strength and gripped the sword tightly to block. "Let's see if your ice flame is tougher, or if my Ju Yi sword is invincible." As soon as the words left his mouth, a jade-green sword aura cleaved through space, directly shattering the monster's attack in an instant. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Tiangu, standing next to Xiao Zhen, couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Our master truly possesses unparalleled strength." The exact moment the slash cleaved the boss in half and created a massive explosion, the system screens also chimed simultaneously. Congratulations to the player for successfully conquering the Diamond instance. Congratulations on setting a new record with a time of 10 minutes and 20 seconds, record holder Lin Han. The reward received is the spiritual armor. In 30 seconds, your consciousness will automatically exit the system, looking forward to seeing you again. At the same time, inside the control room, the stern-faced secretary spoke up, reporting to the superior, recorded 10 individuals who survived the first stage. Among them, 9 successfully cleared the gold instance. Only the student named Lin Han swept through the hidden diamond instance. His combat stats also blew all the others out of the water. Just then, sitting on the adjacent chair was a woman with cascading black hair. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, glued to the tablet screen. Oh, there's a talent of this caliber. This woman was none other than Xia Chen, the chief of staff of the military forces. The video playing on the screen happened to capture the exact moment Lin Han cleaved the final boss in half. After observing, Xia Chen issued an order, a beast tamer who devoured a hidden diamond instance. This kid is not simple. Extract his full background file for me. Simultaneously, teleport those who passed the round to the void arena, ready for stage 2. As soon as she finished speaking, a clear response rang out, understood. Hearing the acknowledgement, she gently stroked her chin in deep thought, her eyes flashing with expectation as she thought to herself, Lin Han, let's see just how much more you can surprise me in the next test. At the same time, on Lin Han's side, Yi had sharply scanned the surroundings. Master, the scenery here has changed again. He looked around for a moment, then deduced, looks like we are being pushed to the next round. Yi, all of you return to the beast taming space first. She obediently agreed. A moment later, as Lin Han's consciousness just detached from the illusion, his footsteps suddenly halted due to the scene unfolding before his eyes. Standing in front was a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, deeply engrossed in a chat. If this sour gold difficulty were brought out to the real world, we would have been chewed up by beasts long ago. Who would have thought the opening solo stage would wipe out 90% of the contestants? The mid-tier Huan-Su realm truly lives up to its notorious reputation. Luckily, I managed to drag myself through. I wonder when the next round will kick off. At this time, his teammates also gradually arrived. Tian Jiao was still waving cheerfully. Hey Lin, you finally showed your face. I knew these trivial stages were just child's play to you. Lin Han turned to look at his brothers, immediately checking the head count, whereas Su Nian Wei. Su Ting looked at him, shaking his head frankly. She got knocked out. There was no other way. After all, she has a support profession, making her solo a gold instance left her with no chance of winning. Hearing this, Lin Han gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. No problem, having the chance to gain experience in the Huan-Su realm is already something highly valuable. I believe she must have drawn a lot of experience from that encounter earlier. Tian Jiao, unable to contain his curiosity, spoke up. The wild beasts the 3 of us faced in the gold instance were really tough. Hey Lin, what did your gold-tier monsters look like? Before the young man could open his mouth, a loud shout grabbed the attention of the whole crowd. Look guys, the Stage 1 leaderboard is updated. Floating blue board majestically appeared in midair. Position number 1, Lin Han, Military Academy, Diamond Difficulty, completion time 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Position number 2, Luoxiang, Northern Heaven Academy, Gold Difficulty, completion time 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Position number 3, Bai Tianyi, Azure Sage Academy, Gold Difficulty, completion time 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Catching sight of the champion's record, the surrounding contestants instantly erupted. Top 1 went for the diamond instance. Rumor has it the difficulty of this diamond stage is 10 times harder than gold. Just what kind of freak is this guy Lin Han? Contrary to the crowd's commotion, Su Ting awkwardly looked away, his tone filled with admiration. Brother Han, you are truly a god. Hai Mei standing in front also praised incessantly, you left us in the dust by more than just a few levels. Tian Jiao threw an arm over his friend's shoulder, playfully teasing, hey Lin, are you planning to leave us brothers any room to catch up? Lin Han laughed heartily, just cling tightly to your big bro's thigh, bro will carry you to the clouds. Hearing the narcissistic reply, the chubby guy immediately pressed his palms together in a mocking bow, I'll pass, which made Lin Han burst into laughter. In the midst of this, in a corner not far away, there were 2 malicious glares locked onto their group. It was none other than the 2 runners-up, Bai Tianyi and Luoxiang. Tianyi scowled, speaking with resentment. Northern Heaven Academy and Azure Sage Academy deployed 5 people each, yet only 2 made it through. How the hell did that little brat devour a diamond instance? Luoxiang beside him smiled maliciously, coming up with a venomous plan. If we let that Lin Han step all over us, then the military academy will swallow all the glory. The 2 of us must form an alliance to suppress their side, especially that thorn in our eyes, Lin Han. The proposition struck right at the other's dark desires, and both eagerly shook hands. You're absolutely right, Once we pull out this nail named Lin Han, we will fairly share the throne. Hearing this, Luo Xing laughed in delight. It's a deal. Suddenly, the system bell echoed across the space again. Stage 2, Arena Deathmatch, is preparing to commence. In the preliminary round, the 10 advancing faces will pair up to determine the victor, filtering out 5 survivors. Entering the semifinals, the server will draw a lucky bypass slot, and the remaining 4 will continue to brawl for tickets. As soon as the rules were laid out, Tian Jiao dreamed with a silly smile, muttering, "I wish I could grab that bypass ticket. Then I could just stroke my chin and walk straight into the finals." Su Ting beside him summoned his weapon and poured cold water on him. "Stop dreaming. You have to crawl past this preliminary round before you even qualify to hope for a bypass ticket." Jaime alone cast her gaze afar, feeling a bit anxious in her heart as she thought, "I wonder what kind of stumbling block I will run into later." Meanwhile, Lin Han fell into his own calculations. The first stage already purged the weak elements. The upcoming deathmatch arena is the real main course. Opposite them, Luo Xing jutted his chin towards Tian Yi and whispered later, "No matter who runs into Lin Han first, you must play all your cards to drain his vitality." As soon as he finished, the other guy smirked triumphantly, "Spot on. If we do that, the one who steps into the ring next will hold all the advantages." While the crowd was still whispering, the match schedule majestically popped up on the interface. Lin Han vs. Sa Jiao Jiao, Long Tian Jiao vs. Luo Xing, Jaime vs. Wu Gong, Su Ting vs. Wang Shu. Zhang Guan against Bai Tianyi, accompanied by a notification text from the server. The matchups are arranged completely randomly. Contestants are requested to quickly identify their targets. Scanning the name list, Jaime exclaimed excitedly, "Thank goodness, in this round our side all drew newbies from other schools." Tian Jiao roared with burning fighting spirit, "Hey Lin, it's time to show off to the world. Let those nobodies taste the specialty of the military academy." Lin Han pumped his fist, happily responding, "Approved, charge forward brothers, we must bring the victory home." The rest of the crowd immediately roared in unison, "Understood." Before long on the massive arena, only Lin Han and Sa Jiao Jiao faced off. The girl coquettishly greeted him. "Hello handsome, I am Sa Jiao Jiao from Cloud Beauty Academy." Lin Han also maintained proper manners and replied, "Lin Han, Military Academy." After speaking, the girl suddenly acted shy, feigning fragility as she whispered, "Brother Lin Han, I only passed the first round by pure luck. I am very clumsy. Please be tender with me later and go easy on me." Faced with this flirting, he scratched his head in confusion. I will try to hold back." In his mind, Lin Han was screaming, "What kind of act is this girl pulling?" But before he could compose himself, the loudspeaker signaled, "Match begin." Jiao Jiao flipped her attitude faster than flipping a pancake, brandishing a long whip in her hand. "Your grandma is here to take your life, kid." She ruthlessly cracked the wind-tearing whip straight at Lin Han. "Taste this strike." The whip strike smashed a corner of the arena to pieces. Luckily, he was agile enough to roll and dodge in time. Lin Han broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "Pretty fierce. Taking that hit head-on would probably tear my skin and flesh apart, no joke." The next second he dashed toward Jiao Jiao to counterattack. "Your arm strength is pretty good. But in close combat, I am the superior one. Activate copy, sprint." The girl was terrified when she saw Lin Han close the distance in a flash. How is he moving as fast as lightning? However, Jiao Jiao was also extremely quick to pull her whip back for defense. In close combat, it's still unknown who will bite whom. From behind Lin Han, the whip had at some point transformed into a giant python, flicking its tongue ready to swallow him. Lin Han frowned slightly in caution, but still leisurely commented, "This move is pretty sneaky. Too bad the speed is still at a snail's pace." And right before Jiao Jiao's stunned eyes, his figure evaporated without leaving a trace. The girl shrieked in terror, "What the hell is going on?" Because the target disappeared too suddenly, the whip rushing forward under its momentum lashed straight into Jiao Jiao's body. Waiting until the girl fell flat on the ground, he leisurely materialized behind her back and offered some advice. "These little tricks of yours might work to scare others, but using them to intimidate me is a waste of effort. It is best to surrender voluntarily, lest you bring more pain upon yourself." Jiao Jiao suddenly dropped to her knees on the arena floor. She sat there limply, looking incredibly pitiful, her voice choking up. "You are so talented, honestly. Honestly, from the moment I stepped up here, I knew I was bound to lose." This act of Jiao Jiao made Lin Han scratch his chin in suspicion. "Wait, I haven't even done anything. Why is she crying her eyes out like this?" Seeing him stay completely silent, she forced out more tears and snivel. but the principal promised that as long as I bring the trophy back to Yunmei Academy, they would give me a scholarship so I can pay for my father's medical bills. Lin Han still stared at her with a deadpan expression. This brat's acting skills are quite impressive, though the script is a bit cliché. Although he already saw through it, he unexpectedly squatted down next to Jiao Jiao and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Tusk, I didn't expect this young lady to be so deeply devoted and filial, but what can I say? I don't have the habit of handing over victory to others. Be a good girl, hit the surrender button and save us both the trouble. Right at the crucial moment, the long whip that had just turned invisible suddenly popped out and tightly wrapped around Lin Han's wrist. What the hell is this? Her plan a resounding success, Jiao Jiao sharply raised her head, laughing maniacally. The ancients were right, a hero can hardly escape the honey trap. No matter how tough you men are, you will still bow down to this beauty trap. He pretended to struggle violently, even gritting his teeth to put on a show. Why does this bundle of ropes get tighter the more I struggle? What kind of dark magic did you use on me? Yao Jiao stood up straight, resting her hands on her hips. Stop struggling uselessly. My ultimate move comes with a charming effect. Once tied up, your limbs will turn to jelly, don't even think about resisting. She threw her head back and cackled with an extremely smug look. All in all, it's just because you men are blinded by lust that you fell into the trap. But the very next second, Lin Han suddenly lifted his face, smacking his lips in regret. What a waste of your deep acting. Unfortunately, this petty trick doesn't work on me. Jiao Jiao froze for 5 seconds, stammering, You were acting this whole time. Instantly, she panicked and took several steps back to increase the safe distance. But Lin Han already gripped one end of the whip tightly, nonchalantly replying, Spot on. I just played along with your comedy show to see if you could pull out any new tricks. Acting on reflex, Jiao Jiao fiercely held onto the other half of the whip, snapping coldly. I don't even need to act to easily chop you into pieces. My fairy arts claim to be second at Yunmei Academy, and no one would dare claim first. Not bothering to let her spout any more nonsense, he forcefully yanked the end of the whip toward himself. Pulled by the terrifying force, Jiao Jiao lost her balance and crashed right into Lin Han's chest, face first. Faced with this ironic and unexpected scene, he was left speechless and awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. Jiao Jiao blinked pitifully, looking up with a tearful, pouting face. Don't be so rough, you've ruined all my assets here. Who would have thought? Lin Han immediately brushed his hands off and let go of her in an extremely decisive manner, making the girl plant her face straight onto the cold arena floor. Yet Jiao Jiao still bounced up like a spring, roaring furiously. You bastard, the fat is delivered right to your mouth and you still pretend to be pure. Are you even a straight man? He replied with a paralyzed face without blinking. Unfortunately, you are not my type. Let me just call out my long-legged squad to chat with you to ease your boredom. As soon as the words left his mouth, his pet legion instantly materialized, completely surrounding her. Yi glared threateningly. Are you tired of living, daring to flirt with my master? Yi smirked wickedly. Today I will teach you a lesson in despair, sweetie, activating cognitive disruption skill. Witnessing Jiao Jiao's face drained of all color, a voice like a demon rang out again. Why waste words on her? Send her on her way. Getting ganged up on by the sisterhood, she could only cry out and beg Lin Han, Big bro Lin. Big bro, please do me a favor and save my life this time. He stood at the edge of the stage with his arms crossed, watching the drama unfold, shrugging ruthlessly. The grudges of women, a straight guy like me shouldn't interfere. I can only wish you luck and remind you to drink plenty of warm water for your health. Finally, amidst that chaotic melee, a hand suddenly grabbed tightly onto Jiao Jiao's ankle. Right after, Yi flexed her muscles and hurled her flying into the sky, out of her sight. Smoothly dealing with the burden, she turned to look at her master with an ingratiating smile. Cleaning is all done. The sound from the system echoed in honor. The one standing in arena number 1, Lin Han from the military academy. At this moment, he finally had the free time to look around, muttering, not knowing how far Su Ting's side had progressed in their slaughter. Perfectly at another corner, a storm-like strike had knocked the long spear out of the opponent's hand, sending it flying far away. The obstacle in Su Ting's way, having lost his weapon, hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. I surrender. The victory at arena number 2 belongs to Su Ting of the military academy. On another front, Mei tightly drew her bow, aiming straight at the enemy's face, shouting loudly, Are you completely convinced yet? The winner in arena number 3, Mei of the military academy. Wu Gong's face turned pale, frantically begging for mercy. I'm convinced, fully convinced, don't let go, I admit defeat, okay. Lin Han gave a big thumbs up in enthusiastic praise. You two fought fiercely. Jaime happily raised her chin. Of course, I don't have a fake reputation. Su Ting also laughed out loud. The guy on my side fell over with just a light touch. After showing off, she suddenly looked around in confusion. Wait, hasn't Fatty finished cleaning up the battlefield yet? Jaime immediately pointed into the distance. Look over there, he's stuck on that side. Tianjiao was currently struggling amidst the smoke and dust in a battered state. Why is Fatty in such a miserable state? The chubby guy was still gritting his teeth in bitterness. This damn guy, I'm really screwed. How unlucky to run right into Lu Oxing of Bei Tian Academy. Meanwhile, Lu Oxing was still brimming with vitality, continuously spitting out derogatory words. A sluggish breeding pig like you can't even dodge attacks. Take that fat home and lose some weight before you even dream of fighting me. Tianjiao absolutely refused to take the humiliation, swinging his sword and charging fiercely toward the enemy. Shut your trap. Today, I will knock your teeth out. However, with just a slight bounce and slide on the floor. Lu Oxing slipped behind the fatty's back like a ghost, ready to strike a vicious blow. In my eyes, your tricks are exactly like slow-motion movies, clumsy and hollow. He ruthlessly delivered a blow without showing any mercy. Taking the full force of the smash, Tianjiao screamed miserably. In a flash, Lu Oxing appeared right in front of the chubby guy again. Don't fall so quickly, getting me to let you lose isn't that easy. He struck another terrifying blow that made him groan continuously in pain. Lin Han stood below the stage, his insides boiling. That guy Lu Oxing deliberately tortured Fatty like this, it's clearly a slap in my face, that bastard. Su Ting outside was equally anxious. Fatty, throw the white towel. If you linger, he'll beat you to a pulp. Jaime also astutely saw through Lu Oxing's mind. That despicable guy deliberately left Long Tianjiao a last breath without letting him collapse entirely, just to satisfy his beastly urge for torture. On the contrary, he seemed extremely delighted, Lu Oxing's smug and triumphant demeanor completely contrasting with Tianjiao's bruised and dying image at this moment. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity, gathering his chi to channel a move. Lin Han, being dragged down by a piece of trash like this pig, I feel pity for you too. He roared savagely, let me act on behalf of heaven and kick this burden out for you. Lin Han was shocked and shouted loudly, you're forbidden to lay a hand on him. But how could he match the opponent's speed? Lu Oxing had already landed a fatal blow straight into Tianjiao's stomach. Fade away, you pig. The impact from the terrifying strike caused the chubby guy to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Tianjiao flew several meters away like a kite with a broken string, his whole body falling apart and devoid of life. The whole group panicked and gathered around. Fatty, try to hold on, how are you? Jaime was in absolute panic. Although this is just an illusion realm that doesn't cause real physical harm, the sensation of pain transmitted to the nerves is exactly the same. Fortunately, when the body is knocked out of the system, this agony will instantly vanish. Right before his body faded into the void, he still managed to weakly entrust his words. Lin Han, you must bring his head back for me. Lin Han tightly held onto Tianjiao's fading hand. Rest assured and close your eyes, I will make him vomit blood to pay for his sins. He glared fiercely toward Lu Oxing, the fire of anger blazing up. Lin Han's pupils contracted, turning pitch black. I swear to pay you back 10 times for what you just did to Fatty. Right at that tense moment, the system's loudspeaker boldly announced, end of the preliminary round. The 5 outstanding individuals advancing to the semifinals are Military Academy has Lin Han, Su Ting, Jaime. Lu Oxing belongs to Bei Tian Academy, and Bai Tianyi from Qingsheng Academy. The server will conduct a lottery to choose one individual for a bye. The bracket display appeared. Lin Han received the bye ticket. Match 1 calls Su Ting against Lu Oxing. Match 2 is Jaime facing Bai Tianyi, amidst the loud congratulatory speakers. Attention please, player Lin Han has swept the bye spot, proudly marching into the finals. However, Lin Han looked visibly displeased. Drawing the bye ticket means I can't rush up to the arena and skin that guy to vent my anger for Fatty right now. Damn it. The system's voice continued to blast. The semifinals officially begin. Su Ting walked over and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't be mad, brother Han, let me go out and drain that Lu Oxing's blood first. The temperature around the arena began to boil due to the opening clash in the semifinals. Female warrior Su Ting of the Military Academy will battle it out with Lu Oxing of Bei Tian Academy. Luoxing stood with his chin up, provoking her. Rush in quickly, standing here forever is making me yawn. Even though Su Ting acted tough, her heart was churning like a storm. This guy's physique is like a monster's. To find a way to survive, I must unleash all my skills and charge from the very first second to disrupt his rhythm. Having calculated everything, she immediately thrust her spear forward like a storm. Take this spear strike. Cruelly, he only slightly leaned his body to easily dodge her sharp spear tip. A series of moves swung out only to slash the air, making Luoxing chuckle. Is your speed and striking force just meant for scratching an itch? I may bit her nails in extreme anxiety. We're done for. Every strike Su Ting throws is completely neutralized by him. Lin Han also frowned in analysis. Su Ting's spear-wielding technique is beautiful, but the damage output isn't even enough to scratch that raging bull Luoxing. She's in for a lot of trouble this time. Luoxing seemed to have tired of the cat-and-mouse game, so he unleashed his ultimate technique. Let me open your eyes to what true strength is, little girl. The old script repeated itself. He knocked Su Ting into the air using the exact same despicable move he had used on Tianjiao. The girl's silhouette also faded away and dissolved into the void. The loudspeaker immediately called out the name. The winner of the first semifinal match, Luoxing of Beitian Academy. Jaime was stunned. Su Ting. Lin Han quickly spoke up to reassure her. Luckily, once they escape here and return to reality, the body will automatically heal all injuries. Without giving the audience a chance to catch their breath, the second battle was immediately pushed to a climax. Semifinal 2, Jaime of the Military Academy faces Bai Tianyi of Qingsheng Academy. Lin Han whispered a warning in her ear. Take care, this guy Bai Tianyi's level is on par with that Luoxing. She nodded slightly, calmly replying. Rest assured, I absolutely will not let him get even half a step closer to me. Jaime secretly mapped out her strategy in her head. As long as I capitalize on my strength of attacking from a distance, I'll definitely force that bastard into a corner. Tianyi licked his lips greedily. Oh my, another pretty little flower. The captain of your team surely enjoys quite a blessing. The girl didn't bother to drag things out and immediately drew her bow to unleash arrows. Shut your mouth. I stepped on the stage to compete, not to listen to your ridiculous words. He also immediately channeled his qi to recharge his energy. Bai Tianyi smoothly twisted and turned, lightly dodging a barrage of wind-piercing arrows. These broken twigs aren't even enough to scratch an itch, let alone take my life. Jaime quickly shifted her angles continuously, but still couldn't escape Tianyi's tracking trajectory. Let me see how you escape this fate, little girl. He began to gather magic power into his weapon, intent on going all in with a fatal blow. Attacking from a distance is pretty good, but did you forget that I am a mage? The sweeping range of this move is too large, almost sealing off every corner. Wind-riding shield, Tianyi fiercely swung his scepter high. He gloated and screamed, I will enlighten you on what true kite-flying art is, Doomsday Dragon Tornado. Jaime's entire body went stiff, it's over. A gigantic tornado surged, swallowing and then hurling Jaime high into the clouds. Tianyi stood with his hands clasped, patting his chest proudly. In this world, no one has the skill level to slip past my Doomsday Dragon Tornado. Lin Han frantically cried out, Jaime, look out. He quickly darted forward, spreading his arms to catch his teammate's free-falling body. Lin Han furrowed his brows anxiously. Are you all right? Jaime faintly gasped out a few broken words. Brother Han, I apologize 1,000 times for letting everyone down. Having said that, her silhouette cracked and dissolved into specks of light right in his arms. Tianyi stood on the side holding his stomach, laughing obscenely. And here I thought something else. Turns out the prized chicks of the military academy are just a bunch of low-class trash like this. Continued to ramble. Now there are only 3 lives left on the arena. Having to fight 2 monsters like us, you must be pissing your pants from the pressure, right? Luoxing also chimed in. There's an 80% chance he's crying secretly in his heart, complaining to the heavens about how his luck could be this rotten. However, in response to the mockery, Lin Han only smiled faintly. This actually saves me trouble, preventing a scenario of brothers fighting each other in the finals. This is also the right time for me to fully unleash all my power. He boldly proposed a challenge. I have a suggestion, let's just turn this into a 3-way brawl, no need to follow any rules. Whoever stays standing at the end takes the championship trophy. The other 2 stared wide-eyed. What did you just babble? Luoxing sneered. If you're tired of living, I'll oblige you, but unfortunately for you, The rules of the Void Illusion realm aren't something a wet behind-the-ears brat like you can change at will. Tianyi curled his lips in disdain. You talk tough before speaking, why don't you weigh yourself to see how much you actually matter? Lin Han had always believed that the true purpose of the illusion realm was to provide players with the opportunity to break their personal limits and hone their practical combat skills. Recalling the diamond tier stage he just cleared, he secretly assessed. The first round was originally set at the gold tier by default, yet I still smoothly passed the higher level stage. Clearly, the creators of the illusion realm don't care about restricting the participants' limits. Lin Han spoke unhurriedly. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Once all three of us nod in agreement, I believe the manager of the illusion realm will have no excuse to refuse this fun. At the central control room, where all developments were in plain sight, Xia Chen smirked with great excitement. Lin Han is truly uniquely perceptive to see through my profound intentions when creating the illusion realm. What a rare talent. Immediately, he issued an order. Broadcast this down there. As long as there are no objections to Lin Han's idea, I will give it the green light. The secretary quickly bowed to receive the command. The system's voice then echoed throughout the space. The illusion realm always respects the will of its participants. If no one objects, Lin Han's request will be executed immediately. Luo Xing eagerly spoke first. I completely agree. Tianyi also nodded in agreement. I approve too. Let's do this quickly before Lin Han cries and wants to take his words back. The system boldly announced again. The format of this round is a three-way melee. There are absolutely no rules binding you. The battle officially begins. Luo Xing winked meaningfully at Tianyi. So let's just follow the old script. Deal with Lin Han first and then we'll compete for the throne. The opponent sneered and nodded. Do you even have to ask? I've been itching to beat this kid up for ages, charge. Luo Xing mobilized his spiritual energy while arrogantly threatening. Today, I must make you open your eyes. Let's see how tragic the consequences will be when you mess with Bei Tian Luo Xing. He gathered his strength and launched a thunderous strike. Take this move. In complete contrast, Lin Han still stood as rigid as a stone statue, even dropping teasing words. Exactly like child's play, I don't even bother to lift a finger. Suddenly, a streak of light tore through the sky and soared high, leaving Luo Xing only enough time to widen his eyes to look, while his limbs went stiff. He plunged straight down toward his position like a firecracker, roaring, "Who dares to touch my master?" Despite that, Luo Xing knew no fear, lunging straight forward like a moth to a flame. Both showed off their strength, simultaneously throwing fiery punches. The shockwave from the impact was so strong it seemed as if it would split the arena in half. However, how could Luo Xing have enough skill to compete with a Yi? He was easily knocked far away by her. Luo Xing lay flat on the ground, his whole body trembling as he muttered, Where did this vicious beast come out from? How the hell did it effortlessly block my ultimate Qigong fist? Tianyi outside hurriedly spoke up to reassure him. What are you panicking for? Beast tamers who lose their protective pets are nothing but paper tigers. He gracefully brandished his magic scepter. Taste my wind blade. Tianyi spun his magic weapon fiercely, channeling a sharp gust of wind straight at a Yi. Wind blade. Yet the girl just waved her hand and neatly nullified it, not even getting a single hangnail scratch. Yi sneered mockingly. This gentle breeze isn't even strong enough to fan me to cool down. Finishing her words, she dashed toward him like a wind-piercing arrow. Let this lady show you what true fist wind tastes like. Tianyi froze and cursed inwardly. How unlucky. Luo Xing held in his anger and observed from the outside, his brain calculating. Tianyi is acting as a decoy drawing that monster's attention. The perfect timing and location to ambush Lin Han is right here. He desperately sprinted forward and shouted, Without the beast protecting you, you're just a useless punk. Offer up your life. Lin Han on the opposite side remained as leisurely as ever. Your narrow vision will determine your tragic end. He immediately activated his magic weapon, copying the skill, giant strength. Lin Han boldly stepped forward to meet him head-on. Even if I gave you a one-arm handicap, you still wouldn't stand a chance to win. Luo Xing was startled and his jaw dropped. What the hell is going on? His eyes widened in terror. Absurd, this is absolutely impossible. Luo Xing put all his strength into turning around to counterattack, the generated wind force sweeping up a blinding cloud of dust and sand on the arena. He clutched his aching chest, panting as he questioned, Are you even a beast tamer? How do you possess that kind of beastly strength? I went all out and couldn't even put a dent in you. Meanwhile, on the other front, Yi was chasing Tianyi at lightning speed, making him panic and shout. "Hold on, slow down. Old Luo, quickly stop this beast so I can channel my ultimate move to clear out that Lin Han." Hearing the call, Luo Xing hurriedly focused his mind and gathered his qi. A violent surge of energy erupted, causing his body to swell with bulging muscles. "Damn it, if we keep dragging this out, we'll all go see the Grim Reaper." The shirt on his body couldn't withstand the pressure and ripped into pieces. Luo Xing roared in fury, "Beast, taste my aura infusion." Without the slightest hesitation, he swung a mighty punch straight at Yi. Seizing the moment, Tianyi calmly closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face, his hands tightly gripping his magic scepter as he calculated inwardly. "I originally intended to hide this trump card to ambush Luo Xing, but in this situation, I have to pull it out to roast Lin Han first." A moment later, he suddenly opened his piercing eyes, his brows knitted with murderous intent. "Prepare to log out, Lin Han." Instantly, a violent hurricane erupted and completely engulfed Tianyi, with an overwhelming and unstoppable power, which was none other than the secret skill wind giant. Witnessing the figure of a towering giant beast appear, Lin Han frowned in assessment. "We're in a pinch now." He hastily glanced at the girl fighting a lone battle in the distance, loudly ordering, "Yi, retreat now." Receiving the directive, a look of surprise flashed across her face, a drop of cold sweat rolling down her cheek. Yi acted on instinct and quickly turned her head back. The magnificent sight before her made her exclaim in astonishment, "What the hell is that?" Before she could react, she was caught and squeezed by the wind giant's two massive hands. "Pass away." Unable to stand idly by, Lin Han spread his bright golden lightning wings and immediately got into a battle stance. Nine-leaf sword grass. At that moment, the wind giant suddenly opened its massive maw, making it lose its grip and dropping Yi into free fall midair. She complained bitterly, "How unlucky." Seeing that scene, Lin Han flapped his wings and soared up, rushing to catch her while calling out loudly, "Yi." In another development, the wind giant was still showing off its overwhelming power, its entire body radiating an endless aura of surging momentum. Right now, Lin Han also gathered his strength and swung his sharp longsword high. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, unleashing a powerful forward slash, grass sword art. This bamboo-splitting attack forced the wind giant to exhaust all its remaining strength to reach out and block the blow. Yet the force of the sword strike was so terrifying that it directly knocked Tianyi into the air, making him panic. "Are you kidding me?" At this point, two massive energies collided, creating a beautiful yet incredibly violent vortex. Witnessing that power, Luo Xing, who was holding his ground below, hugging his chest and trying to keep his balance, also broke into a cold sweat. What kind of horrifying power is this? In the observation room, Xia Chen and his beautiful secretary also had to frown in panic. The destructive power of this strike is too massive. This is bad. The illusion realm is enduring a massive shockwave. This Lin Han's potential truly exceeds imagination. Within the smoke and dust, Lin Han had already securely wrapped Yi in his arms, making the girl blush and call out shyly, "Master." He smiled gently, showing concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Yi immediately brightened up and replied cheerfully, "I'm fine, Master is so awe-inspiring." Hearing her say that, Lin Han broke into a sweat, sighing in frustration. She still has the mood to fangirl over a handsome guy at a time like this. It seems I worried for nothing about this carefree girl. Suddenly, the bell announcing the battle results echoed everywhere. "We solemnly announce the person who claimed the highest throne in this intermediate illusion realm trial is the cadet from the Military Department Academy, Lin Han." Hearing the victory announcement, he looked down tenderly at the girl in his arms. "We did it, Yi. Now let's go back to the beast taming space and get a good sleep." Yi obediently nodded her head. "Understood, Master." As his consciousness returned to reality, Lin Han slowly let out a long breath, whispering, "In the end, all the troubles are over." Right then, Tian Jiao's excited call echoed from behind, "Lin Han." He excitedly waved his arms and rushed toward Lin Han, chattering, "Congratulations, bro." The sisterhood standing nearby also smiled and joined in. "You even took the first prize. You're amazing, Lin Han." A moment later, the professor in a white blouse strolled over, speaking slowly. "Lin Han, excellent performance. Please accept the reward worthy of your efforts." The old man opened his palm, and instantly an ancient book and a magical ring appeared. "This is a spatial ring. Its capacity is limitless." Accompanied by this scroll, an extremely rare skill manual containing the essence of invisibility. Receiving the spoils of war, Lin Han smiled brightly in satisfaction. Getting this spatial ring means my inventory is wide open again. From now on, clearing out monsters or gathering items until my hands get tired won't be an issue of lacking space anymore. Truly sweet. By the way, the professor pulled an envelope out of his pocket. This is a personal invitation from Xia Chen, the army's chief of staff and the head of the illusion realm, given to you. He wishes to invite you to participate in the military recruitment assessment scheduled to be held in half a year. Holding the invitation in his hand, Lin Han frowned slightly in thought. A special invitation. Flipping the invitation back and forth, the corners of Lin Han's lips curled up in interest. This military recruitment seems tough. I guess I'll have to consult Manager Yi for some insider information when I get back. Seeing that, Tian Jiao gleefully high-fived to celebrate. Lin Han, you smoothly bagged the gold cup. Su Ting, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. What does the cup matter? That military pass over there is the real treasure. Hai Mei also nodded in agreement. Spot on, building a bridge with the military is a gold mine not everyone can dig into. However, Lin Han turned a deaf ear to those praises, his eyes directed at the thoughtful girl. Nian Wei, your complexion looks bad. Is something on your mind? The girl slightly looked up, her expression still gloomy as she replied. Brother Han, my performance this time was terrible. I never expected to be kicked out right from the qualifying round. Hearing the sigh, Lin Han put his hands on his hips and comforted her with a gentle voice. Don't overthink it, you already gave it your all. The core thing is that the whole team has pocketed some hard-earned experience after this clash. Saying so, he decisively pressed the treasure he just received into Nian Wei's hands. This invisibility manual is entrusted to you, hopefully it will be of help to you. The sudden action made the girl panic. Are you really giving it to me? Nian Wei clumsily cherished the book with both hands, hesitantly refusing. This is your honorable reward for taking first place. Passing it to me would be too unreasonable. Lin Han immediately waved his hand to dismiss her concern. Your class system desperately desires a concealment skill to create breakthroughs. This manual was born for you. No one is more deserving. He clicked his tongue, stepped closer, and reached out to gently rub the top of her head in encouragement. Why hesitate? It's better to spend that time practicing with the book to boost your support stats. I am looking forward to you becoming a solid defensive wall for the team. That warmth made her face turn even redder in embarrassment. Brother Han. Moment later, Nian Wei looked up with teary, sparkling eyes at her benefactor. I've thought it through. I am deeply grateful for Brother Han's advice and this treasure. From now on I will try twice as hard so I won't become a burden to everyone. The next morning, inside Yi Tai Ching's private office, Lin Han looked at the figure of the man wearing a black cloak and called out, Manager Yi. Immediately, Tai Ching sternly replied over the phone, I don't care what treasures you bring out to entice him, I absolutely will not give Lin Han up to your academy. Drop that idea of stealing my person right now. That abrupt statement made him dumbfounded, his eyes darting in confusion. Transfer schools? Manager Yi, what on earth is going on here? At this moment, Tai Ching slowly turned around with a smile to explain. The video recording your Night Watchers squad sweeping through the void illusion realm has already spread wildly across all platforms. You are now an internet celebrity. He stood imposingly with his arms crossed, continuing proudly. There have been roughly over a dozen academies calling non-stop to ask for your transfer, swearing to empty their treasuries in exchange for a talent. Hearing this, Lin Han smirked teasingly. Don't tell me teacher is waiting for a good price to put me up for auction. Hearing him joke, Tai Ching seemed to sense something else. Judging by this tone, it seems you aren't keen on being famous and in the spotlight, huh? Lin Han scratched his head in awkward confession. To be honest, I only enjoy peacefully cultivating to raise my level. Being put on stage to be scrutinized is a no-go for me. Hearing this, Tai Ching narrowed his eyes with a knowing smile. You're just afraid of those flies eyeing your 10 primordial vicious beasts, aren't you? Getting his secret exposed, Lin Han jolted and opened his eyes wide, taking a step back as he stammered. Manager Yi, so you've had me figured out since forever. Tai Ching laughed heartily and gave straightforward advice. Once you're standing under the spotlight, why don't you boldly go all out? If your strength can no longer be hidden, then just bare your fangs and claws to terrify the world, so they know you are a ticking time bomb not to be trifled with. After hearing the teaching, Lin Han's mindset seemed enlightened. Manager Yi's judgment is absolutely correct. Instead of constantly worrying about thieves eyeing my guardian beasts, it's better to forge my own body into a fortress of steel. When that time comes, even if I display the 10 primordial vicious beasts for the whole world to admire, Anyone who wants to rob me will have to shiver before my terrifying power." He gathered his strength and clenched his fists, firmly replying, "Manager Yi, I will engrave your golden words in my heart." Tai Ching clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent, that's what makes you worthy of being my true disciple." Night gradually fell, with a few scattered stars twinkling to adorn the bright, full moon. Lin Han strolled along the quiet path through the forest of the military academy, calculating inwardly. It was time to brace himself for the impending storms. The most urgent task now was to train and break through his power limits. Suddenly, his senses warned him of a chilling shift in the surrounding space, accompanied by a suffocatingly thick killing intent. Lin Han calmly stopped in his tracks, lowering his voice into a steel-like interrogation. "Who is hiding there?" Instantly, the silhouette of a mysterious man in an earth-brown cloak emerged from the darkness, growling, "Kid, are you Lin Han?" Man identified himself as Gu Ji-er, his entire body wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "I have admired the video of your martial arts in the illusionary void realm. I truly crave your skills." Lin Han frowned at his grotesque appearance and let out a mocking laugh. "Crave it? With this beggar-like fashion sense, don't tell me you dragged your body here just to ask for this young master's autograph." Hearing that, Gu Ji-er gnashed his teeth, flashing a hair-raising smile. "Of course not. I went through the trouble of coming here to cripple you, to open your eyes to the pure dark power of this world." Upon hearing the challenge, Lin Han had already anticipated the situation. As expected, Supervisor Yi read him like a book. It was time to shed the weak disguise and get down to business to save trouble, giving him a proper beating so that other pesky flies would be too terrified to buzz around. He lifted his chin. "I don't have the habit of entertaining nameless nobodies. If you want to spar, at least show some manners and state your name." As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent unhesitatingly declared his name. "Prick up your ears and listen well. I am Gu Ji-er, a lone wanderer unaffiliated with any alliance or faction, and my class is..." Before he could finish, he played dirty, swinging a razor-sharp weapon straight at Lin Han as the ground beneath his feet instantly lit up with a massive magic array, a necromancer. Grasping his background, Lin Han did not flinch. His face hardened as cold as frost, and he feigned surprise. "Oh, is that so?" Right after, Gu Ji-er brandished his weapon, commanding his skeletal minions, "Tear him to pieces for me. Drag his soul down to the underworld for eternal torment." Ignoring the hideous monsters, Lin Han, with an arrogant posture, charged directly into the formidable encirclement. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing careful calculation. Rumor had it that necromancers specialized in using dark magic to summon souls. No wonder they had been both hated and feared by the world for thousands of years. Let's see what terrifying tricks this ragged Gu Ji-er can pull off. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han assertively summoned his forces. "Yi, clean up this trash for me." She maintained an equally cold demeanor and decisively replied, "Understood, master." With smooth martial arts transitions, she unleashed a skull-splitting kick, roaring, "Taste my kick." After the thunderous blow, Yi landed with an overwhelming aura, her eyes blazing with the thrill of battle as she mocked. "These dried corpses are huge but so useless. What absolute trash." Without missing a beat, she excitedly dashed straight into the horde of monsters like a moth to a flame, if that's the case. Wherever her footsteps swept past, the fragile bones were crushed into mush. "Let me sweep you all up like trash to keep things tidy." Witnessing the comedic performance ahead, Lin Han couldn't help but clap and mock. "Oh my, is this the prestige of a necromancer? Your skill level is as decayed as your stained teeth, making me laugh my head off." Gu Ji-er boiled with rage, channeling magic into his palms as he howled madly, "You brat, daring to humiliate me. Today, I swear to hack your body into 100 pieces." Instantly, the shattered bones on the ground began to emit an evil light, absorbing the dark magic. The moment they reassembled into their original skeletal forms, Lin Han was immediately startled. "They can resurrect themselves." Standing right nearby, Yi also frowned in annoyance. "What a bunch of persistent leeches." Gu Ji-er stood stroking his chin, laughing grotesquely and chillingly. "How is it? Now you've tasted the resilience of my undead sacrifices, haven't you?" Involuntarily, Lin Han's pupils shrank when he caught the scent of something extremely ominous. He fixed his eyes on the bizarre man, his brain quickly piecing information together. "This dark aura radiating from the bone spirits and this Gu Ji-er, this scent is very familiar. It seems I've encountered it somewhere before." Lin Han loudly interrogated out of curiosity, "What the hell is this disgusting evil energy clinging to you?" The question made Gyu Ji-er smirk even more triumphantly. This is the exclusive death aura reserved only for those dominated by darkness. He slowly unwrapped the bandages on his body, boasting as he explained, "In this world, countless beings accidentally touch evil power and turn into slaves of darkness. But I am on a much higher level than that trash." Speaking of which, Gyu Ji-er almost revealed his grotesque true form. "I willingly sacrificed my body to evil power to borrow limitless authority, aiming to dominate all evil spirits of the underworld." Hearing those fanatical words, Lin Han was truly speechless. Selling out both your body and self-respect just out of a thirst for power, is this devil's contract really that good of a deal for you? But the madman still maintained his sky-high arrogance, waving his hand to order the skeleton soldiers forward while scoffing, "In this rotten world, the strong are the truth. As long as I hold the power that makes thousands tremble in fear, what does it matter if I have to trade away a few trivial things?" Receiving the order, the skeletal legion aggressively lunged forward to attack. "O warriors of death, drag this brat down to the abyss for me." Without wasting a single moment, Yi immediately took a defensive stance to fight back. "I don't give a damn what kind of freak you are," but Lin Han hastily interrupted. "Hold your hand, Yi." Right after, Lin Han threw a card to summon Xiao Zhen into battle. The only way to deal with these regenerating dry bones is to burn them to ashes so they can pass on. The spirit beast girl immediately took her position. "Master, please let me sweep away your troubles." Xiao Zhen condensed a bright red flame in the palm of her hand, her voice sweet yet razor-sharp. "You filthy bones, bathe in my hellfire." A fierce firestorm erupted, incinerating the spirits and leaving them writhing and screaming in agony. The violent scene made Gyu Ji-er wide-eyed in disbelief, sweating profusely. "You actually possess two 10 immemorial fiends at the same time. What kind of divine background do you have?" Lin Han replied indifferently, "Just a young man passing by. But I don't need to borrow your cheap dark magic to effortlessly crush you like an ant." That bitter mockery drove Gyu Ji-er mad. He spitefully spat out insults and frantically channeled his dark arts. Damn it. A gloomy, dark blue-black evil aura surged around his body, and he shrieked shrilly, "Just you wait. Once I strip you of your immemorial fiend and turn it into an undead beast, let's see if you can still talk big then." Completing a bloody summoning array, Gyu Ji-er tilted his head back and laughed savagely. "O great dark tyrant, please descend." His face became increasingly twisted with cruelty and bloodlust. "I am willing to offer half of my soul as a sacrifice, just begging you to grant the favor of crushing this brat before my eyes." Gyu Ji-er clung tightly to the ground, exerting 100% of his power to summon a demon from the underworld. At this moment, Yi couldn't hide her restlessness. What kind of nuisance is popping up this time? Xiao Zhen also had to frown warily. This pressure is truly too suffocating. A tick later, a level 60 Minotaur loomed into existence with a burly physique. Lin Han sharply analyzed the situation. "This isn't good, Xiao Zhen. Go and engage this monster to see how it is." The girl nodded, taking the order instantly. "Piece of cake, leave it to me." Saying that, Xiao Zhen shot up into the air, channeling all of her fire elemental power into her palms. She glided like a crimson shooting star, diving straight at the Minotaur, unleashing the killer move Imperial Flame Leyline. Taking a painful hit, the giant monster raised its sledgehammer, letting out a few ferocious roars. The monster's reaction left her slightly stunned. "Are you kidding?" It swept the hammer fiercely, creating a howling gust of wind, and scolded, "Just a mere scratch." Immediately, the Minotaur threw out a pitch-black chain that rushed towards Xiao Zhen. "Obediently crawl down here for me." Unable to react in time, the unlucky girl was tightly bound by that evil chain. Witnessing that scene, Lin Han shouted loudly, "Yi, go help her quickly." Yi didn't hesitate for a millimeter, replying crisply, "Understood." Like a tornado, she dashed to the battlefield at dizzying speed. "Let go of Xiao Zhen now." But with just a light wave of its hand, the monster knocked Yi flying headfirst into the ground. "Get lost." Seeing his two guardians outmatched, he called out in shock, Yi. Lin Han could no longer stand by as a spectator with folded arms. Hot blood rushed to his brain. "You bastard." Without thinking much, he flipped his next trump card to battle Tiangu. Tiangu immediately flexed his magic, gathering it into his hands, and got into position to unleash a move. "Taste this." Tiangu's thunderous strike descended, making the Minotaur writhe and howl in pain. Realizing the situation was reaching a dead end, Lin Han immediately drew his weapon, 9-leaf sword grass. He unleashed a razor-sharp sword strike, severing the chain to save her. Xiao Zhen, retreat and defend now. Regaining her freedom, she immediately flew away to dodge. Understood, master. Without hesitation, Lin Han wielded his sword and lunged at the Minotaur to show his might. You ox-headed, horse-faced monster, taste my sword. The sword aura tore through the space, knocking the monster far back. A terrifying critical hit that left both the Minotaur and Gu Ji dropping their jaws in shock. Is it really that ridiculous? Driven mad, the monster threw its head back and roared to the heavens, its ferocity exploding to the peak. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Gu Ji began to tremble. Lord Tyrant, this brat is a tough bone to chew. How about we slip away quickly to save our lives? But how could the Minotaur swallow this anger? I am the dignified dark tyrant from hell. How could I yield to this brat still reeking of milk? After speaking, it abruptly grabbed Gu Ji by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken. The sudden turn of events made him turn pale. What are you trying to do? The Minotaur smirked with a chillingly cruel smile and uttered, sacrifice the remaining half of your cheap soul, so I can borrow the strength to crush this kid. Hearing his life demanded, Gu Ji struggled like a fish on a chopping block, crying out in tears, no, I beg you to show mercy and spare my life. Ignoring the pleas, the evil beast only needed to squeeze lightly, and he stopped breathing and dropped dead. The Minotaur tossed Gu Ji's dry corpse to the ground like trash, looking satisfied. Perfect. Your tainted soul is indeed a delicious bait. Devouring the entirety of the evil power, it let out a furious roar, the explosive force threatening to blow away everything around it. Facing this escalating situation, Lin Han's face turned ashen. This is really bad. The invisible pressure from the dark magic weighed heavily on his chest. Its power spike was terrifying. Xiao Zhen, standing nearby, was also on pins and needles. Master, how should we play this round? In this life-and-death moment, Lin Han only had one final trump card left. I have no choice but to risk my life and fuse our powers. A blink later, the group of spirit beasts chanted in unison, obeying your orders, master. 3 streams of primal spiritual energy blended into one, pouring all their vitality into Lin Han's body. The moment the fusion succeeded, the system stat panel lit up brightly. Lin Han, fusion state, human race, leveled up to 35. Lin Han glanced over the stats, calculating inwardly, the power boost is pretty good, but the resilience of this crazy ox is still a dangerous unknown. I don't have time to drag this out with a war of words. He looked contemptuously at the Minotaur, hurling an insult. What a pity, even if you greedily stuff your belly full of dark power, in the end, you still have the brain of a stupid ox who only knows how to use brute force. The biting insult caused the monster's fury to erupt. I will cleave you in half. Before it could swing its hammer, the Minotaur was trapped within Lin Han's magic barrier, too slow like a crawling turtle. Dashing up to slash repeatedly, he shouted loudly, stupid ox, taste a strike from this young master's sword. Taking a face full of attacks, the monster could only swing its hammer wildly in frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, Lin Han continuously glided around teasingly, I'm standing over here, you blind ox. The Minotaur's eyes were bloodshot with resentment. You filthy, eyesore fly. Suddenly, its 2 eyes shot out blinding magical beams that made him slightly flustered. What trick is this? The Minotaur frantically fired magic projectiles from all directions, blocking every escape route for Lin Han. This time let's see what wings you can grow to fly away. Seeing the torrential storm of fire raining down, he had to tuck himself into a roll to dodge the lethal auras. Having cornered its prey, the monster laughed smugly, out of places to scurry off to brat. Meanwhile, Lin Han's stamina began to bottom out. Damn it. Glancing at the chaotic ruins, he gritted his teeth and calculated, if this tug-of-war continues, this entire military academy will be leveled to the ground by that crazy ox. Out of options, Lin Han had to brace himself for an all-out clash. Let's finish this in a flash. Matching words with actions, he shouted loudly, let this mongrel demon broaden its horizons to the boundless power of the immemorial fiend. The spirit beasts immediately gathered, exhausting their final drops of magic to transfer to Lin Han. At your command, master. When the power was fully charged, he turned into a blinding streak of light and crashed into the monster. Go pay with your life. The Minotaur wasn't about to sit still either. It lifted its hammer forged from magma and roared, the one going to see King Yama should be you. The 2 destructive forces slammed into each other, creating an earth-shattering explosion, the blinding light seemingly wanting to swallow everything. Despite the powerful shockwave, both Lin Han and the Minotaur continued to crash into each other, trading blows without either side willing to yield. Just as he managed to suppress his opponent, he ridiculed, "You're out of strength, right, you stupid ox." Indeed, the monster was out of breath, only able to grit its teeth and try to hold on against the thunderous slashes. Suddenly, the Minotaur let out a gut-wrenching roar, spewing a thick black mist from its body. This transformation gave Lin Han goosebumps, and he frowned, remarking, "What trick is this now? This evil aura is many times thicker and more terrifying than before." But with nerves of steel, he gathered his spirits and recklessly dashed into the black cloud, absolutely not letting it achieve its goal. Lin Han swung his sword and stabbed it straight into the monster's gaping maw, executing the ultimate skill, grass sword art. The violent sword aura violently inflated all the internal organs of the Minotaur, making it scream in panic, "Impossible! How could this king fall at the hands of a human?" It roared with an ear-piercing sound, its massive body inflating like a balloon about to burst. Boom, a deafening sound rang out as a pure white light from the explosion swept past, blinding everything around. Lin Han landed safely, dusted off his clothes, and swept his eyes around, all smooth. Finally, this thorn has been removed. Looking at the battered corpse of the monster lying stiff on the ground, he let out a breath. Luckily, this trash pile is cleaned up. Right then, the monster's corpse unexpectedly emitted a halo of vivid green magic. Slowly, the remnants of the Minotaur were sucked together into a flickering point of light. In the blink of an eye, it crystallized into a card that floated gracefully into Lin Han's hand. He stared intently at the mysterious card, frowning and muttering, "What is this toy?" After scrutinizing it for a moment, Lin Han recognized the signature symbol. It's a relic card. Immediately, the instruction panel popped up. Relic opening card, Evil of Hell. Quality, Epic tier. Function, used to unlock a relic. Note, valid for entry within 3 days after activation. Once expired, it will be permanently sealed. Warning, solo instance, partying disabled, extremely high danger level. While absorbed in checking it, Lin Han was startled to hear urgent shouting echoing from afar. "Hurry up." Yi Tai Ching led a fully armed squad of soldiers, rushing breathlessly toward Lin Han. He leisurely walked over and greeted, "Supervisor Yi, what foul wind blew you out to this remote corner?" Yi Tai Ching pointed at the pulverized land behind with a darkened face. "That bomb just now nearly blew away the foundations of the military academy. If I didn't drag myself out here, would I be left to collect your corpse? Spit it out, what exactly just happened?" Hearing his teacher's scolding, Lin Han rubbed the back of his neck and laughed apologetically. "My bad, a guy came looking for trouble earlier, so I conveniently stretched my bones a bit." Yi Tai Ching was dumbfounded, who is so tired of living that they dare poke the tiger on the grounds of the military academy. He waved his hand, pointing at Guo Ji-er's curled-up corpse, honestly recounting, it was a necromancer calling himself Guo Ji-er, a guy with some level of skill. Hearing that, Yi Tai Ching's face wrinkled with doubt. A necromancer? Could it be a minion of the Abyss Alliance? Lin Han looked clueless and repeated, "What organization is the Abyss Alliance?" At the mention of that name, his eyes hardened with wariness. The Abyss Alliance is a den harboring heretical trash. Its members are entirely bloodthirsty madmen. Once they bite, they won't let go until someone dies. Yi Tai Ching scratched his head with a grimace. If that Guo Ji-er truly bore the name of the Abyss Alliance, then we are up to our necks in trouble this time. Suddenly remembering his loot, Lin Han flicked out the sparkling card. "Oh right, by the way, I just scavenged this toy." As soon as he caught a glimpse of the symbol on the card, Yi Tai Ching panicked and his eyes widened. Good heavens, could this be the one and only legendary relic card? He snatched the card to inspect it, his voice trembling. "Lin Han, oh Lin Han, you've successfully brought a disaster upon yourself. The relic card holds the power to unlock ancient ruins. This is a treasure that thousands of masters are willing to hack each other to bloody pieces to seize." Yi Tai Ching hurriedly instructed, "With this juicy bait falling into your hands, the Abyss Alliance will never let it rest. I must issue an order to raise the alert around this area immediately. During this sensitive time, you just obediently lie low inside the military academy. You are forbidden from showing your face outside." Ignoring his frantic teacher, Lin Han smiled radiantly with sheer excitement. A spear thrust to the face is easy to dodge, but an arrow shot in the back is hard to predict. If I've already been targeted by them, what's the point of running away? It's better to just casually stand and wait for them to bring their bodies here to throw their lives away. His nonchalant attitude made Yi Tai Ching furious, scolding, Lin Han, have you still not awakened to the severity of this matter? The lackeys of the Abyss Alliance are completely devoid of humanity. They'd rather kill the innocent than miss a single target just to reclaim this relic card. Lin Han didn't mind and even clapped in excitement. Then it's best to just sail the ship since the wood is already nailed. I'll use this card right now while it's hot, so even if they drag their entire family here to search, they'll only pick up an empty shell. Seeing his teacher's face drawn out in worry, Lin Han immediately raised his hand to stop him. Supervisor Yi, don't tell me you forgot the philosophy from the other day. Instead of cowering in a corner like a turtle pulling its head in, isn't it better to throw oneself into danger to level up one's power? He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a flame of determination. I believe this is a golden opportunity to break through. Only when I am overpowered enough will I have the qualifications to trample on those heretical demons. Realizing the stubbornness of his prized student, Yi Tai-ching could only drop his shoulders, sighing heavily in resignation. He stepped closer and patted Lin Han's shoulder firmly. You little brat, fine then, whichever path you choose, you bear the fortune and disaster yourself. Before leaving, Yi Tai-ching still looked back and kindly reminded him, but engrave this in your heart, even if the sky falls, this military academy will always be the sturdiest shield for you to take cover behind. Lin Han smiled brightly and bowed. Thank you very much, Supervisor Yi. Saying so, he signaled the soldiers to heavily carry Ji-er's corpse and withdraw from the scene. Just a blink later, his hands and feet itching, Lin Han immediately took out the card to use. Rather than picking a date, it's better to just strike at the golden hour. Let's crack open this relic and see. Lin Han raised the card high and shouted boldly, "Activate relic card." A brilliant burst of light flared up, forcing him to hastily bring his hands up to shield himself. It's blinding my eyes. Lin Han narrowed his stinging eyes, trying to see the scene unfolding before him clearly. As soon as he could see the bizarre space in front of him, he blankly asked himself, this godforsaken place is called a relic. Suddenly, a voice boomed down from above, "O unfamiliar challenger, welcome to the demon's domain, the evil of hell." Lin Han looked around in all directions searching, who is rambling on so endlessly. Losing his patience, he mouthed off loudly, "Stop sneaking around like a rat, show your face immediately." Answering him was the ferocious roar of a beast echoing from behind. The creature spread its wings, aiming straight at Lin Han's position as it swooped down. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, sending dirt, rocks, and thick dust swirling blindingly. Right behind his back, a bewitching black-purple mist faintly gathered. Najia emerged. She raised her arrogant tone, "Human, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the evil of hell. I am the ruler of this place, Najia." She unhurriedly stepped down the stairs while explaining, "This place consists of a total of 3 stages. Clear the stages smoothly, and you embrace all the treasures. But if you fall off the horse, you will be trapped here as my human-shaped toy until your lifespan is depleted." Speaking of which, she waved her hand, her sharp tone echoing, "Let my stone statue legion greet you a bit. Evil of hell, first stage, begin." In the blink of an eye, a horde of beasts swarmed in, tightly surrounding Lin Han without leaving a single crack. Not bothering to wait for him to catch his breath, the whole pack rushed forward to bite and tear at him. At the same time, the system screen lit up announcing the relic quest, requirement to clear the trial at the evil of hell. The reward for each floor is 5,000 beast taming points. Lin Han smoothly bent his body to dodge the monster's pounce perfectly, smiling smugly. This is sweet, another chance to grind beast taming points. Immediately he summoned his companion, and a Yi appeared, imposingly spreading her arms to shield Lin Han. "You insects are strictly forbidden from touching my master." She fiercely charged forward, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch that blew the horde of monsters away. Still not satisfied, a Yi followed up with a heaven-shaking kick. "Just one punch from me is enough to send your entire lineage packing." Before the monsters could even rub their faces, they were sent flying into the air. Amidst the blazing flames, they exploded into pieces accompanied by tragic roars. Having just cleaned up the battlefield, she immediately turned to Lin Han to claim credit. "Don't you think I was excellent, master?" However, the fragmented corpse pieces scattered on the ground suddenly began to twitch and stir. In a flash, the monsters had reattached their bodies, their expressions bearing an even deeper trace of madness than before. Seeing the situation change, he hurriedly yelled loudly, "A Yi, watch your back." The monsters clung tightly to her body, making her frown in annoyance. "You cheap boulders, get the hell away from me." At this point, Lin Han finally felt goosebumps rise. These stone statues act like asexually reproducing clones every time they get smashed. Xiao Zhen, come out quickly and lend a hand. Xiao Zhen answered clearly and melodiously, accepting your orders, master. Without hesitating for half a split second, she immediately channeled her magic, you brats, turn into dust. Ouch, avoid me. Are you planning to roast me alive too, lady? Xiao Zhen's raging flame swept past, seemingly able to burn everything in its path clean. Yi widened her eyes in absolute surprise. Huh, how strange, my hands don't sting at all. She immediately gave a thumbs up toward Xiao Zhen in praise. This silly bird is actually quite something. Hearing that, she lifted her chin and replied, obviously, I am the boss of playing with fire after all. On the high platform, Najia leisurely clapped her hands. You and your beast tamings have some skills, but stage 1 is far from over. Stop your smug laughing, the main course hasn't even been served yet. Lin Han got into a combat stance. Whatever trump cards you have, just bring them all out and let me see. Instantly, she twisted her body, a dark purple magic swirling all around her, undead reincarnation. From beneath the magic circle, sluggish, wandering ghosts began to emerge one by one. Najia laughed loudly, full of arrogance. This group is all those who tasted defeat from Ian's past. I modified their bodies into recreational dolls. In life, they were all outstanding elites in their professions. Let me see if you have the strength to clean them all up. Witnessing that scene, Lin Han frowned sympathetically. No one wants to pass away only to still be manipulated by someone else. Without wasting time, he quickly ordered a Yi and Xiao Zhen to advance and clean up the poor scarecrows, considering it helping them pass on. Both shouted in unison, obeying your orders. Her eyes flashed with a vicious glint. It's time for you zombies to prove your worth, tear them to shreds for me. Black shadow darted out, just like a blood-drunk wild beast crashing straight into Lin Han's formation. Xiao Zhen fanned a brilliant stream of fire toward the enemy, yelling loudly, burn to ashes. But unluckily, the fire attack was blocked in the blink of an eye. This left her too shocked for words. What the hell can block my fire like this? From another direction, a Yi and Lin Han had also built up momentum to rush in, taste a punch of mine. Her fist of steel smashed heavily against the opponent's sword, rebounding with a blindingly ear-splitting sound. Yi immediately smelled something off. This blade is as solid as a boulder. My fist can't break it. Seeing that, he immediately carried his sword and dashed in to help. As soon as Lin Han closed in, he was bounced backward by the Iron Man. What a terrifying blade-swinging speed. Swinging his sword to retaliate, he shouted loudly, but my grass sword art is not inferior either. The two streams of power clashed loudly and endlessly. Lin Han muttered in his head, this guy truly doesn't know what fatigue is. Even though my stamina is still abundant, dragging it out like this will sooner or later put me at a disadvantage. Thinking so, he pushed off his feet and jumped back a far distance, letting out a heavy sigh. In a blink, the Iron Man had curled up like a tornado, sweeping straight towards Lin Han. But he suddenly braked hard when discovering layers of magic billowing and wrapping around his body. Lin Han swung his sword tip high, his voice exuding absolute confidence. It's a pity you're just a dried corpse, otherwise we would have been an ultimate pair of sparring partners. He pointed his weapon forward, unleashing a sky-flooding wave of power. Sleep well, master. The enemy instantly roared a few times, immediately erecting a defensive shield. At this point, Lin Han finally broke out in a cold sweat. He actually blocked it. This guy is truly well-rounded from offense to defense. Just a moment later, the Iron Man darted out of the shield layer, his appearance looking many times more bloodthirsty than before. Seeing the opponent frantically draining his magic to unleash a move, he had to dodge quickly on his feet. This is way too dangerous. Driven to a corner, Lin Han had no choice but to pull out his ultimate move. The time has come, body-protecting sword aura. He turned into a fierce gust of wind and rushed forward, determined to send the opponent to heaven. I'll use this grass sword art to settle the score with you. Lin Han's violent force slammed into the defensive barrier, making it gradually crack. The shield layer exploded into countless sharp fragments, just like broken glass. Lin Han followed up with a finishing sword strike, making hot blood spray out wildly from the enemy's body. Pardon me, my speed was one beat faster than yours. He leisurely turned his head to look at the corpse falling with a thud to the ground, smoke billowing profusely from the top of its head, wondering how a Yi and Xiao Zhen were doing on the other side. Meanwhile, Yi was still busy fighting the ghosts. Want to scratch me? Wait until your next life. She unleashed a thunderous kick that made the enemy spit blood and fall flat on its face. Go see King Yama. On the other side, Xiao Zhen was also channeling her inner energy, preparing to strike. She molded a massive, scorchingly hot fire tornado. I am an immemorial fiend. How can these little tricks hold me back? Then Xiao Zhen threw that boiling fireball straight down, boldly declaring, I gift you this fireball as travel fare for your journey. That guy was equally stubborn, immediately spewing a rapid stream of water to defend. Water and fire clashed fiercely, both sides trading blows without caring to step back. But sure enough, Xiao Zhen's firepower gradually crushed the opponent. The enemy only had time to let out a tragic howl before being roasted alive in a sea of fire. Watching that scene, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the cleanup went smoothly. Suddenly, he froze for 5 seconds as rumbling sounds came from behind. A horde of monsters swarmed out from nowhere and surrounded them completely, truly as persistent as hungry leeches. He also had to grumble, where did this bunch of stone scarecrows come from in such huge numbers? In a blink, he pushed off and flew into the air. Let me send you all to heaven quickly. Lin Han swung his sword down, deploying his ultimate skill, grass sword art. In just a blink of an eye, the monsters were laid out all over the ground. Not a single soul could dodge his fatal sword path. Seeing Lin Han clean up so effortlessly, Yi marveled, our master is on another level, wiping everything out in a single strike. Beside her, Xiao Zhen chimed in, our master is simply the best. He landed gently and smiled, saying, you girls have worked hard. But Lin Han's heart skipped a beat when he caught a glimpse of a strange phenomenon lurking behind them. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, he exclaimed in shock, what the hell is this now? This vicious beast was none other than a level 55 monarch dragonfly. In the blink of an eye, the monsters swarmed like a festival crowd, instantly drawing a protective magic array. A swarm of insects crawled out, making one's hair stand on end. Lin Han widened his eyes in astonishment. Did it just spit out a whole nest of poisonous bugs? Seeing this, Yi darted forward to shield him. Master, rest assured, leave this swarm of poisonous bugs on the ground to me. Xiao Zhen also flew over. I will lend a hand too, those little pests are level 55 ghost-faced spiders. Before the ghost-faced spiders could even react, they were pummeled by her kicks, unable to withstand a single strike. At the same time, Xiao Zhen controlled blazing flames to roast them all to a crisp. Even so, he began to sense the gravity of the situation. The number of poisonous bugs was too high, wiping them out in an instant was impossible. Yi, Xiao Zhen, step back and leave it to me. Lin Han condensed surging magic power in his hands. Crawl back to your underground nest. He unleashed his ultimate skill to wipe out the bugs, Voodoo Poison Spike. Seeing everything settled, Yi patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, as expected of our master, so overwhelmingly badass. She wiped a drop of sweat from her forehead and chirped, we finally cleared them out, now that old hag from earlier has no choice but to let our master pass the trial right. Right at that moment, a shrill voice hissed, old hag. Both Xiao Zhen and she simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Najia stepped out, stroking the poisonous spider in her hand, her eyes blazing with hatred. How dare you call me an old hag? Then you better prepare to pay the price for pissing me off. She threw the creature to the ground, smirking triumphantly. This little darling is your true nightmare. Go, let these little brats taste true suffering. Without a second of carelessness, Lin Han immediately sensed something bizarre about this thing, absolutely not to be underestimated. He instantly channeled his power and cast Voodoo Poison Spike. Lin Han summoned sharp crystal pillars that pierced through the ground and shot up. The crystal blocks skewered right through the insect swarm, halting their attack. Not a single bug could dodge this lethal strike. Meanwhile, Yi fiercely charged forward, just one left. Watch me smash you to pieces with a single punch. Suddenly, that bug leaped right into the body of a larger monster. Seeing this, Xiao Zhen immediately brought out her flames. Let me handle it. The deafening explosion sent the bug from earlier flying out. At this moment, she scratched her head in doubt. How strange, or am I just seeing things from being too tired? How did that tiny thing suddenly get so big? Xiao Zhen firmly confirmed, not at all. This insect is clearly getting bigger and bigger for real. At this point, Lin Han also rolled his eyes in sheer shock. Every time it jumps out of a poisonous bug's corpse, it gets bigger. Could it be? At the same time, the surrounding bugs competed to spew out a toxic slime. It endlessly sprayed venom with an utterly hideous appearance. Then its body cracked into many pieces, and a blinding light burst from the crevices. Its physical body shattered, and brilliant rays of light illuminated the entire space. A much more intimidating monster had descended, a level 60 Ghost King Dragonfly. Witnessing this, Lin Han's eyes darkened as if he had seen through it all along, just as I thought. He couldn't hold back and screamed. This tiny thing suddenly turned into a super giant monster. Xiao Zhen also grimaced in disgust. This is so creepy. In a flash, it aggressively charged straight at Lin Han. The two girls immediately rolled up their sleeves and rushed in, big size or not. You're still just a filthy bug. How dare you touch our master? Watch me burn you to death. The Ghost King Dragonfly opened its jaws and spewed out a terrifying amount of venom. Both Yi and she took the full brunt of the toxic liquid, screaming in pain. Right as she thudded to the ground, Xiao Zhen still tried to turn her head to warn him, Master, watch out for its venom. She cried out in panic, my arms and legs suddenly feel like jelly. Seeing this, Lin Han frantically sprinted over, Yi, Xiao Zhen. Facing this mess, Lin Han started to lose his cool system, use all remaining beast taming points to detoxify Yi and Xiao Zhen. Instantly, the notification panel popped up, successfully cleansed the venom for Heavenly Horned True Emperor, consuming 3,000 beast taming points this time. Yi's eyes regained their sharpness as she saw the lethal poison evaporating from her body. She stretched her body refreshingly. Yi feels much better now, thank you, Master. Beside her, Xiao Zhen held her head but kept a stubborn face without a single complaint, Master. Xiao Zhen can keep fighting right away. But he quickly waved his hand to open the spatial portal. You girls have been fighting non-stop. You must be physically and mentally exhausted. Return to the beast taming space to rest. I'll handle the rest of this mess. Obeying his words, the two girls obediently slipped into the portal. Yes, Master, you must be careful with your life. From far away, the Ghost King Dragonfly lunged forward again, intending to tear Lin Han apart. Without wasting even a blink of an eye, he immediately summoned a new ally. Tiangu, it's your turn to take the stage next. Tiangu instantly took a combat stance. Master, just leave this monster for Tiangu to clean up. She raised her hand to draw sky-tearing lightning strikes. Under my lightning array, it won't even be able to crawl away. Tiangu launched that majestic beam of lightning, striking right into the enemy's head. The vicious beast tumbled to the ground, losing all chance to rise and counterattack. Taking the critical hit head-on, the Ghost King Dragonfly let out a series of agonizing roars. Right after, Lin Han gripped his sword tightly and took his stance. Now it's my turn to perform. But the Ghost King Dragonfly was no dummy. It immediately coughed up a pool of bitter venom. He had to hop around like a grasshopper to dodge the toxic puddles. That was close, almost got poisoned. Right after, Lin Han condensed countless magic vortexes to surround it. Let's see if your poison flies faster or my dodging speed is quicker. Catching the exact moment the Ghost King Dragonfly was dazed, he seized the opportunity. What a perfect prey. Lin Han swung his sword, performing a few masterful moves before thrusting fiercely at the monster. Taste the tip of my sword. Leaving the Ghost King Dragonfly unable to react, only able to groan pitifully and miserably. He finished it off with a thrust hilt deep into the creature's back, causing its fluids to splatter everywhere. The Ghost King Dragonfly's entire body tore open, brilliant light mixed with slime splashing in all directions. It exploded with a loud bang, blowing to pieces and venom splattered, flooding the entire area. Seeing the danger, Lin Han somersaulted far away to dodge the filthy poison puddles. When the dust settled, he finally dared to pat his chest and sigh in relief. Oh God, finally took care of it. Right then the system panel popped up with good news. Congratulations on clearing the first floor of Hell's Evil, gained 50 beast taming points. Making Lin Han thrilled, grabbing a solid 50 points. This is quite a good harvest. Suddenly his eyes locked onto an item dropped behind him. What is that? It turned out to be a beginner poison-resistant skill book. Making Lin Han gasp in surprise, it actually dropped sweet loot like a skill book. He grabbed the book, his face beaming with joy. A rare passive skill too. With this manual in hand, from now on I can take on all those toxic-spitting monsters. Just then, loud clapping along with Najia's voice echoed down. Well done. Only a handful survive the first floor. You are undoubtedly the toughest among them. Before turning away, she carelessly tossed a remark, "I'm starting to like you. I hope you don't kick the bucket on the second floor." At this point, Lin Han's expression turned thoughtful. If the first floor was already this tough to chew, the next trials will probably be so hard they'll break my teeth. But on second thought, he smirked. I actually dig these hidden challenges. After all, the tougher the trial, the juicier the drops. Making up his mind, Lin Han called out, "Tiangu, let's continue our walk." Tiangu obediently replied, "Yes, master." In a flash, both of them had stepped out of that ruin area. He looked around and clicked his tongue. This damn staircase is ridiculously long. After walking until their legs ached, she suddenly slammed the brakes and exclaimed, "Master, look." Right in front, a vicious beast was sprawled out just like a predator waiting for prey to deliver itself. It was none other than a level 60 magical black dragon. The moment it let out a roar, the system panel announced, "Hell's Evil second trial unlocked." Najia popped out again, arrogantly declaring, "Welcome to the second floor's test. You either smash my darling black dragon to pieces or become its food, take your pick." Lin Han widened his eyes at the colossal thing in front of him, his forehead dotted with sweat. Playing this big, bringing a dragon out to fight is way too extravagant. As the magical black dragon lunged forward, he hastily yelled, "Tiangu, dodge." Tiangu quickly replied, "Understood, master." The dragon extended its claws, unleashing a massive wave of force as if wanting to level the whole world. Lin Han had no choice but to raise his sword to block that devastating attack. But the aftershock from the magical black dragon's energy still drained a good chunk of his strength. At this point, Lin Han's eyes hardened, blazing with battle lust, terrifying power indeed, lightning wings. Every single scale on its body was coated in a dense layer of magic. The magical black dragon shrieked piercingly again, its expression several times more bloodthirsty than before. It spewed out an overwhelming aura, as if wanting to swallow this entire space into its belly. Clashing with that insane amount of magic made him scratch his head. What the hell kind of ultimate skill is this? Instantly, Tiangu jumped out and directly used Thunder Blast. "Master, let me share the heat with you." Her cluster of thunder and lightning displayed a power not much inferior to that big bulky monster. Lin Han clenched his jaw, sweat soaking a patch of his shirt. Just getting grazed by a dragon's scale means guaranteed logout. Luckily, Tiangu is here to help carry half of this dead weight. Finalizing his plan in mind, he dashed straight toward the target, roaring imposingly, "You've had your fun firing away. Now it's my turn to return the favor." Regardless of how wildly it unleashed its moves, Lin Han still slipped through and dodged neatly. "You are way too slow." That wasn't all. He raised his blade high, pulling out his old trick, cursive sword art. Lin Han brought down a straight slash onto the dragon's back, but it seemed to merely scratch an itch without doing any real damage. Seeing this, his eyes widened so much they almost popped out. "Kidding me? Are dragon scales unreasonably hard to this extent?" Refusing to give up, he gritted his teeth, intending to follow up with another slash. At that very moment, Tiangu appeared like a god, casting Thunder Roar. Her blinding lightning bolt struck squarely on the magical black dragon's head, causing the flying lizard to howl in agony before it could even wipe its face. Catching the exact moment the magical black dragon was staggering, Lin Han flew forward like the wind, a delicious prey delivered right to my mouth. He shaped swirling vortexes of magic, aiming to drown the enemy to death. Then Lin Han drove his freezing sword tip into the magical black dragon's flesh again. After slashing, he quickly jumped back a distance to observe its movements. Suddenly, it roared loudly and spat out a massive stream of flames that lit up the sky. Making him grit his teeth and break into a cold sweat, "Screwed. This monster is planning to launch a counterattack right before it breathes its last." Taking the blast head-on, Lin Han's defense nearly crumbled before he could take a stance. Damn it. Even so, he gritted his teeth and gripped the weapon in his hands tightly without letting go. Lin Han's jaw dropped in surprise when he saw her show up, Ju Yi. Ju Yi hurriedly spoke, "Master, let me take the hit and protect you." She raised her jade-like hands, deploying body-protecting sword aura. Ju Yi aimed her magic straight at the dragon and shouted loudly, "Returning this attack back to you." The furious stream of flames rebounded right back at the magical black dragon. It was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, only able to shriek with ear-piercing cries. The magical black dragon rolled its wide, unblinking eyes staring forward. The fierce flames roasted its eyes, making blood gush out like a fountain. At that very second, its entire body bloated like a balloon about to burst, emitting a blinding halo of light. Lin Han ran for his life while screaming at the top of his lungs, "Watch out." All of a sudden, countless giant boulders cracked open behind them. As the dust dissipated, Jiu Yi's soft voice gently echoed. Seeing Master cornered, in that critical moment, I had to tear my soul from the sword body, barely managing to come out here to lend you a hand. She clung tightly to Lin Han's arm like a shadow. "This is good too. From now on I can stay right by your side and keep you company, Master." He glanced back from the corner of his eye and whispered, "I'll use this momentum to send this evil dragon straight to its grave." From far away, Najia's bitter voice shrieked again. "How dare you blind my precious darling? I will treat you all to a super big gift." Her eyes flashed with cunning rays. Najia was paving the way to summon more minions. This dragon is crippled now, might as well squeeze out its very last drop of sweat. Just a split second later, the magical black dragon let out a tragic roar, its entire body venting magic like billowing smoke. With one glance, Lin Han smelled a huge disaster. Damn it, this beast is planning to self-destruct like a suicide bomber. Seeing the situation hanging by a thread, he shouted to shoo them away. "It's too dangerous. You girls quickly dive back into the beast taming space right now." However, these two girls were as stubborn as mules. "We are willing to live and die with our master. Don't even think about chasing us away anywhere." Midst the desperate roar of the magical black dragon, a blinding, deep purple halo covered the entire space. Running at breakneck speed, racing against death, he grabbed his weapon, cranking body-protecting sword aura to the max. The system's chime rang out, body-protecting sword aura. Lin Han sweated profusely and muttered, "With an explosion this massive, I'm afraid the shield won't hold out for long." Even so, he gritted his teeth and didn't step back an inch, using his own body to resist with all his might. The three of them huddled together as one, uniting their strength to fight back against the beast's lethal blow. Bracing himself to weather the storm for a long while, Lin Han finally dared to let out a breath, so exhausted, finally passed the trial. But his heart jolted when he saw Jiu Yi collapse unconscious to the ground. "Jiu Yi." Her voice was a fragile whisper, "Master." Lin Han frantically shook Jiu Yi's shoulders and asked, "Where are you hurt?" Beside them, Tiangu was also anxious, "Master. Her complexion is really terrible." She explained with her fading breath, "Just now taking the full blast, the Jiu Yi sword cracked too much, causing my vitality to drain completely." But before she could finish, he quickly cut her off. "Jiu Yi, stop spouting nonsense, hurry up and go back to heal for me." Before she vanished, Lin Han still turned to instruct Tiangu to take care of her. Tiangu patted her chest and guaranteed, "Master, rest assured and leave it to me." In the midst of that, Najia, who had been watching the drama from the high platform all along, started to mock. "Oh my, putting on such a touching master-servant bonding act. It even makes me jealous of your tamed beasts." Her utterly fake voice echoed sharply. "Suppose if I could find a boss who pampered me that much, even if I had to sacrifice my life on the battlefield, I'd happily lay down and die." Hearing this, Lin Han immediately exposed her to her face. "You forced that evil dragon to self-destruct just to send me to my grave. Clearly you harbor a bone-deep hatred for humanity, right?" But Najia kept her chin up, not even bothering to deny it. "Yeah, so what? This land is my home turf. I play by whatever rules I please. If you're a coward, don't show your face on the path of trials." At this point, he had made up his mind. "Anyone who dares to touch my people, I swear I'll make them pay a heavy price." Lin Han shouted loudly, "This young master will fight you to the bitter end." He strolled up the stone steps, his brain calculating rapidly. "The first 2 rounds already nearly knocked my teeth out. The final boss on the 3rd floor will definitely be some godforsaken monstrosity. Better safe than sorry." Suddenly, a blinding streak of light flashed in front of him, leaving Lin Han wide-eyed and stunned. What is this? The scenery unfolding before him left him dizzy. The landing zone for the 3rd floor's trial is this fairyland. Lin Han scanned the area and smacked his lips. "Oh look, it's Najia. What kind of cheap trick is she pulling now? Planning to stuff me full before dragging me out to fight." Suddenly a clear voice rang out, "Lin Han, I bet you would come to save me." His eyes immediately sharpened like a mine detector. "Who goes there?" Lin Han tightly grabbed the stranger's wrist, making Bai Bing cry out in pain. She hurriedly identified herself. "Lin Han, it's your sister Bing." Catching sight of Bai Bing's face, he couldn't hold back his shock. "Sister Bing." Instantly, she threw herself at Lin Han and hugged him tightly. I thought I would never have the chance to see your face again in this lifetime." He anxiously pressed her with questions. How did Sister Bing end up stranded in this godforsaken corner? Bai Bing wiped her tears, sniffling as she explained. 2 months ago Xingjai stumbled upon a ruin card, and before I knew it, I was teleported straight into this prison. Memories flooded back in fragments through her narrative. I barely survived by the skin of my teeth just to crawl past the first floor's trial. I gritted my teeth and dragged myself from the second floor to the third, yet I searched everywhere and couldn't find an exit at all. More he listened, the wider Lin Han's eyes grew. In other words, you've been locked in here for 2 whole months. He calculated in his head, surely that sinister hag Najia never intended to let anyone pass the trial from the very beginning. After all, locking up challengers is as easy as flipping her hand, but why does it still feel so weird? At this moment, Lin Han patted his chest and promised, "Sister Bing, you are strictly forbidden to give up. I swear I will lead you out of this birdcage." Bai Bing languidly sat down on the chair, inadvertently showing off her perfect curves. She flirted seductively with the most alluring look possible, her voice as sweet as honey. "Oh, Lin Han." This sudden plot twist gave him goosebumps. He stepped back and shouted, "Sister Bing, what kind of wrong medicine did you take?" But before he could even lift a foot, Lin Han was tackled onto his back and pinned to the floor by Bai Bing. She straddled him completely, her covetous gaze laid bare. "To be honest, my lifelong wish is to embrace my beloved. Now true love is resting right in my hands. Lin Han, darling, will you be my husband for the rest of your life in this place?" Interrogated under duress, Lin Han sweated bullets. He screamed until his voice cracked, "But we still have a bunch of brothers and family waiting for us outside. Are you just going to throw them to the dogs?" Bai Bing remained unfazed, indifferent to worldly matters, and whispered into his ear, "Lin Han, it's such a waste to let the spring night slip away. Be a good boy and give me a hug, darling." By now Lin Han smelled a rat. This is so wrong. Even if she had been imprisoned for months, Sister Bing's personality couldn't have warped like this. After a moment of thought, he gulped down his saliva and weakly called out, "Sister Bing." Even though his gut was screaming in refusal, Lin Han still had to close his eyes, pucker his lips, and play along. But seizing the moment he closed his eyes, she immediately drew a knife and stabbed a deadly thrust from behind his back. A sense of triumph burst within Bai Bing. Go meet the Grim Reaper. Who would have thought her wrist was suddenly clamped as tight as a vice by Lin Han? He smirked faintly. Your acting skills could win the Best Actress award. If it were any other naive boy, he'd probably have lost his life under your gentleness by now. Exposed, the fake Bai Bing went pale as a ghost, frantically arguing. I scrutinized every bit of your memories about this woman, from her appearance to her tone. I copied them identically without a single flaw. How could you spot a crack? Lin Han replied with a voice as sharp as a knife. You can only use Bai Bing's mask and voice recorder, but you're nowhere near capable of mimicking her personality. She is not the kind of girl to easily surrender to fate. How on earth would she willingly bury her youth in this dump for the rest of her life? Remembering the original Bai Bing, he subconsciously shuddered and broke into a sweat. Not to mention, if Sister Bing were ever this ladylike with me, the sun would rise in the west. As soon as his words fell, the counterfeit Bai Bing instantly evaporated from Lin Han's line of sight. The disguise fell off, revealing Najia's true face. She gritted her teeth and scoffed coldly. So it turns out you were just playing along and messing with me this whole time. He shrugged casually, spot on. I was just sticking around to see what kind of cheap trick you were up to. It turns out you were just reusing that same old honey trap cliché. At this stage, Najia had to clap her hands in praise. Lin Han, among all the mixed bag of people who have come here over the past 1,000 years, you are truly the most outstanding one. I really have taken a liking to you. She flirtatiously pushed a glass of wine toward him, bluntly stating her price. Just nod your head and settle down here, and I will serve whatever you want in this world right to your mouth. Her eyes shone brightly like headlights, trying hard to entice him, exotic delicacies, glittering gold and silver, or even any woman to accompany you by your side. Unfortunately, Lin Han's face remained stone cold without a care. Sweet wine and savory bait sure sound tempting, but there's just one thing. He swung his hand and drew out his brightly shining weapon. Lin Han pointed the sharp tip straight at the enemy's face, generously declaring, You underestimate the name Lin Han too much. This young master's great ambition is to stand at the pinnacle of the world. I don't have the free time to grow roots in this trippy ghost dungeon. The wine glass dropped with a thud to the floor. the glass shattering into pieces, fine wine splashing everywhere. At this point Najia truly went mad. "You ungrateful human." She let out a piercing shriek, as billowing dark evil energy engulfed her body. Seeing this scene, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a chill and shudder, as all directions were flooded in an eerie stream of magic. Najia's gruff voice roared, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, and even forcing me to personally roll up my sleeves. "Then I will send you straight to the afterlife." Her legs had now transformed into a hideous fishtail. Unfortunately, the price for losing is having your blood drained to become a dried-up puppet, brought out day and night just for my amusement. But he merely smirked mockingly. "So you finally decided to peel off that utterly fake mask, huh?" Saying that, Najia unleashed terrifying magic. "Since you despise this place, I will just have to lock your dried corpse here as a souvenir." Lin Han was no rookie either. He smoothly weaved and dodged neatly, trying to chain my neck. "Stop daydreaming." She launched an attack that submerged the entire space in a deep purple haze. Only then did he break into a cold sweat. "It can even bite through boulders. If I take one hit of this dark energy, I'll probably turn into fertilizer." Meanwhile, Najia lunged forward with a twisted smile. "Let's see how long those legs of yours can keep hopping around." Lin Han took a ready combat stance, using a trick to copy a skill sprint. In that moment, she froze for a beat upon realizing she was being surrounded. He grinned triumphantly. "Of course, I'll keep running around until you get dizzy and throw up, and only stop when you're completely out of juice." Najia cracked a sinister smile, extending her claws to block the way, caught the tail of the little mouse, who knew he would teleport right to her back in a flash. "It is I who caught your weak spot instead." Countless afterimages of Lin Han's fists rained down blows upon Najia. But she still arrogantly sneered. "Hitting my tail with your fists isn't even enough to scratch an itch." He bared his teeth in a smile, raising his hand high to retort. "Hold your horses. Let me spark some electricity to numb your very soul." Before he even finished speaking, she was blasted sky-high by high-voltage currents, her whole body thrashing like a fish out of water. Najia's skin was scorched black in several patches. She grimaced in pain, holding herself. "You bastard, that combo just now was a trap to trick me, wasn't it?" He leisurely replied, "Perfectly accurate. If you don't want to be roasted like a pig, you better raise the white flag and hand over the key to the trial." But Najia didn't seem scared at all. She smirked slyly, releasing magic to entirely coat her body. "I admit you're pretty tough, but if I were that easy to chew, I wouldn't be sitting in the seat of this ruin's guardian." Saying so, the old scales on her tail peeled off, replaced by a brand new set. "I am the boss of limitless regeneration. No matter how mangled I get, I just need to shed my skin, and I'll be as fresh as new." Hearing this, he cracked his knuckles and smiled faintly. "It's just fast health regeneration. You're acting like you have an immortal body. If I just pound you until your face swells up faster than you can heal, it's game over, isn't it?" Not bothering to waste words, she declared coldly, "You're overly confident. This land will be your burial ground." As soon as the words fell, an earth-shattering tail whip slammed straight toward Lin Han. Dust flew blindly, but he nimbly sprang away, dodging the fangs of death. His stomach started doing somersaults, cursing internally. "This snake woman is indeed built like a tank. She's not easy to beat at all." Najia flexed her muscles, whipping her tail wildly like a storm. "You're about to meet your maker. Where are your tamed beasts? Why not summon them? Or are you delusional, thinking you can solo me all by yourself?" While sweating and straining to block the blows, he obstinately argued back. "You were the one who praised me as the toughest challenger in history. Then boiling you alive with my bare hands isn't impossible." Lin Han's arms and legs were already screaming in exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and kept the divine beasts hidden, thinking of how they were gasping for air after the previous battle. The recent string of endless battles had drained every last drop of energy from the quartet. As a master, who could be heartless enough to drag their pets out to be living punching bags again? Hearing this, she acted as if she saw right through him, a tough mouth, "But deep down you're pitying your subordinates, right? You'd rather take all the painful hits than let your tamed beasts get a scratch. I'm a little jealous of your pets for landing such a great boss like you." He nearly choked on his saliva, wide-eyed as he asked, "Wait, how can you read me like a book? Don't tell me you." She grinned smugly. "Got a goldfish brain? Forgot the part where I sneaked a peek at your memories. Reading you is as easy as taking candy from a baby. It's a pity that I am chained to this desolate corner, unable to freely roam the martial world with a master like those little brats of yours." Ending her lament, Najia acted up again, swinging her pillar-like tail from the sky straight at Lin Han's head. He hastily scrambled to dodge, leaving the ground completely shattered. If you crave freedom so much, why not just submit your resignation as a guardian? Why stay rooted here to suffer? Hearing the piercing question, she lowered her eyes in frustration and replied, I'm miserable too, it's not like I'm enjoying this. Lin Han scratched his head and pondered, suspecting that this girl was bound by some sort of slave contract, which was why she was chained here. Before he could finish his thought, Najia bared her teeth and lunged at him, demanding his blood. Seeing this, Lin Han immediately raised his hands in half-surrender, throwing out a sweet bait. Hypothetically, if someone were to lead you out of this pigsty of a ruin, would you be willing to follow them? She nodded frantically without missing a beat. Escape from here, only a fool would refuse. I would leave with both hands and feet. But her excitement vanished quickly. Najia let out a long sigh. Sadly, the humans I've met are all total scrubs. None of them are strong enough to smash this place. Even a tough guy like you can't escape the fate of being a mere mortal. He smiled with confident defiance, surrendering before even fighting. Just like when you bet I would fail at the Hell's Evil trial, but this young master simply loves being the first to completely sweep this place. But Najia remained as stoic as stone, completely unswayed. I really admire the stubbornness of you humans, knowing there's a 90% chance of death, yet still diving in head first. But unfortunately for you, the rule of the ruin is that whenever someone passes the trial, I will be dragged out and roasted like a pig immediately. So I sincerely apologize, but I have to send you to your grave. As soon as she finished, she swung that damn tail at Lin Han again. He was forced to reuse his old trick, springing up and soaring into the air to avoid the lethal whip. Lin Han wiped away his cold sweat, secretly swallowing hard at the terrifying power. Is this the level of a genuine, top-tier guardian? Just one whip and the roof flies off, the ground shatters. Not letting him breathe, she went full throttle, forcing her tail to lash forward as fast as lightning. Congratulations, you are the first customer to taste my ultimate skill, wildly dancing barrage. Lin Han ground his teeth, knowing he couldn't outrun this. Oh well, let's go all in, all or nothing. Suddenly, the space above his head cracked open like shattered glass. Lin Han stared up in a daze. How weird. Who pressed the button for the beast taming space to swing wide open by itself like this? Before he could even blink, the quartet Yi, Tiangu, Zhao Zhen, and Zhu Yi skydived down one after another. If we die together. We still have plenty of strength to fight. Boss, your crew is here to back you up. Instantly, they lined up behind him, pouring their absolute final reserves of strength into Lin Han. Boss, take our very last spark to beat the game. You must win, boss. Lin Han was immediately like he'd been pumped with new blood, his eyes shining brightly as he looked forward. The girls have emptied their pockets to buff me. If I don't win this time, I'll have to dig a hole and bury myself out of shame. Without dawdling any longer, he immediately activated the most overpowered ultimate move of the cursive sword art. The weapon in his hand expanded in the blink of an eye, becoming as massive as a pillar supporting the sky. Lin Han swung the giant sword and brought down a lethal strike right on Najia's head. Watch me cleave this hellish birdcage in two. Najia was no pushover either, unleashing full power and charging headlong into death. Bring it on if you dare. The two colossal masses of energy from Lin Han and her crashed into each other, creating a blinding explosion of light. He gritted his teeth, his face turning red and purple from the strain of bearing the pressure. Jiu. Yi and a Yi at the back shouldered the burden and pumped in more strength. Boss sir, hang in there. A Yi swears to stick by you to the very end. A hint of jealousy mixed with a touch of melancholy flashed through Najia's eyes. To think that in this chaotic place, there was actually a bunch of grunts willing to die for each other. This taste of camaraderie is truly a luxury I have never had the chance to experience. She slowly cooled down, loosening her grip and reducing the pressure. Najia let her arms drop, completely abandoning the thought of fighting back. She closed her eyes, waiting for death. Sending a group that values friendship and loyalty like you all to the grave would be bad karma. Lin Han, with a nose as sharp as a hound's, immediately caught a whiff that something was wrong. What is this auntie trying to pull? Is she planning to commit suicide? Right at the moment, his deadly sword tip was about to slice Najia's head off. Lin Han panicked and swerved, exhausting all his strength to force the sword in another direction. With a boom, the sword aura cleaved the air and completely missed to the side. It grazed her cheek, scorching a tuft of hair, and then smashed into the boulder behind her, shattering it into pieces. Najia was stunned and asked, why didn't you just finish me off? Aren't you desperate to break this ruin? He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, oh come on, who was the one going easy on me just now? Najia, are you that eager to meet your maker? Having been seen through, she had no choice but to revert to her human form, clicking her tongue. I hid it so well, yet you still exposed me. How embarrassing. Najia lowered her eyes, complaining in a bitter tone. I am sick to death of this corner. Just thinking about serving a life sentence in this shabby ruin makes me want to reincarnate and get it over with. Lin Han's brain skipped a beat hearing this. Hold on, what is going on here? Aren't you supposed to be the boss of this ruin? Why are you under house arrest in your own home? She let out a long sigh and revealed her origins. Actually, I come from the same mold as your pets. We are all immemorial ferocious beasts who have survived since the Stone Age. He dropped his jaw and shouted, what? Najia half closed her eyes, reminiscing about the hazy times 1,000 years ago. Back then, I got lost and wandered into the hell of evil, and ended up being scooped up to work as an unpaid security guard for this ruin until now. Her eyes welled up with tears as she sniffled and explained. Every time someone comes in here to climb the tower, this ruin drains some of its power. Once it completely runs out of energy, everything rooted here will vanish along with it. Lin Han slapped his thigh. I get it now, but a Yi standing nearby frowned and retorted, if this place is going to blow up anyway, why don't you just make a run for it? Najia shook her head dejectedly. Run with what? Faith, this is a solitary confinement cell. I tried prying the door until my nails broke, but it was no use. I am so utterly sick of this pitch-black darkness. I would rather close my eyes and die to be free. Seeing her tragic situation, he kindly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then Lin Han seriously suggested a plan. Giving up so soon? The future is still long, there will definitely be a loophole. How about I try using a beast taming contract to bind you and then take you outside for some fresh air? But Najia pursed her lips in disdain. With your current level, signing 10 contracts wouldn't be enough to bend the rules of the ruin. Lin Han thumped his chest and swore, then wait until I cultivate to become the ultimate boss, and I will come back for you. As long as you don't give up, I guarantee I will smash this prison and drag you out. Her eyes suddenly lit up like headlights. If it's you, you might actually pull it off. Thank you, Lin Han, and by the way, congratulations to the new king for successfully clearing this hell of evil. The system's broadcast rang out to announce the good news. You have crushed the 3rd floor of the hell of evil, sweeping up 5,000 beast taming points. Lin Han scratched his head in confusion. What a weird way to play. I haven't even killed the boss, and it already counts as clearing the stage. Najia nodded, enlightening him. Exactly. The rule on this 3rd floor is either defeat the Guardian, which is me, or get a nod of approval from me personally. Judging by your performance, you are more than qualified to take the championship trophy of this hell of evil. After saying that, she reached into her pocket and tossed him a VIP item. This Phase 2 Ruin VIP card is your stage-clearing reward. It acts as a key to unlock the next phase of the hell of evil. The difficulty of the 2nd phase will be double what it is now. Whenever you feel you are tough enough to defeat me, just swipe this card to enter. Lin Han quickly caught the card and stuffed it into his pocket. That wasn't all. Najia generously dug out 4 stones radiating a blinding aura. Here is a bonus for you from my personal stash. 4 rare heaven and earth origin stones. She slowly promoted the goods. These 4 heaven and earth origin stones share the same element as your little ones. Just shove them in their mouths and they will thrive, leveling up like crazy. Consider it a little meeting gift to bribe them. A Yi, standing by watching, started drooling with greed. Oh my, these bricks smell so incredibly enticing. He beamed and stretched out his hand to catch the treasures. Top-tier goods like these are more than enough to boost a Yi and the other's strength multifold. This is truly a huge jackpot. He hastily cupped his hands. Thank you, Najia. When I make it big in the future, I swear I will repay this favor properly. Unexpectedly, Najia lunged forward and planted a loud kiss on Lin Han's cheek. No need for formalities, the stuff I give doesn't require payback. This sneak attack left him practically frozen, his face flushing red before he could even react. Seeing this eyesore, a Yi, Jiu Yi, Xiao Zhen, and Tiangu shrieked in unison as if provoked. You dare steal our boss's kiss? Let go of our boss right now. Are you trying to drive us crazy? Yi stomped her foot and roared, Boss, stay away from that woman for me. As soon as the words left her mouth, their bodies suddenly began to blur. Lin Han was startled, looking at his fading limbs. Wait, what is going on? Najia waved her hand with a slight smile, clearing his confusion. The ruin is about to kick you all out. Lin Han, remember your promise to come back and redeem me. Right before being completely sucked away, he patted his chest and assured her, just trust me, hang in there and wait for the day I come back to get you out. In a flash, the group of 5 was thrown back to their old turf. Lin Han looked around and clapped his hands. Aha, we are back at the academy. He stared blankly at his own hands, muttering, after fighting so exhaustingly, now it just feels like I just woke up from a dream. Before he could snap out of his reverie, Lin Han was swarmed by 4 pairs of glaring eyes ready to interrogate him. Yi grumbled sarcastically. What dream? A wet spring dream, more like it. Xiao Zhen, with tears welling up in her eyes, demanded, confess, boss. Were you so mesmerized that you wanted to put down roots and stay in that cave with her forever? Tiangu sneered, radiating killing intent. Is the 4 of us serving you not enough? Ju Yi also bitterly poked at him. And you even let that woman press you down and kiss you. Seeing the house about to catch fire, Lin Han hastily turned around and tossed out the 4 origin stones to change the subject, laughing it off to coax them. Oh, come on, who has the time to remember those trivial things? Hurry up and use these treasures to upgrade your power, girls. He swung his arm, throwing the jade stones to float in midair. As if they had eyes, they automatically attached straight to the foreheads of Yi, Tiangu, Xiao Zhen, and Ju Yi, instantly merging into them. The system broadcast chimed in again to report. Successfully absorbed heaven and earth origin stones. The beast taming pets are undergoing evolution. In a flash, Yi rolled her eyes in sheer ecstasy. Oh my god, my abilities are skyrocketing. I have now ascended to the rank of Tian Jiaoyi, joining the ranks of the 10 immemorial ferocious beasts. Tiangu also howled in excitement. My power is surging wildly. Isn't this badass? I have become the Thunder Emperor of the 10 immemorial ferocious beasts. Xiao Zhen clenched her fists, boasting, awesome, from now on I can freely look for tougher opponents to beat up. Call me Zhen Huang. Ju Yi floated amidst the light of the jade stone, upgrading into the 9-leaf sword grass. He clenched his fists, smiling joyfully. This time, not only did Yi and the others get an upgrade, but my own strength has also increased significantly. Taking a trip to challenge the ruin really yielded quite a haul. Information popped up. Name Lin Han, class Beast Taming Warlord, hidden lineage for inheritance. Lin Han smiled, turned away, and waved his hand, instructing his troops, everyone must be exhausted from this tower climb. Hurry back to the beast taming space and rest up, girls. Who would have thought Yi would dash out to block his way, decisively protesting? Absolutely not. The fierce reaction made his jaw drop in astonishment. The little girl bristled and scolded, I haven't settled the score from earlier. I haven't even gotten to kiss the boss once. On what grounds did that Najia dare to take the first step? Xiao Zhen also grabbed Lin Han's shirt, refusing to let go. Exactly, I haven't swallowed this lump of anger yet. Xiao Zhen pouted, demanding, Boss, you have to compensate us for the mental damage. Ju Yi chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Totally. Tonight, the boss has to stay up all night coaxing us to make amends. Backed into a corner, he could only mumble and accept his fate. Fine. Whatever pleases you ladies. The 4 girls instantly broke into bright smiles. So great. I am willing to follow my master for the rest of this life. In the distance, 2 young men saw this scene and their eyes turned red with jealousy. One gasped, that kid actually has 4 top-tier beauties surrounding him. Being handsome really gives you privileges. The other smacked his lips. It truly is a case of some having too much while others have none at all. Couldn't he spare just one for me? Right after the deal was sealed, internal conflict broke out again. Yi grabbed Ju Yi by the collar and yelled, back off, you, the boss's embrace has already been claimed by me. Ju Yi gritted her teeth, arguing back, keep dreaming, I don't want to be separated from master. On the other side, Xiao Zhen and Tiangu were also glaring daggers at each other. Xiao Zhen tried to chase her away, hey, back off a little, don't crowd my spot. Tiangu stubbornly replied, I am planting my roots right here. Lin Han scratched his head and pulled his hair, complaining to the heavens. O king of hell, I would rather go back and fight 10 more life-and-death battles than be stuck in the middle of this women's war. It's giving me a splitting headache. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky, yet all 5 of them were still sleeping soundly on the bed, hugging each other. Suddenly, Lin Han's phone rang loudly. He yawned widely and fumbled for his phone. Who is it? A gleeful voice came from the other end. Lin Zai, drag yourself to school, quick. There is shocking news today. Lin Han squinted. What shocking news? But the caller was being evasive. Anyway, just bring yourself to class ASAP, you will know when you get here. After dropping that statement, the caller hung up the phone. He scrambled up, cracking his back and groaning. Getting tormented all night by these 4 girls almost suffocated me. I really can't handle this kind of blessing. Lin Han quickly gathered a few stray hairs and tied them up neatly. Then he jumped out of bed, grabbed his jacket and quickly threw it on. Finally, Lin Han tiptoed backwards to sneak away. Got to take advantage of a Yi and the gang being fast asleep to make a quick getaway, otherwise they will cling to me like leeches again. Darting past the classroom, he slammed on the brakes and shouted, "Sorry, I got stuck in traffic and am late. Is this classroom 4? On the podium, a strange woman glared with murderous intent and reprimanded him. Skipping in late for the very first period, students these days truly have no discipline. Lin Han looked confused and asked, "Excuse me, but you are?" Ine immediately put her hands on her hips, turned around sharply, and introduced herself. "I am Mo Ine, your temporary homeroom teacher. Mr. Ching Hai is out on a mission and won't be showing up at the academy for a while." A warning from Ching Hai flashed through her mind. The students in my class are very well behaved, but unfortunately, there are a few troublemakers who can be quite a headache. I am afraid you will have to keep a closer eye on them. Ine secretly evaluated him in her head. This male student must be the hard-to-handle troublemaker Mr. Ching Hai mentioned, deliberately showing up late right as I take office, trying to establish dominance over me, huh? Lin Han hurriedly explained, "Miss, the reason I am late is because yesterday I accidentally—" Before he could finish, she raised her hand to cut him off. "Late is late, don't beat around the bush making excuses. Get to your seat voluntarily right now. If you piss me off, I will deduct all your accumulated points." Lin Han clicked his tongue and scurried back to his seat, making a bad impression on the new teacher on the very first day. "Looks like my school days are going to be exhausting from now on." Tian Jiao peeked over and chuckled. The mighty Lin Zai finally gets put in his place. After settling the disruption, the whole class buried their heads listening to Ine's lecture. Everyone has a different class. Besides the factor of level differences, the mutual counter mechanics between classes are also the leverage that decides the game. Hearing this, a student quickly raised his hand and asked, "This is the first time I am hearing about this. Do you have any specific examples to illustrate it, miss?" She scribbled on the blackboard with chalk, clearly writing down an example of professions. After writing, Ine turned back and answered in a serious tone, "It's easy to understand. Take me as the standard. I am a melee mage, capable of crushing most support classes, especially those useless classes with neither offense nor defense, like the Beast Tamer." Below the podium, Lin Han muttered in annoyance at the word useless. Tian Jiao immediately turned to him and lit the fuse. "So if you, teacher, encounter a Beast Tamer, it would only take one move to send the opponent to the grave." Ine replied unhurriedly, "Theoretically speaking, I have more than enough power to defeat a Beast Tamer within 10 moves. Unfortunately, this Beast Tamer class evaporated hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, I would have dragged one out for a live demonstration to show you all what a natural enemy looks like." Right at that moment, another boy burst out laughing and pointed a finger at Lin Han. "What a coincidence, our class monitor Lin Han is a genuine Beast Tamer." Lin Han frowned and snapped, "Banzai, are you purposely stabbing me in the back?" Ine broke into a sweat as the whole class added fuel to the fire. "Miss, the perfect prey is right there. We are so curious to see this legendary class countering demonstration. How about you two head out to the courtyard for a sparring match, miss?" Amidst the uproar, Lin Han remained dead silent in his seat. Ine smiled and extended a hand in invitation. "Lin Han, are you willing to cooperate and help me demonstrate a little?" Inwardly, she was rejoicing. "I will use this brat as target practice right now to show these little punks who is boss." Lin Han calmly agreed. "Okay, I'm ready." His brain worked fast. "Want to make a fool out of me to show off your authority? You better be prepared for your bubble to burst later." So the two of them headed out and stood in the middle of the spacious schoolyard, face to face. Ine quickly cleared her throat. "Prepare yourself, Lin Han, we are starting." He leisurely cupped his hands. "Age before beauty, please go ahead, Ms. Mo." Without standing on ceremony, she raised her sword and chanted a fire elemental spell. Then "I won't hold back, fire elemental enchantment." In a flash, Ine leaped high into the air and lunged downwards with a sword blazing with fire. "Taste my blade." But Lin Han just slightly dodged, gracefully evading it, and even had the leisure to drop a compliment. "Oh my, this flaming blade move is quite something." Then he smirked and sent Xiao Zhen into battle. Zhen, teach her what real top-tier fire looks like. The girl obediently responded, yes, master. Furious, Ine unleashed another wave of fierce fire attacks, rushing toward Lin Han. Surprisingly, Zhen just stood there, spread her hands, and gave a suck. That blazing fire instantly extinguished as if it never existed, cleanly absorbed into her body. She dropped her jaw in horror. Good heavens, did your pet just swallow my fire magic whole? Her mind was in chaos as she thought to herself, since when did the Beast Tamer class become this freakish? Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Ine hastily changed her tactics with a snap. Damn it, switching to Ice Bone Elemental Enchantment. She hoisted the sword covered in ice and charged madly at him. Take this. Lin Han knew perfectly well what this auntie was planning. Ranged attacks didn't work, so she switched to close-quarters combat right. Ine still rigidly held onto her conventional thinking. Even if the opponent brings out a top-tier pet, the law of class counters is still plain as day. The Beast Tamer class is famously weak in close combat. He pulled out his own sword to engage. Since MS Mo is kind enough to instruct me in close-quarters combat, I guess I, as your student, must play along. Lin Han just raised his hand for a light parry and easily blocked Ine's incoming sword strike. Following that, with a flick of his wrist, he knocked the teacher far backward. But Ine, competitive by nature, scrambled up and stabbed again, sweat pouring down. How can a Beast Tamer brat have such brute arm strength? He tightened his grip on his sword hilt and countered forcefully. I've let you show off enough. Now it's my turn to attack, teacher. A heavy slash came crashing down, making Ine grimace. She had to brace both arms just to block it. Lin Han didn't hesitate, delivering another brutal blow right onto her sword. The force of the impact sent the weapon flying high into the air. Ine felt her heart tear as she looked up and watched her precious sword fall and shatter into pieces. The students outside roared with excitement. You're awesome, class monitor. The title of the genius who cleared the intermediate illusion realm isn't just for show. Tianjiao jumped up and down shouting, Linzai, you are on fire. The whole crowd chimed in, praising him. Totally right, this is the rising star of the military academy. Ine stared at Lin Han in shock, as if he were an alien. Do you swear you are just a normal beast tamer? Your pets are already terrifying, but how is it that your martial arts skills completely surpass those of brute warriors? She pointed a finger in panic. Don't tell me you are a rare dual-class user, the kind seen once in 1,000 years. Otherwise, how the hell could you tear apart the class counter laws and beat up a melee mage like me? Lin Han leisurely sheathed his sword, smiling lightly. I am a standard beast tamer, no dual-class thing here. The laws of counters sound intimidating, but it's just like the paths of life. There is no rule that is an impenetrable fortress. He cast a powerful glance at Ine, concluding, when absolute power is great enough, it bends all rules and turns the tables easily. The teacher had no choice but to force a smile and swallow her pride. Well said. Ine threw away her ego and praised him. A young hero indeed. Your perspective is even sharper than that of someone standing on the podium like me. Now I fully understand Mr. Qinghai's advice. This class is full of hidden talents. Sure enough, you aren't easy to handle. Then she turned around to lecture the students below. Take Lin Han as an example, kids. Don't use your class's disadvantage as an excuse to back down. Effort overcomes destiny. All limits can be broken. Lin Han smiled inwardly, giving Ine points in his head. This MS Mo actually knows how to distinguish right from wrong. She plays quite fair. She waved her hand, dismissing the class. All right, class dismissed. Next period, we will dive deeper into class knowledge. The whole class enthusiastically nodded and replied, yes, miss. Tianjiao happily patted his friend's shoulder. Linzai, you've got some heavy hands lately. Your combat power has upgraded significantly. If you find any good farming spots, remember to drag your bros along. Lin Han nodded readily. Piece of cake, definitely. Right then, Ine eagerly walked over. Lin Han, can you stay behind and chat with me for a few minutes? He was startled and turned back defensively. Wait, Ms. Mo, don't tell me you are still holding a grudge about the sparring match just now. Let it go, I won't hold it against you. Ine chuckled and waved her hand. Nonsense. Actually, I want to drag you along to participate in the upcoming Academy tournament. Lin Han's eyes widened as he repeated, the Academy tournament. She smiled brightly and explained. This Academy tournament is a fierce battleground created annually by the Tian Long Empire's coalition in collaboration with several top-tier schools. They call it an exchange, but it's really sending troops to fight on foreign soil, comparing educational quality to see who is better. To save face for the school, every year the military academy has to dig out its toughest seeds to compete. And this year, I will be the one leading the team. Ine winked, sealing the deal. So, Lin Han, are you interested in bringing back the trophy to bring glory to our military academy? Lin Han lifted his chin, seizing the opportunity. Since MS. Mo has invited me, I wouldn't dare refuse. However, I have one small request. You must let the entire Night Watchman squad participate in this tournament. Ine raised an eyebrow in confusion. Our school doesn't lack top-tier experts ready to team up with you. Aren't you going to pick better teammates? He thumped his chest and declared, no need for all that trouble. Since I carry the title of leader of the Night Watchman, I have a responsibility to pull my juniors along to improve. This tournament is the perfect playground for rubbing shoulders and leveling up our skills. That is the main reason I am agreeing to this. She delightfully extended her hand to seal the deal, very decisive. Then it's settled. Pack your bags in 3 days and follow me to compete in the academy tournament. Lin Han nodded firmly. Yes, ma'am. Time flew by, and 3 days later at the competition hall, the whole group's jaws dropped, drooling in awe. Wow, so this is the grand arena for the academy tournament. Looking around, Tian Jiao rubbed his face and muttered, this is surreal. I thought only contestants from the schools came here to fight. Where did this massive sea of people come from? Su Ting, standing beside him, also gasped. It's so bustling. It looks exactly like a giant amusement park. Ine now started to enlighten her students. The academy tournament is inherently a grand festival. It's not just the school elites beating each other up. Ordinary citizens are also allowed to buy tickets to come watch the drama. Businessmen with a sharp nose for money flock here to fleece the sheep, setting up stalls, selling all sorts of knickknacks. No wonder this place is jam-packed with people every year. Having said that, she waved her hand to rush the group. All right, hurry up. Drag yourselves to the registration counter to submit the paperwork and check in first. While squeezing through the crowd, Lin Han slyly asked MS. Mo, those guys over there look extremely menacing. They don't look like ordinary folks here for the festival, miss. Ine covered her mouth and whispered. That group carrying weapons is a mercenary band. The guys in sharp suits belong to local financial syndicates, and those ninjas wrapped up tight over there are from a notorious assassin guild. They are definitely staking out here to scout for potential young talents to recruit into their organizations. He nodded and stroked his chin upon hearing this, all sorts of factions converging into one place. The scale of this tournament truly is massive. I wonder who the top experts were that took the trophy in previous seasons. Right as that thought crossed his mind, a loud commotion erupted, making Lin Han jump and stop in his tracks. A group of female students was shrieking wildly. You fat pig, how dare you try to grope us? Gang up and beat him. Hearing the word fat, he panicked and snapped his head around. Zhuang rolled her eyes and shouted aggressively. Did you eat a leopard's gall to dare touch us? I think you have a death wish. Tianjiao held his swollen cheek and stammered. This is so unfair. As if I'd want to grope you guys. Nian Wei hurried to pull him back and asked with concern, oh my, are you okay? Su Ting bristled and yelled right at their faces. Why are you attacking someone out of nowhere? The girl pointed her finger and wailed. That fat guy took advantage of the crowded line to grab my butt. Surround him, don't let this scumbag escape. A Hong charged forward upon the order. Let's get him, sisters. The fat guy was sweating bullets, frantically trying to explain. Hey, I swear to God I didn't lay a single finger on you. Stop spitting blood on innocent people. Ine immediately stepped up as a shield to peacefully mediate. Calm down, girls. There must surely be a misunderstanding here. My students and I just stepped into the hall a few minutes ago. Zhuang opened her mouth wide and cursed loudly. Stop making excuses. My friend was clearly groped by a walking pile of fat. Looking around this area, he's the only overweight one. If it wasn't him, then was it a ghost? Lin Han frowned, stepped forward, and retorted coldly. Are you talking out of your ass? Wait until you catch someone red-handed before judging. You saw he was big and instantly pinned the blame on him. What kind of logic is that? He threw out a sharp argument. My team walked straight from the entrance to the registration desk. There are plenty of surveillance cameras along the way, more than enough to prove his innocence. Su Ting quickly chimed in, exactly. Our brother would never do something that filthy. Lin Han delivered another lethal blow. If you don't believe it, let's pull up the security footage and check. But let me tell you in advance, if it turns out you guys are just putting on a show to frame an innocent person, my team will go all out against you. Hearing that, the dramatic girl put on a condescending tone again. Fine, I can check the footage, but I still have to smash this fat guy's face first to vent my anger for my sisters. He quickly reached out to block her. Dream on, these girls really aren't gentle at all. Right at the boiling point, Luo Qing swaggered over with an arrogant look and mocked. Wow, what kind of circus act is playing here? He put his hands on his hips and sneered. I was wondering who was barking so loudly over in this corner. Turns out it's you trash from the military academy. Seeing a pillar to cling to, a zhuang swayed back and forth and snitched. It's Big Brother Luo Qing from Beitian and Big Brother Bai Tianyi from Qingsheng here to save us. You two, they are bullying us. You have to get justice for our sisterhood. A Zai quickly chirped in. Big Boss Bai Tianyi took the tournament championship trophy 3 years in a row. With him here, let's see who dares to act arrogant now. Hearing the grating title, Lin Han snorted and mimicked a tone of disdain. Heh, champion huh, and 3 consecutive trophies at that. He shrugged sarcastically. I was just guessing who the gods were that won the previous seasons. Turns out they are just 2 losers I've already beaten. Luo Qing flew into a rage and barked sharply. Who are you calling losers, you brat? Lin Han bluntly provoked him. What, you mad? Wanna jump into the street and go 1v1 again? He gritted his teeth and was about to lunge forward, but Bai Tianyi quickly stopped his ally. The match is about to start. Stop causing trouble, or they might just strip all our competition tags right now. But he still raised his chin and left a declaration of war. Last time in the illusion realm, our powers were suppressed, so you got lucky. Wait until we enter the tournament this time and see how I wash away the humiliation and flay you guys alive. Lin Han waved his hand nonchalantly. Sure, I'll wash my neck and wait. A zhuang, seeing her launchpad moving away, bit her nails in disappointment and sulked. She complained dejectedly. Oh come on, why did you two leave so lamely? A hang pouted in regret, and I was waiting for them to roll up their sleeves and take care of them for us. Suddenly, the PA system echoed loudly throughout the hall. The qualifying round of the Academy tournament is about to begin. All contestants drag yourselves to the arena. Anyone who dawdles will be disqualified automatically. He clapped his hands, smiling brightly as he reminded them. The loudspeaker has announced it. Are you princesses going to keep wasting oxygen here, or are you going to scurry off to the arena? A zhuang strained her neck, pointing fingers. You fat bastard, remember my face. Later, when you step onto the arena, we will beat you to a pulp. This grudge won't end until it's settled. The group looked at each other, sweating bullets. We haven't even deployed yet, and we've already made a whole basket of enemies. The night watchman might have to swim through an ocean of fire to pass this stage. Thinking about the daunting prospect, Tian Jiao grimaced. Damn it, are those women determined to hunt down my handsome looks to the bitter end? The PA system boomed deafeningly again, inviting all warriors to quickly step onto the stage. The first preliminary individual round is about to begin. Banzai blinked, completely lost. What kind of rules are they using for the preliminary arena? Ine, standing nearby, finally spoke up to explain the rules. Banzai, you signed up but didn't even read the terms. This tournament is split into group battles and individual battles. This morning's individual format is tossing everyone into one cage for a free-for-all brawl. Jungle law, survival of the fittest. You can use whatever dirty tricks you want. The chaotic killing time lasts for exactly 1 hour. Whoever is stubborn enough to stay on the stage until the last minute will advance to the second round. Only in the second round do you get to fight proper one-on-one matches, grinding until the last man standing takes the individual trophy. The referee cleared his throat and roared into the mic. The individual free-for-all qualifying round officially begins. Contestants voluntarily step into the arena. Ine pumped up her students passionately. Let's go, kids. Grit your teeth and wreak havoc. Lin Han gave a thumbs up, resolute. This time, we will blow the roof off this place and make the whole world stare in awe at the might of the military academy. Su Ting patted his chest confidently. Just rest easy, miss. When the night watchmen strike, there's only victory. Panning the camera straight to the fiery cauldron of the tournament, the referee's hoarse voice barked, everyone get into position. Nian Wei looked left and right, shivering violently. This is my first time playing this chaotic brawl game. I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. Su Ting pulled her arm to remind her. No matter how chaotic it gets later, stick close to each other. Lin Han rubbed his hands together, grinning in amusement. Throwing everything into a messy pile like this makes it much more fun to wreck. Without giving anyone time to breathe, the referee blew the whistle and announced, the Academy Tournament's free-for-all qualifying round officially begins. The crowd went wild like a broken beehive, madly charging at each other to kill. Come at me, that trophy is mine, I will be the last one standing on this stage. Midst the battlefield, he calmly waved his hand. Night Watchman, open fire. Su Ting pulled out his weapon and leaped into the center of the fray. It's time to taste the sharpness of the goldwood blade. Nian Wei stepped back to the rear, putting all her effort into casting support. Let me boost everyone's speed. Su Ting smiled and nodded. Thanks a lot, Nian Wei. Right after, she unleashed a move with extreme decisiveness. Taste my power. With just one slash, a contestant gasped in shock. Huh, where did my sword go? Tian Jiao stroked his hair smugly. Trying to clash head-on with my goldwood blade? Wrong, you are so wrong. The young man executed a soft yet deadly sword art. Take this. Lin Han stood with his arms crossed, watching and nodding in satisfaction. This battle formation is indeed a golden opportunity for the other three to hone their practical combat skills. Suddenly, a nameless dark silhouette darted out from a blind spot, aiming for a sneak attack. Your head is mine, but then froze like a statue. Lin Han merely tilted his body slightly, easily dodging the deadly claw by a hair's breadth. Conveniently, he returned a thunderous kick right back. Trying to sneak attack me, that wasn't a smart move. In another corner, a contestant waved his hands, crying, Please spare my life. Stop hitting me, I raise the white flag, I surrender. A Zhuang closed in on her opponent, smirking coldly. Messing with my sisterhood means you woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. At this moment, a Hong suddenly glanced over at another developing situation. She hurriedly tapped her companion's shoulder. Look, it's that fat pervert. Seeing this, a Zhuang gritted her teeth and issued a command. It's finally time for revenge. Sisters, go teach him a lesson. The group shouted in unison with blazing momentum. Charge. On the other side of the battle line, Tian Jiao rested his sword on his shoulder, wiping his sweat and sighing in relief. Phew, finally get to take a breather. But the joy was short-lived. A Hong rushed over out of nowhere, radiating murderous intent. You annoying fat guy, even with wings you wouldn't be able to escape this lady. The chubby guy's face twisted in speechlessness. You girls again, still clinging like leeches. A Zhuang put her hands on her hips and yelled, You dared to bully my sister, today I will not let you off. Without another word, she swung her iron chain. Accept your death, frost chain. Tian Jiao turned pale and hopped around to dodge, crying out loudly to defend himself. Wait, let me explain. I'm not running away, you girls have a terrible misunderstanding. From afar, Su Ting roared to remind him. Banzai, what are you still standing there running your mouth for? Do you want to hold on to this grievance and get eliminated? The fat guy, sweating profusely while blocking the attacks, replied in frustration. But I was honestly wronged for real, god damn it. Seizing the opportunity, a Zhuang whipped out a lethal strike. I'll send you to the king of hell right now, stop talking so much. But then she suddenly turned pale and screamed in terror, oh no. Right at the critical moment, Lin Han dropped in as if falling from the sky, catching the chain bare-handed, leaving everyone stunned. Brother Han. The moment he touched it, a freezing, bone-chilling aura immediately traveled up his arm. Lin Han smirked mockingly, sneaking an attack when people are confused, what a terrible behavior. A Hong also sharply retorted, those who defend him are just birds of a feather. Dealing with you guys doesn't require keeping any martial arts spirit. A Zhuang immediately chimed in, exactly. The furious girl gathered all her vitality and dashed forward. Want to be a hero saving the beauty, then go down to the underworld with him. Seeing the chain suddenly snap in half, a Zhuang widened her eyes in horror. What the hell, my weapon? Seeing Tian Jiao less panicked, Lin Han teased, Fatty, has your soul returned to your body yet? The chubby guy smiled confidently. Rest assured, Lin Zai, let me handle this whole thing. Right after that, Tian Jiao dropped his smile, pointing straight at the group. I can endure being falsely accused, but daring to touch my teammates is different. Since we can't reason, let's talk with fists. I won't hold back this time. A Zhuang waved her hand and shouted, That pervert is getting irritated. Sisters, get in formation. The schoolgirls responded in unison, understood. The chubby guy frowned, glancing to the side and muttering, What scheme are these girls brewing now? Tian Jiao widened his eyes at the countless iron chains weaving together like a spider web, completely covering the sky. Before he could process the situation, the rain of chains crashed down, scaring him stiff and making him blurt out a cry to the heavens. Tian Jiao frantically ran for his life, jumping continuously to dodge the attacks. He grumbled angrily in his head, truly annoying, clinging as stubbornly as starving leeches. Seeing that, Su Ting and Nian Wei anxiously yelled, Fatty, we're coming to back you up. Tianjiao struggled to ward off the chains while waving his hand and shouting back, Wait, stop. Just let me handle it myself. I have to reclaim my own honor." Unexpectedly, a sharp iron chain tore through the wind and shot forward at a terrifying speed. Feeling his wrist tightened, the chubby guy panicked and exclaimed, "I'm doomed." Ahang laughed triumphantly and declared, "The net of heaven is vast, you can't escape." In the blink of an eye, Tianjiao's other arm was also locked tightly. Not stopping there, both of his legs were also wrapped up without missing a beat. Tied up like a sticky rice cake, he gritted his teeth bitterly. "This is so bad." The schoolgirls burst into sarcastic laughter. "So, have you tasted the formidable power of our sisters yet?" At this moment, a zhuang ruthlessly gathered her strength, preparing for the finishing blow. "A scum like you deserves the heaviest punishment. Sisters, today we'll hack this fatty into 100 pieces." The whole bloodthirsty gang shouted in unison, "Understood." Witnessing that scene, Nian Wei was extremely worried. Fatty only knows how to be reckless, this time it bodes ill. Su Ting was equally anxious. "Exactly, we must rescue him right now, or he will lose his life." However, Lin Han calmly placed a hand on their shoulders to reassure them. "Calm down, this game isn't over yet." Both of them stared in astonishment. "Brother Lin." He smirked and pointed out, "Look closely at Fatty's face, this play is still going exactly according to his plan." Sure enough, Tianjiao suddenly grinned mockingly. "Just a few bland wild flowers like you girls dare to take the life of this long Tianjiao, dreaming in broad daylight." The schoolgirls were dumbfounded. What nonsense is he spouting? As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby guy let out a roar, using his formidable muscular strength to rip the iron chains into pieces. The chain links flew everywhere like stray bullets, terrifying Ahang and making her raise her hands to block. The powerful aftershock was so strong that it blew a zhuang and another schoolgirl away, making them fall hard in the distance. Seeing their prey suddenly escape the prison, the whole group frantically backed away. "How did he escape so easily? What do we do now, sisters?" A zhuang strained her neck and shouted in panic, "Everyone group up, we must risk our lives to make this hateful fatty pay for his crimes." The rest gritted their teeth and nodded, "All right." Without hesitating for another half a second, a zhuang aggressively waved her hand, "Charge and crush him." Tianjiao smirked triumphantly, "So you still like calling this master a damn fatty, huh?" He focused all his inner energy into his legs, rushing forward like an armored vehicle with broken brakes. "Then open your eyes wide and witness the strength of this fatty." Timing the perfect distance, Tianjiao braked abruptly, puffed out his chest, and took a deep, full breath into his lungs. Then the chubby guy looked up at the sky and let out an ear-piercing roar. This is the embodiment of mercy and tolerance. The shockwave of the move sent the schoolgirls flying head over heels, crashing heavily onto the floor. The whole group grimaced, holding their bodies and crying out in pain, "Ouch, my head, my back is ruined." The boys around gaped and whispered, "What a brutal attack, blowing away several great beauties like that. What a guy who doesn't know how to cherish the fairer sex." Someone else pursed their lips. "Cherish what? Those girls are fiercely aggressive as hell." Hidden in the crowd, a vulgar guy rubbed his hands and sneered, "Serves them right for acting all high and mighty. Just touched their thigh a bit and they jumped up making a scene." As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. Wait a minute, could this guy be? Before the voice could fade, Lin Han suddenly appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder and smirking. "So the one who played the perverted trick was actually you." The pervert jolted in shock, his face losing all its color. I. Without wasting any more words, he grabbed the guy's collar and threw him hard into the middle of the arena. Lin Han crossed his arms, tilted his chin up, and asked the schoolgirls, "Hey, look closely and see if this face looks familiar." After scrutinizing him for a while, a zhuang and her sisters turned pale. "This face plus this clumsy figure. How come he looks exactly like the fatty on the stage?" The girl dazedly muttered, "Don't tell me we've been hitting the wrong person this whole time, and even falsely accused an innocent guy." Right at that moment, Moine stepped forward and confirmed, "Spot on, you guys really did blame the wrong person." The teacher immediately held out a storage device. "I just extracted the security footage from the organizing committee. All the images in here are more than enough to expose that the real pervert is this guy kneeling right here." Anger erupted like a volcano. The schoolgirls rushed in, punching and kicking the guy mercilessly. "So it was you, you bastard. I'll beat you black and blue. Sisters, surround him." The pervert could only hold his head and cry out, "Oh God, please spare my life, ladies." Hong lowered her head and shyly apologized. We were blind as bats to falsely accuse you, and even cursed you terribly just now. We sincerely apologize." Tian Jiao smugly tilted his face up and waved his hand in a very chivalrous manner. "It's a small matter. This master is naturally generous and doesn't hold grudges. But engrave this in your minds from now on, the phrase, 'damn fatty,' is strictly forbidden." After speaking, he put his arm around Lin Han's shoulder and chuckled. "Lin Zai, thanks a million. Without you I would probably hold this grudge to my next life." Lin Han calmly replied, "It's a small thing. We're brothers who go through life and death together. Now pull yourself together, let's continue the fight." Suddenly, a little girl's squeaky voice rang out full of admiration. "Oh wow, you big brothers displayed such formidable martial arts just now." Lin Han frowned, looking towards the source of the sound. "Who are you?" Xiao Hong tilted her head and smiled with hidden intent. "Can you join our group and play together?" In the very next second, she opened her mouth and unleashed a terrifying sound, waved straight towards Lin Han's group. Caught off guard by the attack, the whole group couldn't react in time. They could only hold their heads and grit their teeth to endure. Glancing and seeing Tian Jiao showing signs of his eyes rolling back, Lin Han astutely realized immediately. This attack was definitely a dark magic targeting the mind. Lin Han instantly snapped his fingers to summon his insectoid Tian Gu for battle. She implicitly understood, immediately soaring into the air. "Master, just leave this brat to me." Tian Gu arrogantly channeled lightning around her body and roared. "Want to compete on who can yell louder? Taste this wrath of thunder." Without hesitating for half a second, she hurled a massive ball of lightning energy straight at the girl. Xiao Hong was completely overwhelmed, shutting her eyes tightly in panic to brace for the impact. When the remnants of the sound wave disappeared, Tian Jiao rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. "Huh, what happened to me just now? Why did my soul suddenly float up to the clouds?" Su Ting also rubbed her forehead and exhaled. "Me too, it was as if someone stripped away the control of my own body." Lin Han turned to instruct them carefully. "That brat uses a psychological manipulation skill. Everyone must concentrate highly. If we let her control our brains again, it will be extremely dangerous." Tian Jiao panicked. "What the hell?" Tian Jiao slapped his cheeks to stay awake, furiously charging forward and scolding. This little brat, this young master was almost toyed with by her. He turned his head and shouted, "Nian Wei, quickly cast a strength-enhancing spell for everyone." Nian Wei in the backline immediately raised her magic staff. "Understood, take this." Afterward, burning with fighting spirit, both of them simultaneously unleashed their lethal moves, blades and swords flying wildly. Ling with vacant eyes, stretched out her hand to block the front and muttered, "Protect the master." In the blink of an eye, a gigantic Tai Kyurei along with the phantom of a mysterious creature rose from the ground. Tian Jiao's reckless blade swing slashed directly into it, but the shield remained as impassive as stone and as solid as bronze. Seeing it wouldn't break despite his relentless attacks, the chubby guy exclaimed in horror, "Are you kidding? That paper-thin shield actually blocked my golden wood blade." Unwilling to accept it, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Don't stop, keep hammering them for me. I don't believe she can block everything." Su Ting nodded resolutely. "Let's continue." Xiao Hong now smirked contemptuously. "Save your energy, big brothers. Your attacks hitting me are no different from a mere tickle." Feeling the spiritual energy surge, both stared in astonishment. What the hell? Did the shield get another layer thicker? The girl wiped away a fake tear, turning around to give orders. "You lot, stop standing there like scarecrows, give them a taste of suffering." Receiving the order, Xiao Hai and Xiao Bai instantly burst out with terrifying pressure and rushed forward. Su Ting and Tian Jiao took the full brunt of the attack, being thrown back and groaning in pain. Tian Jiao panicked, touching his shoulder. "Damn it, why are my limbs so weak? I can't even lift my blade anymore." Su Ting staggered and chimed in, "I got hit by the skill too, my whole body is as limp as a noodle." Seeing that, Xiao Hong grew even more smug and yelled, "You insignificant small fries shouldn't even dream of harming a single hair of mine. If you know what's good for you, obediently get out of the arena." Tian Jiao broke into a cold sweat and announced, "Their weakening skill is too formidable, we have completely lost the ability to counterattack." Lin Han narrowed his eyes to assess the situation. Is their entire formation heavily focused on support? Small groups encountering this lineup would only be left crying in despair. It's time for this great captain to step in. He coldly issued an instruction, "Tiangu, give that brat a taste of thunderstorm." She accepted the order immediately. "Yes, master, casting it right now." Saying was doing, Tiangu spread her arms, calling down lightning from above. Thunderstorm. A rain of thunder and lightning with terrifying power surged and struck directly at Xiao Hong's position. Instantly, all of her minions were violently electrocuted, convulsing non-stop. The brat bitterly roared, "You useless bunch, heal me immediately." Those people with vacant eyes like invisible puppets ignored the pain and dragged themselves over to transfer energy to Xiao Hong. Looking at this eyesore of a scene, Lin Han frowned and pondered. What kind of wicked trick is this brat using to make those three disregard their lives and rush to save her? He gripped his sword and dashed swiftly towards the girl. "Let me keep my eyes peeled and see how long these scarecrows can take hits for you." Without hesitation, Lin Han delivered a sharp sword strike that tore through space, smashing straight into the defensive layer. Xiao Hong felt a chill run down her spine seeing the Grim Reaper beckoning. She gritted her teeth in fear. "I'm dead, this is really bad." In a panic, the brat screamed at the top of her lungs. "Are you all blind? Can't you see I'm being relentlessly attacked? You three useless things, get up and block it for me right now." On the other side, Lin Han calmly laid out a tactic. "I'll spearhead the frontal assault, Fatty and Su Ting flank from both sides. Nian Wei, you handle speed buffs for everyone." Nian Wei swung her staff decisively. Orders received. Tian Jiao immediately spun around, channeling all his strength to unleash his ultimate move. Wash your eyes and witness this master's ultimate technique, Golden Wood Blade Slash. Su Ting also charged forward with blazing momentum. "Leave this brat to me." She swung her spear, sweeping a wide arc that covered a massive area, sweeping 1,000 armies. Nian Wei in the rear continuously channeled spiritual energy. "I'm buffing everyone's speed here." Seizing the opening, Lin Han shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, launching his attack. Thus, the three of them split into three directions, forming a perfect pincer movement and unleashing a storm of attacks. Xiao Hong broke a sweat, exhaustedly gritting her teeth to withstand the fierce bombardment. The girl furiously yelled at her minions. "What the hell are you doing? Quickly strengthen the magic. Can't you see I'm about to run out of vitality over here?" Taking advantage of Xiao Hong being distracted by her yelling, Lin Han stomped and leaped high into the air, slashing out a fatal sword technique. Cursive sword skill. The sword aura tore through the girl's defensive barrier with a cracking sound. Break. Xiao Hong's face went completely pale, stammering in dismay. "It broke. It really broke." He swung his sword and coldly declared, "The match is over, little girl." Terrified out of her wits, the girl shrunk back and cried out, "Protect me, hurry." The three guards, like emotionless machines, rushed over to block the tip of his sword, forcing Lin Han to halt. "What kind of game is this?" He silently broke a sweat. "This is bad, deflect the strike. I can't stab the vital spots of these innocent people." Even though he held back, the concussive force still sent the three guards tumbling to three corners of the stage. All three fell face first onto the floor, faces contorted, clutching their chests and coughing up blood. Realizing something was bizarre, Lin Han narrowed his eyes to evaluate. These guys used their physical bodies to block the blade to save their master. This mindset was completely illogical for ordinary people. They were clearly just manipulated puppets and nothing more. At this point, Xiao Hong completely stripped away her gentle mask, sneering and saying, "It seems that to play with an expert like you, these three meat puppets aren't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth." The girl's entire body suddenly emitted a sinister light, slowly levitating into the air. However, Xiao Hong laughed maniacally, exuding a purple aura that enveloped all the contestants. "Suppose right now everyone here sees you as an enemy and attacks at the same time. Even if you grew 3 heads and 6 arms, you would just have to accept death, right?" Everyone on the stage clutched their heads and staggered in utter panic. "What is this damn light? Why is my mind spinning and losing consciousness?" Just a blink later, the eyes of all the contestants became cloudy, officially joining the mindless puppet army. Seeing a major crisis, Nian Wei squeezed her hands in panic. "Have they all gone mad?" Su Ting's face was completely drained of blood. "We're doomed. Everyone has been mind-controlled by that brat." Tian Jiao furiously yelled. "Using this trick is a violation of the match rules, right?" Not giving them a moment to breathe, Xiao Hong waved her hand and arrogantly commanded, "Oh, my obedient slaves, go and tear that guy apart." Instantly, dozens of mindless people surged forward like a swarm of bloodthirsty ants. The chubby guy's face turned pale as he stammered, "How can we even play like this? A preliminary round just turned into a gang beating. What's the plan, Linzai?" Lin Han clicked his tongue and muttered, "Dragging this on will only waste time and stamina." He decisively kicked off the ground and flew up, releasing a soaring pressure. "Let me single-handedly clean up this preliminary round once and for all, wings of lightning." Lin Han let out a loud roar, sweeping his sword to unleash explosive damage. Cursive sword skill. He flicked his wrist, pouring his entire energy power down onto the floor. A shockwave swept through. The entire crowd was hit by the sudden attack, falling flat on the ground and screaming loudly. Naturally, the ringleader Xiao Hong couldn't escape this shockwave either. The girl let out a cry of pain and plummeted to the floor like a bird with a broken wing. Freed from the illusion, the contestants rubbed their heads, looking at each other in bewilderment. What happened to me just now? Another person was equally clueless. Who knows, suddenly getting knocked out collectively like this. Luckily we didn't get thrown off the stage, otherwise we'd be packing our bags and going home early. Xiao Hong now resorted back to her crocodile tears trick, trembling and backing away. The girl bawled, acting as if it were real. "Boo-hoo, you scared me to death. Your power is too terrifying." Xiao Hai was boiling with rage, pointing right at her face and cursing. "You scheming and cunning thing, you drove people to this state and still dare to shed crocodile tears." He bitterly gritted his teeth. "Brainwashing and manipulating us into scarecrows, you are a demon." Xiao Bai also chimed in with a resentful tone. "I will report to the organizing committee to strip you of your right to compete. Prepare to receive your punishment, you brat." Hearing that, the girl finally turned pale, kneeling down and clasping her hands. "I beg you big brothers and sisters to show mercy. I don't want to be permanently banned from competing." But the crowd coldly dismissed her. "Played enough dirty tricks and now you're crying? It's too late for regrets." Few minutes later, the referee's loudspeaker rang out, announcing the end of the preliminary round. Anyone still standing on the stage was admitted. The contestants joyfully hugged each other to celebrate. "Oh God, we passed the trial, brothers. Being well-behaved surely pays off. In this situation, I really don't know whether to thank the Night Watchers squad or hold a grudge against them." Tianjiao laughed heartily, slapping Lin Han on the shoulder. "Lin Zai, you are truly a god of wealth, unleashing one move to clear the entire arena." He just smiled and advised, "Save your energy in this afternoon's team match. Everyone has to give it their all." Thanks to Lin Han's terrifying sweep in the morning, any team that clashed with the Night Watchers in the afternoon automatically broke down at the speed of light. Many timid teams raised the white flag in surrender just upon seeing their faces, allowing Lin Han's group to leisurely march straight into the team match finals. When the auspicious time arrived, the referee held the list and loudly announced the names of the two most outstanding teams after a series of fierce battles in the afternoon. The first team, the Night Watchers squad from the military academy. The entire grandstand erupted into thunderous applause. Night Watchers march forward. And their opponents, the Dragon Tiger battle team from the First Academy. The crowd below continued their ear-splitting cheers. "Dragon Tiger battle team, crush your opponents." Standing on the stage, Lin Han suddenly recalled Moinet's advice. The opponents on the other side are professional prize hunters. They formed a team just to make money and collect treasures. They consist of Lei Long playing as a lightning mage, the earth mage is Zhou Yao, the vanguard Wang Qian, and the healer Fei Fei. This is a true group of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You absolutely must not underestimate your enemy. Lei Long tilted his chin up, smiled faintly and provoked. "So you are Lin Han. Your performance this morning was quite something. I admit you are very strong. It's just a pity that you are carrying a bunch of useless people behind you. What a waste of talent." Hearing the sarcastic insult, Tianjiao went crazy. "Who are you calling useless? Come out here and I'll hack you so you know the power of the golden wood blade." Lin Han gently raised his hand to stop him immediately. "Fatty, hold on, let me knock him out psychologically first." He shrugged, turning to mockingly ask his teammates, "Is this bunch called Dragon Tiger? I've lived for 20 years and have never heard this title before. Do any of you know?" Tianjiao waved his hand and nonchalantly replied, "Nameless nobodies, never heard of them." Lin Han added with a deadpan face, "No one knows of your reputation. You must be a bunch of scammers coming down from some mountain corner, right?" Wang Qian furiously roared, "Who are you calling scammers?" Lei Long quickly raised a hand to calmly intervene. "Wang Qian, control yourself." But the warrior, with his head fuming, ignored the captain, shouldered his mace, and rushed forward. "I'm going to smash you guys into pieces with this meteor mace." Lin Han remained unhurried, keeping his hands in his pockets, his face unchanged as he stood perfectly still. In the nick of time, a spear thrusted out diagonally from the void, halting the offensive and making Wang Qian widen his eyes. What the hell is this? Su Ting coldly swept her spear, speaking so arrogantly, this lady's spear was born to pierce through the conceited mouths of people like you. Nian Wei, standing behind, immediately provided smooth support. Su Ting, I'm backing you up. Her friend gave a sharp nod. Let's go. Gathering momentum, Su Ting shot forward, the tip of her spear smashing into Wang Qian's shield with a loud clang. She gritted her teeth and channeled her strength, pushing the warrior back forcefully, making him slide several meters away. In the distance, Lei Long roared, awakening the lightning energy around him. Let the captain of Dragon Tiger step in and clean up. He condensed a crackling ball of lightning in his hand, loudly challenging, Leader of the Night Watchers, come out and fight me. Lin Han understood at a glance, snapping his fingers sharply. Tiangu, use your lightning magic to fight him one-on-one. The spirit girl nodded briskly. The master calls, Tiangu is here. Lei Long leaned sideways and twisted his waist, preparing to unleash his skill, lightning dart. He decisively hurled the lightning dart, tearing through the wind as it flew over. Die for me. Tiangu's face remained unchanged, waving her hand to summon a massive bolt of heavenly thunder. Her lightning strike immediately split Lei Long's attack into fragments. The remnant of the lightning had not yet dissipated, continuing to rush rapidly towards Lei Long, scaring him out of his wits. What? Zhou Yao, standing behind him, panicked and yelled, Lei Long, careful. Fortunately, she managed to activate her shield in time, successfully blocking it. Tian Jiao descended from the sky to catch up on the situation. Oh, there's still a supporter here. I'll slash you away too. Zhou Yao's face turned pale as she hissed. This is bad. Unafraid, the chubby guy charged straight through the defensive corner, swinging his blade for a solid slash. Take a strike from my blade. Tian Jiao laughed triumphantly and complacently. See that? You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to be a shield for others. Zhou Yao gritted her teeth, clutching her arm and resiliently backing away. The cards haven't been fully shown yet, don't be so smug. Seeing the cut on her arm suddenly recovering its vitality on its own, the chubby guy was stunned. What the hell? The wound is healing itself. After a second of freezing in place, Tian Jiao seemed to discover something. He glanced back towards the corner of the stage and yelled in panic. So it's the healer girl in the back causing trouble. How truly troublesome. At this time, Lei Long patted his chest and smugly bragged. Have you tasted the true strength of my battle team yet? My teammates are powerful people, not something the trash on your side can compare to. He tilted his face up and tossed out a recruitment offer. I watched the footage of you clearing the illusory void realm. Your strength is quite something. How about leaving your team and joining mine? Two strong people allying to sweep through tournaments, freely embracing massive prize money. What do you say? Lin Han blinked and bluntly refused. I'm not interested. My teammates aren't as weak as you think. If you don't believe it, just turn around and look. Hearing a tone full of danger, Lei Long was startled and looked behind him. What did you say? He only saw Wang Qian, his face bruised and battered, kneeling on both knees on the floor whining. Captain, I surrender. Tian Jiao rested his blade on his shoulder, exhaling and mocking. Thought you were something? Your team of pure mages is too fragile. I just jogged around pressing the field a few times and already drained all your stamina. Lin Han winked at Lei Long and slyly asked, So, what do you think of the combat strength of our Night Watcher's vanguard? The guy gritted his teeth until they bled, furious to the core as he muttered, These bastards. At this moment, Zhou Yao knelt down, gathering all her spiritual energy to transmit it straight into the ground. She weakly tried to signal Lei Long, Captain, I've scraped up my last bit of strength, you have to bring back the glory of victory. In just a blink, a blinding stream of flames erupted and enveloped Lei Long. He widened his eyes and yelled, Zhou Yao, what are you doing? A blink later, the fire transformed into a suit of armor fully encasing Lei Long's body. Seeing her teammate collapse, Fei Fei cried out in panic, Sister Zhou, are you okay? Lei Long grimaced, waving his hands preparing to form hand seals. This is bitter, to think we'd be pushed to such a dead end. Well, we'll just have to unleash our ultimate trump card to decide the victor then. Without hesitation, Lei Long channeled his power to summon lightning to gather in the sky. Tian Jiao gaped in bewilderment. Is he crazy? Why is he drawing lightning to strike his own body? Lin Han frowned, backing away and vigilantly warning, Everyone be careful, this is dangerous. Right at that moment, a massive pillar of lightning struck straight down from the sky. He grimaced, gritting his teeth to endure, and thought to himself, This move's damage is too terrifying, even I can't withstand it. I have to borrow Zhou Yao's armor to insulate the electricity. Lei Long frantically gathered the power of thunder and lightning, roaring to the heavens. For the honor and glory of the Dragon Tiger battle team, I absolutely will not accept defeat. Wrath of shocking thunder. Seeing the immense power of the attack, the chubby guy became flustered. I'm afraid even bringing out a buffalo's body wouldn't be able to withstand this move, right? Nian Wei hurriedly tugged at Lin Han's shirt. Brother Lin, what do we do now? He just narrowed his eyes and pondered for a few seconds. Oh, this move seems quite interesting too. Without bothering to hesitate, Lin Han snapped his fingers and summoned Xiao Zhen straight to the field. She flew around, grinning widely. Present right away, master, I am here. He raised his voice and clearly commanded, Xiao Zhen, Tiangu, fuse your skills for me right now. The two little spirits shouted in unison, Yes, master. However, Xiao Zhen scratched her head in confusion. But how do we fuse skills exactly? Tiangu brushed it off, getting straight to the point. Stop your nagging questions. Since the master has spoken, it can definitely be done. Let's begin. And so, one side transformed into the power of lightning, while the other flared up with blazing fire. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Xiao Zhen widened her eyes in amazement. Wow, the two streams of power are actually fusing together. Tiangu crossed her arms and proudly tilted her face up. See, I told you, the master's words can never be wrong. Taking only a few seconds, they created a terrifying weapon, the combined skill Rushing Thunder. Once the spiritual gathering was complete, the surge of power obediently settled into Lin Han's hands. He lifted the energy sphere, breaking a sweat. Wow, this destructive power might even surpass the Nine Leaves sword. To think that the fusion of Tiangu and Xiao Zhen would reach this realm. Lei Long stubbornly kept boasting loudly. It's useless, kid. Anything that collides with my wrath of shocking thunder will turn to ashes. Today, even if the sky falls, it won't stop my footsteps. Lin Han smiled coldly, waving his arm and throwing the weapon straight back in response. We won't know who will win until the very end. It's your honor to be the first person to taste my rushing thunder. The next second, the two surges of power collided, creating a terrifying, earth-shattering explosion. Tian Jiao covered his face, shutting his eyes tightly and shouting, the impact power is too terrifying. Su Ting bent down to block the wind. It's too blinding, I can't see anything. Nian Wei, standing nearby, kept calling out, Brother Lin, be careful. Lei Long stood in the eye of the storm, his eyes rolled back in terror and extreme shock. This power, so this is the rushing thunder. In that moment of mental freeze, he took the full brunt of the damage and was blasted backward. Lei Long's entire body shot straight out of the arena's boundaries like a piece of scrap paper. Lei Long crashed heavily onto the outer floor, lying sprawling and completely unconscious. Lin Han slowly walked to the edge of the stage, coldly concluding, the battle is over, Lei Long. The miserable guy slightly opened his eyes, coughing violently and wheezing. Lin Han, you are indeed very strong. I, Lei Long, am wholeheartedly convinced. I concede defeat. Right after that, Wang Qian and the remaining members frantically rushed over to support him. Captain, are you all right? Lei Long bitterly lowered his head to apologize. Sorry everyone, it's because I am not strong enough. Zhou Yao patted his shoulder to soothe him. Don't blame yourself, you did your best, basically Lin Han's side is just too strong. Just then, the referee's loudspeaker echoed an announcement. The Dragon Tiger battle team is officially defeated. The champion of this year's tournament team competition goes to the Night Watchers squad. The grandstand buzzed with fearful discussions. Is it really over? That famously invincible Dragon Tiger team was actually beaten to such a miserable defeat. The excited crowd stood up and screamed, the Night Watchers are the best. Lin Han deserves to be the outstanding captain of the Night Watchers. Hearing the audience's thunderous cheers, Nian Wei jumped up and down in joy. This is amazing, everyone, the Night Watchers have won. The referee slowly stepped up to the award podium and smiled. Congratulations to your group. This Heaven's Blessing Array scroll is the prestigious reward for the champion of this year's tournament. Nian Wei glanced at the item, recognized it immediately and gaped. Good heavens, is it the Heaven's Blessing Array? This reward is extremely precious. Seeing that, Lin Han curiously asked, are you familiar with this? What does it do, Nian Wei? The girl's eyes lit up and she excitedly explained. This is a type of team magic array. Although rarely known, its power is unquestionable. As long as you activate this magic array, all members standing within the circle will have their class attribute stats increased to the maximum level. Not to mention the damage amplification is absolutely terrifying. Bringing this into team battles is like giving wings to a tiger. After listening, he smiled with satisfaction and nodded. So that's how it is. In the next few days, we must quickly practice and master this array. I firmly believe that in the journey ahead, it will definitely bring us massive benefits. Suddenly, Moine lunged out from nowhere and hugged him tightly, grinning widely. That's wonderful, Lin Han. You guys actually took home the team championship cup. He blushed, awkwardly pushing her away gently and reminding her, Ms. Mo, please dial it back a bit, maintain your image as a teacher. Ine waved her hand excitedly and announced, Forget about maintaining an image. Tonight is my treat. We're having a celebration party right now, and nobody leaves until they're drunk. Nian Wei blinked in confusion. I rarely see Ms. Mo let loose like this. Su Ting whispered in her ear, I always thought Ms. Mo was a cold, walking block of ice. Tian Jiao sluggishly rubbed his shoulders and grimaced. How about we rain-check, teacher? Fighting all day has left me completely exhausted. Let me finish the individual events tomorrow, then we can party hard together. Lin Han nudged his elbow into Fatty's belly as a warning. Fatty, since when do you turn down free food? Ms. Mo invited us personally, you better get moving before we eat the place out. Then he turned to Moine with a squinting smile. Ms. Mo, it's a deal then, we're celebrating tonight. She clapped her hands and cheered. All right, let me treat you all to a wild night. At a karaoke room, Su Ting smiled helplessly as she pulled Ine's arm to persuade her. Ms. Mo, you're completely wasted, drink less. Ine hiccuped and smacked her lips. Hick, it's fine. She held her wine glass, waving her hands. Since I started teaching, I've never been as happy as I am today. Tonight, no one goes home sober. Nian Wei giggled and joked. I wonder how we won the cup that got Ms. Mo this hopelessly drunk. Su Ting casually raised her glass to offer a sincere thanks. Honestly though, if Brother Lin wasn't holding down the fort this round, our team would have been eliminated in the qualifiers. Nian Wei nodded like a woodpecker. Spot on. Being able to fight alongside Brother Lin is a blessing from 3 lifetimes. While having fun, Ine suddenly stood up unsteadily, looking around and demanding, Wait, where did our team's ace superstar Lin Han disappear to? Snap, all the lights in the room went out, making everyone jump in panic. What's going on? Why did the power cut out all of a sudden? Right at that moment, the door of the room creaked open softly. Lin Han walked in carrying a birthday cake glowing with candles, singing aloud, Ms. Mo, happy birthday to you. Ine's eyes widened in surprise, her eyes welling with tears. Lin Han, how did you know today was my birthday? Tian Jiao chuckled while chewing, so there was a plan all along. No wonder a serious guy like Lin suddenly suggested partying. Lin Han smiled gently and explained, Well, this morning when submitting the forms at the counter, I accidentally caught a glance at the birth date on your ID card, so I wanted to make a small surprise for Ms. Mo. Hearing this, the whole group clapped enthusiastically in unison. Ms. Mo, happy birthday. Ine covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she choked up. You kids. She wiped her tears and expressed emotionally, In this life, being able to mentor you all is truly my greatest honor. Nian Wei puffed her cheeks and glared at Lin Han, complaining, How annoying, Brother Lin played solo without giving us a heads up to buy Ms. Mo a gift. Su Ting crossed her arms and nodded in disapproval. Really too much, coming empty-handed to a birthday is so embarrassing. Ine smiled brightly, shaking her head in content. No need for all that fuss, today's champion trophy of the Night Watchers is the best gift of my life. The whole group called out emotionally in unison, Ms. Mo. Suddenly, Lin Han cheerfully smeared a glob of cream straight onto Ine's nose and burst out laughing. Stop being so melodramatic, it's a birthday, time to dig in. Music up, let me see you bounce. Ine's eyes lit up. She grabbed the cake and slammed it straight into Lin Han's face without hesitation. She burst into a playfully angry laugh and threatened, You cheeky brat, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Lin Han wiped his cream-covered face and quickly cupped his hands together in panic. Ms. Mo, I was wrong, please go easy on me. The next morning at the tournament, Su Ting looked at Tian Jiao with concern. Fatty, you chugged a lot last night, can you still lift your blade today? Tian Jiao yawned deeply while thumping his chest. It's fine, as long as I'm not unlucky enough to be paired with Lin Han, I can handle any other opponent easily. Lin Han chuckled lightly to comfort him. With so many contestants packed like sardines, the odds of us fighting each other are extremely low, don't worry. Nian Wei clasped her hands in high hopes. I hope the 4 of us from Night Watchers can walk hand in hand into the finals. Ms. Mo is sitting in the stands waiting to see us perform. Right at that moment, the referee solemnly announced the draw results for the opening match. Lin Han from the Military Academy versus Long Tianjiao, also from the Military Academy. Both of them stared with wide eyes at the electronic board, internally screaming, "Are you kidding me? How bad is my luck that I have to face Lin right in the opening match?" Standing in the middle of the arena, he wore an encouraging smile. "Fatty, I heard you've made huge progress lately. Since we ran into each other, let's go all out." Hearing this, his opponent proudly cocked his head. "Lin, don't underestimate me. I might just make you eat dirt today." Lin Han was speechless and immediately summoned his firepower onto the field, thinking to himself, "This fatty got cocky after just a few compliments. Fine then, show me everything you've got, go a ye." Without waiting long for the command, a Yi charged forward fiercely. "Leave it to me, master, I will flatten all obstacles." Seeing this, Lin Han jumped in shock and hurriedly shouted, "A Yi, hold on a second." Pulling her back, he wiped his sweat and instructed, "When you smack Fatty later, go easy on him, don't embarrass him too much or you'll hurt his self-esteem." She grimaced and sighed helplessly. "That's a tough task, but I'll do my best, master." However, Tianjiao aggressively charged forward to strike first. "What are you two whispering about over there? Lord Tianjiao isn't here to stand around as your target practice." Deftly, a Yi raised her hand and easily blocked his thunderous strike. The young man excitedly brandished his weapon. "Behold the supreme technique of my unrivaled long family blade technique." At that moment, she casually evaluated in her mind. This guy flailing around seems decent enough, not bad at all. Launching a fierce offensive, Tianjiao smiled triumphantly. "Can't handle my pressure anymore, can you?" "Wait, what?" Before he could finish his sentence, a Yi gracefully dodged every single blow. She gathered all her power into her right fist and shouted, "Instant blast." Immediately, a Yi delivered a clean punch straight into the center of his stomach. "My apologies, brother." In an instant, Tianjiao was sent flying straight off the arena ring. Gasping for air, he had no choice but to wave the white flag. I surrender." Lin Han rubbed his forehead helplessly. A Yi, that was still way too violent. She puffed her cheeks and argued, "That's so unfair, I didn't even use a tenth of my power." At this moment, the referee declared loudly, "Opening match, victory goes to Lin Han of the Military Academy." Right after, his booming voice echoed again, making Lin Han's face darken. Draw results for the second match, Lin Han of the Military Academy versus Sun Nian Wei, also from the Military Academy. Will both competitors please step onto the arena? The girl nervously stepped onto the middle of the ring, sighing to herself, "I can't believe I have to face brother Lin in the second match already." Seeing this, he was also skeptical. "Why are we constantly turning against our own brothers? Calling this random is downright laughable." On the other side, Nian Wei racked her brains. "My chances of winning against brother Lin in head-on combat are 0. Guess I have to use my trump card right now, Limit Light Halo." Looking down at the ground covered in light rings trapping him, he froze. What on earth is this? Lin Han immediately came to a realization. These glowing circles were locking down his movements. He tried his best to lift his heel to test it. Lin Han gasped when he discovered its true function. "This array is actually draining my stamina." Without missing a beat, Nian Wei vanished into thin air. "I'm sorry, brother Lin, invisibility technique." He quickly fell back into a defensive stance, inwardly admiring her. Combining invisibility with light traps to create a breakthrough, Nian Wei's tactical mind is miles ahead of Fatty. Right at that moment, her silhouette flashed behind his back, and Lin Han sharply caught the surge of killing intent. He nimbly pivoted on his heel and turned around, smiling. "Unfortunately, you underestimated my power. Skill copy, super strength." As fast as lightning, Nian Wei was caught red-handed by Lin Han. He laughed warmly and praised, "Great tactical thinking, Nian Wei, you've really impressed me." Blushing in embarrassment, she dropped her weapon. I surrender." Next, Lin Han offered warm encouragement. "You've grown noticeably stronger, keep up this momentum." The referee called out loudly again. Second match, Lin Han of the Military Academy wins again. The proctor called out names through the loudspeaker again. Third match, Lin Han of the Military Academy versus Su Ting of the Military Academy. Hearing this, Lin Han was stunned. Su Ting again? What kind of random setup is this? Someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. She held her head high and stated clearly, "Captain, don't hold back when we clash. I know full well I stand no chance of winning, but I desperately want to have a fair fight with you." Out of respect, he immediately summoned his weapon. "Don't worry, I have no intention of going easy on you, Su Ting. You've always been the most disciplined member of our team. Lin Han beamed with a bright smile, adopting a solid stance. Facing your firm resolve, I will treat you as a true rival and unleash my full power. Without another word, both sides decisively lunged at each other like moths to a flame. Their weapons clashed fiercely, creating a deadlocked struggle between equals. Immediately following that, Su Ting and Lin Han rained down a flurry of tempestuous blows. The entire spectating crowd erupted in excitement. This matchup is peak. I've never seen such a breathtaking sword and spear duel, 10 out of 10, no notes. On the field, neither backed down, constantly parrying every incoming attack. At this point, he smirked in admiration, pushing me to block over a dozen lethal blows with just a single spear. Impressive. Truly amazing, she replied excitedly. Take it easy, the best part is yet to come. As her words fell, Su Ting suddenly erupted with terrifying aura. Taste the storm, gale descent. Sensing something wrong, Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Her force suddenly spiked like that. The girl swept forward decisively, night technique, whirlwind slash. Su Ting put all her strength into thrusting the spear tip straight toward her opponent. On the line between life and death, Lin Han leaped into the air to dodge the lethal strike. Wiping his sweat, he patted his chest. That was close, an inch closer, and I would have been thrown to the ground. Regaining his balance, Lin Han channeled his energy. Su Ting, your performance really exceeded my imagination, insanely strong, however. He suddenly vanished from her sight. That's still not enough. Su Ting gasped in shock. What on earth? Realizing her captain's trick, she burst out in a hearty laugh. Su Ting used her momentum to spin around, pointing her spear straight back. I've already prepared a plan for when you use this move, dragging spear strike. Lin Han gritted his teeth and hastily raised his blade to block. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave pushed him back several feet. From the stands, Tianjiao and Nianwei cheered at the top of their lungs. Su Ting is amazing. Go Su Ting. Witnessing her tenacity, Lin Han let out a satisfied smile. Wonderful, this is the real, badass Su Ting I know, perfect in both combat skills and reaction speed. His eyes flared with a blazing fire as he immediately executed a special technique. Now it's my turn, skill copy, Berserk. Lin Han warned with a sly grin. The damage output of this move stings quite a bit. Have you figured out a way to escape it? She remained calm as a rock, preparing to unleash her final blow. Go ahead and charge right at me. Two figures recklessly slammed into each other with crazy intensity. Unfortunately, human strength has its limits. Su Ting ultimately couldn't withstand it and was knocked backward. She lamented inwardly. The gap in strength between me and the captain really is a world apart, but getting to fight a round like this today leaves me with no regrets. Nevertheless, Su Ting gritted her teeth and forced herself back up, determined to hold out to the end. She raised her head high in defiance. Use whatever tricks you have left, Captain. Lin Han praised her with immense satisfaction. Su Ting, holding out until now is already a formidable miracle. He announced solemnly, through this match, your unyielding spirit and iron will have earned my sincere admiration. You are truly a born warrior. Dropping those words, Lin Han used his momentum to spring up high into midair. With an extremely serious demeanor, he gathered power for his finishing move. The best way to honor a proud warrior is to go 100%. Lin Han braced himself, pointing his sword downward to strike thunder from above. Su Ting also risked everything, spinning her spear to thrust upward. Let's decide the winner with this strike, blood rage bombardment. Two completely opposing currents of energy tore into each other wildly. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire arena. What terrifying power! As the dust cleared and the outcome was decided, the referee immediately shouted, "The winner of this match is Lin Han of the Military Academy." Tianjiao and Nianwei rushed over anxiously. Su Ting, are you all right? Go easy, Lin. Meanwhile, Su Ting sheepishly asked softly, Captain, did my performance just now meet your standards? He gave a thumbs up in praise. You're the most badass knight I've ever fought, truly one of a kind. Right then, the MC ignited another dramatic showdown. Up next is the finals for the individual event of this year's Academy tournament. God of War Lin Han from the Military Academy will face Bai Tianyi from Qingsheng Academy. Su Ting screamed in shock. What the heck? Lin Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pointed to his own face. Are you kidding me? Why am I in every single match? At this moment, Tianyi walked out with a provoking expression. Cut the touching act, Lin Han. Now that you're in my hands, you better pack your bags and go home. Lin Han frowned in disgust. So it's you, Bai Tianyi. He threw a chilling insult. Someone who got beaten black and blue by me before still has the nerve to come out here and bark trash. The arrogant guy cocked his chin up. Slogging through 3 matches against your own teammates must have drained your mana, right? Watching you guys tear each other apart was quite entertaining. Lin Han's face darkened as he snapped. What? So you were the dirty coward who pulled strings behind the scenes to make me fight my own team. Tianyi hit where it hurts, stammered, I. Gritting his teeth, he drew his weapon, scheming in his mind. Lin Han, take that curiosity of yours to the grave. I spent a fortune bribing people to set up these brackets. As long as you die here, that secret will be buried forever. Suddenly, a violent gale enveloped him, and Tianyi shouted triumphantly, let's see how you block this strike. Lin Han didn't even care, letting out a sneer, thinking a few cheap tricks like this can make things hard for me. Right as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, calling down lightning from the heavens. Flashes of lightning from the void tore through space, roaring with such fury that it seemed ready to wipe out all obstacles. In the blink of an eye, lightning slithered and surrounded all directions. Tianyi stared in disbelief, totally unprepared for this move. He exclaimed in horror, such a brutal counter, what the hell is this? But he quickly composed himself. Stop laughing so soon, kid, I'm known as the prodigy of Qingsheng Academy. Lin Han swung his sword to deliver several harsh slashes, having no intention of letting him off. The title of prodigy is just a pity ticket for you to stand before me, not to mention you're nothing more than low-class trash. In the stands, Tianjiao burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. Oh boy, that arrogant jerk Bai Tianyi finally gets beaten to a pulp. Some Qingsheng genius my foot, when facing our Lin, he still has to kneel and beg for mercy. Unable to stand the humiliating disgrace, he roared, you bastards, since you love prying so much, I'll show you a real show. Throwing out that curse, Tianyi immediately raised his staff high toward the ceiling. Suddenly, the weapons of everyone around were snatched away by a mysterious suction force. The young man gritted his teeth, holding tightly onto his hilt to resist. Oh dear, my beloved Jin Mu blade. The crowd stood up in chaos, shouting loudly, give back my cold iron greatsword. Where on earth did this crazy storm come from? All those blades hovered and gathered over the ring as Tianyi roared with delight. This is the secret technique I practice day and night just for you. He wore a twisted, eerie smile, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Hundreds of swords, under Tianyi's command, cut through the air and charged furiously toward Lin Han. He raised his arm to block, his mind quickly analyzing. With this storm of blades raining down endlessly, standing here taking hits isn't a smart move. Lin Han immediately summoned his divine beast Xiao Zhen into battle, and she bowed obediently to take the order. Master, Xiao Zhen is ready for your command. He pointed straight ahead and barked, burn his pile of scrap metal to ashes. Xiao Zhen didn't hesitate for a second, charging forward as she responded, as you command, Master. A massive pillar of fire erupted wildly, painting a corner of the sky bright red. His face turned pale with fear, stumbling back. What is this thing? As the mist cleared slightly, a sword suddenly plunged straight into the ground right next to the tips of Tianyi's shoes. Lin Han looked down at his enemy disdainfully. Ran out of tricks already, so have you picked a nice posture to go into the ground yet? He wore a smirk again and uttered a vague statement. Stop overestimating yourself, you idiot. Haven't you realized you've walked right into my trap? Tianyi feigned kindness to point it out. Open your eyes and look around. Lin Han felt a strange chill in his heart and scanned his surroundings. Finally, he caught on to the anomaly. When on earth was this barrier of fierce winds erected? He gloated boastfully. I intentionally used that pile of scrap metal to buy time to set up this wind shield. Now the entire arena is my home turf. No one will know even if I use forbidden magic, and you won't escape even if you grow wings. Lin Han raised an eyebrow to softly remind him of the rules. Tournament rules strictly forbid abusing support props like scrolls. Are you really gambling a lifelong ban just to go all in this round? Looks like you're desperate to step over me. Tianyi roared insanely. Shut up. Ever since you humiliated me at the illusionary void realm, my reputation as Qing Sheng's top genius went up in smoke. What's the point of living as a young master if my glory is stripped away? Do you have any idea how miserable my life has been all this time? Lazy to listen to melodramatic talk, he summed it up in one sentence. So you put on this entire comedy show just to get revenge on me. Like a cornered beast, he held up a talisman scroll high. That's right, to buy this scorching sun magic scroll. I went into deep debt borrowing Tianlong coins from loan sharks, drowning in debt, and poured all my remaining capital into the gambling den to bet on myself. As long as I take your life this round, I'll turn the tables. Lin Han swore angrily to wake him up. Use your brain to think. Dipping into gambling only leads to living under a bridge. By Tianyi, you're no different from a pathetic mad dog right now. But Tianyi was too deep in to turn back. Even if I'm a mad dog, I'm the mad dog that will bite your head off today. Lin Han, give me your life. The shadow of a giant strange bird slowly rose into midair. Breaking into a cold sweat, he muttered, "What kind of monster is this? The scorching heat radiating from its body makes my spine go cold." Ignoring the danger, the girl stepped up to charge forward. "Master, stay back, let me handle this bird." He hurriedly yelled, "Xiao Zhen, be careful." A surge of brutal energy, with destructive power, struck straight at the monstrous bird. Turns out that was her ultimate move unleashed. Unfortunately, the collision of two forces created a terrifying shockwave that left Lin Han open-mouthed. What the heck? Gritting his teeth, he evaluated the tense situation. In all my life, this is the first time I've seen a species capable of playing with fire on par with Xiao Zhen. The fire phoenix emitted blinding rays of light, so brilliant that they swallowed everything nearby. Xiao Zhen curled her lips in disdain, just a few petty tricks. Who would have thought that just a second later, a feather floating in midair suddenly flashed with an eerie light. An ear-splitting explosion shattered the air, catching her completely off guard. Her body fell freely toward the ring, and Lin Han, horrified, rushed forward with open arms to catch Xiao Zhen. Grimacing in pain, Xiao Zhen spoke weakly in broken gasps, "Ma's, master." However, that damned phoenix still refused to let go, circling in the sky and repeatedly firing moves to show off its power. Blazing red flames once again scorched everyone's vision. Carrying her back to retreat, he suddenly realized in shock, no wonder the tournament strictly bans these scrolls. If such terrifying heat gets out of control, all the spectators here will definitely burn to death. Tianyi laughed wildly with delight. Burn that dog Lin Han to ashes for me." But before his smile could fade, his wind wall completely dissipated. Pale with shock, Tianyi screamed, We're screwed. The heat from this golden crow is too brutal, it melted my wind barrier completely." The crowd below nearly dropped their hearts seeing that scene. What's happening? Where did that wind storm come from? Wait, why did a second sun suddenly appear? Hey, looks like there's a bird inside. Wait, that's not a beast summoned by Lin Han, right? Could it be by Tianyi's? When on Earth did this guy secretly train in beast taming? Ine was the only sharp-eyed one who saw through the truth. Good lord, this is the divine golden crow. Disregarding the rules, she charged straight down to the ring and shouted loudly, "Lin Han, the heat from this divine golden crow can melt anything. You absolutely must not go near it." Only then did the audience panic, sensing the smell of death. "Oh God, sitting this close, won't we end up as roast pigs? I don't want to die stupidly just watching a fight, folks. Grab your shoes and run." On the other side, Lin Han carefully put Xiao Zhen down, deciding to face death alone. He swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of power, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Stop being so arrogant." The sword energy sliced through the air, shooting forward and striking directly at the divine bird's body. Lin Han's expression changed when he realized diamond energy did nothing to the golden crow's sun. Dragging this out would lead to disastrous consequences. At the critical moment, the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! Host can summon the true phoenix, the ancestor of flame birds, possessing the ultimate skill of rebirth through fire. His brain finally caught up. Right, all birds pay homage to the phoenix. People say the phoenix is immortal, rebirthing through nirvana. Xiao Zhen is originally a true phoenix from ancient times with an immortal body. Why should she fear some random bird? Acting on his thoughts, Lin Han turned around and solemnly asked, "Xiao Zhen, I need you to go all in against that turkey." Tianyi put his hands on his hips and cackled. "Lin Han, your true beastly face is finally exposed. Who would have thought you'd push your dying tamed beast out as a meat shield to die together with the golden crow? But sorry, it's useless, kid." Ignoring his opponent's trash talk, he gently comforted her. "Trust me, you will definitely achieve nirvana and be reborn from this sea of fire." Xiao Zhen staggered as she forced herself to stand upright. "Master, even if my soul scatters and I cannot be resurrected, Xiao Zhen is still willing to lay down her life for you." Casting aside all fear, she charged straight into the pillar of fire like a moth to a flame. Since Master has placed his trust in me, Zhao Zhen will definitely rise from the grave. Two living beings slammed into each other, creating a deafening crash. But just a second later, that blinding light suddenly softened, emitting an unusually warm glow. Ine stared, unable to believe her eyes. Is it really over, Lin Han? The entire crowd gasped in curiosity. By Tian Yi or Lin Han, who is still breathing, don't tell me both lives and both monsters wiped out together. Wait, look, there's still someone standing on the field. As the thick smoke cleared, only the majestic figure of the young man remained in the middle of the ring. Overjoyed, Lin Han turned his head and called out aloud, Zhao Zhen. Just as the system said, she had successfully achieved nirvana and was reborn gloriously. The notification sound dinged again. Congratulations, host. Tamed Beast True Phoenix has been reborn through nirvana, all stats permanently increased by 3,000 points. He asked gently, Zhao Zhen, you're back. She nodded obediently. Yes, master, I really have resurrected. But the main point was that only 2 people were left standing on the arena floor. The crowd gradually noticed the strange absence. Wait, where did that guy Bai Tian vanish to? Don't tell me Lin Han's pressure was so intense. That Bai Tian was roasted into ashes completely. As the match ended, the proctor rushed onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Academy Tournament Organizing Committee, I would like to clarify a shocking piece of news. Contestant Bai Tian Yi of Qing Sheng Academy committed bribery, draw manipulation, and secretly used forbidden magic, which are extremely serious violations of tournament rules. His booming voice echoed off the 4 walls. Combined with the fact that he was defeated by Lin Han, I officially declare the winner of this deathmatch to be Lin Han. Luoxian got goosebumps and stammered, Bai Tian Yi really kicked the bucket? Lin Han turned around with a slight smirk. Only you and I are left on the field now, so do you still want to fight for the gold trophy with me? Before he even finished, his opponent dropped to his knees and begged. No thanks, I pass. I wouldn't dare mess with you even if you paid me. Brother Lin, I surrender. The MC babbled on again. Since Luoxian of Beitian Academy voluntarily raised the white flag, the champion crown of this year's Academy tournament officially belongs to Lin Han. Lin Han is truly the greatest champion in the history of this tournament. The crowd cheered along. Totally, even the reigning champion Bai Tian got logged out by him. How could he not be overpowered? Closing his eyes, he held his head high, soaking in the shower of praise. The title of once-in-a-millennium genius beast tamer is truly no exaggeration. Lin Han, Lin Han, Lin Han. The proctor declared the reward loudly, honoring Lin Han for delivering an unprecedentedly breathtaking match for this tournament. As a reward, the organizing committee grants special access to open the treasure vault, allowing the new King Lin Han to freely choose his prize. With everything settled, the 3 of them walked together to claim their reward, their jaws dropping the moment they stepped to the entrance. Is this place really the legendary treasure vault? Tianjiao stared foolishly, admiring the surroundings. The treasures here are truly as delicious as rumor says. Nian Wei also smacked her lips in awe. So dazzling, I want to grab everything I see. Su Ting marveled in admiration. Brother Lin gets to pick free loot in such a luxurious place, truly the privilege of a lord. At this point, Ine reminded, Lin Han, as the winner of the Gold Cup, you have the right to claim 1 divine weapon and 1 skill manual for yourself. Have you set your eyes on anything good yet? He replied indifferently, I'm already holding the 9-leaved sword. How about leaving the picks for the teammates to choose as they like, teacher? Tianjiao was the first to refuse. I'm used to my Jin Mu blade. I have no interest in changing things up for now. Lin Han didn't force him either. Su Ting, Nian Wei, you 2 help yourselves to 1 item each as a treat. After he spoke, the 2 girls excitedly grabbed the items they had been eyeing for a long time. Nian Wei's eyes lit up as she asked to make sure, really letting me take it. This energy transfer manual is something I've been craving day and night. Su Ting didn't stand on ceremony either. Thanks a lot, big boss. This dragon gall spear feels like it was custom made for my night class. He waved his hand and chuckled. You all fought hard throughout the tournament. These items are well-deserved rewards for your effort. Just make yourselves at home. Girl brandished her spear, teasing Fatty. From now on, I have a top-tier toy to match your Jin Mu blade. The guy nodded and promised, fine, when we're free, let's have a casual spar and see. Nian Wei clutched her item tight and giggled. So awesome. Grinding through this energy transfer manual might even buff my limit light halo technique. He wore a gentle smile watching his teammates, thinking to himself, Equipping these top-tier gear pieces will make the team's power shoot up rapidly. The overall combat strength of the Night Watcher squad will definitely reach a new level. This sparring trip was truly a huge haul. A moment later, Ine gathered the group and clapped her hands. All right, that's a wrap. This year's Academy tournament has concluded perfectly. You guys pack your bags and head back to the military academy to show off your achievements. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interrupted Lin Han's train of thought. Congratulations to the new king of the Academy tournament, Mr. Lin Han. Lao Hai dragged a bunch of followers along and bowed politely. Greetings, Mr. Lin. On behalf of the Vincent family, I earnestly roll out the red carpet to invite you and your brothers in the Night Watcher squad to sign a contract and join our corporation. He absent-mindedly scratched his head. Who are these old guys? Ine seized the moment to whisper an explanation. The Vincent family is the big boss of the mercenary world in this region. They specialize in brokering big shots for underworld factions to earn massive commissions. Right after finishing the sentence, the man popped open a briefcase full of blinding dollar bills. A little sincerity as a welcome gift from the Vincent family. We really hope you will lead your brothers to join our family. A chubby guy squeezed to the front and mocked. I could smell the filthy scent of money radiating from you Vincent family folks from far away. How dare some petty brokers like you delusionally try to compete for talent with the dwarf tribe? His booming but weighty voice resonated. Lin Han, listen here. The dwarf tribe solemnly invites you to take the seat of our supreme protector. Ine jumped in disbelief. Oh my God, the dwarf tribe personally stepped up. They hold the most overpowered forging techniques in the world. Being their protector means having countless divine weapons. He stayed dead silent but scoffed internally. Those manual forging things, why the hell would I need them when I have plenty? Lin Han bluntly refused. Sorry, I have no interest at the moment. Before he could finish his sentence, a clear female voice echoed. The queen of the elf tribe has arrived. The girl sashayed over and flirted. Handsome Lin Han, why get involved with those merchants and clumsy brutes to dirty yourself? Joining our elf tribe alliance is your true calling. Xingjiao winked and whispered sweet nothings into his ear. As long as you nod and join our side, the luscious beauties of the elf tribe are yours for the taking. Even I will please you to the fullest. Smelling the heavy scent of flirting, he scratched his head awkwardly. Lao Hai bitterly waved his hand and cut in. The Vincent Corporation already sent word first. He is definitely our gold mine. And so, all three factions started cursing loudly at each other. What right do you monkeys have to steal Lin Han from our noble elf tribe? Cut the crap. Lin Han is a sworn brother of our dwarf tribe, got it. Tianjiao puffed out his chest with pride. Our Lin Zai is really moving up in the world, becoming a hot commodity fought over by factions. Nian Wei also smiled brightly. We are also basking in Brother Han's glory. Our appearance fees will naturally skyrocket. Su Ting, however, was sweating bullets. This situation looks tense. Slipping away quickly to save our lives is the wisest move. Lin Han smacked his lips and confessed. To be honest, the only thing I crave right now is dragging the Night Watcher squad out to grind quests and stretch my muscles. I have absolutely no mood to join any gang or faction at all. Hearing that, Ine grabbed them by the collars and dragged them away. Then run for your lives, kids. She suspected that if they stayed any longer, the Assassin Syndicate or the Abyss Alliance would also come and try to poach him. The whole group nodded like pounding garlic. Yes, sir, while they are tearing each other apart, let's slip away quickly. Meanwhile, the recruiters who stayed behind were still yelling and fighting noisily. Don't you dare fight with me. Lin Han is already targeted for the protector position of our dwarf tribe. The next morning, Ine cleared her throat and loudly praised in front of the class. Student Lin Han has excellently steered the Night Watcher squad to bring the gold cup of the Academy tournament back to our military academy. You all down there must take him as an example and strive hard, understood? She beamed and pointed to an empty desk. And now, let's pass the mic to superstar Lin Han to step up to the podium and share a few thoughts after sweeping the award. Where is Lin Han? Wait, where did this brat vanish to? Tianjiao scratched his head awkwardly. I give up. Deep down, the boy was crying out, Lin Zai, you devil, if you're going to skip class, you should have at least given us a heads up. Ine flared up, roaring and shaking the whole classroom. That brat Lin Han. He just got a lousy cup and he dares to ditch my class. Where in the world is he drifting right now? In the middle of nowhere, the boy suddenly let out a huge sneeze without knowing why. Currently, Lin Han was rooted in the death blood tomb. He muttered while rubbing his nose. What random guy is cursing me silently now? Whatever, The top priority right now is to finish this class advancement quest. The system notification panel pinged again in his eyes. Tier 5 advancement quest activated. Target, Lin Han, male, nationality, Heavenly Dragon Empire, class, quad-transferred Beastmaster. Title, Ghostfire Spirit Orb. Difficulty, 5 stars. Objective, slaughter dark-type beasts in the tomb to farm enough 10 Ghostfire Spirit Orbs. Map, Death Blood Tomb. He swept his eyes around the dark graveyard. This damn place has incredibly heavy dark energy. If it wasn't for the sake of making a living and meeting the quest deadline, I wouldn't bother dragging my body here even if you paid me in gold. Suddenly, a withered hand sprouted from the ground and tightly grabbed Lin Han's ankle. He jumped up, looked down at the ground and swore, "Oh fuck, what kind of cheap trick is this?" Lin Han hastily stepped back and took a defensive stance. Right then the system AI popped up a notification. "Is this the boss of the advancement stage, looking so lame and weak? Void Bug Swarm Monster, Dark Type, level 55. Passive, blackened corpse, immune to pain, infinitely durable." He calmly snapped his fingers and summoned a Yi straight out to fight. "Come out and exercise to warm up your muscles, girl." As soon as she showed her face, she radiated an overwhelming aura. "Orders received, boss. My limbs have been itching to punch someone lately too." A horde of zombies that had just emerged from the mud rushed towards them at breakneck speed. Yi laughed gleefully and plunged into the monster horde. "Oh wow, so crowded, today I can go all out to my heart's content." With lightning-fast agility, she easily snapped the necks of 3 or 4 monsters that got close. Yi threw kicks while roaring to show her dominance. "You minions obediently crawl back into your holes for me." After cleaning up the battlefield, she clapped her hands proudly. "Game is too easy, these prisoners are just trash, they can't even scratch an itch properly." Lin Han bent down to pick up a sparkling stone dropped from the pile of corpses and complained, "What kind of trash drop rate is this? Sweating buckets to clear a whole mob, and it only spits out exactly 1 ghost fire spirit orb like this." Yi turned the ruins upside down to help him search. Boss, it's really out of stock. I've plucked everything clean without leaving a single monster alive here." Lin Han rubbed his chin in doubt. Weird, could this stage have some hidden quest planted in it? Before he finished speaking, a hairy hand tore open a coffin lid and reached out. Lin Han stared curiously. What freakish creature is crawling up now? Right then the system AI popped up again. "New quest updated. Smash the Great Void Fierce Beast to complete the advancement test. Loot, 1,000 Beast Taming points. Great Void Monster, Dark Type Bug Swarm, level 60. Passive, completely blackened corpse. Lore, in its past life it was a notorious war god. After dying it absorbed abyss power, extremely proficient in dark magic. It stomped the ground with a thunderous strike, creating an ear-piercing sonic boom. Its swaggering footsteps released a heavy pressure, as if wanting to crush the opponent's spirit. Lin Han didn't even bother to think, tilted his chin and ordered, "So this punk is the final boss. Yi, serve it up." Hearing the order, Yi's fighting spirit burned intensely. "Boss, you can sleep soundly. Let me send this stray cow to meet its ancestors right now." Right after tossing those words, Yi dashed forward and punched a critical strike directly. "Taste my fatal punch. This brute will send a fatty like you to the next world." Surprisingly, the monster didn't flinch at all, and even let out a chilling chuckle that gave goosebumps. She widened her eyes in disbelief. "What the fuck? I smashed its skull, and this thing's head still isn't cracked." But it didn't bother waiting for Yi to regain her composure. It immediately used that bull-like head to headbutt her back. "What the hell is that?" She slid far across the ground before breaking, silently cursing. "Luckily I dodged fast, but getting sent flying so far by this piece of shit, I'm really pissed off now." Her competitive spirit arose. She took 1 step back and 3 steps forward, lunging aggressively. Yi rained down punches while constantly scolding. "This fist of mine will turn you into meat paste." The monster still stood motionless like a stone statue, slowly opening its stinking snout to hiss. Lin Han sharply noticed the killing intent and yelled until his throat hurt. Yi, retreat quickly." She was startled and turned her head to look, exposing a fatal opening in a split second. The monster caught the missed beat and belched out a stream of pitch-black energy with terrifying destructive power. Thankfully, Yi still hurriedly raised her hands and successfully blocked the attack. "What is this filthy thing?" However, the aftershock of this attack was so massive that it drained her stamina bar entirely. He sweat profusely and called out urgently, Yi, Yi." Suddenly she moaned and held her head in agony. "I feel terrible, boss. Lin Han's face changed color. This is really bad. He decisively shouted for backup. Xiao Zhen, get out here and support Yi immediately. Xiao Zhen nodded firmly. Roger, let me bring the sacred fire to roast this filthy monster alive. Leaving those words behind, she turned into a fireball and charged straight at the target. Shut your trap, you evil heretic. Xiao Zhen's rage attack collided instantly, creating an earth-shattering explosion. She hurriedly rushed over to check the situation. Yi, are you still okay? Yi weakly leaned on her sister's shoulder. It's better now. Earlier, its foul breath hit my nose and made me dizzy. My mind was up in the clouds. The problem was, such a fatal blow was still not enough to beat down that stubborn beast. It slowly lifted its bony arm, summoning a massive, incredibly disgusting human skull. Xiao Zhen was dumbfounded, unable to read this move. Wait, what martial arts sect is it channeling? Before the two girls could utter a word, Lin Han had already dashed over like the wind to use his body as a shield. Watch out. He braced himself, focusing all his passives into his sword and roared, grass-type sword art. Another explosion shook the entire space, but whether the tide of the battle could be turned would only be known later. Lin Han stomped his heel to borrow force, piercing through the wind straight towards the target. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, slashing downwards, and hissed through gritted teeth, "Give up your life, you dog." A split second later, a blinding blue sword aura illuminated a corner of the dungeon. Lin Han's razor-sharp blade pierced through the monster's rock-hard flesh, forcing it to howl heart-wrenching cries. Seeing the monster fall, he dusted off his hands and sighed in relief. Truly tanky, this thing was as persistent as a starving leech. Standing on the other side, Yi and Xiao Zhen looked at him with shameless admiration, cheering wildly. Good thing our big boss came to the rescue at lightning speed, otherwise us sisters would have died. Thank you for saving our lives, master. The system AI pinged another notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the great void fierce beast, excellently passing the advancement quest. With the accompanying reward of 10,000 beast taming points, Lin Han grinned from ear to ear. Sweet, so the beast taming points flowed into my pocket effortlessly. At that exact moment, the corpse of the great void fierce beast gradually disintegrated, turning into a dense mist. Looking down at the battlefield, he counted and picked up the loot, gathering exactly 9 ghost fire spirit orbs. Juggling the spoils in his hand, Lin Han smiled with satisfaction and muttered, "Finally done with this Tier 5 class advancement quest, time to drag my body home." Suddenly remembering a hidden disaster, he slapped his forehead and groaned inwardly, "Oh crap, skipping Ms. Mo's class today, she will definitely throw a fit. I have to prepare some smooth apologies to survive this." While he was worrying, a tragic scream echoed from afar, "Help, somebody save me." Beneath the calm surface of the lake, Jaime was struggling desperately in the cold water, screaming nonstop help. He was startled. Wait, is that Jaime? A hideous sea monster was baring its jagged jaws, ready to snap at her. "Save me." In less than a split second, a blue sword flash from Lin Han's hand tore through the wind and sliced across the monster's back. The brilliant patch of light made Jaime's eyes widen in astonishment, muttering, "Which righteous master just stepped in?" Hovering in midair with his wings spread majestically, he spoke calmly, "Calm down, I'm here." Looking up at her savior, she dropped her jaw. "Brother Han, it's you." Lin Han slowly descended, lightly touching one foot on the rippling water. As soon as they met, Jaime clung to his neck like a gibbon hugging a tree, making him laugh and cry as he reminded her, "If you squeeze this tightly, we'll both sink to the bottom in a minute." She sobbed with teary eyes, I'm sorry, Brother Han, I was scared out of my wits." Dragging the soaking wet girl ashore to safety, he secretly evaluated, Tusk, didn't expect Jaime's figure to be so unbelievably hot. Puking out a few mouthfuls of water, Jaime sat slumped on the ground, stroking her chest and tearing up. "This little life is saved, thank you. I must have 7 generations of good karma to be fished out by you at this moment." Lin Han wiped some water off his face, chuckled and waved his hand. "We're classmates, no need to be polite. But I'm curious, you swim like a duck on land. Why the hell did you come out here in the middle of the night to dive and suffer?" Drooping like a withered leaf, she sadly confessed the truth. "Actually, I came out here to grind my Tier 4 class advancement quest." Jaime groaned dejectedly. "My Tier 4 advancement exam requires making minced meat out of the ghost fishes in this sea area, and then plucking 10 of their eyeballs to bring back." Lin Han looked confused and pieced the story together. "So you used your own pocket money to buy diving gear, and then came out to fight monsters alone, and almost became fish food. Jaime nodded firmly, yes, my personal advancement matter, dragging others into it would be too troublesome. Shivering at the memory of the monsters, she explained, at first I was confident I could handle them, but who knew those ghost fishes bite so aggressively, their combat power is terrifying. Plus my underwater combat skills are too poor, so it ended up like this. Understanding the problem, he decisively took off his outer jacket and sighed, forget it. It seems impossible to let you do it yourself. Seeing that, Jaime's cheeks flushed red as she stammered, Brother Han, what are you stripping for in this deserted place in the middle of the night? Neatly picking up the oxygen tank, Lin Han tilted his chin and smiled brightly, what else, going underwater to carry you through the stage. Hurry up. Saying that, both of them adjusted their gear, mentally prepared to jump into the quiet bottom of the lake. Pulling a strange item out of his pocket, he introduced, this is a mermaid bracelet I hunted at the auction house. Wearing this keeps your mouth working smoothly underwater. She widened her eyes in curiosity, you can talk underwater too. Lin Han gently split the bracelet into two halves. The seller advertised it like that, probably influenced by some sappy script between a mermaid and a shipwrecked prince. Handing one half to Jaime, he said, just try wearing it, so we can call each other for combat coordination ready. Sinking gradually into the cold water, Lin Han frowned, feeling something was wrong. The ghost fish's territory is around here, but we've been wandering for a while without seeing a single shadow. Suddenly, his sharp intuition made his neck run cold. He immediately turned his head to check. Lin Han shouted in alarm, watch out, they are trailing right behind us. Jaime hastily drew her bow and fired an arrow, gritting her teeth in anger, using the numbers advantage trick again. These fishes are truly cunning. The sharp arrow tore through the water, aiming straight for the rushing monster's forehead. She roared, get out of my way. Ironically, the sneaky monster twisted its body and dodged the arrow by a hair's breadth. Lin Han smacked his lips and concluded, just as I thought, ranged weapons are crippled underwater, their power is halved. Jaime also realized the issue, the water pressure is too strong, an arrow shooting out this sluggishly will never pierce the target. Seeing things were going south, he immediately laid out a tactic, to clean up these trash fishes, only close combat can solve the problem. Saying that, Lin Han directly summoned his treasured sword, the Jiu Yi sword ready for battle. With a graceful swing of his arm, he sent a fish straight to the respawn screen. Jaime cheered in delight, oh sweet, Brother Han's weapon is barely slowed down by water pressure, this quest will go smoothly. But before they could celebrate, the school of ghost fishes had surrounded Lin Han like a cage. He smirked, trying to use the swarm tactic to bully me, huh? Without a hint of panic, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his arm and coldly declared, if you like playing rough. The next second, a burst of killing intent exploded, then go down to hell together, Jiu Yi sword art. After clearing a wave, Lin Han looked back and urged, Jaime, hurry up and pick up their eyeballs. She nodded enthusiastically, acting swiftly, yes sir, Brother Han. Her heart bloomed with joy, the opportunity is here. This time the advancement certificate is finally in the palm of my hand. But the joy was short-lived. The water current abruptly swirled into a bizarre vortex. Jaime's eyes widened watching the dead fish bodies get sucked right in. She muttered, where did this whirlpool come from? Lurking deep inside the vortex were two pairs of ghostly glowing headlights. She was horrified. What kind of hideous creature is this? Is there still a fierce beast hiding at the bottom of the abyss? Lin Han yelled in panic through the bracelet, Jaime, watch out. Retreat immediately, swim upwards fast. She frantically paddled upwards, her voice trembling, Brother Han, you get out of here too. But unluckily, Jaime's body suddenly jolted to a halt, freezing stiff in the water. A slimy tentacle had tightly gripped her leg and yanked her backward. She shrieked, Brother Han, save me. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Han ignored the danger and dove down headfirst. Jaime, calm down, I'm coming to save you. But upon facing it directly, he also had to freeze for a few seconds in shock. How could such an oversized thing even exist? The girl burst into tears, struggling in despair, help save me, Brother Han. Lin Han glared and unleashed his sword, reassuring her, don't worry, with me here, I absolutely won't let this monster hurt you. With a thud, the razor-sharp Jiu Yi sword chopped off the sea monster's slimy tentacle. Escaping death by an inch, Jaime's entire body shivered uncontrollably. She rushed into his arms, crying uncontrollably, Brother Han, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Lin Han patted her back gently to soothe her, It's okay now, stop crying, there's nothing to be afraid of. The octopus with the severed tentacle went furious, spitting out a torrential rain of water bombs straight at the duo. The pressure from the bombardment blew them tumbling through the water. He roared, "Hold on to me tightly, absolutely do not let go." Lin Han anxiously checked the situation. "Are you still okay, Jaime?" She frowned, holding her forehead. My head is spinning and aching so badly." Seeing the octopus regrowing tentacles like mushrooms after rain, he hurriedly pushed Jaime upwards with force. "This is bad, you escape to the shore first, quick." She hesitated and called after him, "Brother Han," but he had already dashed to the front line to block the attack, muttering, "Skill copy, berserk." Unleashing a storm of sword slashes, Lin Han chopped the tentacles into tiny pieces, shouting, "I've sliced off all your tentacles, let's see what other tricks you dare to pull." The tentacle-less octopus roared madly, its eyes filled with hatred. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and sprayed a pitch-black cloud of ink covering Lin Han, leaving him stunned, playing the ink-spraying game. Jaime was stuck in the pitch darkness, frowning in annoyance. "Damn it, it's pitch-black like ink, how are we supposed to find directions now?" Glancing at the oxygen gauge, she panicked and reported, "This is bad, the air tank has bottomed out. If we don't bail fast, we'll really become fish food." A surge of guilt overwhelmed her. Jaime teared up, "Brother Han, I am so endlessly sorry, it's my fault for dragging you into this mess." He brushed it off. "Why say redundant things, let me throw you out of here first." Before she could even react, Lin Han grabbed her wrist and dragged her. Wait a minute." With an incredible throw, he swung his arm and launched her straight towards the surface. "Skill copy. Giant strength, get up there." Jaime's entire body was enveloped by a safe spiritual energy shield as she flew upwards. Having resolved the burden, Lin Han cracked his neck, smiling coldly. "Now that Jaime is sent away, there's no need to leave a path of retreat anymore." Pointing his sword directly at the sea monster's face, he provoked arrogantly, "You giant beast, if you have the guts, swim over here and fight me to the death." The Ju-Yi sword shone brilliantly in response to the call, the blade vibrating to transmit its thought, "Master, I am willing to give my all to fight by your side." Lin Han stroked the hilt and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Today we will turn this lake bottom upside down." Lin Han's figure shot forward like an arrow piercing the water, unleashing his ultimate move, grass-type sword art. The octopus wasn't going to just take it, puffing its cheeks and violently sucking massive volumes of surrounding water into its mouth. Along with the water current, dozens of shattered fish bones at the bottom condensed and stacked together with clicking sounds. In a blink, the pile of dead bones assembled into a giant, razor-sharp trident to welcome Lin Han. Lin Han didn't falter in the slightest, his eyes growing more combative. "Interesting, let's see if your trashy weapon can block my fatal strike." Wrapping its tentacles around the bone trident, the monster swung the weapon down towards him with a heaven-shattering blow. The sword and the trident clashed, creating a horrifying impact. The lake water shuddered and churned as if about to explode. The overwhelming power from Lin Han's treasured sword bit deep into the bone frame, causing the octopus's weapon to crack open. Twisting his wrist to add more force, he roared and cleaved the weapon vertically. "Shatter for me." Seeing its homemade weapon crumble to pieces, the octopus stared in terror and jerked back. Knowing it couldn't win, it pulled its old trick again, spraying out another puddle of pitch-black ink to find an escape route. Lin Han snorted in disdain. "Weak skills. Can't win, so you use the cowardly turtle shell tactic." The soul of Jiu-Yi quickly signaled, "Master, that nuisance hasn't run far yet." Scanning his eyes, tracking the dark shadow sneaking into the abyss, he calculated, "This little punk is diving headfirst into a deep trench. Its hideout must definitely be down there." The sword spirit chimed in confidently, "With you here, it will be caught even if it escapes to the ends of the earth." Lin Han swung his sword decisively. "Let's go, chase it down and eliminate it completely." But just as he parted the water to go deeper, a horrifying scene struck his eyes, leaving him frozen. Scattered across the sandy floor were piles of rotting, broken shipwrecks. Were all these bloody sinkings caused by this brute single-handedly? A flame of fury ignited. Lin Han gritted his teeth and passed judgment. "An evil beast like you is truly a sweeping disaster." The Jiu-Yi sword in his hand was raised high, emitting a blindingly bright light like a sun beneath the sea. "Offer your life as an apology to the souls on these ships." Illuminated straight in the face by the intense light, the octopus panicked and flailed its tentacles in despair, waiting for death. Lin Han's cold, resentful eyes were fixed on the sinful creature. In the following blink of an eye, a massive surge of spiritual energy crashed down. The slash cleaved through the sea monster's body, forcing it to roar out ear-piercing, sorrowful sounds. Back on the lake shore, Jaime had just scrambled to the surface, gasping for air. Turning her head to fixate on the calm lake surface, her gut burned like fire, unclear on Brother Han's situation down there. I must risk my life to go down and give him a hand. Just as the thought ended, the water surface bubbled and broke the silence. Lin Han's figure shot up into the air. She called out joyfully, "Brother Han." Throwing away all hesitation, Jaime ran and stumbled over to hug him tightly, crying, "Brother Han." Her face flushed pink from throwing herself at him. She stammered awkwardly, "Brother Han, I was worried sick about you. I thought you were left behind at the bottom of the sea." He chuckled and teased, "You silly girl, why say such unlucky things when everything is fine? The person capable of taking my life hasn't even appeared on this planet yet." After that, the two dragged each other onto the dirt patch, smacking their lips in agreement. "Anyway, getting ashore safely comes first, yeah." Sitting and wringing the water out of his shirt, Lin Han tossed a pile of materials to Jaime. "Here's your stuff, pick it up." She held the bag of items and was shocked, ghost fish eyeballs. "Don't tell me Brother Han already." He nodded proudly. "Exactly, I gathered all 10, now we can go submit the report." While talking, Lin Han suddenly remembered and rummaged through his inventory. "Ah right, almost forgot there's another rare item." He happily presented a glowing skill book, showing off, "A treasure dropped from that monster. The Frost Giant Arrow skill book, perfectly compatible to boost the power of your Frost Arrow skill." The gift dropping from the sky left Jaime dazed and stunned. Snapping out of the shock, she hastily waved her hands to refuse. "Brother Han, I can't carry a rare item like this." He frowned in confusion. "Why?" Jaime's face drooped with low self-esteem. "From the beginning I only dragged myself through this advancement quest by clinging to you. You fought the monster's life and death alone. What right do I have to pocket this skill book?" Hearing that reason, Lin Han sighed wearily. "I'm a beastmaster. This manual will only clutter my bag. What use is it? But it's an exclusive item for your archer class. There's no one in this world more suitable to use it than you." Jaime still twisted her fingers shyly. "But I..." Lin Han waved his hand to stop her. "Drop it. Don't refuse anymore. Training to improve your strength is the matter of life and death right now." Deep down, he also reflected, "Besides, through today's exhausting battle, my fatal weakness in underwater combat was exposed. Compared to this skill book, what I really need now is to go catch a water-type beast immediately." Convinced, Jaime beamed with gratitude. "Brother Han, 1,000 thanks for your encouragement. I've thought it through." He nodded and rubbed his chin. "That's a good girl. Open the book and learn the Frost Giant Arrow right away. I'm also curious to see how powerful this rare item is." Without needing to be reminded twice, she decisively learned the manual immediately. "All right." Jaime raised her hand to summon her bow, pulled the string to its maximum, and shouted, "Frost Giant Arrow." Channeling her spiritual energy into an aiming stance, she said, "Let me demonstrate its power for you to see." The system chime echoed. Frost Giant Arrow skill, the ultimate technique of the archer class. Coats a layer of freezing frost on the arrow or projectile, freezing the target for 5 seconds along with massive critical damage. The moment she released her grip, a series of light trails carrying chilling frost shrieked, tearing through the night. Wherever the arrow struck, the surrounding water instantly crystallized into an ice block. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han clapped his hands in praise. "This Frost Giant Arrow combined with your archery is like adding wings to a tiger. Its power is absolute perfection." The feeling of surging power made Jaime extremely excited. "Right, Brother Han. Take a look, a whole huge stretch of the coast has been frozen clean by me." But Lin Han's eyes caught on to something else. He clicked his tongue and forced a compliment. "Ah, yeah, absolutely perfect." Then he burst into laughter, truly too overpowered. The night gave way to a radiant dawn. The next morning, at the campus of the military academy, Jaime skipped happily and called out, "Brother Han." He turned back, smiled, and asked, "How is it? Have you submitted the class advancement report yet?" She flipped her hair, showing off proudly, smooth sailing. "I dumped the pile of quest materials at the advancement hall. Proudly welcome a Tier 4 expert." The system status board updated. Character Jaime, class type, Tier 4 Archery War General. Skill list, Precise Rapid Fire, Ultra Long Range Shooting, Frost Arrow, Sun Shooting, Divine Arrow. Restricted Level Skill, Frost Giant Arrow. Lin Han winked in congratulation. "Then I truly raise a glass to congratulate you, top notch. I also just casually picked up the title of Tier 5 Beastmaster Commander. The system displayed Lin Han's stats. Class: Tier 5 Beastmaster Commander Hidden Class. Skills: Life Contract, Beast Space, Beast Summon, Malicious Passive, Lightning Wings, Skill Copy, Eagle Eye, Listen, Fusion, Venomous Thorn, Stealth, Shield, Perceive, Heaven Piercing Punch. Suddenly a shrill scream echoed, blocking their path. Lin Han, you finally decided to show your face here. Ine stood with hands on her hips, frowning and scolding. Yesterday I was just praising you until my mouth frothed in front of the students, and you ended up standing me up and skipping class. Confess now, where did you drag yourself to yesterday? Sweating profusely, he scratched his head awkwardly. Ms. Mo, about yesterday, it was because of me. May innocently jumped in to rescue him with a slip of the tongue. Miss, please don't scold poor Brother Han. Last night Brother Han was sweating and rolling around with me all night at the beach. We were both completely soaking wet. A universe of dark thoughts exploded in Ine's brain. Soaking wet. Oh my God. The teacher dropped her jaw, her face burning red as she roared and questioned Lin Han. What on earth did you do to this girl? Lin Han cried out in grievance, rebutting helplessly. Ms. Mo, stop with your wild imagination. Don't misunderstand, we are as pure as driven snow and did absolutely nothing. Mei seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly tried to persuade her. That's right, miss. Please don't let your mind wander into the gutter. Ine puffed out her cheeks and covered her mouth, suppressing the laughter bubbling up inside her. 3 seconds later, she burst into a fit of hysterical laughter. Ha, look at your embarrassed faces, you're both as red as tomatoes. Mei pouted, stomping her foot in frustration. Miss, so you were just teasing us this whole time, deliberately trying to embarrass us, weren't you? Lin Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Ms. Mo sure takes her jokes too far. I almost had a heart attack thinking I was actually being framed. Ine waved her hand and said, All right, I'll stop teasing you too. I bumped into Mei's homeroom teacher this morning and vaguely heard that you acted as her bodyguard to help her complete her class advancement last night. He shrugged modestly. I was just passing by, so I lent a helping hand, miss. The teacher propped her chin on her hand, curious. Rumor has it that Mei's advancement test is a real tough nut to crack. Hurry up and give me a summary of your underwater brawl last night. Lin Han happily gestured with his hands and feet as he began his narration. Last night, we were diving in the sea like this, and then unleashing skills like that. The golden morning sunlight spilled over, illuminating every corner of the room. After talking until his jaw ached, he concluded the story. So yeah, that's the dramatic summary. We both almost ended up as fish food at the bottom of the ocean yesterday. Ine rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Hearing you brag really highlights how utterly lacking your underwater combat skills actually are. Lin Han scratched the back of his neck and offered a wry smile. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. But in his mind, he was already calculating. Exactly. I just completed my 5th advancement, and I still have an empty beast taming slot. The problem is, where do I even find a decent water-type beast now? Sealing the deal, Ine stated firmly, Lin Han, I'll keep an eye out for a water-type beast for you. If I catch wind of the good stuff, I'll let you know. He clasped his hands gratefully. Then I'll leave it entirely in your hands, Ms. Mo. While they were chatting away, a loud voice suddenly called out from behind, Lin Zai. Tian Jiao waved his hands frantically, greeting them with excitement. You little rascal, you finally decided to show your face in class, huh? He slapped Lin Han's shoulder hard and complained. Word on the street is you took Mei out to grind her advancement quest last night. Why didn't you bring us along to leech some exp? Lin Han pursed his lips and replied, Exactly. Our levels are all stuck at a bottleneck. If we don't grind to the Tier 4 professional threshold, all the dropped exp will just go to waste. Nian Wei pointed and explained, the gang has already discussed it. Once classes are over, we're heading straight to the advancement hall to tackle the quest. Brother Han, if you're free, could you escort us? Upon hearing the invitation, Lin Han nodded immediately without a second thought. Approved. I'll step up as the captain and lead the way. I guarantee every member of the Night Watchman will level up smoothly today. The scene shifted to the bustling and noisy advancement hall. An expectant voice rang out, The advancement hall is packed like a festival today. Let's hope our team's leveling up is a massive success. As Lin Han's team strode past, the crowd erupted into lively whispers. Is that the Night Watchman squad? I heard they just snagged the school-wide tournament championship. Totally badass. Man, I'm so jealous they have such a solid captain like Lin Han. Rumor has it that even a pure support class got carried to the absolute peak by Lin Han. Hearing these honeyed praises, Tianjiao patted his belly smugly. Tusk tusk, our squad is insanely famous now. Su Ting curled her lip and immediately threw cold water on him. Dial back the arrogance. You're just bathing in the captain's reflected glory. Nian Wei nodded in agreement. Spot on. Tianjiao jumped up, stubbornly arguing. So what? As long as we cling tightly to Lin Zai's thick thighs, our future will only get brighter. Just you wait, one day I, Master Pang, will become the prestigious brand ambassador of the Night Watchman squad. Su Ting ran over, hugging Lin Han's arm and snitching, Captain, could you please stuff a rag into this fatty's mouth? His ego is inflating so much he's about to float away. Just as she finished speaking, a pretty figure glided over and called out softly, Captain. Secretly admiring Lin Han, Wan internally marveled. In the past, I only vaguely knew that Mr. Lin was a decent fighter. I never expected him to be the leader of the Night Watchman squad that's been taking the school by storm recently. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, he turned to his subordinates and ordered, cut the chatter, split up and accept your advancement quests quickly, gather back at this exact spot in 5 minutes. The whole group replied in unison, understood, boss. The flock of sparrows scattered in all directions, returning a brief moment of peace and quiet to the area. Right on time, the whole group was fully assembled in the hall. Tianjiao patted his chest loudly. Lin Zai, our quest paperwork is all sorted. Su Ting also tilted her head up and spoke. We're ready to head out. Nian Wei nodded obediently. Lin Han immediately laid out the battle plan. Okay, let's just group up and sweep through together. The safety level is much higher, it'll just take a bit more time to grind. While Tianjiao perked up his ears to listen, Wan stood in a far corner muttering to herself. Since Mr. Lin is so overpowered, his teammates must be no joke either, right? I can't wait to see if those three have the skills to solo their advancement quests without any buffs. Hearing that, Tianjiao put his hand up to interrupt, putting on a smug tone, Lin Zai, there's no need for such complicated and flashy setups, HMPH. He jabbed his thumb into his own chest, lifting his chin to the sky and declaring, I, Master Pang, am more than capable of completing the advancement on my own. As the Vanguard General of the Night Watchman, a trivial little test like this is as easy as flipping my hand. Su Ting immediately curled her lip and threw a sarcastic jab. You, since when did you give yourself the title of Vanguard General? Brag all you want, but where are you going to hide your thick face when you fail later? Despite her mockery, she also patted her chest in agreement. That being said, this lady also wants to rely on her own abilities to pass the advancement trial. Standing nearby, Nian Wei stammered, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, I also. Taking a deep breath, she bashfully blurted out, I think I can handle it myself too. Glancing at the petite girl, Lin Han's brain quickly analyzed the situation. Nian Wei belongs to the support class category, specializing in tailing teammates for coordinated combat. Letting her solo a Tier 4 quest is extremely risky, but if I reject her wish in front of everyone, her fragile pride will be shattered. A brilliant idea flashed in his mind. He smirked inwardly, nonsense, there's a good show to watch now. Hiding his thoughts, Lin Han cleared his throat and finalized the decision. All right, then everyone do your own thing, split up and act independently. Let's see you unleash the full potential of Tier 4 professionals. Drag yourselves back here for roll call in exactly 5 hours. The group, burning with fighting spirit, roared, understood. The camera panned across a creepy, poison-fogged forest, where the deafening clash of weapons echoed continuously. Standing amidst a pile of beast corpses, Nian Wei rested her hands on her knees, panting heavily as she muttered, Phew, I finally cleaned up this mess of monsters blocking the way. System panel popped up with info. Codename Large Poisonous Spider, Insected Race, Level 46. Traits: Insected Beast, Oral Cavity contains lethal poison, Sharp Fangs coated with chemicals, Abdomen sprays ultra-sticky spider webs, Extremely Aggressive Pack Mentality. Winking at her back, she analyzed, The Tier 4 quest requires me to extract the poison core of the venomous Spider Empress. An elite beast of that caliber is way beyond what I can handle. I have to use underhanded tactics and traps to hunt it. If I fight it head-on, I'm guaranteed to lose. Nian Wei labored to gather the monster corpses into a muddy pit, smirking as she muttered, Word is this species loves eating its own kind. Let's see what happens when I use these toxic spider carcasses to set up bait. Having finished setting up the elaborate trap, she smiled deviously. With such a tasty morsel dangling right in front of it, is there any way the venomous Spider Empress would refuse to take the bait? Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Han's ghostly figure was already quietly hiding behind an ancient tree, secretly scrutinizing Nian Wei's every move. Stroking his chin in approval, he thought to himself, "Looks like Nian Wei has really grown up. She actually knows how to use her brain to deal with beasts now. Me tailing her to play bodyguard might just be redundant." Squatting behind a rotten log, she mentally calculated the perfect timing, whispering, "The time is ripe, hopefully, this will lure the venomous spider empress out," before mimicking rustling and whistling sounds to draw it in. Suddenly, from within the dense fog, waves of pitch-black miasma billowed towards her. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Nian Wei shrieked in panic. "I'm doomed, my fake sounds must have been too obvious, and now it's provoked the venomous spider empress to charge over here." Before she could finish guessing, a jet-black spider leg, bristling with sharp spikes, suddenly stabbed upward into the sky from the muddy puddle. Revealing its true form, it was a colossal spider monster, screeching terrifying guttural sounds from its maw. The system radar updated. Beast name Venomous Spider Empress, Insected Race, Level 51. Profile traits: gigantic build, cannibalistic appetite, venom capable of killing in the blink of an eye, an incredibly stubborn and thick health bar. With her mouth agape in an O shape and eyes wide, Nian Wei exclaimed in terror, "It's the real Venomous Spider Empress." Like a snapped spring, she vaulted backward to evade it. Thanks to Nian Wei's agile evasion, the monster's thunderous pincer strike only gouged a massive hole into the ground. Just as she landed on both feet, she broke into a sweat, wondering, did it just ignore the pile of spider corpses acting as bait and aim straight to tear me apart instead? The venomous spider empress rampaged aggressively, whipping out a flurry of combo attacks toward Nian Wei, but she still managed to dodge them neatly. Running for her dear life, Nian Wei racked her brains for a strategy. I need to slip out of its attack range first, then kite it and chip away at it slowly to have any hope of clearing this. Even though she ran like hell, the infuriated spider still chased after her relentlessly. Opening its gaping maw, the monster spewed a volley of deadly, glowing green venomous rays. With godlike reflexes, Nian Wei bent over to dodge the projectiles. The toxic sludge missed its target and splattered squarely onto a tree branch. She shrieked in terror, "Oh crap." In the blink of an eye, the ironwood branch hit by the venom sizzled and smoked, rotting away before crumbling into pieces. Rolling several times in midair, her face turned pale as she concluded, "Brawling on the ground with this chemical sprayer is just asking for a death wish. I absolutely cannot stay on the ground." After a series of graceful midair flips and twirls, she landed smoothly and safely. But the giant spider abruptly blasted out a massive canopy of spider silk as large as a pavilion, covering the sky. The descending dark shadow made Nian Wei scream in sheer terror. What the hell is this? With nowhere to hide, the slimy web slammed straight down, tightly binding her body until she couldn't budge an inch. Smug that its prey was caught in the net, the monster began reeling in the silk, dragging her along. Nian Wei's body was dragged sluggishly closer to its hideous snout. The pitch-black oral cavity, dripping with slimy saliva, gaped wide open, ready to swallow its prey whole. Right at death's door, Lin Han's figure flashed by like a lightning bolt. A single sword strike cleaved the spider web in two, snatching the monster's tasty meal away. He roared furiously, "You stinking beast, don't you dare run wild." Nestled securely in Lin Han's arms, Nian Wei called out weakly, "Brother Han." Smiling to reassure her, he spoke in a magnetic voice, "Don't panic, stay calm, leave this piece of trash to me." Without another word, Lin Han immediately summoned a Yi onto the battlefield. As soon as she descended, the goddess of war bowed to receive her orders, reporting to the master, "Please step back and let a Yi smash this poisonous bug to pieces." Kicking off the ground and shooting forward like an arrow, a Yi shrieked gleefully, "You ugly freak, let's see if your skull shatters after eating one of my ironclad punches." The venomous spider empress was absolutely furious, sucking in its abdomen and spewing out a tsunami of thick, black venom. However, with godlike rotational speed, a Yi effortlessly tore the wave of poison in half. Dusting off her hands disdainfully, she sneered and growled, "Your spit sure stinks, but did you really think these petty tricks would give this seat any trouble? Ridiculous." A Yi kicked off the air, vaulting high up, and aggressively plummeted straight toward the spider's head. Having its head stepped on, the panicked spider sprayed another colossal sack of silk, lunging at her like a fishing net. Just a split second before being wrapped into a cocoon, her eyes widened in shock as she cursed, "Oh, for F***CK's sake." Wrapped up as stiff as a sausage, A Yi flailed wildly and cursed so loud it echoed through the forest. This slimy, wet, disgusting silk. It's so sticky I can't exert any force. It's absolutely nauseating. Amidst her struggling, a foul-smelling aura of death emanated from the sticky mess. Inhaling the toxic gas, a Yi dry heaved and complained with a grimace. This smell hits right up to the brain. It stinks so bad my head is throbbing. Standing on the outskirts holding Nyanwei closely, Lin Han calmly waved his hand and activated his replication skill, Emperor Flame. As the brilliant golden fire erupted, he clicked his tongue, "Tusk, I have to burn this pile of toxic chemicals to ashes." The blazing fire roared, sweeping through the forest, incinerating everything in its path before rushing straight toward the spider. Feeling the surge of radiant heat sweeping over to burn away the silk, Aya's eyes went wide in admiration. Taking advantage of the opening, she used her immense strength skill to tear apart the pesky net, roaring irritably, "What absolute trash, daring to make my master clean up after me." Cloaked in a surging aura of energy, Aya plummeted to the earth like a meteorite. While executing her ultimate skill, Shield Burst, she screamed, "Open your eyes wide and watch how I mince you into pieces." The overwhelming killing intent of the attack was so intense it froze the Spider Queen in place, leaving it trembling violently for several seconds. With a deafening boom, a Yi, carrying immense pressure, pierced straight through, landing a decisive blow that blew a hole right through the monster's abdomen. Dusting herself off after landing gracefully right in front of Lin Han, she smiled brightly and asked flatteringly, "Reporting to Master, did I do a good job?" He nodded approvingly and patted her shoulder. "Flawless, a Yi is such a good girl." After handling everything, Lin Han placed Nyanwei against a tree trunk and peeled off the remaining pesky strands of silk. Yi peered over, asking worriedly, "Boss, is this sister okay?" He sighed. "She got hit by the fucking poison. It's seeping into her bloodstream right now." Pressing his palm against Nyanwei's sweaty forehead, a gentle light radiated outward. He muttered smugly, "It's a good thing I picked up the basic poison resistance skill during my trip to the pressure hell. This thing doesn't just help the body resist lethal poison, it can also be used to purge dark energy and cure people. Using it right now is textbook perfect." Her eyelids twitched as she woke up. Looking dazedly at his handsome face, she whispered, "Brother Han, why did you come all the way here?" Lin Han flicked her nose and smiled gently. "I was worried you'd be too weak and get yourself killed, so I secretly tailed you. Lie still and breathe softly, I'm forcing the rest of the poison out for you." Out of nowhere, Nyanwei's eyes suddenly widened in terror as she shrieked, "Brother Han, watch your back." The corpse of the giant spider unexpectedly lunged over like a zombie, its jaws snapping shut. Lin Han jolted in shock, cursing internally. The venomous spider empress had its stomach blown wide open, yet it's still trying to land a dying bite. Disregarding her exhausted body, Nyanwei swung her arm and threw out a blinding ball of energy, shouting fiercely, "Piss off to hell, you filthy beast." Trapped by the hard crowd control of the Limit Halo skill, the monster halted midair as if hitting an invisible wall. Its life force completely drained, the spider plummeted out of the sky in freefall, crashing to the ground with a massive boom that sent a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. But as stubborn as a starving leech, even in its mangled state, it still managed to vomit out a few more venomous projectiles, hoping to drag them to the grave with it. The ferocious dragonfly demon king made its final dying struggle, spitting out a cruel attack in its last gasp. A barrage of eerie green beams shrieked as they shot straight at Nyanwei and Lin Han's position, but by some stroke of luck, they both rolled away and escaped just in time. Breaking out in a cold sweat as he looked at the scorched black earth behind him, he said, "Holy crap, if we took that hit head-on, they'd just be sweeping up our ashes. That was way too close." Nyanwei rubbed her chest and let out a long sigh, lowering her eyes and biting her lip in distress. "Thank heavens. Luckily, Brother Han wasn't scratched or hurt at all." Seeing the younger girl feeling guilty, he quickly coaxed and praised her. "It's all thanks to your lightning-fast reflexes, otherwise we would have been dead meat." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she mumbled shyly, "I just tried to hold on, I didn't want to be the dead weight dragging the night watchman down." He smiled affectionately and rubbed her head. "Don't you dare say such discouraging and unlucky things again. It's only because we have a golden support like you backing us up that the night watchman can unleash our full badass potential." Those sweet words made Nyanwei shrink her neck shyly and nod, a soft smile appearing on her flushed face. The camera shifted back to the rendezvous point. Tianjiao bounced around, waving his hands. "Lin Zai, our team is all gathered here." Running his loud mouth, he complained and whined, "Oh my God, that advancement test was sour as vinegar. I almost became fertilizer in the cursed rainforest." Lin Han burst into roaring laughter. "Who told you to show off in front of the girls?" Su Ting turned around, hooked her finger, and asked, "So, Nian Wei, did you manage to sweep up all the quest materials?" Nian Wei happily pulled out her bag to show off her loot. "Exactly, take a look at my sweet drops." Su Ting patted her chest, letting out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Out of the three of us, your trial was the toughest. I was worried sick about you this whole time." Tian Jiao's eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to interrogate her. "Spot on. Spill it, missy. How exactly did you manage to kill that freakish beast?" Nian Wei looked awkwardly at Lin Han, confessing softly, "It's embarrassing to admit, but grabbing this quest item smoothly was mostly thanks to." But before she could utter another word, Lin Han jumped in to steal the credit and bail her out. It was all thanks to Nian Wei's high alertness. When the venomous spider Empress boss tried to play dirty with a sneak attack, she swiftly threw out crowd control and jammed its poison-spewing throat. Bewildered by his fabrication to save her face, Nian Wei's cheeks burned red as she thought to herself, "Is Brother Han covering up my dignity?" she muttered softly. "1,000 thanks to Brother Han." Tian Jiao roared in excitement, clapping his hands loudly. "Peachy keen. If everyone has gathered all their materials, let's haul our asses over to hand in the quests. From now on, the Night Watchman squad is officially fully upgraded to a Tier 4 roster." Su Ting also beamed with joy, nodding in agreement. Transitioning to a sunny and windy beach, a bunch of kids were screaming and tearing the place down, splashing water and messing around wildly. Ine lounged on a beach chair, soaking up the sun while grumbling, "It's as hot as a furnace out here, but the pool at the military academy just had to go under maintenance. Now I'm forced to herd these wild ducks all the way out to the beach for an underwater combat class." Pushing herself up, she clapped her hands loudly to assert authority. "Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. You dragged your bodies out here to train your underwater combat skills. This isn't a playground for you to wade in mud and play in the sand." The fatty Tian Jiao smirked mischievously and splashed water. "Since we dragged our butts to the beach, we gotta party hard, miss. Ms. Mo, you can sleep soundly. I'll tutor the girls on how to backdash and evade underwater." His eyes darted around like parched beans checking out the girls, excitedly rambling, "Wait, where did that guy Lin Zai dive off to? With all these beauties rocking sexy two-piece swimsuits today, missing this would be a total waste of youth." Hearing the mention of him, Ine sighed thoughtfully. "Lin Han. That brat is probably hiding in some corner, racking his brain to figure out how to form a contract with Ming Yu." Flashing back to the previous day, she personally sought him out and gave him a gentle nudge. "Kiddo Lin Han, rumor has it that you're a total piece of trash once you get dunked in the water, right? I happen to have a pretty decent water-type beast. Considering your situation, it's an absolutely perfect fit for your lineup." Ine petted the small beast, lifting her chin proudly. "It's called Ming Yu, genuinely retrieved from an ancient cave a few years back. My intuition tells me this monster is a legendary top-tier drop. Unfortunately, I can't use it, so it's been collecting dust until now. It's my gift to you. Maybe with your skills, you can actually control this beast." Holding the burden in his hands, he forced a sweaty smile. "Damn, you're too generous, Ms. Mo. I am deeply grateful. Just holding it, I can already feel the thick ancient bloodline radiating from this Ming Yu." Cutting back to the present, Tian Jiao waddled over to gossip. "Ms. Mo, have you seen which way Lin Zai swam?" But Ine shot him a side-eye and instantly threw cold water on him. "Nosy, worry about yourself first. Stop being so nosy and go party hard. I mean, go practice your swimming properly." Getting scolded, he slinked away, grumbling, "What's up with MS? Mo today? Did she eat something wrong to be so unusually cranky? Normally, if anyone skips class, she'd tear them to shreds. Whatever, I don't care, I'm just gonna go all out and soak up the joy of the sea first." 3 seconds of sadness passed, and a gleeful look returned to his face. "Hee, I wonder if those two tigresses, Su Ting and Nian Wei, are willing to show some skin in two-piece swimsuits. Oh boy, this will be a feast for the eyes. I could die with 0 regrets." Before he could even drool, Su Ting stood right behind him, cracking her knuckles and glaring fiercely. "Hey, you tub of lard, what kind of dirty script is running through your head right now? Let me hear you bark." Nian Wei ran over and directly snatched the water gun right out of his hand. Tian Jiao flinched and stammered, Am I that awful?" Su Ting tilted her head up and ordered, "Nian Wei, spray the hell out of that pervert." The girl nodded obediently, hoisted the gun, and gave chase. Tian Jiao ran for his life, his legs kicking up dust as he wailed, "What a load of crap about being blessed. I served myself on a silver platter just to get scratched by the cat. Lin's eye saved me. In another secluded bay, Lin Han heavily carried the beast in his arms, slowly wading into the salty water step by step. The system control panel flashed red with a notification. Hidden quest activated. Successfully tame the fifth beast. Attached reward, a flat 2,000 beast taming reputation points. Looking at the tiny monster in his hands, he smirked and whispered, "The script is pretty perfect. Right when I received the beast, the system slapped a quest in my face. The timing is truly impeccable." Lin Han smirked with immense pride. Since it's a water-type monster, it's only natural to perform the contract ceremony right here, where the waves are crashing. Without hesitation, he cleared his throat and roared, "I request the spirit contract." The creature, nestled comfortably amidst the water, began to emit sparkling rays of light. In a flash, it pierced through the protective barrier and shot straight down to the bottom of the ocean. The system chimed, "Ding ding," reporting that the contract was complete. "Do you wish to trigger the atavism process for your partner?" He waved his hands, forming a giant circle, and muttered, "If not atavism, then what am I waiting for? This is the absolute best trump card for upgrading a beast. Kun Peng, hurry up and show me your magnificent primeval form." The beast's silhouette fell perfectly into the center of the circle beneath the currents, ready to awaken the bloodline of its ancestors. A brilliant aura exploded from its body, forcing Lin Han to squint and yell, "I'm blind." He timidly peeked through one half-opened eye. The next second, Lin Han almost dropped his jaw when he found himself sitting high up on the back of a monster, the size of an entire building. Beast information, Kun Peng, descendant of the primeval 10 vicious insectoids, level 41. Passive skill is Kun Peng's true blood, granting immunity to all negative statuses and weakening effects. Active skill allows it to condense a drop of primordial blood to launch a devastating attack, with damage scaling off the main body's level and a 3-day cooldown. The Kun Peng form grants an astonishing leveling speed. The power of the sun allows it to flap its wings and soar 90,000 miles into the high heavens, while the power of the moon allows it to expand its body to cover a radius of hundreds of meters. He stared in shock, wondering how the hell such a tiny fish could bloat up to this size. Before Lin Han could even recover from his shock, he was carried by Kun Peng straight toward the crowded beach. Its appearance generated tidal waves that swept away several tourists, leaving the crowd completely panicked and terrified. "What the hell is this? A sea monster. The sea monster is here, run for your lives, guys." He forced an awkward smile and muttered, "We are so screwed. This baby got a bit too excited and went hyper." On the other side, Ine excitedly instigated, "Quiet down, kids. Do any of you have the guts to play a game of sneak attacking the teacher with me?" Su Ting narrowed her eyes, looking into the distance, and asked doubtfully, "What's that rumbling sound? Why did a massive dark shadow just crash down out of nowhere?" Nian Wei's face turned pale as she stammered, "It's a sea monster." Su Ting was horrified and confused. "Wait, why is Brother Han dangling on top of its head?" Ine turned pale and screamed, "It's charging straight at us. Swim, everyone, hurry." Immediately, Kun Peng slammed its massive body onto the surface of the sea, creating a shockwave that shook the entire water area. The terrifying aftershock from its landing blew the 3 young ladies straight up into the 9th cloud. The 3 of them just hung there, suspended in midair right above the giant beast's head. A moment later, the 3 of them fell in freefall, squashing Lin Han flat. He yelped, "I'm dead. My bones are going to snap if you crush me like this." Kun Peng shrank down quickly. The beast obediently darted up gently into the air and began to retract its form. As a result, the whole group plummeted straight into the sea, screaming out, "Mommy, save me." He struggled to pop his head above the water, panting heavily. "I almost got smothered to death by these girls. After this, I have to lay down martial law on Kun Peng. If I let it keep causing this much chaos, it's going to take years off my life." Shui Ying blinked her big round eyes and spoke innocently, "Zio Ying is sorry, master. I just got a little too excited." Lin Han was tongue-tied. This is Kun Peng's female human form. It actually looks pretty damn good." The little girl suddenly squealed a warning, "Watch out, master. There are 3 sea monsters right behind you." He froze and turned his head following Shui Ying's finger. "Sea monsters where?" Ine gritted her teeth in a blazing fury. "Lin Han, look at what you've done. You got us all soaked like drowned rats." He shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Uh-oh, hi Ms. Mo about this. Please let me explain." But Ine was already right behind him, scoffing coldly, "Save the excuses. Let us beat you up to vent our bad luck first. Nyan Wei covered her mouth, smiling softly. Brother Han, just stand still and take the beating, struggling is useless. He turned pale and yelled at the top of his lungs, Shui Ying, save me. However, the little girl just scratched her head looking clueless. Save you? Is that some kind of food? Can I eat it? The scene shifted to Tai Ching, who was scratching his head in sheer frustration. Lin Han, oh Lin Han, try counting how many times you've wrecked this academy already. He slammed his hand on the desk, scolding furiously. Usually when you cause trouble in school, I turn a blind eye, but today you actually had the sheer audacity to ride a monster and destroy the beach. The academy has to pay out a massive amount of compensation to the tourists now. We're suffering a huge loss. Lin Han hung his head awkwardly. Manager Yi, please calm down. It's my fault for not disciplining my beast properly. I will compensate for everything. Although he sounded strong on the outside, internally he was crying a river for his wallet. Tai Ching secretly turned his back and chuckled to himself, clearing his throat. You're still a student. I don't have the heart to fleece you. If you truly feel guilty, then accept a mission as your apology. He pulled a long face and sighed. Going on a mission again? Fine then. However, Lin Han couldn't shake the feeling that there was a conspiracy brewing. It was absolutely obvious he was being herded like a sheep by this manager Yi. Right at that moment, Ine and the entire group stormed into the room. Manager Yi, the beast that caused the trouble, was gifted to Lin Han by me. If money needs to be paid, I should be the one to step up. Lin Han stared in shock. Ms. Mo, why did you guys drag the whole squad here? Tian Zhao quickly snitched. MS. Mo was afraid you'd take a beating, so she dragged us here to plead for mercy for you. Tai Ching waved his hand to stop them. Don't worry, you guys. Lin Han has already accepted a school commission to pay off his debt. The money issue is wiped clean. He handed over an ancient-looking compass and explained further. The original plan was to dispatch a team to hunt for the 5-colored starstone, but who knew you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep? So, you'll act as the captain for this trip. Consider it redeeming yourself through merits. Ine frowned suspiciously. That compass, don't tell me it's... Tai Ching suddenly hardened his expression, clearing his throat loudly as a warning. She glared at him but instantly caught the drift and obediently shut her mouth. The manager shoved the compass into Lin Han's hands, instructing, the academy needs to collect a treasure called the 5-colored starstone. Legend has it that it lies deep within the Dark Zone dungeon. He fiddled with the item in his hands, listening attentively. This item isn't just a guide to the Dark Zone, it also serves to throw the dungeon doors wide open. Lin Han scrutinized the item, muttering, open the doors. Tai Ching stroked his chin, looking grave. This trip is a 9 deaths 1 life kind of deal. Lin Han, if you're scared and want to back out, I won't force you. He smirked confidently. Is there any place in this world that I, Lin Han, wouldn't dare to turn upside down? I'm locking this mission in. Tian Jiao slapped his thigh loudly. Absolutely brilliant. We finally get another chance to grind and level up. Su Ting also agreed. Ever since our class advancement, we've just been sitting around doing nothing. Taking this opportunity to hone our skills is the perfect move. Having said that, Lin Han and the entire team, bursting with fighting spirit, prepared to set off, since everyone is so pumped up for battle. Then let's pack our bags and move out right now. Ine bit her lip as she watched the team's retreating backs, asking anxiously, Manager Yi, that Dark Zone area, could it be the place where the legendary Dark Mage is sealed? Tai Ching replied slowly, MS. Mo actually knows the old tales about the Dark Mage, truly befitting someone from a magical clan. She openly displayed her resentment. You knew full well that place is a death trap, yet you still herded them into it. Those kids haven't even graduated yet, you old geezer. He immediately turned stern to correct her. Lin Han is no ordinary lowly student. He is the future pillar of this entire academy. Tai Ching waved the report paper. I bet that under that kid's command, this mission will go off without a hitch. Once he returns alive, I will make an exception and add his name to the list of the most outstanding talents. In the dark tomb of death, Tian Zhao scratched his head in confusion. Why did we end up in this dump? Lin Han, have you toured this creepy place before? Lin Han gripped the compass tightly, turned his head and replied in a thoughtful voice, my 5th class advancement exam ended right here, but it's really strange. Nyan Wei scanned the area and concluded, the monsters here have been completely wiped out by someone. Su Ting asked curiously, Captain, did you clear this place out? Lin Han kept walking ahead, casually replying, yeah, it was me. He walked quickly following the compass needle's guidance and in a flash stood before a coffin. This toy led us all the way here, but there is absolutely no monster guarding it. As he spoke, Lin Han stepped forward, resting one foot directly on the wooden coffin lid. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, the compass twitched violently, making him jump. What the heck? Lin Han had to flex his arm to hold onto the item tightly. Why is it thrashing around so crazily? As if realizing the truth, he stared blankly down at the broken coffin, ironically enough. Don't tell me. Tianjiao was looking confused when he saw Lin Han kick the coffin away, turning pale with fear. Lin Han, what's gotten into you? Why are you suddenly going crazy and kicking dead people's stuff? Lin Han just smirked mysteriously. Fatty, open your eyes wide and look. The dungeon portal is right under our heels. Nian Wei cautiously stepped forward, her voice full of astonishment. No joke, this is a type of magic barrier. She craned her neck to examine it carefully and stated, usually, these shields are used to prevent thieves from sneaking in. Hearing this, Lin Han's eyes suddenly darkened with calculation, or perhaps to keep something terrible from escaping. But in short, there's no room for weakness in this adventure. Saying that, he raised his voice to provoke them. Well, do you guys have the guts to jump down? For combat players like us, what tiger's den or swamp wouldn't we dare to turn upside down? Although Su Ting didn't back down, she was still hesitant. I'm definitely pumped, but how do you plan to drill through this barrier? Before Lin Han could even open his mouth, the compass glowed with a blinding light. What is this aura? The antique seemed to have a mind of its own, automatically escaping his hand and shooting down to the bottom of the pit. The brilliant light erupted fiercely, swallowing the green light of the barrier entirely in the blink of an eye. Lin Han looked visibly delighted. Wow, the compass is the key to opening the gate, so that old man's words actually had a practical meaning like this. Without further ado, he excitedly threw himself into the deep pit. Warm up your muscles, guys. Whoever hits the ground last better prepare to treat everyone to a drinking session. Tianjiao was too flustered to react, panicking and shouting after him, Hey Lin Han, wait for us, don't just jump in raw like that. Not having time to care if there were any demons or monsters at the bottom, the fatty had to close his eyes tight and jump in. Falling like this will shorten my lifespan. Lin Han shrugged and muttered leisurely, pretty deep hole, my back got tired from falling before hitting the bottom. Then he unhurriedly reached out and picked up the compass again. The crunching of skulls and bones beneath his feet made his heart sink. Who knows how many unfortunate souls have perished in this shithole. Even so, Lin Han calmly moved forward to scout. Well, this place plays the crossroads game. Tianjiao jogged after him, scratching his head in confusion. Which alley are we turning into this time? At this moment, Nian Wei ran over panting heavily. Sorry, my legs are short so I couldn't keep up. Su Ting turned back and smiled gently. It's nothing, we just landed too, standing here dumbfounded not knowing which way to turn. Nian Wei's gaze swept across the dark space, suddenly freezing. Oh look, that stone steel. She tiptoed closer, bending down to examine it. It's an engraved steel left behind by the one who set up this barrier. Anticipation flashed in Lin Han's eyes. Nian Wei, can you translate this squiggly language? She gently traced her fingers over the carvings. Yeah, this is ultra-ancient writing from 1,000 years ago. The summary is that a long time ago, there was a despicable dark mage who nicknamed himself Ling Mo. Nian Wei explained clearly, this guy Ling Mo was obsessed with dark arts, ignoring everyone's curses and interventions. He stubbornly created a series of notoriously dark magic. Her tone suddenly dropped seriously. The catch is, this kind of magic sucks people's blood by devouring the souls of other creatures, and its spread rate is practically incurable. Nian Wei continued, Ling Mo's crazy antics pissed off the magic world, so 5 big-shot grand mages had to team up to gang up on him. She sighed. The 5 masters sacrificed 5 5-color crystals with earth-shattering power to lock that damn Ling Mo down in this corner. And so, he was imprisoned with no way out. That's not all, she casually added. Each tunnel is guarded by a stone, and the end of these 4 branches is his lair. Right in that center, a crystal is also hidden. Hearing this, Lin Han clicked his tongue and nodded. If my brain isn't failing me, those 5 stones locking up Ling Mo are the hot items that Manager Yi forced us to hunt for. That old man is evil as a demon, throwing such a heavy burden at us. Muscle-brain Tianjiao didn't even bother thinking, thumping his chest loudly. What the hell is there to be afraid of? We just need to go together and smash through each tunnel one by one and we're done. Nian Wei was more perceptive, frowning in dismissal. It's not that easy, however. Lin Han glanced sideways, however what? Nyan Wei swallowed and explained, the final warning line on the steel says that the battery of those crystals only lasts for a few thousand years. Currently, the whole area ahead has been completely corrupted by Ling Mo's evil aura. She pointed directly at the stone slab, enunciating every word clearly. Anyone who breathes in here for more than 4 hours will turn into a soulless zombie with rotting flesh and dry bones. Upon hearing the part about zombies, Tian Jiao stumbled and flopped onto the ground. Zombies. Su Ting, who was normally cool, also got startled. Holy crap. The fatty finally processed the issue. With 4 long tunnels like this, if we stroll through each one, before we collect enough stones, we'll have already turned into walking mummies. Lin Han also frowned in thought. Fatty makes a good point. This bet is too sour, one misstep and we're all wiped out. Should I tell them to bail out first to be safe? Su Ting stepped up and patted the fatty's shoulder, smirking mockingly. What's wrong, chubby? Peed your pants already. Tian Jiao's ego was bruised, so he waved his hand testily. Nonsense. You think this fatty would be scared? I'm just annoyed because the time is too short. Time will run out before I even get to enjoy hacking and slashing monsters. Nyan Wei put on an eager, gossipy face. I also want to stick around and experience this. The anecdotes about dark mages are so fascinating after all. Su Ting saw the morale boosting, so she locked it in with Lin Han. Boss, we just got promoted, and our combat skills have improved a lot too. We swear life and death to follow you and clear this stage. Tian Jiao standing next to her also nodded vigorously, spot on. Lin Han brushed off all hesitations and coldly ordered, since we're pumped, there's no holding back. Split up and sweep the area, fight fast and win fast, then return to gather at the center. Tian Jiao dashed straight into a whole piece of cake. I'll carry the stone back for you to see. Su Ting, before rushing into another alley, didn't forget to shout a slogan, approved, let's fight guys. Nyan Wei ducked into the nearest hole, waving and reminding them, take care besties. In Tian Jiao's tunnel, he dragged his feet while swearing, oh fuck, why is this bitch-ass road as long as the Yangtze River? Luckily Lin Han made the call to split up and sweep, otherwise if we dragged the whole gang together, we probably wouldn't finish until next year. Just as he finished his complaining song, a light flashed. The fatty trembled with joy. Oh wow, the light at the end of the tunnel is here, absolutely peachy. Just as he poked his face out of the deep cave, Tian Jiao was almost blinded by the glare. Holy crap, where did all this gold scattered like gravel come from? He was so happy he danced wildly. This Lord Fatty is moving up in the world this time. I'm filthy rich folks. A bloodthirsty roar bellowed out, shattering the young man's billionaire dream. The system spammed notifications rapidly. Iron-eating zombie bear, dark monster type, level 57. Hobby, chewing metal like candy. Traits, copper skin and iron bones, plus it's completely stacked with dark magic curse buffs. Tian Jiao, who was hugging a gold nugget tightly, had his twisted smile vanish from his face. Hello. Hello, Mr. Bear. A zombie bear has no concept of friendliness. The moment it caught the scent of a human, it bulldozed forward crazily like a steamroller. Fatty frantically drew his sword to take a defensive stance. Damn it, you're trying to take my life. I have to be dead unlucky to run into this iron crusher. If my tunnel is this disastrous, who knows how Su Ting is doing? Su Ting in the other hole was also falling into an equally miserable situation. The system panel rang out the monster's name, Single-Horned Stone Demon Bull, level 57 dark type monster. Temperament, brutal. Advantages, insanely tanky armor, jaw-breaking punch force, plus the combo of the dungeon's dark evil aura. The bloodlusted crazy bull charged straight at her, without the slightest pity for the fairer sex. Su Ting slipped sideways to dodge the sharp attack, cursing, damn it. This crazy buffalo's skin is so thick that chipping my sword wouldn't even cut it. At the same time, Nyan Wei's channel also popped up, Black Water Mystic Turtle, level 57 Dark Water Monster. Ultimate move, Black Water Manipulation, coupled with the Dark Arts passive from the dungeon. The disadvantaged girl had to duck behind a boulder to hide, nowhere left to run. This pitch-black turtle is way too overpowered. But the monster wasn't stupid. It locked onto the spot where she was hiding and charged up its move. A jet-black water tornado drilled through the boulder, exploding it into fragments. The earth-shattering explosion made Lin Han, who was stuck in another cave, perk up his ears to listen. He frowned and calculated. Fatty's group has opened fire already. Don't know if they're dead or alive over there, hope they can hold on until the end. Then he sluggishly dragged his feet towards the crater. It makes sense. There's no fucking way any living creature would be wandering around this dump. Immediately, the volcano naturally jolted, huh? The next second, lava exploded everywhere, dust blinded the air. He panicked, motherfucker, the volcano woke up. A flaming meteor, the size of a truck, was hurtling straight at his face. Lin Han threw himself into a somersault to dodge in a flash, patting his chest and sighing in relief, almost got wiped out. An ear-piercing shriek tore through space, and the system screen popped up again, Magma Behemoth, Level 60 Dark Monster. Characteristics: body forged from stone and molten lava. Abilities: wielding magma fire like a fan dance, accompanied by the darkness buff from this damn dungeon. The flaming stone monster began thumping its chest and roaring madly. He grimaced looking at it, clicking his tongue. This dark magic is total trash. It can even infect a boss this massive. Hanging by a thread, Lin Han's brain clicked instantly. A fire monster should just be extinguished by a water monster. It's showtime for Shui Ying. Suiting actions to words, he tossed his pet onto the field. Shui Ying, time to run the show, baby. She poked her head out, eyes half closed and sleepy. Did you call me for something, boss? The flaming rock continued to roar and throw a tantrum. The little girl frowned in annoyance. This lady is extremely irritated by elements who like to bark nonsense in front of her. Shui Ying waved her hand, summoning a whole gang of octopuses, dolphins, and little turtles into battle. Let me splash some water in your face to cool you down, baby. The octopus flew straight at the boss's face, hugging its smoking rock head tightly. She was overjoyed, cheering loudly, "Good job, little bro, smash its beak for me." Unfortunately, the magma boss just slightly reached out and grabbed the octopus effortlessly, crushing the octopus into a rippling puddle of water. Shui Ying not only didn't panic, but also clapped her hands loudly. Oh my, high entertainment value. The little girl eagerly turned to look at Lin Han, her eyes shining bright like headlights. Boss, do you think your disciple is cool? He facepalmed, speechless. Cool, super cool indeed. Lin Han hurriedly pointed ahead and yelled, Xiao Ying, watch out, that glowing coal is bulldozing over again. But the little girl still stood as steady as a rock, even taking the chance to console him in return. You can rest easy, boss. My level is more than enough to crush this brute. Right after speaking, Shui Ying closed her eyes tightly, spread her arms wide, and her mouth started murmuring incantations continuously. In a flash, a giant wall of water rose up, completely enclosing both of them, making the red fire fizzle out outside. This tricky move is called the power of lunar yin. On the outside, the fire monster stubbornly kept attacking, scratching at the water wall in vain. Seeing that, she stuck her chin up even more. She turned to wink at Lin Han. See, boss, told you so. Suddenly, who knows what drugs the boss took, but it tore right through the defensive wall. It delivered a heavenly blow that sent Shui Ying flying far away. Lin Han was unlucky enough to act as a cushion for her, coughing up blood from his mouth and calling out her name, Shui Ying. The glowing coal took advantage of the victory to charge in, intending to add a skull-crushing smash. Luckily, Lin Han swiftly scooped her up and rolled away, escaping death by a hair's breadth. While running for his life, Lin Han reflected on himself. So dumb, our little water girl is still just a newbie. Bringing her to fight a boss like this is a bit too risky. Fortunately, the giant monster sluggishly turned its back and walked away, in this corner. Lin Han was burning with anxiety, hugging the little girl tightly to check on her. Shui Ying, you got hit. Go into the beast taming space to heal first, okay. Surprisingly, she froze for 5 seconds, her eyes glaring with fiery anger. This is my debut in front of you, boss, and this brutal rock dared to slap my face swollen. If I don't avenge this, I'm not human. Over there, the core right in the boss's chest was glowing brightly like a flashing light. It opened its giant maw wide, surging with a brilliant yellow beam of light inside. Lin Han saw the bad situation, frowning and hastily stopping her. Shui Ying, don't try so hard you end up dead. But her crazy blood had rushed to her head. Boss, just trust me on this final round. She calmly crossed her arms, concentrating her inner energy to control the water flow. Let me teach that filthy rock what a real festival is. On the other side of the battle line, the monster also growled, raising its fiery fists ready to unleash an attack. And so, one side blasting water and the other spewing fire, the two torrents of power clashed and exploded into the sky. Shui Ying sneered arrogantly, trying to use your sheer size to crush me. Sorry, I've used this trick to death. Without bothering to dawdle, she stepped on the waves, launching straight up to the 9th heaven. With a boom, Shui Ying revealed her true form as a giant shark, thrashing her majestic tail that blotted out the sky. At this moment, the system chimed, signaling again, activating the power of solar yang and lunar yin, draining all moisture within a 100-meter radius to load ammo for Kunpeng. Lin Han on the ground could only drop his jaw and watch. Holy shit, the magma is being forced to flow right back up into the sky. Shui Ying's giant fish mouth roared savagely, "You rock, prepare to reincarnate." Finishing her words, she spewed an entire ocean of water crashing down on the monster's head. The massive volume of water completely swallowed the flames, leaving the boss only able to struggle and roar in despair. Standing right nearby, Lin Han had to cover his face with his hands due to the dense rising steam, muttering, "The temperature is insane. Nobody could withstand this shot from Shui Ying." He looked at the monster writhing and melting, let alone this pile of useless magma. High above, Kunpeng spread its wings wide, gliding and dancing across the sky. The beast's eyes glinted with extremely cold bloodlust. After the fire dance, Shui Ying shrank her body, returning to her maiden form and landing incredibly smoothly. As soon as she touched the ground, she immediately swore, "Godai, I told you not to bark nonsense in front of my crew." Lin Han witnessed that scene and his eyes bulged. Oh dear lord, to think that this soft cotton ball could bite so fiercely when enraged. After swearing, Shui Ying flipped her attitude like a pancake, running over to hug Lin Han's arm affectionately. "Aren't I good boss? From now on, remember to take me to fights frequently." He could only force a smile and stroke her hair, obviously. She still clung tightly to her master's arm, raising a sparkling stone in her other hand. "Boss, what is this thing?" Lin Han just took one glance and hit the nail on the head. Wow, could this be the legendary 5-color crystal? He carefully held the stone in his hand, sighing in relief. Sweet. That meets the quota to head to the rendezvous point with Fatty's group. Shui Ying dug out a pitch-black pebble from her pocket again, asking further, "So is this lump of coal a premium item or a piece of junk, boss?" Lin Han brought the stone close to his eyes to examine it closely, concluding, "This is a magic condensation pearl. It's a dark version of a health potion, a concentrated lump full of evil aura. If dark-type monsters swallow this, their HP and mana recovery will go off the charts." Without hesitating, he ordered it to be stored straight into the inventory. Never throw away looted items, just toss them in the bag first. Cutting to the assembly point, Lin Han strolled out and saw Tian Jiao's crew roasting by a fire to stay warm. The fatty gleefully called out loud as soon as he saw his silhouette. "Lin Han." He frowned in question. "Why are you calling so loudly, fatty?" Lin Han clasped his hands behind his back and asked right away, "Your clearing speed isn't half bad, huh?" Tian Jiao stood bulkily blocking the two girls, retorting, "Why did you just drag yourself here now? Got stuck with some insanely tough boss." Lin Han smiled faintly. "I'm totally fine. How about you guys, missing any flesh?" Su Ting and Nian Wei immediately boasted animatedly about their spoils. "Brother Han, each of us scored a 5-color crystal, and conveniently nabbed some fancy items over there too." Tian Jiao, afraid of missing out, whipped out a bottle of yellowish liquid, bragging, "I smashed a dumb bear's muzzle and fished out this bottle of its spinal fluid. Smearing this yellow liquid on weapons heals any chips or scratches, slices through iron like mud, and restores durability to max ping." Suddenly Su Ting casually threw open her shirt invitingly. "Brother Han, check out my gear." Lin Han was terrified and hurriedly slapped both hands over his face, yelling in panic with his face turning beet red, "Su Ting, what are you doing? I didn't see anything." However, Su Ting explained nonchalantly, her face completely innocent, Where's your mind going, Brother Han? Look at my divine armor, it's stealth armor. People can only see it when I get hit or if I intentionally make it appear. With this, I can freely charge in without fearing getting my skin torn." According to the info, once the protective divine armor is equipped, it creates an invisible barrier that blocks a ton of damage. Nian Wei refused to be outdone, pouting her lips to show off. "I also found this water-condensing mesh shirt. Wearing this lets you dive and swim freely at the bottom of the sea like a fish." Lin Han stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling smugly. Well, turns out our team hit the jackpot on this stroll." Finishing their show and tell, the three of them extended their hands, revealing 3 sparkling crystals. Here Lin Han, handing all the gems over to the captain to hold on to. At this time, Tian Jiao scratched his chin and mocked, "Oh hey, you went to such a hard cave, boss. You must have picked up some good loot, right? Pull it out for us to see." Lin Han scratched his head slightly, feeling guilty and mumbling, "Well this." Before he could show off, Su Ting killed the mood. sorry for ruining the fun, but guys, the countdown timer says we have less than an hour before we turn into zombies." After hearing that, the whole group frantically packed their things, tailing Lin Han and sprinting like the wind. "There's still one last stone we haven't gotten. Let's talk while running." While running, Lin Han suddenly craned his neck back and asked, "Nyan Wei, you're the group's encyclopedia. Do you have any clues about this dark hotspot?" The girl panted while honestly reporting, "I skimmed over some trivial lines about this trashy place in a nonsense book on mage history." Nyan Wei's voice suddenly became creepy. "Rumors in the underworld say that mage evolved into a gaseous form Lingmo, specializing in sucking the life force off the monsters here. As long as he gobbles enough evil aura, he will smash down the barrier, bringing dark clouds to cover this entire world." Hearing this, Lin Han clicked his tongue thoughtfully. "The battery of those stones is running out, and that guy Ling Mo is getting fatter day by day. That old man Yi clearly knew all about this fire ant nest, so he tossed us in here to clean it up." While drowning in conspiracy theories, Tianjiao patted his shoulder heavily. "Lin Han, what are you thinking about with your face tense as a bowstring?" Su Ting also leaned in curiously. "Are you afraid we'll bump into the final boss Ling Mo, Brother Han?" Su Ting looked at him with eyes sparkling with admiration. "Let loose, bro. Even if we really encounter Ling Mo, as long as Boss Han takes the lead, the three of us will go all out and beat that boss to pulp." Nyan Wei next to her also joined in nodding. "Totally right. Following Brother Han means auto meat to eat." Lin Han heard the flattering words and grinned with delight. "Good bros. Since you guys have such solid mindsets, we'll just treat this stage as a breezy stroll." Tianjiao thumped his chest, demanding to go first to tank the damage. "Let me kick the door down." Lin Han stepped back to shield the two girls, lowering his voice to remind them, "The room ahead is probably the final boss. You guys be a bit careful." The two girls answered in unison, "Understood, boss." As soon as they stepped through the door, the whole group simultaneously turned to stone at the ghastly sight. "What the hell is this?" Someone stammered in recognition. "This is for sure Ling Mo's prison cell." Suddenly, Tianjiao's eyes locked onto a suspicious slimy patch. The fatty spread his arms to hold everyone back, pointing frantically, "Look guys, this whole area is full of reeking, god-awful animal corpses." Nyan Wei turned pale, trembling and clutching Su Ting's shirt. "Could it be? Ling Mo tore them apart for a snack and let them rot like this." Lin Han frowned and retorted immediately, "Completely wrong." He spouted a string of analysis just like Conan. "Look closely. Although these beasts are rotten, their corpses are full of fatal claw and tear marks. How the hell would a gaseous Ling Mo have sharp claws to scratch like this?" Just as he finished speaking, the danger warning radar in Lin Han's head blared deafeningly. He swung his arm, pushing the whole group far away, yelling loudly, "It's an ambush. Scatter quickly." Before his shout ended, a pitch-black leather whip lashed out from the darkness straight down onto where they had just been standing. The whip's strike carried terrifying power, tearing the ground into a deep crater with rubble flying everywhere. Lin Han brushed off the dust, coldly spinning around toward the sneak attacker, letting out a snort. From a hidden corner, the sound of high heels clicking on the stone floor echoed evenly. A graceful figure stepped out. "You dodged that pretty fast, huh, Lin Han?" Na flicked her wrist, tossing a dismembered horned deer corpse onto the ground, smirking wickedly. "It's a small world indeed. We meet again, honey." The other three gaped with their jaws dropping, shouting in unison, "Dark Night Queen." Lin Han narrowed his sharp eyes, lowering his voice to ask firmly, "Was this biological dump cleaned up single-handedly by you?" And Na tilted her chin up arrogantly, "Spot on. Butchering this lot also made me break a bit of sweat." Lin Han stepped up to shield his teammates, enunciating every word. "What did you crawl down this hole for?" And Na crossed her arms and cunningly retorted, "This is dark territory, the home turf of our Dark Knight race. I should be the one asking what you brats dragged your bodies down here for." Lin Han couldn't be bothered to dawdle, directly summoning his longsword into his hand. "What a pity, national secrets cannot be spilled." The queen shrugged with a faint smile. "If you won't spill then whatever, I don't even care to force you. But there's something very interesting." She pulled a sparkling blue crystal out from her cleavage, dangling it in front of them. "Earlier I dug this fancy stone out of the deer's belly. Wonder what this thing does." As soon as he saw the stone, the fatty Tianjiao frantically shrieked, "The last crystal." Before he could finish, Su Ting and Nyan Wei helplessly covered their faces. "You idiot," yelling like that is just totally giving ourselves away. Upon grasping the situation, Dark Night Queen covered her mouth and smiled triumphantly. "So your purpose for coming here is also for the 5-color crystals. Looking at your miserable state, you must have just been through a fierce battle, right? Be smart and hand over all the crystals you're holding, and I'll generously spare your lives." Lin Han and the whole group immediately set up a defensive formation, firmly refusing. "What a pity, the 5-color crystals are exactly what we are hunting for. How could we easily hand them over to you?" She quickly drew her weapon, growling a threat. "I originally intended to be magnanimous and spare your lives, but since you prefer to choose the path of death." Dark Knight Queen swung her leather whip fiercely towards Lin Han's team, roaring aggressively. "I will send you down to the Yellow Springs and take the crystals myself." Her preemptive strike aimed straight at Tian Jiao. Although he reflexively brought up his blade to block it, the overwhelming force still made him cry out in pain. The moment the weapons clashed, a surge of evil aura from the whip violently erupted. That poisonous aura rushed straight into Tian Jiao's position, making him scream in terror. Seeing their friend slowly collapsing, Su Ting and Nian Wei frantically rushed over, calling out Long Tian Jiao's name full of anxiety. Lin Han frowned in confusion, asking himself, "Damn it, what kind of devilish dark art is Dark Knight Queen using to take down Fatty like this? It seems this battle can't be joked around with anymore." He decisively waved his hand, calling all his spirit beasts into battle. "Come out, my comrades." As soon as they appeared, they all shouted in unison, "At your command, master." Dark Knight Queen opened her eyes wide in shock. "It's only been a short time, yet you've already tamed 5 ancient ferocious beasts. Last time you dared to destroy my clone in the ruins, today with both new and old grudges, I'll settle the score all at once." Before she could shut her mouth, Yi flew forward and shouted, "Cut the crap, daring to displease our master, your number is up today." Dark Knight Queen gently dodged the attack, ready to counterattack, and sneered, "Someone bold enough to run their mouth in front of me like this." She threw out a weapon full of sharp thorns, coldly adding, "Would have been reincarnated 800 times over long ago." Yi grabbed the whip as light as a feather, smirking mockingly, "With such measly skills you're delusional enough to take on all 5 of us." The words just escaping her mouth, the whip in her hand suddenly wriggled exactly like a living creature. Right at that moment, a series of other whips sprouted out and clung tightly onto Yi's body, causing her to cry out in panic, "What is this?" Looking at the opponent tied up like a sticky rice cake, Dark Knight Queen smiled triumphantly. "This is just the dessert." She unleashed a swarm of pitch-black bats, waving her hand to command, "Babies, dive in and play with this bunch for me." The bat swarm radiated an overwhelming evil aura, crashing down towards the immobilized Yi. Mid the thin line of life and death, a massive lightning bolt tore across the sky and struck down, incinerating the swarm of bats under Yi's admiring gaze. Behind Dark Knight Queen, Tian Gu's lightning-wrapped legs slowly descended. As his cold voice rang out, "Gotta admit you do have some skill." Walking alongside Xiao Zhen, Tian Gu emphasized, "But don't even dream that we'll just stand by with folded arms and watch the show." She cursed in frustration, "Damn it." At that exact moment, Ju Yi appeared and slashed through the entire mess of vines. "Let me help you untangle this." Yi emotionally called out Ju Yi's name. Xiao Zhen chimed in, "If you're smart you'll return the stuff to our master, maybe you'll even get to keep your corpse intact." Yi, still sulking, snapped, "Why waste spit on her? Any enemy of our master is our mortal enemy." Dark Knight Queen broke into a cold sweat and muttered to herself, "Assuming I wasn't held back in this dark land, causing my power to plummet, these 5 combined wouldn't even be enough to pick my teeth. But for now, out of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best choice." Lin Han read her intentions and yelled loudly, "Don't let her slip away. Finish this quick and clean, capture her alive for me." Dark Knight Queen suddenly launched herself into the air, fleeing while leaving behind a sentence, "This queen is out of the mood to play today. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about a lack of firewood." Before she could finish speaking, Shui Ying had already blocked her way right in front. "You had so much fun interacting with those sisters, how could you have the heart to forget about me?" Dark Knight Queen barreled forward and shouted, "Step aside, this queen doesn't have the free time to entertain you." The little girl summoned a playful dolphin and pouted, "It's too late to decline now." 2 aggressive auras slammed into each other, shaking the entire area. When the bat swarm was cleared out, Shui Ying joyfully waved her hands at Lin Han, "Master, we won." Yi standing behind smiled brightly and praised, "Truly impressive, throwing one move and handling it so neatly, this little girl is quite something." Lin Han stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Seems like something is off." The dignified Dark Knight Queen, how could she fall so easily like this? He immediately activated the system's probing ability, and a malicious signal instantly rang out. The phantom of Dark Knight Queen suddenly surfaced right behind Lin Han. She grabbed his shoulder, flirtingly whispering, "Caught you, honey, Lin Han." She bared her piercingly sharp white fangs, arrogantly declaring, "Be a good boy and become this queen's servant now." Right at the exact moment she bit down, Lin Han's illusion evaporated flawlessly. Turns out he had swiftly used a teleportation skill. Lin Han appeared behind her, his voice cold. "I've seen through this trick of yours a long time ago." He borrowed his Fury Ultimate skill, delivering a punch-carrying terrifying force towards her. "Take this," Dark Knight Queen groaned softly, then twisted her head to dodge by a hair's breadth. She hopped back a full meter to take a defensive stance, taking the opportunity to drop a scolding remark, "You hateful human." Dark Knight Queen gritted her teeth in frustration. "Originally, I was too lazy to waste my energy on you, but now you're bringing this disaster upon yourself." Lin Han clenched his fists tightly, arrogantly provoking, "It seems you like to fight to the bitter end, huh? Then bring it on." Amidst the tension, a pitch-black demonic aura billowed from out of nowhere. That energy source spiraled into a terrifying tornado right in the middle, leaving both sides dumbfounded. Vaguely guessing the situation, the Dark Knight Queen accidentally cried out, "That thing is coming out." Su Ting squinted at the creature in front of her, realizing it was Ling Mo. The system notification scanned the data. Identity, Ling Mo level 65, species, Grandmaster tier dark entity. Lin Han also caught on, his tone somewhat tense. "It is the ruler of this dark realm, Ling Mo." Ling Mo did not delay, growling to summon the dark monsters. The system warning reported, "Name Dark Beast, level 60, species, Starshine tier dark creature." He raised his arm to block, turning around and shouting, "Su Ting, Sun Nian Wei, you too quickly guard Banzai." She hurriedly reassured him, "Leave it to us, I absolutely won't let Banzai suffer another scratch." Sun Nian Wei hoisted him up from behind, urging, "Long Tian Jiao, try to stay awake." Turning to the spirit beasts, Lin Han instructed, You guys clear out those black beasts, remember to make it quick." The whole pack rushed up simultaneously, boldly shouting, "Yes, master." Xiao Zhen threw a massive fireball, "Let me roast these guys to a crisp." Xu Ying eagerly chimed in, "Let me play too." Tian Gu followed up with a crackling lightning bolt, "Today we must let them taste suffering." Boom, the collision created an earth-shattering tremor. In another corner, a Yi waved to Jiu Yi, "It's our turn to show off." She nodded briskly, "Let's do it." The two gods of war simultaneously unleashed a sky-shaking combo attack. At this moment, the Dark Knight Queen and Lin Han were standing back-to-back defensively. She sneered, "Speechless indeed, just a few minutes ago we were fighting to the death, and now we're suddenly on the same boat." He clicked his tongue and retorted, "If you ascend to heaven, who's going to save Banzai?" Swinging his arm to prepare an attack, Lin Han warned, "Until this mess is cleared up, you are forbidden to die." She glared at him in annoyance, "You'd better worry about keeping your own miserable life first." 10 minutes passed, seeing the pitch-black monsters piled up, Lin Han inwardly assessed, "The trash is cleared, now facing Ling Mo is the real tough nut to crack." In that blink of an eye, Ling Mo suddenly widened its bulging eyes. It let out a piercing, echoing laugh, pouring down a dense cloud of demonic aura. The eerie fog instantly covered everything completely. Lin Han turned around and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that?" Vision completely obscured, Su Ting shouted loudly, "Captain, where have you drifted off to?" Sun Nian Wei panicked, "We're doomed being blind like this. How are we supposed to find our way?" On this side, Lin Han was also screaming his lungs out, calling for Su Ting and Sun Nian Wei. The Dark Knight Queen gnashed her teeth, that bastard Ling Mo, sinking so low as to use this cheap trick. Glancing at the spirit beasts and seeing their bodies trembling, he asked anxiously, "Yi, what's wrong with you guys?" Tiangu whispered weakly, "Master, spirit beasts have very sharp senses, so this poisonous mist easily corrodes our minds." Lin Han decisively gathered them all, "Everyone retreat into the beast taming space right now. Let me handle this Ling Mo." The group hesitated, but he swiftly stored the entire team, "No arguing. At this rate, you guys staying will only serve as punching bags for Ling Mo. Retreat quickly." After instructing them, Lin Han slowly pulled his weapon from the inventory. He looked around, pondering inwardly, that Ling Mo spewing such thick fog must be brewing some dirty scheme. Suddenly, from behind him came the words, Han Ji. Lin Han startled and whipped his head in that direction. Appearing before his eyes were Su Ting and Sun Nian Wei, crying miserably. Han Ji, thank goodness we found you. Banzai is dying and about to meet his maker. Witnessing that pathetic state, Lin Han was stunned. How did Banzai get so battered? Su Ting sobbed, Han Ji, it's all the Dark Night Queen's fault. Sun Nian Wei chimed in, that hag took advantage of the fog to stab us in the back. We exhausted all our strength but still couldn't save Long Tianjiao's life. Long Tianjiao forced his arm out to grab Lin Han tightly, whispering resentfully, Lin Han, you must personally snap that bitch's neck and get justice for me. Su Ting added fuel to the fire. Han Ji, you heard Banzai's dying words clearly, you must send the Dark Night Queen to her grave. Sun Nian Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly, if she doesn't die, Long Tianjiao won't be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Lin Han smirked and asked back, seeing you guys covered in blood, it must have been a fierce battle. But why didn't a single sound of fighting reach my ears? Su Ting felt guilty and tried to cover it up. We were busy shielding Long Tianjiao, so we could only grit our teeth and take the hits. Lin Han continued grilling them. How strange, why didn't the Dark Night Queen snap your necks but instead chose to beat a half-dead guy like Banzai? The two women were flustered. Well. Sun Nian Wei, embarrassed to the point of madness, yelled, are you asking this to shirk your responsibility? If you're a coward, just go hide. We too will personally claim Long Tianjiao's revenge. Lin Han beamed and nodded briskly. Great, then please go settle the score for my brother, you two heroines. The two women froze, stuttering, you. Admiring their speechless state, Lin Han clutched his stomach and laughed uproariously. He threw out a mocking remark, you useless trashes are overacting, it's too fake. The two women still pretended to be clueless. Han Ji, what nonsense are you sprouting? Lin Han exposed them immediately. When going into battle, Su Ting only calls me captain. Even if you paid her, she wouldn't bother calling me Han Ji. He pointed at Sun Nian Wei, adding, and you went even further off script. Sun Nian Wei would never be impulsive enough to throw a tantrum like that. Those provoking words just now were clearly meant to spark a bloodbath between me and the Dark Night Queen. Being exposed, the two women's eyes shifted to a sinister look. What a cunning brat, we couldn't fool you. The group immediately threw away their masks and lunged forward to tear at him, howling, then let the demonic aura swallow him. As long as we drain this kid's life force, our power will skyrocket. Lin Han dodged casually to the side, unleashing a sharp sword aura that made them scream in pain. Ah, my arm, you bastard, you chopped off my arm. He crossed his arms smugly. Mere fleas dare to imprison this young master. In that split second, the fake Long Tianjiao slipped behind Lin Han's back. He locked Lin Han's arms tightly, laughing wildly, forgot about me, there's still this dried corpse. Seizing the opportunity, the dark versions of Su Ting and Sun Nian Wei lunged forward to tear at him. Go to hell, obediently become firewood for the darkness, you brat. Lin Han was held tightly, unable to budge. His pupils dilated, and for a moment he didn't know how to break free. Turning back to the Dark Night Queen's side, she cursed inwardly, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been greedy for the dark energy and thrown myself into this corner. Now I'm half dead, I'm afraid I'll have to gather enough five-colored crystals just to crawl out of here. Right at that moment, an arm with claws as sharp as a monster's suddenly emerged behind the Dark Night Queen. She reacted instantly, knocking that filthy claw to the ground, grinding her teeth in anger. You bastard. The Dark Night Queen stepped back defensively, shouting loudly, Ling Mo, I know full well it's you. Show your rat face. Ling Mo's hideous figure revealed itself, replying with a raspy voice. The time has come. Both you and that motley crew will be assimilated by the darkness, becoming my nourishing food. She launched a counterattack. Shut your mouth, you half-human, half-ghost mongrel. The Dark Night Queen's fist tore through Ling Mo's body. However, that dark aura immediately tied her up and subdued her neatly. It slurred with a growl, I've been soaking in this black hole for thousands of years. My power has long reached an unparalleled peak. Even scratching my skin is hard for you. Ling Mo was burning with greed. As long as I swallow your spirit energy entirely, I will smash this seal, rise to the surface, and turn the world into eternal night. It began to drain her vital energy. Obediently offer your evil energy to help me recover, then we'll destroy this wretched place together. Ling Mo burst into a refreshing laugh. Dark power is coursing through my veins. Cough up some more. The Dark Night Queen, exhausted, gritted her teeth and thought, must I really be buried in this remote corner? Right at the edge of death, a blinding flash of light carrying a terrifying pressure slashed straight down, cleaving Ling Mo's body in half. Escaping the grip, she clutched her chest, coughing violently, exclaiming in shock, "It's you." Lin Han strolled over leisurely, had to clean up a bunch of scrap before I could touch this guy's real body. He rested his sword on his shoulder, lifting his chin to ask, "How is it? Can you still stand?" The Dark Night Queen staggered to her feet. "Thanks for saving my hide. When the time comes, I will repay this debt fairly." Ling Mo roared bitterly, "You despicable little brat, how dare you make me bleed?" It frantically gathered demonic aura to create a pitch-black tornado. Then it unleashed a rain of bullets, screaming furiously, "I will exhaust all my dark power to hack you to pieces, you damn human brat." Lin Han pointed his sword forward, saying arrogantly, "You plan to use this cheap dark magic to swallow all creation." He decisively swung out a cursive-style sword art. "Then I will personally wipe out this darkness for you to see." Lin Han's sword aura turned into a sharp killing intent, piercing straight into Ling Mo's curtain of night. He struggled to block the attack, sweating profusely and cursing, "Damn, this guy's dark power is too beefy." Suddenly, the Dark Night Queen hugged Lin Han's waist tightly from behind. He jolted, "What are you doing?" She whispered weakly, "I will channel the last bit of my spirit energy to you, consider it paying back for just now. Worst comes to worst, we perish together today." Hearing that, he triumphantly patted his chest. "Friends of this Lin Han only have a path to life, there is no door to death." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han cleaved a world-splitting sword strike towards Ling Mo. The curtain of night was torn apart. Facing the fatal sword strike, it only had time to howl a single "no." Ling Mo screamed in resentment. "The power I accumulated for generations cannot be wasted so senselessly." Before the words faded, Lin Han's sword light had already pierced through its internal organs. Ling Mo's afterimage gradually vanished into nothingness, giving way to the moonlight peeking through to illuminate the dark forest. Gentle streams of life force seeped into the bodies of the fallen animals. One by one, they began to stir and wake up, the forest instantly bustling with new life. The illusion shattered. Su Ting flinched. What just happened to me?" Sun Nyan Wei was also terrified. "Good heavens, turns out we were beating each other up just now." Lin Han gently diffused the situation. "You two were just led by the nose by Ling Mo, but from now on, that root of evil has been eradicated. This forest has been completely purified." The two girls cried out joyfully, "Han Ji, Captain." The Dark Night Queen groaned in piercing pain, her whole body staggering as if about to collapse. He hurriedly reached out to support her. "Walk carefully, you drained all your power into me, now you're like a candle in the wind." The Dark Night Queen shook his hand off, putting on a strong front. "This queen is not that battered yet, I still have plenty of strength." Saying that, she dragged herself to Long Tianjiao's side to dispel the demonic aura, not forgetting to mutter to save face, "I am the majestic Dark Night Queen, after all." That young man immediately woke up, holding his aching head in confusion. "What kind of fit did I just have?" Sun Nyan Wei rushed over happily. "Banzai, are you awake?" Su Ting also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." The Dark Night Queen collapsed from exhaustion, whispering weakly, "Consider us even on this matter." Lin Han caught her, clicking his tongue. "I told you your body was wrecked, but you still wanted to brave the wind." Seeing her pass out in his arms, Su Ting approached to probe, "Captain, how do you plan to deal with this woman? Or should we?" Lin Han replied slowly, "She just chipped in to beat Ling Mo and even saved Banzai, so let's just call it even." He smacked his lips, "But leaving her here to rot would be too cruel. I guess I'll just toss her into the beast taming space to heal up." Ju Yi vehemently refused, "Absolutely not." Xiao Zhen also chimed in. "She was demanding the master's life just earlier. Harboring her is like nurturing a snake in our bosom." Yi added, "Besides, she didn't sign a contract with the master. What right does she have to squeeze in there?" Shui Ying sighed in awe. "This sister is usually so fierce, but when she fainted she looked so pitiful and cute." Tiangu slowly walked over to remind them, Yi, as spirit beasts, how dare we question the master's decision?" Hearing that, the girl looked bashful, but Tiangu smiled with murderous intent. "If this hag still dares to plot against the master, I will personally send her to the Western Paradise." The remaining 4 young spirit beasts shivered simultaneously, admitting that this lady always resorted to killing at the drop of a hat, truly terrifying. Lin Han rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, With 5 guards watching her like hawks, taking in the Dark Knight Queen might not be a bad idea. The camera panned to Yi Tai-ching's office. He placed the item on the table. "Manager Yi, here are the 5 colored crystals you needed." Lin Han stroked his chin. "Gathering this amount of crystals, my team almost bit the dust, you know." The boss looked at the pile of items with his eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Although he knew full well Lin Han would pass the test, he never dreamed it would be at this godly speed. Yi Tai-ching probed, "This bet was pretty tough. Did you encounter any hiccups during the mission?" Lin Han scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Hiccups?" He smiled. "Does brawling it out with Ling Mo count?" Upon hearing that, the guy yelled, "What the hell?" Yi Tai-ching stood akimbo in shock. "I read the report, but your group actually slaughtered Ling Mo." Lin Han rubbed his head to cover it up. That Ling Mo's dark magic was weird, but luckily. He clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "It's better to keep all that business involving the Dark Knight Queen buried." To avoid bringing trouble upon himself, Lin Han had to make up the rest. "It's also a good thing we had such great teamwork that we were able to take it down." Switching scenes to outside the forest near the academy, Lin Han looked around and thought to himself, "Nobody will bother us here, right?" He clapped his hands and called out, "Come on out, Dark Knight Queen." She stepped out from the space and stretched. "You're quite reasonable, you know. Being cooped up in there was so suffocating it almost gave me vertigo." The Dark Knight Queen looked around curiously. "Is this the military academy? Or maybe I should just pitch my tent here to enjoy my old age." Lin Han's face hardened as he warned, "If you dare to cause trouble in the academy's territory, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Dark Knight Queen smiled flirtatiously and leaned close to Lin Han. "I was just joking. Did you take it seriously?" He gave her the cold shoulder. "If I didn't appreciate the fact that you obediently coughed up the 5-colored crystal, I would have left you to rot in there." Lin Han turned on his heel and waved his hand. "Your wounds are mostly healed, so hurry up and get out of my sight." She blushed and huffed. "You stingy cheapskate." The Dark Knight Queen immediately transformed. She turned into a tiny bat, and before taking off, she looked back and told Lin Han, "Hopefully the next time we meet, we won't have to point weapons at each other again." He smiled watching the bat's wings fade into the distance. "I hope so too, but who knows when we'll bump into each other again." But not even 5 minutes later, a deafening explosion echoed from the direction the Dark Knight Queen had just flown off to. Lin Han frowned. "Something's wrong." From the other side, a cloth-tearing scream echoed back, accompanied by streaks of fresh blood dripping to the ground. The Dark Knight Queen clutched her chest, panting heavily. "De la Gula, you scum, you dare to fish in troubled waters." The man was none other than De la Gula of the Blood Clan. He smirked coldly. "And we are both overlords of the Dark Knight Clan. If we join our houses, we can rightfully rule the masses. Why do you stubbornly refuse?" She coughed violently and cursed inwardly. "If I hadn't been struggling to escape this old geezer's clutches, I wouldn't have stepped into that dark zone to scavenge for energy and ended up in this state." Na was her real name. She lunged at De la Gula, shouting furiously, "I'd rather be a shattered jade than let you get your way." He gently locked her in place. De la Gula smiled triumphantly. "It's a good thing your body hasn't fully recovered, otherwise how could I bring a beauty back to my mansion?" His fangs flashed with a chilling light. "Just be a good girl and become my wife." Na felt a pang of sadness and sighed bitterly. "Lin Han, it looks like you've lost your chance to play the hero saving the beauty this time." At that exact moment, a teasing voice rang out. "You old geezer with one foot in the grave, you still have the nerve to harass women." Lin Han strolled out unhurriedly. "You didn't even scout whose turf this is before acting like a hooligan. Aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Na smiled faintly, her voice trembling as she called Lin Han's name. De la Gula threw her aside, growling angrily. "You brat, daring to stick your nose into the grand affairs of the Dark Knight Clan, I'll borrow your blood to brew the wedding wine." He casually drew his sword to prepare for battle. "Let's see whose blood will water the ground later, don't talk big." The guy pulled out his sword and boasted arrogantly. "Some measly cat-scratch martial arts of a human swordsman, and you dare to show off in front of a king-tier count like me? Your path to the grave is already laid out for you." Lin Han deflected his attack, pouting in disdain. "Your fighting is as clumsy as a tangled chicken." De la Gula panicked and shouted, "What did you say?" He waved his sword gracefully. "Prick up your ears, let me teach you what real swordplay is." Lin Han's stormy barrage of attacks left the guy dizzy and sweating profusely. This sword-swinging speed is too unreal. De la Gula immediately played his trump card, the evil flame demon sword, to defend himself. Well, a little fry like you can actually dance around quite a bit, but my demon sword title isn't just for display. He smirked and mocked, you sure talk a big game, you cheap ghost. De la Gula furiously charged forward, cursing, you brat, you dare to mock me. Lin Han dodged smoothly like a fly. Your swordplay, apart from being a bit flashy, is still as mediocre as ever. De la Gula kept slashing wildly while boasting. Just a light touch from the demon's sword, and this flame will roast your soul, turning you into a handful of ashes. He nonchalantly jabbed at him, too bad you missed every single strike, son. De la Gula started to feel intimidated. He blocked every single one of my moves. Could this kid have already reached the Grandmaster realm? Lin Han rotated his wrist, preparing to launch a skill. It's my turn to perform, Mr. Sword Demon. The blade thrust forward with blinding speed. The guy panicked and yelled, wait, hold on. The slash pinned itself right in the middle of De la Gula's chest, making him scream in agony. Looking at his opponent writhing and clutching his chest, Lin Han casually poked fun. So, do you still have the strength to consummate the marriage later, old count? De la Gula grimaced and trembled. In this world, supreme grandmasters can be counted on one hand. How could a wet-behind-the-ears brat like you cultivate to this realm? He picked his ear indifferently. Swordsman, my foot, my profession is a beast tamer. The guy was shocked upon hearing that, a beast tamer. De la Gula leaned on his sword and crawled up, terrified to the core. A beast tamer with such terrifying close combat skills. Today I really kicked an iron plate. Suddenly, demonic aura erupted from his body like a fountain. De la Gula howled madly, you forced me to unleash my ultimate move, you brat. From his chest, dozens of blackened skulls shot out buzzing, emitting ghostly shrieks. Looking at the skulls flying around, Lin Han frowned. What kind of devilry is this again? It seems they aren't even aiming at me. Instantly, the wild beasts in the forest suddenly went berserk, their eyes blood-red. The ultimate skill De la Gula just used was the necromantic summoning art. He looked at the pack of monsters growling and crawling forward, scratching his head. They all got brainwashed. Lin Han chuckled, you don't plan to use these measly ants to scare me, do you? The guy snorted coldly and ordered, oh, wandering, resentful souls, pour your grievances onto this brat, tear him apart for me. The small pack of evil spirits instantly swelled to enormous sizes, their bloodthirsty instincts fully awakened. Lin Han, engulfed in the encirclement of monsters, asked curiously, did the Dark Knight clan also pick up this trick? Enough frantically called out, Lin Han, be careful, that's his brainwashing spell. Creatures hit by that charm are not only huge, but extremely fierce. They absolutely won't stop until they tear their prey apart. She rushed out to shield him. Thank you for your righteous act, but this is a personal vendetta of our clan. I don't want to involve an outsider, run away quickly. Lin Han calmly patted Anna's shoulder. Since I've already dirtied my hands, I might as well see it through. If I just stand and watch the old man take you away, where would I put my pride? She was still anxious, but his minions are as numerous as a massive army. Lin Han puffed out his chest proudly, competing in beast taming. This lord hasn't known the taste of defeat yet. Tiangu, Shui Ying, take the field. The bubbly little girl bounded out happily as soon as she appeared. Oh, Shui Ying gets to play with water again. Tiangu, on the other hand, had a face as cold as ice. Master, please step back. Let me send these flies to meet the king of hell. Lin Han waved his hand and directed, beat them until they show their true colors. She resolutely said, leave the lightning part to me. The kid standing next to her chimed in excitedly, Shui Ying will lend a hand too. The two little demon kings tore the roof off the place. Their combined water and lightning attacks pounded the pack of evil spirits until they cried for their parents. Shui Ying unleashed her skills in a torrent, smiling brightly. Let this lady pour water to wash off the earthly dust for you guys. The deformed monsters were immediately trapped by giant water spheres, floating helplessly in midair, only able to shriek shrilly. Tiangu fired a barrage of thunder and lightning to follow up. Let Big Sister here give you guys a bit of a thrill. A series of lightning bolts slammed straight into the water bubbles. The evil spirits had nowhere to retreat and were shocked so badly their faces twisted as they screamed. The whole group was charred black and stiff from electrocution, dropping to the ground with loud thuds. Shui Ying clasped her hands behind her back and teased, foaming at the mouth already, I thought you were tough. Tiangu landed and followed up with praise, Awesome, your water power enhanced my lightning damage by tenfold. The little girl beamed. Tiangu big sister and I were born for each other after all. The little girl trotted over to pester Lin Han. Master, did you see how smoothly we fought as a pair? He gave a thumbs up in praise. Beyond perfect, I'll definitely have to bring this dynamic duo out more often. The little girl squinted in delight. Shui Ying loves fighting the most. Watching the master and servant so ecstatic, de la Gula, standing far away, broke into a cold sweat. How the hell did he manage to tame ancient vicious beasts? This beast tamer brat's identity is truly terrifying. Lin Han pointed the tip of his sword right at his face. Too late to be scared now, darling, spit out whatever trump cards you have left. Shui Ying waved her hand. Bring it on, old man. De la Gula bit his lip until it bled, choking out a curse. Damn it all. He suddenly let out a loud snort, violently hurling his sword to stab straight into the ground. De la Gula ran for his life. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold, just you wait and see. Enough frantically warned Lin Han, his true body is hiding among that flock of bats. Absolutely do not let him escape. He replied with an ah understood. In a flash, Lin Han activated his passive skill, trying to sneak off without my permission. He flew in pursuit of the bat flock, conveniently unleashing a cursive-style sword art. The baby bats fell like autumn leaves, shrieking in a way that would make one's hair stand on end. Clusters of bats were sliced into thin pieces by the sword strikes. Seeing the bats completely wiped out, Lin Han turned back and smiled, eradicated from the roots, satisfied. And Nun nodded, yeah, it should be fine now. She bashfully lowered her head. Lin Han, it seems you've saved my grace once again. However, a stubborn bat was still hiding next to the sword, stealthily peering out. De la Gula was holding his breath, huddling there, secretly chuckling sinisterly. In a moment, he cast a spell, sending the sword flying straight toward Lin Han's back. But wickedly, the true target of the sword tip was a Na. She froze in shock. What? Lin Han, quick as lightning, deflected the treacherous sword tip, shouting for her to dodge. De la Gula, in the form of a baby bat, laughed maniacally. Dark Knight Queen, you dared to collude with humans, becoming a traitor to the Dark Knight clan. Now don't even dream of showing your face in the sect again. He stared wide-eyed at the escaping bat, suddenly realizing that flock of bats was just bait to fool me. And Na stood dumbfounded. I'm really done for. I've hit rock bottom this time. Lin Han frowned. We haven't signed any contract yet. Why is the Dark Knight clan framing you for treason? She ruffled her hair in frustration. I have no clue either. And Na pondered solemnly. Thousands of years ago, the founding queen of the Dark Knight clan once fell in love with a human beast tamer. Who knew that bastard would turn his back and stab her for the glory of his family, causing the whole clan to suffer a bloodbath, almost facing extinction. Since then, the Dark Knight clan has treated humans like trash, and the first queen even laid down an iron law strictly forbidding descendants from associating or signing contracts with humans. She added miserably, the fact that you came to my aid just now is enough for those elders to label me a traitor, plus that blood-sucking count will surely add fuel to the fire. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. So where do you plan to go from here? And Na stammered, I don't know either. Covered in wounds, if I crawl back to the sect now, I'll definitely be slaughtered. Keeping my life is hard enough, let alone arguing reason. Tiangu, hearing this, spoke up. After all, she also has a tragic fate. Shui Ying nodded in agreement. That's right, those without a place to belong are always the most miserable. The little girl turned to plead with her master. This big sister looks so pitiful, can you let her take shelter at our place? Hearing that, Lin Han stammered, scratching his head. This matter. Na immediately snapped with her usual arrogance. Lin Han, this lady doesn't need anyone to shed tears of pity. I can take care of myself. She turned her face away abruptly and closed her eyes tight. Whatever happens to me has nothing to do with you. He hurriedly called after her. Hey, wait a minute. Lin Han stood stunned, scratching his head in confusion. I was just busy calculating whether I should keep her around or not. Why did she suddenly blow up? Right when everyone's attention was fixed on Na, a mysterious energy suddenly tore through the wind, hurtling straight at them from behind. The girl jolted as she chillingly realized that murderous intent was locked onto her. Na frantically leaped aside to dodge the attack. The shockwave from the blow blew the rocks and dirt into a blinding cloud. The enemies revealed themselves as two people. Their voices rang out gruffly. No mistake about it, the aura of the Dark Knight clan cannot be mistaken. And Na jumped back far away, frowning and demanding, Who are you people? Identifying herself as a lackey of the Special Beast Bureau, the woman named Li Hui lifted her chin. "You demon beast, if you know what's good for you, drag your carcass back with us to face justice." The man standing next to her was Zhao Lei. Lin Han stood on the sidelines silently observing, his forehead slightly creased. What the hell is the Special Beast Bureau? Before anyone could utter a word, that guy Zhao Lei had already swung his scythe and lunged forward, shouting noisily, "You monster, let me Zhao Lei give you a taste of pain, behold my skills." Anna also pulled out her weapon to engage in combat, sneering, "Don't delude yourself into thinking these wounds will make it easy for you to catch me." And so the two sides clashed fiercely in a blaze of glory. Unbelievably, the girl's leather whip was effortlessly cut in half by Zhao Lei's scythe, light as a feather, causing Anna to gasp in shock. What the hell? The man struck Anna squarely, declaring boldly, "In front of our Special Beast Bureau, no matter how powerful a vicious beast is, it must bow down to the ground." Suffering a wound that made her cough up blood, Anna writhed in agony, terrified inwardly. Why has my dark energy completely evaporated like this? Li Hui cockily raised her gun, preparing to pull the trigger, chuckling darkly. "We are professionals in this field." She fired a massive spider web at Anna, dropping a threat. "Let's see where you can fly off to now." Knowing full well she had no way out, Anna closed her eyes and gave up, silently lamenting, "It's all over." Right in that hair-raising moment of life and death, familiar blue sword auras suddenly crisscrossed, tearing the space apart. Anna half opened an eye to look up, her head filled with massive question marks. She stared blankly at the young man standing shield-like in front of her, whispering softly, "Lin Han." So he was playing the hero, saving the beauty once again. Lin Han turned his head, winking playfully to tease her. "Your charm is really something else. You just kicked one guy out and two more stalkers pop up. Anyway, which one do you fancy?" Anna stammered, blushing red. I. Who this queen fancies is none of your business." Li Hui glared and cross-examined him. "Which crack did you crawl out from, brat, daring to interfere with our mission?" Zhao Lei interrupted with a threat. "This is the hill behind the military academy, kid. You must be a student here, right? If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth, stop being a busybody, and get lost out of our sight immediately." Lin Han calmly asked them back, "What kind of fly-by-night trick are you two doing to look so majestic? Could it be you, our deities descended from some abandoned temple?" Li Hui thumped her chest and proclaimed her name. "Have you ever heard the glorious name of the Special Beast Bureau? We are the elites of the Bureau, following orders from above to come here and chain up this Dark Knight clan demon beast." He stroked his chin, muttering the four words Special Beast Bureau to himself. Seeing that, she raised her chin even higher in smugness. "Scared just hearing our name, aren't you? Then why haven't you scrammed yet?" Lin Han bluntly cut off her delusional train of thought. "I have no idea what the hell this department is. Or is this some specialized unit raising sows to supply meat and fish?" Li Hui fumed until smoke practically came out of her ears, hissing, "Are you tired of living that you dare to smear the Special Beast Bureau? This is an official organization dedicated to butchering monsters on Earth, with power on par with the military, got it?" He rubbed his chin, weighing the pros and cons. Dedicated to butchering vicious beasts. No wonder they're biting the Dark Knight Queen without letting go. However, the Special Beast Bureau is also under the state's umbrella. If I act recklessly with these two, I'll definitely bring disaster upon the academy. Zhao Lei once again put on a threatening front. "I'll say this one last time, stop crying for others and move your face out of the way right now." He turned to instruct, "Li Hui, that Dark Knight monster is barely breathing, go scoop it up." She immediately shouldered her gun and obeyed. "Understood, Captain." After saying that, Li Hui aggressively lunged forward, yelling fiercely, "You monster, surrender and be captured now." Lin Han suddenly appeared and blocked her path right in front of her nose. He rolled his eyes slyly and chuckled. "Ah, so you two are elites from the Special Beast Bureau. Then please allow me to share a bit of the credit." Li Hui shouted in annoyance, "Don't be a stumbling block." Lin Han played deaf, rushing straight towards Anna to put on an act. "Dark Knight Queen, surrender, stop struggling." She was stunned and stammered, "Lin Han, what are you?" As soon as he got close, he secretly slipped a pill into Anna's hand, whispering in her ear, "Hold onto this dark magic pearl and get out of here quickly." Anna looked down at the item in her palm, utterly confused. "Isn't this the healing treasure that dark-type beasts drool over? Where did he get it, and why is he kind enough to toss it to me?" Lin Han casually whispered, "So this thing is that top tier, too bad it's just like a broken brick to me." He pretended to flail his arms and legs, punching randomly, and muttered, "Anyway, in the dark lands we fought back-to-back, beating those spirit demons to a pulp. Consider us having a bit of camaraderie. This dark magic pearl is your share of the loot. I'll cover you, make a run for it." Behind them, Li Hui was secretly taking aim, ready to fire. She turned and complained to Zhao Lei, "Captain, that brat keeps jumping around like a monkey. I can't get a clear shot at that dark night monster." The man furrowed his brows tightly, suspicious in his heart. Could this kid be throwing up a smokescreen? On this side, the young duo was still enthusiastically acting out their life-and-death battle. And thus secretly calculated, the dark magic pearl is indeed the #1 healing elixir. She frowned and thought, but my strength can't be fully restored in the blink of an eye. If I stubbornly stay here, I might end up becoming a burden for Lin Han. Having made up her mind, Anna paused for a beat. She slipped away at superhuman speed, only having time to throw back a sentence. "This lady doesn't have time to entertain you, until we meet again." Lin Han stood there smiling in immense satisfaction, whispering to himself, "Take care, Dark Night Queen." Seeing this, Zhao Lei yelled loudly, "Damn it, it got away, go after it." Li Hui hastily replied, "Understood, Captain." She shot out another net, boasting loudly, "Let me use my ultimate move to catch them all, no one will slip through the net." Lin Han swung his hand decisively, slashing the net into pieces. Making Zhao Lei stare in shock, "What the hell?" Zhao Lei, already resentful, immediately rushed over to accuse him. "You guys are indeed birds of a feather." Li Hui also roared to question him. "You brat, what kind of trick are you playing?" Just as his scythe struck, Lin Han used the momentum to leap into the air and dodge the attack. Zhao Lei yelled out orders. "Li Hui, I'll hack this guy to pieces, you go catch that dark night beast for me." She immediately nodded. "Yes, Captain." Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and glared. "Watching you softly playing around with that monster just now, I already knew you were putting on a comedy show." He kicked the ground and soared into the air. "Originally, we only planned to cuff that dark night beast, but you dared to collude with it and ruin our good deed. Then I might as well wring your neck too." Lin Han didn't even blink, immediately summoning his bodyguard to meet the battle. "If you want to wring my neck, you have to see if my tamed beast agrees first." Yi descended, grunting, "Master, let me smash this obstacle's face for you." Zhao Lei patted his chest in extreme arrogance. "What a waste of effort. In front of me, all fierce beasts are just mosquitoes, they will all be crushed." Yi casually reached out her hands, tightly clamping onto his incoming scythe. She smirked and sneered sarcastically. "All fierce beasts, huh? You are way too overconfident." The weapon in Zhao Lei's hand suddenly trembled violently, his limbs went weak as he thought to himself, "What the hell is this? How can this be?" Yi crushed the blade of the scythe, laughing in contempt. "Holding this scrap metal, and you still dare to show off and run your mouth at my master." Saying that, she lightly flicked her hand, and Zhao Lei's proud weapon instantly exploded into 100 pieces, scattering everywhere. The man stared blankly at the pile of scraps falling at his feet, scratching his head in frustration. "This is surreal. The beast origin stone is supposed to counter all species of fierce beasts. Why is it suddenly so useless today?" Not waiting for Zhao Lei to recover, Yi rushed forward and delivered an earth-shattering punch straight to his face. She went into a frenzy, punching and kicking mercilessly, cursing while kicking. "A piece of trash stone and you think you can walk all over me. Keep dreaming in broad daylight, boy." Yi let out a freezing laugh, holding her fist menacingly close to his face. "Here's the final blow. Any last words before you log out?" Zhao Lei panicked, raising his hands to cover his face, stammering and begging, "Wait, hold on, don't punch." Right at this moment, a familiar authoritative voice cut through the air. "Stop right now." The figure that just arrived was none other than Yi Tai-ching. Lin Han hurriedly turned around, happily clasping his hands. "Greetings, Director Yi." Zhao Lei saw his savior, scrambling to lift his head and nosily asked, "Are you someone from the military department, Tai-ching?" The director rubbed his chin, raising an eyebrow to inspect. "Do you know me? What is your title then?" Zhao Lei hastily dug out his badge, scratching his head. "I am Zhao Lei, a senior agent of the Special Beast Bureau. While strolling past the academy, I smelled dark night energy around here, so I waded in to collar that night beast." Tai-ching frowned and thought to himself, "Special Beast Bureau, how troublesome." He then changed to a stern expression and interrogated, "So where is that dark night beast?" At that exact moment, Li Hui dragged her body back, panting as she reported, "Captain, I'm sorry that monster vanished without a trace." Zhao Lei jumped up. "What did you just say?" He bitterly pointed straight at Lin Han's face, making a fuss. It's all because this brat threw a spanner in the works, causing that rare beast to escape. Zhao Lei resentfully turned to pressure Tai Ching. Officer Yi, is this punk your student? He dared to oppose the special beast forces while we were on duty. I demand that you use military law to give him a proper beating. Tai Ching cleared his throat imposingly, turning to glance at Lin Han. What is the meaning of this? He immediately turned on his innocent mode. Officer Yi, I'm innocent. I scraped my skin and lost my scales just to trap a Dark Knight tribe beast, and just as I was about to dive in and sign a contract, these two lunatics suddenly jumped out and caused a ruckus, ruining everything. Lin Han gave Zhao Lei a side-eye and added fuel to the fire. These two, in order to snatch the beast, even planned to finish me off. You have to step up and bring justice for me. Li Hui was furious, jumping up and cursing. You brat, you're making things up and spitting venom. You clearly set us up. Tai Ching instantly got tough, stepping up to protect Lin Han. Shut up. You trespassed on the territory of the military academy and even dared to lay hands on my student. How should we handle such behavior that disregards military law? Li Hui trembled, shrinking her neck and hiding behind Zhao Lei, whispering, "We," while he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this Yi Tai Ching is clearly shielding and covering up for his student. Even if I talk until my mouth goes dry, it's useless. The man and woman gloomily turned to leave, but Zhao Lei didn't forget to bitterly throw back a threat. Kid, you've definitely offended the Special Beast Bureau. Just wash your neck and wait. Li Hui, retreat. Lin Han put his hands on his hips, cutting him off playfully. Hey, you're leaving just like that? You two made me lose a fierce beast, and you're planning to slip away without compensating for my loss. Li Hui shrieked sharply out of immense frustration. You are truly shameless. I've never seen a guy with skin as thick as yours. He immediately played the threat card. Not paying up, right? Fine, let me drag your director out to answer for this. Tai Ching stood by watching the drama, secretly clicking his tongue. Lin Han, oh Lin Han, you really are the lord of throwing tantrums. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Zhao Lei swallowed his anger, gritting his teeth to play the hero. Li Hui, give him the money. She pulled out her wallet, her heart aching as if being sliced. He gritted his teeth and muttered, this land is the home turf of the military academy. If I mess around here, I'll only eat dirt. Let's just drag ourselves back to report to the director and come back to wring this kid's neck later. It won't be too late. Li Hui sorrowfully pulled out the money, her mouth whining. Damn it, there goes this month's performance bonus. She turned her back, shedding tears and lamenting. At this rate, I'll be eating dirt next month. Before disappearing from sight, Zhao Lei didn't forget to turn back and point at Lin Han's face. You punk, I'll remember you. He stood there tapping his foot in delight. Serves those grunts right for losing everything. Tai Ching turned to him with a bitter smile. Lin Han, your glib tongue is truly unmatched. He pointed a finger in warning. However, the Special Beast Bureau is a legitimate organization, on par with the military department. Any fierce beast they set their sights on will have a hard time surviving. You'd better quickly finish the contract with that beast. Don't let them catch you slipping. Lin Han scratched his head and chuckled. That beast already spread its wings and flew out of sight. I'm also helpless. Tai Ching shook his head, offering a helpless smile. Right at that moment, the pocket of his jacket suddenly wriggled. Tai Ching knew perfectly well something was up, hastily turning his back to leave, tossing back a subtly hinting reminder. Anyway, you need to resolve this swiftly. After hearing the ambiguous words, Lin Han was bewildered and confused. He scratched his head and wondered, what does Director Yi mean? Why did he suddenly keep staring at my pocket? Lin Han peeked into his pocket and saw a tiny bat curled up, jumping in fright as he shouted, Dark Knight Queen, since when did you sneak into my pocket? And Na popped out of the pocket, transforming back to her original human form, tilting her chin up and replying, surprised. She summarized the situation from earlier. I knew those two hounds would bite until the bitter end, so I temporarily borrowed your pocket as a refuge. Lin Han clapped his hands in praise. Wow, your intellect is no less than your strength. By the way, how are your injuries? Did the dark magic pearl help? Na smiled in relief. Thanks to that divine elixir, the wound has scabbed over, but to regain all my power like in my prime, I still need to rest for a while longer. She sighed wearily. Now it's hard for me to return to the Dark Knight tribe. That dude will somehow sniff me out. Before things get worse, I'll have to rely on your body to slowly recover. Lin Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry, scratching his head. Why are you suddenly clinging to me like this? He secretly calculated, but I've accidentally drawn the attention of the Special Beast Bureau. If they target my 10 primordial fiends as well, it will be troublesome. Having the Dark Knight Queen as a bodyguard right now is also a good aid. Besides, I myself need to quickly improve my strength. Having thought it through, Lin Han turned and nodded. Then, I invite the Queen to join me in completing the 6th-tier class advancement quest. And Na shrugged. Fine, consider it repaying the favor for you saving me just now. The scene shifted to the blazing Firestone Forest. Lin Han stepped in, thinking to himself, this must be the location for the 6th-tier quest, the Firestone Forest. The system panel popped up with information. Quest name, Magma Demon. Quest level 5 stars. Objective, defeat the Magma Demon, obtain the Stone Heart. Location, Firestone Forest. Rewards. 2,000 Beast Taming points. He skimmed through it, breaking out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect to run into a 5-star difficulty quest right away. Lin Han climbed onto a rock outcrop and looked around. Where the hell is the Magma Demon hiding? There's not a single clue. Suddenly, the rock under his feet trembled violently. A super giant monster emerged, roaring. Who is bold enough to step on the Magma Demon? The system information panel instantly displayed. Beast name, Magma Demon. Level 60, race, elemental, tier, starlight, traits. A combination of fire and stone, controls earth and rocks within a certain range, low spiritual power, below average intelligence. Lin Han sneered mockingly. So what if I step on your head? In a bit, I'm even going to rip out your heart. Hearing this, the Magma Demon was furious, swinging its 2 fists. Keep dreaming, leave your skeleton behind. It angrily unleashed its ultimate move, Grave Fire, roaring madly. Anyone who dares to approach the Firestone Forest is a bad guy. All of you, drown in my Grave Fire sea. Lin Han snapped his fingers without hesitation to summon. Yi, it's time for your comedy show. She appeared and replied, rest assured, master, leave these violent physical tasks to me. After speaking, Yi used her graceful footwork, neatly dodging the Grave Fire. She burst into a sly laugh, launching a flurry of rapid punches. This cheap trick isn't even enough to kill bugs. In just the blink of an eye, the Magma Demon's Grave Fire technique was smashed into nothingness by Yi. It stared in astonishment. To think you could crack my Grave Fire. She leapt high into the air, fist ready. You stinky rock, prepare to be completely crushed. Immediately the ground cracked and shook. The Magma Demon channeled its strength to erect a stone shield art. Giant mountain boulders rose up for defense as it spoke. You fierce woman, my boulders are not easily broken. Yi fired a punch at the stone shield, but it didn't budge an inch, causing her a bit of surprise. Yi turned and asked, pretty tough, daring to take my punch head-on. What kind of devilish stone wall is this? From the other side echoed the beast's voice. These rocks have been buried underground for many years. They are very tough. You won't be able to break them. Yi, unwilling to yield, gathered her strength and shouted, You stupid rock, taste my punch. But the result remained unchanged. She exclaimed in frustration. These stone walls are tightly sealed. I can't find a single opening to strike. Lin Han then reached out his hand to summon lightning. If that's the case, let Tiangu deal with him. Upon descending, she appeared extremely confident. To deal with this pile of stinky rocks, I have plenty of ways. Seeing the dark clouds and lightning, the Magma Demon blankly blurted out, What's this? Is it going to rain? Purple thunder struck down deafeningly, blowing up the rocky mountain. It grabbed its head and screamed, You dare smash my stone wall? These rocks are gone once used. Where am I supposed to dig up other rocks to replace them? It roared in dissatisfaction. You are bullying the Magma Demon. The Magma Demon is very angry right now. After throwing its tantrum, it blew out a fiery red breath again. The Magma Demon will roast you all to a crisp. Tiangu anxiously reported, Master, we are trapped in a ring of fire. Yi followed up, The fire is too strong, we can't charge out. Lin Han frowned, plotting, Damn it, this foolish rock is resorting to arson in the forest. This is going to be exhausting. He raised his hand to use a summoning skill, muttering, Dragging it out like this isn't the way. It's time to call Shui Ying out. Right at this moment, Queen Na suddenly poked her head out of the pocket, making Lin Han jump in surprise. She stretched and let out a loud yawn, grumbling, With such a racket, this queen can't even get a little shut-eye in peace. The Magma Demon visibly grew angry and asked, Who is that woman? Is she reinforcement summoned by that human? Na instantly broke into a sinister smile and explained, Don't misunderstand, this queen doesn't have the time to sign a contract with a human. I am being forcibly imprisoned by him. She whipped her leather lash towards Lin Han as fast as lightning, acting out a scolding. "You hateful human. Let's see if you still dare to bully us fierce beasts in the future, huh?" Before he could react, he was tightly bound by the leather whip, only able to widen his eyes in astonishment. Anna turned her head and secretly winked as a signal, mouthing the words, "Don't make a sound, pretend to be captured." Lin Han silently wondered, what exactly is this girl planning? He played along, scolding lightly, "You wild, unruly woman." Yi behind him also spoke up in annoyance. "What a wicked woman, you dare to return kindness with enmity." Tiangu, who was more understanding, hurriedly intervened. "Wait a Yi, don't ruin Master's script." Yi heard this and asked blankly, "What are you babbling about? Why don't I understand anything?" Tiangu sighed. "Your brain must be just like that magma demon, both made of solid rock, right?" The magma demon on the other side laughed triumphantly. "That bastard human is finally out of ways to resist. Humans are the most hateful race in this world." Anna curiously probed, "Listening to your words, it seems you have some deep-seated hatred towards humans." It paused for a beat, replying, "Of course, humans took my master away." The magma demon recalled, "In the past, I was just a normal volcanic rock. Originally, I had no chance of turning into a fierce beast. Thanks to mooching off my master's spiritual energy, I accidentally gained sentience. Master granted me a second life. But then one day, a bunch of evil humans hunted all the way here and forcibly took master away. At that time, the magma demon was still very weak, fundamentally unable to fight them or catch up. It roared full of determination. I must wait for my strength to increase a bit more, sprout some legs to run faster, then I will escape from here to rescue my master." After hearing this, Lin Han secretly lamented, "So this dim-witted rock isn't evil by nature at all." Lin Han negotiated peacefully, "Magma demon, I don't know those bad people, but if you let me go, I will lend you a hand in finding your master." It shook its head decisively. "No way I'm believing your words. You humans are all exactly the same. I have to smash you all to death." Anna continued to coax it. "Magma demon, I have a way to get you out of this fire-stone forest, but—" It frantically pressed for answers. "Do you really have a way, big sister?" She replied, "Of course. The only catch is that humans are too cunning. I'm afraid before you can even save your master, they'll grasp your weakness and kill you." The magma demon burst into laughter and took out an object. "Haha, don't worry. I am an immortal creature made of fire and stone. Unless I lose this precious lump, I am invincible." Anna successfully tricked the monster, smiling. "Ah, so this is your fatal weakness." She immediately swung the whip, lashing hard forward. The stone monster's wrist was tightly wrapped. Anna urged, "Lin Han, the chances here strike." He excitedly raised his fist high. "My hands and feet have been itching for a while now." An earth-shattering punch slammed straight into its body. "Hand over your heart now." The magma demon only now realized the situation and yelled, "Damn it, you ganged up to set me up." The punch pierced right through the beast's chest. The system displayed a notification. "Class advancement quest completed. Obtained, Magma Demon Stone Heart. Reward received, 2,000 Beast Taming points." He stepped forward to praise Anna. "Dark Knight Queen, it's a good thing we had your scheme. Great teamwork." She unhappily pouted. "We've gone through life and death fighting together so many times. Why do you still call me Queen? Just call me by my real name, Anna." He immediately nodded. "All right then, Anna." Yi stepped over and said, "Anna, I actually thought you were going to backstab and betray Master." Tiangu interrupted. "Master treats her so kindly, how could she be ungrateful?" The two of them quietly listened to the tamed beast's talk. He held the crystal stone in his hand, evaluating the pile of rubble that fell. "This magma demon is quite a pity when you think about it. Apart from being stupid, its strength is actually pretty decent." Suddenly, the scattered pile of gravel and rubble all floated up into the air in unison. Lin Han widened his eyes in astonishment. What the hell is this now? The magma demon had resurrected, harboring a stomach full of anger. "You dared to deceive me and even took away my heart." He was surprised. "You can still be alive and kicking without a heart." It foolishly pulled out a smaller stone to show Lin Han. "I don't have just one heart. You took away my biggest heart, you are too cruel." Seeing Anna gripping her weapon ready to strike again, he then asked it, "You don't still want to fight me to the bitter end, do you?" The magma demon was about to slip away. "No more fighting. You snatching that heart stripped away half of my energy. How am I supposed to fight you now?" Anna revealed, "That is a mandatory item for Lin Han to complete his 6th-tier advancement quest. He had no choice but to take it." but in return, we will help you find the lost black stone. Lin Han, what do you say? He agreed cheerfully. Sure, after all, I did take your heart first. Hearing this, it easily believed him completely. Really, seems like there are good people among humans too. Na instructed, then for now, bear with it and go into Lin Han's beast space, that way you will have a chance to meet your master again sooner. Seeing the heart glowing, he held it out in front of her. Look at this. And Na replied with a bright smile, bagging another tamed beast as a lackey, isn't that quite a bargain? As for the stone monster, it joyfully prepared to jump into the space. This is great. I, the magma demon, am ready to pack my bags and follow you guys. Lin Han silently felt helpless. Raising a tamed beast like you is tiring enough. Now I'm bringing home this rock-brained guy. But whatever, I originally had this intention anyway. The scene transitioned to the class advancement hall. The receptionist smiled brightly. Mr. Lin Han, congratulations on excellently completing the 6th-tier advancement quest. He immediately opened the system panel to check, finally stepped up to the 6th tier. The status panel displayed the stats. Lin Han class, Beast Tamer Lord 6th advancement, hidden. Level 51, Strength 9480, Agility 8590, Spirit 7220, Constitution 6230. Skills, Spirit Contract LV4, Beast Space LV4, Beast Summoning LV4, Malice Fluctuation LV4, Innate Lightning Wings LV5, Skill Copy LV4, Calamity Eye LV3, Listen LV3, Fusion LV3, Voodoo Poison Sting LV2, Invisibility LV2, Swap LV2, Cognitive Shield LV2. The surrounding crowd whispered in admiration. He is the legendary genius Lin Han. How does he rank up to the 6th tier so fast? Truly impressive. A 6th advancement powerhouse, even without using skills, has a physical punch that is super powerful. Lin Han rubbed his chin in thought. Constitution. That's right, there seems to be an untouched skill book in my space ring. He pulled that book out to examine it. This heaven-piercing fist book was a reward from the college entrance exam, previously limited by constitution and attributes, so I couldn't practice it. Now I have more than enough capability to learn it, no fear of any obstacles. The system panel flashed. Congratulations, host, on mastering the heaven-piercing fist skill. He channeled spiritual power to test his hand. Let's see how this fist technique is used. Watching the building's glass doors explode and shatter, blazing red flames burning fiercely. Everyone was in extreme panic. What the hell just happened? A sudden boom like this. Is there an emergency? Lin Han smiled, his eyes narrowing in smugness. Truly peak, this move is way too cool. The receptionist forced a twisted smile. Mr. Lin Han, our hall's display screen. He awkwardly scratched his head. Oh no, I caused trouble. I'm sorry, I will compensate. Stepping outside, Lin Han looked around but couldn't see a Na anywhere. Strange, she clearly said she'd wait outside for me. Where did the Dark Knight Queen disappear to? Lin Han noticed a net draped over a fallen tree trunk. This is clearly a trace of combat. He lifted the net to inspect it, finding it stained with blood underneath. A beast-catching net. Those people from the Special Beast Bureau came snooping around again. Lin Han followed the trail of black gas floating towards the forest. This is the aura and Na released to leave a mark. I have to go check it out right away. He carefully followed the direction where that aura drifted. Currently, Lin Han was rooted to the spot on the road. The clue left by the Dark Knight Queen broke off here. What kind of trick is this? Suddenly, as he stepped into a room, the red warning lights on the ceiling blinked continuously, causing Lin Han to be bewildered. Ha! A crowd of people gripping their weapons rushed out from the corners, shouting, "There's an intruder, catch him." Zhao Lei led the crowd out, speaking up. Lin Han, welcome to the Special Beast Bureau. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Looking at the massive formation in front of him, Lin Han instantly saw through everything. So you guys kidnapped the Dark Knight Queen to use her as bait to lure me here. Li Hui arrogantly tilted her chin. Last time at the military academy, Yi Tai Ching covered for you. Let's see where you'll carry that arrogant face this time. She ordered, what are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and grab him. Zhao Lei hastily stopped them. Hold on. He laid out his demand. Our director Bai is extremely fond of your fierce beast that is immune to the beast origin stone. Leave it here, and we will spare you a way out. He laughed and refused. I'm afraid you're hallucinating. The right script should be, you hand over the Dark Knight Queen, and I'll take pity and spare you all instead. He ordered furiously, since you're so ignorant, go to hell, kill him for me. The underlings charged forward in response. Yes. Lin Han immediately waved his hand to summon the magma demon. It's time to show everyone your worth. It was still rubbing its eyes groggily. The magma demon wants to sleep. Who woke me up? The crowd opposite completely woke it up. What's going on? Why are so many humans carrying weapons out here? They also gasped in surprise. Where did that giant stone pop out from? They didn't think much, thrusting and slashing their swords relentlessly. You stupid fierce beast, go to hell. The magma demon instantly flew into a rage. You despicable scums dare to attack me, the magma demon. It punched away a weakling who dared to thrust a sword into its body. Fade away, boy. It was time for them to concentrate all their force to attack. Everyone charged together and hacked this monster to pieces. Being swarmed and sneak attacked at its lower body, the magma demon roared furiously. I will smash you all to pieces. A few guys started clinging to it and climbing up its body. It gritted its teeth. Hateful bastards. It gathered strength to activate its flames to throw them off. I will roast you into charcoal. But unfortunately, nothing happened. The magma demon went blank. What's going on? Why can't my flames activate? It clutched its head, staggering and groaning. It hurts. My head hurts so much. My body has also gone completely soft. Lin Han called out anxiously from the outside. Magma demon. Li Hui triumphantly revealed. Thanks to those weapons stuck in its body, the Beast Origin Stone is locking its power. He was shocked upon hearing these three words again. Beast Origin Stone. Seeing an open path to victory, Zhao Lei yelled out to urge them. While the Beast Origin Stone is holding that monster down, send it to heaven immediately. The underlings grew bloodthirsty, stabbing and slashing more brutally. Yes, Captain. The magma demon cried out in pain. Don't hurt me, I bitterly hate you guys. It strained to twist its body, shaking off the mob clinging to it. A sword fell with a clatter right at his feet. Lin Han bent down, picked it up to study it. So this stone is what limits the magma demon's strength. He instantly called out to Tiangu, destroy all these Beast Origin stones for me. She manifested and replied, at your command, master. Tiangu waved her hand, summoning a thunderstorm with lightning crashing down. The stones on the soldiers' swords were struck by lightning, making them all turn pale in astonishment. What the hell is that? The flames roared back to life. The magma demon sneered triumphantly. It's time for my revenge. Haha, the magma demon's flames have returned. I'll roast all you bad guys to a crisp. The crowd panicked and fled. It's too hot. Help, Captain, save us. Li Hui turned pale in surprise. Captain, why did it turn out like this? Zhao Lei was also getting ready to slip away. This is bad, they are too strong, let's scram quickly. A powerful burst of spiritual energy shot straight towards them. Lin Han confidently sneered. In the end, who is sparing whose life? This time you know your place, don't you? Zhao Lei bitterly shifted the blame onto him. You colluded with fierce beasts again, Lin Han, you traitor to humanity. Beside him, Li Hui fearfully grabbed his shirt. What should we do, Captain? While he, along with the magma demon, was advancing closely. Spewing blazing fire from its mouth, it muttered, What did you say? I, the magma demon, just want to smash things. The surging red flames swallowed up this crowd of people. Having cleaned up the battlefield, the magma demon asked, Where do we go to smash who next? Lin Han pointed at the door. The dark energy stops right in front of that door, follow me. The rolling door shrieked as it was yanked upwards. The two of them stepped inside. The space inside was incredibly vast. His face hardened, traces of fury clearly visible. Inside were scattered cages, imprisoning all sorts of beasts. He frowned in curiosity. Were all these fierce beasts captured and locked up by the Special Beast Bureau? Lin Han found a Na locked in a barbed wire cage. She weakly whispered, Lin Han. Witnessing that battered state, his anger flared up and turned into action. Damn it. A violent heaven-piercing fist slammed straight into the iron bars. Lin Han hurriedly untied her, comforting, Don't be afraid, I'm here to fish you out. She slumped her head weakly, leaning on him for support. I knew for sure you would come and save me. Lin Han urgently asked, What did those bastards do to you? You just took a quick nap and you're already bruised like this. A mushy voice sounded behind him. That is the power of the Beast Essence Stone. Lin Han, it is an honor to welcome you to the Special Beast Bureau. The man strolled over and introduced himself. I am the director here, Bai Rongguang. He glared angrily and scolded. Are you the one who created this cruel furnace to torture innocent ferocious beasts? What is your purpose in doing this? Bai Rongguang arrogantly patted his chest with pride. All of these facilities are meant to restore the former glorious prestige of the Beastmaster profession. Our Bai family's ancestors once produced a genius Beastmaster. He even severely injured the Dark Knight tribe, nearly driving their ferocious beasts to extinction. Anna was dying but still tried to raise her head to curse. Your ancestor was nothing but a traitor to our previous queen of the Dark Knight tribe, just a bunch of despicable cowards. Bai Rongguang cleared his throat indifferently. In the past, my ancestor swallowed his pride for the glory of the Bai family, earning a reputation that lasted for 100 years. It's just a pity that the Beastmaster era has passed, and our Bai family had to step down. Lin Han pointed at the cages and asked fiercely, "So you used family honor as an excuse to bypass the Empire's higher-ups and secretly conduct these cruel experiments on these ferocious beasts?" Bai Rongguang shrugged, admitting it bluntly. "Exactly. As soon as I sat in the director's chair of the Special Beast Bureau, I laid out a plan to cast a wide net and capture ferocious beasts everywhere to transplant and reshape their genes. After these wild beasts are reshaped by my hands, their power skyrockets, crushing the past, and they become as obedient to humans as puppies. Holding this army in my hands, I have more than enough power to reignite the glory of the Bai family, bringing the Beastmaster profession to the pinnacle of fame once again. But unlucky for you, when I heard Zhao Lei and Li Hui crying and reporting that your beasts are completely immune to the Beast Essence Stone." Lin Han nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. You sent troops to hunt the Dark Knight Queen and plotted to lure me to this lair, all just to steal my beasts and dissect them for research." Bai Rongguang pulled a remote control from his chest. "You are very sharp, but to be more accurate, I am dying to cooperate with you." He casually pressed a button on the device. Instantly, the collar released a harsh electric shock, sending a ferocious beast to heaven in the blink of an eye. Anna covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, and blurted out, "Ah, this cold-blooded human." Bai Rongguang laughed loudly, brimming with confidence. "With the Beast Essence Stone in my hands, manipulating countless beasts is as easy as flipping my hand. Add your premium beasts to the mix, and the two of us have more than enough power to trample the military department, overturn the Tianlong Empire, and dominate the world." He secretly evaluated the situation, feeling restless. Where did this fat guy dig up such an evil thing like the Beast Essence Stone? If we let him expand this monster army, I'm afraid the lives of the military and the safety of the Empire will be gone. Lin Han smirked and provoked him. "Rebelling against the military with just a few scrawny beasts here is a bit of a pipe dream. You would need a massive reserve of Beast Essence Stones to spawn more mutated beasts to even stand a chance." The fat man patted his chest proudly. Everything was within his calculations. "You worry too much. All of these Beast Essence Stones are crystallized from a 1,000-year-old profound stone. Possessing it means I hold a mine of Beast Essence Stones that I can never use up in a lifetime." He raised an eyebrow and probed, Well, what corner did you pick that profound stone up from?" The fat man's mind drifted back to the old days, when he first discovered that giant rock. Bai Rongguang recounted smugly. "Decades ago, during a hunt for mutated beasts organized by the Special Beast Bureau in the Shihuo Forest, I excavated this treasure with my own eyes. Through tens of thousands of dissections and experiments, we were astonished to find that this profound stone contained an absurdly massive amount of life-spiritual energy. I immediately had the profound stone soaked in a specially made liquid tank to slowly drain the essence of the spiritual energy inside. That liquid, overflowing with spiritual energy, is the raw material to mold the Beast Essence Stone, a weapon that completely suppresses all ferocious beasts." The flame rock demon froze for a few seconds and muttered, "1,000-year-old profound stone, profound stone." Then it pointed straight at Bai Rongguang's face and growled, "I remember your face. You are the evil culprit who kidnapped my master." He quickly comforted the beast. "Wait a minute, flame rock demon, don't get excited yet." Lin Han flashed a commercial smile, starting to throw a smokescreen. "Director Bai, I am so curious to see the face of the profound stone you just praised. I wonder if I have a chance to admire it." The fat guy interrupted arrogantly. "Don't be impatient. As long as you obediently hand over your primordial ferocious beasts to help me dominate the world, sooner or later I will open your eyes to that profound stone. Once I finish modifying the primordial ferocious beasts into mindless killing machines, there will be no one left in this world qualified to be my opponent. Lin Han just spit out the primordial ferocious beasts as compensation for me. In return, You can randomly pick as many rare mutated beasts in this warehouse as you like. I'll cover the whole package. Lin Han's arms began to glow with spiritual power. He growled, demanding to reshape primordial ferocious beasts. Do you think you are qualified? Your Bai surname, a miserable failure who treats human lives like trash, is absolutely unworthy of the title of Beastmaster. Bai Rongguang raised the remote control high, emphasizing every word, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, huh? Rows of cage doors burst open, and a horde of frenzied ferocious beasts crawled out. He waved his hand and shouted, "Kill them all for me." In the blink of an eye, Lin Han was tightly surrounded by the beast pack with no gaps. Without panicking, he waved his hand to immediately summon Xiao Zhen and Tian Gu to the battlefield. The two little babies were burning with fighting spirit as soon as they appeared, relying on a few trivial pieces of trash and still having the illusion of taking my master's life. Let me step up and play with you all for a bit. Xiao Zhen flapped its wings, unleashing the wind flame wing skill, and the fire blazed fiercely. Burn to ashes, you monsters. Tiangu leisurely struck down a crashing thunder explosion. Open your mouths and taste the formidable power of the 10 primordial beasts. Witnessing that scene, Bai Rongguang wasn't afraid at all but was thrilled. Is this the roaring power of the primordial ferocious beasts? It truly is too wonderful to be my test subject. He roared, driving the ferocious beasts to swarm and besiege the two of them. You fools, charge at them all at once. You must capture these 2 primordial ferocious beasts and bring them here at all costs. Xiao Zhen fought and commented, the faces of these ferocious beasts look funny. They seem more terrified of that fat old man than of us. Tiangu clicked its tongue and reminded, pull yourself together, miss. If you slack off, master will be disappointed. Seeing its comrades fighting so fiercely, the flame rock demon's hands and feet also itched to charge into the battle. But suddenly it froze and blinked. Flame rock demon senses a familiar energy fluctuating. Abandoning the battlefield, the flame rock demon slowly groped its way down a small path. It looked down at the deep pool of water where a stone was imprisoned. Master, why are you locked up in such a wretched place? Just as it reached out to touch the water's surface, the flame rock demon jolted and howled. Ah, my hand is burned, it hurts so much. Lin Han and Anuk quickly followed behind. He mentally pieced the facts together. Could this pool full of spiritual energy water be the stew that Bai Rongguang used as raw material to create the beast essence stones? The flame rock demon stared blankly, tearing up as it gazed at its master's faint silhouette at the bottom of the pool. He stepped up from behind, patted its shoulder, and explained, the water in this pool has a corrosive damage to ferocious beasts that is even more terrifying than the beast essence stone. It wailed miserably, but Flame Rock Demon must save Master. Seeing the stone monster attempting to reach into the water again, Lin Han hurriedly stopped it. Hold on, what stupid trick are you trying to do? It replied stubbornly, Flame Rock Demon wants to fish Master up to take him away from this devilish place. Na shook her head vigorously in objection. Absolutely not. The surface of the profound stone is full of cracks, probably because its spiritual power was drained dry. If you violently pull it up, I'm afraid it will cause permanent damage that can't be salvaged. He nodded and added, not to mention, if your body just jumps straight in, this solution is more than capable of dissolving and destroying you completely. The beast scratched its head in a panic. So what do we do now? Flame Rock Demon wants to save Master, I must save Master. He stepped close to observe meticulously, saying calmly, don't get agitated, calm down and let me rack my brain for a solution. Lin Han waved his hand and summoned Shui Ying right away, instructing, I have to rely on you for this one. The little girl nodded perceptively. Master, I understand what you mean, just leave these minor chores to Shui Ying. From her hands, countless whirlpools poured out, using the soft and gentle force of the water to envelop and help the stone escape. The ancient stone followed the vortex and floated to the surface of the pool. The Flame Rock Demon joyfully opened its arms wide, ready to welcome its beloved master. Lin Han panicked and stopped it. Wait, don't touch it. But what's done was done. It had already embraced the stone fully, sobbing, Master, those evil people actually had the heart to torture you to this state. The Flame Rock Demon hugged the stone tightly, its whole body stunned as it blinked. From the dense cracks on the surface of the stone, blinding rays of light began to leak out. Lin Han widened his eyes, stunned by the magical scene. What the hell is this? The stone shell cracked right in the middle, splitting in two. He thought in astonishment, a woman was actually hidden inside. Meanwhile, in the outer hall, the two ferocious beasts were still passionately unleashing a firestorm to incinerate the enemies. The lightning and fire duo wildly poured thunder and firestorms upon the beast pack. Tiangu sneered, "Turn into ashes, let's see what you have left to charge at us with." Tiangu clicked its tongue, frowned, and assessed. These brats throwing their lives away like this is really troublesome. Zhao Zhen made a final decision. Then let me ignite a fire and burn this place to ashes once and for all to save us the hassle. Na hurriedly spoke up to stop them when she keenly noticed an anomaly. Wait, look everyone, these ferocious beasts seem to be undergoing some kind of transformation. The collars on their necks are suddenly flashing and glowing. The beams of light from the collars shot up into the sky, and the pack of ferocious beasts began to tilt their heads back and howl madly. Bai Rongguang stood dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "What the hell is going on here? Why did you suddenly freeze, continue to bite and attack?" But what answered him were eyes glowing red with dangerous murderous intent, all glaring uniformly at the fat man. Bai Rongguang frantically pressed the button on the remote control over and over. Why? Why did the beast essence stone lose its effectiveness? Could it mean? Lin Han strolled out from behind, smirking. You guessed exactly right. The profound stone has regained its freedom, and all the spiritual energy imprisoned in that pile of beast essence stones has flown right back to the original profound stone. Bai Rongguang, your dirty tricks are thoroughly invalidated now. Seeing the fierce beast pack surrounding him, Bai Rongguang was scared out of his wits. He fell flat on the ground and stammered, "What? No, this is impossible." He smirked and declared, "A cold-blooded and dictatorial person like you will never be worthy of being a beastmaster. The ferocious beasts now have grudges to settle and debts to collect." The fat guy still stubbornly screamed in despair. "Are you guys planning to rebel? You are not allowed to hurt me. I am your master, your god." Ignoring the babbling, the beast pack lunged in like moths to a flame, opening up a bloody and gory scene. They crazily bit, tore, and chewed on the fat man's body. Suddenly, a violent explosive force blasted the ferocious beasts flying in all directions, making Lin Han's group stare in shock. They hurriedly turned their heads to look back, only to see a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowing up. Bai Rongguang had now transformed into a hideous monster, roaring, "You damn brat, to think you dared to force me to this dead end." He gritted his teeth and swore, "Lin Han, I swear I will eat you alive." His information panel immediately popped up and displayed, Bai Rongguang, mutated ferocious beast level 55. Lin Han looked dumbfounded in surprise. "Oh my god, turning into this hideous form, could it be you?" He complacently admitted, "That's right, I secretly modified my own body a long time ago. I implanted the genes of dozens of the most notorious ferocious beasts straight into my flesh and blood. Once I fall into a dangerous, life-threatening situation, the beast genes will be activated, granting me power that surges 10 or even 100 times. Lin Han, what gives you the right to fight against the Beastmaster King, which is me?" Zhao Zhen curled its lips and criticized, "Right in front of my master, a hodgepodge thing like you dares to claim the title of Beastmaster King?" Tiangu also nodded along in disgust. "To be honest, looking at your face like this, it's just too ugly." Na scratched her head in frustration. "It's just a pity that I am currently injured and too weak, so I can't personally chop this guy into pieces to finish you off and avenge the ferocious beasts." Lin Han patted his chest and boldly assured her, "Just sit there and rest assured, I'll step up and teach this hybrid beast a lesson for you." Bai Rongguang, furious at feeling insulted, threw a heavy punch and lunged forward. "You greenhorn brat hybrid beast, you dare to look down on me? Let's see how I smash you into a pulp." He quickly nudged Na aside, "Dodge quickly, miss." Immediately after, Lin Han cast a replication skill, buffing his movement speed to the max, and activated sprint mode. He soared like a bird, throwing out a disparaging remark. "Relying on a bit of brute strength and wanting to eat me, just relying on your fat body, don't even dream of touching the hem of my clothes." Bai Rongguang maintained a casual attitude and replied calmly, "Your dodging footwork is quite agile indeed, it's just a pity that." He started to wildly throw lightning-fast punches like a storm. Bai Rongguang roared with brimming confidence, "Before my absolute power, you basically have no choice but to be smashed to pieces with no escape. Taste my frenzied 18 punches." His hands continuously gathered and accumulated scorching kinetic energy. "Let's see how you dodge this time." Every powerful slam that struck down shook the earth, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Na was terrified, and shouted Lin Han's name with full of worry. From within the thick dust, a brilliant flash of light sparked. He spread his lightning wings and shot into the sky. Who says I'm hiding, lightning wings? Lin Han swooped down like a shooting star. I've played enough, now it's my turn to hit back. A critical kick slammed straight into Bai Rongguang's chest. The fat guy's massive body was like a kite with a broken string, crashing headfirst into the ground. Bai Rongguang let out a painful grunt from his throat. But he instantly jumped up, swinging his arm to swat him far away. You damn fly. He bent his knees and gained momentum to leap into the air. Bai Rongguang closely pursued him. Don't think your speed is the only agile thing in this world. The relentless lightning-fast attacks made Lin Han struggle a bit, unable to react in time. He had to soar into the air to stretch out and maintain a safe distance. Wow, I didn't expect this fat body to be so nimble, I almost got punched by him. Lin Han began to compress and gather his power. Enjoy this limited edition, heaven-piercing punch of mine. A massive and powerful palm print crashed down onto Bai Rongguang's position. The terrifying pressure pinned his body tightly, pressing it into the floor. Bai Rongguang's legs dragged and scraped across the ground for quite a distance. Lin Han landed and leisurely teased, whatever tricks you have left, just dig them all out and use them. Suddenly, from the fat on his belly, a mouth ripped open. He chuckled, Lin Han, you idiot. A long, slimy tongue shot out like lightning. Give me your life, you brat. Lin Han couldn't react in time and was tightly wrapped and ambushed by the hideous tongue. He jolted and yelled, what? He dragged him straight into the pitch-black stomach. Obediently turn into my food and join in contributing your genes to my great treasury. Nut turned pale with fear and blurted out, it's over, Lin Han has been swallowed and eaten. What do we do now? His beast pack went crazy and charged forward. How dare you swallow our master? Everyone attack and hack this monster to death. I will tear you into pieces. Bai Rongguang patted his fat belly and laughed heartily, always ready to welcome guests. Come on in, I'll take you all on and eat you primordial ferocious beasts too, that will perfectly upgrade my gene pool. But with a bang, his bloated belly suddenly emitted a blinding light. Lin Han shot straight out from the inside, wielding a sharp sword still stained with blood. The fatal slash caused fresh blood to pour out of his abdomen like a waterfall. He flipped his hair arrogantly and said, your scheming wasn't bad, but unfortunately, my bones are very sharp and hard. Your stomach won't be able to digest me that easily. His massive body staggered and collapsed to its knees. He whispered resentfully, damn it, how can I, Bai Rongguang, die so pointlessly and easily like this? I still had a dream of conquering the world. Lin Han started to gather a super giant energy sphere. You've unleashed all your special ultimate moves, right? This time it's my turn to release my rage. The grass character Sword Art transformed into a surging tsunami sweeping forward. The target was none other than Bai Rongguang, who was still dazed and hadn't fully recovered his senses. The dazzlingly bright energy beam pierced through his chest. The ensuing aftershock swept out, making Anna unsteady on her feet. She muttered, this monster has finally been truly defeated by Lin Han. But unexpectedly, the fat guy kept a straight face without flinching. Dream on, baby, taking down Bai Rongguang is not that easy. Anna gasped in astonishment. What? He puffed his cheeks and showed off, revealing, don't forget that the genetic blood of countless ferocious beasts flows in my body. In just a blink of an eye, no matter how heavy the damage is, I can instantly heal and regenerate my health. Bai Rongguang was about to raise his hands and dance to show off. Open your eyes and watch this, you worthless ants. But that gaping wound was still completely there. His proud healing buff had entirely evaporated and had no effect. The fat guy panicked and touched the wound. Why? Why did my self-healing gene misfire and become ineffective like this? Earlier it was clearly running so smoothly. Lin Han landed on the ground, crossed his arms on his hips, and smirked with a proud demeanor. No matter how strong your healing ability trick is, it still has its blind spots and limits. Taking the full brunt of my grass character Sword Art and not ascending to heaven immediately is already a blessing from your ancestors. Bai Rongguang broke down and knelt flat on the ground, despairing. Impossible. I calculated meticulously, racked my brains until my hair turned gray. Why did I receive such a tragic end? I am not resigned to this. Just then, the sound of the iron roller door behind them, pulling up, echoed loudly. A fully armed squad of soldiers rushed straight in, and an announcement echoed through a megaphone. The military department is here, emergency search warrant. Everyone drop your weapons immediately and raise your hands in surrender. Bai Bing was also present in the formation, hurriedly running over to him. Lin Han. He was stunned and asked in surprise, "Oh, Sister Bing, how did you escape from the Special Beast Bureau and even brought the military department soldiers here?" Fang Zhen walked over, patted his shoulder, and greeted, "You must be Lin Han, right? I've heard of this kid's name for a long time." He looked blank and wondered, Sir, you are." Bai Bing quickly introduced, "This is one of the two pillar grand generals of the military department, General Fang Zhen." The old man also smiled and spoke up, "This girl is actually an intelligence officer under my command, General Fang Zhen. For a long time, she has been going undercover to secretly investigate the illegal experiments of the Special Beast Bureau." She continued, her voice full of admiration, "I just didn't expect that before I even had time to cast the final net, you had already beaten us to the punch, single-handedly bulldozing and completely sweeping out their lair." The group of soldiers immediately surrounded and rushed towards the fat man. "Hurry up," quickly restrained by Rong Guang. Fang Zhen and Bai Bing took turns praising and saying, "Lin Han, it's unbelievable that you cleaned up the Special Beast Bureau all by yourself. This was truly beyond our predicted scenario. We originally intended to wait until we gathered enough solid evidence before taking Bai Rong Guang away, but since you unexpectedly stirred up the water and intervened, we had to pull the net in early." Lin Han scratched his head, smiled shyly, and replied, No, you are flattering me too much, sir." He looked around, but his pets had vanished without a trace. Where did the Dark Knight Queens go? They must have been scared that being seen by the military department would be troublesome, so they voluntarily crawled into the beast space to sleep. The general patted him heartily on the shoulder, praising and commending, "Lin Han, I've long heard my subordinates praising your extraordinary and outstanding strength. Back when you won the championship in the intermediate illusionary void realm, you received an invitation to join the military department selection round, right?" He jolted in surprise. "An invitation." Lin Han only then snapped out of it, slapped his forehead, and remembered, Yes, I did." Inwardly, he sweated bullets. If this uncle hadn't nudged me, I would have completely forgotten about this. Fang Zhen revealed excitedly, "That invitation is the golden ticket stepping stone to join the military department. If you break through and pass the selection round, I swear I will pull you under my command and train you to be a capable right-hand man on par with Bai Bing." The old man smiled and put his arms around both of them, judging, "I bet that with the perfect combination of you two working together, you have more than enough capability to create a new legend in the military department." Bai Bing's cheeks flushed red, and she corrected in embarrassment, "General, you must be joking. I only treat little Lin Han as my own younger brother. Please stop shipping us randomly." Trying to regain her seriousness, she advised, "Although General Fang rolls out the red carpet and values you, you shouldn't foolishly underestimate the military department selection exam as child's play. Its difficulty is extremely high." Fang Zhen followed up, waving his hand. "Oh, please, looking at his performance leveling this place today, he is completely qualified to pass the selection. No, even if we let him graduate early right now and pack his bags to take office in the military department, no one would dare to complain." Saying that, he pulled out his phone, ready to dial, "Let me phone Yi Tai Ching directly and demand he release you." Lin Han was terrified and quickly stopped him. "Oh, wait a minute, uncle." He scratched his head and tactfully declined. "Thank you for General Fang's great hospitality, but regarding enlisting in the military department, I don't want to skip any steps right now. I still want to fight side by side with my brothers and teammates and properly pass the military department's test through the front door." Bai Bing felt a bit guilty and advised, "Lin Han, think carefully. The general bending the rules to exceptionally promote you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." But Fang Zhen stroked his beard, laughed heartily, and agreed, "All right then, this kid is arrogant but ambitious. We shouldn't force it." Fang Zhen secretly highly evaluated and praised Lin Han's character. "This brat is quite something. Young and talented, yet tough and spirited, he will surely achieve great things in the future." He looked at him with trusting eyes and expressed his high regard. "Lin Han, I will be looking forward to the performance of you and your teammates in the military department selection in 6 months." Lin Han smirked, nodded firmly, and agreed immediately. "It's a deal. 6 months from now, be there or be square." Fang Zhen gripped his hand tightly and said in a deep voice, "A gentleman's word is his bond. Keep your promise." The camera angle shifted to the vast, dense forest outside the Special Beast Bureau. He was strolling leisurely, letting his mind drift. The military department has stepped in to take over and clean up the mess left by the Special Beast Bureau, and even promised to properly arrange and take care of the modified ferocious beasts. We can consider this case beautifully and perfectly closed. Lin Han looked around cautiously and smiled to himself. Okay, it's deserted here with no one around, you guys come out and breathe some fresh air. He pulled his collar and let his beast pack fly out. And Nud darted out first, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily we avoided that annoying bunch. I'm sick of being interrogated by those guys from the military department. Lin Han suddenly looked bewildered and turned to ask, Wait, where is she? And Nuh stared blankly and looked back in confusion. She, who? A soft female voice spoke up. Is my benefactor looking for me? I am deeply grateful to my benefactor for reaching out and saving Shijai from the sea of suffering. Her information panel immediately popped up clearly. Profound stone type, Shijai, level 45, strength 113,370, speed 63,010, intelligence 51,870, stamina 100,680. Lin Han gasped in awe and clicked his tongue. How bizarre! I didn't expect a trivial lifeless profound stone to actually sprout and turn into a beauty that could topple cities and nations like this. Shijai bowed her head, her voice full of gratitude. Thanks to you reaching out to help in time, I, Shijai, was finally able to awaken from a deep slumber that lasted for 1,000 years. She suddenly knelt down, expressing her submission. Shijai is willing to repay the life-saving grace of the Master. Please sign a contract so I may serve by your side for the rest of my life. He blinked in flustered suspicion. Sign a contract. You want to be a beast tagging along with me? Lin Han rejoiced inwardly. Sweet, I just got promoted to a level 6 class change, and I exactly need to fill a new beast slot in the lineup. Shijai poured her heart out, etching the gratitude in her mind. If you hadn't sent the flame rock demon down to fish me up this time, I'm afraid my life force would have been completely sucked dry by those evil beasts. I've been drifting for 1,000 years, waiting wearily to find a powerful master to rely on. The very first moment we met, I was absolutely certain that you are the true love I've been longing for. He stepped right in front of her and waved his hands. Well, actually me saving you was just a lucky coincidence, but anyway, just stand up straight so we can talk comfortably first. She still stubbornly knelt on the ground and refused. Shijai absolutely cannot stand up if the master doesn't nod and agree to sign a contract with me. Please give me a chance to repay this favor of yours. Suddenly, the system's ding-ding sound chimed an announcement. New quest released. Form a contract with the 6th ferocious beast. Quest reward, 2,000 Beastmaster points. Lin Han scratched his chin and muttered to himself. It must be the will of heaven. It seems she and I really have fate from a past life. He held her hand and helped the beauty stand up. Deal, I agree. Shijai beamed with a joyful smile and replied, Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish. Right after that, the system immediately sent a ding-ding notification. The quest to form a contract with the 6th ferocious beast is completed. Receive 2,000 Beastmaster points into the account instantly. Stat panel automatically updated to a fancier display. Profound stone type, Shijai, insectoid type, belonging to the 10 Primordial Beasts group. Level 45, strength 113,370, speed 63,010, intelligence 51,870, stamina 100,680. Special skill, Profound Stone Steel level 10, casts an illusory maze-like array, buffing immense explosive damage. Transformation skill level 10, transforms into Divine Stone Battle Armor, turning the Beastmaster into the strongest impregnable steel fortress. Lin Han rejoiced secretly. Oh my god, she also belongs to the renowned 10 Primordial Beasts collection. Hitting the jackpot this time is truly lucky. He generously waved his hand, ordering the system to spend all the newly farmed Beastmaster points to enhance the attributes for all of them. Let me upgrade you guys, our team's combat power is going to skyrocket. Seeing that, the Flame Rock Demon also trotted over to submit. Flame Rock Demon also wants to follow Master to fight enemies and help Lin Han. Shijai patted its head, transmitting some warm spiritual power. Silly, your spiritual energy is currently too thin, not enough to completely transform into a human form. Your master grants you this sliver of spiritual energy. Now go back obediently to the Shihuo forest into closed-door cultivation. Once your wings are fully grown, come back and find us. Understand? It nodded obediently and replied, Yes, disciple obeys your command, master. The scene shifted back to the military academy. Lin Han was taking long strides, excited by his recent achievement. Went to clean up trash at the Beast Bureau and naturally picked up a brand new high-tier Primordial beast. Good things truly come to those who do good. From afar, Tianjiao ran over panting, yelling loudly and asking, "Lin bro, where did you drift off to?" Su Ting ran after him, out of breath, and called out, "Captain." Their grim and pale expressions made him jolt in surprise. "What poison did you guys eat? Why are your faces so pale with panic like banana leaves?" The two of them cried and reported the bad news. "Lin bro, our son Nian Wei is really in deep trouble. She got locked tight inside a towering ancient tower, and rumor has it that it's swarming with hideous monsters inside." Lin Han froze for 5 seconds, grabbed his shirt and hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me from the beginning." Tianjiao gulped, recalling that terrifying scene. He panted while recounting. "Just now, the three of us were grinding levels hard at the Dragon Bone Wasteland right next to the academy, when unexpectedly we bumped into a girl named Huang Shan who was being chased to death by a gang of thugs. While I was arguing and struggling with them, out of nowhere the ground cracked open, and a weird, mysterious tower shot straight up into the sky, sucking both son Nian Wei and Huang Shan into the void." Su Ting gloomily chimed in, "We were too scared. Being outnumbered and weak, we didn't dare to just blindly jump in to save them." Tianjiao rubbed his face and concluded, "So we had to run for our lives back here to ask for your help, and it seems the Academy also noticed the anomaly at the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Rumor has it that Manager Yi brought an entire division to surround that tower." Lin Han narrowed his eyes, racking his brain to deduce. "That bizarre tower is most likely an ancient realm ruin that just surfaced. I bet the inside is packed with a ton of traps and dangers." He waved his hand to give an order, his face full of killing intent. "You two, lead the way quickly. I swear to drag son Nian Wei and that girl out of that hellhole safely." At the scene outside the tower, a commander's voice barked loudly, "Everyone speed it up. The quarantine barricades must be set up before sunset, understood?" Tianjiao pointed at the colossal structure. "Lin Han, that creepy mysterious tower is the culprit right there." Yi Tai-ching was lifting his chin, instructing his adjutant, "Deploy guards strictly 24/7. Absolutely no flies are allowed to hover near the flying dragon tower." The adjutant stood at attention and shouted, "Yes, sir." Right at that moment, the boy squeezed through the barricades and shouted, "Manager Yi." Lin Han curiously looked up. "Brother Yi, what the heck is this giant brick anyway?" Yi Tai-ching crossed his arms and explained, "Just look at those dragon and phoenix carvings up there. Even a kid would know this ain't no ordinary building. It's a legendary ancient ruin that has been lost for thousands of years. Its legendary name is the Flying Dragon Tower. The higher-ups at headquarters were spooked, so they ordered the military to put this tower on an emergency lockdown. Strictly no entry and no exit." Hearing this, Tianjiao and Su Ting anxiously asked, "Good heavens, then how long do we have to wait? Son Nian Wei and Huang Shan are still trapped in that corner, and the monsters are swarming like an army. By the time you guys lift the lockdown, we'll probably be collecting their corpses. We have to break the barricade and rush in to save our friends." Lin Han quickly pressed down his friend's shoulders to calm them, whispering fiercely, "You two hotheads, calm down. Acting rashly will ruin everything." His tone hardened as he looked resolutely at Yi Tai-ching. "Manager Yi, I know you're following orders, but son Nian Wei is my friend, and we would never abandon a comrade. If the military won't let us through the front gate, we'll just have to bust our way in." Hearing that arrogant tone, Yi Tai-ching burst into a hearty laugh. "I knew you brats wouldn't just sit around twiddling your thumbs." He winked and warned Lin Han, "Make sure you keep yourselves alive and bring everyone back in one piece. If you lose a single hair, I'll tell Sister Moanei to skin you alive." The group excitedly dashed forward, taking the chance to say their thanks. "Thanks for bending the rules, Brother Yi. We promise to come back alive and kicking." The three boys boldly stepped into the trippy teleportation portal. With a flash of light, the whole group was thrown inside the tower. The space inside was overwhelmingly vast. Lin Han looked around in all directions. "So this is the belly of the Flying Dragon Tower, huh?" Tianjiao pouted critically. "How poor, besides that spinning teleportation portal, there's absolutely nothing." Worrying, Su Ting scratched his head in confusion. "Nian Wei and Huang Shan were definitely sucked in here, but who knows where this damn portal leads to?" Lin Han fearlessly took the lead and charged straight into the portal of light. "Whether it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I'll risk it and see." Su Ting trailed behind and was the last to step out of the portal. Boom, they were teleported and dropped into a gloomy, dense jungle, as dark as pitch. Su Ting astutely crouched down, carefully observing the footprints in the mud. The boy rubbed his chin and deduced, "I'd bet 10 grand these are the shoe prints left by Nian Wei's group." Tianjiao drew his shiny sword with a swish. "Then what are we waiting for, guys? Let's follow the tracks and rescue the beauties." Lin Han patted his shoulder, reminding him, "This place is full of poisonous miasma and wild beasts. Who knows what traps lie ahead? Everyone needs to be careful and stay on high alert." Tianjiao proudly thumped his chest and chimed in, "Shaw, this great master is known as the reincarnation of the god of death. Even if the king of heaven showed up, I wouldn't be scared." Right at that moment, behind the boys, a slimy monster was slowly emerging from the swamp. He excitedly pointed forward, yelling loudly, "Hey guys, look over there, there's smoke rising." Su Ting anxiously asked, "Could it be Nian Wei's group?" He clicked his tongue and replied, "What's the point of guessing blindly here? Let's drag our feet over there and see for ourselves." The three of them stealthily approached the pile of firewood ahead. Lin Han froze in surprise when he saw the object. Strange, where did this piece of cloth come from in the middle of this dense primeval forest? Su Ting picked it up to examine it, his face turning pale. "Oh my god, it's Nian Wei's clothes. Could it be? Could she have been eaten by monsters?" Tianjiao tried to calm the hothead. "Damn it, Nian Wei is tough. I don't believe she'd be captured as easily as taking candy from a baby." Lin Han suddenly raised his hand to stop them. "Wait, something's wrong." Suddenly, a sinewy vine whipped out from nowhere, tightly wrapping around the boy's ankle. Tianjiao yelped as he was violently yanked backward and left dangling in the air. "Whoa, whoa, what the hell is this? Lin Han, save me, quick." He drew his sword and cleanly severed the demonic vine with one slash. "You idiot, calm down, panicking over nothing." Lin Han landed softly like a cat. Meanwhile, Tianjiao fell with a thud, rubbing his chest and sighing in relief. "Good lord, I almost ascended to heaven, that was too close." Looming right in front of them was a pack of monsters. The system immediately displayed a notification: Swamp Lizard Dragonmen level 60, belonging to the heretical insect race. Traits: wearing foul-smelling animal skins, using primitive weapons, bipedal. While Su Ting was helping Tianjiao scramble to his feet, Lin Han confidently stepped forward to confront them, smirking grimly. "Well, you finally showed your faces, trying to play ghosts to scare someone, huh?" His two friends also dusted off their pants and got into combat stances. Looking at these cowardly faces, they must be the local natives. Who cares if they're human or beast, just slaughter them all to get justice and avenge Nian Wei. The lizard pack roared savagely, brandishing their weapons and charging fiercely at the three youths. A sharp sword trail from Lin Han's hand cleaved the vanguard lizard in half. He shouted, "Strike hard and fast, finish this quickly, brothers." His two best friends also coordinated seamlessly, unleashing dazzling skills. "Taste my golden eye blade, you suicidal beasts." Blazing red flames erupted, roasting the remaining unlucky lizards alive. Tianjiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Cleared out one wave, getting tired of these insects. He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, these things breed in numbers like ants." Before they could even rest, an identical swarm of lizards was aggressively swarming towards them from the opposite direction. He coldly clicked his tongue, "Bringing your whole gang to seek death again. This species really breeds like crazy, huh?" Lin Han waved his hand, summoning Xiao Zhen into battle. "I'm leaving this stage for you to dance on." The Firebird girl happily nodded in obedience. "Leave it to me, I'll treat them to the power of the most premium flames in the world." Xiao Zhen puffed her cheeks and spat out a massive burst of blazing phoenix flames, burning an entire area to ashes. Seeing the enemy vaporized into dust, she proudly turned her head, waiting for her master's praise and a candy reward. How did Master find Xiao Zhen's fire dance performance? But her smile vanished when a giant mouth with jagged teeth snapped open right behind her. Lin Han panicked and yelled, "Watch out behind you, girl." Startled, she flapped her wings and shot high into the sky to dodge the fatal bite. Annoyed, Xiao Zhen gathered fire energy into her palm. "You lowly creature, dare to sneak attack me, huh? It's the blessing of your 7 generations of ancestors that Master warned me in time. Let me roast you into black charcoal." The enraged monster tilted its head back and let out an ear-piercing roar, unleashing a ferocious shockwave of sound. It twisted into a violent tornado, blasting straight into the Firebird girl. Xiao Zhen tumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Han quickly rushed over, scooping her up and asking, "Are you all right, little lady?" She pouted, complaining, Reporting to Master, this monster didn't brush its teeth. The stench is disgusting. Now it was Lin Han's turn to show off. Su Ting, let's team up and wring the neck of this massive monster. His friend quickly came up with a tactical split. I'll poke at its feet, you take care of its head up top. The two attacked the monster relentlessly from top and bottom, but their weapons just bounced off uselessly. Damn it, the golden eye blade can cut through iron but doesn't do scratch to it. Is this pig's skin coated in diamonds? Lin Han frowned, analyzing deeply. The defensive shell of this monster is heavily buffed. Normal physical attacks like this won't even knock off a scale by tomorrow morning. Hot-blooded, Tianjiao changed direction and charged. Let me smash its knee and see if its skull is as hard as rock. A lightning-fast sword strike smashed hard onto the monster's head. It thrashed its tail with a roar, swinging its thick tail with a loud smack, sending Tianjiao flying meters away. He suddenly noticed a strange detail, his eyes lighting up. This monster is weird. It obviously has a massive gaping mouth, but it doesn't bite, it only uses its tail to smash. Why is that? Lin Han activated the Wings of Lightning buff, sword high, observed carefully for a moment, and then sneered in realization. Aha, so this is where your fatal weakness is hiding. Your soft throat is your weak point. He unleashed the grass character sword art, plunging the tip of his sword straight into its gaping maw. Riding a powerful storm of sword aura, Lin Han pierced straight through the beast's throat. The giant monster's corpse crashed to the ground, shaking the branches and leaves. Seeing their boss die tragically, the remaining little lizards dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. Tianjiao aggressively chased after them, refusing to let them go. This little bastard is trying to slip away. Lin Han decisively waved his hand to signal their advance. Just stick to its tail, I bet it will lead us to the backdoor exit. Sure enough, the little monster ran headlong until it reached a glowing teleportation portal. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, another teleportation portal, how troublesome. Just as the monster was about to skip through the portal to escape. Lin Han growled and shouted, "Who said you could run?" He launched his sword, spinning through the wind, piercing straight through the lizard's chest. Tianjiao, resting his hands on his hips and panting, dragged himself to the portal. Lin Han, gotta admit you're really sharp and fast. 1 second of distraction and this brat would have slipped away. Su Ting scratched his chin, curious and uncertain. But what kind of world is waiting behind this flashy door of light? Sharp-eyed, Lin Han crouched down to examine the imprints on the ground. There's a bunch of fresh footprints here, which proves someone already jumped through this portal to clear the area before us. This gave Su Ting more confidence, his face lighting up with hope. It's definitely our Nyan Wei, she's still alive and kicking. The trio took a deep breath in unison and boldly stepped through the eerie portal together. The scenery before their eyes brightened up. A lush green river wound peacefully, strangely tranquil. Su Ting gasped in awe, "Oh my God, this river is endlessly long." Clear human footprints stopped at the sandy bank, mixed with some hooves of the lizards. Lin Han vigilantly warned his brothers. The tracks prove that the native lizard men also frequently hang around here to bathe and camp. Whatever we do, keep a low profile and watch out for ambushes. The three strolled closer to the riverbank as he muttered his calculations. If we just diligently follow these footprints, sooner or later we'll track down Nyan Wei's whereabouts. They all stopped at the river's edge. Su Ting frowned, analyzing. The footprints cut off here. Don't tell me Nyan Wei's group has magic powers and waded all the way to the other bank. Tianjiao patted his friend's shoulder and quipped, "Lin Han, you have the best eyes in the team. Take a peek and see if there's any suspicious activity on the opposite bank." He squinted, activating his farsight vision. "Let me act as the manual drone and check it out." Lin Han's pupils contracted as he caught a clear image. Right on the gentle hillside across the river, there's another damn teleportation portal sitting there, guys. Su Ting cheered joyfully. "That's fantastic, so our deduction was absolutely correct. Nyan Wei definitely stepped through this spatial portal. But the river is raging violently. Wading through is practically suicide, and looking around, there isn't a single boat. How are we supposed to get to the other side now?" He then turned his gaze to Banzai. "We're counting on your talents this time." Tianjiao blankly pointed at his own face. Me. Immediately after, he swung his sword and hacked fiercely at a tree trunk. Several large logs crashed heavily to the ground. Su Ting worked hard, using ropes to tie the wooden logs tightly together. Tying them securely like this should do it. Tianjiao stood looking at their finished masterpiece. Overall, it's usable. He continued, This wooden raft looks crude, but it's incredibly sturdy. It's more than enough to carry all of us safely to the other side. A wooden raft was then pushed into the water. He happily high-fived Lin Han. Gotta admit, Lin Han's brain works fast. I wouldn't have dreamed you could come up with this trick. He smiled in response. No matter how perfect the plan is, it still relies on you guys getting your hands dirty to make it a success. Once the three were seated on the raft, he shouted loudly, "Straight ahead to the opposite shore, let's go." Tianjiao stared nervously into the murky water. This river is awfully wide. What if there's some sea monster lurking at the bottom? Su Ting grimaced and cursed at his bad luck. Could you shut your jinxing mouth? We just got on the boat and you're already talking doom and gloom. Before he could even finish, their raft pitched violently. A massive creature hurled both the people and the raft into the air. Lin Han panicked and yelled, "What the hell is that thing down there? Is it a level 60 turtle-backed flood dragon?" Tianjiao fell into the river with a splash, flailing his head up and screaming, "Lin Han, I don't know how to swim." Su Ting panicked and cried out, "That monster is charging straight at us." The dragon-like creature roared, tearing through the water and rushing furiously towards them. Seeing his two brothers being swept away by the current, he immediately called Shui Ying out for backup. The little girl obediently complied. "Yes, master." A giant water bubble quickly gathered from Shui Ying's palms. These water blocks enveloped the bodies of all three, leaving them wide-eyed in amazement. "Whoa, water bubbles! Thank goodness, otherwise we would have become fish food." He smirked confidently. When it comes to naval combat, our Shui Ying has never known the word defeat. The little girl puffed her cheeks, angrily wanting to beat up the flood dragon. "How dare you get my master's clothes wet? Let's see how this young lady teaches you a lesson." The monster opened its massive jaw wide, spewing out a dragon-turtle breath attack. A colossal, aggressive pillar of water shot straight at them. Shui Ying quickly threw her hands up to cover her face. "Say what?" "Damn it, just because I was distracted for a bit, I let you take the advantage." The flood dragon dipped its head down again, frantically sucking up more water from the river. Lin Han quickly warned, "Shui Ying, absolutely do not let it have time to gather water." The little girl nodded sharply. "I understand, master." Instantly, the power of Tai Yin was unleashed. Massive columns of water surged up, surrounding the flood dragon. Shui Ying raised her hands, gathering two masses of hydro energy. "Today I will open your eyes and show you the true power of water bubbles." A stream of water, sharp as an arrow piercing the wind, shot straight at the enemy. However, the flood dragon stubbornly repeated its old trick, opening its mouth wide to blast the dragon-turtle breath. Shui Ying instantly accelerated and dashed straight into its mouth. "Fine, today I'll treat you to a full meal." The flood dragon looked dumbfounded as it gulped down a huge mass of water into its stomach. Tianjiao sweated profusely and yelled, "Lin Han, your pet just got swallowed whole by it." Lin Han calmly patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Stop worrying. Shui Ying isn't some ordinary fierce beast that's easily bullied." The situation instantly reversed as the entire body of the flood dragon suddenly emitted blinding rays of light. Shortly after, its body exploded, violently shaking the water's surface. Tianjiao stared wide-eyed at the turtle shell fragments floating on the water. "Oh my God, Lin Han, every time your pet gets mad, she shows off this much power." Shui Ying had safely returned, skipping happily on a piece of turtle shell. That was so fun. Next time there's a fun game, Master must remember to call Shui Ying out to play again. Lin Han chuckled and nodded. "Agreed, now put us down on the ground first." The three boys sat steadily on the turtle shell and landed smoothly on the shore. Tianjiao rubbed his chest and let out a breath. Thank goodness, survived and set foot on land. But the moment their feet touched the ground, Lin Han immediately ran into a pack of level 60 riverside lizard dragonmen. Seeing the swarming lizards surrounding them, the two friends clutched their heads and groaned. "Good Lord, there's even more of them here than in the swamp. Are you trying to push us to the brink? I'm still nauseous from seasickness here." Lin Han quickly assigned the task to the little girl. "Time is burning like fire. I don't have time to mess with these small fries. Shui Ying, clean up this battlefield for me." The little girl jumped up in delight, releasing a barrage of water bubbles. Yes, Shui Ying hasn't had enough fun yet." Right after, the three of them were enveloped by a giant water bubble, tossed into the air and flew away. "Let's fly." The trio landed precisely in front of the teleportation gate. He sighed in relief. "Phew, finally reached our destination." In the distance, Shui Ying was trapping the lizards inside swirling water bubbles, turning them into harmless bubble dragons. So much fun. He frowned in thought. Come to think of it, since entering this flying dragon tower, I've clashed with these lizard dragon men twice. Who on earth has the ability to control these hybridized native creatures? But human lives were the top priority right now. They had to find Nian Wei before figuring anything else out. Lin Han turned to urge his two friends. Let Shui Ying handle the cleanup, brothers. Let's proceed to the next stage. This time, the teleportation portal led them to a rocky outcrop jutting out from a steep cliff, surrounded by a flock of level 60 gale flying dragons hovering about. Su Ting poked his head out to look down into the bottomless abyss, trembling as he said, "Who would have thought this teleportation portal would be placed precariously on the edge of a cliff?" Remembering how he carelessly stepped out of the portal just now, Tian Jiao stumbled and almost fell headlong. Luckily, Lin Han was quick to grab Banzai. "Watch your step." He rubbed his chest and panted. "Blessed by 3 generations of ancestors that Lin Han pulled me back, otherwise I would have been abyss food. That was close." Lin Han looked up to observe the flying dragons circling overhead. The treacherous terrain is nothing, those winged beasts are the real threat. Just then, the monster flock shrieked with ear-piercing cries, signaling they had caught the scent of their prey. The two friends were utterly panicked. "Those demons are aiming straight at us, Captain. What do we do now?" Lin Han drew his weapon and got into a ready stance. Would a night watchman be afraid of this kind of brawl? Obviously, we'll send them to see their makers. At that very moment, a giant claw reached out from nowhere, crushing the unlucky flying dragon. The one who struck was the demon dragon, a fierce beast that had reached level 70. Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment, "It's a pure white dragon." His two friends dropped their jaws at the brutal hunting scene. Mother of God, it's chewing on the heads of those little dragons, so ruthless. But his eyes caught an anomaly. A dagger was lodged in the monster's claw. Lin Han frowned. How strange, why is there a dagger stuck tightly in that dragon's claw? Su Ting startled and tapped his hand. A dagger. I remember now, that girl named Huang Shan always carried a dagger with her. Tian Jiao turned pale, speculating. Could it be that both Sun Nian Wei and Huang Shan were kidnapped by this white dragon? Meanwhile, taking advantage of the momentum, he leaped high into the air. The two friends below panicked and screamed his name, "Lin Han, Captain." He yelled loudly to draw the monster's attention. "Hey you lizard, I heard you love eating humans, right?" Lin Han glided right under the demon dragon's feet. "If you're so good, come bite me, you beast." The monster roared furiously, blasting an ear-splitting sonic wave that made his head spin. Lin Han's body instantly lost all its strength, slowly falling into a free fall. Riding the momentum, the demon dragon used its sharp claws to tightly grab him. Tian Jiao hadn't yet understood his friend's scheme, shouting in despair, "Lin Han." While being captured, Lin Han secretly winked to signal his friend. While Tian Jiao was still standing there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, Su Ting was extremely quick-witted, grasping the situation and hurriedly sliding down. Lin Han is intentionally letting it grab him. We have to follow and see where this demon dragon's lair is. The demon dragon flapped its wings and flew straight into a deep cave on the rock cliff. He thought to himself, just as expected, Sun Nian Wei and the others were all dragged back to the nest by this demon dragon. Deep in the darkness, several figures were lying motionless. When he was violently thrown to the ground by the monster, Lin Han immediately scanned the area and instantly spotted her location. Sun Nian Wei. He rushed over to hold Nian Wei and check on her. Thank goodness she's still breathing. Looks like they were just hit by a sleep-inducing dark magic. The demon dragon opened its maw wide again, preparing to unleash the bewitching water curse. Lin Han clicked his tongue. This is bad. He skillfully dodged the attack while gently laying Nian Wei down. Lin Han quickly assessed the battlefield. The space here was too confined. A head-on clash would definitely cause collateral damage to Nian Wei and the others. Without hesitation, he summoned the spirit trio Xiao Zhen, Tiangu, and Shui Ying into battle. Little Shui Ying joyfully threw herself into Lin Han's arms. So happy, didn't expect to see Master this soon. Give Shui Ying a hug. Tiangu sternly reminded the girl, You little brat, Master called us out here to fight, not to play around. He smiled and patted the little girl's head. Be a good girl, Shui Ying. After we clean up this mess, I'll make it up to you with a fun playtime. Lin Han instructed all three to find a way to lure the monster out into an open space. Tiangu and Shui Ying shouted in unison, "Master, just entrust this to us three sisters, we obey your command." Xiao Zhen and her two teammates struck simultaneously. "Whoever dares to touch our master is a dead meat. Get out of here right now." Under their combined power, the demon dragon was knocked out of the cave entrance. But surprisingly, the attack only left a tiny scratch on its chest. Xiao Zhen couldn't hide her astonishment. "What? The three of us put all our strength into that strike and it only tickled it." Tiangu maintained a cool head and analyzed. "This monster is not easy to deal with. Let's pour all our strength into attacking it one more time, all right." Three brilliant streams of power carrying the violent attributes of water, fire, and lightning surged straight toward the demon dragon. But it simply opened its mouth and roared, emitting a concussive shockwave. A thick layer of frost instantly covered the demon dragon's body, completely neutralizing all threats. Right after, a barrage of ice spikes, sharp as porcupine quills, shot back towards the three spirits. Xiao Zhen and Tiangu panicked and screamed, "So dangerous, sisters, dodge quickly." Shui Ying was a beat too slow, got hit, and went into a free fall to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Han dashed over in time to catch her. "Careful," the little girl whispered softly. "Thanks to Master catching me, Shui Ying is not hurt." He frowned, calculating. This giant is indeed no joke, able to block three streams of power at once with just one move. This level of combat power is too strong. If only I could find its weak point. At that exact moment, his two brothers came running up, panting and shouting, "Lin Han, this monster's weak point is right on its forehead." Lin Han asked suspiciously, "On its forehead?" Su Ting hurriedly explained. "That's right. While chasing after you, we saw countless ancient frescoes carved on the cave walls." She recalled the carved image of a bloody battle between two demon dragons. Su Ting confidently presented her theory. "If my guess is correct, that dragon-shaped sigil on this white demon dragon's forehead is the source of its power." The demon dragon continued to roar, spewing out a bone-chilling blizzard. The two of them immediately turned back, awaiting his tactical orders. Lin Han issued his strategy. "Xiao Zhen, Tiangu, you two spread out to the flanks and continuously barrage it to keep this demon dragon pinned down." The two spirits immediately grasped his intention. Xiao Zhen shouted loudly, "Orders received. Everyone follow Master's arrangement." He turned and instructed Shui Ying, "Seize this opportunity to slip behind and ambush it from the back." The little girl replied loud and clear, "Understood, Master." The moment the demon dragon was pinned down by the flames and lightning, unable to move, Shui Ying gathered her strength and created a massive pillar of water. The little girl carried the mass of water from the sky and swooped down. The demon dragon could only stare wide-eyed at the giant water sphere, preparing to crash right onto its head. It frantically opened its mouth, unleashing its ultimate move, Ice Dragon's Frost Flower. The water sphere was instantly shattered, but Lin Han had already lunged forward to assist. It was all just a diversionary tactic. He used his strength to smash the ice layer, swung his sharp sword forward. "Surprise! Taste my grass character sword art." A blinding sword aura that seemed to tear through the sky slashed straight down onto the demon dragon's head. Unable to react, the monster took the sharp sword strike head-on. The demon dragon's massive body lost control and crashed heavily to the ground. The pets jumped up in celebration. "Hooray for Master, so majestic and awe-inspiring." In the end, it still required Master to step in to get the job done. He smiled modestly and replied, "With the smooth coordination from you three, taking down a demon dragon is a piece of cake." At this moment, the demon dragon was lying on its last breath, looking at them with teary, incredibly mournful eyes. He blinked in surprise. "Wow, it seems like this dragon's eyes harbor sentience." Suddenly, an agonizing scream echoed from deep inside the cave. "Help, save me." A person being tightly bitten by a baby dragon cried and screamed, "Stay away from me, you crazy monster." He immediately assigned the formation. "Let me go deal with the baby dragon. You guys carry Sun Nyan Wei's group out immediately." The two friends nodded decisively. "Understood, we know what to do." Witnessing the newly hatched dragon already biting people, Lin Han coldly decided, "Doing evil right after opening your eyes to the world, this thing deserves to die." The baby dragon opened its mouth, puffed its cheeks, and accumulated energy. A blazing fire blasted straight at him. The aggressive flame even scorched the hem of Lin Han's shirt. He muttered, "This is getting troublesome." Amidst the tension, a bat flapped its wings and flew out from nowhere. and Na revealed her true form, her voice sleepy but full of annoyance. "Who has the guts to disturb my sleep, huh?" Lin Han chuckled smugly. When a Na is woken up, her fury is no joke. The enemy is definitely doomed this time. The baby dragon recklessly spat a stream of fire straight at her. And Na raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, so it's a baby dragon." She effortlessly neutralized the incoming power. This little brat is quite fierce, knowing how to spit dragon flames with such power right after being born. And Na coldly drew her leather whip. "With a seed of disaster like you, I absolutely cannot show any mercy." The whip tore through the wind, wrapping tightly around the baby dragon's neck. Lin Han seized the moment. Here is the golden opportunity. He swung his sword, cleaving the monster's head in two. "Get out of my sight." Tianjiao stood outside, cheering enthusiastically. "Awesome, Lin Han, that sword strike just now was badass." Su Ting struggled to check on his friends. Thank God, Nian Wei and Huang Shan had only fainted. We can get the hell out of this creepy place right now. Tianjiao suddenly shrank his neck in fear when he saw two giant dragon eggs shaking violently. "Hey, what's going on?" He maintained high vigilance. "Before these eggs can hatch, we must smash them to pieces to prevent them from spawning evil dragons that harm people." Lin Han coldly unleashed the grass sword art, slashing the eggs into shattered pieces. He clicked his tongue in regret. "Oh man, Lindsay, you could have at least left one for me. I was planning to hatch one and keep it as a mount." Su Ting glared fiercely and scolded him. "If you have a death wish, go ahead and keep one. I bet that when these baby dragons hatch, the first person they'll chew on is you." Noticing that Anna was acting strange, he curiously asked, "What are you looking at?" She was bending down to pick up a piece of the baby dragon's tail to examine it. It seems the species in these eggs is completely different from the white demon dragon lying over there. Lin Han then recounted that earlier, Su Ting found an ancient mural depicting a golden dragon using a seal to control this white demon dragon. It is highly likely that it isn't a true member of the dragon clan, but merely a manipulated puppet. Anna walked slowly toward the white demon dragon. Hearing what he said, it seems this dragon was hit by some kind of evil curse. He probed, "Do you have any method to break this dark magic?" Anna began to gather a stream of purple demonic aura. "In our blood clan, there is an ancient magic specifically used to dispel curses. Let me give it a try." She closed her eyes and muttered an incantation. "Oh, blood clan ancestors, please bless your descendants." On the other side, the massive body of the demon dragon began to tremble slightly. Its human form gradually appeared. "I am extremely grateful to everyone for rescuing me from the shackles of the curse." Both Tianjiao and Su Ting were shocked to the point their jaws dropped. She turned into a human. Is that tail from a lizard? At a glance, it looks like she belongs to the same species as those lizard dragonkin we just fought. Alika nodded slightly to confirm. "You are not wrong. I am actually the high priestess of the lizard dragonkin tribe. My name is Alika. Our tribe was originally an ancient race from the Primordial era. Wanting to avoid the endless wars between fierce beasts, they begged the dragon god for protection." She recounted the past with a hint of sorrow. "Back then, the dragon god descended the flying dragon tower, granting our tribesmen a safe haven. But who would have thought that the one calling himself the dragon god was actually a cunning demon dragon? It lured our tribe into the tower just to tame and turn everyone into slaves to serve it. Before falling into a deep sleep, it viciously cast a curse, forcing me to turn into a white demon dragon to guard its descendants. As the long years passed, my sanity was also gradually worn away. My brothers and sisters in the tribe also turned into mindless and brutal monsters." Alika smiled in relief. "Luckily, heaven has eyes. Thanks to everyone's arrival, I could awaken from the demon dragon's control." However, she quickly delivered bad news. "But I can clearly feel that the demon dragon is about to wake up from its long slumber." He worried inwardly. The demon dragon is about to awaken. If it escapes the flying dragon tower, the consequences will be unimaginable. I must urgently report this to Manager Yi so the military department can prepare a countermeasure in time. Alika quickly opened a teleportation portal. "I will engrave everyone's help in my heart. While the demon dragon isn't fully awake yet, please hurry and leave the flying dragon tower." Su Ting immediately hoisted Nian Wei up, while Tianjiao carried Huang Shan on his back, running for their lives toward the portal. Before leaving, he turned around and promised, "You don't need to worry about that demon dragon. I will definitely come back." Alika was moved to tears. "Thank you, sir. I promise to lead the lizard dragonkin tribe to survive and wait for the day you return." In a hidden corner nearby, two sneaky figures were whispering. "Look, they took Huang Shan away. What do we do now? Let's secretly follow them through that portal too." Zhou Qi smirked confidently. "They're just a bunch of novice brats. Wait until we're outside the tower. I'll have my ways to make them cough her up." Outside, Tai Ching was pacing back and forth anxiously. "Lin Han's group has been in there for hours. I wonder how the situation inside is." Just then, his group walked out one after another. Lin Han waved and called out, "Manager Yi." He ran over as fast as his legs could carry him, asking rapidly, "How is the situation? Is everyone safe and sound? Did anyone get hurt or scratched?" He smiled to reassure him. "Don't worry, no one has a single scratch. We even brought Nian Wei and Huang Shan back safely." Nian Wei just groggily woke up, her voice trembling awkwardly. Captain." Su Ting chuckled. "Nian Wei, you're awake." She looked around in confusion. Su Ting, fatty, why are you two also stuck in this tower?" Tian Jiao patted his chest to soothe her. "Don't panic. Boss Lindsay led me and Su Ting into the Flying Dragon Tower to save you all." Nian Wei teared up with emotion. "Captain, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone." Tai Ching turned to Huang Shan with a stern face, reminding her, "Hey, little girl, my students risked their lives to save you, and now you plan to just quietly slip away. Who exactly are you? Why were you trapped in the Flying Dragon Tower?" The girl stammered, her eyes darting around. I am Huang Shan, I am." Nian Wei hurriedly stepped in to speak for her. "Sir, she is a first-year rookie. She was on her way to our military academy to complete her enrollment procedures." But suspicion rose in his gut. Is that so? If she was officially coming to report, why did she run away, let alone show such a guilty attitude as if hiding something? Suddenly, a sour voice rang out from the portal. "That brat is lying." Two bizarre men stepped out. "Huang Shan, you little scammer, let's see where you can fly to this time." "Oh, so you found a big umbrella to hide under. No wonder you're so bold." Tai Ching immediately stepped forward vigilantly and asked, "Who are you people?" They arrogantly announced their names. "I am the notorious Beast Tamer of the Wonder Troupe, Yiren Wang. And my name is Zhou Qi, the brilliant prop master of the Wonder Troupe. We are both pillars of the Wonder Troupe, the #1 circus in the Western region." He glared and accused. "The brat standing over there named Huang Shan was originally just a chore girl for our troupe. Yet she had the guts to steal the Wonder Troupe's treasure and escape." Huang Shan indignantly yelled back, "I am not a thief." Ren Wang charged forward aggressively. "You little brat, I've lost my patience with you. If you know what's good for you, hand Mo Li over right now." He tightly grabbed the girl's wrist, hissing, "Where did you hide it?" Huang Shan struggled violently. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands, get lost." Right during the struggle, a blinding light suddenly flashed from inside the girl's coat. A spirit named Mo Li with a mystery level dashed out, shouting bravely, "You are forbidden from bullying Shan Shan." Hit by the spirit's small flame, Ren Wang clutched his arm and howled, "Ah, what the hell is this thing? It hurts to death." Seeing him let go, Mo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, the tiny creature fainted and fell. Huang Shan panicked and reached out both hands to catch it. The girl shed tears in sorrow. "Mo Li, your body is already so weak. Stop pushing yourself for me." Mo Li whispered in self-blame. "Shan Shan, I'm sorry. All this time you've been the one protecting me, yet I'm so useless I can't protect you at all." Huang Shan sobbed. Mo Li, you have to hang in there, please don't die." Lin Han narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the tiny creature lying in the girl's palms. He frowned and made a judgment. "If my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, this little friend surely carries the bloodline of the elf clan, right?" Tai Ching widened his eyes in shock. "What, the elf clan?" He curiously stepped closer to get a better look. "That is one of the 4 great anomalous clans of the Primordial era, standing on equal footing with the Demon Clan, Blood Clan, and Dragon Clan. Their whereabouts are incredibly rare. Is this little brat really an elf?" Huang Shan nodded in tears. "You are right, sir. Mo Li carries the elf bloodline. Although its combat ability is very poor, it is considered the defining treasure of the Wonder Troupe. Mo Li is my closest friend in that hellish place. We stuck together like glue every day. But ever since Mo Li fell ill, the heartless troop leader planned to sell it away, hoping to squeeze out its last bit of value. I couldn't bear to see Mo Li sold off, so I secretly took it and ran away. I only wish for it to live freely." Ren Wang roared and scolded, "Cut the nonsense. That client surnamed Bai has already paid the deposit. Rumor has it that old man is even the director of some beast taming bureau. We can't afford to offend him. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, Director of the Beast Taming Bureau. Lin Han immediately thought of a specific person. He smirked and guessed, Don't tell me it's that old man Bai Rongguang. Lin Han sneered and stepped forward. Let me tell you, that business deal of yours is officially dead. The man was surprised. What did you say? He shrugged and revealed, That old man Bai Rongguang has already been arrested by the military department. Where would he get the chance to trade with you anymore? The two guys seemingly couldn't believe their ears, arguing in panic. What the hell? The troop leader's plan is ruined, but no matter what, we must drag this Mo Li back today, even if it's a dead body. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain this to the leader. Huang Shan hugged the spirit tightly to her chest, resolutely resisting. Never. If I let Mo Li fall into your hands, the leader will force it on stage while sick, and it will lose its life up there. Ren Wang lunged forward to snatch it. You insolent brat, don't even think about escaping. You stole the Wonder Troop's treasure on your own, now obediently follow me back to the western region to receive your punishment. The girl immediately turned her back to protect the spirit. No way. But before he could touch the girl, his wrist was firmly caught by Lin Han. Hold on a minute. This place is the territory of the military academy. You foreign thugs shouldn't even dream of acting wildly here. Joki still tried to argue. Huang Shan is an internal member of our Wonder Troop. Even the military academy has no right to interfere in other people's business. He raised an eyebrow in challenge. Oh, is that so? But unfortunately, I have officially recommended Huang Shan for admission to Manager Yi. As long as she steps into the academy, she is one of our people. Hearing this, Huang Shan widened her eyes in surprise, calling out, Big brother. The two thugs turned red with anger. What? You dare to blatantly snatch someone from the Wonder Troop? Joe Key pulled out a deck of playing cards from his clothes and smiled sinisterly. If you want it, bring it on. He lifted his chin in challenge. Since you love playing the hero, saving the beauty so much, let us play around with you. Ren Wang also charged forward, gripping his bone whip. Let me open your eyes to the power of the Wonder Troop. He swung his arm, the whip striking the ground with a heaven-shaking blow. The shockwave was so strong it pushed Lin Han backward. He was secretly amazed. Is the destructive power of this whip really that immense? Ren Wang laughed triumphantly. My whip can smash anything to pieces, from ground as hard as rock to your head. Just one hit and it shatters instantly. Joe Key fanned out 3 cards in his hand, his eyes cold. Let me send this brat off on his final journey. He flicked the cards straight at him. Have a taste. Lin Han immediately raised his guard. These two are too unorthodox, I can't be careless. He dodged the first card cleanly. When he glanced and saw the rock behind him completely frozen after just one collision, Lin Han broke into a sweat. As expected, these aren't normal attacks. A fiery red card was also whizzing toward him. Suddenly it made a sharp turn and aimed right at him. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? It even knows how to automatically change directions. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the lightning wings and soared into the sky. But the card persistently chased after him without letting go. Lin Han gritted his teeth and calculated. This weapon is not only powerful but also has a target tracking feature. It really is a tough nut to crack. When the death card stabbed into the ground, it created an explosion that carved out a giant crater. But dozens of other cards kept rushing in. He twisted his body to dodge. Here they come again. Lin Han started getting annoyed seeing the chaotic flight paths of the cards. What a nuisance. Exactly how many of these do they have stashed in their hands? Joki laughed heartily in triumph. How is it, kid? Now you've tasted the Wonder Troop's prowess, right? Once you're targeted by my cards, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you can't escape. He smirked inwardly. Don't crow too early, let's see how I turn you freaks into a joke. Lin Han suddenly reversed direction, charging straight at the enemy, who said I was hiding. Ren Wang stared with his mouth agape. Hey, what is this brat trying to do? Why is he rushing headlong into death? Joki hurriedly ordered, beat him to death, strike now. 2 death cards carrying the shadow of the Grim Reaper immediately clung tightly to him. Lin Han smiled victoriously and executed a switching technique. I was just waiting for this moment of yours. In a flash, he teleported far behind the giant's back. I'm gifting this card back to you, catch. Ren Wang was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What? Joki frantically retracted his magic, but it was too late. Oh no, dodge it, quick. The two cards carrying ice and fire power crashed straight into his comrade. He landed lightly and provoked with a tilt of his chin. "How about it, you two wonder boys? Any more toxic tricks you haven't performed yet?" Joe Key stuttered this. Ren Wang, with a scratched-up face, clutched his chest and cursed, "You bastard brat." Enraged, he swung his bone whip and charged forward recklessly. "I'll kill you." Lin Han lightly stepped back a few paces, casually dodging the strikes. The giant felt deeply humiliated and roared in frustration. "Until now, no one has dared to make a joke out of me, Yi Ren Wang." He whipped wildly and continuously. "I swear I'll tie you up, take you back to the western region, and flay your skin and pull your tendons every single day." He frowned in thought. This guy has really gone mad. Dragging this out forever is not a good idea either. Suddenly, right behind Lin Han, two specks of light flashed. He immediately jumped high to dodge, trying to sneak attack again. It won't be that easy. The card missed its target and immediately U-turned, rushing back. Just as he landed, the two cards were already right on him. They cornered Lin Han into a difficult position, with no way to retreat. A fierce explosion echoed right in front of him. Thick smoke and dust rose, obscuring his vision. He hastily stepped back a few paces to escape the epicenter. Tusk, that was dangerous. Catching a glimpse of Joe Key's figure appearing behind him from the corner of his eye, Lin Han frowned. "Damn it, these two are planning a pincer attack from both sides." The prop master smiled savagely. "Let's see where you can fly to this time." Hundreds of cards poured out like rain, surrounding him. Joe Key continuously swung his hands, releasing cards nonstop. Blocked from all angles by the cards, he clicked his tongue. This is truly no road to heaven, no door into the earth. Lin Han was forced to play his trump card, activating the swift copy skill. No other choice, I can only use this move. Squeezed between the rain of cards and the bone whip striking repeatedly, Lin Han's body still gracefully and skillfully dodged left and right. By now, Joe Key had completely run out of cards. He reported to his accomplice, "I'm completely out of paper cards." Ren Wang was also exhausted. "My energy is about to dry up." Lin Han landed softly right in front of Joe Key, smirking and asking, "What's wrong? Out of tricks? Whatever skills you gentlemen haven't used yet, bring them all out." Ren Wang anxiously turned and urged, "Joe Key, is that formation of yours set up yet?" He sneered and answered confidently, "Of course it is. Open your eyes wide and look." Instantly, an energy barrier sphere appeared, trapping him securely in the middle. Lin Han looked bewildered at the pile of playing cards stabbed densely into the ground around him. "What is this? So these cards weren't meant for direct attacks." Joe Key pulled a magic wand from his hat and smiled triumphantly. "Exactly. I knew damn well that those random explosions couldn't even scratch your skin, so I used the attacks as a cover to secretly set up this magic card formation." The cards pinned to the ground started emitting a freezing layer of ice. They quickly linked together at the base of the formation. A sturdy magic card formation had finished activating. Lin Han stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, muttering, "What the? This is..." Before he could finish his sentence, the other two were struggling to fend off a flock of crazy pigeons flying in from nowhere. "We're in big trouble. Those crazy pigeons have been lured to our spot." Ren Wang swung his fists wildly at the birds. "Get lost, you damn birds, stay away from me." Joe Key curled up in fear and screamed, "You idiot, don't hit them." But it was too late. An earth-shattering explosion erupted right after. Joe Key looked in horror as his comrade writhed in the blazing flames rising from his chest. Yi Ren Wang. The entire set of playing cards used to build the formation was also burned to ashes by the giant flame. Joe Key tore at his hair, unable to believe his eyes. "Oh my God, my invincible magic card formation was destroyed just like that." He panicked and frantically rummaged inside his hat. "Damn it, there must be some prop in this hat to kill this brat." Joe Key pulled out a flashy ball, his eyes lighting up. "Got it, using this clown's juggling ball will end your life." But before he could unleash the attack, his cold sword was already pressed against his neck. "Stop wasting time. If you don't want to end up stiff like your friend, put it away immediately." Joe Key turned pale with fear and immediately raised both hands in surrender. I admit defeat. We promise not to pick a fight with Huang Shan again. Please have mercy and spare my life, boss." Lin Han warned in a stern voice. "You better practice what you preach. Don't let me catch you Western region freaks causing trouble again." Tian Jiao happily rushed over. "Lindsay, you are so awesome." The others also gathered around to shower him with praise. The captain taking on 2 people by himself was outstanding, amazing captain. Lin Han scratched his head and smiled shyly, answering modestly, "You guys are flattering me too much." Huang Shan looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. "Big brother, thank you so much." However, before dragging himself away, Zhou Qi didn't forget to look back and drop a threat. "You'd better get a ticket into the military academy to be protected by them. Otherwise, the leader won't let you off." Hearing this, the girl teared up again in fear. "Will the military academy agree to take me in?" He patted her shoulder firmly. "Rest assured. As your guarantor, I guarantee to help you enter the academy smoothly." Hearing this, Huang Shan finally smiled. "Yes, thank you, big brother." She bent down and looked tenderly at Mo Li, who was lying faintly in her hands, choking up. "This is wonderful. Finally, someone has stepped up to take care of you." The tiny spirit breathed out and smiled weakly. "Hearing that, I'm also satisfied. I have no more worries." Huang Shan's eyes brimmed with tears again as she called out in a panic, Mo Li, what's wrong with you? Open your eyes, don't die." He hurriedly called the healer girl's name. "Nian Wei, can your healing spell save Mo Li?" She furrowed her brow in confusion. "I can only heal physical wounds. This illness of Mo Li is very bizarre. I absolutely can't find the cause." At this moment, Tai Ching finally spoke up. "This is butterfly metamorphosis syndrome, a specific disease only found in the elf clan. If it can struggle through it, it will break the cocoon and become a butterfly, and its power will skyrocket. But unfortunately, the majority of elves cannot survive this harsh phase." Huang Shan asked shakily, If it can't overcome it, then what will happen to Mo Li?" He sighed and answered, "Then there is only the path of waiting for death." Lin Han calmly turned and asked Manager Yi, "Do you know of any cure for Mo Li?" He shook his head helplessly. "Unfortunately, it's incurable. No miracle drug can cure this illness. It all depends on its own will to survive." He felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Is there really nothing we can do, not a single ray of hope left to pull Mo Li back? Right then, Shijai spoke up to offer a plan. "Master, the energy source in your beast taming space is extremely pure. Who knows, it might help this little one pass through death's door." He suddenly remembered. "Right, I completely forgot about that. Why didn't I think of this lifeline?" Lin Han joyfully turned to inform Huang Shan, "I just remembered a perfect place to help Mo Li rest and recover its health." The girl was so overjoyed she burst into tears. "Are you telling the truth?" Huang Shan gently cradled the spirit in her hands, asking softly, "Mo Li, big brother has a place to cure your illness. Are you willing to go with him?" It nodded weakly. "I am completely willing." The girl carefully handed the tiny life into his hands. "Big brother, I beg you to win back Mo Li's life. I don't want to lose this soulmate." Lin Han clenched his fist and promised, "All right, I agree. Just entrust it to me with peace of mind. My tamed beasts will take extremely good care of her." Huang Shan cheered it on, "Mo Li, stay strong. Even though I don't know when we'll have the chance to reunite, I will definitely always wait for you to return healthy." He kindly advised the girl, "You also need to take good care of yourself and live well, so Mo Li can rest peacefully, remember." Once everything was settled, Lin Han led the girl to Tai Ching and spoke firmly. "Manager Yi, I want to act as a guarantor for Huang Shan, officially submitting her to join the military academy." He rubbed his forehead and sighed wearily. This suddenly appearing flying dragon tower has already brought a myriad of headache-inducing troubles. Give me a break. Where would I find the energy to manage these trivial matters too? Huang Shan felt dejected and wondered, am I about to be subtly rejected? Tai Ching instructed Lin Han, if you have stepped up as a guarantor, then personally take this little girl to complete her enrollment documents. Both of them broke into radiant smiles, eagerly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Manager Yi, thank you so much. The next morning, Lin Han walked the girl to Manager Yi's office to report. I have brought Huang Shan for the exam. All of her registration procedures have been handled smoothly. Right in front of the desk, a guest was speaking resoundingly to the manager. Manager Yi, I leave this beloved disciple in your hands. Tai Ching looked up and asked, Lin Han, what's the matter? The young man replied, I have helped Huang Shan complete her paperwork, now we're just waiting for you to give the final exam. The manager nodded, approved. Zhang Quan rolled his eyes and mocked, Are my ears failing me? You're saying a frail-looking girl as thin as a leaf is qualified to step into the military academy's exam. Lin Han frowned warily, who might this friend be? Tai Ching hurriedly mediated, Now, let me introduce you. The one standing here is Duan Miao, who holds the title of the #1 sword god of the Tianlong Empire. And this young man, Sun Zhongquan, is his direct disciple, who also came today to take the Academy's entrance exam. As for Lin Han, he is one of the top students of the military academy, and this girl, Huang Shan, is a talent specially recommended by him. Duan Miao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Han, that name sounds quite familiar. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan pouted his lips arrogantly, but I thought it was something impressive. He turned to his master and grumbled. Master, didn't you say the military academy is an extremely prestigious place, and it takes so much effort to get me a spot for the exam? Why is a brat whose nose isn't even dry casually demanding to get in today? Huang Shan immediately grimaced, her annoyed gaze fixed on the person who had just made the disdainful remark. Lin Han sneered back. If someone like you can pass the screening, then why wouldn't our Huang Shan have a chance? Zhang Quan's blood boiled, and he immediately drew his saber from its sheath. You little brat, trying to provoke me. Let's see who has to beg who later. Lin Han wasn't intimidated either, drawing his sword into a defensive stance. Yeah, I'm talking straight to your face, so what? He suddenly blinked in surprise when he saw Huang Shan's silhouette dash up from behind him. Huh. The little girl flashed and blocked right in front of Zhang Quan. The big guy stared in horror. Are you kidding me? A little brat using a fruit knife can block my heavy sword. Huang Shan glared and shouted loudly, You are forbidden from talking nonsense to my bro. Tai Ching slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and scolded loudly. Sun Zhang Quan, this is the solemn academy grounds. Making a scene is not allowed. He sulked, clicked his tongue, and sheathed his sword. Duan Miao shook his head and mocked. Tai Ching, back when we were still warming the benches at the academy, the threshold to enter the school was so strict. Who would have thought that under your management, the standard for selecting people would become as easy as going to the market? The manager then steered the conversation. Over the past few years, I've heard rumors that you specialize in teaching the offspring of the elite. Surely this beloved disciple of yours has already grasped all of your ultimate skills. The old man stroked his beard proudly. That goes without saying. How could a sapling nurtured by the sword god's own hands have the status of a nobody? If you still have doubts, just let that little girl have a martial arts spar with my disciple and see. Tai Ching turned to ask, Lin Han, what do you think about this? Lin Han waved his hand to dismiss it. Huang Shan has never been formally trained. Putting her in a sparring match would probably be a bit disadvantageous. But the girl patted her chest confidently. Bring it on, what's there to be afraid of? Bro, I have more than enough power to knock out that giant, just trust in me. Seeing this, Lin Han smiled and nodded. Since you're so fired up, of course I'll back you up. We accept this bet. Tai Ching finalized, approved. If Huang Shan wins this arena match, she will be granted an exemption from the exam and officially become a student. The scene shifted to the large square. People caught wind of the hot news and gathered around whispering, Oh my, there's a show to watch, hurry up and get out here. What's the big deal? A fight. Rumor has it that a wet behind-the-ears little girl dared to challenge the disciple of the sword god. Zhang Quan lifted his chin arrogantly. Hey brat, brace yourself to take a severe beating. The girl also glared back with an overwhelming aura. Come at me, until we fight, you won't know who will end up in a body bag. Huang Shan clenched her fists and told herself, Bro, I promise to make everyone go wide-eyed. I absolutely won't let you lose face. Lin Han stood with his arms crossed behind her to cheer her on. Give it your all, kid. If you get a scratch, I'm right here to cover for you. Tai Ching raised his hand and announced loudly, Huang Shan versus Sun Zhongquan, the match begins. In the blink of an eye, the girl turned into a gust of wind and dashed forward. My strong point is my lithe flexibility. Against this type of brute, I must strike first to secure the win, take this. Zhang Quan sneered and saw through her, planning to use your agility to bypass me. In front of these bulging muscles, those cat-scratch moves are just a tickle. Swinging his broadsword straight down, he roared, Brat, have a taste of this earth-shattering slash from this young master. As quick as lightning, Huang Shan borrowed the momentum to jump backward. Seizing the exact moment the opponent lifted his sword, the little girl shot forward like an arrow. Stop looking down on others, old man. Zhang Quan's violent slash only hit empty air, yet he still ran his mouth. Let me show you the caliber of the sword god's successor. But then his jaw dropped when he saw Huang Shan standing majestically right on the spine of his blade. What the hell is this? The girl flipped in midair, planting her shoe print squarely on her opponent's face. The giant fell flat on the arena floor with a loud thud. Huang Shan smiled brightly and teased, How about it? Have your eyes been opened to the power of this young lady today? He scrambled to his feet, wiping the streak of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, hissing through his teeth, "How hateful." The second round immediately broke out. Huang Shan hovered in front of her opponent's eyes like a shuttle. Zhang Quan furiously swung his blade randomly. "You damn monkey, I swear I'll chop you into meatballs." The girl landed lightly right in front of him, smirking. "You're only good with words. In reality, you haven't even touched the hem of my clothes." By now, Zhang Quan was already panting like a bellows. "Pant, pant, I'm losing my breath, losing my breath." Lin Han stood with his arms crossed on the sidelines, taunting. "Oh, so this is the ultimate disciple molded by the sword god. Calling you a sword fanatic is an overstatement. Calling you an idiot holding scrap metal is more accurate." Enraged, Zhang Quan grabbed his sword and charged forward to chop him. "What are you babbling about? How dare you insult me and my master? I'll log you out of this earth." Huang Shan immediately blocked his path, absolutely refusing to let the other guy run wild. "Your opponent is standing right here. You are forbidden from touching a single hair on my big brother's head." Zhang Quan secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Haha, took the bait. A brat is ultimately just a naive fool." He abruptly pivoted on his heel and swung a lethal slash. "Time to go to sleep, little girl." But with her stretchy body, the girl bent over and dodged cleanly, sliding straight through the giant's legs. "Cheap tricks and dirty schemes, do you think you can fool me?" She conveniently slashed her blade upwards. A crimson streak of blood spurted out like a fountain from the opponent's calf. Zhang Quan fell to his knees, tightly clutching his agonizingly painful leg, and howled across the yard. "Oh my God, my leg." Huang Shan glanced at her defeated opponent, ready to deliver the final blow. Smirking triumphantly, the little girl clenched her tiny hand into a fist. A direct strike to his neck was thrown. "This round is all mine." Zhang Quan shook his head vigorously in unwillingness. "Ridiculous. Nonsense. How could the successor of the sword god be defeated so miserably?" Duan Miao stood outside, his face burning with anger, secretly cursing. The beloved disciple of this Duan Miao was taken down by a nameless brat. Where am I supposed to put my face now? The old man aggressively rushed straight into the arena. "You insolent brat, the match is decided, yet you still want to take a life. Do you treat this old man as invisible?" Huang Shan was startled by the old man's blatant robbery. "Hello, excuse me." Lin Han immediately drew his sword and dashed out. "Duan Miao, the person you need to fight is me." He lunged forward, completely blocking a powerful sword strike unleashed by the old man. Escaping danger, Huang Shan abruptly raised her tiny face, looking on in bewilderment. Lin Han stood firmly right in front of the little girl, pointing straight at the old man's face. "Did you throw the one-on-one rule away?" Duan Miao also landed furiously on the opposite side. He coldly exposed him. "As a senior, how could you play such dirty tricks behind someone's back?" The surrounding audience began to gasp and point fingers. "Oh my, what dirty play, what kind of sword god is that? Birds of a feather flock together." Luckily Lin Han stepped in, otherwise that girl would have been doomed. The old man tried to hide his embarrassment. This old man was just heartbroken seeing his disciple about to lose his life, so I had no choice but to intervene. Then he criticized back. "And you, little brat Lin Han, daring to show off your meager skills before an expert and disrespecting your elders, you really know no manners." Tai Ching frowned and corrected him. "Duan Miao, Huang Shan relied on her own abilities to defeat your disciple and voluntarily stopped. You launched a vicious attack on a child and even twisted the truth. What a waste of your sword god title." The old man was speechless. "Yi Tai Ching, you?" Lin Han immediately added, "Manager, ye judged perfectly. Even if you deliberately tried to ruin things, the truth is that your son Zhang Quan lost miserably. If you're still bitter, then let's you and I have a quick match to determine who's superior. Consider it finishing the unresolved bet between Huang Shan and your disciple." This provocation scratched right at the old man's itch. Duan Miao nodded instantly. "Great. I don't know who gave you the guts to challenge me, but this old man is very pleased." Tai Ching stood watching with his arms crossed, shaking his head and thinking to himself, "Oh, Duan Miao, underestimating a rising star like Lin Han, I'm afraid your sword god seat will vanish today." The old man was seething with murderous intent, wanting to teach his opponent a lesson. "You greenhorn, open your eyes wide and admire this old man's ultimate skill. Being able to lose your life under my sword is a blessing that will go down in history for you." Lin Han smirked sarcastically. "You better worry about keeping your old life, or else you'll end up with eternal infamy." Despite his tough talk, Lin Han secretly had to admit that the Sword God title wasn't just a piece of scrap paper. I managed to block his strike, but he pressured me so much that I couldn't find a single loophole to counterattack. As for Duan Miao, he was also sweating bullets. What the hell, this brat withstood my technique, but his defensive stance remains perfectly airtight. A harsh metallic clash rang out, sparks flying all over the floor. A violent shockwave pushed the old man sliding far back. Duan Miao shuddered, glancing down at his trembling hand, a majestic and imposing sword god now struggling evenly against a mere brat. He stealthily channeled his inner force into his two fingertips to create flying needle sword chi. At all costs, I must send this brat Lin Han to the underworld today. Lin Han remained as indifferent as ever. That's enough for a warm-up, let's keep fighting, old man. The old man exerted his energy, unleashing a radiant glory slash that lit up a corner of the sky. Lin Han, it's time to close your eyes and pass away, kid. The young man standing opposite raised his sword to block, the blinding light making him squint his eyes shut. The watching crowd gaped in fear. What miraculous light is that? Is Lin Han planning to catch it bare-handed, blocking that entire radiant slash all by himself? The old man laughed delightfully, pushing the energy pillar forward forcefully. Taste this, kid, let's see how you survive this ordeal. Lin Han widened his eyes in astonishment. What the hell is flying over here? The beam of light struck like a hurricane, forcing him to grit his teeth and use his sword to temporarily block it. While parrying the attack, he suddenly realized, not good, the light is just a smokescreen, the thing inside is the hidden weapon. The audience looked at each other in confusion. Wait, what just happened? The sword god's technique was brilliantly radiant, yet it didn't even scratch Lin Han's skin. Tai Ching frowned, deducing, Duan Miao actually missed his ultimate move. Ridiculous. It seems he has a signature move called energy into needles, could it be? The old man didn't give up, accumulating yet another radiant glory slash. Let's see how many times you can get lucky, brat. Lin Han smirked, hatching a plot. Out of tricks, so you're recycling the old one, huh? Well then, I'll just pretend to be careless for a bit to drag out his rat tail. He covered his face, overacting as if temporarily blinded. Oh my god, it's so bright it blinded my eyes. Duan Miao triumphed secretly. Lin Han, for the rest of your life, just carry a stick and beg as a blind swordsman. The razor-sharp flying needles hidden in the light tore through the wind and rushed towards him. Tai Ching panicked and shouted loudly, Lin Han, watch out, he's using poison needles. The young man was just waiting for that, seizing the opportunity with a subtle smile. Caught you red-handed, old man. He closed the distance in a flash, swinging his arm to execute the grass-weed sword art, knocking the weapon out of the old man's hand into the sky. Duan Miao lost his momentum, staggering back a few steps and almost falling over. The old man's limbs went weak and he stammered, This is, he calmly mocked, a dignified and majestic sword god, yet it seems you're more suited for a career in embroidery, tossing needles and thread rather than wielding a sword. The surrounding students burst into sarcastic laughter. Oh my god, the sword god changed his profession to a seamstress, how humiliating. Playing sneaky dart throwing like this, how is it any different from those cheaters? Tai Ching stepped forward, shaking his head in disappointment, bearing the title of the #1 sword god, yet playing such despicable tricks like hiding needles in your clothes. Duan Miao, you are truly a deep pit of disappointment. The manager bluntly issued an eviction order. This military academy will never bother harboring a seedling trained by the likes of you. Pack your bags, take your disciple, and get out of here right now. Defy me, and I'll file a lawsuit over your sneak attack just now. Zhang Quan tearfully tugged at his master's shirt. Wait, master, what about my enrollment spot now? Out of extreme shame, he flew into a rage and roared, studying my ass. Haven't you seen me humiliated enough, yet you still ask? The crowd swarmed around Lin Han like an idol. Brother Han, you took down the sword god, you are the real deal. Exactly, Lin Han is officially crowned as the #1 sword god of the new generation. Huang Shan's eyes sparkled like shooting stars as she looked at him. Wow, big brother, you are so incredibly cool, you even kicked away that arrogant old fossil. Lin Han scratched his head with a sheepish smile. Oh well, these little parlor tricks are nothing. He turned to ask Manager Yi, Sir, can we consider that my Huang Shan has passed the test? Tai Ching nodded instantly. Of course. Everyone clearly witnessed the match just now. I hereby officially declare that Huang Shan has passed the trial and become a member of the military academy. The little girl gasped in sheer amazement. Wait, did I really pass? Lin Han patted her head in congratulation. Hooray, kiddo, from now on you can wear the student badge. The little girl chirped, I owe you a lot. Thrilled, she jumped up and hugged him tightly. Thank you, big brother. After so many days of wandering, I've finally found a home. Later, Lin Han took the little girl to a new location. Huang Shan curiously looked around. Big brother, is this the mercenary tavern for raking in cash that you often talk about? The thing was, the other day the little girl had pleaded and asked, is there any place around here offering part-time jobs, brother? I plan to grind for tuition fees and conveniently flex my muscles to improve my skills. Lin Han snapped his fingers, spot on. If you want to both rake in money for tuition and upgrade your skills, this area is number one. Just as they stepped through the door, a beauty gracefully came out to welcome them. What wind blew, mister? Lin Han here today, what a rare guest. He politely replied, the tavern is quite bustling and crowded today. Lin Han patted the little girl's shoulder. Sister Ma Li, let me introduce you, this is Huang Shan, a fresh rookie from our military academy. At that moment, Ma Li's hands were still swiftly shaking a cocktail shaker. She gently slid a rippling drink onto the bar counter. Ma Li rested her chin on her hand and marveled. Oh my, this little sister is so adorable. Huang Shan bowed her head, extremely obedient. Hello, Sister Ma Li, I hope you'll go easy on me and take me under your wing from now on. The young man inquired. My Huang Shan is still very green and inexperienced. Does Sister Ma Li have any light quests lately for the kid to rub elbows and gain experience? Ma Li smacked her lips in regret. Oh dear, I'll probably have to disappoint you too. The quest board was swept clean this morning, there's not a single new task left now. Huang Shan's face fell, burning with anxiety. Oh, then what do we do now, brother? Without grinding for rewards, I'll be broke. Where will I get the money to pay the academy? A drunk patron at the next table chimed in. It's not hard to get rich, miss. Just grab a weapon and register for that profession holder tournament. The prize money will break your hands counting. It's tens of millions. His drinking buddies hurriedly waved their hands to dissuade her. Oh mother, that bloody arena is no place for amateurs to squeeze into. Stop giving bad advice, you'll ruin the poor girl's life. Lin Han perked up his ears in curiosity. Wait, what exactly is this profession holder tournament? Ma Li lowered her voice to a whisper. It's a life-and-death arena. No matter what your profession is, once you step into the ring, you fight desperately for a ranking. The prize money is indeed overflowing, but the rule is you must sign a life-and-death waiver. She patted his shoulder, advising Lin Han. That playground is no joke, little brother. My sincere advice is that you guys shouldn't foolishly risk your lives. At that exact moment, a bell chimed in his head, signaling a new quest. System details displayed. Register to bombard the profession holder tournament and take home the championship trophy. Hot reward, 5,000 beast taming points flying straight into your pocket. He secretly smiled to himself. Absolutely wonderful. The system that had been buried for so long suddenly assigned a quest, which perfectly salvages Huang Shan's tuition deadline. Lin Han patted his chest, guaranteeing, rest assured, big sister, I know my limits. By the way, when does this tournament start? Ma Li looked bewildered. If my memory doesn't betray me, it's taking place today, right at that massive arena in the center of the city. Huang Shan was grabbed by the collar and dragged along, asking in confusion, Boss, where are you dragging me to? He smirked. To rake in cash, where else, hurry up. The scene shifted straight to the cauldron of the tournament. Lin Han stood yawning, muttering, did the fatty and Su Ting get lost? We already locked in our registration at the counter, yet they still haven't shown their faces. Huang Shan pointed far away. Look, brother, their group is swarming over there. The whole gang gathered with all the talents present, chirping. Oh well, Captain Lin Han, we just heard the secret intel and rushed straight from the academy to here to support you right away. He raised an eyebrow in surprise seeing Jaime's silhouette. Oh, what wind blew you here? The girl nervously crumpled the hem of her shirt. Well, the thing is Nian Wei kindly spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. Captain, I was the one who invited her along. Jaime then murmured in agreement. Yes, hearing Nian Wei say everyone was going to compete, I was also curious to tag along and see how things go. I hope I'm not hindering the formation. He waved his hand and laughed loudly. Oh wow, what's the hassle? Getting a strong teammate like you to come along, I'd even throw a celebratory party in a heartbeat. Nian Wei stepped up and put her arm around the little girl. Huang Shan, rumor has it you're thirsty for prize money to cover your tuition, right? Tianjiao thumped his chest, guaranteeing. Little sister Shan Shan, rest assured. With this squad of guardian deities here, we'll roll out the red carpet and smoothly escort you straight to the inner rounds." Faced with such explosive enthusiasm, the little girl grinned brightly. "Yes, I owe you guys so much." Suddenly, someone from behind came to poke fun. "Hey, are you that Lin Han guy who just snatched the championship trophy at the school sports festival last time?" Linya tilted his chin arrogantly. "Hey you, this prince is asking you a question, are you listening?" He stealthily glanced out the corner of his eye to inspect. Pointy ears, standard characteristic of an elf. But how did I offend his family or something that he's carrying such murderous intent towards me? That guy stroked his hair pretentiously. "Prick up your ears and listen, I am the sole legitimate heir of the Elven Kingdom, Prince Lin Yi. The world rumors that you audaciously rejected my mother's invitation, so you've been an eyesore to me for a long time, and I've wanted to teach you a lesson." Lin Han rubbed his chin, recalling, "Oh, the invitation from the Elven Queen, wait a sec, let me think." The hazy film of the past immediately rewound in his head. He nodded. I remember now, that actually happened. But I despised your elven ecosystem, so I politely declined." Hearing this, the crown prince boiled with blood out of humiliation. "What do you mean you're not interested? You brat Lin Han, you've flapped your tongue too far. Dare to insult our superior elven lineage. Today I must make you pay a heavy price." The two escorting maids hurriedly pulled his clothes. "Calm down, your highness, restrain yourself. This is human territory, acting rashly will easily lead to diplomatic trouble." On Lin Han's side, he just stood there with his arms crossed watching the comedy, his face unchanging. The PA system rang out vibrantly. "A warm welcome to all the talented individuals participating in this year's Profession Holder Tournament. Please wash your ears and listen to the rules from the organizing committee. In the first selection round, contestants are required to form their own 3-person teams. In 10 minutes, everyone will charge into the arena to begin a free-for-all melee. After half an hour, whichever teams are still standing on the field will snatch tickets to the next round. Please complete the team formation within 10 minutes. The crowd buzzed. "Oh God, playing so loosely right in the first round? Well, there are too many people, so they have to eliminate some. They used this rule last season too. Hurry up and find people to team up with." Linyi pointed a threatening finger at his face. "Lin Han, wait a bit and drag your corpse into the arena. I'll let you admire just how top-notch elven power is." The young man shrugged nonchalantly. "Bring it on if you're good. See you in the ring, buddy." Tianjiao felt his eardrums grating, muttering, "That guy's mouth is too arrogant. I swear I want to slap some of his teeth out." Nian Wei patted his shoulder to soothe him. "Calm down. Think about it. Have any of the loudmouths who challenged our captain ever had a peaceful ending? Yeah, that's true." He turned to advise the whole group. "Ignore those types. The important thing is to sit down and divide the formation reasonably first." He rolled his eyes to count. "Our group has exactly 6 people. Splitting in half perfectly makes 2 teams of 3. Su Ting rubbed her chin in thought. "The core issue is how the 6 of us should divide the personnel to carry each other well." Huang Shan, standing nearby, raised her hand timidly. About this." Lin Han shrewdly caught on right away. Did Huang Shan come up with an idea? If you have a great idea, be bold and speak up. The little girl stammered. "Yes, can I really give my input?" Su Ting encouraged. "Feel free, kid, I'm also eager to hear what your opinion is." Huang Shan nodded, yes. The little girl frowned, looking like a strategist. "According to my analysis, Boss is the most versatile, pairing with Fatty Brother as frontline warriors to rush in and sweep, while Sister Nian Wei stands in the rear providing continuous support. A formation like that is extremely reasonable. The rest is the 3 of us sisters. Sister Su Ting and Sister Hai Mei. One is an all-around offensive and defensive knight, the other is an archer sniping from afar. I will play the role of a close combat assassin, specializing in seizing opportunities to finish off opponents at crucial moments. Organizing it like this has absolutely no blind spots." Tianjiao slapped his thigh hard. "Oh wow, absolutely brilliant. Why couldn't my goldfish brain compute such a top-notch strategy like this?" Nian Wei and Hai Mei gasped in praise. "I didn't expect our little sister to have such peak tactical thinking. You're so smart." Huang Shan blushed and waved her hands. "No, not at all. I just came up with a humble little idea, just for reference." Lin Han secretly applauded in his stomach. "I have to admit this girl Huang Shan possesses the cold mind of a top-tier predator." He nodded to finalize it. "Sounds very feasible, then let's just follow Huang Shan's plan." The whole group shouted in unison, approved. 10 minutes flew by in a flash, the loudspeaker boomed again. The free-for-all melee is about to begin. All contestants are requested to immediately enter the arena. Countdown, 5, 4. Nyan Wei bit her lip, trembling. Brother Han, I'm a bit too nervous. He patted her shoulder alongside Tian Jiao to reassure her. Don't worry, with the meat walls of me and Fatty blocking the ground, no one can get close to you guys. That's right. The loudspeaker echoed with each beat. 3-2, Su Ting reminded. Leave the defense and blocking to me. Everyone just put all your effort into knocking them away. Hai Mei gave a thumbs up. No problem. Huang Shen also swung her fist in determination. We sisters will fight to the death this time. The announcement sound rang out. The first match of the free-for-all melee officially begins. The two sides roared and crashed into each other. Clear out these roadblocks. This championship trophy belongs to this granddaddy. Tian Jiao swung a flaming blade arc. Swim on in here and taste a strike from Fatty Bro. Suddenly from behind, a guy ambushed him, shouting loudly, You damn fatty, hand over your life. As soon as the guy unleashed a flying kick into the air, his two legs were tightly wrapped by the extreme whip fist technique and pulled hard down. Nyan Wei, having just assisted in taking down a guy, shouted, Watch your back. Tian Jiao giggled, Thank you Nyan Wei for the rescue. Glancing over at another corner, Lin Han alone was leisurely and cleanly handling 3 opponents. Looking at the defeated losers tumbling at his feet, he let out a tiny yawn, calculating. So far I've only encountered weak opponents. Resolving them was entirely effortless. Lin Han frowned, looking over at the female squad. I wonder how things are progressing with Huang Shan's group. On the other side, Su Ting was grappling with a burly guy who was clamping down on her weapon. Trying to surpass this old lady, it won't be that easy. She hissed through her teeth, assessing, This big guy is too damn tanky. I may step back far, drawing her bowstring to snipe. Hang in there Su Ting, I'll support you right now. The giant bared his fangs and growled, Despicable brat. But before he could accomplish anything, his chest was pierced by Su Ting's spear. Right at that moment, a blindingly bright yellow streak tore through the arena. Huang Shan utilized lightning speed to launch a sneak attack. A razor-sharp knife slash cut across his heel, making blood splatter everywhere. The guy grabbed his foot and roared miserably, Ah, my leg. The surrounding people gaped as they watched the little girl somersault and land. What is that? In just the blink of an eye, Huang Shan had cleanly cleared out 2 obstacles. Lin Han smiled softly and nodded. It seems Huang Shan has toughened up, able to shoulder the responsibility herself. But life is not a dream. A streak of purple energy suddenly shot out from nowhere past Lin Han's spot. Realizing its trajectory was aimed straight at Huang Shan, he roared, Watch out. Thanks to the timely warning, the little girl curled up and rolled away right before the magic orb exploded. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, scanning around to find the suspicious culprit, who sneakily fired that fireball. It turned out to be a 3-person team, frantically unleashing fireballs. Roast these bugs who don't know their own strength. Our arson squad is invincible in this world. The unlucky contestants who caught on fire ran wildly in panic, screaming miserably, Help, quickly bring water to put out the fire and save me. Huang Shan also had to jump around frantically, struggling to dodge the fireballs flying swiftly at her. This is too dangerous. She pouted her lips in disdain, and here I thought it was something profound. Fighting in this rustic backstabbing style is truly too elementary. Hearing this, the guy glared, What did you just say? The other 2 guys joined in bitterly. That brat sneakily dodged 1 orb and dares to mock our skills as elementary. Dare to look down on us. So the whole 3-person team exhausted their strength, concentrating a barrage of fireballs at Huang Shan. Brothers, focus our firepower and burn that brat to ashes for me. Huang Shan had no choice but to twist her body to the max to slip past 3 fireballs crashing toward her. Lin Han spun around and immediately noticed the little girl's arm was injured and scorched. Tian Jiao and Su Ting boiled with rage, grabbing their weapons and rushing up to reinforce. Huang Shan is being ganged up on, hurry over and support her. Daring to make Huang Shan bleed, these guys are tired of living. The 3 mages laughed raucously in delight. Resist, let's see how long you can endure. But just as their laughter faded, they were bewildered to see Lin Han's entire group surrounding them tightly. It seems we've been reverse ambushed, brothers. The remaining guy stared in disbelief. What? Lin Han tapped the tip of his sword, his face cold as he declared, Let them know the price of bullying our people. Tian Jiao swung his blade down onto the nearest guy. Who gave you the guts to bully my Huang Shan, huh? Su Ting thrust her spearhead at the second guy, trying to show off your meager skills with these petty tricks. Jaime drew her bowstring, pinning an arrow into the last one. Taste the feeling of being sniped from afar. In just a blink, all three mages were swiftly knocked out. Lin Han leisurely walked up to one of the guys and said, "Consider this lesson a very light gift to you." The leader hissed in defiance, "Despicable, daring to hit me, I want to drag all of you to be buried together right here." The two battered lackeys hurriedly tried to stop him. "Let it go, boss. Their martial arts are too strong, we're no match for them." "Yeah." He swatted their hands away, grabbed the collars of his two underlings and shouted loudly, "Enough of your nonsense. If you guys still want to level up, then transfer all your remaining power into me." They had to bite their teeth and nod. "Fine, fine. For the ticket to pass the trial, this is the only way." A torrential flow of inner force poured from the palms of the two lackeys straight into his back. This guy frantically conjured a giant, blazing fireball. I can feel unparalleled power surging. Lin Han gave a long, disdainful yawn. It's just the final struggle before death. But when he clearly saw the transforming fireball, he was startled. Wait, what is this bizarre thing? From within the core of the fireball, tens of thousands of fiery projectiles splashed out in all directions. A pungent cloud of purple poisonous gas spread, engulfing an entire corner of the stadium. Other unlucky contestants caught the fire on their bodies. Agonizing screams echoed, tearing through eardrums. Those lucky enough to escape hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh my God, what kind of terrifying killer move is that? Whoever grazes that purple gas evaporates right on the spot. The profession holder tournament is truly a graveyard that requires no life payment. Let's forfeit quickly." Tianjiao turned pale upon realizing the problem. "Oh crap, these lunatics plan to detonate and blow up this entire arena." Huangshan waited anxiously for orders. "Boss, how do we solve this situation?" That vicious wave of his hand officially drove Lin Han crazy. His face darkened. This scum is truly beyond saving. He immediately unleashed the voodoo poison thorn skill, and poisonous vines tore through the firewall, rushing straight forward. Being bound by the thorny vines, the leader was stunned. What the hell is this? The two lackeys nearby shared the same fate. "Oh my God, wait, what is this tangled mess? Our legs are tied tightly." Right above their heads, the fire bomb was still blazing intensely, throbbing and waiting to explode. The three mages struggled in the highly toxic thorny vines, screaming in despair. "You two untangle me quickly, I can't move." The two underlings cried. "We're paralyzed too, boss. The bomb is about to explode overhead, struggle harder." Lin Han waved his hand, turning his back and leaving coldly. "Bye-bye, a bunch of people who reap what they sow, suffer it yourselves." A violent explosion erupted, burning all three fools. They writhed in pain within the sea of fire created by themselves. The crowd scrambled and poked their heads up as the black smoke faded. They all murmured in awe. Did those three guys turn to ashes? You reap what you sow, serves those three evil guys right, truly bringing disaster upon themselves. Tianjiao punched his friend's back, marveling. "Lin Han is amazing. You only launched a simple skill yet completely silenced their ultimate move, truly admirable." However, in a hidden corner, someone was secretly drawing an arrow, aiming straight at the back of their formation. Elven Prince Lin Yi smiled sinisterly. "Lin Han, taking advantage of this chaos, I'm going to take your life." The two maids panicked and tried to stop him. "Your Highness the Prince, if you sneak attack from behind like this, I'm afraid it will smear the honor of our elven race." He glared and shouted loudly, "Stop your nagging. What qualifications do you two slave girls have to direct this prince's actions?" Right at that moment, the loudspeaker announcement rang out. "Time is up. The teams still standing on the field have passed the selection round and stepped straight into the next round. All contestants are requested to cease fighting immediately. Anyone violating this will be disqualified by the organizing committee on the spot." Lin Yi gritted his teeth bitterly. "Damn it, Lin Han, heaven let you off the hook this round. Next time we clash, you definitely won't be so lucky." The loudspeaker continued. "Because the field has been completely trashed, the tournament will be moved to Hall Number 2. Next up is an update on the new rules." The scene shifted to Hall Number 2. Lin Han stared wide-eyed, admiring the brand new open-air courtyard. "Wow, this empty lot is the new arena for Round 2. The organizing committee announced loudly. The second round will be a confrontational format between small teams. Those who are fed up with their current teammates have 10 minutes to break up and rebuild their formation. Down on the field, people started causing a noisy ruckus. "Oh, fantastic. The warrior in my team is as useless as a cow. I don't want to share a plate with those two freeloaders anymore." urgently recruiting new teammates, high skills required. Lin Han turned to his group, asking for opinions. What does everyone think? Do we need to shuffle any positions? Nian Wei and Tian Jiao spoke up simultaneously. Our team is already coordinating very smoothly, no need for adjustments. I agree too. The strategy Huang Shan set up is already optimal. He nodded and concluded, all right, if everyone has no objections, then we will keep the original formation unchanged. 10 minutes flew by, the loudspeaker echoed again. The time for team reforming has ended. The second round of the tournament officially begins. Teams will be drawn randomly. The opening contestants for the first match are Lin Han, Tian Jiao, and Nian Wei facing off against. Tian Jiao cheerfully rubbed his hands and cheered. Well, opening the pot right in the first match. Nian Wei stood on her tiptoes, curious. I wonder who our opponents will be. The loudspeaker roared the opposing teams' names, Lin Yi, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Ling. In the opposite corner, Lin Yi smirked triumphantly. Finally a chance to teach this brat a lesson. Later, you two give it your all for me. If we accidentally lose, I'll punish you severely. The two elves hurriedly bowed their heads. Yes, your highness. Tian Jiao clicked his tongue in regret. What a waste of heaven's gifts, such beautiful elven sisters having to be lackeys for that skinny, sharp-mouthed guy. The bell announcing the start of the match rang. The fat young man hoisted his sword and aggressively charged forward. Lin Han, step back, let me go up and slap that arrogant prince's face sagging. Nian Wei covered her face with her hand, sighing, I surrender to this general. Whenever he sees pretty girls, he gets an itch to show off, only good at bragging. Lin Han hurriedly reminded, Fatty, don't blindly charge forward, watch out for his sneak shots. Sure enough, an enchanted divine arrow whistled through the wind, pinning straight toward him. Lin Yi sneered, taking precautions is useless anyway. You mortal flesh and blood, prepare to taste the deadly damage from this black magic arrow. Tian Jiao hurriedly raised his sword to block a stinging blow. That was close. If Lin Han hadn't warned me today, I would have eaten that arrow completely. Nian Wei twirled her staff, sprinkling down a sparkling aura of energy. Advance, fatty, I'll buff your speed. Lin Yi furiously kept drawing his bow, raining down arrows. Bullshit die. Thanks to the speed boost, Tian Jiao effortlessly deflected several arrows. Thanks a lot, little elven kid, your arrows fly as slow as a crawling turtle. He hoisted his sword and chased after him. It's this granddaddy's turn to unleash a move. Lin Yi roared, Zhu Ling, block him. The maid hurriedly clasped her hands, channeling inner force to condense a fireball. Yes, your highness the prince. Tian Jiao built up momentum, bringing down a sword slash that shook the entire arena. He spat and smiled maliciously. You cowardly turtle, are you only good at hiding behind women's skirts as meat shields? Show your face out here and let me punch you once and see. Slash, a spatial black hole ripped open right behind him, and Lin Yi stepped out with a sinister smile. He delivered a kick crashing straight into Tian Jiao's belly fat. Tian Jiao clutched his stomach, curled up like a boiled shrimp, and groaned, You dirty player, daring to ambush me from behind. Lin Yi stroked his hair and mocked. This is what people call the art of the unexpected. An ambush is a tactic, you idiot. He arrogantly called out to Lin Han, Those lackeys of yours don't stand a chance against me. The next one is you, prepare yourself mentally to pass away. Lin Yi once again raised his sparkling bow, aiming perfectly. Let me punch holes in you until you look like a rice-washing basket. 3 razor-sharp arrows simultaneously tore through the wind and shot out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han immediately summoned a Yi to join the battle. Female assassin materialized, darting forward wanting to punish this guy. You eyesore, daring to challenge my master, my hands have been itching to slap you for a long time. The 3 arrows barely touched her before they were smashed into pieces by a Yi. Bringing out these few toothpicks and demanding to scratch my boss's skin, truly ridiculous. Lin Yi gasped in shock. Unbelievable, my arrows were brushed aside as easily as a joke. Zhu Yan immediately analyzed. This power absolutely far exceeds ordinary ferocious beasts. Yi smashed down a fist that shook the very earth, speaking loudly. Today, I will teach you all the definition of being crushed to pieces. The kinetic force from the giant punch was crushing the blazing yellow defensive layer. Countless fragments splattered everywhere, making Lin Yi exclaim in shock. It's over, we're really doomed. Zhu Yan yelled in panic. Just one punch pierced through the shield. This power is truly too terrifying. He hurriedly shouted, hurry up, find a way to stop this ferocious beast right now. Zhu Ling obediently nodded and replied, yes. Yi continued to channel all her inner energy into another earth-shattering punch. She easily crushed the fragile shield and sneered, trying to use these cheap tricks to stop me. A barrage of sharp debris shot toward the two of them. Lin screamed frantically, "Zhu Ling, risk your life for me right now. If you fail, I will sell both of you sisters to be the lowest class of servants." She trembled and replied, "But my earth magic is only for defense." Yi found it annoying and charged straight at them, grumbling, "You've been noisy this whole time. My ears are ringing, shut your mouth." Lin Yi backed away in a panic, stammering, You just stand there and don't come over here." Zhu Ling tried to gather a massive amount of magic, secretly hoping this ultimate move would stop that fierce beast. Right above Yi, a mysterious magic circle suddenly flashed. She was stunned, letting out a bewildered gasp. Dozens of massive boulders crashed down, crushing the spot where Yi was standing. Tianjiao and Nian Wei turned pale in panic. "This is huge, dodge quickly." He threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. "Now do you taste my power? Does it feel great being sent to the underworld by me?" Lin Han calmly sneered, "You won't be defeated easily by these cheap tricks. You clown, open your eyes wide and see." From beneath the messy pile of rocks and dirt, violent tremors suddenly echoed. Lin Yi turned pale, trembling as he said, "You've got to be kidding me, impossible." Yi swung her arm, blasting away all the heavy rocks and dirt. She smirked sarcastically, "Bringing these tiny pebbles out to give me a massage, or are you building your own tombstone?" All around Yi, only scattered, shattered rocks remained. Lin Yi trembled in fear. "Monster, truly a freak." He furiously yelled at Zhu Ling, "What are you standing there for? Keep casting spells. Chop that monster into pieces for me." But by now she was completely exhausted, her breathing extremely heavy. Zhu Ling fell to her knees. "My magic is completely drained. I can't even stand on my 2 feet. Zhu Yan rushed over in a panic. "Oh no, you're exhausted. Casting another spell will kill you." Lin Yi shouted coldly, "What does that have to do with our family's meals? Now is the time for you 2 sisters to pay with your lives. Get Lin Han's head for me right now." Zhu Yan replied in despair, "But I am a Holy Spirit guardian, I'm not good at fighting." He covered his ears, ignoring her. "I don't care, all of you attack." Tianjiao stepped forward in a fiery rage. "You cowardly turtle, you're scared of death but push women out to take the hits. Today your big bro will teach you what a real man is." Yi clapped and cheered. "Exactly, Banzai charge." Lin Yi crazily reached out and choked Zhu Ling's neck tightly. He glared and threatened, "Do it quickly, or do you want to see your sister sold off to work as a lowly beast of burden?" Zhu Yan cried out in heartbreak, "Zhu Ling." She had to grit her teeth and squeeze out her remaining strength, forming a blinding orb at the tip of her staff. Tianjiao raised his sword to block, his eyes wide as he asked, "What the hell is this blinding light?" The boy hurriedly covered his eyes with his hands. "Oh, my precious golden eyes." Lin Yi seized the opportunity and released his bowstring. "Excellent. This time I'll send one of them straight to the grave." He still didn't know death was flying toward him. "So unlucky, it's so blinding I can't even open my eyes." Lin Han immediately activated his cloning skill, turning into a shadow and dashing forward, Banzai, dodge. He snatched that deadly arrow in the blink of an eye. Lin Han coldly snapped the arrow in half. "If you want to touch my brothers, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Lin Han strolled over to the dirty player, mocking, "You are truly a disgrace to the entire elf race." He hurriedly urged Zhu Yan, "Quick, do something to stop him right now." She sighed, shaking her head helplessly in exhaustion. Lin Han had already swung his fist straight at him. "Go back to your elf pigsty." He despicably pulled Zhu Yan over to use as a human shield, screaming, "Spare me." She struggled in terror. "Let me go, you maniac." The punch stopped just a few centimeters away from Zhu Yan's face. Lin Han looked at him with disgust. "The kind of guy who hides behind women and uses them as shields, they are your teammates." Lin Yi pouted in disdain. "What teammates? These 2 are just slaves sent by the queen to serve me. How can their dog lives compare to my precious body?" Tianjiao was extremely annoyed. "People risk their lives for you and you treat them like trash." Nian Wei also sneered in agreement, "Truly unrecyclable garbage." Zhu Yan was stunned, never expecting that the lives of both sisters were so worthless in his eyes. Lin Han asked coldly, "In this arena, there's no such thing as kings or beggars. Have you chosen a good pose to log out?" Lin Yi slipped and fell hard onto the floor, howling, "Stay right there, don't come over." He used his status to threaten, "You can't touch me. I am a prince of the elf race. If I lose a single hair, there will definitely be a bloody war between our 2 races." The surrounding audience began to whisper that Lin Yi deserves to die, but if he really kills him, the elf royal family will cause a riot. No matter how reckless Lin Han is, he probably doesn't want to make enemies with the whole elf race. He fully understood that this was a massive burden. If the elves really brought an army to cause trouble, it would be a headache. Lin Yi mistakenly thought he had the upper hand and laughed arrogantly. "Lin Han, I know very well you don't have the guts to kill me, just be a good boy and know your place." Lin Han didn't say a second word, landing a solid punch right in the delusional guy's face. "Know your place, my ass. Today I have to use the Song of Boxing to educate you guys on the definition of the fist of justice." The entire stadium immediately erupted in cheers. Oh wow, he really punched him. Lin Han is so awesome, slapping the face of the whole elf race. Lin Han is truly the dream guy. The crowd was extremely excited by his endless badassery. As for Lin Han, he turned to help Tian Jiao. "Banzai, my friend, don't let yourself actually go blind." The chubby boy patted his chest to reassure him. "Don't worry, I still need to open my eyes wide to watch you dominate the world." The system announcement echoed loudly. The final victory goes to the trio Lin Han, Tian Jiao, and Sun Nian Wei. The three of them helped each other stand on the podium of glory. Zhuo Ling asked in confusion, "Sister, what do we do now?" Zhuo Yan said decisively, "Who cares about him? If he wants to pick a fight with us, he has to get past the queen first." Hearing that, she smiled brightly. "Exactly, I've tolerated this useless prince to the point of depression." The loudspeaker announced the next match, inviting the two teams into the combat zone. The members included Su Ting, Hai Mei, and Huang Shan, and on their side, Hai Mei excitedly called out, "Gear up, sisters, let them know what it's like when women take action." The opposing team's roster had Qin Zhan, Ma Sha, and Deng Su. This bunch arrogantly said, "Oh, just some weak girls, we hit the jackpot. We could win with our eyes closed." As soon as the battle signal ended, that guy carried his greatsword and mocked, bringing a bow to the arena. "Wait until I get close, and you'll be sent straight to the grave, little girl." Lin Han frowned slightly and analyzed. The arena area is too narrow, long-range archers have no solid hiding spots and will definitely become easy prey. Tian Jiao tried to squint. "Weird, the fighting is so loud but my eyes are still blurry, what's going on?" Hai Mei channeled her power to draw the bowstring, saying coldly, "Just keep laughing, you'll cry later." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. In this round, if Hai Mei doesn't chip away their health before they close the distance, it's going to be tough. That guy gently knocked away the flying arrow, provoking, "Such a weak shot, it doesn't even feel good enough to scratch an itch." He leaped and dashed toward Hai Mei's position. He guessed inwardly, this phase depends on whether Hai Mei can catch the exact moment the opponent exposes a fatal weakness. She smiled with full confidence. The fish took the bait. The system immediately updated, shadow-chasing arrows homing effect activated. The longer it flies, the more terrifying the critical hit. An arrow pierced deeply into the opponent's shoulder, and Hai Mei triumphantly concluded, "This is what you call a shot that sends the opponent packing." He couldn't help but clap in praise, seeing her handle the enemy so smoothly. As expected, Hai Mei didn't disappoint me. Now I just need to grab a seat and wait for Su Ting and Huang Shan's show. On Su Ting's side, they had already clashed fiercely, two spears colliding with fiery sparks. An angry shout rang out, "Have a taste of my spear." He raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, Su Ting's opponent is also a knight class. In this match, whoever holds the sharper spear holds the victory. The opponent was extremely arrogant. "I am a defense-type knight. Did you think it would be easy to beat me, little girl?" But in the blink of an eye, the sturdy shield was shattered to pieces, and the guy turned pale in shock. "What kind of dark magic is this?" Su Ting stroked her hair and showed off proudly, "This dragon gall spear is a premium gift from my captain. How could your flimsy pieces of sheet metal withstand it?" She pressed her advantage thoroughly. "If you know what's good for you, raise the white flag to save yourself the pain." The enemy mage was furious. "So unlucky, two of my teammates are already done for just like that." The old man planned to use his ultimate move, muttering that it seemed he had to use this deadly trick, completely unaware that Huang Shan was swiftly sliding up behind him. She pressed the cold blade against his neck, smiling gently. "Uncle, were you having so much fun that you forgot about me?" The old mage trembled and quickly raised his hands. Okay, I surrender." Huang Shan turned toward him, smiling brightly. "Boss, how many points do you rate our performance?" Lin Han gave a thumbs up in praise. "Very smooth, excellent. You guys have really leveled up lately." Su Ting shrugged dismissively. Basically, these guys were too noob. I didn't even get to go all out before it was over. I wish we could spar with the captain in the finals. That would be awesome. Huang Shan shook her head and stuck her tongue out, fighting the boss. That match would definitely be hell on earth. Tian Jiao asked in bewilderment, why are you girls so confident that our whole gang will survive to the finals? What if we draw each other next round, then we're screwed? Just as he finished speaking, the loudspeaker rang out, leaving everyone speechless. The next matchup will be Lin Han, Tian Jiao, and Sun Nianwei's team having a martial arts exchange with Su Ting, Hai Mei, and Huang Shan's team. Please step onto the chopping block. Su Ting glared at him. Banzai, your jinxing mouth is unbearable. Hai Mei also nodded in agreement. Su Ting beat him up. Being cornered and beaten by the ladies, the chubby boy held his head and cried out, spare me, my eyes are still blurry, don't bully a disabled person. Su Ting scolded, disabled my foot, you just opened your eyes wide to jinx us. Huang Shan laughed and quickly intervened, all right sisters, go easy on brother Banzai. Save some energy so we can bash each other in the arena later. As soon as they settled in the arena, the starting whistle echoed. Both teams have checked in charge. Tian Jiao grimaced like a monkey. It's only the second round and we're already having a civil war. How are we supposed to fight? If Su Ting loses, she'll skin me alive. Lin Han patted his shoulder to remind him, gather your spirit. Fighting with everything you've got is the way to show respect to our friends. Su Ting started assigning targets. I'll take Banzai, you two handle those two big shots. Both of them nodded in agreement. Tian Jiao brandished his blade to intimidate her. Today I'll let you taste the sharpness of my golden wood blade. Su Ting retorted fearlessly, bring it on Banzai, my dragon gall spear is also very sharp. Nianwei prepared to buff their energy. Banzai, let me pump some gas into you so you can fly faster. Huang Shan quickly launched a preemptive strike. We have to silence Sister Nianwei's support skills immediately. Sister Hai Mei, go ahead. She drew her bow and winked, leave it to me. A wind-tearing arrow shot out, ripping through space. The deadly arrowhead was heading straight for Nianwei's position. She panicked and cried out, oh no, did Hai Mei target me from the start? Lin Han teleported over and knocked that dangerous arrow away in a split second. He instructed Nianwei, just let me be your shield, you focus on casting your skills. Huang Shan suddenly ambushed from behind, boss, I've been waiting for this moment of negligence for a long time. But the little girl fell into a reverse trap. He smirked, just acting a bit for fun. I've also been waiting for you to jump out of the bushes this whole time, immediately activating malicious fluctuation. Blazing sword streak flashed like lightning straight toward Huang Shan. The little girl stepped back in shock. I was invisible so perfectly, how could you still sniff me out? He smiled and replied, your boss is hiding a basket full of talents, you don't even know the half of it. Huang Shan frowned in thought, usually no one can dodge my sneak attack, does he have a danger warning radar? Looks like I'll have to use that method. While she was still thinking, a band of light tightly bound her ankle. Huang Shan was startled, what the heck is this? My legs are stiff, I'm running as slow as a turtle now. Su Ting also stared wide-eyed, this damn halo of light, could it be? It was Hai Mei's turn to have her legs tightly bound. This is definitely Nianwei's extreme light ring. If you get hit by this, you can only crawl, let alone run or jump. Nianwei gathered her strength to cast the extreme light ring, declaring confidently, don't look down on support players. Sometimes turning the tide of the game relies on the person standing behind. Lin Han smiled with satisfaction. My friend Nianwei has truly grown up now. She jumped up and cheered, Captain, move forward, go all out and reach the finals. The sword in Lin Han's hand was fully charged with power. It's time to wrap this up. This move is a complimentary gift of respect for the three heroes on the enemy side. Hai Mei bit her lip in confusion, losing to Nianwei in strategy and eating Lin Han's dust in brawn. Su Ting gritted her teeth in frustration. Are we really going to be cut short here? Huang Shan flexed all her muscles trying to break the binding. If we haven't fallen, we haven't lost. She gritted her teeth, broke through and jumped up. The good show is still ahead. Huang Shan dashed past Lin Han, as fast as a terrifying tornado. He was completely startled, moving this fast. She's a superhuman, not a normal person. Could it be that the binding ring unlocked Huang Shan's hidden power? She charged straight at the easiest target, sorry Sister Nianwei. Nianwei stumbled clumsily and fell hard onto the floor after taking a simulated knife strike. Huang Shan suddenly realized, the binding ring is fading, It must be because Sister Nian Wei's spell was interrupted. Su Ting broke free from the clamp and rushed to punch Tian Jiao relentlessly. Awesome, I'm out of the cage, good job Huang Shan. Jaime had her bow and arrow ready. Let's go all out, sisters, fight to the last drop of blood. To behead the general, you must kill the king. You two pour all your damage into the boss for me. Su Ting enthusiastically agreed, approved. I'd rather fall in the arena than surrender. The three heroines leaped into the air simultaneously. All points were aimed straight at Lin Han. Charge, sisters, we must turn the tide of this match. He leisurely raised his sword, muttering, these kids grow up so fast, I have to use the heavy weaponry. A massive wave of sword energy shone brilliantly, tearing through space. The audience outside staggered and held onto each other. Oh my God, the blinding sword energy, this strike will level the entire arena. Will those three girls survive this trial? Tian Jiao and Nian Wei were blown far back by the wind. Lin Zai, everyone be careful. On the opposite side, the silhouette of a girl landed heavily. They sighed in relief and exclaimed, the show is finally over, that feels great. Tian Jiao ran over hastily to check on them. Hey, you girls aren't hurt, right? Nian Wei helped her friend up and smiled. Jaime, I truly admire your spirit. Tian Jiao carried Su Ting on his back, teasing, from now on I have to give you guys the title of the Reckless Trio, Su Ting. She whispered weakly, luckily little Huang Shan carried us, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to hold out until the very end. Jaime nodded in acknowledgement, totally true. If she hadn't pumped us up with mental doping, we wouldn't have risked our lives like that. Huang Shan lowered her head, looking dejected, but we still ate dirt. The boss just completely outclassed us. Lin Han reached out to ruffle her hair and smiled. Being able to fight to the bitter end, while hanging by a thread, already puts you ahead of so many people. To me, no one is in last place today. You guys have excellently surpassed your own limits. Huang Shan looked up with teary eyes. Are you telling the truth? He pulled her arm and lifted her up. If you don't believe me, prick up your ears and listen. From the audience seats came roaring applause. Such a peak match. These girls are so tough, even though they lost, they still make people obsess over them. The girls blushed shyly, so happy we got to fight to our heart's content. The whole arena is cheering. It's so embarrassing. The bell rang again. Congratulations to the three-person party Lin Han, Tian Jiao, and Sun Nian Wei for their victory. Next round, this party will clash with Qiu He, Lu Nan, and Lu Bei's group. Please step onto the chopping block. He frowned and thought to himself, Qiu He, I think I've checked out this gang's match history before. This group is definitely a stumbling block on our journey to grab the championship cup. Tian Jiao scratched his head, trying hard to jog his memory. This name sounds very familiar. Where did I meet them before? The boy snapped his fingers and pointed straight at the big boss lady over there. I remember now, that lady is the world-renowned #1 martial artist, knocking out countless talents and never tasting defeat, Qiu He. Hearing someone call her name, Qiu He stood tall with her arms crossed coldly. She cleared her throat. Well, I didn't expect my reputation to fly so far. The two underlings behind her chimed in arrogantly. You brats still look wet behind the ears. You probably don't want your skulls crushed by one punch, right? If you know what's good for you, quickly kneel down and surrender. Lin Han smiled faintly and signaled, very well, brothers, let's gear up to welcome our guests. The referee's whistle blew loudly, confirming both sides were ready. Let the battle begin. Qiu He charged forward aggressively to take the vanguard. Bumping into me means your journey to win the cup ends right here. A punch landed like a hammer from the sky, and Lin Han swiftly leaped high and somersaulted to dodge. He immediately called a Yi into battle. Your punch hurts, but today I will sponsor a punching bag for you that is harder than steel. She pounded her fists together with burning fighting spirit. Thanks to the master for letting me out to blow off some steam. Qiu He frowned, feeling insulted. Who are you looking down on? Are you planning to use this tiny bug to block my attacks? Lin Han smirked and warned, if you look down on a Yi, don't cry later. She had already dashed right up to the enemy's face, bending the rules to show you the definition of the primordial 10 fiends horned ant. Two terrifying forces punched straight into each other, exploding the ground. Qiu He's eyes widened. What the hell, this ant is clearly not to be trifled with. The two of them lunged at each other again, punching fiercely in round 2. On the other side, the two guys were also passionately battling with words and swords. The opponent roared, Chubby Banzai, come take my blade. The boy didn't back down and shouted back, how can your blade be as premium as this master's treasure? The oldest mage in the group started unleashing a blizzard. Your pet is busy playing with Kyuhi, so let me take care of your life. Nyan Wei jumped out to block the screen. If you want to touch the captain's shirt, you have to step over my dead body. Bright magic circles tightly bound that blizzard. Each block of cold ice cracked and fell to the floor. Nyan Wei held her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully I shielded in time. Lin Han nodded as he looked at his teammate. Nyan Wei has been buffing skills so smoothly lately, she's practically on par with the pros. The old mage got pissed and summoned a massive block of ice. I've worn out my shoes roaming the martial world. I won't be easily defeated by a wet behind-the-ears brat like you. A huge flaming ice spear was gradually taking shape. Let's see how you dodge this. Nyan Wei on the other side braced herself, channeling all her energy to cast Extreme Light Ring to fight back. She secretly sweated. This massive block of ice might crush me, but the captain and Banzai are fighting with their lives on the line. If I chicken out now, it's all over. But ultimately, the extreme limit still couldn't put a scratch on that violent ice tip. She gave up and squeezed her eyes shut. Well, that's the end of my beautiful life. Lin Han appeared in a flash, cleaving the massive block of ice wide open in half. Nyan Wei, focus. A sharp wave of sword energy had pierced straight into the core of the ice formation. The old mage dropped his jaw in horror looking at the flying power. My 1,000-year blizzard was smashed like a piece of paper. Good heavens. He dashed over and kicked him into a corner. Get out of the way and let people fight. She shielded her teammates. That kid controlling the beast hits hard. You don't stand a chance against him. Let me wring his neck. The old man nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I'll leave it all to you. Yi tailed her relentlessly. Our fight still isn't over. Don't even think about messing with my boss. Lin Han raised his hand to stop her. Yi, take a rest. Just by looking at my sword techniques she could gauge my true strength. This he truly deserves to have me personally receive her attacks. She obediently stepped back. Yi understands, I do whatever the boss says. She retreated outside the boundary, yielding the shining stage to her boss. Lin Han nodded in praise. Your skill level is truly no joke. Today my hands are itching to serve you a match. The remaining teammate broke into a cold sweat. He is the final boss of our team. If she collapses, we'll be eating dirt instead of leveling up. Tian Jiao swung his blade down. Where are you looking, idiot? The guy muttered in frustration. So unlucky, this chubby guy's blade strikes are so fierce. The boy smashed with all his might, breaking the opponent's weapon in half. Today I'll let you know the power of the golden wood blade. The guy held his head and cried out, Oh my precious blade. After that the guy smeared fresh blood on the chipped blade, grumbling, I was planning to hide this until the championship fight, but since you pushed me, I'll just unleash my premium skill early. A blood-red, radiant blade appeared with a deadly name, Fatal Blood Blade. The guy swung the bloody blade and lunged forward. Take a hit from me, sweetheart. Tian Jiao lifted his chin proudly. No one in this world has ever chipped my golden wood blade. But that ghostly blade pierced right through Tian Jiao's weapon. Who said I wanted to break your weapon? Light cleaving slash. A streak of blood spurted out. The chubby boy held his wound and gritted his teeth, muttering, quite impressive, I hit a tough bone. Tian Jiao activated his berserker's heart mode. But even if I die I won't back down. Let me open your eyes to the true aura of a real warrior. Just one swing sent the opponent flying into the distance, and the mage waddled over to help him up. Boss, are you okay? Tian Jiao got healed and arrogantly asked Nyan Wei, do you see how incredibly badass this young master is? His friend enthusiastically praised along, yeah, badass enough to make me cry. Banzai, shut your mouth so I can treat your wound. The old mage on the other side was also busy healing his teammate. Boss, hold on, don't die right now. Lin Han cast a worried glance at his two friends. Nyan Wei was busy applying medicine for Banzai, so she had no free hands to fight. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself this time. He aggressively dashed forward. Now the two of us can fight to the death freely, exactly the style I like. He smiled in response, great minds think alike, quite my taste. She had already loaded blazing fire into both her fists. Lin Han, let me test your bones and show you how fiercely a top-tier martial artist burns. Lin Han barely leaned his body to dodge the swinging fist grazing his face, secretly praising in his mind, truly a world-class puncher. The striking force is not only brutal, but the speed is terrifying. Wow, just one light hit, and my head would shatter like a watermelon instantly. He lifted her chin arrogantly. Sooner or later you'll get beaten up. Let's see how many more beats you can sneak through. A barrage of punches fired toward Lin Han like bullets. He hurriedly raised his sword as a shield, secretly breaking into a sweat, fast as lightning. The terrifying pressure pushed him dozens of meters back on the arena floor. After struggling for a while, Lin Han's feet finally pinned down firmly onto the ground. He told himself the physical strength is too surreal. Even the nine-leaf sword is trembling in exhaustion. He leaped up, ready to seal the match. Nowhere left to dodge, sweetheart, it's time to close the curtains. Lin Han immediately activated latent lightning wings, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. HMPH, we'll have to reconsider that. The full-force punch swung into empty air, leaving her dizzy with her mouth shaped like an O and eyes wide. Is this a magic trick? He hovered above, staring down at the scene. It was unbelievable that the destructive power was this dreadful. Your fists are truly high quality. It seems that to defeat this demoness, petty sword tricks won't work anymore. He brought out her trump card, planning to use your ult, huh? It seems I'll also go all out without hiding anything anymore. Right behind her, the majestic silhouette of the white crane war dance spreading its wings appeared. Even he was startled and amazed, a truly overwhelming aura. He dragged that brutal pressure along and swept forward. Lin Han, prick up your ears. This is the heavy artillery I plan to save for the championship match. You should be grateful to lose your life under this ultimate skill. He, on the contrary, still smiled calmly. I admit you're tough, but trying to take my life is a bit delusional. Lin Han called Yi into battle, show her what a real deadly strike looks like. She obediently followed orders. Yes, boss, leaving He looking as dumbfounded as a cow wearing a hat. Wait, what? Yi compressed a massive amount of power into one punch. Let me crush this little killer move trick of yours. The two fists collided, blowing up the arena, and he dropped her jaw, muttering, this makes no sense, this is fiction. Crashing onto the floor with a thud, she sulked in dissatisfaction. A world-renowned grand martial artist like me, how could I fall flat on my face against a beast-taming brat? He jumped straight up into the sky. Lin Han, even if it burns up my youth. He absolutely refused to raise the white flag. Lin Han drew his sword and pointed it straight. You want to drag me down with you? Too bad your level isn't high enough for that. He gritted her teeth, her eyes red, raising her fists high. But a storm of overwhelmingly powerful swords drowned her, plunging her straight into the crater. He's head spun, slowly losing consciousness, moving her lips to sigh totally, outclassed. The old mage stared blankly at his big boss lying flat in the bomb crater. He is foaming at the mouth. He hurriedly raised both hands to surrender without my team is eating dirt. We raise the white flag and withdraw. The loudspeaker rang again. The golden trio of destruction Lin Han, Tian Jiao, and Sun Nian Wei continues to win. The whole audience went wild. Lin Han fought so intensely. I can't believe the martial arts boss he dropped so easily, absolutely mind-blowing. Tian Jiao scratched his head shyly. Lin Zai, in the end I still had you carry me. Lin Han turned and asked Ban Zai, are you all right now? Nian Wei patted her chest and sighed in relief. Thankfully I stuffed cotton to stop the bleeding in time, otherwise he would have ascended to heaven. Looking at the dried blood patch on Tian Jiao's chest, Su Ting clicked her tongue. My, Ban Zai really took a beating this time. Wang Shen asked sympathetically, Brother Ban Zai, it stings a lot, doesn't it? The boy winked and bragged, you worry too much. I'm as tough as a leech. How could I die so easily? Suddenly the system loudspeaker crackled loudly. The semifinals have officially concluded. Up next is the finals for the championship throne, inviting all heroes who passed the trial to warm up and prepare for the chopping block. Tian Jiao frowned in worry. I'm screwed. Going into the arena crippled like this will only make me a heavy burden for Lin Zai and Nian Wei to carry. Su Ting patted his shoulder to comfort him. Relax, I got wind of the new rules. The finals is a solo free-for-all. The captain and Nian Wei can handle themselves. Just lie back, cross your legs, and wait for your treatment while enjoying the show. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and entrusted his dreams. That's great then. Lin Zai and Nian Wei, listen carefully. If you don't bring the golden cup back here, this young master will shave both your heads. The two teammates beat their chests and promised, don't worry Ban Zai, your blood wasn't shed in vain. Today we will squeeze out all our strength to snatch the cup for you to see. The loudspeaker called the names of the warriors entering the finals, including Lin Han, Sun Nian Wei, Avenging Queen, Avenging Emperor. plus Jia Yi and Pan Tu. In short, there were 6 people. As soon as those guys came up, they mocked, "I've been waiting for you guys till my neck got stiff. You're so slow." Another guy snapped back, "Shut your mouth. Your rambling has been giving me a headache." He scanned and assessed them secretly. These 2 have a bit of skill but are nothing to worry about, not the final bosses yet. Lin Han glanced sideways at the pair wearing royal titles. What's up with these 2? They give off a shady, ghostly vibe. Observing closely, the foolishly dressed royal couple in front. Nyan Wei whispered in his ear, "Boss, I smell a hair-raising aura of death emanating from this couple." The system immediately rang out to announce the rules. This round is a free-for-all deathmatch, every man for himself. He patted her shoulder and instructed, "Stay calm. When the whistle blows, I'll charge in and clear the trash. You just hide behind me and heal. It'll be fine." The 3 parties had taken their places. The notification for the grand finale officially fired off. Lin Han told himself that the ones who made it here are all tough veterans. This match will definitely be a river of blood. As soon as those 2 guys entered, they clashed fiercely. "If I send you packing, the cup is mine. Since our skills are on par, I'll beat you first. Those small fries can be cleaned up later." Nyan Wei blinked in confusion. "I thought they were buddies. How did they flip the script so fast?" Lin Han smiled faintly. "Those 2 clowns still haven't figured out the current situation." His eyes were locked on that bizarre couple. In reality, those 2 were the true ultimate nightmare. Those 2 guys were still bickering. "Pan Tu, I'm the real boss. You only deserve to be at the bottom. Stop talking nonsense and surrender. I might spare your life." Queen Jai Jai sneered, "These noisy peasants are hurting my ears." As if understanding her, the emperor instantly dashed toward the 2 fighting fools. He grabbed the idiots by the backs of their necks and smashed their heads together with a sickening crack. Lin Han jolted and quickly drew his weapon. Holy crap! Nyan Wei covered her mouth in terror, stammering, taking lives in a split second. What a ruthless monster. To keep his teammate alive, he shouted, "Nyan Wei, jump off the ring right now." She was stunned. Why? Lin Han urgently warned, "Their killing intent is off the charts. Staying here is just throwing your life away. Press the forfeit button or they'll chop your head off." She didn't want to be a burden anymore. "I'm out of here." As soon as she disappeared, the loudspeaker announced that contestant Nyan Wei voluntarily forfeited. Now there were only 3 lives left on the chopping block. The close-knit group rushed over to comfort her. "Phew, Nyan Wei, making it to this rank is already awesome enough." She sighed with heavy regret. "I love you guys so much. Just sad I couldn't fight alongside the boss until the end. I'm still too green. If I stubbornly stayed, the captain would have broken his back carrying me." Huang Shan kept her eyes glued to the couple in the ring. "Weird, why do these 2 look so familiar?" Queen Jai Jai spoke in a chilling voice. "Lin Han, wash your neck and wait for me to take your life." Lin Han frowned, watching them pull their tricks. He skillfully swung his sword to deflect all the hidden projectiles. Tusk, these petty insect tricks are outdated." Queen Jai Jai hissed, "Smash his skull for me." The emperor swung a blood-reeking slash straight at him. His sword path slipped through the gap and thrust right into the guy's face. Might as well seize this juicy opening. But when the blade sliced across his head, only a hat clattered to the ground. He stepped back in disbelief. "Hold on, what just flew off?" Meeting the other guy's dull red eyes, Lin Han was dumbfounded. Turns out it was just a wooden mannequin. The audience dropped their jaws in bewilderment. That vengeful emperor guy isn't a real person. You can compete with a doll too. No wonder he covered his face so tightly. Huang Shan slapped her thigh. I've dug up the origin of this scarecrow." The little girl hurriedly shouted her report. "Big bro. This thing is called King Jai Bai, the boss of Qi Ren Duan. It's the carefully hidden trump card of that old hag Queen Jai Jai." Queen Jai Jai gnashed her teeth. "Huang Shan, you ungrateful brat. You have the audacity to expose my secrets to this little punk. Since you dared to turn your back on Qi Ren Duan, wash up and wait for the day I peel your skin to make a scarecrow. I will make you dance and serve me for life." Hearing that, Huang Shan shrank her neck, trembling like a leaf. "No, I don't want to." Lin Han pointed his cold sword tip straight at the hag. "What a foul mouth." Huang Shan already withdrew her name from the troop. "What right do you have to demand her capture? If you want to pluck her feathers, step over her big bro's dead body first." The woman sneered while pulling Jai Bai's strings. "Life and death waivers were signed at the start of the tournament. Even if I carve you up, no law can cuff me. If you want to play hero, I'll permanently log you out on this very stage." Tian Jiao and Hai Mei protested indignantly, bringing a block of wood into the arena. How is anyone supposed to fight that? We strongly protest. Strip that toy of its right to compete immediately. Jai Jai smirked mockingly. You Tian Long folks are so short-sighted. I belong to the puppeteer class, so King Jai Bai is my weapon. How is that against the rules? He muttered to himself, this ante is coming straight for me. A clash is inevitable sooner or later. Lin Han cleared his throat. I can fight you, but there must be a condition. Once you lose, you are strictly forbidden from bothering Huang Shan ever again. And the people of Qi Ren Duan shouldn't even dream of showing their faces in this Tian Long Empire anymore. Hearing that, the little girl teared up with emotion. Big bro. Jai Jai burst into loud laughter upon hearing that. You're truly an arrogant brat. I agree to all of it. But that request will never come true. You ask why. She frantically pulled the strings, making the puppet dash over in a flash. Because your life is about to fall right into my hands. King Jai Bai, make these frogs at the bottom of the Tian Long well taste your power. From the center of the puppet's palms, countless blinding beams of light were suddenly fired. He easily dodged to the side. You think these cheap tricks can take my life? Jai Jai's 10 fingers kept twitching the strings nimbly. Lin Han, keep that smile because you won't be able to smile later. Crackling sounds echoed as all the joints on Jai Bai's body began to interlock. A series of bone joints on its frame tightly fused into a solid block. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bizarre creature with a long, creepy spine and 6 ghastly protruding arms. Lin Han clicked his tongue. This seems a bit tough. This plywood block even knows how to play Power Rangers. As the giant rushed over, he leaped into the air, instantly coming up with a move to deal with this pile of pressed wood. Lin Han channeled his inner energy to summon fire, planning to let this dry firewood taste a brilliant barbecue party. A roaring, blazing red fire shot straight toward the top of the puppet's head. However, a series of holes in Jai Bai's hands suddenly opened up, swallowing that entire warming fire into its belly. Lin Han's face darkened. What the hell is that? She smiled with satisfaction. Everyone in the world knows wood fears fire. Did you think I'd bring firewood out to the streets without a fire extinguisher ready? Instantly, a razor-sharp blade sprouted from Jai Bai's arm. Jai Jai acted all high and mighty. The holes on my treasure aren't just for shooting poison needles, but they can also devour fire damage completely. All your thermal energy turns into its backup power. She glared and waved her hand. King Jai Bai, chop that brat into pieces of charcoal for me. Lin Han then activated the Xuan he steals copying trick. Tusk, got it. Thanks Auntie for the thorough tutorial. A gigantic boulder whizzed out, aiming straight for Jai Bai's skull. Jai Jai controlled the puppet to smash the boulder into pieces. If you just run around like that, you have no chance to counterattack. Don't dream of taking down my baby. He smirked as his hand finished molding an energy sphere. Who says there's no chance? I've been waiting for exactly this moment. Lin Han immediately infused his power into the tiny floating gravel. Thousands of pebbles rained down like bullets toward Jai Bai. Eat this, baby. The puppet's hands immediately opened their mouths, swallowing that hail of crushed stones. Every single pebble was pulled deep into the hollows by a massive suction force. Jai Jai giggled, burning with fire did nothing. You think these few grains of grit can scratch King Jai Bai? You truly are the lord of naivety. He threw out his lethal move. Is that so? Have a taste of Tong Tian Quan. A barrage of resounding punches relentlessly slammed into the puppet's body. Jai Jai froze, sweating profusely. What the hell is happening? My precious is supposed to be as hard as diamond. The wooden machine she always proudly boasted about now collapsed with a crash right in front of her nose. Lin Han lifted his chin triumphantly. How's that? My grit has some martial arts too, doesn't it? Jai Jai scratched her head in total confusion. Nonsense, pure nonsense. What kind of curse did you put on my puppet? He shrugged and clicked his tongue. Nothing much. Just use stones to clog up all its suction holes, cutting off its energy supply, that's all. Looking at her puppet reduced to mashed mushrooms, she gnashed her teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it. Lin Han strolled over, ready to collect his dues. Your toy went offline, now brace yourself for a beating, ouch. She fell to her knees and begged, wait, please show mercy, great hero. Just leave me a way out, I'll do whatever you say, even be your beast of burden. Lin Han snorted coldly, then stick to our initial agreement. Absolutely no more bullying Huang Shan, otherwise, even if you hide at the end of the world, I'll dig up your grave and make you regret it. Jai Jai trembled, unable to refuse. Yes, I swear to heaven and earth, All grudges with Huang Shan are erased from today. Our Qi Ren Duan won't dare bother the little girl anymore. Huang Shan skipped happily into the ring, swarming around him, ignoring Zhai Jai who was silently packing her bags. The little girl cheered joyfully. Big bro is awesome. I betted that you would win for sure. The loudspeaker echoed across the hall. The champion of this year's professional tournament officially calls the name Lin Han, monopolizing the throne of the leaderboards. The prize includes 50 million in cash, along with the masterpiece Long Lin dagger. He stretched his shoulders proudly amidst the sea of people screaming his name at the top of their lungs, Lin Han. He was thrilled inside as the quest board announced completion, instantly sweeping up 5,000 beast taming points. Oh my, with this amount of points, upgrading my pets will be a breeze. A staff member ran over to present the dagger to him. Mr. Lin, here is your prize. The cash portion will be transferred directly to your card shortly. We are extremely grateful to you for helping this year's tournament explode in popularity. He politely accepted it, thanks man. Lin Han caressed the flow of energy running along the razor-sharp blade. Wow, a stellar tier weapon. The organizers really went all out this time. The system popped up a message, Long Lin dagger, metal attribute stellar quality. Detailed description, forged from rare giant dragon scales, sharp enough to cut iron like slicing tofu. Huang Shan glued her eyes to the radiant item, marveling, wow, that dagger looks so sleek. Hai Mei and Su Ting walked over with bright smiles, clapping enthusiastically for Lin Han, truly impressive, sweeping the gold cup, and even smoothing out the trouble with Qi Ren Duan, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone today. He clapped his hands loudly to propose, if we don't go out for a massive feast to celebrate this, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice. The only issue is that Fatty over there is beaten to a pulp. He's probably out of commission. Guess he'll have to stay home under the covers to rest his bones. Tian Jiao, who was being heavily supported by Nian Wei, suddenly jumped up. Wait, what did you say? The fatty sprang up like a fresh shrimp, gritting his teeth to squeeze out a bright smile, who rumored I was useless. Even if I have to use crutches, I'll crawl to the party. Your fat master here has sworn to feast on your dime until I'm stuffed to my satisfaction. And so the whole gang dragged each other to a banquet. The sound of clinking glasses rang crisply, bottoms up for Lin Han's championship. He raised his glass, appreciating everyone. In this tournament, all of us gave it our all, overperforming expectations. Especially Huang Shan, the kiddo contributed a lot to the team. Everyone is super pleased with her. The little girl scratched her head shyly. Not at all. It was all thanks to the older brothers and sisters covering my back and taking care of me. He pulled out the hot item to gift her. Here, I'm yielding this dagger to you. Consider it an encouragement gift. Huang Shan stammered, dumbfounded, giving it to me. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, this treasure is too premium. I don't dare accept it. He shoved it straight into her hands. Just take it and use it. This type of thing was born for the assassin class. Only in your hands can it truly transform. While Huang Shan was still blinking her eyes, Tian Jiao squinted and smiled, saying, Junior sister, just go ahead and take it, don't be shy. Your fat bros toys were all fully sponsored by Mr. Lin too. Su Ting and Nian Wei also chimed in. My dragon-slaying spear was also looted from the captain's bag. Even this transcendent Halo skill book was begged for by the captain. Hai Mei nodded in agreement. Even I got to enjoy a skill book from Lin Han as a gift. Just accept it, kid, don't be so formal. Hearing those reassuring words, Huang Shan finally sighed in relief, hugged the item, and nodded, then I'll gladly pocket it, thank you big bro. Suddenly someone ran in and announced, Mr. Lin, there's a guest outside who wants to see you. He widened his eyes, looking for me. The waitress nodded repeatedly. Exactly, they are wearing really cool military uniforms. Looks like they were sent from the military academy. They look pretty tense. The whole group exchanged glances, guessing wildly, crap. Could it be that Boss Yi from the military academy got into some serious trouble? He scratched his chin, calculating, Boss Yi should be cleaning up trash at Fei Long Tower right now. Why would he have the free time to visit this place? So weird. Lin Han waved at the crew. You guys finish sweeping up this table. Let me go outside and take a look. He strolled out the front door, looking around, strange. They said they were here, but I don't see a single soul. He craned his neck, searching. Where did they hide? Meanwhile, the seemingly quiet waitress stealthily crept up behind him. She suddenly smashed the metal tray straight into his face. I'm right here. Lin Han reacted fiercely, pivoting on his heel and swinging a punch to block the ambush. Tong Tian Quan. At this moment, The talisman carefully hidden behind the tray revealed itself and activated its killing intent. A deafening explosion blasted right next to Lin Han's nose. He backed away, clicking his tongue, wow, fierce firepower, but hey lady, we are strangers. Why are we suddenly gifting each other bombs like this? She ripped off her disguise and waved her hand. Strangers or acquaintances doesn't matter. The point is that your head happens to be the first gig since Manhua started her assassination startup. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Oh, assassin profession, huh? I wonder which petty person's tail I stepped on. Manhua snorted. Someone about to go into the ground doesn't need to tire themselves out being curious. He burst out laughing. Oh my, every assassin recycles this same old script. It's so boring. Manhua flared up and retorted, ridiculous, I spent ages drafting that opening line. Are you mocking me to look down on this talisman master? Lin Han whistled to call Yi, baby, it's time to warm up your muscles. She nodded, accepting the order, piece of cake, let Yi slap her awake from her daydream. Yi had just slammed down an earth-shattering blow, but Manhua flexibly tumbled away out of sight. Seizing that moment, a talisman stuck tightly to the top of Yi's hair. An ear-piercing explosion rang out again. He cried out in alarm, Yi. Lin Han narrowed his eyes to look closely. Aha, so the bomb earlier was also created from this ragged piece of paper. Manhua laughed uproariously, blown to bits, huh? Is your pet just for decoration? Yi descended from the sky like a god, scratching an itch. You think a mosquito bite like this can take my life? Keep dreaming. Manhua was speechless, what the hell? The counterattack cracked the ground, sending mud and dirt flying everywhere. Manhua's face distorted as she stammered, You. What the heck do you eat to be as tough as a buffalo, not even losing a single hair? Terror began to peek through the assassin's eyes. Looking at Yi's ant-like figure, Manhua swallowed hard, muttering, such terrifying resistance. Could it be the heavenly ant from the Primordial 10 perils list? She panicked and waved her hands to surrender. Wait, stop right there, let's have a truce for a second. I'll pay up, can you sell this monster to me? My craving to own a primordial fierce beast is extremely intense right now. Lin Han laughed to the point of tears hearing that. You want to do business with me? Yi is a comrade who goes through life and death with me. How could your few pennies buy her off? Manhua whipped out a fire talisman, growling, playing hard to get. Then I'll just have to send you to the afterlife and pick it up myself. Yi got furious and lunged in. You little wench, dare to sow discord between me and my master. I'm mad now, I'm going to skin you. Two eerie talismans suddenly shot straight at Yi's legs. She widened her eyes. Huh, what kind of nonsense is this now? Manhua smirked. It hurts my heart. I can't bear to scratch a rare item. So I'll gift you 2 gravity talismans as a greeting present. Yi gritted her teeth and flexed, but her legs went soft, weird. Why do my legs feel like they're weighed down with lead? It feels exactly like wading through mud. Manhua smiled, eyes crinkling. Just stay planted there obediently. Wait until I'm done cleaning up your old master. Then I'll take you home. Yi angrily dropped to her knees. Damn it, stuck like this, how am I supposed to fight? Lin Han clicked his tongue, drawing his sword from its sheath. Yi is so tanky, yet she's helpless against these talismans. All right, let your master here personally verify the magic of these things. Manhua pouted dismissively, a beast tamer pulling out scrap metal to demand a one-on-one duel. Don't tell me that Primordial Beast is your only trump card. He smirked and gently reminded her. Oh, your eyesight is so poor. Can't you recognize that this Yi sword is also an item from the Primordial 10 perils collection? She shook her head vigorously. Stop bluffing, looking that dented. It's obviously scrap iron from the market. Saying that, she pulled out yet another talisman. Boom, a level 65 Wang Ming Reaper suddenly materialized out of thin air. She tilted her chin up. Seems like if I don't play my trump card, you'd think this Manhua only knows how to talk big. Lin Han stroked his chin, watching the phantom floating in front of him. Oh wow, your talismans even play the summoning system. I'm suddenly getting addicted to this game. He swung his sword to parry the first slash, but to be honest, just lugging out this blunt sickle to scare people isn't enough to trip me up. Manhua laughed smugly. Wang Ming Reaper is a guardian of the underworld. It doesn't use brute strength to brawl. Its real moneymaker is its ability to scoop up a whole horde of underworld souls to act as meat shields. She pointed her finger and shouted, Wang Ming Reaper, release all the fallen evil spirits for me. Instantly, a level 45 horde of fallen evil spirits swarmed out like a broken beehive. Lin Han flinched. Oh my god, Where did this massive crowd of ghosts come from like a festival? A few starving phantoms lunged toward him. Lin Han swept his sword across, but it slipped right through. He suddenly realized these pestilences were just illusions. Lion Hua laughed out loud, tasting bitterness yet buddy. These little imps are psychic type now. Earthly steel can chop till your hands get tired without cutting them, but if they slap you once, you'll fade away. Lin Han remained unfazed, watching the wisps of ghosts hovering. It doesn't work. Just wait and see, the good show is still ahead. Your stuff is pretty slick, but unfortunately. The dense horde of evil spirits had completely surrounded Lin Han, with no gaps left. He fanned out a sword path that wiped out the evil phantoms cleanly. You messed with the wrong boss. The tempest of Cao Zai Jian Ju poured out like a flood, instantly drowning the little imps. Lion Hua went cross-eyed, looking at the ghost head rolling to her feet. Wait, what the hell just happened? She trembled and hurriedly pulled out 2 talismans. This is really bad. What do I do now? If I mess this up, I might as well throw away my assassin title and go begging. Then she violently threw the 2 talismans at Lin Han's face. Watch me use the flame talisman to roast you into a roasted pig. Lin Han immediately snapped his fingers to call Xiao Zhen. Come out, kiddo. Teach this sister the consequences of recklessly roasting sweet potatoes. Xiao Zhen nodded. Boss's orders issued. Just leave it to me. Xiao Zhen blew out a roaring flame that devoured everything. You dare act tough in front of the Lord of Flames with these tiny firefly sparks. Makes me laugh till my jaw drops. Lion Hua plopped down on the ground in shock. This is so surreal. This guy raises 3 primordial monsters in his house. She frantically searched her memory. Crap, do I have any trump cards left capable enough to fight to the death with this guy? Got them, still have a few explosive talismans left to salvage this. But before she could act smug, a cold blade was already pressed against Lion Hua's carotid artery. He clicked his tongue and advised, put them away to save your arms from getting tired. Even if you pull out 1,000 talismans, I can still serve you a beatdown. She sat flat on the ground and wailed loudly, is it all over here? My youth is still blooming, I don't want to bite the dust yet. He looked bewildered. Why are you suddenly a crybaby? What kind of professional assassin has such a weak mentality? Lion Hua wailed even louder. I really am a piece of trash, not qualified to be an assassin. The world is right to curse me, I can't even chew through a frail beast tamer like you. Lin Han got annoyed and corrected her. Hey, are you confused? My beast tamer profession is highly prestigious. There's no concept of being frail here. He lowered his voice, bent down, and coaxed, all right, stop crying. Honestly, your talismans are really top-notch. If you open a stall to sell them, they'd sell like hotcakes immediately. You'd rake in the money. Lion Hua widened her teary eyes and asked, Really, bro, there are actually big shots craving my goods. He nodded affirmatively, of course. Thinking to himself, these papers are both convenient and versatile. If sold to the military to attach to gear, they'd be absolutely insanely awesome. Lin Han proposed a partnership. Nod your head and I'll connect you with boss Yi Tai Ching at the military academy. You can go there and name your price. Lion Hua was stunned. The military academy is willing to do business with me? Then I couldn't ask for more. He tossed a wad of cold hard cash right at her. Take this pile of Tian Long currency as a deposit. I'm buying every single talisman you're holding. Lion Hua stared in bewilderment. Are you crazy? Do you really want to spend your own money to buy my stuff? Lin Han smiled and said, money changes hands. From now on this pile of waste paper belongs to me. She was so thrilled she lunged forward to hug him tightly. Thank you so much, bro, for generously forgiving this impulsive girl, Lin Han. I've finally found the value of my life. Saying that, Lion Hua cheerfully waved her hand and slipped away quickly. Military academy, just wait and see me stir things up. Now I have to sprint home and grind out a few dozen more premium talismans. Only then did Lin Han slap his forehead. Screwed up. Got so caught up in shooting the breeze that I completely forgot to interrogate her about who was behind this assassination. By the way, that messy pile of talismans under Yi's feet also evaporated with its owner. She stretched out and vented her anger. Burden off. You little brat, stop right there so I can skin you. He hastily grabbed her shirt to hold her back. All right, Yi, let her go. Yi scratched her head, frowning. Is the boss okay? Why let that sly brat go? She just instigated to take your head, didn't she? Yi also popped out to add, Yi is absolutely right. You should at least pry her mouth open to see who pulled the strings, boss. Xiao Zhen also chimed in, I'm totally clueless too. Why is the boss doing business so weirdly? He casually clasped his hands behind his back. Let's make peace, guys. The underworld of this world is treacherous enough. We don't have the free time to throw ourselves into a tangled mess of hatred. To live up to being a hero, instead of using our skills to cause havoc, we should dedicate them to society. Only then can this mortal world become less murky and brighter. With everything settled, the whole gang sloppily packed their backpacks and headed to Long Gu Wasteland. Tianjiao used his hand to block the sun, looking far away. Oh wow, we dragged ourselves all the way to this Long Gu Wasteland. It's only about a half-day's walk from the military academy. Su Ting suddenly pointed, look, you guys check out over there. Long Gu Wasteland is under the jurisdiction of the military academy, right? Those people have totally unfamiliar faces. They don't look like students at all. What are they doing dragging themselves here? Hai stroked her chin, analyzing. Around here, there's only the Fei Long Tower. Maybe that group caught a whiff of something and crawled their way there to scavenge. Lin Han hoisted his backpack and took the lead. The road back to school has to pass by Fei Long Tower anyway. Let's just go take a quick peek. We'll know right away instead of blindly guessing. The crowd of strangers kept frantically urging each other. Lengthen your strides, guys. One beat too slow and the underworld will sweep all the treasures clean. Huang Shan ran over, blinking her eyes to strike up a conversation. Hey brothers, where are we heading in such a hurry? The guy quickly patted his chest, to quell the chaos at Fei Long Tower, of course. Wait, didn't you guys read the news? Boss Yi Tai Ching from the military academy just issued a recruitment decree. Now professional players nationwide are swarming there, hoping to change their lives overnight after slaying the dragon. His buddy babbled on. If you snag the first prize scratch card, not only do you get listed on the military's golden board, but you can also freely scavenge and hunt rare items in Fei Long Tower. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, meat offered right to the cat's mouth. Only a fool wouldn't bite. Lin Han nodded, his eyes lighting up. Ah, I see. The hot news about Fei Long Tower has alerted the big shots. No wonder the government is being so strict. He waved his hand, inviting his crew. Start the engines. Let's hit the road. We'll take a few laps around that tower too. Maybe we can contribute our meager strength as well. At the tower gates, Tai Ching was holding a megaphone, blaring, "Brothers, after you scan the code and register, please stand still and wait for dispatch. No wandering around. When you enter Fei Long Tower, the Lizardman Dragonkin priestess will brief everyone on the battle situation." His group squeezed to the front, waving their hands excitedly. "Boss Yi, our squad of kids has swum back to shore." He widened his eyes. "Oh, is that Lin Han?" Tai Ching grabbed his hand and patted his shoulder. "My ears perked up and heard all about your squad's achievements in the recent tournament. Really formidable. Congratulations." Lin Han smiled modestly. "Thank you, Boss Yi, for the high praise." Glanced around the chaotic sea of people. It's as crowded as a festival out here. Looks like the military top brass is really spooked by this Fei Long Tower incident, huh? The boss nodded firmly. "Absolutely. Thanks to that stack of documents you smuggled back the other day, I submitted them, and the higher-ups approved immediately, appointing me as the general commander to clean up this mess." He scratched his head in confusion. "So what happened next?" "Accidentally skipped work for a whole month. Just how chaotic is it inside Fei Long Tower now, boss?" He sighed. Big sis Aligia from the Lizardman Dragonkin tribe had a vision that the 1,000-year-old hibernating magic dragon is showing signs of sleepwalking and is about to wake up for breakfast. Tai Ching spilled his guts. They are frantically gathering bait to feed that magic dragon when it opens its eyes. The moment that monster yawns and wakes up, sweeping all the food in the tower clean, the entire dragon tribe will surge out of Fei Long Tower, descending upon the human realm to start a hunting feast. Lin Han clenched his fists heroically. "Then this is bad. Our brethren must form a squad to exterminate all these evil dragons before that magic dragon can even step out of the tower doors." The boss patted his shoulder. "Very reasonable." Lin Han still felt uneasy, pointing at the crowd. "Then why don't you call the regular army and bring out the cannons to blast them quickly? Why scatter flyers calling this bunch of professional players into Fei Long Tower?" Tai Ching exhaled heavily. "Unfortunately, our neighbors have been lurking around lately, jumping at every little thing. The political situation is as tight as a bowstring. If I withdraw troops, the borders will instantly turn into total chaos. Can't take that risk." Clapped his hands together, realizing the truth. "No wonder you lured this bunch of professional players into the tower to farm and hunt for rare items, borrowing a knife to kill someone and extinguishing the dragon disaster, right?" He nodded, spot on. "Not only does it save border troop numbers, but it also creates a playground for the nation's underworld to level up, perfect on both ends. Lin Han thumped his chest and swore, "Boss Yi, rest assured, our group swears to sell our lives for the country. If there's trouble, we'll charge in." The boss smiled, eyes crinkling, and patted his back. "Well done, true to the style of this master's favorite student." Took the chance to report. "The thing is, I accidentally became sworn siblings with the boss lady A Li Jia of the Lizardman Dragonkin tribe. That group is also getting battered by this dragon disaster. Representing the Tian Long Empire, I thumped my chest and promised an all-inclusive package to slay the evil dragons for them." As soon as A Li Jia saw Lin Han, she happily rushed over. "Oh, benefactor Lin Han, I bet with the village that you would come to our rescue." He smiled brightly and patted his chest. "A Li Jia, my words carry the weight of 1,000 gold pieces. How could I break my promise to our Lizardman Dragonkin compatriots?" She teared up and said, "With the backing of your formidable lineup, my tribe can consider this calamity escaped." After that, A Li Jia stepped onto the high podium and spoke loudly. "Have all brothers registered and done the roll call? Now let me brief you on the rules a bit. To reintroduce myself, I am the priestess of the Lizardman Dragonkin, A Li Jia. Before diving into the frying pan, please engrave these rules of Fei Long Tower into your hearts for me. Every single floor of Fei Long Tower has a pre-installed teleportation station. Brothers, just step into it, and you'll automatically leapfrog to the next world. Just keep grinding like that until the final station, Long Mayan Temple. The only problem is time is running out. I will use a cheat code, scooping all of you straight from the main hall of Fei Long Tower and tossing you right into the wastelands on the outskirts of Long Mayan Temple. However, arriving there isn't the end of the game. Inside the final stage, it's full of traps and pitfall spikes. Whether you can keep your lives to enter the temple or not is entirely up to your own survival skills, fellow Taoists." Sensing someone causing trouble behind his back, Lin Han turned his head and snorted coldly. Lin Yi, with eyes wide as saucers, spat out an incredibly stupid sentence. "Lin Han, why haven't you gone to the grave yet?" Hearing that sentence, he instantly locked in the answer, "Aha, so it turns out the immature brat who paid to hire Lion Hua to ambush me was this guy." Tian Jiao rolled up his sleeves and stepped up to mock him. "Oh, who is this? Isn't it the guy who lost face under Mr. Lin's command the other day?" The guy pointed his snout to the sky disdainfully. "HMPH, I proudly proclaim myself as the Elf Prince. What right does a walking oil barrel like you have to be insolent to me?" The fatty pouted and sneered, "Prince my foot, looking at this basic face, I think calling you a prodigal elf fits much better. Since the last tournament, my eyes have been growing styes because of your arrogant face. Today your fat master must personally break that foul mouth to feel satisfied." Just as the sword blade swooped down, an earthen wall immediately sprouted up to block the area. Lin Han narrowed his eyes at the earth attribute magic, guessing inwardly, "Don't tell me it's." Sure enough, the one pulling the strings behind the scene to raise the protective shield was Zhuo Ling. The two brothers dropped their jaws, speechless. "Elf sister, I beg you, why are you still tailing this thick-skinned guy, making yourself suffer?" Zhuo Ling was still trembling and stammering. I, when Lin Yi snapped and told her to stop babbling, stepping forward to deal with that fat guy himself. Zhuo Ling immediately retorted, "What right do you have to boss me around? From this moment on, I refuse to risk my life for you." Lin Yi fumed with anger, yelling, "You, a lowly servant girl, dare to pull the tiger's whiskers and look down on this young master." Just as he was about to get physical, a stern voice suddenly echoed, "Stand still right there for me." With a swish, an arrow pierced through the wind and nailed into the ground as a stern warning. His jaw dropped in shock as he stared blankly at the figure who had just appeared. She sternly warned Lin Yi to behave. "Haven't the consequences of your actions satisfied you yet?" Lin Yi stammered, sis, while Zhuo Ling hurriedly bowed to greet Her Royal Highness the Princess. She walked over unhurriedly and asked, "Are you the one named Lin Han? The sisters in linen often whisper about you." He looked surprised. "Exactly who are you?" Zhu Yan, standing nearby, quickly explained, "The one standing before you is the renowned great general of our elf tribe, and also the immensely honorable eldest princess, Her Highness Lin Jingyu. She humbly apologized on behalf of her brother, because my little brother is too sheltered at home, he accidentally offended Mr. Lin. I beg you to be magnanimous and let him off." Lin Han immediately questioned back, "Ask me to spare his life. He has repeatedly schemed to take my head, even emptying his wallet to hire professional assassins to kill me. Why should I be merciful to him?" Hearing the rumors, his comrades gasped in shock. What's this? Oh, Captain, are these words 100% true? Jing Yu glared at Lin Yi and interrogated, did such an outrageous thing really happen? He stammered incoherently, it's because he dared to rub my face in the dirt right at the professional tournament. Su Ting and Nian Wei immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. How dare you touch a single hair on our captain's head? You're definitely our sworn enemy now. Since you dared to do it, let us teach you how to be a proper human being. Tian Jiao also itched to beat him to a pulp. Why waste spit on this kind of trash? Just jump in and smash him. He hurriedly stood between his fired-up friends. Hold on a second. On the other side, Jing Yu also quickly stopped her people. Stop right now. She bowed slightly to show her goodwill. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yi's background in our elf tribe is no small matter. Taking his life means making enemies out of the entire elf tribe. Lin Han said coldly, I don't give a damn how terrifying his background is. I just don't have the spare time for everyone to waste their energy on this scum right before the big battle. Hearing that, Lin Yi's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. You bastard, Lin Han. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the direction of the tower over there. Ali Jia anxiously exclaimed, We're doomed, the demon dragon has awoken from its hibernation. If we can't take it down within the next 24 hours, once it regains its peak form, this dragon disaster will be beyond saving. She immediately cast a protective barrier and urged Lin Han, Please, by all means, lead the brothers to stop that demon dragon. He didn't hesitate to drag the whole team straight toward the tower. The big picture must come first. Let's go, guys. Hearing that, Tian Jiao followed closely behind. Got it. The whole team, burning with killing intent, charged straight toward the teleportation gate at the tower. Let's jump right in. As soon as they set foot in the territory, everyone's jaw dropped. So this is indeed the demon dragon's fancy lair. The surrounding scenery was swarming, with a bunch of level 60 carnivorous flying dragons. Nian Wei panicked, the dragons here are as packed as ants. If they break out of the flying dragon tower, won't the lower realm turn into a ghost town? Lin Han immediately issued an order, absolutely do not tolerate these wicked dragons spreading disasters to the human realm. Let's team up and wipe them all out. The entire legion rushed bloodthirsty into the battle. Let's mow them down. A pack of blazing dragons widened their fiery eyes, greedily looking at the delicious prey, delivering themselves to their doorstep. Piercing roars echoed from all sides. The whole team was swept into a life-and-death siege with the brutal blazing dragons, yet their momentum didn't diminish in the slightest. Come and get it, if you've got the guts, you suicidal little dragons. Tian Jiao aimed straight for a monster's skull and cleaved down. You damn evil dragons, have a taste of your daddy's gold-cutting sword. Meanwhile, Su Ting delivered a fatal strike to the flank. This life-claiming spear technique is exclusively used to boil you evil dragons. How awesome. Wrapped around Nian Wei was a brilliant aura of magic power, passing combat buffs to her brothers. Hey Jaime, let me pump up your speed a bit. She patted her chest proudly. With this magic buff, the speed of my arrows is more than double the usual rate. Huang Shan accelerated and glided swiftly, swinging her knives to shred the monsters to pieces. Keep your eyes open and watch me dance until you go blind. Lin Han smiled inwardly and evaluated, not bad. The whole team has toughened up enough to fight independently on their own front now. Coincidentally, on the other side, a beauty was in danger, struggling to block an attack from a massive, enraged blazing dragon. What rotten luck. Right behind her, another blazing dragon loomed over. Absolute terror flashed in her eyes. Lin Han strained his neck and shouted a warning, watch your back. She frantically turned her head, what the hell is going on? He rushed in like the wind, casually swinging his sword and blowing off the blazing dragon's head in a split second. She stared wide-eyed and blurted out her savior's name, is it Lin Han? He stared intently at her oh-so-familiar face. He was stunned to realize the girl was Lang Zhu. He thought to himself, it really is a small world, you bump into acquaintances even when picking up trash. A random guy breathlessly rushed over to fawn over her. Miss Lang Zhu, are you all right? She quickly waved her hand. I'm totally fine. Luckily Lin Han stepped in to help. He sneakily cast a sarcastic glance at Lin Han. So this little punk is the Lin Han that Lang Zhu constantly praises every time she opens her mouth. So Lang Zhu mercilessly rejected my feelings time and time again just because of this brat. Bai Xuan lunged forward to shield the beauty, grumbling, stop meddling in other people's business. Lang Zhu is already taken. Lin Han frowned, looking utterly confused by his cheesy way of speaking. Her face darkened as she scolded, "Bai Xuan, is your brain waterlogged? Our relationship actually only stops at the level of..." Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar tore through the space from behind. The whole group had to turn around to see what was going on. What kind of noise is that deafening? A level 65 poison dragon loomed into view, scaring the living daylights out of everyone. "Oh my god, look at that! This monster's physique completely outclasses those puny flying dragons. Keep a cool head, everyone." The evil dragon ripped its jaws open and spat out a foul green miasma that swallowed an entire clearing. The whole group panicked and ran for their lives. "That toxic saliva can destroy everything. We're totally screwed. Scatter away quickly, guys." Bai Chuan dropped his jaw in frozen fear, thinking to himself that this wasteland is entirely open. Where is there a place to hide? If he had the rotten luck to step into that poison pool, he'd definitely meet his maker with no escape. The highly toxic substance was rushing straight toward Lang Zu's position. He wet his pants. "Dead, I'm dead meat." So he clumsily cast his holy shield skill on his cowardly self right away. Lang Zu bit her lip in grievance. "I finally got to meet Lin Han. Is God really going to force me to die a senseless death in this corner?" However, the scythe of death never reached her. She blinked and realized the toxic gas had been deflected far away. What the hell? Admiring the massive stone walls sprouting up to block the toxic liquid, the whole group jumped for joy and celebrated. "Thank God, consider this worthless life saved." Where did this miraculous stone barricade drop from? It's a supreme skill conjured by Lin Han himself to save us. Lang Zu shot an adoring gaze at him. While Lin Han was busy urging Shijai to spawn a few more layers of stone shields to firmly protect the brothers' lives. She obediently clasped her hands. Shijai has fully understood the directive. The puddle of toxic slime made the tip of one guy's shoe sizzle and evaporate. Grimacing, he said, "This liquid's corrosion is terrifyingly beyond limits." He frowned, calculating the endurance of the stone cliff, which naturally struggled to fight against the miasma's gnawing power. "Looks like it's time to spend beast taming points to level up the pets." Lin Han immediately applied a bunch of beast taming points straight onto Shijai, causing her status board stats to flash brilliantly. Shijai was like a tiger growing wings after the comprehensive upgrade. She braced herself to strike back, the magic power radiating around her, burning like a furnace, facing the demon dragon without any fear. Shijai showed off her armored muscles and boasted, "This filthy spit is no match for me. Let this lady give you a taste of absolute power." A series of solid stone fortresses connected end to end, tightly wrapping around her. The crowd hiding behind the defense layer smiled brightly and cheered wildly. "Awesome, that damn liquid has been muzzled. If we hadn't dragged Lin Han along, everyone here would have been reporting to the Grim Reaper by now." Lang Zu sidled up and whispered sweetly, "Lin Han, thank you for reaching out and saving this little life of mine." Bai Chuan watched with burning eyes, his anger rising to his brain. The brilliant spotlight was snatched away by that punk Lin Han again. Tianjiao clasped his hands behind his back and sneered sarcastically, "HMPH, showing off such cowardly behavior, abandoning his crush to save his own miserable life just now. And yet he still has the thick skin to spout these smelly words." Bai Chuan, having his weak spot exposed, argued back stubbornly, "Does Lin Han have too much free time that he loves sticking his nose into other people's business? Your daddy here doesn't care to hide behind his mangy pebbles." Although his mouth was arrogant, when the miasma rushed in, he immediately fell flat on his back and wailed pitifully, "Oh my God, please have mercy." The liquid puddle began to erode his shield. The crowd behind clapped and laughed loudly, acting like he's some savior Superman. Turns out he's just a top-tier coward. A piece of trash like this sneaking into the flying dragon tower to embarrass everyone. As for Lin Han, he raised his shining sword to the sky and roared, "You guys are absolutely right. Brave warriors who venture into the flying dragon tower are definitely not a bunch of cowardly mice clinging to their mother's skirts." He boldly encouraged the whole army to boost their morale, clean up this nest of puny dragons. Everyone roared in unison, "Approved, from now on we entrust our lives to your command." Behind him, someone was still trembling and trying to stop them. "The amount of poison from that monster is outrageously terrifying. I'm afraid our strength is no match for it." Lin Han immediately took charge of this bet. "I'll handle that poison dragon myself. You guys just focus on weeding out those fawning flying dragons." He launched himself forward, shooting straight toward the massive poison dragon's position. The beast's hideous jaws spewed out a disgusting pool of poison. He quickly called Shui Ying and Tian Gu out to battle. Two majestic figures appeared in the blink of an eye. Shui Ying is here. Tian Gu awaits the master's holy decree. She threw a massive water bomb to block the attack. What do a few filthy drops of poison matter? Keep your eyes peeled and admire this young lady's performance. Master, rest assured and leave it to me. Tian Gu swiftly glided to the poisoned dragon's flank to provide backup. I have to roll up my sleeves and join the fun too. Lightning strike, descend. A web of lightning bolts tightly wrapped around the monster's expanding body. The evil beast went crazy, recklessly spitting poison everywhere. The thick toxic smoke whipped wildly, making the duo sweat bullets as they charged forward. Damn it, how can we block this non-stop spraying spit? This thing is really tough to chew. Seeing the situation was as tense as a bowstring, Lin Han continuously buffed both of their combat powers. Shui Ying immediately breathed in the awesomeness of the magic array. Wow, leveling up makes my limbs feel so agile and ethereal. The stats board shot straight up into the clouds. Having fully upgraded the Kunpeng Shui Ying of the immemorial 10 Perils Bug Tribe, hitting level 55. Arm strength reached 85,226, agility peaked at 125,373, focus hit 95,699, and toughness sat proudly at 135,863. Tian Gu danced with joy for getting leveled up together, 1,000 times etched in my heart. Thank you, Master. Tian Gu is riding high on Cloud 9 now. The power stats board danced wildly again. Fully upgrading the Thunder Emperor Heavenly Wings of the immemorial 10 Perils Bug Tribe, ascending to level 55. Sweeping power hit a peak of 90,163. Terrifying acceleration reached 155,880. Abundant stamina hit 96,910. And skeletal endurance stood at 87,173. Lin Han aggressively charged to the vanguard. Tian Gu and Shui Ying listen up. Surround it from 3 angles and pressure this poisonous lizard until it has no room to cast any spells. The duo obediently agreed. 2 streams of foul miasma from its throat violently sprayed out to both sides. Tian Gu roared loudly, "Widen your eyes and watch me use thunder to mind-break this brute." Pillars of lightning delivered an earth-shattering blow, smashing the poisoned dragon's skull. Just as the toxic storm poured down on their heads like rain, one guy shouted in panic, "That deadly spit is falling again, find a place to hide quickly, guys." But as soon as the poison got close, it was swallowed whole by juicy water bubbles with a pop. Tian Jiao looked dumbfounded. This pile of poison bombs was neutralized just like that. Shui Ying tilted her head up arrogantly, "With me standing guard, not even a tiny drop of poison water can hit the ground." Tian Gu beside her clapped wildly in praise, "Top-tier skills right there, little sister." Meanwhile, Lin Han had already crashed into close combat. "Just let me send it to heaven and get this over with." The poisoned dragon stared dumbly as the streak of deadly light plunged into it. The razor-sharp aura pierced right through the evil beast's throat. Deep red blood gushed out of the poisoned dragon's snout like a broken dam. Lin Han merely swung his sword lightly and chopped off both of the poisoned dragon's wings. Its bulky, fleshy body free fell and slammed into the ground, its mouth pouring out nothing but hot, fresh blood. The entire legion stood, with their jaws dropped, watching the complete takedown of the super-giant poisoned dragon. As soon as their souls returned to their bodies, the whole group roared with joy. "Fantastic, we survived the tribulation." Tian Jiao waved his flag and marched to the front line. "Lin Boy is too top tier. Brothers, we can't just be meat shields, let's jump in and finish them off. Let's go, wipe out the evil dragon pack. Exactly, our team is full of the real deal, we aren't just all talk." While the crowd was busy partying, Lang Zhu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing a dark corner. She accidentally caught a bunch of sneaky elves red-handed. How dare they steal the spotlight and sneak straight into the dragon god shrine before our team? From behind, Bai Xuan panted as he chased after her. "Hey Lang Zhu, did those sneaky elves just scurry into the shrine?" He grabbed her wrist and dragged her away. "Hurry up. Otherwise, those guys will snatch the credit for slaying the dragon god." She ruthlessly shook his hand off. "Being stuck fighting side by side with a petty guy like you who betrays his teammates at the drop of a hat, I'd rather stay rooted here and grind with Lin Han. It's way more satisfying." He flushed red with embarrassment. You are truly hopeless." Bai Xuan then bolted off, leaving her stranded. You brainless woman, just keep your eyes open and watch your daddy take the dragon god's head back to claim the reward. By then, crying and begging will be too late. In the airspace above, the blazing dragons were being battered, dropping like autumn leaves. Despite being alone, Lin Han still swung his sword, tearing through these flies and mosquitoes bearing the name of dragon descendants. Even though their strength was bland, swarming together like this was truly an eyesore. From below, Lang Zhu eagerly asked to join the dance. Lin Han, let me do my best to share the fire with you. He was stunned and blurted out, huh, Lang Zhu. Saying that, she launched a strike, sending streaks of green energy floating across the sky. Those fierce streams of magic tore apart the blazing dragons, buzzing around the male protagonist. Lin Han widened his eyes and interrogated, wait, why didn't you tell your boyfriend? Won't you be depressed if you miss out on the reward for slaying the dragon god? She hurriedly corrected him, how unfair, I only had the misfortune of taking the same classes as that guy Bai Xuan at Qingbei University. We're not dating at all. The main issue is. Lang Zhu blushed furiously and awkwardly confessed, to be honest, this little heart of mine set its sights on a guy a long time ago. It's exactly because of the desire to gaze at him that I threw myself into this grueling mission. The young man muttered inwardly, totally bewildered. Why the hell is she confessing these hidden feelings to your daddy all of a sudden? Way down on the ground, Tian Jiao was shouting at the top of his lungs, calling out for Lin Boy. Group of 3 was fighting fiercely in one corner. He quickly joined voices with Su Ting, we'll handle cleaning up this bunch of trashy dragon descendants. You carry your sword straight to the dragon god's shrine and butcher the demon dragon quickly. That's right, we absolutely won't hand over the precious reward to those opportunistic elves. Haimei and Nian Wei's faction was also casting skills quite rhythmically. Captain, don't worry about the battlefield over here, leave it all to us. Boss, just charge straight in and uproot the demon dragon. I promise to stay back and buff mana to the max. He teared up at the chivalry of his brothers. Oh, my comrades. Lin Han placed his complete trust in his friends. Deal. I'll have to bother you brothers to clean up this mess here then. He stomped his feet and leaped away out of sight. Be careful with the fire, guys. I'll take my leave first. When Lin Han charged straight into the interior of the dragon god's shrine, gazing at the piles of dazzling gold and jewels along the hallway, his jaw dropped in awe. Oh my, with a hoard of treasure piled up like this, no wonder bounty hunters flock to the flying dragon tower like it's a festival. Accidentally, a tragic scream pierced his ears. He stood frozen, wondering what's with that voice. Lin Han hurriedly revved up and dashed toward the source of the sound. It was definitely the melodic scream of that guy Bai Xuan ringing out over there. As soon as he kicked the door open and rushed in, he heard the guy's deafening shriek, "Let go of your daddy, get away from me right now." The gruesome sight that hit his eyes was a level 70 golden dragon god, a hybrid of the bug tribe and the dragon tribe, accompanied by pitiful begging and crying, "Please spare my life, I don't want to become a ghost yet." As for Lin Yi, his soul had fled his body and he was trembling like a leaf. Dragon god, oh wait, big sister, I have no desire to be buried. The massive throne is still waiting for me to succeed it. Go tear those random guys apart instead of me, you vile beast. Jing Yu scolded from behind, snapping him back to reality. Lin Yi, please stop acting crazy for once. Catching sight of him, Bai Xuan screamed as if he'd struck gold, "Oh Lin Han, please save my miserable life." He threw back some comforting advice, dial back the fear a bit, I'm flying in to save you now. Viciously, things had already gone beyond reach. The dragon god tore the flesh of that smooth talker into 100 pieces. A severed leg flew straight over and landed right at Lin Han's feet, making him panic and curse out loud, "You damn beast." The guy's inseparable notebook was flung right into Lin Yi's side, turning his face pale green. He was so terrified that he could only stammer a few meaningless words. Having completely devoured a fresh appetizer, the dragon god rolled its eyes, sniffing around for the next plate of raw meat for dessert. Its scrutinizing gaze pointed straight at Lin Yi. The guy turned green and frantically scrambled backward, "Get away from me, screw off right now." Right in the nick of time, caught between life and death, an invisible bolt of magic zipped forward and smashed straight into the dragon god's body. The frustrated monster growled, twisting its neck to see who had the guts to play backstabber. It turned out to be Jing Yu, who had just fired a rescue arrow. "Lin Yi, grab your pants and run quickly, my supply of arrows has just run completely dry."